Transcending into the Marvel Universe, Luo Bai discovered that fortune smiled upon him, albeit just a tad. With no abode to call his own, Tony gifted him a villa. Lacking any innate abilities, the Ancient One proclaimed him to possess extraordinary talent, surpassing even Doctor Strange and destined to become the Supreme Sorcerer. Bereft of artifacts, he fortuitously stumbled upon an Infinity Stone on his walk. When Thanos sought to seize the stone from Luo Bai, not only did he fail to acquire it, but he inadvertently bestowed upon Luo Bai all the other stones. And when he claimed that magic was borrowed and needed to be returned, ultimately, Luo Bai emerged invincible. Chapter 1. Transcended. Yet no system. Hut, 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 hut. The crisp sound of metal forging echoed within the confines of a dimly lit cave. At this moment, Tony Stark, with a serious demeanor, intently focused on the steel helmet he was hammering, his gaze resolute as if poised for battle. "We must hasten. If we delay any longer, they will grow suspicious," Dr. Ethan murmured quietly beside him. Tony Stark offered no reply, merely quickening the rhythm of his hammering. As the two raced against time, a voice suddenly pierced the air behind them, inquiring, "Pardon my intrusion, but where is this?" At the sound of the voice, both Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan froze. Their bodies stiffened, and they simultaneously ceased their actions. For a moment, the cave was eerily silent, the only sound being their rapid breaths. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Tony Stark finally turned, only to discover that the speaker was a boy who appeared barely past adolescence. Warily scrutinizing the youth, Tony Stark demanded in a low voice, "Who are you?" The boy politely responded, "Hello, my name is Luo Bai." Tony Stark remained unyielding, pressing further, "Are you with him?" Luo Bai's face betrayed a hint of confusion as he retorted, "Who are they?" "The terrorists outside," Tony Stark stated, his gaze sharpening. Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback before promptly denying, "Of course not. Do I look like a terrorist? Then how did you get in here?" Tony Stark continued his interrogation. Luo Bai fell into silence for a moment. After a brief pause, he hesitantly asked, "If I were to say that I appeared out of thin air, would you believe me?" Tony Stark. Ethan. Luo Bai was not lying. He truly had appeared out of nowhere. However, it was not through any form of magic or similar abilities, but rather, he had traversed dimensions. Can you believe he merely went downstairs to collect a package, without encountering an accident or falling into a sewer, and somehow ended up here? Initially, Luo Bai found it hard to accept that he had indeed crossed over. After all, as a top student from Tsinghua University, he had always placed his faith in science that it wasn't until he encountered a disheveled uncle who bore an uncanny resemblance to Tony Stark, the actor portraying Iron Man, and who mentioned terrorists, that Luo Bai began to question his reality to a devoted fan of the Marvel films. This scene felt all too familiar. It was unmistakably reminiscent of the plot of Iron Man 1. Tony Stark, captured by terrorists and taken to a cave, ultimately creating the Iron Man suit. And at this moment, the scruffy uncle was holding nothing other than a steel helmet. Realizing that he had truly entered the Marvel Universe, a wave of dejection washed over Luo Bai. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge about the Marvel world understands that this is no ordinary urban setting. Terrorist attacks and gang heists are mere trifles here, as this realm is rife with calamities like alien invasions. How can a fragile college student, who has never even touched a gun, navigate such perilous waters? The pressing concern now was how to escape this cave system. Old man, weren't transcenders supposed to have a cheat? Where's mine? Luo Bai's mind screamed in desperation. Noticing his prolonged silence and the grimace on his face, Tony Stark finally broke the tension, asking, "Are you all right?" Fortunately, Luo Bai's English was commendable, facilitating their communication. "I don't feel particularly well," Luo Bai replied dejectedly. "Being captured here, no one would feel well," Tony Stark chuckled bitterly. Before Luo Bai could respond, he continued, "You mentioned appearing out of thin air. What does that mean?" Luo Bai was at a loss for how to explain his dimensional travel, ultimately replying, "It's complicated, and I don't quite know how to articulate it." "Complicated to explain?" Tony Stark countered, skepticism lacing his tone. Luo Bai could sense the underlying hostility from Stark and understood its context. Having endured inhumane treatment at the hands of terrorists, it was natural for Tony Stark to question Luo Bai's identity. However, to escape this predicament, Luo Bai required Tony Stark's assistance. Realizing this, Luo Bai hastily clarified, "Though my identity may be somewhat dubious, I assure you that I am not affiliated with those terrorists." "How can you prove that?" Tony Stark pressed that, "In proof," is necessary. If I were a terrorist, you'd have already been compromised, wouldn't you? Luo Bai countered. At that moment, Stark and Ethan were secretly crafting their escape weaponry. If Luo Bai were indeed a terrorist, they would have taken measures the moment they discovered him. Could he still be conversing with them? Tony Stark remained silent, yet his expression revealed a noticeable easing of suspicion. Very well, you've persuaded me. If you aren't one of the terrorists, why are you here? This is hardly a safe place. Tony Stark inquired once more. Luo Bai responded with exasperation. Honestly, I didn't wish to end up here either. He had been thrust into this situation without choice. You? Tony, we don't have much time left. As Tony Stark seemed poised to say more, Dr. Ethan interjected, reminding him of their urgent circumstances. Acknowledging the pressing time constraints, Tony Stark suppressed his myriad questions and resumed hammering the steel helmet. Seeing that Tony Stark had ceased his suspicions, Luo Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his heart remained unsettled, for he knew a formidable battle lay ahead. Upon reflecting on this, Luo Bai couldn't help but internally lament, "Pray tell, I am but a time traveler. Could it truly be that I am devoid of a system? Surely not, surely not." He continued to call out in his mind for approximately a minute. It was only after Tony Stark had completed his ironclad endeavors that the silence of the system remained unbroken, leading Luo Bai to the disheartening conclusion that he was indeed without a system. This revelation plunged him into a state of despair. Yet what rendered his despondency even more profound was the realization that the terrorists had seemingly become aware of the peculiarities within the cave. What had once been a relatively tranquil cavern was now filled with the thunderous sounds of pounding on doors, accompanied by a cacophony of curses, punctuated occasionally by the ominous warning of gunfire. Chapter 2. Is this possible? It's unscientific. Realizing that the terrorists had noticed their presence, Dr. Ethan became increasingly frantic. Tony, are you ready yet? They figured something is amiss. He inquired anxiously. Before long, Tony Stark responded, all set. Ethan, quickly help me into the Iron Man suit. Without hesitation, Ethan rushed to assist him in donning the suit. However, merely putting on the armor was just the initial step. Without power, the suit was utterly immobile. It will take 5 minutes to power up the suit. We must hurry, Dr. Ethan exclaimed, glancing toward the door, ever watchful for any terrorists attempting to breach their sanctuary. His body trembled with anxiety. Though Tony Stark shared the same level of apprehension, he sought to reassure Ethan, don't worry, we have explosives rigged at the entrance. If they force their way in, they'll be blown to bits. This might buy us some time. Suddenly, a thought struck him. You didn't trigger the explosives when you came in, did you, Luo Bai? Tony queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. Luo Bai fell silent. After all, he hadn't entered through the front door, so it was hardly surprising he hadn't set off any traps. However, before he could explain, a deafening explosion shattered the cave's stillness. The terrorists had breached the door. The good news was that the intruding terrorists were annihilated in the blast. The bad news was that this would undoubtedly alert the remaining terrorists, and time was no longer on their side. Tony, now is not the time for trivial questions. We need to buy more time for the suit to activate, Dr. Ethan urged in frustration. Before Tony could respond, Ethan continued, Luo Bai, can you assist us? What do you need me to do? A sense of foreboding washed over Luo Bai. As expected, he heard Ethan plead, can you hold them off for a bit? We need your help. The moment the words left Ethan's lips, Luo Bai was taken aback. What? Expecting him, a mere college student, to stall armed terrorists outside? Frankly, Luo Bai doubted his ability to hold them off. Yet, if the suit couldn't be activated, his fate would be sealed. Resolving himself, he reluctantly replied, all right. What do you need me to do? We'll go out and engage those terrorists, Dr. Ethan declared, his gaze resolute as though he were ready to enlist. In stark contrast to Ethan's conviction, Luo Bai felt significantly less assured. Okay, let us go, he responded weakly, as they stepped outside together. Upon reaching the threshold, Luo Bai realized the entrance had been obliterated, with dismembered corpses strewn about. Had it not been for his relatively strong mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to nausea. Having spent considerable time in the cave, Dr. Ethan appeared unfazed. He approached calmly, retrieving a usable firearm from a corpse and handing it to Luo Bai. Here, I believe this will come in handy. And remember to protect yourself, Ethan advised kindly. Luo Bai remained silent. Though he feigned composure, his heart raced with panic. Glancing at the weapon in his hands, he couldn't help but think, how on earth do I use this thing? While he had some theoretical knowledge of firearms, he had never fired one before. Before he could ponder further, the terrorists stormed in. Hearing the distant sound of footsteps and shouts, Dr. Ethan tightened his grip and prepared to charge out, discussing strategy with Luo Bai as he moved. They're coming. I'll take them down. You cover me from behind. Luo Bai urgently halted him. Wait, don't go out just yet. Dr. Ethan paused, his voice filled with urgency. If we don't go out now, we're dead meat when they come in. Luo Bai quickly explained, the cave entrance is narrow. It's easier to defend than to attack. We should hold our ground and wait for them to approach. Though Ethan appeared brave, he was, after all, a scientist, and had never encountered such a scene before being captured. Like Luo Bai, he had never wielded a firearm nor faced a situation like this. His calm demeanor was merely a facade, as he too was gripped by fear. Perhaps persuaded by Luo Bai's reasoning, he chose to remain at the entrance with him. Before long, they spotted 3 or 4 terrorists armed with machine guns rushing toward them. The cave was so constricted that there was barely anywhere to hide. Luo Bai understood that if the terrorists spotted them first and opened fire, their survival would be in grave jeopardy. So, upon catching sight of the terrorists, Luo Bai shouted, "Open fire!" Without waiting for Ethan's reaction, he unleashed a volley of bullets toward the approaching foes. Truthfully, Luo Bai had never imagined he could hit anything. After all, this was his first time firing a gun, and he was hardly skilled at aiming. The dimness of the cave made it even more challenging to hit a target. Yet, to his utter astonishment, after a few rounds, he heard several screams echo within the cave as the terrorists crumpled to the ground, silenced. In that instant, Luo Bai was left in a daze. Did I actually hit them? Just then, Ethan couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, "What marksmanship! I didn't even have time to react, and you took them all out? Your aim is incredible. You must have undergone professional training." Luo Bai remained silent. But inwardly he couldn't help but think, actually, this is my first time using a gun too. It was quite perplexing, to say the least. After all, hitting targets 4 times in such a challenging environment on his very first attempt? Who would believe he wasn't a professional? Even Luo Bai found himself pondering. Could it be that I have a natural talent for shooting? But he had little time to contemplate this, as a second wave of terrorists was once again advancing into the cave, though he couldn't ascertain exactly how many were coming. The cacophony of footsteps indicated that this group was significantly larger than the last. This realization sent a wave of panic through Luo Bai. No matter how gifted he might be, this was still his first experience with firearms, and facing so many terrorists, could he truly survive? How much longer until the suit was operational? He couldn't help but ask, genuinely hoping for Tony Stark's timely arrival. How long until it's ready? About 1 more minute. Ethan replied. 1 minute. By the time it's ready, I'll be finished. For the first time, Luo Bai felt that a minute stretched into an eternity. It seemed relying on Tony Stark was no longer feasible. He had to depend on himself. There was no choice now. They would have to engage in combat. Ethan, when you see someone, shoot without hesitation. Luo Bai instructed firmly. He held his breath, gripping the gun tightly. As the footsteps drew closer and closer, he tightened his grip further. In that moment, he was so tense he dared not even breathe. His eyes fixed on the entrance, fearing he might miss something. When he finally spotted the terrorists coming into view, without a moment's thought, Luo Bai opened fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Simultaneously, the terrorists noticed him and began to shoot back. The sound of gunfire resonated through the cave, bullets flying in every direction. In truth, Luo Bai didn't feel he had any chance of winning. He even thought that as a traveler from another world, his journey might end right here. During the course of the gunfire, Luo Bai remained almost entirely with his eyes shut. It was only after he had expended his last bullet that he finally ceased firing. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was still alive. With a mix of surprise and relief, Luo Bai opened his eyes. However, upon doing so, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. Scattered nearby were a number of terrorists, seemingly lifeless. Could it be that he had single-handedly dispatched all these assailants? Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to Dr. Ethan for confirmation. Yet, at that moment, Dr. Ethan's expression was even more vivid than his own. After scrutinizing him for a considerable time, Dr. Ethan finally inquired, "With so many people shooting at you, you emerged completely unscathed?" Injured, Luo Bai meticulously examined himself and, after a brief moment, replied, "No." Dr. Ethan exclaimed, "Remarkable." He had witnessed the chaotic gunfight in its entirety. 8 or 9 terrorists had been firing at Luo Bai, and yet they all lay dead while he remained untouched. Even Dr. Ethan himself had sustained 2 gunshot wounds to his arms and legs, yet Luo Bai had not a scratch. This defied all logic. Chapter 3, The Arrival of Ancient One. Dr. Ethan was baffled, pondering endlessly. How could it be that you were completely unharmed? Why? Unable to restrain himself, he began to voice his bewilderment. Realizing that his words might not be well received, he quickly added, "While I certainly wish for your safety, I am genuinely curious. How did you evade those bullets?" "I didn't dodge," Luo Bai answered, his face a picture of sincerity. I didn't evade either. So why was I the only one hurt? Dr. Ethan couldn't help but express his frustration, his face etched with confusion. In such a confined space during a tumultuous gunfight, not only had he eliminated all the enemies, but he had also emerged entirely unscathed. How was that even possible? Not only was Dr. Ethan perplexed, but Luo Bai himself found it somewhat incomprehensible. Given the chaos, it was illogical for him to have escaped without a single injury. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but ask, Dr. Ethan, don't you think I'm rather fortunate? Your luck is indeed remarkable, Dr. Ethan admitted, unable to suppress his astonishment. After all, while one could attribute the ability to kill enemies to skill, to remain unscathed in such a situation could only be attributed to sheer luck. However, Luo Bai did not have the luxury of reveling in his good fortune for long, as the battle was far from over, and more terrorists awaited them. Upon realizing that their comrades who had entered the cave had gone silent, the terrorists grew more cunning. They no longer sent individuals into the cave, but instead shouted from outside, Stark, if you don't come out now, we will detonate bombs. The cave was so small that if a bomb were truly thrown inside, Luo Bai could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences. Fortunately, at that moment, the iron suit had completed its power-up. As Tony Stark emerged from the room clad in the enormous iron suit, Dr. Ethan erupted with joy, exclaiming, We did it! We can leave this place now. His excitement was so overwhelming that he began to cough violently. Noticing his distress, Tony Stark inquired, Are you injured? Doctor. Ethan shook his head, quickly responding, Just a minor wound, nothing serious. Thank you for buying me time. Tony Stark expressed his gratitude. Dr. Ethan shook his head again, urgently clarifying, It wasn't me, it was him. Luo Bai was the one who bought you time. He took down all those terrorists. Luo Bai. Tony Stark was taken aback. He turned to the terrorists lying scattered on the ground, and then back to the unassuming college student, Luo Bai, his expression one of astonishment. He single-handedly dealt with all these terrorists. Yes, he is incredibly skilled, with perfect marksmanship. One might say his shots never miss. Dr. Ethan praised without reservation. This left Tony Stark momentarily speechless. Never miss? Is he really that capable? Though intensely curious, he had little time for further inquiries. All right, Luo Bai, thank you. But we must leave here immediately, Tony Stark declared. With the iron suit, their escape became significantly easier. Stark engaged in a fierce battle with the terrorists, nearly obliterating their stronghold, causing the remaining terrorists to flee at the first opportunity. Seizing this moment, the trio hurriedly made their exit. However, they had not gone far when Stark's suit malfunctioned, likely due to the intense combat it had endured. Fortunately, a rescue aircraft arrived just in time. It was only once they boarded the plane that Luo Bai felt his anxieties finally ease. It seemed that fate had indeed smiled upon him, sparing him from an immediate demise. Yet, he pondered how he would navigate life in the Marvel Universe, especially considering he appeared to have no identification. New York, USA. After an indeterminate duration of flight, the plane finally landed at a military base. Upon disembarking, Tony Stark approached him. Your name is Luo Bai, correct? Where do you live? I'll arrange for someone to take you home, Stark asked. Having just endured a harrowing ordeal, Stark had grown less suspicious of Luo Bai. In gratitude, he intended to see him safely home. To his surprise, Luo Bai replied, somewhat dejectedly, I don't have a home here. As a traveler from another realm, where would he find a home? Tony Stark appeared taken aback and continued, You don't have any family? I did once, but they are no longer with me. Luo Bai replied. Stark clearly misunderstood and, after a moment of silence, remarked, What a poor child. Before Luo Bai could clarify, Stark shouted, Pepper, take him to my apartment to rest. Soon, a blonde beauty approached. Luo Bai recognized her as Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's personal assistant. Following her employer's instructions, Pepper led Luo Bai to a Bentley. Once inside, she promptly expressed her gratitude. I heard you helped Tony escape. Thank you. Luo Bai shook his head, responding modestly. There's no need for thanks. I merely lent a small hand. You must be tired. Let me take you to the apartment to rest. Would you like something to eat? I can have someone prepare it immediately. Hot pot, Luo Bai replied after a moment's thought. Having narrowly escaped death, he craved some comforting hot pot to calm his nerves. Though it may be a bit of a hassle, I can have the chef prepare it right away, Pepper said, promptly making a call to arrange for it. This arrangement took merely 15 minutes. When the car finally came to a halt, Pepper hurriedly exited to open the door for him. Thank you, Luo Bai said as he stepped out. However, he was soon left in stunned silence. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be an apartment? Why are we stopping in front of a villa? Tony said that to thank you for saving him. This villa is now yours. I've already arranged for the room to be cleaned, and the essentials have been stocked. By the way, here are the keys, Pepper said, handing them over. At that moment, Luo Bai finally grasped the meaning of extravagant generosity. Not only did Tony refer to this villa as an apartment, but he had also so casually gifted it to him. Although somewhat unexpected, Luo Bai managed to maintain a facade of composure as he accepted the key with gratitude. "Please extend my thanks to Tony," he remarked. "It is the least I can do. I shall take my leave now, Mr. Luo Bai. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to call the telephone in your room," Pepper said with a smile as she bid farewell. "Goodbye, Pepper," Luo Bai waved in response. Once Pepper departed, he eagerly stepped into the villa. Though his circumstances prior to his arrival were not particularly dire, he certainly had never resided in a mansion of this magnitude, one that could easily be mistaken for a hotel. The location was equally remarkable. Just a couple of streets away from the bustling heart of New York City, a veritable goldmine of real estate. It was no wonder that Tony Stark was among the elite of the wealthy. As he meandered through the opulent abode, Luo Bai couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur. Exhausted from his explorations, he randomly chose a room to lie down. It was only then that he could finally quiet his mind and reflect on the events that had transpired. Not only had he escaped from a terrorist stronghold, but he had emerged unscathed. Initially, he had worried about being in unfamiliar territory with nowhere to stay, yet Tony had graciously provided him with a villa. If one were to say he lacked fortune, he would not believe it. With such serendipity, it would be a shame not to buy a lottery ticket, he mused. As soon as he finished his thoughts, he sensed something amiss. The scene before him suddenly shattered, the glass-like fragments rapidly spreading until they enveloped him in a kaleidoscopic world. "What on earth?" Luo Bai muttered, abruptly sitting up in bed. As he did, he spotted a figure clad in a yellow robe with a hood standing before him. The attire seemed oddly familiar. Just as he was contemplating this, the figure removed the hood, revealing a gleaming bald head. "Ah, a bald head. It's the Ancient One." Chapter 4. 8,000 miles to deliver warmth. In that moment, Luo Bai felt a surge of panic, for he understood that the Ancient One's appearance could only herald trouble. Who is the Ancient One, you ask? Currently, the most formidable Sorcerer Supreme on Earth. A guardian who constantly monitors the planet's every move. How could a traveler from another world or parallel universe possibly escape the Ancient One's watchful gaze? "I have found you, traveler of the multiverse," she said, breaking his reverie. Luo Bai's heart sank. The Ancient One's visit, indeed, boded ill. Encountering such a powerful figure at the onset of his journey demanded he concede. "I admit I hail from the multiverse, or perhaps a parallel world. But it was not by my own volition. I harbor no malice towards Earth, and I find myself unable to return," he explained, sincerity etched across his features. The Ancient One remained silent, her expression inscrutable as she fixed her penetrating gaze upon Luo Bai, causing an unsettling chill to creep through him. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. "I attempted to glimpse your future, yet it eludes me. Consequently, I turned my focus to Earth's future. And I discovered that with your arrival, the course of this planet has shifted. This piques my curiosity, traveler of the multiverse." Luo Bai's anxiety escalated. Earth's future had changed. Was it for better or worse? He cautiously inquired, knowing that the answer would shape his fate. However, the Ancient One merely shook her head in confusion. "I cannot discern the future, nor can I alter it. Thus, I am unable to pass any judgment upon you. Perhaps this is a riddle only you can solve." With that, she produced a tome and handed it to him. Hesitantly, Luo Bai accepted the book and examined it. The cover boldly displayed the title, "The Complete Compendium of the Supreme." Wait a moment. Isn't this the magical tome of Kamar Taj? Why is the Ancient One giving it to him? "Is this for me?" Luo Bai inquired. "It is a loan. I hope your arrival is not a calamity for Earth, but rather a blessing," she replied. Before Luo Bai could pose further questions, the mirrored space dissipated, along with the Ancient One. Everything around him reverted to its original state. Had it not been for the book in his hands, he might have doubted the entire encounter was merely a dream. But what is happening? The Ancient One did not expel him for being an outsider. Not only was he not banished, but he was also gifted a magical tome. Was this a means for him to learn sorcery? Yet, he was not a disciple of Kamar Taj. And what was this talk of altering the future? Why did she enjoy speaking in riddles? Luo Bai's mind was awash with questions, and he struggled to find clarity. However, he had no time for further contemplation, as the Ancient One had already departed. Yet, gazing at the magical tome, a wave of elation washed over him. After all, his greatest concern had been how to survive in such a perilous world without any abilities. Now, the Ancient One had bestowed upon him a tome of magic. This was indeed a monumental stroke of fortune. Nevertheless, he had heard that the magic of Kamar Taj was not easily mastered. If he lacked the requisite talent, it would be of little use. Just as he contemplated whether he could learn from it, the doorbell rang. It was the hot pot delivery. Perfect. He could enjoy his meal while perusing the book. Once everything was set, Luo Bai sat at the dining table, indulging in hot pot as he opened the first page of the complete compendium of the Supreme. He had not anticipated understanding the book on his first attempt. As expected, he found himself utterly bewildered. The text was incomprehensible. Some characters he could barely decipher, while others appeared to be written in an entirely foreign script. Furrowing his brow, he realized he would need to rely on high technology for translation. Yet, it suddenly dawned on him that he had just arrived in this world, devoid of a phone or computer, not to mention lacking any money. In an instant, Luo Bai felt the allure of the hot pot fade. Could it be true that he resided in such an expansive mansion without a single cent to his name? This simply would not do. He needed to find a way to earn some money. But as an undocumented individual, where could he possibly find work? While he was mulling over these issues, the doorbell rang once more. Luo Bai rose to answer it. When he opened the door to find Tony Stark standing there, he felt no surprise. The only other individuals aware of his residence, aside from Pepper and the Ancient One, were Tony Stark himself. "How are you adjusting to your new abode?" Tony inquired casually as he stepped inside, taking a seat at the dining table without a hint of formality. Luo Bai was not perturbed by this. He took the opportunity to express his gratitude. "It's quite lovely. Thank you for this apartment. You saved my life. It is only fitting that I offer some compensation." "What is that delightful aroma?" Tony asked, his nose twitching in delight. "Hot pot," Luo Bai replied. "I returned from that dreadful place and immediately held a press conference, during which I only managed to eat a cheeseburger. I'm absolutely famished. Your meal is a godsend," Tony exclaimed, pulling out a clean set of utensils and diving into the food with gusto. Between mouthfuls, he remarked, "Oh, this is exquisite. I haven't had such delicious food in ages. Is this food from your country?" "Indeed," Luo Bai replied, nodding. "It tastes quite delightful, though holding the knife and fork is a bit cumbersome. Could you hand me the thing you're holding?" "Yes, the chopsticks. Could I have a fresh pair?" Tony Stark remarked. The mention of chopsticks prompted Luo Bai to reflect on Pepper Pot's thoughtfulness. She had even arranged for a set to be brought over, and not just a single pair. The thought of using a knife and fork to eat hot pot was unthinkable for Luo Bai. "Here," she offered, presenting them. Observing Tony Stark's amiable demeanor, Luo Bai half-jokingly inquired, "Now that you've gifted me this apartment, does it mean you no longer harbor doubts about my identity?" Recalling his earlier skepticism towards Luo Bai, Tony Stark quickly clarified, "At that moment, the situation was dire, and I was preparing to escape. Your sudden appearance naturally made me cautious." Luo Bai nodded in understanding, then asked, "So, is there a reason you've come to see me now?" Tony Stark devoured several pieces of meat before asking, "I asked Rhodey, and he mentioned you weren't sent to rescue me. The most perplexing part is that there's not a shred of information about you globally, which piqued my curiosity." Luo Bai was at a loss for words, resorting to an emotional appeal. "I did save you, and you're investigating me?" Tony Stark shook his head, promptly explaining, "It's not me, it's Rhodey. The incident of my abduction by terrorists had significant repercussions, so Rhodey and the team are conducting inquiries. Not just into you, but everyone's information is being scrutinized. I was merely inquiring out of curiosity." Seemingly reminded of Luo Bai's mention of having no family, he opted not to press further, continuing, "I've already assured them. Rest easy, they won't disturb you. Living here without an identity is challenging, so I've arranged for someone to assist you in obtaining one." "Is that all you came to discuss?" Luo Bai questioned. Tony Stark shook his head and extended an invitation. "Certainly not. I've organized a party tonight and would like to invite you and Ethan to join in a celebration of our survival. Are you interested?" Although Luo Bai was not particularly keen on the party, she considered that she might need Tony Stark's assistance in making money, and thus agreed. "All right, 7 o'clock then. Let's not be late." Chapter 5. A stroke of luck, just a little. Tony Stark's private party was hosted on the top floor of a luxury hotel. By the time Luo Bai arrived in the chauffeur-driven car, the venue was already bustling with guests. Most attendees were elite tycoons, akin to Stark, along with some staff. The atmosphere was electrifying, with a lively DJ, dancers, a swimming pool, champagne, and gaming tables. It was no wonder Tony Stark was regarded as a quintessential wealthy heir. He certainly knew how to revel in extravagance. Although Luo Bai had never attended such lavish gatherings, her general disinterest in crowds tempered her excitement. Instead, she pondered how to approach Stark regarding her need for financial assistance. "Hey there, kid. You made it?" A voice broke her thoughts. Following the sound, she spotted Tony Stark approaching with exuberance. Watching him, Luo Bai couldn't help but express, "I truly envy you. Having just escaped peril, you seem to be enjoying yourself immensely." Stark smiled, remarking, "It is precisely because I've faced danger that I appreciate the present even more. But you, at such a young age, you appear quite troubled." Luo Bai hesitated, unable to voice her concerns. After all, Asking someone for money was a daunting task. Just as she was contemplating her words, Stark interjected, "By the way, Doctor, Ethan is over there having fun. Shall we go find him?" Luo Bai nodded, and together they made their way towards Dr. Ethan, who was engrossed in a card game. Despite his injuries, he seemed undeterred in his quest for amusement, oblivious to their arrival until Stark greeted him. "Enjoying yourself, Ethan?" Only then did Dr. Ethan notice them. Quickly rising to greet, "Tony, Luo Bai, you've arrived." After glancing at the card table, Stark teasingly remarked, "Treasure of the Caribbean? I never imagined you'd partake in this." Dr. Ethan chuckled awkwardly, admitting, "This is indeed my first time playing." "What sparked your interest?" Stark inquired. Dr. Ethan sighed, responding, "While in the cave, I had even prepared my last words. I never anticipated surviving. Perhaps this experience has opened my eyes. One must try new things." Stark understood his sentiments perfectly. After facing life-threatening situations, the desire to embrace joy was entirely reasonable. "Have you won or lost?" Stark asked, grinning. Dr. Ethan sheepishly confessed, "I lost. I couldn't grasp the game." Stark, seemingly unperturbed, generously replied, "Enjoy yourself. I'll cover your losses tonight. Then I must make the most of it." Dr. Ethan laughed, resuming his place at the card table, while Stark and Luo Bai observed. It must be said, Dr. Ethan's luck was dismal. After half an hour of play, he had yet to win a single hand. Given that he was losing Stark's money, Dr. Ethan eventually felt a twinge of guilt. "I think I've lost enough for tonight," he stated, his tone tinged with remorse. "Don't worry, it's not much," Stark casually replied. Although for him, the amount Dr. Ethan lost could hardly equate to the price of a shirt, Dr. Ethan remained adamant about not continuing. Stark, however, did not press the matter. Instead turning to Luo Bai and asking, "Would you like to give it a try? I'll cover your losses as well." Luo Bai was taken aback. Truth be told, she had never played cards in her 20-plus years. Not only was she uninterested in games like poker and mahjong, but she also believed they relied solely on luck, a quality she felt she lacked. Moreover, given the affluent crowd at Stark's private party, the stakes were high. Dr. Ethan's earlier games had seen wins and losses in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Under normal circumstances, Luo Bai would have declined. Yet, she was in need of money, and Stark's offer to cover any losses tempted her to give it a shot. "All right, I'll give it a try," Luo Bai acquiesced, although she had never played before. After observing the rules of the Treasure of the Caribbean for an hour, she grasped the basic premise. It was purely a game of chance, determined by who held the best 5 cards. Luo Bai did not expect her luck to be particularly good. She merely hoped to win at least once. To her astonishment, she won her very first hand. "Your luck surpasses Ethan's by a wide margin," Stark chuckled. "Perhaps it's because Ethan had previously drawn all the bad luck." Luo Bai quipped lightheartedly. Dr. Ethan laughed in agreement. "It seems I've siphoned off all the misfortune. Winning right off the bat, no one thought much of it. Not even Luo Bai herself. He initially intended to leave with his winnings, but winning even once would be somewhat inconsiderate to the others. Thus, he reluctantly decided to continue playing for a while longer. To his astonishment, in the second round, Luo Bai emerged victorious once again. It continued on to the third, fourth rounds, and after an hour had elapsed, it became evident to everyone that something was amiss. "You're not cheating, are you?" Tony Stark could not restrain his curiosity. He scrutinized Luo Bai, noticing the genuine surprise etched on his face. After all, he had been sitting right next to Luo Bai, dumbfounded for a full hour. This fellow's luck was so remarkable that it seemed almost as if he were cheating, having not lost a single hand. Though he was certain Luo Bai was not cheating, the sheer improbability of his winning streak was undeniably staggering. Not only was Tony astonished, but even Luo Bai himself was taken aback by his own fortune. How had he not realized before just how fortunate he truly was? This led Luo Bai to muse. "I never expected my luck to be this grand." At this point, everyone merely considered that Luo Bai was having a lucky streak. While their astonishment was palpable, it had only been an hour. It was not unheard of for someone to start off strong only to lose in subsequent rounds. As another hour passed, then 2, 3, and ultimately 4 hours, the realization dawned upon everyone that this was indeed extraordinary, exceedingly so. "No, you must be kidding. You haven't lost a single hand. All wins." "My friend, this is beyond exaggerated. Your luck is not merely good, it's astronomically exceptional." Chapter 6. The Sorcery of Kamar Taj. Gazing at the pile of chips amassed before Luo Bai, the astonishment of Tony Stark and Ethan was beyond verbal expression. "Brother, had I not been observing, I would certainly suspect you of cheating. Can you explain how you accomplished this?" After a full minute of stunned silence, Tony Stark finally voiced his incredulity. "This is outrageous. Truly outrageous. For whole hours without a single loss. Even the greatest of gamblers could not achieve this without resorting to trickery. Had it not been for Tony Stark's presence, the others at the table might have been tempted to search Luo Bai for hidden cards. I never anticipated my luck to be quite so extraordinary, Luo Bai murmured softly. To be honest, he too felt a bit bewildered at this moment, although he had sensed a peculiar streak of good fortune since arriving in the Marvel Universe. He had not been entirely certain until now. After enduring these 4 hours, he had come to a realization. His luck was indeed remarkable, exceedingly so. Winning continuously at a game purely reliant on chance for 4 hours was a feat that could only be attributed to an almost supernatural luck. Your luck is downright unscientific, Ethan Doctor remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Luo Bai chuckled, as he too had not anticipated such fortune. Could it be that he possessed some hidden advantage or an extraordinary fate? By the way, Tony, winning so much from your friends, are they not displeased? Luo Bai inquired, albeit somewhat symbolically. Tony Stark shrugged, indicating, even if they are displeased, it matters not. Your luck today has truly opened my eyes. Has it always been this fortuitous for you? Not always, but my luck has been rather favorable lately, Luo Bai replied candidly. Well, Tony Stark seemed poised to ask something further when a voice interrupted him. Following the sound, a burly bald man approached. Luo Bai recognized him as Obadiah Stane, a shareholder of Stark Industries. He appeared quite agitated, skipping pleasantries with Luo Bai and Ethan as he strode directly to Tony. Listen, Tony, you cannot unilaterally decide to shut down the weapons manufacturing division. This will inflict tremendous losses on Stark Industries, Obadiah stated, his tone firm. Tony Stark seemed unfazed by his arrival or his words. Were you not present at this afternoon's press conference? He retorted. I was, but you did not consult me. Obadiah snapped back, visibly irate. I have already informed you that the terrorists who captured me were armed with weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Do you comprehend? My intention in creating weapons was to combat crime, not to aid criminals. Tony Stark replied earnestly. Combat criminals? Tony, we are businessmen. Perhaps I was a businessman once, but I am no longer. Do you wish to become a hero, Tony? Is that so wrong? Tony, you truly are impossible. After cursing, Obadiah stormed away, evidently frustrated with the lack of agreement. Watching him depart, the joy on Tony Stark's face dissipated, replaced by a serious demeanor. Tony, is there a problem? Ethan inquired. Sensing the shift, my first act upon returning to New York was to hold a press conference announcing the indefinite closure of the weapons manufacturing division. But the shareholders have voiced their concerns. It's not a major issue, Tony explained. I heard about it. I was surprised by your decision, Ethan expressed. There's nothing surprising about it, Tony replied, seemingly lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly bid farewell. It's getting late. I must take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. This unexpected departure took everyone by surprise. Looking at the time, it was just past 11. Ethan curiously asked, I thought with your personality, you'd stay until the early hours. It's only 11, and you're leaving? Tony Stark chuckled. The purpose of this party was for your enjoyment. I intended to greet you and leave, but Luo Bai's extraordinary luck truly caught me off guard. So, I held you captive for 4 hours and wasted your time? Luo Bai replied half-jokingly. Tony shook his head, smiling. Not a waste. I merely planned to return to my research on the Iron Man suit. Is that the device we built in the cave? Ethan asked. Yes, Tony nodded. The materials and time were limited in the cave. I can construct a superior version. All right then, I'll play for a bit longer before I leave, Ethan stated. Thus, Tony Stark departed, while Ethan remained to revel in the festivities. As for Luo Bai, despite Ethan's enthusiastic invitation to stay, he opted to leave. After all, he had initially come to resolve financial matters. With those matters now settled, he intended to return home and delve into that book of magic. Before heading home, Luo Bai exchanged his chips. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had earned a staggering $3 million. This was after the wealthy patrons had sensed something was amiss, but, out of deference to Tony Stark, had refrained from departing immediately. If the game had proceeded normally, the sum could have been even greater. Although for those affluent individuals, $300,000 was hardly a significant amount. However, for Luo Bai at present, this amount could be considered a fortune. Tony Stark appeared to have anticipated his earnings, likely realizing he could not take all the credit, hence the early notification. After utilizing a portion of cash for immediate needs, Luo Bai converted the remaining funds into checks. Once the money was secured, the subsequent matters became considerably easier. He casually sought out an open shop to purchase a computer and a mobile phone, and upon returning home, he dedicated himself to examining the tome titled Supreme Compendium. With the aid of the computer to translate the text, he finally grasped the essence of the Supreme Compendium. Beginning from the first chapter, it detailed the origins of magic, the relationship between the human body and magic, fundamental magical knowledge, and the methods of practicing magic. The book was replete with information, encompassing a myriad of subjects including biology, geography, and mathematics. Had he not known it to be a tome on magic, he might have mistaken it for an academic textbook. Although the writing was rather tedious, he persevered with determination. As he delved deeper, he sensed something amiss. It felt as if a switch had been activated within him, gradually allowing him to absorb energy from the external environment. According to the text, this indicated that he had officially embarked on the path of magical practice. Chapter 7. Just when you advocate for science, you initiate spatial teleportation. The book described that by comprehending the connection between the human body and magic, one could commence their magical journey. Despite the seemingly simple instructions, the practical application proved to be far more complex. After all, as far as Luo Bai was aware, all white magic practiced by humanity on Earth in the Marvel Universe was derived from the entity known as the Vishani. To learn white magic, one must borrow energy from the Vishani for training. Although it is termed as borrowing, not just anyone could do so. One must possess a certain level of magical aptitude to successfully acquire energy. Could it be that I am indeed cut out to be a mage? Feeling the energy coursing through him, Luo Bai could not suppress his astonishment, his face radiating uncontainable joy. Initially, he had feared that he lacked magical talent. Yet here he was, discovering that he possessed such aptitude. This revelation elated Luo Bai, fueling his motivation to learn further. While the earlier sections of the Supreme Compendium resembled a scientific textbook, the latter portions were undeniably exhilarating. They contained solid teachings on magic. Concepts such as invisibility, energy projection, object penetration, telekinesis, instantaneous movement, and spatial teleportation were all meticulously recorded, detailing over 100 methods for learning white magic. Luo Bai could not help but exclaim, "Goodness!" Just after urging one to believe in science, it plunges straight into spatial teleportation. A true master of magic indeed. As he marveled, Luo Bai commenced his magical studies. Naturally, he began with the fundamentals, energy convergence. Typically, the initial step for a novice mage involves absorbing energy. At this stage, the energy merely manifests as a formless essence within him. While he might perceive it, he cannot yet utilize it. Energy convergence entails gathering and controlling this essence. Following the instructions in the book, Luo Bai concentrated, attempting to release the energy within him. Although he recognized every word and dutifully followed the directions, after several attempts, he found himself unable to produce even a whisper of energy. This left him somewhat disheartened, muttering, "Why can't I gather any energy? Is my focus insufficient?" After gazing at his empty hands for an extended period, a realization dawned upon him. "Wait a moment, Ancient One. You provided me with a magical tome, but neglected to give me the sling ring? What gives?" The sling ring, a magical artifact from Kamar Taj, was developed by the 5th Supreme Sorcerer. Its purpose was to assist mages in honing their focus and facilitating the opening of portals for interdimensional travel. Simply put, possessing it would significantly enhance a mage's ability to concentrate. Yet, how could the Ancient One overlook such a crucial item? Luo Bai could not help but lament. Why didn't I think to ask the Ancient One for the sling ring earlier? Now, the Ancient One is likely at Kamar Taj, a place light years away from him. It seems I will have to practice without it. Sighing, Luo Bai embarked on his arduous journey of training. Due to his intense focus on practice, he lost track of time, and before long, he finally succeeded in gathering and controlling the energy. With his hands clasped together, he then spread them apart, revealing a thin, yellow-hued beam of energy shimmering between his palms. As he rotated his hands, the beam expanded into a square shape. Taking a deep breath, he envisioned the form of the energy while manipulating his hands, and soon an energy sigil materialized in the air. With a firm push forward, he dispersed the magical array. After successfully completing one energy sigil, Luo Bai repeated the action. With each practice, his control over the energy intensified, and his internal energy grew stronger. From initially sustaining the energy sigil for merely a minute, he progressed to 10 minutes, eventually mastering the ability to manipulate the duration at will. Taking a full day to achieve this. Once he was confident in his mastery of this technique, Luo Bai resolved to learn a second capability, the teleportation spell. The mystic portal. Yes, the very spell that allows one to draw a yellow circle in midair and teleport any person or object to a designated location. The teleportation spell is merely a fundamental form of white magic from Kamar Taj, yet Luo Bai was particularly excited as he had long been familiar with it, having seen it frequently on television. After thoroughly scrutinizing the training method, he experienced an epiphany. The procedure was not particularly complex. One merely needed to envision the destination while opening the portal to complete the teleportation. However, The challenge lay in the fact that the user must possess considerable control and some foundational knowledge of spatial magic. Otherwise, issues such as inaccurate teleportation locations, failure to open the portal, or the portal closing prematurely could arise. For Luo Bai, achieving a flawless portal opening was currently impossible, so he resolved to practice diligently. With a sigh, he resumed his training. Days passed in a blur as he continued his efforts. Although he encountered failure more often than not, he remained undeterred. He concentrated intently, tracing circles with his right hand, repeating the movements with unwavering focus. At last, a yellow circle began to materialize in the air, gradually expanding. Finally, Luo Bai succeeded. He excitedly stepped through the portal, only to discover, to his astonishment, that the destination was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. He had intended to teleport to Kamartaj. After all, he was eager to seek out the Ancient One to inquire about the reasons behind bestowing upon him the tome, the complete compendium, and perhaps to request a talisman as well. However, it seemed that he had failed to arrive at Kamartaj and instead found himself teleported to a rooftop. By a twist of fate, he happened upon the scene of Tony Stark being thoroughly pummeled. At that moment, Stark was clad in his newly developed crimson Iron Man suit, facing off against a man equally adorned in a black iron suit. The two appeared to have just emerged from a fierce battle, with Stark evidently at a disadvantage, being lifted into the air as if he were a mere chick by the man in black armor. Just as the latter prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Stark's face, Luo Bai made his entrance. His sudden appearance caught the attention of both combatants. Luo Bai contemplated making a hasty retreat, but due to his lack of finesse with the portal, he was unable to escape before it closed behind him. With a darkened expression, he steeled himself to greet Stark. "Hi, Tony. I fear my timing is far from ideal." Chapter 8. The Goddess of Fortune Strikes. Luo Bai had not anticipated that he would open the portal so inaccurately. His intention was to arrive at Kamartaj, yet he found himself right before Tony Stark, and at a moment when Stark was engaged in combat with a villain, no less. Wasn't he supposed to be extraordinarily lucky? How had he become enmeshed in such peril? At this juncture, Stark was equally taken aback. Staring at Luo Bai, who had appeared out of thin air once more, he was bewildered. "Luo Bai, where on earth did you come from?" Stark exclaimed, retracting his helmet to reveal his face. "Well, this was an unexpected turn of events," Luo Bai replied, somewhat helplessly. "Unexpected?" Stark echoed, perplexed. Although Luo Bai wished to elucidate the situation, given Stark's predicament, he couldn't suppress his sarcasm. "Let's save these discussions for when you're safe." Prompted by Luo Bai's words, Stark finally recalled his dire situation, while the man in the black suit regained his focus. He fixated on Luo Bai, growling. "I remember you. Your name is Luo Bai, isn't it? You were the one who helped Tony escape from that cave." Before Luo Bai could respond, Stark hurriedly interjected. "This is our affair. It has nothing to do with him. Are you really concerned about others at a time like this? Focus on yourself first, Tony." The man in black armor retorted angrily, then unleashed a powerful punch that sent Stark hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, Stark flew like a bowling ball, crashing heavily against a wall. Though encased in his iron suit, which should afford him some protection, the sheer force of the impact prompted Luo Bai to exclaim, "Tony, are you all right?" Stark did not respond immediately, seemingly dazed from the blow. After a brief pause, he finally replied, "I'm not dead yet." As he stood up, he was clearly brimming with questions for Luo Bai, but he recognized that now was not the time. "A lot has transpired in recent days. I will explain everything later. For now, you must leave," Stark urged urgently. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai promptly replied, "All right, I'll take my leave now. Please take care of yourself." "Tony." Stark was momentarily taken aback by Luo Bai's straightforward response. While he understood the urgency of the situation and hoped Luo Bai would depart swiftly, he had not expected such an unequivocal agreement. "I thought you might at least hesitate a bit. I didn't realize you would respond so readily. Aren't we friends?" Stark remarked half-jokingly. Luo Bai, feigning calmness, smiled in response. "I trust you can handle this." Yet inwardly, he mused, "I'm not foolish. Why remain in danger? Besides, you have your iron suit and should be fine." Though Stark refrained from detailing the current circumstances, he had pieced together a general understanding. According to the known narrative, Stark had escaped from terrorists using the Mark I suit and had since sought to create an even more formidable suit, leading to the development of the Mark II and Mark III. Consequently, Stark truly became Iron Man and emerged in the United States, drawing widespread attention. Abadiah, who had long coveted Stark Industries for himself, noticed the emergence of the iron suit and began collaborating with the terrorists to clandestinely develop the armor. Ultimately, he succeeded in creating the Ironmonger suit, becoming a significant villain within the Marvel Universe. Following that, A climactic showdown ensued between Obadiah and Stark. If Luo Bai's conjectures were correct, the man in the black iron suit was indeed Obadiah. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Luo Bai saw no reason to linger. After all, this was an internal conflict of Stark Industries, and as an outsider, he had no business interfering. While he had a decent rapport with Stark and could lend a hand as a friend, Obadiah's suit was a high-tech weapon capable of launching machine guns, 6-round missiles, and anti-tank rockets, even allowing for high-speed flight. For a novice mage like Luo Bai, the prospect of standing against missile attacks was simply excessive. He had aspirations of survival and growth. Who knew how long the goddess of fortune would favor him? With this in mind, Luo Bai resolved to activate the portal and depart. He concentrated on envisioning the villa in his mind, then began to draw circles with his hands. Observing their apparent intent to flee, Obadiah bellowed, "Planning to escape? You both shall perish here." With that, he raised his iron hand, preparing to fire the machine guns at Luo Bai. Although Stark had previously jested about Luo Bai's lack of loyalty, it had been in jest. Seeing Luo Bai in danger, he instinctively leaped into action. His intention was to buy Luo Bai some time to escape. However, Obadiah had studied Stark's armor during the creation of the Ironmonger, resulting in the latter's suit being vastly superior in all aspects. Stark's armor was utterly incapable of withstanding the assault, and after taking a hit from the machine gun, he lost all combat capability. As Stark lay incapacitated on the ground, Obadiah wore a triumphant grin. "You seem quite concerned about this Luo Bai fellow. Let me send him to hell alongside you." "No need to thank me," he said with a smile. At that moment, he had lost his sanity. "He is innocent." "Obadiah!" Stark roared in fury. He wished to intervene, but he was powerless to stop it. All he could do was shout, "Get out of here!" Yet, Luo Bai was wholly focused on opening the portal, oblivious to Stark's frantic warning. Utilizing magical energy required intense concentration, especially as Luo Bai was still a novice mage, necessitating even greater focus. Fortunately, drawing from his previous successful experience and motivated by the imminent danger, he managed to open the portal with considerable success this time. Though it took a bit longer, it was far more seamless than before. At the very moment the portal successfully opened, Luo Bai heard a loud shout from behind. "Be careful!" Immediately, a dark shadow swiftly darted past him and entered the portal. Luo Bai was taken aback. Just as he was about to investigate what had slipped through the portal, he realized that in the brief moment of distraction, the portal had vanished. Luo Bai, Tony Stark. At this juncture, both Luo Bai and Tony Stark found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Did a large black rat just scurry inside? Luo Bai inquired. "Oh, that was Obadiah." Tony Stark replied, his tone tinged with confusion. "Why would he dive into the portal?" Luo Bai asked, perplexed. Tony Stark responded with a hint of bewilderment. "I don't know either. He attempted to attack you just moments ago, but for some reason, he simply vanished." Tony Stark's expression was one of incredulity, as if he had not yet fully grasped the situation. However, Luo Bai had pieced it together. So, while he was entirely focused on opening the portal, Obadiah had attempted to ambush him. As luck would have it, the goddess of fortune intervened and sent Obadiah through the portal. TSK. He is the son of fate. Is he truly so easily ambushed? Chapter 9. This is genius. Luo Bai felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the goddess of fortune had not abandoned him in his moment of need. She had come to his rescue. Consequently, Luo Bai even felt a smile creeping onto his face. Yet, Tony Stark was far from amused. His face was a portrait of shock as he asked, "Wait a minute. Why did Obadiah disappear?" He simply could not comprehend how such a large figure could vanish so suddenly. "He entered the portal and was sent away," Luo Bai explained. "A portal? What on earth is that?" Tony Stark inquired, his brow furrowing even deeper. "A mystical gate, a form of spatial teleportation magic," Luo Bai continued to clarify. Although he spoke casually, Tony Stark was far from calm. "Magic? Are you joking?" Tony Stark exclaimed, nearly shrieking. Luo Bai, with a calm and serious demeanor, retorted, "Do I appear to be jesting?" Though it was somewhat hard to believe, considering Obadiah's sudden disappearance, Tony Stark had no choice but to accept this extraordinary reality. "To be honest, I've only seen magic on television. The existence of magic in this world is utterly unscientific." Tony Stark exclaimed again, his mouth agape in disbelief. In truth, the Marvel Universe had never been a mundane urban world. Sorcerers, superhumans, and similar beings were plentiful. However, it was entirely reasonable for Tony Stark, as an ordinary human, to be unfamiliar with such supernatural phenomena. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai could not help but respond. "That is because your understanding of this world is still woefully inadequate." Tony Stark's expression darkened. Incredulity painted across his features as he replied, "I find it hard to fathom that you, who look a full decade younger than me, are saying this." For heaven's sake. Luo Bai appears to be a college student. He is in his 30s, being criticized by a college student for lacking knowledge about this world. Although it was difficult to accept, the evidence suggested he indeed lacked knowledge. So your frequent inexplicable appearances are also due to this so-called magic? Tony Stark inquired. Well, more or less, Luo Bai replied, as he had no better explanation to offer. So, you are actually a sorcerer? Tony Stark pressed further. Luo Bai nodded earnestly. Yes, I am a sorcerer. Tony Stark fell silent, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It was quite some time before he finally regained his composure and posed a crucial question. So, where exactly did you just use magic to send Obadiah? Will he return? Where did he go? Luo Bai hesitated. To be honest, he was somewhat unclear himself. After all, he had intended to return home when he opened the portal. So the destination was set to his villa. However, due to his still developing proficiency with teleportation magic, he noticed that what lay beyond the portal was not the villa, but rather an unfamiliar location. Yet before he could scrutinize where he had inadvertently sent the portal, Obadiah had dashed through. Where could he have been sent? Luo Bai wondered to himself. Meanwhile, in the sanctum of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One and Obadiah found themselves in a silent standoff, staring at one another. After approximately 5 seconds of silence, Obadiah erupted in fury. What the hell? Where's this place? Where's Tony? This is Kamar Taj. Tony Stark is currently in New York, the Ancient One replied calmly. Kamar Taj? What kind of place is that? Obadiah shouted in anger. The Ancient One remained composed and indifferent. Kamar Taj is located in Kathmandu. It is a sanctum of magic. A sanctum of magic? Are you kidding me? I was just in New York, and now you're telling me I'm in Nepal. Obadiah exclaimed in disbelief, his face reflecting utter skepticism. Keep in mind, just a moment ago, he was engaged in a battle with Tony Stark. Now, all of a sudden, a bald man appears and claims he has arrived in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. And he talks about magic? How could he possibly believe that? I've got it. You're in cahoots with Tony and that kid Luo Bai. I can't believe Tony has so many allies. First, I'll deal with you, bald man. And then I'll go kill Tony. Die, bald head. Obadiah cursed. With that, he raised his steel arm, preparing to unleash his cannon at the Ancient One. But before he could fire, the Ancient One raised a hand and struck Obadiah's armored suit. In the next moment, Obadiah's soul detached from his body, drifting through the air. OMG. Me? Obadiah was utterly bewildered. No way. Did he just die? How did he, of all people, ascend? Who are you? What has happened to me? Obadiah stammered in astonishment. He had initially believed that with the ironmonger suit, he would be invincible. Yet, he never anticipated encountering a being of such divine caliber. One strike and his soul was expelled. Obadiah was now thoroughly panicked. It dawned on him just how terrifying this bald figure was. This individual is the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamar Taj, Modu remarked as he approached. Supreme Sorcerer? No way. He has encountered a real sorcerer. So how did I end up here? Obadiah asked, on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with confusion. However, even Modu was unsure how he had arrived. It seems you were teleported here. But who would send you to Kamar Taj? Modu muttered. He seemed to be addressing Obadiah. Yet it sounded more like he was speaking to himself. In genuine perplexity, he turned his gaze towards the Ancient One. The Ancient One's expression was still inscrutable, as if she already knew the answer. It was Luo Bai, she replied. Luo Bai, the one who is always with Tony, that college student. He is a sorcerer too? Obadiah asked, his tone laced with astonishment. Indeed. Ancient One nodded, stating, although he is yet to undergo formal training, it appears he has indeed become a sorcerer. Obadiah fell silent, still in a state of astonishment. No way. He looks merely like a fragile university student. Yet he is also a sorcerer. Of course, he was not alone in his shock. Mordo beside him also exhibited surprise. Luo Bai, the supreme sorcerer you just mentioned? I have never heard of him, Mordo inquired with curiosity. As the elder brother of Kamar Taj and Ancient One's first disciple, he was familiar with all newly admitted sorcerers. After all, he was primarily responsible for training novice sorcerers. Yet it was peculiar that he had never heard of a sorcerer named Luo Bai within Kamar Taj. Soon, Ancient One provided an explanation. He is an anomaly. Therefore, I did not bring him back to Kamar Taj, but instead granted him a book for self-study. I wish to verify certain matters. Mordo, astonished, responded, Supreme Sorcerer. Are you implying he learned magic on his own? Ancient One nodded, affirming, indeed, and he accomplished it in roughly a week. What nonsense is this? He mastered the teleportation spell in just about a week? This is sheer genius. Chapter 10. Forget about strange. If Ancient One had not uttered those words, Mordo would hardly believe that someone could learn teleportation magic in such a brief span of time. As a great sorcerer, Mordo was acutely aware of how arduous it was to learn magic. Although Camartage adhered to the principle of inclusivity, the prerequisite was that one must find Camartage in the first place. Most individuals lacking magical talent could not even locate its doors. Thus, those who managed to find and enter Camartage typically possessed a certain degree of magical aptitude, with many being exceptionally gifted. As Ancient One's first disciple, Mordo had essentially witnessed the growth of all sorcerers within Camartage. Although teleportation magic was considered foundational, mastering it was no simple feat. Luo Bai managed to learn it without any guidance in just a week. Who was this extraordinary being? Furthermore, it seemed that this was not the crux of the issue. The key point was that Mordo noticed that the suspended rings of Camartage had not diminished in number. Artifacts were of paramount importance to sorcerers, so as the elder brother, Mordo frequently accounted for any losses of Camartage's artifacts, yet recently, the number of suspended rings had remained unchanged. Pondering this, Mordo could not help but inquire, "Supreme Sorcerer, did you give him a suspended ring?" Ancient One shook her head, replying no. Mordo fell silent, his expression a fascinating display of shock. No one taught him, and there were no suspended rings. Camartage might be on the verge of producing a celestial being. Although Mordo said nothing further, his astonishment was evident. An Ancient One could fully comprehend the reason for his disbelief. After all, even Ancient One, who typically maintained a stoic demeanor, revealed a hint of surprise. "His talent has exceeded my expectations," Ancient One mused. Mordo nodded in agreement, but remained puzzled. "If his talent is so exceptional, why did you not bring him back to Camartage, Supreme Sorcerer?" Mordo inquired. Ancient One did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Do you remember the previous abnormal readings detected on Earth?" Mordo replied respectfully, "Yes. The Sanctum detected an incursion, seemingly from a traveler of the multiverse." Ancient One furrowed her brow and slowly elaborated, "I once glimpsed the future. Under normal circumstances, this invader should not have appeared, yet he did. This compelled me to probe the future again, only to discover that Earth's future had been altered, and this invader has been recorded in Earth's timeline. I am curious about the identity of this intruder, yet I cannot discern his future. I can only investigate the times and events of his occasional appearances through the altered future of Earth." At this point, Ancient One paused, seemingly lost in thought. Mordo knew he should not pry too deeply, yet he could not suppress his curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously asked, "Supreme Sorcerer, are you referring to Luo Bai as the invader?" Ancient One nodded. Then, "Supreme Sorcerer, what did you see?" Mordo pressed further. Ancient One did not conceal the truth and replied candidly, "I saw him become the Supreme Sorcerer." Mordo was enlightened. This future was not surprising to him. The title of Supreme Sorcerer inherently represented the most powerful sorcerer. Given Luo Bai's extraordinary talent, it was only a matter of time before he achieved that status. After all, no amount of effort could surpass innate genius. Reflecting on this, Mordo could not help but exclaim, "Given Luo Bai's remarkable talent, it is entirely reasonable for him to become the Supreme Sorcerer in the future." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ancient One shook her head in denial. "No, that is not normal." Mordo, perplexed, questioned, "I do not understand. Why is that not normal?" Ancient One explained, "According to the original timeline, Dr. Strange was supposed to become the Supreme Sorcerer." Before Mordo could respond, Ancient One continued, "The alteration of the future is an unprecedented occurrence. However, I cannot ascertain how he became the Supreme Sorcerer. I can only surmise that his talent and overall qualities far surpass those of Strange. Thus, you left him a magic book for self-study to test his talent, correct?" Mordo inquired, following along with Ancient One's reasoning. Ancient One nodded affirmatively. When she realized that Luo Bai would become the future Supreme Sorcerer, she understood that she could no longer expel this intruder from Earth, for she could not alter the future. Since she could not change it, she could only adapt and seek answers within it. Initially, when Ancient One sought out Luo Bai, she merely harbored some suspicions, believing that Luo Bai's talent might be commendable. However, she never anticipated that his talent would be so extraordinary that even she would be taken aback. Without the aid of artifacts and without guidance, could Luo Bai truly open a portal relying solely on a single volume of the Supreme Compendium? This talent was simply astounding. But what of Strange? Never mind Strange. "Supreme Sorcerer, do you require me to bring him back to Camartage for training?" Mordo suddenly interjected, contemplating whether he should personally invite this remarkable individual back, thus sparing the Supreme Sorcerer another trip. However, Ancient One seemed to have her own plans. "Not yet. Let us wait a while longer," she replied. She wished to observe just how strong Luo Bai's talent could become, so it would suffice to bring him back after he completed the entire Supreme Compendium. Furthermore, sorcerers inherently needed to venture forth for practical experience. Allowing him to gain some experience outside would also be beneficial. At that moment, Obadiah, who had been left in the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. "Could you two perhaps spare a moment to consider me?" he blurted out, flustered. After all, he had been left in the lurch for quite some time, listening to the sorcerers discuss the Supreme Sorcerer, the future, and more, each revelation heightening his fear, especially since he was currently in a state of disembodiment, unable to return to his body. His anxiety only intensified. Why did he have to offend a sorcerer of all people? With this thought, Obadiah pleaded in despair, "Could you please allow my soul to return to my body?" His words caught the attention of Ancient One and Mordo. Considering the inappropriateness of his presence in Kamartaj, Mordo inquired, "Supreme Sorcerer, how shall we proceed?" "Exile his soul." Ancient One responded without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Obadiah panicked and shouted, "What does exile his soul mean?" Before he could finish, Mordo cast a spell, and Obadiah vanished from the sanctum. Having dealt with Obadiah, Mordo prepared to take his leave, saying, "Supreme Sorcerer, I shall take my leave now." As soon as the words left his lips, Ancient One remarked, "Later, do visit Luo Bai to hand him the suspended ring. I will provide you with the address." Mordo nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood, Supreme Sorcerer." Chapter 11, Mark 3. Where is the magical incense? On a rooftop in New York, Tony Stark furrowed his brow and asked with utmost seriousness, "So, Luo Bai, you are utterly unaware of where Obadiah has been sent?" Luo Bai shook his head, responding with a hint of resignation, "I do not know." Hearing his uncertainty, Tony felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After all, Obadiah currently appeared to be unhinged, and the prospect of him wreaking havoc in New York was daunting. With this thought in mind, Tony quickly commanded JARVIS. Conduct a citywide search for Obadiah's location and see if we can locate him. JARVIS, the artificial intelligence butler, was a program embedded within Tony's Iron Man suit, endowed with myriad functionalities, including tracking capabilities. Upon receiving the order, JARVIS promptly initiated a citywide scan and soon provided a response. "I apologize, Mr. Stark, but no trace of Obadiah has been found within New York City." Tony, upon hearing this, couldn't help but scoff. "It seems he has already left New York. Did you send him that far away?" Luo Bai shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Who knows?" Initially, Tony was concerned, but upon learning that Obadiah was no longer in New York, he finally exhaled in relief. Obadiah merely sought to seize Stark Industries. Now that he was out of New York, there should be a semblance of peace for a while. "Thank you for saving me once again," Tony expressed as he slumped to the ground, exhaustion etched on his face. That recent skirmish had truly drained him. He had believed that creating Mark III was a formidable achievement, only to discover that Obadiah had crafted an even more powerful suit, which left him feeling somewhat discontented. "The person you just sent away is Obadiah, a partner of my father's. He previously came to the party looking for me. You must have seen him," Tony explained. "Yes, I have seen him. What's the matter?" Luo Bai inquired. Tony, now visibly agitated, elaborated at the party. "I mentioned that he opposed my decision to shut down the weapons division. Yet, I had no inkling that he was secretly researching the Iron Man suit and had developed an upgraded version targeting my own." However, when the conversation shifted to the Iron Man suit, the anger on Tony's face dissipated, replaced by pride and excitement. "A great deal has transpired during your absence. For instance, the suit I am currently wearing is my latest creation, Mark III. Isn't it far more impressive than the one I crafted in that cave?" Tony boasted, even standing up to showcase the entire design of Mark III to Luo Bai. Seeing his enthusiastic demonstration, Luo Bai graciously acknowledged, "It indeed appears to be significantly more advanced." Tony, basking in the flattery, replied with a hint of arrogance, "Naturally, I lost several nights of sleep to create Mark III. In fact, it possesses numerous features. Would you like to see them?" He seemed intent on providing Luo Bai with a comprehensive display of Mark III's capabilities. However, Luo Bai, being a time traveler, had already witnessed the future iteration of Tony's nanotechnology suit, so Mark III hardly impressed him. Considering the need to swiftly learn magic to enhance his own power, Luo Bai quickly interjected, "It's getting late. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. We can discuss this another time." Without waiting for Tony's reaction, he raised his hand and activated a portal. Having successfully opened 2 portals prior, Luo Bai was now quite adept. This time, he managed to open a portal leading directly to his villa. Satisfied with his impeccable aim, he nodded in approval and waved goodbye, saying, "Farewell, Tony." As the portal closed, only Tony Stark remained on the rooftop, bewildered by the wind. Time passed, and Tony could not help but muse, "Is this the power of a sorcerer?" Truth be told, Although he had previously witnessed Luo Bai open a portal to send Obadiah away, seeing it again was still astonishing. This magic was incredibly versatile. He had once thought that creating a suit capable of flight and missile launch was impressive, yet Luo Bai's magic appeared infinitely more dazzling. In an instant, Tony found his Mark III less appealing. Is there truly magic in this world? And sorcerers? My goodness, this is utterly insane. I must upgrade my suit. As Tony stood there in contemplation, Luo Bai had already returned to his villa to commence his studies in magic. Although he had only recently mastered the teleportation spell, he unexpectedly realized that after the earlier battle, he had become remarkably proficient at it, managing several attempts without error. This indicated that he had completely mastered the teleportation magic, which filled him with excitement. It is often said that combat is the best way to enhance one's abilities. After practicing for so long at home, he had barely managed to learn the teleportation spell, yet after facing danger, he had instantly mastered it. Initially, Luo Bai had harbored some concerns. After all, if he had truly activated a stroke of good fortune, he shouldn't have encountered peril. He had only studied basic magic for a few days, and there was no way he could have defeated Obadiah, clad in ironmonger armor. Yet, he not only emerged unscathed, but had also enhanced his abilities. Thus, he realized that what he had perceived as a perilous encounter was, in fact, a setup by Lady Luck for practical training. Moreover, this was not the first instance. Luo Bai discovered that each time he believed himself to be in danger, it was not truly hazardous. Although he had arrived in a terrorist stronghold upon his arrival, it had led him to meet the wealthiest mogul, Tony Stark. His current residence in a lavish villa was largely due to Tony's assistance. No wonder I am learning magic so swiftly. It is indeed a gift from fate, Luo Bai murmured. After all, many possess magical talent, but to have the highest caliber of magical aptitude requires a stroke of luck. With this realization, Luo Bai felt increasingly compelled to live up to the favor bestowed upon him by Lady Luck and resolved to complete the Tome Supreme Compendium as swiftly as possible. Just then, the doorbell rang, prompting Luo Bai to rise and answer. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a young man clad in monk robes standing outside. Hello, is this Luo Bai's residence? The young man asked with a smile. Who are you? Luo Bai inquired. I am Mordo, the young man introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai suddenly understood. No wonder he bore such a striking resemblance. It truly was Mordo. But what had brought him to seek out Luo Bai? Where is Ancient One? He asked curiously. Mordo remained silent, merely extending an object towards him. In his hand was the mystical artifact from Kamar Taj, the suspended ring. Chapter 12. Is it merely luck? Throughout this period of magical study, Luo Bai has come to realize his extraordinary talent. He can comprehend and master the spells in the Supreme Compendium with just a single reading. Previously, his teleportation spells often went awry due to his inability to accurately pinpoint locations as a novice. Little did he expect that Modu would present him with a suspended ring. While he has now mastered the teleportation magic, the suspended ring not only aids in precise location identification, but also facilitates more effective interdimensional travel for mages. This means that if Luo Bai wishes to learn the advanced version of teleportation magic, transitioning from interdimensional to cross-dimensional travel, the suspended ring is an essential artifact. Modu's timely gift of the suspended ring feels like a splendid enhancement. The Supreme Mage instructed me to deliver this to you. It will undoubtedly prove beneficial. Modu suddenly interjected while Luo Bai was contemplating. Luo Bai did not respond. He simply accepted the suspended ring and donned it. The moment it adorned his hand, he sensed a remarkable difference. Previously, he had to exert considerable effort to concentrate, but with the suspended ring, his focus seemed to sharpen instantaneously, saving him a great deal of time. What a treasure! Luo Bai couldn't help but marvel. Had he received it earlier, his learning pace might have doubled. The suspended ring is one of the indispensable artifacts for mages. It enhances our ability to concentrate and traverse through the multiverse. Modu provided a brief explanation regarding its utility. Although Luo Bai was already aware, he still expressed his gratitude, acknowledging Modu's effort in delivering it. It was no trouble at all, Modu replied calmly, introducing himself in the process. I am a disciple of the Supreme Mage and a Grandmaster of Kamar Taj. As you are now considered a mage of Kamar Taj, we may often cross paths. You may simply call me Modu. While Kamar Taj does not adhere to strict hierarchical distinctions in power, there are still general titles, such as Mage Apprentice, Mage, Sanctum Mage, and Grandmaster. Typically, only those ranked among the top in strength are referred to as Grandmasters, and Modu is one of Kamar Taj's Grandmasters. Luo Bai understood this, and his curiosity about other matters only deepened. Given Ancient One's character and prowess, it was improbable that she would forget to provide him with the suspended ring unless she had no intention of doing so. If she had refrained from giving it earlier, What prompted her to send Modu to deliver it now? Pondering this, Luo Bai tentatively asked, did the Supreme Mage mention anything else? Modu, clearly grasping his implication, chuckled and replied, just moments ago, a portal appeared in Kamar Taj, transporting an individual named Obadiah to the Supreme Mage. Obadiah? Wait a moment. So he sent Obadiah to Kamar Taj? And right in front of Ancient One? Luo Bai felt a twinge of embarrassment and inquired. And then what happened? He insulted the Supreme Mage, calling her bald, and even attempted to strike her, resulting in his banishment, Modu succinctly explained. This left Luo Bai momentarily stunned. Good heavens. He only dared to privately label Ancient One as bald, yet Obadiah had the audacity to confront her directly? TSK. Where was he banished to? Will he return? Luo Bai continued to question. Modu shook his head and replied nonchalantly. He has gone to travel through the multiverse. Luo Bai remarked, of all people to offend. Why choose Ancient One? TSK. Obadiah, was he the one you brought to Kamar Taj? Modu suddenly inquired. Luo Bai's thoughts were abruptly redirected. Yes. But it was an accident. I did not anticipate he would be sent to Kamar Taj, he explained. Modu was not surprised, even expressing understanding. I heard from the Supreme Mage that you have only been studying magic for a few days and lack the suspended ring, so such occurrences are entirely normal. With the suspended ring, things should improve significantly, he stated. Before Luo Bai could respond, Modu continued, by the way, how far along are you in your studies? I have just begun learning teleportation magic, Luo Bai replied. Modu nodded thoughtfully and remarked, it seems you are not yet fully proficient in the application of teleportation magic. How long have you been practicing? Not certain, perhaps a few days, Luo Bai answered. Although Modu had long recognized Luo Bai's exceptional talent, he was still taken aback by this response. A few days? Such a concise time frame. Are we measuring magical studies in days now? What an extraordinary gift you possess. Modu could not help but exclaim. Perhaps it is merely due to my fortunate circumstances, Luo Bai mused before answering honestly. Fortunate circumstances? Modu paused, half-jokingly remarking. Just how lucky must one be to possess such a unique gift? Just a tad lucky, Luo Bai replied in a light-hearted manner. Modu refrained from further commentary. His mission of delivering the suspended ring was complete. I must take my leave now. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out at Kamar Taj, he said. Preparing to depart, Luo Bai called out, curious, Modu, didn't he the Supreme Mage instruct you to bring me along? Having learned the magic of Kamar Taj and received the suspended ring from Ancient One, it seemed logical that he should continue his studies there. Yet, Modu's demeanor suggested otherwise. Which felt illogical. The Supreme Mage advised that you first master the spells within the Supreme Compendium and take this opportunity to gain experience in the outside world, Modu clarified. Luo Bai suddenly understood. This meant he had been granted a degree of freedom? Regardless, he was confident in his ability to learn. The location was of little consequence. Moreover, practical experience would expedite his growth in power. With this realization, he no longer felt conflicted. After bidding farewell to Modu, Luo Bai immersed himself once more in his magical studies. With the suspended ring, concentrating became considerably easier, allowing him to learn at an accelerated pace. He could almost master basic spells, such as teleportation and magical shields, with just a glance, quickly gaining proficiency. Once he had familiarized himself with the majority of the foundational spells, he began his studies of advanced magic, continuing late into the night. It was not until the arrival of Tony Stark the following morning that he paused momentarily. Hey Luo Bai, did you sleep well last night? I have wonderful news to share with you. Would you like to hear it? I know you will want to. You've become famous. Tony exclaimed. Did you see the latest newspapers and news? We made headlines, and we're on the front page. Iron Man versus Mysterious Man. Doesn't that sound impressive? Honestly, I think the title Iron Man has a nice ring to it. I quite like the moniker everyone has given me. Chapter 13. Have you finished learning already? Tony Stark was in high spirits today. He spoke with the rapid-fire enthusiasm of a machine gun, hardly allowing Luo Bai a moment to respond. He rambled on until he finally noticed that Luo Bai hadn't said a word and couldn't help but ask, why aren't you speaking? Aren't you happy to be on the front page of the news? Happy indeed. It's just that your exuberance makes me seem less so, Luo Bai replied with a chuckle. Only then did Tony realize his own overexcitement, awkwardly attempting to amend the situation. I'm just thrilled for you. You know, as a celebrity, I'm accustomed to being featured in the news, so it doesn't faze me anymore. Is that so? Yet. I had no opportunity to chime in earlier, Luo Bai continued to tease. Tony became increasingly flustered and quickly redirected the conversation. All right, let us drop that topic for now. Do you wish to know what others think of you? He inquired, producing a newspaper. Luo Bai accepted it, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the prominent headline emblazoned across the front. New York crisis. In truth, even without the article, Luo Bai was acutely aware of its contents. Prior to the emergence of Iron Man, most citizens of New York were oblivious to the existence of superpowers in the world. However, after the tumult of the previous night, it became evident that matters were far more complicated. The media, government, and citizens alike were highly concerned about the incident. Some viewed the advent of superpowered individuals as thrilling, while others harbored worries. Such reactions were entirely normal, so Luo Bai paid little mind. What truly intrigued him was the newspaper's reference to him as the mysterious man. Why do they call you Iron Man while I am dubbed the mysterious man? Luo Bai could not help but lament. Perhaps it is because they have yet to grasp that you wield magic, Tony Stark explained. Luo Bai fell silent, unable to dispute this, despite the fact that the newspaper had published a photograph taken by a drone, clearly showcasing his face as he performed a teleportation spell. Convincing the media that he was a sorcerer based on such evidence was, evidently, a formidable challenge, as most people, like Tony Stark, did not believe in the existence of magic. Contemplating this, Luo Bai found himself somewhat more accepting of the title Mysterious Man. Yet, his curiosity persisted. Tony, did you come all this way just to inform me that I've made the news? Luo Bai inquired. Tony Stark shook his head, donning a pair of sunglasses as he spoke. Of course not. I intend to take you to a press conference. A press conference? Luo Bai said, intrigued. What do you mean? Stark chuckled, his excitement palpable. You saved New York yesterday, and you have magic. The world should know about you. I've already arranged a press conference through Stark Industries, where I will announce that I am Iron Man. And I also want to introduce you to the citizens of New York. A magician in New York is undeniably cool. Given their amicable rapport and his status as a sorcerer, Stark was eager to present him at the press conference. With the influence of Stark Industries, if Luo Bai agreed to participate, he could swiftly gain prominence and become a highly influential superhero. However, this would also mean his identity would be laid bare for all to see. Considering his desire for a more discreet existence, Luo Bai declined the offer. I think I'd prefer a quieter life. This piqued Tony Stark's curiosity, prompting him to ask, don't you want everyone to know you are a sorcerer? If I could use magic, I would want the whole world to know. It is, after all, quite cool. Luo Bai shook his head, explaining. While the fame is indeed delightful, it also invites numerous complications. Complications? What complications? Stark asked, puzzled. If it were anyone else, he might not have been so bewildered. But given Luo Bai's abilities as a sorcerer, capable of teleporting anyone across vast distances, Stark found it difficult to understand why he would fear complications. There are many complications, and it's not something I can easily articulate. You'll understand in due time. Pondering this, Luo Bai provided an answer that Stark found rather vague. All right. Although I do not comprehend why, I respect your decision. I must head to the press conference now, Stark said, taking his leave without further persuasion. After he departed, Luo Bai gazed at the newspaper in his hands, reflecting on how, unexpectedly, his involvement in last night's battle had yielded so many benefits. Not only had he obtained the pendant, but he had also made an appearance in New York. While fame could be advantageous, it also heightened his sense of danger. After all, notoriety often attracted more adversaries, and it was clear to him that he needed to dedicate himself to mastering magic. With this thought, he returned to his room to study further. Time slipped away until he had finally completed all the white magic spells in the Supreme compilation. Without delay, Luo Bai opened a portal and transported himself to Kamar Taj. In the main hall of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One was engaged in an academic discussion with a visiting sorcerer, while Mordo listened intently. Just then, an unexpected portal appeared, drawing the attention of all three. Had such a portal manifested previously, Mordo might have felt apprehensive, fearing an invasion of Kamar Taj. However, following the events of the last incident, he had grown less anxious. Upon seeing Luo Bai emerge from the portal, his expression brightened with a smile. Hey, good to see you again, Mordo greeted first. Luo Bai politely replied, Indeed, it is good to see you once more. Are you practicing your teleportation magic? The pendant certainly aids in your positioning, but it is merely a supplementary artifact. Don't rush, you've only been practicing for 2 days. Initial attempts are always a bit challenging, but with perseverance, you'll improve, Mordo reassured him with a smile. He seemed to have misunderstood, assuming Luo Bai had opened a portal in error, thus offering his patient encouragement. This misunderstanding extended beyond Mordo. Even the Ancient One was misled. While she contemplated whether to provide a hint to expedite his progress, she was taken aback when Luo Bai explained, I had some initial difficulties, but with the pendant, things have gone much smoother. Mordo paused, inquiring, So you specifically teleported here? Yes, I came to see the Supreme Sorcerer, Luo Bai clarified. Is there something you wish to discuss with the Supreme Sorcerer? Mordo asked. Luo Bai nodded, smiling as he stated, I have returned the book. I have completed all the contents of the Supreme compilation. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a stunned silence. Mordo? Ancient One. Huh, completed it. Just a few days had passed, and he claimed to have mastered it? Over 100 types of white magic. And you assert you've learned all of them? After a prolonged silence of 5 seconds, Mordo finally asked, "Are you suggesting that you have mastered all the spells in this Supreme compilation?" His tone dripped with disbelief. He even doubted his own hearing. Only when Luo Bai nodded affirmatively did Mordo allow himself to believe. He turned silently to the Ancient One, who, without speaking, took the Supreme compilation and skimmed through it. After perusing the content, she pondered. The book was not misassigned. It indeed contains over 100 types of white magic. How could he learn them all in such a short time? Although the Ancient One was surprised, she maintained a composed demeanor. She dismissed the visiting sorcerer, then turned her full attention to Luo Bai. "Have you truly mastered all the spells contained within?" The Ancient One inquired earnestly. Although it is indeed astonishing that Luo Bai could master all the spells from the Supreme Compendium in such a brief period, it is somewhat comprehensible given his exceptional talent. However, the distinction between merely learning and truly mastering these spells cannot be overlooked. It is not that Ancient One is being pedantic. Rather, she recognizes that without a solid foundation, future learning can become exceedingly arduous. Luo Bai is aware of this, which is why he responds that he is fairly proficient. The fact that he can adeptly control over 100 spells is remarkable, yet with his extraordinary talent, the time he has spent mastering the spells of the Supreme Compendium should suffice. After all, the compendium primarily records fundamental spells of various types, including spatial, defensive, and energy magic. Once the fundamental theories are grasped, the learning process accelerates significantly. It is typical that foundational knowledge may be challenging at first, but leads to rapid advancement thereafter. As for the advanced spells, none are included in the tome linked to the Vishanti, hence his journey to Kamartaj in pursuit of more formidable magic. Ancient One is well aware of his intentions in coming here. However, acquiring advanced spells is not a simple endeavor. It is not that she is unwilling to share, but rather that without sufficient cultivation and experience, one may find them incomprehensible. Yet, she does not state this directly, offering a kind reminder instead. Although the spells in the Supreme Compendium are basic, mastering them proficiently can yield immense power. You must practice diligently. Luo Bai nods in understanding. "I comprehend," he replies. Ancient One continues, "Since you have already absorbed all the content of this book, you may visit the library in the future. There, you may discover the tomes you seek." The library of Kamartaj is indeed a splendid place, housing a vast collection of magical texts, serving as a veritable treasure trove of white magic literature. Being granted access to such a place would allow Luo Bai to learn whatever he desires. "Mordo, please escort him to the library and return this book," Ancient One instructs, and as she contemplates this, Mordo nods politely, responding, "Very well, Supreme Sorceress. I shall take my leave." Observing this, Luo Bai hastily adds, "I shall also take my leave, Supreme Sorceress." Subsequently, the two exit the main hall. Upon stepping outside, Mordo suddenly halts, his smile dissipating as he adopts a serious demeanor. "One must not hasten the pursuit of magic," he states. As the Grand Master of Kamartaj, Mordo bears the responsibility of overseeing all novice sorcerers, and he feels obligated to guide each beginner. Despite Luo Bai's remarkable talent, Mordo finds it difficult to believe that he could fully master all fundamental spells in such a short duration. Concerned that Luo Bai might be overly eager for quick results, he cannot help but caution him. Magic is not as easy to learn as you might think. Excessive haste will only yield adverse outcomes. Every sorcerer aspires to grow stronger, but there are no shortcuts in the study of magic. I have trained alongside the Supreme Sorceress and have seen many sorcerers, some of whom, after only a few days or even a month of studying magic, sought to delve into advanced spells, only to ultimately fail due to their inability to comprehend them. Some even entertain the notion of pursuing dark magic. Although Kamartaj is a place of freedom, the study of dark magic is strictly prohibited, as it exacts a tremendous toll, potentially even one's soul. "I hope you will never be tempted by such a path," Mordo earnestly implores him. While his intentions are undoubtedly good, stemming from concern that Luo Bai might rush into dark magic, the tone of his admonition leaves something to be desired. "I believe I have mastered the spells recorded in the Supreme Compendium quite proficiently," Luo Bai asserts, his demeanor growing more resolute. Mordo chuckles and inquires, "Shall we put it to the test?" Though Kamartaj sorcerers do not undergo formal assessments, they frequently engage in practical exercises, which provide a clear indication of a sorcerer's prowess. Luo Bai understands that despite his impressive talent, defeating a grandmaster remains a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, He is eager to demonstrate his capabilities and is willing to partake in the trial. Very well, let us proceed, he concedes. With Luo Bai's agreement, Mordo's anticipation mounts. He is keen to ascertain whether Luo Bai truly possesses the proficiency he claims in all fundamental spells. Yet, considering Luo Bai is still a novice, he resolves to grant him some leeway. You may go first, Mordo offers with a smile. No sooner has he spoken than Luo Bai makes his move. He clenches his fists and conjures a magical shield, then launches an assault toward Mordo. As the name suggests, the magical shield is a barrier formed from concentrated magical energy. Not only does this shield provide defensive capabilities, but it also serves as a remarkably sharp weapon, capable of inflicting damage upon adversaries. Although this is merely a rudimentary close combat technique, Mordo is somewhat taken aback by Luo Bai's adept use of the magical shield. As he deflects Luo Bai's attack with the shield, he muses, "It is truly astonishing how skillfully you command magical energy." Had Luo Bai trained for 6 months to achieve such prowess, Mordo would find it entirely reasonable. However, the fact that he has managed to do so in just half a month is quite remarkable. Nonetheless, despite his admiration, it remains exceedingly difficult for Luo Bai to overcome Mordo with his current abilities. In fact, Mordo finds the encounter to be rather effortless. He even manages to engage in light conversation while countering Luo Bai's attacks. What else can you do? Though this is merely a friendly spar, Luo Bai should not take it too lightly. As a man, how could he possibly wish to lose, especially in a manner that would leave him embarrassed? Witnessing Mordo's ease in countering his maneuvers ignites Luo Bai's competitive spirit. Chapter 15. Is this the time to obtain the Time Stone? Luo Bai is acutely aware that defeating an opponent with such a vast disparity in strength is a daunting task. However, this does not signify that it is entirely impossible. Although the sorcerers of Kamartaj favor close combat magic, must he truly resort to physical confrontation? Magic should embody the essence of magic. With this thought, Luo Bai ceases his assault. Noticing his sudden halt, Mordo inquires with curiosity, "Why have you stopped? You cannot possibly have only mastered this one spell." Luo Bai shakes his head, asserting, "Of course not." With that, he once again casts a spell, and it is then that Mordo finally comprehends that he is employing an object retrieval spell. This spell incorporates fundamental principles of spatial magic, bearing similarities to a portal but with subtle distinctions. Mordo refrains from intervening, as he believes that even if Luo Bai successfully retrieves something, it would still be challenging for him to defeat his opponent. Moreover, this spar is intended to ascertain whether Luo Bai has indeed mastered all fundamental spells, and the object retrieval spell is undoubtedly one of them. At this moment, Mordo is increasingly curious about the extent to which Luo Bai can wield this spell. Object retrieval spell. For a sorcerer, possessing a good magical artifact can significantly enhance one's chances of victory. It is indeed a wise approach. However, given your current capabilities, there are many artifacts you would struggle to wield, Mordo remarks with a smile. This is not a taunt, but rather a straightforward observation. In the Marvel Universe, numerous treasures exist, some of which can instantly elevate a person's power. However, the more powerful the artifact, the greater the requisite abilities to control it. Setting aside whether the artifact Luo Bai retrieves is indeed formidable, it is the question of whether he can master it that remains paramount. Luo Bai is well aware of this. Even he himself was utterly oblivious to what he would ultimately procure. It was entirely a matter of fate. In order to triumph over Mordo, he could solely rely on the artifacts of the gods. He had indeed acquired some knowledge about the artifacts within the Marvel Universe. For instance, the Infinity Stones were exceptionally potent relics. However, harnessing the power of the Infinity Stones proved to be an exceedingly arduous task. Even Thanos struggled significantly when wielding the Power Stone, let alone the diminutive frame of Luo Bai. It was likely that even if he secured one, he would be unable to utilize it effectively. Engaging in a perilous gamble for a mere sparring session appeared to be utterly unnecessary. Having realized this, he momentarily relinquished his aspirations of obtaining the Infinity Stone. The summoning magic required an imaginative visualization of the artifact's location within one's mind to accurately open a portal and retrieve the desired treasure. Yet, due to the time constraint, Luo Bai was momentarily incapable of conjuring any alternative artifact that could potentially alter the tide of battle. Thus, he was left to the whims of Lady Luck. As the magic unfolded, Luo Bai plunged his hand into the spatial gateway. At that moment, Mordo remained blissfully unaware that the ensuing events would far exceed his expectations. In truth, Kamartaj possessed a plethora of admirable magical tools. Luo Bai could simply retrieve some for temporary use, sparing him the trouble. However, the next instant, a hammer materialized in Luo Bai's grasp. Yes, the hammer of Thor? In an instant, Mordo was rendered speechless. His usually meticulous demeanor faltered as he uttered an expletive, a reaction not entirely unwarranted given the sheer absurdity of the situation. The hammer of Thor was the weapon of Odin's son, the god of thunder. How on earth did Luo Bai manage to acquire it? How did you come into possession of the hammer of Thor? Mordo exclaimed, his square face morphing into one of shock. Kamartaj monitored all movements on Earth, and the library contained countless tomes documenting knowledge of Earth and the multiverse. Mordo could not possibly be ignorant of the significance of the hammer of Thor. It was forged from the core of a star and imbued with the power of Odin himself. How could Luo Bai possibly wield it in battle? This was akin to pitting him against Odin himself. Both Mordo and Luo Bai stood frozen in disbelief. Luo Bai, while surprised, was more exhilarated. How could he have forgotten about the hammer of Thor? This artifact bore Odin's enchantments, and only those deemed worthy could lift it. This implied that, once recognized, wielding the hammer of Thor would be a trivial task. Most importantly, this weapon was incredibly formidable. With Odin's power backing him, Mordo's minor sorcerers would be no match. Gazing at the hammer of Thor in his hand, Luo Bai felt a surge of confidence. "We can proceed now," he declared with a smile. Mordo fell silent, his silence deafening. After a moment, he finally spoke. "That hammer is forged from a star. Is it truly necessary to be so serious over a mere sparring session?" "I merely wish to demonstrate my proficiency in basic magic." Luo Bai shrugged, helplessly responding. Mordo chuckled, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. "Indeed, your mastery is quite impressive." "My goodness, the hammer of Thor is Thor's exclusive weapon. Thor resides in Asgard, which exists in an entirely different dimension from Earth. Moreover, not only did Luo Bai manage to acquire the hammer of Thor, but he must also have mastered interdimensional space magic to do so. That is far beyond basic magic. It is an advanced form of spatial magic. Many sorcerers at Kamartaj who have trained for 4 or 5 years might not succeed, yet here you are, having learned for such a brief period, reaching into Asgard. How did you achieve that? How did you master interdimensional retrieval in such a short time?" Mordo could not suppress his astonishment. At that moment, he was not alone in his surprise. The Ancient One was equally taken aback. The commotion outside the sanctum was impossible to ignore, and she was well aware of the unfolding events. Her decision to refrain from intervening stemmed from a desire to assess Luo Bai's mastery of magic. However, she had not anticipated that he would achieve so much in such a short span. It seemed the future was indeed bright. He was destined to become the Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One's eyes widened with delight, her astonishment palpable. It was incredible, yet she believed in it. The future was not mistaken, the error lay with her. With this realization, the Ancient One stepped forth, interrupting their sparring. "Luo Bai, please come inside for a moment. Mordo, you may wait outside." The sudden appearance of the Ancient One caught both men off guard. Luo Bai was puzzled, while Mordo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the Sorcerer Supreme had intervened, preserving his dignity. Had he been defeated by a novice sorcerer, it would have severely undermined his ability to instruct future students. Mordo quickly expressed his gratitude. "Yes, Sorcerer Supreme," and obediently stood to the side, awaiting further instructions. Luo Bai re-entered the sanctum, his expression laced with confusion. "Is there something the Sorcerer Supreme wishes to discuss?" he inquired. No sooner had he spoken than the Ancient One removed a talisman from around her neck and handed it to him, saying, "This is the Eye of Agamotto. You must promise me that from this day forth, you will guard it with your life." Luo Bai was utterly bewildered. "Isn't this the time stone?" The Ancient One was actually bestowing it upon him. Chapter 16. Can luck allow one to act with impunity? The Eye of Agamotto is an artifact, or perhaps more accurately, a vessel. Within it resides a potent relic, the Time Stone. In the Marvel Universe, there are 6 Infinity Stones, also referred to as gems: time, power, space, reality, soul, and mind stones. Each of these stones is located in different realms, guarded by different beings. The Time Stone resides within Kamartaj, safeguarded by successive Sorcerer Supremes, which is why the title also includes the moniker Guardian of the Stones. Now, with the Ancient One handing the Time Stone to Luo Bai, was she suggesting he should become the next Sorcerer Supreme? Despite his prodigious talent, how long had he been studying magic? He had yet to undergo formal training at Kamartaj. Was the Ancient One truly so willing to entrust him with the Time Stone so easily? Though Luo Bai could not fathom the reasoning behind this decision, he nonetheless replied, "I will guard it with my life." "So does this mean you are gifting it to me?" "Indeed." The Ancient One nodded, presenting the Eye of Agamotto to him. Luo Bai accepted it with a hint of confusion, then began to examine it meticulously. The outer casing of the Eye of Agamotto served as a receptacle for the stone within. The stone itself was the Time Stone, and possessing it would grant him the ability to manipulate the forces of time. However, Controlling the power of time required a significant amount of magical energy, which might be challenging for him at this stage. Nevertheless, given his innate talent, it was likely only a matter of time before he mastered it. To unlock the Eye of Agamotto, a specific incantation was required, ensuring the safety of the Time Stone. This spell was exceedingly complex, having been crafted from the collective efforts of all the previous Sorcerer Supremes. I will now impart this spell to you. You must never share it with anyone else. Only you and future Sorcerer Supremes will know this incantation, the Ancient One explained patiently, elucidating the stone's significance and utilization. However, before she could finish her explanation, Luo Bai demonstrated a spell accompanied by precise gestures. A surge of green light erupted, and the Eye of Agamotto was instantaneously activated. The Ancient One, Luo Bai. The two individuals engaged in a silent stare-off for a full minute, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Luo Bai could distinctly perceive the astonished expression on Gu Yi's face, her mouth gradually agape. How did you manage to unlock it? After what seemed like an eternity, Gu Yi finally regained her composure and inquired. Luo Bai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Supreme Sorceress, to be honest, I have to admit that I was merely guessing. Would you believe me? Gu Yi remained silent, yet her expression seemed to convey, do you honestly think I would? Although it was indeed difficult to believe, Luo Bai had genuinely stumbled upon the solution. Being well-versed in the narrative, he understood that activating the Time Stone required an incantation. Thus, upon acquiring the Eye of Agamotto, he immediately set to work, pondering how to unlock it. To his astonishment, he had actually succeeded. It was no wonder that his fortune was extraordinary. Who would have thought that mere guesswork could lead him to the correct incantation? Supreme Sorceress, I truly was just guessing. I've always had remarkably good luck. Luo Bai earnestly explained. Gu Yi furrowed her brow slightly, her tone laced with skepticism as she asked, good luck? Really? She knew of a mutant girl whose superpower was indeed luck, yet could sheer luck truly allow someone to guess the incantation for Agamotto? Gu Yi found it hard to comprehend, but since the incantation was meant to be revealed to Luo Bai, she decided not to delve further. It is well that you have learned it. Proceed. The library holds the information you seek. Gu Yi regained her composure, her tone imbued with a sense of nonchalance. Upon realizing that she would not press the matter further, Luo Bai felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After donning the Eye of Agamotto, he prepared to exit the sanctum. However, just as he had taken a few steps, Gu Yi called out to him, you should return the weapon of the Thunder God. Asgard and Kamartaj have never interacted. It is best to maintain peace. Luo Bai nodded, promptly acknowledging her words. With the Time Stone now in his possession, what use did he have for that cumbersome hammer? With this thought in mind, he immediately utilized a teleportation spell to return the hammer to its rightful owner. After settling all matters, Luo Bai departed. Once he had left, Gu Yi found herself staring blankly at his retreating figure, unable to suppress her thoughts. Such extraordinary luck? How could he have guessed the incantation? She pondered in confusion. Meanwhile, far away, another individual was even more bewildered. In the realm of the gods, Asgard, Thor, seated at the dining table, was in a state of disbelief. How could I possibly misplace such a massive hammer? Where has my hammer gone? Thor bellowed, his fury causing him to hurl drinking vessels to the ground. You won't believe it. I was just enjoying a drink with my friends, and suddenly, my hammer vanished. Thor, could it have been stolen? Inquired a friend nearby. Impossible. That hammer can only be lifted by me. It cannot be stolen. Thor asserted firmly. However, his friend reminded him, but you just attempted to summon it several times. And it did not appear. Most artifacts are bound to their owners, and Thor's hammer was no exception. In the past, when the god of thunder summoned it, regardless of its location, it would come flying to him. Yet now, the hammer was unresponsive. Not only his friends, but even Thor himself found the situation perplexing. I was able to summon it before. Why can't I do so now? Thor mused aloud. Curiosity piqued about the whereabouts of his hammer. I must search for it, he declared, rising to seek out his lost weapon. At that moment, a yellow portal suddenly materialized in the space before him. Someone noticed it and shouted, "Look! What is that?" Instantly, all eyes turned to the yellow circle. Yet before they could analyze it further, a hammer was suddenly flung out from within the portal. Thor swiftly reached out to catch it. At first glance, he exclaimed, "By Odin's beard, this is my hammer! The hammer! This is my hammer!" Thor shouted in exhilaration, and his companions joined in the celebration. Everyone rejoiced at Thor's retrieval of his hammer, including Thor himself. However, amidst the jubilation, Thor began to sense something amiss. Wait a moment, what was that yellow portal about? Teleportation? He queried. It certainly appears to be teleportation, his friend concurred. Thor's brow furrowed. Good heavens, someone has the audacity to reach into Asgard? Do any of you know what that teleportation was about? Thor inquired, but all shook their heads. After all, no one knew who had sent the hammer back and then vanished without a trace. Moreover, they had never encountered such power before. This does not seem to be the work of an Asgardian, someone pointed out. Thor's expression darkened. He too realized that the force behind that teleportation was undoubtedly not from Asgard. Someone had managed to intrude into Asgard without anyone noticing. They almost made off with my hammer. I must uncover the identity of this individual. Let us find Heimdall and inquire about the situation. He possesses the all-seeing eye and will surely know who invaded Asgard, Thor declared, his determination evident as he led a group of friends toward the Bifrost. Chapter 17, Kamartaj Library. Kathmandu, within Kamartaj. Having acquired the Time Stone, Luo Bai was in high spirits, his face radiating an unmistakable joy. Mordo, who was guiding him, seemed to sense his elation and, after a moment of silence, could not help but remark, "You seem to be in quite a good mood. It appears that the Supreme Sorceress has shared some good news with you." Luo Bai nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, there is good news." Mordo refrained from probing further, as his mind was still preoccupied with the earlier trial. Although the trial had been interrupted midway, he genuinely respected Luo Bai. To achieve such progress in merely a few days was nothing short of remarkable. Noticing Luo Bai's current good spirits, Mordo promptly offered, "I must admit that I had my doubts about you earlier. I just never anticipated your talent to be so exceptional. I find myself quite astonished. And I meant no offense." Mordo's overture of reconciliation caught Luo Bai by surprise. In truth, there was no need for such gestures, yet it did reflect his sincerity. Luo Bai, not one to harbor grudges, replied, "I did not take it to heart." Mordo shrugged, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. "I can say without exaggeration that you are the most gifted sorcerer I have ever encountered. I previously believed it would take you at least a month to complete your training, yet here you are, having achieved it in just a few days. It feels almost supernatural." While he was aware of Luo Bai's extraordinary talent, he had never expected it to be this extraordinary. "Oh, the disparity between individuals can be so vast," Mordo lamented. At that moment, Luo Bai suddenly inquired, "By the way, what time does training typically commence at Kamartaj?" Mordo, puzzled, responded, "Why do you ask?" Luo Bai explained, "Training, of course. Aren't novice sorcerers required to undergo systematic training?" Mordo shook his head. "You no longer need training." Luo Bai, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean by no training?" Mordo clarified, "Once a sorcerer completes their introductory courses, they are generally free to act independently. You, like yourself, may choose to explore the library for further magical knowledge or venture out for experience. There is no strict requirement to remain here." "Does this mean I will be free to act on my own from now on?" Luo Bai inquired. "Indeed. If you encounter a problem where you feel stuck and unable to break through, you might consider seeking answers from me or the Supreme Sorcerer. The Kamartaj boasts 3 sanctuaries. In times of peril, they summon all sorcerers back, allowing for direct return to Kamartaj from the sanctuaries." Mordo explained. Luo Bai furrowed his brow, expressing a hint of exasperation. "So I am entirely reliant on self-study? After all, I am a disciple of Kamartaj and have even obtained a Time Stone. Yet, it feels as though I am being left to fend for myself." Mordo chuckled. "With your talent, it is unlikely anyone could teach you for even a few days. This is not mockery, but rather a statement of fact. With such aptitude, you might be ready to apprentice in no time. Moreover, the training curriculum is quite structured. The content learned each day is fixed, and following a sorcerer's guidance might actually impede your learning progress. Who can truly gauge how swiftly you are advancing?" Mordo sighed, acknowledging that he had devoted half a lifetime to magic and had attained the level of a grand sorcerer. Yet, this was the first time he encountered a novice sorcerer whom he could not instruct. "Well then, we have arrived at the library." Without further thought, Mordo prompted. The two halted before a building that appeared unremarkable, even somewhat dilapidated from the outside. Through an old iron door, they entered the library. Upon stepping inside, they spotted a sorcerer seated at a table. The sorcerer noticed their entrance and rose to greet them. "This is the library's custodian. Should you wish to borrow any books, you must register with him," Mordo introduced. Observing the sorcerer before him, Luo Bai felt a flicker of curiosity. After all, in his memory, the library's custodian was Wong. However, upon reflection, it made sense that Wong was not the custodian at this time, as he had only assumed the role after the previous custodian was slain by Caecilius. "Well, if you wish to borrow books in the future, come here. By the way, do you intend to reside in Kamartaj?" Mordo inquired suddenly. Luo Bai pondered for a moment and asked, "Is it possible for me not to live here? You have already mastered teleportation magic. With your talent, if you study a few more days, can I really prevent you from going out?" Mordo retorted, "That seems, indeed, to hold some truth. A room has been prepared for you. Here is the address, and you can go there yourself shortly. However, given that you possess a villa, I doubt you will choose to stay in the dormitory, Modu continued. Luo Bai replied with a smile. That is not necessarily the case. After all, Kamatage is far safer than the outside world. Currently, I only know a few basic spells. It would be beneficial to remain here and learn more magic before venturing out. Very well, I shall take my leave. If you have any further questions, feel free to seek me out. Modu bid farewell and departed. Once he was gone, Luo Bai began to search for books within the library. The collection was meticulously categorized, featuring various types of magical tomes, including those on space and time. He selected one from each category, and to his astonishment, he discovered the tome The Book of Vishanti. In the Marvel Universe, there exist 2 such tomes, each documenting all forms of magic in this world. One is the Book of Vishanti, while the other is titled The Dark Hold. They chronicle the white and black magic of the Marvel Universe, respectively. However, due to Kamatage's strict prohibition against the study of dark magic, the Darkhold is naturally absent from the library. Nevertheless, for the time being, the books he borrowed were more than sufficient for his studies. 13 volumes in total. One might think he was preparing for a college entrance examination, Luo Bai sighed. After registering with the custodian, he returned to his dormitory using the provided address and promptly entered into a fervent study mode. Luo Bai began with the Book of Vishanti. After all, this tome contains all forms of white magic, and mastering the spells within would significantly enhance his magical energy reserves. Subsequently, learning higher-level spells such as those related to time and space would become considerably easier. However, the spells documented in the Book of Vishanti were evidently more potent than those found in the complete compendium of the Supreme Sorcerer. After a preliminary review, Luo Bai discovered it contained the secrets to advanced magic such as the Gate of Mystic Arts, the Teleportation Portal, the Multidimensional Transfer Method, the Ring of Glacador, the Mirror Dimension, the Sword of the Vishanti, Astral Projection, Gravity Manipulation, and numerous other high-level spells. On the final page, there was even a method for entering the Supreme Dimension, with a note indicating that entry would bestow upon one the blessings of the Vishanti. In summary, it appeared quite complex. Nevertheless, despite its challenges, he knew he must persevere in his studies. Thus, Luo Bai resigned himself to the arduous path of learning. Chapter 18. The Vishanti bestow blessings upon you? Although Luo Bai comprehended the theory and possessed a certain foundation, the brevity of his training meant that his magical energy was still far from formidable. Most of the white magic contained within the Book of Vishanti requires substantial magical energy for mastery, adding to the difficulty of his practice. The first spell he endeavored to learn was called the Echoing Walk. Its purpose is to allow the caster to create countless duplicates of themselves, each capable of simultaneously casting spells, with each duplicate possessing the same strength as the original. The greater the magical energy contained within, the more duplicates can be created. After several days of practice, Luo Bai could barely manage to conjure 2 duplicates. Although his learning speed was already impressive, the accumulation of energy is something that cannot be rushed, unless he were to receive blessings from the Vishanti or the ancient gods. To put it simply, blessings refer to the bestowal of power. Generally speaking, receiving such blessings is no easy feat. The last page of the book describes this process. In essence, one must possess the capability to enter the supreme dimension for the ancient gods to take notice. Otherwise, why would they bestow blessings upon someone without cause? Given Luo Bai's current strength, accessing the supreme dimension was utterly impossible. There was no choice but to proceed slowly. Luo Bai sighed and prepared to practice magic once more. At that moment, a sudden golden light ignited within his eyes, blinding him. Before he could react, he felt as though he had plunged into a realm of chaos. At the end of the chaos, a golden light awaited him. Within this luminous glow, 3 colossal heads materialized before his vision. These heads loomed like mountains, so immense that Luo Bai could not discern their full forms. The abrupt appearance left Luo Bai momentarily disoriented. Although he could not comprehend what lay before him, he felt an overwhelming pressure, a potent sense of oppression. In an instant, he forgot to think, until a voice resonated beside him. An extraordinary talent, truly a rare sight. Immediately afterward, another voice chimed in. Child, you possess an extraordinary future. A third voice concurred. You are worthy of blessings. The 3 heads spoke 3 distinct phrases. Before Luo Bai could regain his composure, the golden light intensified, becoming so bright that it caused him pain. Instinctively, he shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the 3 heads had vanished, along with the strange realm. He found himself back in his dormitory, within the modest confines of Kamatage. Everything felt dreamlike and surreal. Yet Luo Bai distinctly sensed a newfound clarity, as if he had been forcefully infused with magical energy. resulting in a significant enhancement of his magical reserves. This is a blessing. Good heavens! He was unexpectedly pursued by the Vishanti to receive their blessing. The Vishanti does not refer to a singular ancient deity, but rather to a triumvirate of divine entities, the omnipotent Osgood, the all-seeing Agamotto, and the venerable Hogarth. Together, they form the trinity known as the Vishanti. Thus, in Luo Bai's memory, the visage of the Vishanti is that of three heads, their words merging as one. Luo Bai could assert with absolute certainty that he had been blessed. He had initially believed that to receive the Vishanti's blessing, he would have to wait until he gained the ability to enter the Supreme Dimension. To his astonishment, he was being actively pursued for a blessing by the Vishanti. The exhilaration coursing through Luo Bai was palpable. Feeling the surge of formidable energy suddenly manifest within him, he eagerly commenced his training. Meanwhile, within the sanctum, the Ancient One, immersed in deep meditation and traversing the multiverse, abruptly opened her eyes. Kamartaj, a creation of the Ancient One, could be regarded as her dimensional space. This implies that she is immediately aware of any occurrences within Kamartaj, even if others had not sensed the recent anomaly. She was acutely attuned to it due to her profound familiarity. That was a blessing, the blessing of the Vishanti. The blessing resided within Kamartaj, and moreover, it was a deliberate visit by the Vishanti. Even without specific inquiry, the Ancient One could deduce that the recipient of this blessing could only be Luo Bai. It was truly astonishing that the Vishanti had come specifically to bestow a blessing upon him. The Ancient One could not help but reflect on how, in her recollection, such ancient deities had never taken the initiative to confer blessings before, let alone seek someone out for that purpose. Typically, those who received the Vishanti's blessings had undergone trials, entering the Supreme Dimension to earn such favor. Yet, this time, the Vishanti had taken the initiative. It seemed that his exceptional talent had captured their attention. The Ancient One mused. The Vishanti governs all white magic, and whenever someone seeks to learn it, they are made aware, as power is borrowed from them. It stands to reason that they must have recognized Luo Bai's formidable talent, prompting their visit to bestow a blessing. It was logical yet utterly unexpected. However, this was fortuitous. With the Vishanti's blessing, Luo Bai could accelerate his growth, allowing her to depart with peace of mind soon. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Mordo approached. Supreme Sorcerer, he called out as he entered. Is there something amiss? The Ancient One inquired. Mordo nodded gravely, responding, a peculiar group of individuals has arrived from Kathmandu, inquiring about the location of Kamartaj. They do not appear to be of good intent. The Ancient One remained silent, yet she comprehended the situation. It was likely that Thor had sent them. The Thunder God was reputed to possess a volatile temper, reminiscent of Odin in his youth. Given that Luo Bai had taken his hammer, it was only natural for him to seek it out. Supreme Sorcerer, should I intervene? Mordo asked, noticing her silence. The Ancient One shook her head. There is no need for concern. They will not find it, and will eventually leave. If they do not depart, I shall investigate. Locating Kamartaj was not an easy task. If the Ancient One did not wish to be found, the challenge would be even greater. Consequently, Thor spent a full 3 days in Kathmandu without discovering a single entrance. Thor, are we making a mistake? I feel as if we've inquired with every citizen in the city, yet not one knows where Kamartaj is. Is it possible that this place does not even exist? Heimdall should not have erred, right? But did he not mention that he could not discern precisely who had taken the hammer, only that it likely originated from Kamartaj? It is truly perplexing. Heimdall possesses the all-seeing eye. How could there be a place he cannot perceive? Thor's companions murmured among themselves, while Thor himself was increasingly agitated. 3 days. An entire 3 days. And we haven't even found a door. Is there truly such a ghostly place? On Earth, there could not possibly be a location we cannot find. How is it that this place feels as if it does not exist at all? In the 9 realms, Earth is already the weakest existence. I do not believe this place harbors any so-called magical sanctuaries. I think we should return, Thor, one of his friends lamented, though reluctant. After searching for so long without results, Thor believed there was no magic sanctuary on Earth. With no other option, he could only grumble and head back. Chapter 19, Driven to Frustration. Thor and his companions departed from Kathmandu. Sensing the situation, Mordo promptly reported, Supreme Sorcerer, that group has already left. The Ancient One was not surprised, and replied coolly, I am already aware. Seeing her acknowledgement, Mordo did not press further, but shifted the conversation. Supreme Sorcerer, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. Is there anything else? The Ancient One asked. Mordo responded, Luo Bai has not ventured outside for a considerable time. He has remained in his quarters. He must be studying. That seems likely, the Ancient One mused. He borrowed a substantial number of books from the library a week ago. Mordo added, a hint of concern etched on his face. The Ancient One, puzzled, inquired, "You appear somewhat anxious. Is there an issue, Mordo?" After contemplating, Mordo hesitated before speaking. "I just checked his borrowing records at the library." "What books did he take?" The Ancient One asked curiously. Mordo quickly replied, "The Book of the Vishanti, Time Compendium, Concepts of Space, among others of a similar nature." The Ancient One nodded, responding calmly, "These are indeed profound ancient texts." Noting her impassive expression, Mordo was somewhat taken aback. "Supreme Sorcerer, are you not astonished that he has borrowed such books?" Before the Ancient One could reply, he continued expressing his concerns. "I know Luo Bai possesses remarkable talent. However, he has only recently begun his studies, and many of these books are beyond my comprehension. I worry he may be wasting his time." Mordo's concerns were not without merit. Typically, a sorcerer's learning progresses methodically, commencing with basic spells, advancing to intermediate and then advanced magic, culminating in the comprehensive study of white magic. The corresponding texts include the Supreme Compendium, a brief history of the arcane, the Arcane Compendium, and the Book of the Vishanti. Only after mastering all forms of white magic would a sorcerer delve into studies of time, space, and multidimensional magic. However, Luo Bai had entirely bypassed the intermediate texts, indicating he had skipped the foundational stage as he surged toward the final phase, which naturally caused Mordo's concern. Such situations had arisen before. Some impatient sorcerers, eager to grasp more formidable magic, borrowed a plethora of incomprehensible texts, only to spend months with no progress, thus squandering their time. Previously, Mordo would directly intervene and promptly correct such courses of action. Yet, given Luo Bai's unique situation, he felt hesitant to act unilaterally, prompting him to seek the Ancient One's counsel. "Supreme Sorcerer, should I remind Luo Bai?" Mordo asked. The Ancient One shook her head. "No need. Let him learn independently. If he cannot grasp the material, he will naturally seek assistance. The absence of inquiries suggests he is capable of understanding." While the Ancient One harbored some apprehension, she remembered that just days prior, the Vishanti had deliberately come to bestow a blessing upon him. She felt a sense of faith in Luo Bai's abilities. Upon reflection, Gu mused, "His extraordinary talent is beyond the comprehension of the average person. Let him pursue his desires freely, and should he inquire, I shall respond accordingly. There is no need to monitor him excessively. Given Luo Bai's exceptional abilities, perhaps allowing him autonomy is the most genuine form of assistance." Seemingly grasping this notion, Modu replied, "Very well." After reporting all circumstances, Modu departed from the main hall, initially intending to observe the training of other mages in the practice area. His concern compelled him to visit the mage dormitory to check on Luo Bai's progress. Arriving at the door of Luo Bai's dormitory, he hesitated momentarily before knocking. Shortly thereafter, Luo Bai opened the door a crack. The moment the door creaked open, Modu was greeted by an alluring aroma wafting through the air, the scent of food. "Are you eating something?" Modu inquired. Luo Bai nodded, replying, "Indeed. Have you eaten yet? Would you care for some?" Shaking his head, Modu asked, "May I come in for a moment?" Of course, Luo Bai warmly invited, swinging the door wide open. As the door fully opened, Modu was left utterly bewildered. Good heavens! This is not a dormitory at all. It resembles a dining hall. In the center of the modest room stood a round table, upon which simmered a large pot of red broth, surrounded by an array of ingredients. Meat, vegetables, seafood, everything one could desire, was laid out, and upon closer inspection, a partially opened book of magic lay atop the table. "What on earth are you consuming?" Modu asked, his face a mask of confusion. "Holding a bowl," Luo Bai replied while eating hot pot. "I have heard of it, but where did you procure all these ingredients? I haven't seen you leave the dormitory," Modu questioned, perplexed. With calm composure, Luo Bai responded, "I retrieved them using the Gragador ring." The Gragador ring, in simple terms, is a magical tool for item retrieval. By merely envisioning what one desires, one can summon the desired items and weapons. Modu was aware of this, yet he had not anticipated such a utilization. "Is this how you apply your arcane knowledge?" Modu couldn't help but critique. The magic of Karmatek is also referred to as esoteric arts or secret spells. It is merely a difference in terminology, so there's no need to overthink it. I have a multitude of books to study and no time to venture outside. So I thought to streamline the process, Luo Bai explained. Having mastered magic, it is only natural to resolve matters using spells. Although Modu felt an overwhelming urge to continue his critique, he restrained himself, recalling the purpose of his visit. "How is your studying progressing?" Modu inquired. "It's going well," Luo Bai replied. "Going well." Hearing your response, Modu's mind was racing with incredulity. "For heaven's sake, you borrowed a plethora of magical tomes that I cannot even comprehend. And you dare to say you're doing well." Have I wasted decades in my studies? Despite his inner turmoil, Modu endeavored to maintain his composure and asked again. Which book are you currently studying? This one, the Book of Visander, Luo Bai indicated towards the partially open tome on the table. How's that going? Modu pressed further. Luo Bai shook his head, saying, It's all right. I've managed to get through half of it. Half? Modu exclaimed. It's barely been a little over a week, and you claim to have completed half? In just a week's time, you've covered half? Unable to contain his astonishment, he questioned. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai frowned slightly, his expression tinged with exasperation. Yes, this book is quite challenging. To master it fully will likely require a considerable amount of time. After that, I have 12 more books to tackle. I can hardly predict how long that will take. I cannot simply remain in the dormitory indefinitely. Luo Bai was genuinely disheartened, as the prospect of facing over a dozen more tomes left him feeling overwhelmed. However, Modu could not fathom his plight and felt rather incensed. For goodness sake, just the Book of Visander alone is sufficient for mages to study for most of their lives. And Luo Bai dares to aspire to complete all 13 volumes in a short span? This is beyond frustrating. Chapter 20. So, this is how we play, is it? At this moment, Modu felt an immense sense of frustration. Continuing the conversation with Luo Bai was leading him to question his very existence. He suddenly realized that the Supreme Mage was indeed correct. A mage as extraordinary as Luo Bai ought to be given the freedom to flourish. His talent made Modu feel unworthy, even engaging in conversation. I merely came to check on you, to see if you faced any issues. Since you seem to be progressing well, I shall take my leave, Modu stated, turning to depart. He could no longer bear to remain in this place for even a second. Yet, before he could take 2 steps, Luo Bai called out to him, Modu. I actually do have a question. Modu halted, a look of curiosity gracing his features. You have a question? Have you encountered some difficulty in your training? He asked, astonished. Luo Bai shook his head in response. Not exactly. I merely wish to inquire if the Karmatek magic books can be taken outside. Not at all, Modu replied. To ensure the safety of the texts, none may leave Karmatek. Are you hoping to go outside? Yes, there are some matters I must attend to, Luo Bai replied. He was unsure how Tony had obtained his mobile number, but he had received a text stating that there was an urgent matter requiring his attention. Considering that mastering these numerous tomes in a short time was improbable, he decided to venture to New York first. However, he was determined not to neglect his studies during this trip, so he would likely need to review these books while in New York. But as it stood, that seemed rather impractical. The fact that Karmateka's texts were not permitted to leave the premises indicated that even utilizing the item retrieval magic to secretly transport them would be impossible, which left Luo Bai feeling quite troubled. You could memorize the contents of the books, enabling you to practice even without taking them outside, Modu suggested. Memorize the contents? An eidetic memory, Luo Bai exclaimed. He certainly lacked such an ability. He was merely fortunate, not endowed with extraordinary powers. How could he possibly possess the gift of perfect recall? Realizing this, Luo Bai sighed in resignation. With so much material, I doubt I could retain it all. Modu pondered for a moment before responding. The majority of the books in the library are exceedingly precious. While they may be borrowed, they are also prohibited from being damaged. If books were to leave Karmatek, their integrity would be difficult to guarantee, and there is a risk of loss. Thus, it is generally forbidden to take them outside. However, there are always those mages who utilize the Gragador ring to transport library books, which complicates matters for me. Though I have reprimanded them, they have returned the books in pristine condition, making it difficult for me to impose penalties. I even consulted the Supreme Mage on how to handle this situation. Yet he believes that mages should be free and not overly monitored. It is indeed a challenge, isn't it? Modu remarked, an expression of distress etched upon his face. Yet, upon closer examination, one could discern a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This smile, coupled with his earlier remarks, led Luo Bai to a sudden realization. Modu's implication was clear. While it may not be permissible on the surface, it does not mean that no mages have engaged in such practices behind closed doors. As long as the books are returned in good condition, no one would pursue the matter, not even the Supreme Mage. Thus, he was subtly hinting to Luo Bai that it was permissible to take them outside discreetly. No wonder Caecilius was able to sneak books out of the library. Karmatek truly operates with an astonishing degree of freedom. Upon contemplating this, Luo Bai spoke with righteous indignation. Master Modu, such a situation must be unequivocally prevented. The texts of Kamartaj are exceedingly precious. It would be disastrous if they were to be lost. I share your sentiments. Hence you would not engage in such behavior. Would you? Modu inquired. Of course not. Master Modu, you must trust my integrity. Luo Bai hastily responded. I certainly believe in you. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Do focus on your studies, Modu declared before departing, feigning a few admonitions as he exited. Once he was gone, Luo Bai commenced tidying up his dormitory. Although he had just promised Modu not to take the book outside, it was evident to any keen observer that their conversation had been mere pleasantries. Modu's hints had been so overt that any failure to acknowledge them would be his own folly. Thus, after finishing his tidying, Luo Bai clutched the book and opened a portal to Stark Manor. Gazing upon his sprawling estate, he couldn't help but marvel. While Kamartaj was splendid, who wouldn't prefer residing in a villa? I wonder what Stark needs me for, he mused as he ascended to the second-floor study to place the magical tome securely. Just as he was about to call Stark to inquire about the purpose of his summons, he heard a sound emanating from outside the door. The noise was not particularly loud. It was the gentle patter of water from the bathroom at the end of the second-floor corridor, still some distance from the study. However, due to his magical training, Luo Bai's senses were far sharper than the average person, and he detected the sound despite its subtlety. This struck him as peculiar. Why would there be water sounds in the bathroom? Could it be that a burglar had broken in during his absence? Such thoughts were not without merit. The security situation in America was notoriously poor, and home invasions were all too common. Moreover, it was entirely plausible that a thief would target such a large villa. With a furrowed brow, Luo Bai pondered, what audacity, to dare steal from the home of a sorcerer. Have they a death wish? As he mulled over this, he cautiously approached the bathroom, fully prepared to defend himself at a moment's notice. To his astonishment, upon reaching the bathroom door, he encountered a woman, drenched and clad only in a towel, her figure decidedly graceful. She was drying her emerald hair with a towel and, sensing his presence, turned to face him. Without granting her a moment's respite, Luo Bai unleashed his magic, summoning the scarlet chains of Setarak. This white magic, chronicled in the Book of Vishanti, could conjure crimson chains to ensnare foes. Although his current strength allowed him to summon only 4 chains, they would suffice to restrain the woman before him. In an instant, for deep crimson chains erupted from all directions, ensnaring the woman. She appeared to be no ordinary individual and attempted to employ her own abilities against him. With a frown, Luo Bai activated the mirror dimension, enveloping the entire villa in his spatial realm, forcibly drawing the woman into his domain. At this moment, she finally ceased her struggles. Clearly taken aback by such an extraordinary power, the woman exclaimed, "What is this ability? Where am I? Why do I feel so disconnected from everything around me?" Yet Luo Bai remained silent, his expression stern as he coldly demanded, "You dare to steal from the home of a sorcerer?" Chapter 21. Must I still be at a loss? Steal. Sorcerer. Extracting several key phrases, the woman hastily inquired, "So you are not sent by the Mutant Association to capture me? You are the owner of this villa?" Luo Bai did not respond, instead retorting, "Do you believe you possess the right to question me in your current predicament? You entered my home without permission and cannot even best me in a confrontation." Given the circumstances, she indeed lacked the standing to interrogate him. Seemingly recognizing her situation, the woman quickly apologized, her tone sincere, "I am sorry. Please feel free to ask me anything." Luo Bai, with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinized her before asking, "You mentioned the Mutant Association. Are you a mutant?" She nodded earnestly, replying, "Yes." "What is your name, and what brings you to my home?" Luo Bai inquired further. Finally, she was able to explain. "My name is Lorna Dane. I assure you, I am not a thief. You must have misunderstood. I regret my intrusion, but I had no alternative. I sought refuge from pursuers and inadvertently stumbled into your home. I only intended to hide for a couple of days before leaving. I truly did not steal anything. You may search my room." As Lorna Dane spoke, sincerity shone in her eyes. Upon hearing her name and observing her appearance, Luo Bai realized she was not lying. Lorna Dane, known as Polaris, was indeed the daughter of Magneto, possessing the ability to manipulate magnetic fields and create force fields. Her most distinctive feature being her flowing green hair. In the Marvel Universe, mutants have historically occupied a low societal status, primarily due to their formidable powers posing a threat to humanity, leading governments to reject them vehemently. Unable to eliminate powerful mutants, they resorted to management, giving rise to the Mutant Association, an organization responsible for controlling mutants, often capturing them for surveillance and research. Consequently, any mutant apprehended by the association faced a fate worse than death. It was no wonder that most mutants would go to great lengths to avoid capture. Polaris, it seemed, had followed suit. In a bid to evade arrest, she had inadvertently sought shelter in his villa, intending to remain hidden until the coast was clear. Alas, fate had conspired against her, as Luo Bai returned unexpectedly. While her reasons were understandable, they did not absolve her. "Though you may have entered my home unintentionally, it remains an offense. Moreover, You had the audacity to bathe in my residence? How presumptuous. Luo Bai could not suppress his irritation. Polaris, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly replied. I haven't had a chance to bathe in ages while evading capture, so I borrowed your bathroom. I truly apologize. If apologies sufficed, we would need no police. Luo Bai interjected, his brow furrowing as he continued his interrogation. At the mention of the police, Polaris grew anxious. You may punish me. I will comply with whatever you demand. Just please, do not turn me over to the authorities. If they discover I am a mutant, I will be handed over to the Mutant Association. She implored desperately. Seeing her in such a state, Luo Bai replied sternly, You still dare to make demands? You should know that, under the law in America, as a homeowner, I am well within my rights to use lethal force against intruders. Polaris evidently comprehended the gravity of her predicament. If your intention is truly to end my life, I can accept that. However, I implore you, do not hand me over to the Mutant Association, she uttered. Her words revealed the profound fear she harbored towards the Mutant Association, preferring death over the prospect of being captured by them. It is, after all, a well-known adage. A warrior may be slain, but not humiliated. Polaris's sentiment was one that Luo Bai could grasp. Observing her genuine demeanor of apology, he recognized her as a young woman. Though Luo Bai was vexed by her unauthorized intrusion into his abode, he did not harbor a desire to eliminate her. With this thought, he retracted the crimson chains and dissolved the mirrored space, restoring the surroundings to normalcy. Seeing that he refrained from further aggression, Polaris, filled with surprise, inquired, You do not intend to kill me? While your actions are indeed detestable, considering this is your first offense and is somewhat justifiable, I shall refrain from being excessively harsh, Luo Bai replied. Thank you. Polaris hastily expressed her gratitude. Yet, before her words had fully settled, Luo Bai continued, Nevertheless, I do not intend to simply let you go. Polaris's expression shifted to one of alarm. So, you plan to turn me over to the authorities? She asked. Before Luo Bai could respond, she added, I beseech you not to do so. Not all of us mutants are as malevolent as portrayed. I have been hunted since I can remember. Yet, I have never wielded my powers to harm anyone. I merely wish to survive. You have no idea how they treat us mutants. Those within the Mutant Association endure inhumane torment, and many of my friends have never emerged again. From her words, Luo Bai sensed an incongruity. In his memory, Polaris's personality should resemble that of her father, Magneto, who had strived to resist the Mutant Association, even establishing an underground organization for mutants. Why did it seem that she had no intention of opposing them now? Could it be that the timeline had not yet reached that juncture? With this in mind, Luo Bai queried, How old are you? 18, Polaris responded. 18, that explains much. She had only just reached adulthood. Yet, he remained perplexed and probed further. I recall Professor X working diligently with the government to foster peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans. You could easily approach Professor X. Why have you found yourself in such peril? Polaris sighed. I attempted to save my friends, but I failed. Understanding dawned upon Luo Bai, and at this point, he had no further inquiries. However, Polaris remained anxious. So, how do you intend to punish me? She asked. I am in need of a housekeeper. Since you have conveniently presented yourself, you shall serve in that capacity. For 3 months, you will be responsible for cleaning my rooms, guarding my home, and preparing meals. Luo Bai stated. Polaris was visibly taken aback. She had contemplated every conceivable punishment Luo Bai might impose, but never did she anticipate being assigned the role of a housekeeper. Polaris stammered, taking a moment to process. What, are you unwilling? Luo Bai retorted. Polaris quickly shook her head. No, not at all. Then it is settled. Oh, and your range of movement will be confined to the first floor. You are forbidden from ascending to the second. Should I discover you disobeying, you know the consequences. Furthermore, you will receive no remuneration during these 3 months, Luo Bai added. Polaris was left speechless once more. No salary, and still expected to cook? Was she to incur expenses instead? She could not help but inquire, what about the grocery money? That is for you to figure out. After all, this is punishment. I did not invite you here, Luo Bai shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Very well, Polaris conceded. Chapter 22. Why is it that you reap all the benefits? Truth be told, Polaris was somewhat reluctant to assume the role of a housekeeper. After all, she was the daughter of Magneto, inherently imbued with a strong spirit of rebellion. She was, in essence, defiant. Were it not for her initial wrongdoing and her inability to overpower Luo Bai, she would never have acquiesced so easily to this arrangement. Yet now, there was no alternative. Reluctantly, she accepted her fate as free labor. Nevertheless, before proceeding, Polaris felt it necessary to clarify a certain matter. I have something to disclose. She hesitated before speaking. Go on, Luo Bai replied. Polaris appeared somewhat embarrassed, and after a moment, she continued, I may sometimes exhibit erratic behavior. I have been diagnosed with a mental health condition since childhood. At times, I experience uncontrollable rage, while at other times, I may feel particularly despondent and withdrawn. Bipolar disorder. Is it? Luo Bai inquired. Polaris replied uncertainly, that might be its name. I have not made a point of memorizing it. However, when my emotions spiral out of control, I often struggle to manage my abilities. I hope you can exercise restraint while I am working, otherwise, I will have no choice but to confine you to a small dark room. Luo Bai responded earnestly. Polaris was taken aback, bewildered. What does small dark room mean? Considering the complexity of the explanation, Luo Bai offered a cursory response. You will understand when the time comes. Luo Bai's demeanor was notably serious. Despite appearing youthful, perhaps not much older than Polaris, she sensed an air of maturity about him that made him seem particularly difficult to approach. This very reason made her cautious in their exchanges. May I ask your name? I mean, how should I address you moving forward? Polaris queried. Luo Bai the mage. He replied. Upon hearing the term mage, Polaris was momentarily stunned. Mage. The kind that appears in television shows, capable of turning people into frogs and casting curses? Is that true? She inquired. Mutants, from a biological perspective, are those who have undergone genetic mutations. Thus, most mutants either possess innate abilities or inherit them. In the Marvel Universe, such individuals are typically referred to as aberrant humans, which is quite distinct from the notion of a mage. Moreover, mages generally prefer to remain out of the public eye, so like most individuals, Polaris had never heard of their existence. Upon learning that Luo Bai identified as a mage, Polaris' eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if she had discovered a new world. Without waiting for Luo Bai's response, she continued, so the red chains you conjured earlier, and the inexplicable space, are all magic, correct? At that moment, Polaris wore an expression of delight, resembling an inquisitive young girl. Luo Bai believed these inquiries would be challenging to clarify in a brief exchange, so he decided to forego answering. You should put on some clothes, he suggested. It was only then that Polaris remembered she was merely draped in a bathrobe. While it was somewhat inappropriate for a woman to appear so scantily clad before a stranger, she seemed unconcerned. Isn't this just a bathrobe? Luo Bai, the mage, could you tell me what a mage is like? When I was a child, I watched television and thought mages could transform people into frogs and cast curses. Is that true? Polaris pressed on. Luo Bai remained silent, his expression one of exasperation as he exited the room. He made his way to the study to continue organizing his spellbooks, pondering the events that had just transpired. To be frank, Luo Bai never anticipated that upon returning home, he would fortuitously acquire a housekeeper. He had been pondering the inconvenience of managing such a vast villa without any domestic assistance, especially since he lacked the time to tidy up on a daily basis. Little did he know that Polaris would arrive at his doorstep. Although she appeared somewhat young and perhaps not entirely reliable, she was a mutant with the extraordinary ability to manipulate magnetic fields. An ordinary person would stand no chance against her. A housekeeper who could not only safeguard the premises but also organize the rooms and prepare meals was indeed a rare find. It seemed fate was smiling upon him. With this thought, Luo Bai felt uplifted, and after finishing his organization of the spellbooks, he sent a message to Stark. He had not forgotten that his visit to New York was to see Stark. About 15 minutes later, Stark appeared outside the villa. As soon as the door opened, he strode in with the same casualness as before. While walking, Stark inquired, Luo Bai, where have you been lately? I've been searching for you. He approached the sofa, intending to take a seat, but paused when he noticed something amiss. There was an unfamiliar presence in the room, a young girl who appeared to be underage. Who is this? Stark couldn't help but ask. She's my new housekeeper, Luo Bai replied calmly. At this, Stark became noticeably agitated. What? Your new housekeeper? Are you serious? He exclaimed incredulously. Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. Stark remained skeptical. Come on, this girl looks like a minor. What kind of household employs a child as a housekeeper? Can't she find something else to do? With that, Stark continued, I'm not that conservative. You seem old enough to date, and I wouldn't say anything to pry. Or is she really underage? If that's the case, we need to have a talk. You should at least be dating someone of age. Luo Bai fell silent, slightly taken aback by Stark's overactive imagination. Fortunately, Polaris interjected, Hello, Mr. Stark. I am Lorna Dane, the housekeeper recently hired by Mage Luo Bai. Stark, a prominent figure in the United States, was a familiar sight on television, in newspapers, and magazines. It was rare for anyone in New York not to recognize him, and thus Polaris was well aware of his identity. However, Stark was not curious about why Polaris knew him. Rather, he was bewildered that she truly was Luo Bai's housekeeper. He scrutinized her for a long moment before asking, Child, Are you in some sort of trouble? If you're genuinely facing difficulties, I can offer assistance. Shouldn't you still be in college? Polaris shook her head. I am not facing any difficulties. I willingly chose to be Mage Lobo's housekeeper. Stark was left speechless. With a gaze filled with envy and jealousy, he turned to Lobo and asked, So, where did you find such a beautiful young lady willing to be your maid? Lobo did not respond directly, but instead countered, Tony, have you forgotten? You came here with an urgent matter to discuss. At that moment, Stark finally recalled his purpose for visiting. Oh right, I do have something urgent to discuss with you. To be honest, Lobo, I've been feeling incredibly down during your absence, truly despondent. I think I might not have much time left. As he spoke, his demeanor darkened considerably. Not much time left. What do you mean? Lobo asked, perplexed. Why would you feel that way? Polaris interjected, unable to contain her concern. You've been frequently in the news, wealthy and famous. Why would you suddenly say something like that? Stark sighed heavily. A lot has happened while you were away. I may appear jovial, but in reality, I'm not long for this world. My arc reactor has issues. Arc reactor? Upon hearing this, Lobo recalled the situation. You've been poisoned by palladium, haven't you? Stark's eyes brightened at this remark. You know about my condition? He asked. Judging by your symptoms, it seems quite evident, Lobo noted, pointing to the pronounced veins on Stark's neck, which were clearly abnormal. Seeing that Lobo understood the implications of palladium poisoning, Stark's spirits lifted slightly. Do you know how to resolve it? Honestly, I can't think of a solution. I've tried numerous methods, but none have been effective. Stark could feel his health deteriorating, and his AI assistant Jarvis had been persistently alerting him to his precarious condition, yet he felt powerless to act. Despite his diligent research, he had yet to find a fundamental solution to the palladium poisoning issue, relying instead on temporary measures to alleviate the symptoms. Have you seen this? Stark asked, producing a large water bottle filled with a thick green liquid. This is chlorophyll juice. I consume this every day, and I must say, it tastes dreadful. Stark sighed, his face contorted in discomfort. Lobo expressed his sympathy, saying, I truly empathize with your plight. Do I need sympathy? No, I need a solution. Do you have any good ideas, Lobo? I want to hear your thoughts. Ethan has no answers either, Stark lamented. Since the horrific incident, Stark had come to trust only Ethan and Lobo. Yet he had indeed posed the right question to Lobo. Understanding the narrative well, Lobo knew how to address the palladium poisoning issue. Is it true that there are still fragments of missiles lodged in your heart? Lobo inquired. Tony nodded in affirmation. Yes, I believe I can assist you with that, Lobo replied, activating the Eye of Agamotto. He aimed it at Stark's heart, attempting a reversal. As he had only recently acquired the Time Stone, it was his first attempt, and he felt a bit shaky. However, everything proceeded quite smoothly. And soon Stark's heart was restored to its original state. The moment Stark's heart returned to normal, he sensed a distinct change. He felt as though he could live again. Realizing the transformation in his body, Stark asked in astonishment, My goodness, Lobo, how did you manage that? Just a touch of minor magic, Lobo responded with a smile. Cool, Stark exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. However, he quickly remembered another pressing matter and could not help but say, Lobo, I am immensely grateful for saving my life once more, but I am still troubled by the materials for the arc reactor. Stark had used palladium as the core material for the arc reactor, which was the root of his poisoning. Although his heart was now functioning normally, he needed to replace the core material of the arc reactor. However, my suit is constantly being upgraded and requires a powerful energy source. With current technology, I simply cannot think of what materials could be used to manufacture a new arc reactor, Stark sighed. Lobo pondered for a moment before asking, Tony, is your relationship with your father strained? Why do you suddenly ask that? Stark replied, perplexed. Lobo explained, aren't you looking to replace the materials for the arc reactor? Your father may indeed possess a solution. My father? Stark retorted in confusion, but he has been deceased for quite some time. What I mean is, your father once researched a groundbreaking technology that could precisely resolve the material issues of the reactor, Luo Bai elucidated. Groundbreaking technology. His father. Why is it that I remain oblivious to my father's research into new technology, yet you are informed? Stark inquired, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. This query is quite reasonable. After all, I am a sorcerer, capable of foreseeing the future, which makes sense, does it not? Luo Bai replied with a chuckle. Though this explanation might seem somewhat far-fetched in other contexts, it is entirely justifiable given Luo Bai's status as a sorcerer. Foreseeing the future? Are all you sorcerers so remarkable? Stark exclaimed in astonishment. Following his exclamation, Stark appeared somewhat hesitant, as if deep in thought. Speaking of which, I recently encountered an organization known as SHIELD. They seem to possess some of my father's belongings. I have heard that this SHIELD is also connected to my father, Stark stated. The full name of SHIELD is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, a specialized force established by the International Security Council to address various extraordinary incidents. In simpler terms, it is an agency founded by the M government, dedicated to managing superhumans. Although the initial intentions and purposes of its creation were commendable, the fact remains that it is human management, particularly overseen by agents. Thus, Luo Bai is not particularly fond of their operational style, especially that of the agency's director, Nick Fury, whom Luo Bai harbors even greater disdain for. While some of his actions may be well-intentioned, aimed at benefiting humanity, Luo Bai perceives his ideology as fundamentally flawed. Moreover, the combat effectiveness within SHIELD is rather lacking. Such a deficient organization is hardly capable of managing superhumans. From what Luo Bai understands, the upper echelons of SHIELD have been largely infiltrated by hostile forces, so it is best left unmentioned. Nevertheless, SHIELD can indeed offer some assistance regarding Stark's matter. In this instance, SHIELD can indeed be of service to you, Luo Bai explained. By the way, they also want me to join some Avengers initiative, Stark remarked with a hint of sarcasm. So, do you intend to join? Although already aware of the answer, Luo Bai still posed the inquiry symbolically. As expected, Stark's affirmative response echoed, I am considering it. In fact, I have already joined. They claim that the Avengers were established to save the Earth, which aligns perfectly with my intentions. By the way, it seems they also have plans for you to join. How would they know of my existence? Luo Bai inquired, perplexed. Stark elucidated. Do you recall our encounter with Obadiah? SHIELD utilized their surveillance system to observe the situation at that time and became aware of your presence. They inquired about you, and I informed them that you are a sorcerer. I see, but I have little interest in joining the Avengers, Luo Bai firmly declined. I had anticipated your rejection, as I perceive you to be quite discreet in your dealings. In fact, I had previously declined on your behalf. But they expressed a desire to meet you and are currently waiting outside. Would you like to meet them? Stark asked. His words caused Luo Bai to waver. If he were to follow his heart, he would certainly prefer not to meet them. However, considering Nick Fury's personality, it was evident he would go to great lengths to see him. To avoid future complications, Luo Bai deemed it prudent to clarify matters now. Since they are here, let us invite them in, Luo Bai relented. Stark remained silent, merely pulling out his phone to send a text. Soon, a knock echoed from the door, and Polaris hurried to open it. Upon opening the door, a striking woman with short hair appeared, accompanied by a bald man. Yes, another bald head. This time, however, it was a shiny, egg-like dome. Chapter 24, Trouble Approaches. Knowing that the visitors belonged to SHIELD, their identities were not difficult to deduce. The bald man was undoubtedly Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, while the woman beside him was likely the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Both are distinguished agents of SHIELD, with Nick Fury holding the title of the King of Agents. As agents, they have undergone extensive professional training, possessing a profound understanding of human nature, particularly those who have ascended to Fury's level. This confidence enables him to believe he can persuade anyone. Upon entering, Nick Fury maintained a serious demeanor as he moved to the sofa and seated himself. He then briefly introduced himself. Hello, I am Nick Fury. I trust Tony has already conveyed some pertinent information to you. Since Luo Bai was not inclined to engage in lengthy discourse, he promptly replied, He has, and I have no interest in the Avengers. Nick Fury seemed unfazed, even choosing not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he shifted the topic. I have heard from Tony that you are a sorcerer? Yes, Luo Bai nodded. Nick Fury expressed with a hint of incredulity, while I find it hard to believe that sorcerers exist on Earth. I cannot fathom how you made Obadiah vanish into thin air. May I inquire how many sorcerers like you still exist on this planet? Luo Bai frowned, responding, That question is rather impolite. Nick Fury appeared to understand, explaining, You see, the majority of the Earth's inhabitants are ordinary people. SHIELD's responsibility is to protect and manage the Earth. Therefore, I must eliminate any factors that may pose a threat to it. So, you believe sorcerers are a threat to the Earth? Luo Bai questioned. Nick Fury shook his head, stating, I am uncertain. If you are indeed a sorcerer, you possess abilities surpassing those of ordinary humans. Should sorcerers or superhumans ever harbor intentions of destroying the Earth, humanity would find it exceedingly difficult to defend itself. While some may find the emergence of superhumans exciting, others are bound to worry about the potential threats posed by their existence. It is clear that Nick Fury embodies such concerns. Luo Bai comprehended his apprehensions, yet being questioned in such a manner left him somewhat displeased. However, he opted not to argue further, merely smiling faintly as he countered Nick Fury's assertion. If a sorcerer truly intended to harm the Earth, do you believe you would have the means to counteract them? The Avengers are the solution, Nick Fury replied earnestly. All members of the Avengers are committed to protecting the Earth and thwarting any malevolent forces that threaten it. So, you believe that superhumans who are unwilling to join the Avengers pose a threat to the Earth? Luo Bai retorted, a meaningful smile gracing his face. Nick Fury paused for a moment, then responded, yes. Luo Bai fell silent, yet his smile gradually faded. His silence rendered Nick Fury equally mute. Their gazes locked. The atmosphere became oppressively tense. Sensing the discomfort, Natasha interjected, I believe Luo Bai poses no danger to the Earth, especially since he previously aided Stark in resolving the last crisis. As a fellow agent, Natasha naturally aligned herself with Nick Fury. Although Luo Bai was aware that the two were likely performing a theatrical act, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, he found Natasha's stance more acceptable. I believe you are far more articulate than he is, so why aren't you the king of spies? Luo Bai inquired. Natasha shrugged, half-jokingly retorting. Perhaps it's because he is older than I am. Experience is highly valued in our line of work. That certainly puts you at a disadvantage, Luo Bai replied, mirroring her jest. Their playful banter only served to darken Nick Fury's countenance further. Agent Romanoff, mind your words and actions, Nick Fury admonished. Natasha merely shrugged and fell silent. Yet, Fury sensed something amiss. You know I am the king of spies? Fury questioned. It must be noted that all records within SHIELD are classified. The average individual could not access them. The personal files of agents like them are the most confidential of all. How could Luo Bai possibly know he was the king of spies? Have you investigated me? You shouldn't have been able to access my records. Nick Fury was perplexed. At that moment, his gaze toward Luo Bai grew increasingly suspicious. Luo Bai, however, responded with a bright smile, casually stating, of course I know. I even know that you were a colonel in the army during World War II before joining SHIELD post-war. How do you know such things? Nick Fury asked, his expression turning grave. Luo Bai did not answer directly but countered, Nick Fury, do you truly believe that SHIELD is as well protected and impenetrable as you imagine? Could it be that SHIELD is entirely different from your perceptions? What do you mean? Fury queried, his expression growing even more serious. Luo Bai continued without a direct response. You think that everything is within your control and planning. Yet the truth is that all matters have long since slipped from your grasp. I do not believe you can safeguard the Earth, which is precisely why I have no desire to join the Avengers. His words were quite direct, bordering on harsh. And it was no wonder Fury's expression darkened further with each passing moment. Yet Fury found himself at a loss for words, for it was evident that in this contest, he had already lost. Despite his best efforts, he could uncover no information regarding Luo Bai, while Luo Bai seemed to possess an intimate understanding of him. Thus, from this standpoint alone, he had already been defeated. He was acutely aware that persuading Luo Bai to join the Avengers was now impossible. Yet he still sought to make one last appeal. The Security Council will not permit uncontrolled individuals with superpowers to exist, especially given that globally, there is hardly any record of you. Have you considered how you will address the scrutiny if you refuse to join the Avengers? Fury inquired. This was not a threat, but rather a piece of advice. After all, no matter how powerful Fury was, he still had to heed the directives from above, the Security Council. Luo Bai, however, appeared unperturbed. Wasn't Tony also pursued and faced opposition during the United Nations meeting? But do you see him caring? Luo Bai asked. Stark promptly agreed. I couldn't care less. Just regard that bunch as irrelevant. With that, Fury was rendered utterly speechless. Very well, then I wish you luck. I hope you won't take offense at anything I said today, as my only intention is to ensure the safety of the Earth, Nick Fury remarked. Although some of Fury's words were indeed rather unpalatable, considering his good intentions, and given that Luo Bai did not wish to entangle himself further with SHIELD, he chose not to dwell on it. I've always had good fortune, Luo Bai said nonchalantly. With the necessary discussions concluded and matters nearly resolved, Nick Fury and Natasha prepared to depart. Stark, eager to address his poisoning situation, also intended to leave. Just as the three were about to exit, Nick Fury received a phone call. After answering, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Trouble has arrived. Tony, I think we need your assistance this time. Chapter 25. The Indomitable Hulk. Stark's agreement to join the Avengers did not signify his endorsement of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was merely because the Avengers were connected to his father. He held no affection for Fury or S.H.I.E.L.D. And with the unresolved issue regarding his palladium, he felt increasingly agitated. Honestly, whenever you seek me out, it's never without complications, Stark replied coolly. Following this, he turned to Luo Bai, expressing, to be frank, I'm not particularly fond of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operational style. When I was hiring bodyguards, Natasha came to apply. I later discovered she had been sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to get close to me. Isn't that rather distasteful? As he spoke, Stark shot a glance at Fury. Fury quickly countered, Tony, you should understand that we are here to assist you. Stark scoffed in response. You could have come directly to me, but this approach makes it hard for me to accept. Moreover, if you truly intend to help, you should be aware that my current situation is dire. Fury seemed reluctant to continue this line of discussion. Thus, he shifted the topic. Let's not dwell on the past. This time, we genuinely require your help. The Hulk is out of control. The Hulk. Luo Bai furrowed his brow. After all, he was all too familiar with the name. Was that not the infamous Green Giant? During his absence, Banner had joined the Avengers? The Hulk was out of control? This could prove to be quite troublesome. Just as he was contemplating this, Stark spoke up. His expression had turned serious, indicating that he recognized the gravity of the situation. After a moment's thought, he asked, where is he now? Near S.H.I.E.L.D. The situation is extremely dire. He is causing widespread destruction. Fury explained. Stark understood the Hulk's destructive potential. Initially unwilling to assist, he now appeared anxious. Then let us hurry over and check it out. Luo Bai, I'm off, he said hurriedly, bidding farewell to Luo Bai before following Fury and the others out. Once they had departed, Polaris could no longer contain her thoughts. That man named Nick Fury has quite an unpleasant way of speaking. Indeed, Luo Bai replied dismissively, glancing at the time. He was surprised at how quickly the hours had passed. It felt as if they had only just begun their conversation when dinner time had arrived. Time had indeed flown by, and it was now time to eat. You should prepare dinner, Luo Bai advised. At the mention of dinner, Polaris's expression shifted in an instant. Hesitantly, she asked, Luo Bai, are you truly asking me to make dinner? Luo Bai nodded in response. Of course, it's what we agreed upon. Polaris awkwardly smiled and replied, I understand. I'll cook as an apology. However, I've never cooked before, and I fear you might find it unpalatable. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai fell silent. After all, Polaris was only 18 and newly of age. It was quite normal for her not to know how to cook. Expecting someone who had never cooked to prepare a meal was indeed asking a lot. Just as Polaris had said, even if she were willing to try, Luo Bai might not dare to eat it. Realizing this, he quickly suggested, then why not buy something from outside? Upon hearing that she wouldn't have to cook, Polaris let out a sigh of relief. All right, I'll go to the nearby supermarket and buy some food, she replied eagerly before heading out. Meanwhile, in the study, Luo Bai had already opened the book of Vishanti and commenced his studies. With Stark's predicament resolved, Luo Bai's mission in New York could be deemed accomplished. However, he found no urgency to return to Kamartaj, primarily due to his realization of the inadequacy of his practical experience. Mastering magic cannot be solely confined to theoretical study. The most effective approach is to learn through practice. Thus, he decided to remain in New York for a while longer. After all, the city presented myriad situations that offered ample opportunities for real-world application. Yet, Luo Bai did not anticipate that such an opportunity would arise so swiftly. While engrossed in his reading, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was Stark. Hadn't he just departed? Why was he calling again? Luo Bai muttered to himself as he answered the phone. As soon as the call connected, a cacophony of chaos erupted from the other end. Cries for help, sounds of destruction, and the blaring of police sirens all intertwined, leading one to believe Stark was amidst a battlefield. Before Luo Bai could inquire about the situation, Stark's fragmented voice broke through. Luo Bai, can you hear me? I need your help. Can you come over? I'll send you the location. It's urgent. I don't have time to explain much. Hulk is too powerful. Lo, the call abruptly cut off, accompanied by a crackling noise. Piecing together Stark's phone call and their prior discussions at the villa, Luo Bai surmised that Stark was grappling with a rampaging Hulk, and the situation was dire. This outcome, along with Stark's plea for assistance, did not surprise Luo Bai. After all, based on his understanding, Hulk was among the most formidable members of the Avengers. He possessed strength, speed, endurance, and regenerative abilities far surpassing those of an ordinary human, and his powers only intensified with his rage. In essence, the angrier Hulk became, the stronger he grew. Given Stark's current technological capabilities, subduing Hulk seemed utterly hopeless. It was indeed commendable that he had agreed to assist Nick Fury, but now, having realized his inability to contend with Hulk, he sought Luo Bai's aid. While it was true that in a direct confrontation, Luo Bai would not prevail against Hulk, he was a sorcerer. Sorcerers do not rely on brute strength or speed, they wield magic. Thus, he felt confident in his ability to deal with Hulk. Recognizing his need for practical experience and the urgency of the situation, Luo Bai resolved to investigate further. He raised his hand and cast a portal spell, swiftly arriving at the scene of the incident. Upon stepping through the portal, Luo Bai beheld a colossal green giant, resembling a massive boulder, standing in the middle of the road, roaring in fury. The nearby pedestrians, having never encountered such a terrifying behemoth, screamed in terror and fled for their lives. Stark, clad in his iron suit, was attempting to approach Hulk from the side. In addition to Stark, SHIELD, and the police had also deployed their forces. Heavy artillery and bullets incessantly rained down upon Hulk. Yet, to him, these attacks were akin to mere tickles, inflicting no harm whatsoever, only serving to further enrage him. Hulk swung his arm and landed a punch on Stark, sending him crashing to Luo Bai's feet. "Hi, Tony. Are you all right?" Luo Bai greeted. Stark raised his helmet, revealing a face marked by frustration and exhaustion. "Not at all. This guy is incredibly strong," Stark lamented. At that moment, Stark was in a state of great urgency. Although he had indeed witnessed Hulk's prowess, he had not anticipated that he would prove so difficult to manage. His attacks were utterly ineffective against Hulk, and despite the considerable forces deployed by SHIELD and the police, they remained unable to restrain him. Hulk's strength was simply extraordinary. Fortunately, Luo Bai had arrived. "Luo Bai, I am immensely grateful for your willingness to assist me. If it weren't for the dire circumstances, I wouldn't trouble you," Stark expressed, struggling to regain his footing. Luo Bai nodded in understanding. Just as he did, Stark, with a troubled expression, inquired, "You can handle this big guy, right?" "Of course, otherwise, why would you have called me for help?" Luo Bai replied. Stark quickly clarified, "I know you can teleport him away using that magic of yours. But what I mean is, can you subdue him? He is also a member of the Avengers. But due to certain circumstances, he has lost control. The situation is quite complex, and we don't have time to discuss it in detail now. I'll explain everything once this is resolved." Due to the urgency of the moment, Stark was unable to provide a comprehensive explanation, rendering his meaning somewhat ambiguous, but fortunately, Luo Bai grasped the essence of his request. "So, you mean as long as I can subdue him, that is sufficient, right?" Luo Bai asked. Stark nodded yes. "Do not harm him. He is actually a good person." "That is simple enough," Luo Bai confidently replied. While Stark believed in Luo Bai's abilities, he remained concerned that Luo Bai might underestimate the challenge at hand. "I know you're a powerful sorcerer, but you need to be cautious. He is no easy opponent," Stark warned. Luo Bai remained silent and proceeded directly toward Hulk, who was currently under siege by the police and SHIELD agents. Numerous police cars and helicopters had almost surrounded Hulk, effectively sealing off the street. The civilians had largely evacuated, and it was evident that SHIELD aimed to contain Hulk within this area. Despite their efforts, the bullets had little impact on Hulk, while his sheer strength overwhelmed them. Helicopters were being shot down by Hulk, and debris littered the ground alongside crumbling pavement. The situation had seemingly escalated beyond control, prompting Nick Fury, observing from a safe distance, to furrow his brow. He wished to avoid harming Hulk, yet continued chaos could lead to a global manhunt for him. The Avengers were already short-handed. He had only just persuaded the Security Council to endorse their existence. What would happen if the Council sought to challenge their presence because of this incident? As Fury pondered his next steps, a figure emerged within the encirclement. "Luo Bai? What is he doing here?" Fury queried, unable to contain his surprise. It must be Stark who contacted him. Their relationship seems rather amicable, Natasha speculated. Is he really planning to confront Hulk without any weapons? Fury exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom Luo Bai's audacity in facing Hulk unarmed. Natasha, equally astonished, chimed in. "What he is doing is perilous. Should I go and bring him back?" Fury remained silent, deep in thought. Although he harbored skepticism regarding Luo Bai's claims of being a sorcerer with magical abilities, the current circumstances and Stark's endorsements indicated that Luo Bai possessed considerable skill. Given this, why not allow him a chance? What if he truly could control Hulk? With that thought in mind, Fury quickly replied, "No, let him try." Please, persuade those individuals to temporarily cease their assaults. Ensure that no harm befalls Luo Bai. Natasha nodded and proceeded to make arrangements. Shortly thereafter, she returned to continue observing alongside Nick Fury. At this moment, it was evident that the Hulk had taken notice of Luo Bai. With the streets cordoned off, there were nearly no signs of life in the vicinity. The armed forces primarily sheltered behind police vehicles or operated from helicopters, assaulting with weapons. Suddenly, an individual approached with glaring intensity, capturing the Hulk's full attention. The Hulk was filled with rage, his fury manifesting in bulging veins, overwhelming his consciousness to the point where rational thought was entirely absent. The instant he laid eyes on Luo Bai, his bloodshot gaze fixated on him, and he lifted a nearby car. The Hulk's intentions were unmistakable. Everyone could foresee that he would hurl the vehicle at Luo Bai. In a typical scenario, one would anticipate a response upon witnessing the Hulk hoist a car. However, to everyone's astonishment, Luo Bai appeared utterly unfazed, continuing his approach toward the Hulk. This audacious act left Natasha bewildered, prompting her to inquire. Is he not planning to evade? Nick Fury, though intrigued, remained silent, opting to observe further and ascertain Luo Bai's next move. Yet, even as the Hulk launched the car at Luo Bai, he exhibited no inclination to react. Fury found himself utterly perplexed, pondering the meaning behind Luo Bai's inaction. Is the Hulk's vision truly that poor? He muttered, unable to contain his skepticism. Natasha could not help but respond. It seems he was quite accurate when targeting the helicopter. I never perceived his eyesight to be lacking. Stark, unable to restrain his exasperation, exclaimed, "Oh, for heaven's sake. Why was he so precise when he aimed at me?" Stark would be the first to contest any notion of the Hulk's poor eyesight. Especially after enduring countless strikes during his confrontation with him, his suit was on the verge of collapse. How could the Hulk miss Luo Bai from such a close distance? It was profoundly unjust. Amidst the confusion and astonishment, the crowd struggled to comprehend how the Hulk could misfire at such proximity. Yet, Luo Bai remained remarkably composed and unsurprised. His refusal to evade stemmed from an unwavering belief in his good fortune. As a man favored by the goddess of luck, it seemed improbable that he would be struck so easily. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai brushed off the dust from his attire and continued toward the Hulk. This audacious approach seemed to provoke the Hulk further. Frustrated by his failure to hit Luo Bai with the car, the Hulk let out another thunderous roar. Hulk. He then raised his clenched fist, charging toward Luo Bai with the intent to strike. Chapter 27. Your luck is a bit overboard. In full view of the onlookers, the Hulk charged forward, fist raised, aiming for Luo Bai. This sight terrified everyone present. Those who had previously encountered the Hulk were acutely aware of the sheer destructive force behind his punches. To illustrate, if a bus were placed before the Hulk, he could effortlessly reduce it to ruin. A single blow to the ground could fracture the earth itself. Such terrifying strength was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. Under such circumstances, anyone witnessing the Hulk's approach would instinctively prepare to retaliate or at least take cover to avoid being struck. However, to the astonishment of all, Luo Bai remained resolutely unmoved. He even halted his advance, placing his hands behind his back. This perplexing maneuver left everyone in a state of shock. What is he doing? Why has he placed his hands behind him? Natasha exclaimed in disbelief. Even Nick Fury, usually composed, could not contain his agitation, questioning, is he truly not going to act? Surely, he does not think the Hulk's fist will miss? Previously, when the Hulk had thrown a car at him, Luo Bai's lack of avoidance could be rationalized. Given the distance between them, it was plausible for the vehicle to veer off course. But now, with the Hulk barreling toward him, it seemed inconceivable that he would miss. Luo Bai's continued inaction was increasingly difficult to justify, leading Nick Fury to doubt the rumored prowess of Luo Bai's abilities. Could he genuinely contend with the Hulk? Natasha furrowed her brow, responding uncertainly. Given his calm demeanor in the face of the Hulk, he must have confidence in his abilities. The Hulk's strength was well known. If Luo Bai lacked assurance, he would not dare confront the Hulk directly. Although Fury understood this rationale, he could not fathom why Luo Bai had yet to act. Was it possible that Luo Bai was not calm, but rather paralyzed by fear? Fury's suspicions were not unfounded. If that were the case, Luo Bai might be in grave peril. With the Hulk drawing ever closer, Natasha anxiously suggested, "Should I go rescue him?" "It's too late," Fury replied. The Hulk was too swift. Natasha would never reach him in time. Perhaps Stark, clad in his armor, could intervene, but he remained motionless. Perhaps believing in Luo Bai's capability to handle the Hulk. Perhaps I misjudged. Luo Bai must possess the means to defeat the Hulk, Fury murmured. His gaze fixed nervously on the stationary Luo Bai. Everyone present shared his tension, their eyes trained on the Hulk charging toward Luo Bai, the distance closing ominously. They speculated on what maneuver Luo Bai would employ to counter the impending blow. However, to everyone's surprise, before Luo Bai could make a move, the Hulk, while running, suddenly vanished from sight. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath him began to collapse. The once menacing Hulk was gone in an instant. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Nick Fury, Natasha, Stark, Luo Bai. At that moment, not only were the others bewildered, but Luo Bai himself was equally perplexed. When the Hulk charged at him, he had intended to strike back. He planned to wait until the Hulk was near and then unleash a blow to extract the Hulk's very essence. Despite the Hulk's formidable strength and resilience, however, he possessed little in the way of magical resistance. With a single strike, Luo Bai managed to extract Hulk's soul from his body, bringing the confrontation perilously close to its conclusion. To Luo Bai's astonishment, just as he was about to make his move, the ground beneath them gave way, and Hulk, caught entirely off guard, plummeted into the gaping chasm below. What a twist of fate! The entire surface crumbled, yet miraculously, the spot where Luo Bai stood remained intact. In this moment, Luo Bai could only surmise that the goddess of fortune had lent her hand. What a turn of events! He had intended to put on a show, even striking a pose, yet the capricious whims of luck intervened. With a sigh, Luo Bai turned his gaze towards Stark, who stood agape, clearly taken aback. After what felt like an eternity, Stark finally regained his composure, his eyes filled with incredulity as he inquired, "What kind of magic did you just employ? I didn't see you cast a single spell." Stark presumed it to be sorcery, unaware that Luo Bai had not even had the opportunity to act. "Would you believe me if I said I hadn't cast any magic at all?" Luo Bai retorted. Stark was momentarily taken aback, uncertainly asking, "Are you suggesting that the ground's collapse was not caused by your magic?" "It was not," Luo Bai replied. Stark's confusion deepened, prompting him to ask once more. "Then what caused the sudden collapse of the ground?" Luo Bai pondered for a moment before responding. "Perhaps it was mere coincidence. You know, aside from my magical prowess, I am also exceptionally fortunate." "Fortunate? Does sheer luck really allow the ground to collapse?" Stark questioned skeptically. "Can you explain why the ground caved in?" Luo Bai considered this and suggested, "Could it be possible that Hulk's prior hammering had compromised the integrity of the road, and as he sprinted away, the ground simply couldn't bear the strain, leading to its collapse?" Stark fell silent, though he could not help but mutter, "That explanation sounds a bit too coincidental." "There's nothing to be done. Such is the nature of good fortune," Luo Bai replied. Stark remained quiet for a moment before exclaiming, "Impressive, truly impressive." He found it hard to accept. He would rather believe that Luo Bai had employed some form of magic to induce the ground's collapse than accept that it was mere luck. After all, the former was at least somewhat plausible in a world filled with extraordinary abilities. But the latter? Please. How could one believe in luck so fortuitous that it caused the ground to cave in? Such a widespread collapse, and you're certain you didn't use any magic? Stark pressed. Before Luo Bai could respond, Nick Fury and Natasha approached. As they neared, Fury's expression darkened, and he chastised Stark. "Tony, are you certain that Luo Bai truly possesses magical abilities? That was far too perilous. Had it not been for the subpar quality of this road, which couldn't withstand Hulk's assault, I shudder to think of the consequences had he landed that blow." Stark was taken aback, turning to Luo Bai with shock. "Wait a minute, brother. Your luck seems to be a bit excessive." Chapter 28. A single strike to extract the soul? Are you serious? Truth be told, Stark was at a loss. He never expected that Luo Bai had managed to deal with Hulk purely by chance. "Are you certain the ground's collapse was a mere accident?" Stark asked, still in disbelief. Fury, taken aback by the question, replied, "Why do you ask that?" Stark retorted, "Don't you think this is all too coincidental?" Fury fell silent. Initially, he had been equally astonished by the unfolding events. Just as Hulk was about to reach Luo Bai, the ground had collapsed. At first, he suspected it might have been some ability of Luo Bai's that caused the ground to give way. Yet, he had not observed Luo Bai making any move. This uncertainty prompted him to send someone to investigate. While there were many things S.H.I.E.L.D. might falter at, intelligence gathering was certainly their forte. Before long, S.H.I.E.L.D. procured evidence. "I just received the report, and it appears there was an issue with the road's quality. Given Hulk's extraordinary strength, I deduced that the significant collapse was related to both his attack and the substandard condition of the road," Fury explained. Truth be told, Stark was skeptical of Fury's explanation. However, considering that Luo Bai had previously indicated the same and denied using any magic, he had no choice but to accept it. Realizing this was the most terrifying part. He couldn't fathom the existence of someone with such incredible luck in this world, especially a sorcerer. A sorcerer blessed with such outrageous fortune. Could you even imagine? "Honestly, Luo Bai, your luck is astonishing," Stark remarked, regaining his composure. Hearing this, Fury expressed curiosity, asking, "What does luck have to do with it?" Stark quickly retorted, "Don't you see? It's all too coincidental. If it weren't for sheer luck, do you have any other explanations?" Only then did Fury and Natasha realize something was amiss. Previously, due to the urgency of the situation, they had not fully considered the implications. Now, reflecting on it, Luo Bai's luck was indeed extraordinary. Just when Hulk was about to pounce, the ground collapsed at the last possible moment. In hindsight, the ground's collapse had saved Luo Bai's life. Once the entirety of the situation dawned on him, Fury couldn't help but exclaim, "Your luck is indeed remarkable." Natasha, half joking, teased, "Your luck is certainly impressive. It seems the goddess of fortune favors you, Luo Bai." Before Luo Bai could respond, Fury interjected, "While you may have escaped a dire fate, luck will not always be on your side. Your actions earlier were exceedingly perilous." "Perilous? Why was it dangerous?" Luo Bai inquired. Puzzled, "Hulk's strength is beyond what an ordinary person can withstand, and you were nearly caught in his attack," Fury explained. Considering that Fury's admonition stemmed from concern, Luo Bai calmly clarified, "Even without the ground's collapse, I would have been able to control Hulk. It was merely that fortune acted before I had the chance." Fury said nothing further, yet the skepticism in his gaze was palpable. He did not doubt Luo Bai's capabilities entirely, recalling his previous encounter with Obadiah. However, Hulk was an entirely different caliber of adversary. Consequently, Fury found himself questioning whether Luo Bai could truly defeat Hulk. Of course, while he had his doubts, he refrained from voicing them. After all, Hulk had presumably been subdued, and there was no need to offend Luo Bai. With this in mind, Fury stated, "All right. Since the situation has been resolved, let us first," intending to have Hulk taken back to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, before he could finish his sentence, a furious roar echoed, "Hulk!" Instantly, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Hulk was still conscious. Before anyone could regain their composure, they witnessed the Hulk leap majestically from the depths of a cavern buried beneath rubble. He then plummeted vertically towards them. Goodness, that was the Hulk. If he landed on someone, it would spell certain doom or at the very least, a life-altering injury. Panic ensued among the onlookers. "Run!" Natasha shouted, frantically darting to the side. Nick Fury and Stark quickly followed suit, seeking refuge. Yet, Luo Bai remained unmoved. He stood his ground, gazing up at the Hulk, elated beyond measure. He had presumed that today he would not need to intervene, but fortune had granted him a chance for real combat. As he pondered this, he began to gather energy throughout his body. At the moment the Hulk descended before him, he raised his hand and struck. A silent yet potent blow, encapsulating all the power Luo Bai had cultivated during his training. This strike resonated deep within the very essence of the Hulk, causing time itself to seem to freeze around them. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated crash of the Hulk hitting the ground did not resound. Stark and Nick Fury, mid-flight, sensed something amiss. They halted and turned, only to behold Luo Bai's hand making contact with the Hulk's chest. With this impact, the Hulk's soul was expelled from his body. In that instant, astonishment enveloped the crowd. Wait, are you serious? The reality of the soul's departure was indeed a tangible phenomenon. Typically, the average person cannot perceive a soul. However, for a mage, revealing a soul to the mundane world is rather straightforward. To validate his triumph over the Hulk, Luo Bai employed a slight enchantment, ensuring that the Hulk's soul was fully visible to the onlookers. "Well, that should be that," he remarked nonchalantly, clapping his hands together. This statement jolted everyone back to reality. Stark was the first to break the silence, exclaiming, "I can't be seeing this correctly. Luo Bai, is that the soul of the Hulk?" He pointed at the floating, bewildered Banner. Chapter 29. Please, can someone attend to me first? Banner is the true name of the Hulk, or rather, the conscious identity of the Hulk. Before his transformation into the Hulk, Banner was merely a renowned physicist. During a fateful experiment, he was inadvertently exposed to high levels of radiation from a gamma bomb he had created, resulting in his metamorphosis. Thus, the Hulk was born. One could say that the radiation gave rise to an alternate persona within Banner, the Hulk. Therefore, at his core, the soul residing within the Hulk is still that of Banner. The soul that Luo Bai had struck forth was none other than the conscious Dr. Banner. At this moment, Banner's spirit, having been forcefully extracted, was clearly in a state of bewilderment. Wait, what just happened? Am I ascending? What is going on? Can someone explain this to me? He gazed at his own ethereal form, drifting in the air, unable to contain his confusion. Yet, he was not the only one grappling with disbelief. Everyone except Luo Bai was equally perplexed. They too desired an explanation for this extraordinary occurrence. They had witnessed Luo Bai deliver a blow to the Hulk, and now, How had the Hulk transformed into a soul? The crowd stared in a mix of shock and incredulity for a prolonged moment. Eventually, Stark broke the silence once more. Luo Bai, could you elucidate what on earth is happening here? He inquired, his expression reflecting utter bewilderment. Luo Bai, however, remained composed, responding with a casual air. It is quite evident, this is magic. Stark was well aware that it was magic. He had indeed witnessed Luo Bai wielding magic before, but this was a different situation. Previously, Luo Bai had employed teleportation spells that did not directly showcase his combat prowess. Yet now, Stark had witnessed a stark contrast and was profoundly astonished. While I have seen you use magic before, you must understand, I have never personally encountered it. Most of my knowledge comes from television, where I assumed mages would wield abilities akin to divination or curses. But this... Stark began to critique, but fell silent mid-sentence. He realized he had spoken too much, revealing his ignorance. Shifting the topic, Stark inquired, are all mages as formidable as you? I mean, are there mages even more powerful than you? Luo Bai affirmed, certainly there are. At this definitive answer, Stark fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, he finally expressed, honestly, Nick Fury, I suddenly find myself understanding you a bit more. Stark held a firm belief in Luo Bai's character. After all, they had survived harrowing experiences together, and he trusted that Luo Bai would always stand on the side of justice. However, it dawned on him that mages were not solely represented by Luo Bai. Fury had persistently emphasized the potential threat posed by mages should they harbor malicious intentions. Initially, Stark had brushed off those concerns, but after witnessing Luo Bai's capabilities, he felt a surge of anxiety. Goodness, if all mages were like Luo Bai, how could humanity possibly endure? Stark felt compelled to voice his apprehension. Honestly, if every mage possessed your level of power, I cannot fathom how perilous humanity's situation would be. Luo Bai. Stark's intentions were not malicious, and Luo Bai understood this. Humanity instinctively fears overwhelming forces, and Luo Bai was aware of this. Thus, he reassured Stark, do not worry. The majority of mages are committed to protecting Earth and humanity. Upon hearing this, Stark sighed in relief. That is truly reassuring. He could not imagine what humanity would do if mages turned against them. Fortunately, mages were not adversaries of humanity. Just as Stark was feeling relieved, Luo Bai interjected, however, not all mages are dedicated to safeguarding Earth and humanity. Mages can be divided into the righteous and the wicked. What? Wicked mages? Goodness, does that not place us in a dire predicament? Stark could not help but question. Not exactly. As long as the Sorcerer Supreme is present, no evil mage would dare to recklessly assault Earth, Luo Bai replied. Sorcerer Supreme? Stark inquired, intrigued by this unfamiliar title. The most powerful mage on Earth, referred to as the Sorcerer Supreme by other mages, Luo Bai explained. So, the Sorcerer Supreme protects the Earth? Stark continued to probe. Luo Bai nodded. Every Sorcerer Supreme is tasked with safeguarding the Earth. It is their duty. Thank heavens. Stark exclaimed. It is fortunate that the most powerful mage is not a villain. Otherwise, what would we do? Nick Fury, who had been silently listening, was clearly taken aback by their conversation. Although he had yet to speak, the shock and concern were evident on his face. Internally, Fury was cursing up a storm. Oh, for heaven's sake. Mages. Magic. There are indeed mages on Earth, and they wield magic? Why has no one mentioned that Earth is this perilous? This is not scientific. It defies all logic. Though Nick Fury was internally berating himself, he maintained an outward facade of calmness. As he observed that Luo Bai and Stark had nearly concluded their conversation, he timidly interjected, Excuse me, may I pose a question? Luo Bai, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, What do you wish to inquire about? Are there many sorcerers on Earth? Nick Fury asked. Luo Bai did not respond directly, instead smiling and retorting. The fact that you ask suggests you have already come to believe in the existence of sorcerers on Earth. Nick Fury felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had consistently expressed his skepticism regarding sorcerers. Now, faced with undeniable evidence, he could only awkwardly concede, It is truly astonishing. It has completely upended my understanding. I wish it were not so, yet your recent actions compel me to accept the truth. Luo Bai chuckled and continued, Nick Fury, you have always harbored the conviction that you can master all. Do you now believe you can control sorcerers? Nick Fury fell silent, recognizing that Luo Bai was countering his previous brash assertions. Indeed, as an ordinary human, possessing merely a marginally greater capability than the average individual, how could he dare to claim he could manage sorcerers? He remained silent. Observing his discomfort, Stark sympathetically remarked, Honestly, Nick Fury, I admire your courage. I never anticipated you would provoke a sorcerer. Nick Fury grew even more reticent, internally lamenting, Please, Who could have known that Luo Bai was truly a sorcerer? Although Stark had jested at Nick Fury's expense, deep down, he too was eager to learn about sorcerers. I had also intended to ask you about sorcerers, but you had been absent for a while, and I was preoccupied with my own confusions. Thus, I missed the opportunity. Now that I have the chance. Are there many sorcerers on Earth? Stark inquired. Luo Bai replied calmly, not many. Those who wish to learn magic must possess a certain innate talent. Yet individuals with high magical aptitude are quite rare. How about someone of your caliber? Stark pressed further. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Bai answered honestly, not many. The higher one's talent, the more one can learn. You know, I have always been fortunate, thus my talent is relatively high, enabling me to learn much faster than the average person. Fortunate? Stark questioned in confusion. What does luck have to do with magical aptitude? It is quite relevant. A magician of my exceptional caliber, possessing a once-in-a-millennium talent, could not achieve such feats without a touch of fortune, Luo Bai explained. Stark furrowed his brow and quipped. I can't shake the feeling that you're indirectly praising yourself. Not at all. I speak only the truth, Luo Bai replied. Very well. How long have you been learning magic? Stark asked. I can't recall. Perhaps half a month or a month, Luo Bai mused. Half a month. Stark, having never studied magic, could not comprehend the sheer enormity of mastering such a level in merely 2 weeks. He frowned and could not help but inquire. You achieved this level in just half a month? Is magic really that easy to learn? Fortunately, his words did not reach the ears of the other sorcerers in Kamartaj. Otherwise, most would likely have fallen silent. Luo Bai, however, chose not to elaborate, feeling it unnecessary. Just then, a weak voice floated over everyone. Could you please spare me a glance? Can someone tend to me? My soul is still wandering outside. Chapter 30. Nick Fury. Why did I provoke him? Banner, feeling somewhat helpless, wondered how the conversation had drifted away from him. His reminder prompted the others to finally recall his presence. Dr. Banner, I sincerely apologize for having forgotten you. However, you should be aware that we have just encountered something extraordinary, Stark quickly asserted. Banner nodded, exclaiming, of course I know. Am I not the one directly involved? So how are you feeling now? After being out of your body for so long, are you experiencing any discomfort? Stark continued to inquire. Banner earnestly replied, I don't feel any particular discomfort. I merely find it somewhat frightening. So could you please return me? Are you certain that if we return you, the Hulk won't emerge again? Stark asked once more. Banner pondered for a moment before responding seriously. I believe it is highly unlikely he will appear again. After all, this is simply too terrifying. Following their brief exchange, Stark introduced Dr. Banner to Luo Bai. Luo Bai. As you can see, the being residing within the Hulk is none other than Dr. Banner. This matter is rather intricate, so allow me to summarize it for you. Stark proceeded to explain the situation. Essentially, during Luo Bai's return to Kamartaj, SHIELD discovered Dr. Banner, who had been mutated by gamma radiation in Brazil. Given SHIELD's staffing shortages, Stark had gone to invite him. Thus, Dr. Banner joined the Avengers as the Hulk. In truth, Dr. Banner is a world-renowned physicist and a genius with a doctorate in nuclear physics. Before transforming into the Hulk, he was remarkably approachable and gentle. However, once he became the Hulk, he would become uncontrollable, as witnessed moments ago, Stark elaborated. Understanding the narrative, Luo Bai was aware of these details. He refrained from probing further, simply greeting Dr. Banner. Hello, Dr. Banner. At that moment, Dr. Banner appeared somewhat panicked. His gaze towards Luo Bai filled with trepidation. He seemed concerned that Luo Bai might strike again and hastily explained, I sincerely apologize for the trouble I've caused everyone. In fact, I have been communicating with the Hulk and doing my utmost to manage my emotions. However, today, I do not know what happened. He just suddenly emerged. I am truly sorry. Before Luo Bai could respond, Nick Fury spoke solemnly. Dr. Banner, you promised me you would control the Hulk's emergence. Had it not been for SHIELD's timely discovery and swift action to disperse the civilians, the consequences would have been dire. I am deeply sorry, Banner said, filled with guilt. Although it seemed that Banner's inability to control the Hulk had resulted in his emergence, Luo Bai held a differing perspective. He chuckled lightly, interrupting their exchange. Nick Fury, I do not believe that Dr. Banner is at fault this time. Nick Fury was taken aback. Previously, he might have contested Luo Bai's assertion. But after witnessing Luo Bai's prowess, his demeanor had significantly softened. Why do you believe that? Nick Fury asked, perplexed. Luo Bai smiled and replied, just now. Stark informed me that Dr. Banner had intended to retreat into seclusion upon realizing his situation. You specifically ventured to Brazil to invite Dr. Banner to join SHIELD. Furthermore, prior to this, You were aware that Dr. Banner could not fully control the Hulk. Since you were cognizant of all the circumstances, you should have had contingency plans in place. You ought to have considered the possibility of Dr. Banner losing control. His emergence from S-H-I-E-L-D indicates a failure in your security measures, does it not? What does that have to do with Dr. Banner? Luo Bai articulated his reasoning with clarity. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury was momentarily stunned. It indeed seemed to be the case. Had Dr. Banner remained hidden in seclusion, even if he transformed into the Hulk, no one would have been harmed, nor would there have been such economic repercussions. The S-H-I-E-L-D summoned him to New York and extended an invitation for him to join the Avengers. Since it was S-H-I-E-L-D that called him, they should indeed bear full responsibility. At that moment, Nick Fury wore an expression tinged with awkwardness. All right, I concede. This is indeed a failure on S-H-I-E-L-D's part. My apologies, Dr. Banner, he admitted with a rare sigh of contrition. Before Dr. Banner could respond, Loki interjected, shouldn't you extend your gratitude to me? Fury paused for a moment, but quickly grasped Loki's implication. Indeed, you have aided S-H-I-E-L-D and the Avengers in resolving this crisis. On behalf of everyone at S-H-I-E-L-D and the Avengers, I express our profound gratitude, Fury said sincerely. Yet, Loki frowned, dissatisfied, and asked, is that all? Fury replied. He understood Loki's sentiment, yet he found it unexpected. Did you not state that a sorcerer's duty is to protect the Earth? Must there be compensation for that? Fury could not help but retort. Loki shook his head, quickly refuting, please. A sorcerer's protection of the Earth is to thwart invasions from the multiverse and other dimensions that threaten its destruction. Hulk's rampage is an internal affair of S-H-I-E-L-D. How does that pertain to the Earth's annihilation? This falls outside my purview, and my assistance is solely out of respect for Tony. However, I am not well acquainted with S-H-I-E-L-D, so you cannot expect me to receive nothing in return. Fury fell silent once more. He took a deep breath and, after a moment's deliberation, inquired, what sort of compensation do you desire? Loki pondered for a moment. Given Fury's disposition, he surmised that requesting something overly extravagant would likely be met with refusal, leading to unnecessary complications. Thus, he shrugged and said with resignation, perhaps a modest fee for my troubles. Although Loki had already won $3 million previously, he could hardly complain about having more. However, Fury seemed perplexed and could not help but inquire, what does a sorcerer need with money? Sorcerers are human too and have living expenses. Why should we not require money? Loki could not refrain from responding. Before joining Kamartaj, he too had believed that sorcerers were above such mundane needs. Yet, he later discovered that they too required funds, albeit through methods that differed from those of ordinary individuals. Naturally, this was a concept that the average person might struggle to comprehend. I thought you sorcerers could conjure money at will, Fury remarked, unable to suppress his surprise. Loki chuckled and replied, of course. A sorcerer could even empty the vaults of a New York bank. Would you care to witness such a spectacle? Certainly not, Fury replied, although both were jesting. He began to grasp Loki's underlying message. Sighing, Fury said, I will arrange for someone to deliver the payment to you shortly. Now, Dr. Banner, are you able to restore his soul to his body? Certainly, Loki responded. With a wave of his hand, Dr. Banner's soul returned to his corporeal form. As his essence re-entered, Dr. Banner resumed his normal state. Goodness, friends, I am finally alive again, he exclaimed, exhilarated to see himself standing intact. However, Fury found little joy in the situation. To be honest, he was the one suffering the greatest loss from this incident. The public facilities damaged by Hulk's rampage would require substantial funds from S-H-I-E-L-D for repairs. The critical issue was that he also had to compensate Loki. The agency's budget was already in question. At that moment, Fury felt a twinge of regret. Why had he summoned Loki in the first place? Sigh. Chapter 31. Natasha's interest. Frankly, Nick Fury was now in a position where he might need to dip into his personal savings. S-H-I-E-L-D. A name that sounded imposing, akin to a significant institution. Yet, in reality, this organization was hardly favored by the government, and with the establishment of the Avengers, dissenting voices had been growing within the upper echelons. Fury, enduring immense pressure, had finally managed to launch the Avengers initiative through sheer persuasive prowess. Little did he anticipate that it would soon face such monumental challenges. Now, there were repairs to be made and Loki's compensation to consider. The thought of S-H-I-E-L-D Unexpectedly needing to disburse such a substantial sum made Fury's heart bleed. The higher-ups would surely refuse reimbursement. It seemed he could only resort to selling weapons. Alternatively, he might need to borrow funds from Stark. This realization brought Fury considerable distress. "I must take my leave," Fury said, his face darkening. Without a backward glance, he departed, anxious to avoid incurring any further financial losses. Once Fury had entered his vehicle, Natasha could no longer contain her astonishment. "Loki, you are quite the character. After working alongside Nick Fury for so long, it is my first time witnessing him so flustered. As the king of spies, Nick Fury typically left others speechless and reaped the benefits. It was unexpected that he would suffer such a significant setback at Loki's hands. With this in mind, Natasha continued, "You may not grasp it, but in Fury's career as a spy, he has seldom faced defeat. He usually benefits at others' expense. I have high hopes for you, as you have managed to extract compensation from him." Observing her demeanor, Loki could not help but tease, "You seem rather pleased?" Natasha nodded, "Of course. What worker wouldn't be delighted to see their boss unhappy?" As SHIELD agent, Natasha's superior was none other than Nick Fury. Thus, it could be said without exaggeration that Fury was her immediate boss. No employee relishes their superior's presence, and Natasha was no exception. Seeing her boss in a state of discontent brought her joy. At that moment, Natasha's smile was positively radiant. However, Stark soon realized that something was amiss. "Wait a moment. Did Fury not compensate me either? He was the one who invited me to join the Avengers. Logically, he should have offered me something in return," Stark muttered. Although he was not in dire need of money and generally paid little heed to such matters, Loki's reminder led him to recognize the inconsistency. After all, it was Fury who had invited him to join the Avengers. Not only had he received no benefits whatsoever, but he also found himself running errands for Fury daily. While lost in thought, Loki interjected, "Since it was Fury who invited you to join the Avengers, he is indeed obligated to provide compensation." Stark was at a loss for words and could not help but retort, "To be honest, I have received no compensation whatsoever. I have even supplied weapons to SHIELD. If you find it concerning, you may wish to discuss this issue with him. While you may not be in need of money, perhaps you could request something else," Loki suggested. Stark shrugged, "I should indeed have a conversation with Fury. He still owes me items belonging to my father, and my palladium poisoning issue remains unresolved." After saying this, Stark turned to Natasha and asked, "Are you heading to SHIELD? Could you take me along?" Natasha nodded in agreement. "Of course. I need to escort Dr. Banner back." With matters resolved, Natasha and her companions prepared to leave, while Loki intended to return and continue his study of magic. Just before departing, Natasha unexpectedly invited Loki. "It was a pleasure to meet you, Loki. If you have the time, perhaps we could share a cup of coffee later." Luo Bai did not ponder much and replied nonchalantly, "Let's talk about it later." He then activated the portal and returned to the villa. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Polaris had already returned from the supermarket. She was seated on the sofa, watching television while indulging in a hamburger. As soon as she noticed Luo Bai's presence, she sprang to her feet and exclaimed, "Luo Bai, you're back. This is the dinner I brought for you." Polaris gestured towards the food laid out on the coffee table. "Very well, fried chicken and hamburgers. Is this all you bought?" Luo Bai inquired, furrowing his brow. "There's also milk, bread, and some frozen foods in the refrigerator," Polaris explained. Luo Bai fell into a contemplative silence. Noticing his quietude, Polaris hurriedly asked, "Luo Bai, aren't you going to eat these? I could make you pasta or a salad. Oh, by the way, would you like some pizza?" Luo Bai remained even more silent. Although he had no objection to consuming fried chicken, hamburgers, or pasta, it seemed that Polaris intended for these to be their meals for the coming months. Contemplating this, Luo Bai could not help but inquire, "You don't mean to suggest that I will be eating only these for the next few months, do you? Is there a problem?" Polaris asked cautiously. Luo Bai sighed. How had he forgotten that they were in New York? Eating such fare seemed quite ordinary. "But I cannot sustain myself on just these for months. I need rice. If you cannot prepare it, you could always fetch some from a restaurant." Luo Bai stated plainly. "Rice. But, Luo Bai, I don't have that much money." Polaris replied candidly. Luo Bai, realizing his oversight, acknowledged that they were indeed in America. The prices he had mentioned were exorbitantly high. Without some financial resources, it was nearly impossible to afford them. People were generally reluctant to employ mutants like them, and given his current status as a fugitive, he faced the risk of being apprehended by the Mutant Association if discovered. As he contemplated this, Polaris lamented, "So where did you get money during your escape?" "I earned a bit through various channels with my friends." "Well, not exactly legal channels, but we have to survive. However, the Mutant Association has been actively searching for us lately, So we haven't dared to move around much, Polaris responded. Very well, Luo Bai sighed. Although he had previously suggested that Polaris manage her own meals, she had indeed resolved the issue. Yet, the food she had acquired was simply not to his taste. To ensure his stomach would feel more at ease in the future, Luo Bai conceded, let me cover the cost of our meals from now on. But I will only account for my share. You must handle yours. After all, expecting her to take on the role of a housekeeper was a punishment in itself. It would be unreasonable for him to provide her with 3 meals a day while also covering her accommodation. Polaris had no objections and readily nodded, all right. The money is in the box Natasha sent. You can retrieve it yourself in the future, Luo Bai mentioned. Chapter 32. Is this magic still basic? As Polaris munched on her hamburger, she sighed, her expression revealing her exasperation. Seizing the moment, Luo Bai engaged her in a brief conversation. What are your plans in 3 months? Will you continue to hide? He inquired, taking a bite of his hamburger. Polaris understood the implication behind his words. Although it seemed rather unfair for Luo Bai to have her working for free, in a sense, he was helping her. After all, she had a place to stay now. But once their arrangement expired in 3 months, she would be left without a home. Reflecting on this, Polaris replied, my identity leaves me with no other option. Luo Bai shook his head, thoughtfully analyzing, that's not entirely accurate. You could go to Professor X. Joining the X-Men would certainly be better than living in hiding. Polaris immediately rejected the idea, I will not return to Professor X. The Mutant Association has killed many of my friends, and I cannot work for them any longer. The Mutant Association, ostensibly established by high-level government officials to control mutants, was inextricably linked with the X-Men, who were also cooperating with the government. Thus, Polaris was understandably reluctant to return. Moreover, as she spoke of this matter, Polaris's emotions surged, causing the metallic objects in the villa to quiver in response to her agitation. The crystal chandelier above swayed perilously, as if it might plummet at any moment. Observing this, Luo Bai half-jokingly cautioned, if the items in the house get damaged, you will be liable for the costs. Upon hearing the word compensation, Polaris's eyes widened with clarity. She was utterly broke. How could she afford to pay for damages? The atmosphere in the room grew quiet. Polaris's emotions settled considerably. Once she regained her composure, Luo Bai continued, so, do you plan to confront the Mutant Association afterwards? Polaris nodded, her gaze resolute. Yes, although my current abilities are insufficient to challenge them, I will strive to grow stronger. One day, I will assist mutants in reclaiming their rightful place in society, at least to be treated equally, without discrimination. With that, she took a fierce bite of her hamburger. Luo Bai remained silent, yet he pondered. Indeed, although he had encountered Polaris somewhat prematurely, her character remained unchanged. Deep down, she harbored a spirit of leadership resistant to oppression, and she would undoubtedly follow the narrative path laid out for her, rapidly evolving in strength. However, it must be said that the actions of the Mutant Association were indeed excessive. If they merely sought to regulate mutants, there would hardly be such resistance. Their blatant disregard for mutants as human beings was the crux of the issue. There is an undeniable truth that under oppression, rebellion is inevitable. A sentiment that holds true in any era. Why do you ask me these things? Just then, Polaris broke the silence. Her curiosity piqued regarding Luo Bai's inquiries, which seemed unrelated to him and her role as a housekeeper. I was merely asking out of curiosity, Luo Bai replied while munching on his hamburger. It was simply casual dinner conversation, yet Polaris appeared to have misunderstood his intentions. Luo Bai, are you concerned about my future? Polaris suddenly asked. The question took Luo Bai aback. Before he could respond, Polaris continued, I'm surprised. I always thought you were quite serious. I didn't expect you to care about me. Luo Bai wished to clarify that he had only been asking out of casual curiosity. However, considering the directness of such an explanation, he decided against it, opting instead to half-jokingly retort, am I really that serious? Polaris smiled faintly. You were not so easy to approach when you thought I was a thief. Situations are different. Who would be cordial with a thief? Luo Bai replied. That's true, Polaris conceded. Just then, a news bulletin interrupted their conversation. Breaking news. A giant green figure has appeared on the streets of New York today. Special forces swiftly evacuated and cleared the area. Ultimately, the green giant was subdued by a mysterious man. The news anchor's voice resonated through the television. News of such nature was commonplace, and at her age, Polaris wasn't particularly fond of watching the news. However, the figure that appeared on the screen quickly captured her attention. At this moment, on the television screen, aside from the Hulk, a young man's figure captured particular attention. Doubting her own eyes, Polaris couldn't help but point at the image on the screen and inquire. Is that you, Mage Luo Bai? Luo Bai, munching on a hamburger, turned his gaze towards the television. Goodness. It truly was him. He mumbled to himself in disbelief. I can't believe I was caught on camera. Upon hearing his words, Polaris confirmed that the person on the screen was indeed Luo Bai. So while I was at the supermarket, you were out saving the world? Polaris furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her sarcasm. She had wondered why she hadn't seen Luo Bai upon her return. It turned out he had been dealing with the Hulk. It's not exactly saving the world, just a minor inconvenience, Luo Bai clarified. No sooner had he spoken than the television broadcasted footage of Luo Bai extracting the Hulk's soul with a single strike. Polaris's eyes widened in shock. OMG, this is a news channel. Surely they didn't add special effects, right? You actually extracted his soul with one blow? Polaris exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. This was simply outrageous. Despite her astonishment, Luo Bai remained remarkably composed. In truth, this is merely a fundamental control spell. For someone without magical resistance, it is quite effortless. A fundamental spell? Is that even possible? Polaris gasped, her mind racing with apprehension. Thank goodness you didn't use that on me when you thought I was a thief. I can hardly fathom being alive right now. Luo Bai refrained from elaborating further, as explaining such matters to those unfamiliar with magic could be rather tedious. Instead, he gazed at the news report, pondering the unexpected publicity from his confrontation with the Hulk. Did this mean he was about to gain notoriety? Contemplating this, Luo Bai opened his phone and discovered that he was indeed the topic of widespread discussion online. Some labeled him a superhuman, others a sorcerer. In any case, he had become a sensation, amassing a new following, who dubbed him the Soul Mage. Soul Mage. That title sounds rather less appealing compared to Supreme Mage, Luo Bai mused, reading through the comments. Polaris, puzzled, asked, what is this about Soul Mage and Supreme Mage? Nothing much. Luo Bai replied nonchalantly, though his mind was racing with thoughts. Gaining fame could be a double-edged sword, while it was advantageous. It also meant heightened scrutiny from powerful mages on Earth, necessitating an urgent need to enhance his abilities. With that in mind, Luo Bai hastily finished his hamburger and announced, I'm heading to the study. If someone arrives with a delivery, Lona, please remember to accept it. Chapter 33, Time Magic, Altering Time. Luo Bai retreated to his study to continue his studies of the Book of the Vishandi, although he had scarcely utilized magic during his skirmish with the Hulk. Given the significant advantage he held over these magic-resistant superhumans, he still gleaned some benefits. His practical experience and magical energy had seen a slight enhancement. While the assistance was minimal, it was nonetheless valuable. Throughout the ensuing period of magical study, Luo Bai absorbed knowledge rapidly and developed a deeper understanding. After an entire night of diligent study, he had thoroughly mastered the entirety of the Book of the Vishandi and began to delve into Time Compendium. Although he had previously employed the Time Gem, he had never systematically learned how to wield its full power. It was high time to refine his skills. Time Compendium. The title suggested a tome dedicated to the study of time, yet, in essence, it served as a guide on how to master time through magic. This book chronicled the insights of generations of supreme mages regarding time magic. It encompassed fundamental concepts of time, the influence of timelines on the universe and multiverse, foundational theories of time, and various time-related spells. Despite the extensive content, the essence of the book was a dissection of the time gem. Most supreme mages are incapable of independently controlling time. They rely on the power contained within the time gem. Through this artifact, mages can learn spells associated with time. The book details time spells such as time acceleration, time reversal, future prediction, and time stasis, among others. At the forefront of the tome, a phrase was clearly inscribed. The time gem harbors boundless power. No one can fully comprehend it. This statement is self-explanatory. Essentially, while all generations of supreme mages have utilized the time gem, no one has yet fully grasped the energy and profound meanings encapsulated within it. Thus, those who wield the time gem can, through their understanding, further analyze the energies it encompasses. After perusing the theoretical analysis and foundational introduction regarding the time gem, Luo Bai retrieved the Eye of Agamotto and began to manipulate the time gem. With a focused mind, a green luminescence emanated from Luo Bai's hand, the very essence of time's power contained within the gem. Finding a chair within the room, Luo Bai commenced his experimentation. A clockwise motion of his palm signified time acceleration, causing the chair to manifest as it would in the future. Conversely, a counterclockwise gesture induced temporal regression, reverting the chair to its original state or even to a prior appearance. As Luo Bai was still mastering the nuances of time manipulation, he occasionally encountered failures. His concentration was intense, leaving him oblivious to the persistent knocking at the door. Meanwhile, Polaris had been knocking for a full minute outside. Although she could hear the commotion within, Luo Bai's failure to answer left her perplexed. Why is he in there yet not opening the door? She murmured to herself. She attempted to twist the doorknob, only to find it unlocked, and the door swung open. However, before she could assess the situation inside, a flash of green light emerged. In an instant, a miniature version of Polaris appeared before Luo Bai. Indeed, due to Polaris's sudden entrance, Luo Bai, entirely unaware, inadvertently transformed her into a child while practicing time magic. While young Polaris was quite adorable, the concern loomed. Who would manage his household now that she was a child? With this thought in mind, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, "What brings you here? Didn't I tell you not to come upstairs without special circumstances?" Little Polaris blinked her large, sparkling eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend his words, and asked, "Big brother, what are you saying? Where's this place?" It dawned on Luo Bai that the book had mentioned that altering a person's time, such as reverting them to the past, would also freeze their memories in that time. In simpler terms, Luo Bai had inadvertently reverted Polaris to her childhood, leaving her memories stuck in that era. This also implied that the events leading up to this moment were lost to young Polaris. Luo Bai attempted to use time magic to restore Polaris to her current form. However, due to his lack of proficiency, his numerous attempts were unsuccessful. Instead, his peculiar actions left little Polaris utterly bewildered. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Polaris inquired, her innocent, wide eyes fixed upon him. Luo Bai fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to temporarily abandon his efforts. He intended to practice first and restore the flow of time for Polaris once he had completely mastered the temporal magic. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai patiently advised, "Lona, this is Big Brother's room. You are currently staying with me, so why don't you go downstairs and play for a while? I'll join you once I finish my work, all right?" Seemingly obedient in her youth, Polaris nodded adorably and replied, "Okay, Big Brother." After saying this, little Polaris trotted downstairs. However, it wasn't long before she dashed back up. "Big brother, there's a big sister downstairs looking for you. She insists on seeing you," little Polaris announced. "She insists on seeing me?" Luo Bai paused his work and made his way downstairs. Upon his arrival, he discovered that it was Natasha. She was seated on the sofa, and a silver box rested atop the coffee table. The box bore a striking resemblance to those used to hold money in television dramas. Luo Bai surmised that she had come bearing a monetary reward. Indeed, the very next moment, Natasha declared, "This is the payment Nick Fury promised you, 300,000 in total. Would you like to count it?" "No need," Luo Bai replied. Curiosity piqued as he continued, "You can simply hand the box over to Lona. Is there a particular reason you call me down here?" Natasha smiled and said, "She said the same thing, but I insisted you come collect it yourself. After all, you did promise to have coffee with me, did you not?" It dawned on him why Polaris had suddenly sought him out in the study. Natasha was the reason. Although Natasha had indeed invited him for coffee, he had thought little of it at the time, believing it to be a jest. "I thought you were joking, and besides, I never explicitly agreed. I just said I'd consider it," Luo Bai stated. Natasha chuckled softly, her curiosity unabated as she inquired, "I never expected you to be so young, yet have a daughter?" She then glanced towards little Polaris. Luo Bai realized that she had evidently misunderstood, and he clarified, "She is not my daughter." "Then who is she?" Natasha asked, puzzled. Luo Bai found himself at a loss for explanation and could only say, "It's a complicated matter, but in essence, there are certain circumstances. This girl is Lona. This little girl is Polaris." Natasha was utterly bewildered, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I do not comprehend the meaning of your words." Luo Bai refrained from elaborating further, but suddenly recalled an important detail. Lona, now in the form of a little girl, required care, and he himself needed tranquility. Natasha's presence was fortuitous, otherwise. With this thought, a notion sparked in his mind. He smiled and asked Natasha, "Did you come to invite me for coffee today?" "Not entirely. There are other matters as well," Natasha replied. Luo Bai quickly interjected, "Let's discuss those matters later. I have something to attend to at the moment. If you would be so kind as to look after Lona for a bit. I will join you for coffee once I am done." Natasha fell silent. After a brief pause, she asked, "How long will you need?" "Uncertain, perhaps around an hour. Or possibly longer," Luo Bai explained. Natasha pondered for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before she cheerfully agreed, "All right, given your youth. I assume you lack experience in caring for children. I will assist you. However, do remember our agreement once you are finished." "Of course," Luo Bai replied with a smile. Before ascending the stairs to continue his magical practice, he practiced diligently for an entire day. Little did Natasha realize that she had unwittingly been coaxed into playing the role of a nanny for the entire day. Chapter 34. Is this the power of a mage? Luo Bai studied from morning until night, finally emerging from the study in the early hours. As he descended the stairs, he heard Natasha's exasperated voice. "It has been 17 hours since I last saw you. What on earth have you been doing in the study all this time?" Luo Bai did not respond, but instead asked, "You didn't leave? You've been taking care of Lona all this time?" "Of course," Natasha replied. "I was waiting for you to join me for coffee. Yet now, I feel more like a nanny." She gestured towards Lona, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, clearly indicating that she had been tending to the child all day. Luo Bai felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly apologized. "I was practicing magic and lost track of time. I am very sorry." The drawback of studying magic is that one can become so engrossed that time slips away. In truth, Luo Bai had already mastered the control of time stone energy. He had simply found the study of temporal magic so captivating that he lost himself in it. Only moments ago had he recalled Polaris and decided to check downstairs, believing Natasha would have departed by now, given her duties as A.S.H.I.L.D. agent. To his surprise, Natasha remained, which piqued his curiosity as he asked, "Don't you have any missions today? Why have you spent the entire day at my home?" "A mission? My mission today was to have coffee with you," Natasha replied, half-jokingly. It must be said that Natasha had a rather pleasant temperament. Despite having been made to wait all day, she bore no semblance of anger. Luo Bai understood that perhaps she had been sent by Nick Fury to persuade him to join the Avengers. However, considering that he had indeed promised Natasha, he relented. "I wonder if there is still coffee available at this hour." "There is certainly no coffee left, but you haven't eaten all day. Shall we go grab a bite to eat together?" Natasha suggested. "Sure, but you'll have to wait for me for a moment," Luo Bai replied. "Is it going to take another day?" Natasha inquired in a playful tone, though her words were light-hearted. She genuinely harbored some concern about how long it would take Luo Bai. "Not at all. It will be quick," he assured her with a smile. He then raised his hand and cast a time acceleration spell upon Polaris. A small green magical circle illuminated in his palm, and as he rotated his hand, the little girl lying on the sofa began to grow rapidly. It was only when she had fully regained her original form that Luo Bai ceased the incantation. Witnessing this transformation left Natasha in a state of awe, her expression shifting to one that could only be described as extraordinary, far surpassing mere astonishment. "All right, we can go now," Luo Bai said calmly. His words snapped Natasha back to reality, and in the next moment, her exclamation echoed through the living room. "OMG. Did I just see that correctly? You transformed a little girl into Lona?" Luo Bai shook his head, correcting her. "It is not transformation. She was always Lona." "Then why did Lona take on the appearance of a child?" Natasha continued to inquire. "This morning, while I was practicing magic, she barged into the study without my notice, and that's how she ended up like this," Luo Bai explained. "This morning," Natasha paused, suddenly recalling. No wonder she said Lona went upstairs and never came back down. Instead, a little girl came down. So that is what happened. What kind of magic is this? It's simply incredible, Natasha marveled. Despite having witnessed Luo Bai's prowess before, Natasha still felt a sense of astonishment. After all, who could remain unfazed in the presence of magic? Perhaps overwhelmed by her surprise, she pressed on with her questions before Luo Bai could speak. "Were you just using magic to control time? So, can you wizards manipulate time at will? May I inquire what else is beyond your capabilities?" Natasha's barrage of inquiries seemed unending. Typically, as an agent, she was composed and emotionally stable, yet at this moment, she found it difficult to maintain her calm. Her voice, rising in pitch, startled Polaris from her slumber. Upon awakening, Polaris blinked in confusion at the sight of Luo Bai and Natasha before her. She hastily sat up from the sofa, bewildered, and exclaimed, "How did I fall asleep?" Luo Bai replied with an air of tranquility, "You ought to ask Natasha. She has been taking care of you all day." "Taking care of me all day?" Polaris exclaimed, her expression growing increasingly perplexed. "I feel as though a flood of memories has suddenly surged into my mind. It seems I arrived here at the age of 10, and Natasha looked after me for an entire day," she muttered to herself. The acceleration of time did not alter Polaris's original memories. Thus, every experience remained intact in her mind. Yet, having just awakened, her recollections were still somewhat fragmented. It was Luo Bai who reminded her, "That memory does not pertain to your 10-year-old self. To put it simply, this morning you barged into the study while I was practicing magic and inadvertently fell victim to it. The time reversal caused you to revert to your 10-year-old form." With Luo Bai's clarification, Polaris recalled everything vividly. "Yes, that's exactly it," she exclaimed, then continued, "At that time, Natasha came to find you, insisting on meeting you. That's why I went to the study. I didn't intend to go to the second floor." At this moment, Polaris felt a pang of anxiety. After all, Luo Bai had previously warned against going to the second floor without a compelling reason. In her eagerness to clarify, she sought to avoid any misunderstandings. However, Luo Bai appeared to be already privy to the entire situation. "I understand, but please refrain from opening the study door so casually next time. Of course, I bear some responsibility as well. I should remember to lock the door, Luo Bai remarked. I merely heard movement in the room, and, not seeing anyone enter, felt a sense of worry. But I assure you, I won't act so recklessly again, Polaris quickly apologized. Heavens, who would dare open a wizard's door? Thankfully this time, it only reverted me to childhood. What if I turned into a frog next time? The thought ignited Polaris's curiosity, prompting her to tentatively inquire, so, can wizards really transform people into frogs, just like in the shows? Luo Bai found himself bewildered by the peculiar logic of these individuals. Was it truly necessary for a wizard to turn someone into a frog? He chose not to answer and, with a hint of exasperation, stated, I must accompany Natasha for a while. Please tidy up the room. With that, he turned to the still-dazed Natasha and asked, Are we ready to go? Finally, Natasha snapped back to reality, and they exited together. Chapter 35. Dining and Discovering a Tome of Dark Sorcery. The two made their way out of the villa and into Natasha's car. Yet, as she settled into the driver's seat, Natasha's mind remained clouded, still grappling with the earlier events. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she started the engine. A brief silence enveloped the air until Natasha broke it, exclaiming, You can actually control time. Does that mean you can manipulate time for the entire planet? Luo Bai refrained from answering directly, countering, I find it surprising that you waited for me all day. However, I presume you must have come with a mission in mind. His demeanor made it clear that he was not inclined to elaborate further. Natasha, understanding the subtle cue, did not press on but replied, It seems you've guessed correctly. Nick Fury did indeed ask me to persuade you to join the Avengers, but I knew you would decline. Therefore, my visit today was purely of my own volition. I hold a profound interest in wizards. Frankly, I find you rather impressive. Natasha was astute. She recognized what topics to navigate carefully. Thus, she deftly shifted the conversation, offering genuine compliments to Luo Bai, knowing that many men appreciated such praise. If you don't mind, perhaps we could be friends, she suggested. A request so simple was not one Luo Bai would refuse, though he cautioned, Of course, I don't mind, but I want to make exceptions simply because of friendship. Natasha nodded, acknowledging his point. Rest assured, I won't trouble you excessively. We could occasionally meet for a meal or a coffee, if time permits. Luo Bai smiled in response. After a brief silence, Natasha suddenly inquired, Do wizards have adversaries? Luo Bai, puzzled, asked, Why do you ask? I'm merely curious. With your incredible power to alter time and control souls, do wizards like you truly face opponents? Natasha questioned. Indeed, we do, Luo Bai replied. I previously heard you mention something about the Sorcerer Supreme, the mightiest wizard on earth. Does even the Sorcerer Supreme have adversaries? Natasha persisted. Luo Bai chuckled softly before responding. Certainly, this universe is far more expansive than you might imagine. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression turned grave. Her inquiries were not mere intelligence gathering, but stemmed from genuine concern. Natasha had always been aware of the Earth's precariousness, knowing that the dangers it faced were far more formidable than they appeared. It was precisely this awareness that led her to worry about the emergence of insurmountable threats on Earth. Luo Bai was already immensely powerful, yet there existed supreme sorcerers even beyond him. The thought that even they had adversaries was daunting, leaving Natasha to ponder the formidable and terrifying foes that wizards faced. I'm not asking these questions to pry for information. I'm just concerned about the plight of humanity and Earth, she stated earnestly. I understand. However, there is no need for you to worry, as your concerns are ultimately futile, Luo Bai replied bluntly. This was not a taunt, but rather a statement of fact. Given the might of S.H.I.E.L.D., what good would worry do? Could they truly contend with Dormammu and the Dark Sorcerers? If anyone should be concerned, it was Luo Bai himself. The Time Stone had been entrusted to him by the Ancient One, clearly designating him as the next Sorcerer Supreme. Wasn't it his duty to confront Dormammu and those Dark Sorcerers? Honestly, I have long known that Earth is perilous. It wasn't until I met you that I realized its situation might be even more dire than I had imagined. While I have never witnessed those terrifying foes firsthand, your presence and descriptions have convinced me that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot resolve the crises of the universe. I can understand why you are reluctant to join the Avengers, for the challenges you wizards face likely involve beings beyond human comprehension. I greatly admire you and am grateful for all that wizards do to protect Earth and humanity. Yet, I still wish to ask, can you confront those terrifying entities? Natasha spoke sincerely, her tone reminiscent of a close friend expressing concern, as if asking, can you truly overcome those difficulties? Do you need my assistance? Though this old friend may not be of much assistance, he could perhaps lend an ear to your woes, providing emotional solace. However, Luo Bai does not particularly require such emotional support. Of course, no problem at all. After all, I am a man favored by the goddess of fortune. Luo Bai replied with a half-joking tone. Natasha paused momentarily, interpreting Luo Bai's words as jest, and replied in kind. Then I hope the goddess of luck continues to watch over you, ensuring your endeavors are met with success. I believe she will. Luo Bai chuckled as he spoke. Their light-hearted banter was abruptly interrupted as they arrived at the restaurant. More accurately, they found themselves at a hotel. Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't they agreed to dine out? Why were they at a hotel instead? Just as he pondered this, Natasha spoke up. The top floor of this hotel houses a restaurant that operates around the clock to accommodate guests, and the cuisine is quite delightful. At this hour, it is challenging to find a restaurant that suits one's palate, so I brought you here. Would you care to give it a try? Her reasoning was sound, and thus Luo Bai did not object. Then let us give it a go, he replied. They took the elevator and soon arrived at the rooftop restaurant. The ambience was pleasant, and the crowd was sparse. They selected a cozy spot with a sofa, but as soon as they settled in, Luo Bai noticed something amiss. Nestled quietly on the sofa was a book. This tome appeared remarkably worn, its cover emblazoned with several ominous red letters. Strangely, these letters seemed both terrifying and painfully bright. As a mage, Luo Bai could discern a faint aura of darkness emanating from the book. Although the meaning of the letters on the cover eluded him, he sensed an unsettling aura surrounding the book. It resembled a tome of magic, yet it felt distinctly different from the spells he knew. It was akin to a grimoire of dark sorcery. Luo Bai had a growing suspicion about its nature, prompting him to pick up the book and glance at its pages. To his astonishment, his conjecture was confirmed. Good heavens! This is indeed a grimoire of dark magic. Moreover, it is a long-lost sacred text, the Book of Darkness. One might wonder how Luo Bai recognized it. It was simply that the book bore an unusual inscription on its first page. Congratulations, fortunate one. By acquiring this tome, you have attained unparalleled power, for it is named the Book of Darkness. Chapter 36, Still Too Cautious. The Book of Darkness, a mysterious grimoire containing formidable dark magic. Crafted by Zysorn, the god of dark magic, one of the ancient four deities. The spells inscribed within it stood in stark opposition to those of the Book of Vishanti. Furthermore, the corruptive influence of the Book of Darkness was profound, seducing individuals to wield its incantations. Despite the might of the spells recorded within, their use lacked moral restraint, centering solely on the achievement of one's objectives. Honestly, Luo Bai never anticipated that during a simple outing for a meal, he would stumble upon a Book of Darkness. It is well known that Camartage strictly prohibits the use of dark magic. What would happen if the Ancient One discovered this? Although he currently possessed the Time Stone, which would grant him some measure of protection, the Ancient One's power could easily overpower him. As he gazed at the book before him, Luo Bai found himself torn. The Book of Darkness held a potent allure, inciting an irresistible urge to delve deeper. Yet, thoughts of the Ancient One made his hands tremble. Just then, Natasha's voice broke through his reverie. You brought a book with you when you went out? Her words snapped Luo Bai back to reality. He understood the immense power within the Book of Darkness, yet he also recognized that he lacked the strength to resist its corruptive influence. Without hesitation, Luo Bai conjured a portal and cast the book away, ensuring it was safely tucked away in the space beyond his sight. Only when the book was out of view did he finally regain his composure. I apologize, I was momentarily lost in thought, he said. Natasha smiled and replied, It's quite all right. However, do remember to focus on your meal. Once we finish dining, you can return to your studies of magic at your leisure. Luo Bai nodded, but his mind wandered. He was acutely aware that, long ago, Zysorn, the ancient deity who had fallen into darkness, was forced to flee to other dimensions to escape the devourer of gods. Before his exile, Zysorn inscribed all his malevolent deeds and spells onto indestructible parchment, creating the Book of Darkness. This tome represented Zysorn's lingering hope on Earth, a conduit for influencing the planet and releasing energy. Essentially, it was a tool for garnering followers. Previously, Luo Bai had learned that in the Marvel Universe, all magic is derived through borrowing power from ancient deities. To practice white magic, one borrows from the power of the Vishanti. While they may demand repayment, the cost is not exorbitant. However, should one choose to learn from the Book of Darkness and seek strength from Zysorn, the price would be steep. His demand is a soul. As to why these ancient deities would lend their power, it relates to the matter of followers. Although the ancient deities do not explicitly state it, all gods in the Marvel Universe fundamentally require worshippers. Followers provide strength to the deities, and Zysorn is no exception. Therefore, the Book of Darkness can be understood as a means for Zysorn to seek out adherents. Anyone who studies the contents of the book becomes a follower of Zysorn, offering their most precious possession, their soul, in return for power. This ensures that the book is comprehensible to all who encounter it, regardless of their nationality. Although the Book of Darkness is termed a grimoire, it can also be perceived as an artifact created by Zysorn, endowed with a sense of self-awareness. This implies that it may autonomously select its host. Clearly, it seems that Luo Bai has been chosen. Yet, he is baffled as to why he has been granted this book. After all, engaging with its contents entails a sacrifice of one's soul, which hardly seems like an opportunity one would wish to seize. Could it be that the goddess of fortune is convinced he would remain unaffected? This is not mere conjecture on Luo Bai's part. It is well known that while the Book of Darkness possesses a corruptive nature, the descent into darkness ultimately hinges on the reader's own willpower. When one's resolve is sufficiently strong, a book cannot dominate one's consciousness. It is often said that studying dark magic leads to corruption and transforms one into an evil sorcerer. Yet, consider the Ancient One. She too has absorbed dark magic and has emerged unscathed. As for why the Ancient One embraced dark magic, it is simply because white magic proved insufficiently potent. Or perhaps it is that the Vishanti and their ilk are overly conservative in their dealings. They borrow power in minuscule amounts, unlike Zysorn, who offers strength capable of cataclysmic destruction while also extending one's lifespan. The Ancient One must protect the earth and contend with Dormammu and various dark sorcerers. Without absorbing some dark magical power, how could one proceed? This made Luo Bai suddenly consider that perhaps the arrival of the Book of Dark Arts was not a misfortune for him, but rather a fortuitous opportunity to enhance his prowess. Luo Bai pondered deeply. However, lost in his thoughts, he failed to notice that Natasha had called out to him numerous times. Noticing his lack of response, Natasha raised her voice slightly. Luo Bai. Only then did he snap back to reality. What are you thinking about? The food is getting cold, Natasha remarked with a hint of exasperation. Luo Bai shrugged, apologizing. Something unexpected occurred, so I was contemplating quite seriously. Seeing his grave expression, Natasha expressed her concern. Is there trouble on Earth? Not quite. Rather, I have encountered some personal difficulties, Luo Bai replied. To be honest, this matter was indeed quite troublesome for him. He was currently torn between the decision to study or not. I know I may not be able to help, but if you need someone to listen, perhaps I can offer some guidance, Natasha said gently. As an agent, she was adept at providing comfort. Yet, regarding this issue, Luo Bai felt that seeking her counsel was less beneficial than consulting with Ancient One. That won't be necessary. Let's eat quickly. I have some matters to attend to. Luo Bai declined her kind offer. At that moment, he simply wished to finish his meal and seek out Ancient One. Although Luo Bai was making rapid progress in his magical studies, he had not yet reached the point of being entirely independent of sustenance. And thus he felt a pang of hunger. Anxious and hungry, he consumed his food hastily. Natasha couldn't help but comment, "It's evident that you're in a hurry. But before you leave, I would like to ask you something." While eating, Luo Bai inquired, "What is it?" "Yesterday, a hammer suddenly fell from the sky. Do you know what happened?" Natasha asked. "A hammer fell from the sky? Thor's hammer," Luo Bai exclaimed instinctively. Chapter 37. Are you the blessed Saint Body? Thor's hammer? What do you mean by that? Are you referring to Thor, the son of Odin from Norse mythology? Natasha couldn't help but scoff. You can tell me that there are wizards in this world, but surely you don't expect me to believe that Odin exists here as well. Mythical figures are making their entrance? Do you have any photos or something I could see? Luo Bai queried eagerly. Natasha nodded and then produced her phone. This is it. It landed in a small town in Mexico. Carlson has already sent a team to investigate, and SHIELD is currently analyzing it. I want to know if this object poses any threat to Earth, as it caused significant energy fluctuations upon its descent, Natasha explained while handing over the photo. After a quick glance, Luo Bai confirmed, this is indeed Thor's hammer. So Thor has been exiled by his father. Do you know what this is? Seeing him silent while gazing at the photo, Natasha pressed on. Luo Bai returned to the present, calmly replying while continuing to eat. It's merely an ordinary hammer. You needn't overanalyze it. It won't have a significant impact on Earth. An ordinary hammer. Just that. Please, the force it generated upon landing was considerable. There is now a massive crater where it fell, and you dare to call it just an ordinary hammer. Of course, for someone like Luo Bai, it could indeed be perceived as just an ordinary hammer. Upon hearing Luo Bai's assertion that there was no threat, Natasha felt a sense of relief. That's good to hear. We were worried that this might be a warning or provocation from some extraterrestrial race towards Earth, Natasha clarified. That seems unlikely. Well then, Miss Natasha, I must take my leave, Luo Bai said as he finished his dinner swiftly and waved goodbye. This left Natasha momentarily stunned, as she had hoped to engage in a more extended conversation with him. She hadn't anticipated that their discussion would last less than half an hour. Are you leaving so soon? Honestly, I'm quite reluctant to see you go, Natasha admitted, a touch of disappointment in her voice. She seemed inclined to keep Luo Bai from leaving, but he was in a hurry. You can look forward to our next meeting, Luo Bai replied. With the appearance of a yellow circle, a portal opened. In the blink of an eye, Luo Bai vanished. This spectacle drew the attention of patrons in the restaurant. What just happened? I saw someone suddenly disappear. That yellow circle. I think I've seen it before. Wasn't it reported in the news? It's the Soul Sorcerer. My goodness. I was dining in the same restaurant as the Soul Sorcerer. How could I not ask for an autograph? Instantly, the restaurant buzzed with excited discussions. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Natasha couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, he was a mysterious soul sorcerer, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Natasha muttered to herself. With Luo Bai gone, she lost her appetite and stood to settle the bill. Meanwhile, Luo Bai had already arrived at the main hall of Kamartaj. Coincidentally, Ancient One was meditating. Noticing some movement, she opened her eyes. Upon seeing Luo Bai, she was not surprised. She simply rose to pour 2 cups of tea. Luo Bai, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Ancient One inquired, handing him one of the cups while she held the other. Yes, Supreme Sorcerer. I have an important question I wish to ask, Luo Bai replied. Ancient One remained unperturbed, calmly replying, do not rush. Sit down and speak. She gestured for Luo Bai to take a seat. Once they were both settled, Ancient One casually asked, have you encountered an insurmountable problem? Luo Bai nodded. Yes, Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One responded in a serene manner. Magic, often referred to as the secret arts, encompasses the infinite mysteries of the multiverse. Encountering obstacles is entirely normal. Perhaps you might patiently attune yourself to the energies that will guide you. But my dilemma seems to elude the guidance of energy. I must make the choice myself. Luo Bai couldn't help but express. I am curious to know, Luo Bai, what kind of choice are you facing? Ancient One inquired, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Looking into Ancient One's sincere gaze, Luo Bai took a deep breath. He then unleashed a teleportation spell, retrieving the Book of Dark Arts that had been confined within the teleportation space. Supreme Sorcerer, this is the choice I am confronted with, Luo Bai declared. Ancient One. She was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, is this not the Book of Dark Arts? For a brief moment, Luo Bai noticed Ancient One's stunned expression. It was not unexpected for Luo Bai to seek her counsel. After all, every sorcerer encounters challenges in their magical studies. Although Luo Bai possessed remarkable talent, it was entirely normal for him to encounter insurmountable barriers. Initially, Ancient One remained composed and tranquil due to her teaching experience. However, upon the revelation of the Book of Dark Arts, she was rendered speechless. I thought you were struggling to learn. I had no idea you were chosen by the Book of Dark Arts. This complicates matters significantly. Where did you find this book? Asked the Ancient One. Luo Bai replied candidly. I discovered it while dining in the restaurant. It was resting on the sofa. Upon seeing it, I sensed something was amiss, and upon opening it, I realized it was the Dark Grimoire. Luo Bai's forthrightness stemmed from his belief in the adage that honesty brings leniency. Moreover, he trusted that the Ancient One would comprehend his predicament. After all, in a certain sense, she was his mentor, possessing experience in the realm of dark magic. Thus he believed she would provide him with sound guidance. Truth be told, after entering the Marvel Universe, the person he trusted most was indeed the Ancient One. She had gifted him the Time Stone. This alone was sufficient for Luo Bai to believe she genuinely intended to nurture him. Therefore, he felt compelled to seek her assistance. Perhaps taken aback by the revelation of the Dark Grimoire, the Ancient One paused for a full half-second. This tome was not easily obtained, and she was acutely aware of the multitude of scheming sorcerers in the magical realm who yearned to acquire the Dark Grimoire. In their pursuit, they would stop at nothing, employing any means necessary. Did they consider Zysorn a philanthropist? Would he simply grant them what they desired? No, as an ancient deity. He too had standards when selecting his followers. Consequently, most sorcerers found it exceedingly difficult to locate this tome. Who would have anticipated that it would be discovered by Luo Bai? Although it was a book of dark magic, it was undeniably a sacred text. Contemplating this, the Ancient One fell into silence. After a considerable time, she finally spoke. As for this matter, I am uncertain how I can assist you. In truth, she was at a loss. The Dark Grimoire had chosen Luo Bai, signifying that he had drawn the attention of Zysorn. It was akin to the blessing bestowed upon Luo Bai by the Vishani. In essence, it was Zysorn conferring a blessing upon him. Was Luo Bai akin to a blessed vessel? Why were so many ancient deities pursuing him for blessings? With this thought, the Ancient One elucidated, I cannot aid you. Only you can assist yourself. Throughout a sorcerer's life, myriad choices will present themselves, and none can intervene in those choices. Only the sorcerer is capable of deciding. This is your destiny. You must make your own selections. Yet, none can prevent Zysorn from observing you. The Ancient One's insistence on Luo Bai making his own choice took him by surprise. Supreme Sorceress, the orders of Kamartaj prohibit the study of sorcery and dark magic. Do you not intend to stop me? Luo Bai inquired. The Ancient One remained silent for an indeterminate time before she slowly explained, this restriction applies to other sorcerers. But you are the future Supreme Sorcerer. No one can prevent you, not even I. Upon finishing, a look of seriousness crossed her face as if she had recalled something. Before Luo Bai could speak, she continued, moreover, to protect the earth, sometimes we have no alternative. The phrase no alternative reflected the Ancient One's resignation. She was acutely aware that the power bestowed by the Vishanti was ultimately frail, especially when compared to the dark sorcerers in the cosmos. The strength granted was insufficient for a supreme sorcerer to independently confront the threats posed by the multiverse. Ultimately, human sorcerers were merely adjuncts to the divine beings of the multiverse. Most critically, one must choose the right deity and ally oneself with the correct faction. Thus, the Ancient One had chosen to pursue eternity. Chapter 38. Ancient One, shall I take my leave? The Ancient One could not help Luo Bai in making decisions, for matters concerning the multiverse were beyond her control. Nonetheless, after much contemplation, she resolved to offer some advice. Although I cannot determine your future, perhaps I can provide you with some friendly counsel. That would be splendid, Luo Bai replied. The Ancient One fell silent for a moment, casting her gaze upon the dark grimoire before inquiring, have you perused this book? I opened it, but only read a page, Luo Bai answered honestly. What are your impressions? The Ancient One asked again. It captivates me, inciting an irresistible urge to delve deeper, Luo Bai explained. The Ancient One continued to question. What do you know of dark forces? After a moment's reflection, Luo Bai responded, not much, but I recall that dark magic devours souls and leads one to corruption. The Ancient One shook her head and clarified, it is not the dark forces that lead one astray, but power itself. Fundamentally, whether it be the Book of Vishanti or the Dark Grimoire, they both bestow power upon sorcerers. When one possesses great power, it can lead to loss of control and subsequent corruption. Hence, Kamartaj forbids sorcerers from harnessing dark forces, as the majority of their souls are ill-equipped to withstand such corruption. Your belief that the Dark Grimoire holds a corruptive allure, compelling you to read further, indicates that your soul is currently insufficient to resist its influence and fully master its power. The Ancient One's implication was quite clear. She was advising Luo Bai that while study was possible, the time was not yet ripe. Luo Bai understood this implicitly and thus inquired. I recall the text stating that the Book of Vishanti and the Dark Grimoire counteract each other. Since they are in opposition, could a balance be achieved? The Ancient One did not hesitate to respond straightforwardly. Indeed, in that instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. Though Luo Bai was familiar with the narrative, the intricacies of magic were far from simple. Receiving a precise response from the Ancient One added an extra layer of security, which was why he sought her counsel. Through her answer, Luo Bai comprehended fully. In essence, as long as he mastered all the spells contained within the Book of Vishanti and cultivated a formidable soul through practice, he would be able to command the powers contained within the Dark Grimoire for his own purposes. Presumably, the Ancient One had also absorbed dark magical power through a similar method. As for the matter of soul sacrifice, Luo Bai understood the concept, but still desired an accurate confirmation from the Ancient One. For this was intricately tied to his future and very existence. He could not afford to be anything less than cautious. With this in mind, he asked once more, Supreme Sorceress, I have another question that remains unresolved. The Ancient One replied calmly, pose your query. The essence of a sorcerer's power is, in essence, borrowing strength from the formidable deities of the multiverse, is it not? Luo Bai articulated. The Ancient One paused momentarily before countering, borrowing? Why do you describe it in this manner? Luo Bai thoughtfully analyzed the process of drawing power from the multiverse, receiving the blessings of ancient gods, and then repaying a cost seems akin to borrowing, does it not? The Ancient One smiled and nodded, a peculiar description, yet it can indeed be understood that way. Luo Bai nodded in agreement and continued, whether seeking energy from Vishanti or other ancient deities, it must ultimately be repaid. However, I wish to inquire, Supreme Sorceress, if I were to borrow energy from each ancient deity, how would I ultimately repay them? The Ancient One fell silent. It is no wonder that they were both Supreme Sorcerers. Their thoughts were aligned. After all, the question Luo Bai posed was one the Ancient One had indeed contemplated. She herself had been borrowing power to the extent that she could no longer keep track of how many deities' powers she had drawn from. and she feared she might never repay them. Yet, she was unfazed, for the power she had borrowed no longer required repayment. Her only obligation was to the Eternal Emperor. The reason was simple. The Eternal Emperor was the most formidable entity among them. With this thought, the Ancient One smiled serenely and replied, "It ultimately depends on who your soul chooses to belong to." Upon the conclusion of that statement, Luo Bai came to a realization. It appeared that his predictions held true. Each deity requires followers, which inevitably leads to the competition for believers among the gods. As for whom the followers ultimately belong, that would naturally be determined by the strongest among them. Thus, Luo Bai need not harbor excessive concerns. Although delving into the dark grimoire might lead him to offer his soul to Zizaran, as long as he could seek power from an even mightier deity, his soul would belong to that divine entity instead. This cycle could persist, enabling him to achieve a form of nested success. Ultimately, if Luo Bai were sufficiently powerful, the question of soul allegiance would indeed become quite ambiguous. Contemplating this, Luo Bai suddenly perceived the dark grimoire in a more favorable light. Was it not a splendid opportunity for him to realize a leap in power? "I understand now, Supreme Mage," Luo Bai exclaimed eagerly. Ancient One nodded slightly and said, "Go forth." She then closed her eyes. Luo Bai did not linger. A portal opened, transporting him to New York. After his departure, Ancient One slowly reopened her eyes, pondering the fortuitous circumstances surrounding Luo Bai. Recently, he had been blessed by the Vishanti and now pursued by Zizaran for power. With such remarkable magical aptitude, given time, the prospects were indeed staggering. Previously, she had harbored concerns that Luo Bai might struggle to confront the myriad foes within the multiverse due to his limited experience in magic, prompting her to remain at Kamartaj. Now, reflecting on it, perhaps it was time for her to depart. Perhaps she should seek out the Eternal Emperor and entrust Kamartaj to Luo Bai. With the protection of both Zizaran and the Vishanti, he should be capable of managing most challenges. Thus, Ancient One spoke softly, "It is time to leave, but I must await a suitable opportunity." With that, she closed her eyes once more. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the unfolding events, Luo Bai had returned to his villa in New York and settled into his study, prepared to continue his magical studies. The Dark Grimoire, while undeniably a tome capable of rapidly augmenting his strength, would be futile without a powerful soul to support him. Therefore, his immediate priority was to master all magical disciplines and fortify his soul, enabling him to better harness the potent energies contained within the Dark Grimoire. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai resumed his perusal of the magical texts, isolating himself in his room for an entire week. During this time, he diligently studied every volume he had borrowed and successfully activated the mirror dimension. Although he had yet to fully command the powers within the Time Stone, he could now wield most time-related magic with a degree of freedom. After mastering the majority of magical disciplines, he began to meditate, initiating his journey through the multiverse. There are numerous methods for mages to train their souls. Apart from enhancing their own energies, one significant practice involves embarking on multiversal travels. Chapter 39. Another bald head appears. The energies contained within the multiverse are far more potent than those found on Earth, which explains why many mages, upon mastering their requisite knowledge, engage in multiversal travel. The cosmos within the Marvel Universe can be broadly categorized into singular universes, multiverses, hyperuniverses, and omniverse. At Kamartaj, most mages can only manage singular universe travel, which essentially involves spatial teleportation within a single universe to designated locations. Few mages possess the capability to traverse the multiverse. At Kamartaj, only a handful of archmagi can achieve this feat given Luo Bai's current prowess. He had become quite adept at navigating the multiverse. Therefore, his training focused not on his physical form, but rather on his spiritual essence, also known as the soul. Only Ancient One had previously succeeded in soul travel through the multiverse, and she was the sole individual capable of such a feat after all. The soul is far more fragile than the corporeal body. The overwhelming energies of the multiverse can easily overpower an ordinary soul. Yet, in pursuit of strengthening his own soul, Luo Bai felt compelled to undertake this arduous endeavor. During his initial attempt, he was met with considerable resistance. His soul could not endure even a day within the multiverse. He felt as though an invisible yet immense force was bearing down upon him, from the crown of his head to his toes. Every cell in his being experienced tremendous stimulation, as if his body were on the verge of being rent asunder. After enduring the assault for a day, he reluctantly allowed his soul to return to his physical form. Once he had rested and regained his composure, Luo Bai attempted once more. After a relentless series of 20 attempts, he finally managed to withstand the pressure and began to venture deeper into the multiverse. The passage of time within the multiverse differs from that on Earth, leaving Luo Bai unaware of how long he had been training. It was only when he noticed some commotion downstairs, resembling an argument involving Polaris, that curiosity piqued within him. This struck him as odd. After all, there should only be Polaris present in the house. Who could she possibly be arguing with? Considering how long he had been practicing, Luo Bai felt it was indeed time for a break. He rose, opened the door, and descended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he found Polaris standing outside the door, seemingly engaged in a fervent discussion with someone, her emotions running high. The agitation within the house caused the metallic fixtures to tremble, and even the chandelier began to sway precariously. "Lorna, what are you doing?" Luo Bai called out. His voice instantly silenced the room. Polaris turned her head, her fury transforming into exhilaration. "Luo Bai, the mage. You finally emerged. You've returned?" Such remarks implied that one might assume he had been absent for an extended period. With this thought, Luo Bai couldn't help but retort, "What do you mean, finally?" Polaris, brimming with excitement, replied, "I calculated it. It has been an entire month since I last saw you." Luo Bai, "A month? Has it really been that long?" he asked incredulously. "Indeed. Look at the date," Polaris exclaimed. Luo Bai picked up his phone and glanced at the time. To his astonishment, an entire month had indeed elapsed. It was a revelation that caught him off guard. "So, you stayed in the study this entire month?" Polaris inquired. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before responding, "Not exactly. I actually went on a journey." "A journey?" Polaris was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief, clearly misunderstanding his words. "Luo Bai, I waited here for you for a whole month, not daring to leave even a step, fearing you might not find me. If you were going on a journey, you should have informed me. At least I could have taken a break," Polaris lamented, her tone tinged with a hint of frustration. "Honestly, I wasn't aware that so much time had passed." "Well," Polaris sighed, "what can I say? After all, you are the one in debt." With no choice but to accept the situation, she continued, "By the way, did anyone come looking for me in the past month?" Just as she was pondering this, Luo Bai suddenly inquired. Polaris nodded eagerly, "Yes. Mr. Stark, Natasha, and that egghead all came looking for you. However, I dared not disturb you on the second floor, so I informed them that you were temporarily unavailable." After the last incident, Polaris now refrains from even setting foot on the second floor, let alone allowing anyone else to do so, fearing that a mere misstep might result in her transformation into a frog at the hands of Luo Bai. Luo Bai understood her concerns and felt fortunate that she had not invited others to disturb him. Otherwise, he would have found it quite challenging to proceed with his soul reinforcement training smoothly. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai couldn't help but commend, "You have done exceedingly well, Lorna. But whom were you just speaking to?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Polaris grew somewhat anxious and asked, "Did I disturb you, Master Luo Bai?" "Not at all. It's merely that I noticed you seemed somewhat unwell," Luo Bai replied. Polaris appeared reluctant to disclose the identity of the visitor, positioning her body to shield the door, and hurriedly exclaimed, "It's nothing, Master Luo Bai, merely a few individuals asking for directions." As she spoke, she attempted to close the door. Yet, a voice from outside interjected, "Hello, sir. My name is Charles, though you may also refer to me as Professor X. May I come in for a conversation?" "Professor X?" Upon hearing the visitor introduce himself, Luo Bai quickly surmised the situation. It was likely that Professor X, accompanied by the X-Men, had come to seek Polaris, presumably aiming to take her away. Since taking Polaris in, he had anticipated that eventually, mutants would come knocking, given her uniquely special identity. With this expectation solidified in his mind, Luo Bai found no surprise in the arrival. "Since you're here, please come in and have a seat," Luo Bai said courteously. Polaris was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Luo Bai's response and concerned about causing him trouble. She hastily insisted, "Master Luo Bai, I can handle this." Luo Bai chuckled lightly, replying in jest, "If you truly could handle it, you wouldn't be in my room being mistaken for a thief." Polaris fell silent. After a brief moment, she finally allowed Professor X to enter. Upon his entrance, Luo Bai was met with the sight of a prominent bald head. Although he was aware that Professor X was bald, seeing the gleaming dome in person prompted him to quietly remark, "Another bald individual has arrived." It was worth noting that he had encountered several bald heads in a relatively short span of time. His voice was not loud, and Professor X was likely unaware of his comment, but he nonetheless inquired, "What?" Luo Bai shook his head and replied, "Nothing." "Hello, Professor X, pray tell. What would you like to discuss with me?" As he spoke, he settled onto the sofa. Professor X maneuvered his wheelchair closer, flanked by several X-Men. While he was not entirely sure of the identities of some of the mutants, one figure stood out distinctly, Jean Grey. The red-haired beauty standing behind Professor X was indeed Jean Grey, and Luo Bai's attention was drawn to her primarily due to the immense power she possessed. Known as the Phoenix Force, it was for this reason that Jean was also referred to as the Phoenix. Speaking of the Phoenix Force, Luo Bai felt compelled to elaborate. The origins of the Phoenix Force remain shrouded in mystery. It is generally speculated to stem from the primordial universe, birthed at the dawn of creation, embodying chaos and immortality. Eternally existing yet ever-changing, also known as the child of the cosmos. Such a description elucidates the terrifying magnitude of the Phoenix Force. This power is formidable to the point of instilling fear. The fervor of the Phoenix can manifest as its judgment, capable of rebirth or annihilation of all things within the universe, even the universe itself. Though the name might lead many to believe that the Phoenix Force is merely a form of power, in truth, it is a formidable force imbued with self-awareness. Typically, power does not generate consciousness. However, the Phoenix Force is an exception, having developed a potent autonomous consciousness from its inception, thus choosing its hosts. The strength of the host enhances the expression of the Phoenix Force, and within the multiverse, Jean Grey is its most fitting vessel. It seems that due to Jean's still developing abilities, Luo Bai could sense the latent Phoenix Force within her, albeit noticeably suppressed. It appeared that Jean had taken measures to restrain the Phoenix Force, likely at the behest of Professor X. After all, this bald gentleman was far from ordinary. Professor X's ability to become the founder of the X-Men and garner the unwavering loyalty of numerous mutants is not solely attributed to his wealth, but also to his own formidable mutant powers. He possesses telepathy and mind control capabilities, enabling him to read others' thoughts and memories, manipulate their actions, and even connect all individuals in the world via brainwave amplification. Though Professor X is not inherently malevolent and is often deemed a superhero, Luo Bai found it difficult to warm to this bald figure. After all, who would relish the idea of having their consciousness manipulated and memories scrutinized? Such actions are akin to an invasion of privacy. Greetings, sir. I heard Polaris refer to you just now. Luo Bai, is it? As Luo Bai pondered these thoughts, Professor X suddenly spoke up. Luo Bai corrected him, to be precise. It is Master Luo Bai. Very well, Master Luo Bai, Professor X responded with utmost politeness. He then proceeded to elucidate his purpose. I am Professor X, the founder of the X Academy and the X-Men. I have come today to take Lorna with me. Although I am unaware of your relationship with her, I believe you must understand that she is a mutant, and her identity poses a risk if she remains outside. Professor X spoke earnestly. Luo Bai was not taken aback by his intentions, as he had already guessed Professor X's motives. To be frank, Luo Bai felt no obligation to engage in conflict with Professor X over Polaris, nor did he see a need to draw any connections between himself and the mutants on Polaris's behalf. After all, his acquaintance with Polaris was relatively brief, and they had not forged any profound emotional bonds, making her departure with Professor X quite permissible. However, considering the past month, Polaris had proven to be a dedicated housekeeper. Moreover, Luo Bai was aware of her strong aversion towards Professor X. Perhaps out of empathy, he declined. She is my hired housekeeper, and for the time being, you cannot take her. Hired housekeeper. Professor X was momentarily taken aback, his expression clearly betraying his astonishment. He likely had not anticipated that, given Polaris's nature, she would willingly remain with Luo Bai as a housekeeper. Is that true? Shocked, Professor X turned to Polaris for confirmation. To his surprise, Polaris responded without hesitation, firmly asserting, yes, I am a housekeeper hired by Master Luo Bai, and thus I cannot return with you. Upon hearing her response, the X-Men were left in disbelief. Raven Darkholm, also known as Mystique, immediately urged, Polaris, you possess immense power. You should not be reduced to merely being a common housekeeper. Scott Summers, known as Cyclops, also expressed his confusion. Lorna, are you serious? You are willingly choosing to be a housekeeper. Although the societal status of mutants may not be high, most powerful mutants typically harbor a sense of pride. They believe themselves to possess remarkable abilities, capable of achieving greater feats and attaining elevated status. Thus, the members of the X-Men were taken aback by Lorna's choice. Lorna, do you truly consider us X-Men to be inferior to a mere housekeeper? Cyclops demanded indignantly. His words elicited profound dissatisfaction from Iceman. Do you really think it's shameful to be my housekeeper? Iceman retorted. Come on, he is a gifted, extraordinarily fortunate chosen mage. The future Supreme Sorcerer. Is it disgraceful to be the housekeeper of the Supreme Sorcerer? Just as he pondered this, Cyclops interjected. Of course. No matter how you look at it, being an X-Man is certainly superior to being a housekeeper. As soon as he finished speaking, Polaris voiced her dissent. No. In my view, being Iceman's housekeeper is far more desirable than being an X-Man. Polaris declared, her gaze resolute as if she were joining a cause. Her unwavering stare provoked the X-Men. For goodness sake. They, the X-Men, had undergone rigorous training and had been steadfastly maintaining world peace. How could Polaris now claim that they were inferior to mere housekeepers? Was it any wonder that the X-Men were incensed? Lorna, you are utterly incomprehensible, Cyclops exclaimed in frustration. Mystique, intrigued, gently prodded, Lorna, this doesn't seem like you. Have you been threatened in some way? You should be aware of your current predicament. The Association and the Special Operations Bureau have sent people to hunt you down. Only we can protect you. Yet Polaris remained unyielding to their pleas. She merely challenged Professor X. You claim you can protect me. But how exactly will you do that? Professor X has been collaborating with the government. Yet the Association and the Special Operations Bureau are also government-founded organizations. Are you unaware of how many mutants they have slain? And you still wish to collaborate with them? How can I trust you? Polaris was filled with fury. Her anger influenced her demeanor, causing her to become anxious and agitated. The power within her surged violently, as if she were on the verge of unleashing a terrifying force. Chapter 41, The Mirror Realm, Activate. Polaris had long been troubled by mental issues. Now, provoked by their words, she recalled distressing memories, and her emotions spiraled out of control. However, when it came to comforting others, Professor X was adept. Observing Polaris teetering on the brink of losing control, he swiftly intervened. Lorna, I understand your anger and your hatred. They have cost you many friends, which is why you wish to resist. But I know your true nature is kind. You desire fair treatment for mutants in human society. I am fighting for that as well. My collaboration with the government aims to demonstrate to the world that mutants are not to be feared. We will protect humanity. Inciting war will not bring peace. Only by proving to humanity that we mutants pose no threat can we pave the way for peace and ensure equality for mutants. Professor X spoke gently, attempting to reason with Polaris. Yet, in her current state, Polaris was far from receptive. Do you really think all of this will touch their hearts? No. It won't. They merely seek to exert total control over us mutants. They merely want us to be their slaves. Polaris retorted angrily. Professor X was taken aback. Confused. Why do you think this way? It isn't like that. Not like that. Then why are they researching us mutants? Why do they create devices to restrict our powers? They capture us and study us. Isn't that to subjugate us and turn us into slaves? Polaris countered. Professor X fell silent, fully aware of the actions of these individuals, having already engaged in dialogue with them. I have been communicating with the higher-ups. Trust me, it won't be long before this matter is resolved perfectly, he assured. However, Polaris was evidently unwilling to trust him again. I've already believed you once. What was the result? You failed to save Bella, did you not? Polaris scolded, her anger escalating, fearing she might harm someone. Professor X's expression darkened as he employed his telepathic abilities. He sought to calm Polaris, hoping to bring her emotions under control. Yet in her furious state, Polaris's power surged beyond measure. She was unable to manage her own mental state, making it nearly impossible for Professor X to control her easily. Do not attempt to control me any longer, Polaris bellowed. A green light enveloped her, and her body began to levitate. As Polaris spiraled out of control, the X-Men assumed battle stances, prepared for an imminent confrontation. Do not engage. I will try again, Professor X commanded. With that, he readied himself to exert his powers over Polaris once more. Previously, he had underestimated her volatile mental state, thus he had not used sufficient force. But now, Professor X was determined to hold nothing back. Just as he prepared to employ his abilities again, Iceman interjected, Polaris, calm down. In those simple 6 words, everything fell into tranquility. The nearly uncontrollable Polaris felt her anger dissipate as she heard Iceman's plea for calm. Having followed him for so long, she had witnessed his formidable power firsthand. She recalled Iceman's previous warning. If she lost control of her emotions and caused harm, she would be confined to a small dark room. Though Polaris had never been to such a room, she knew that the authority of a sorcerer was not to be challenged. Iceman, I didn't mean to, Polaris quickly replied. I know. It's all right. I will handle this. Iceman reassured her. In the next moment, a series of sharp crackling sounds echoed around them, akin to the shattering of glass. As the sounds resonated, the environment transformed instantaneously. Everyone felt as though they had been transported to a new, wondrous, and surreal world. This was Iceman's mirror space. The mirror space, a spatial magic of Kamartaj, could only be created by a user with a vast reservoir of magical energy. Each sorcerer's mirror space varied, as it functioned as a realm. Within this realm, a sorcerer could modify everything according to their imagination. Since every sorcerer's imagination differed, each mirror space was unique. Thus, Iceman's mirror space differed from that of Ancient One's. In truth, the mirror space was not considered an advanced magic among powerful sorcerers. But Professor X and the X-Men were unfamiliar with it. They were merely astonished and intrigued by the sudden alteration of their surroundings. "What is this?" Mystique inquired in astonishment, surveying the environment. "The mirror space, my domain," Iceman calmly replied. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath Professor X and his companions inexplicably split apart. Before they could react, they plummeted rapidly downwards. Once they regained their bearings, they realized they were suspended in midair at an alarming height, plummeting towards the ground in a face-down position, concrete awaiting their descent. In that moment, panic engulfed them all. Plummeting from 10,000 meters above, it was inconceivable that even mutants could emerge unscathed. Hence, they found themselves in a state of urgency, desperately seeking a means of cushioning their imminent fall. But there was no remedy in sight. Everything around them appeared to be an illusion. They grasped at nothingness, unable to hold on to anything. Just as they were about to collide with the ground, to their astonishment, the surface beneath them cracked open. Subsequently, they were thrust into a familiar predicament once more, descending from the heights. The X-Men exclaimed in unison, "What the hell?" Professor X added, "This is absurd." Amidst the cacophony of their collective exclamations, they lost track of how long they had been suspended in the air until finally, they were safely caught by a stone step. "Oh damn, can you believe it? I just fell for 10 whole minutes. For a moment, I thought I wouldn't survive." Once the descent ceased, they finally regained their composure and began to murmur amongst themselves. However, Professor X remained silent, utterly flabbergasted by the frightening ordeal. After all, he was a person with disabilities. Had anyone considered his feelings in this chaos? Internally, he was on the verge of a breakdown, yet outwardly he maintained a semblance of calm. He deduced that the chaos they had just endured was likely orchestrated by Lorna. Just as he sought her familiar figure, both Lorna and Polaris materialized before them, suspended in midair. "I told you, Lorna is now my hired help. You cannot take her away. Moreover, she has no desire to leave with you," Lorna stated coolly. "Professor X, at your age, bullying a young girl seems rather unbecoming," Lorna continued, her tone calm. Before Professor X could respond, Cyclops, brimming with indignation from their earlier fall, interjected angrily, clearly ready to confront the situation. He turned to Professor X, seemingly seeking his counsel. Recognizing Cyclops' intent, Professor X swiftly interjected, "Calm down, everyone. Let us not act impulsively." In truth, Professor X felt equally frustrated. Anyone subjected to a 10-minute free fall, coupled with the overwhelming dread of potential death, would surely struggle to maintain their composure. Nevertheless, Professor X was acutely aware that they could not afford to clash with Lorna, for he understood her capabilities. He had witnessed her prowess against the Hulk in recent news reports, thus he was cognizant of her formidable strength. With this in mind, Professor X hastily clarified, "Lorna, we have come merely to ensure Lorna's safety. Her current situation is perilous, and we harbor no ill intentions. It is rather discourteous to exert control over another's mind and to delve into their memories," Lorna replied gently. "I simply wished to soothe her during her emotional turmoil. My concern was for her well-being." Professor X defended himself once more. Yet, Lorna's resolve remained unyielding. "She is my hired help, and this is my home. I apologize, Lorna. My earlier actions were rash. I should not have acted in your residence." Chapter 42. Practice makes perfect. Lorna had anticipated potential conflict, yet she was taken aback by the swiftness of Professor X's apology. Had others occupied Professor X's position, they might have conceded even more rapidly. After all, the X-Men, an organization established to safeguard global peace, now found themselves precariously perched on a stone step, with an abyss of unfathomable height beneath them. Having just endured a 10-minute plunge, Professor X was loath to experience that terror again. Heaven only knew how frightening it had been. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated how to allocate his inheritance. Of course, that was only one reason. Another was Lorna's newfound fame, which had skyrocketed her popularity. Should the X-Men engage in conflict now, it would undoubtedly make headlines within hours. If the media were to report that the mutant X-Men had provoked a superheroic sorceress, all of Professor X's prior efforts would be for naught. Faced with these dual concerns, Professor X dared not offend Lorna, opting instead for the most amicable approach by offering an apology. Observing his sincerity, Lorna refrained from further escalation, calmly issuing an eviction notice. "You have seen Lorna's stance. I must ask you to leave." Professor X understood that they could not take Polaris with them today, yet he felt compelled to impart a few crucial words. "Lorna, Polaris's situation is particularly precarious. She remains a wanted fugitive. and it is inevitable that the Association and the Special Operations Bureau will dispatch agents to apprehend her. If it comes to that, what will you do? Professor X inquired. Although he often employed his abilities to intrude upon others' minds, Lorna had expressed that Professor X was inherently kind and gentle. Thus, his question was a gesture of goodwill. Lorna did not respond directly but retorted, "What crime has Polaris committed?" Professor X's expression darkened. His tone weighted with gravity as he replied, "She is a mutant, potentially posing a threat to society." She is a mutant, potentially posing a threat. Upon hearing this, Lorna chuckled softly, pressing further, "Charles, do you believe that accusation holds any validity?" Professor X answered without hesitation, "Of course not. Lorna has never harmed anyone." "Then why do you regard her as a criminal?" Lorna probed. "I do not see Lorna as a criminal." Professor X vehemently denied. Lorna smiled knowingly and countered, "Then why did you bring the X-Men with you?" The X-Men, an organization founded to protect global peace, implied that their presence might endanger that very peace. To retrieve Polaris. Professor X had nearly summoned all members of the X-Men. Did that not speak volumes? This realization rendered Professor X momentarily speechless. Observing his silence, Lorna continued, "If you truly do not consider Polaris a criminal, your duty should be to prevent her capture rather than to escort her back. You just asked me how I would respond if agents from the Association came for her. Let me ask you, Charles, if Polaris returns with you and they demand her, will you surrender her or not?" Lorna's words and inquiries struck with precision. At this juncture, Professor X grasped Lorna's intent. "I understand your point, Lorna. I apologize for intruding upon your space today. Should my actions or words have caused any offense, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness." Professor X spoke with heartfelt sincerity, indicating that he had reached a conclusion and intended to depart. Despite the earlier discord, Professor X's demeanor was gracious, leading Lorna to forego any further grievances. "I hope we shall not encounter one another again," Lorna cautioned. As her words resonated, the surrounding scenery returned to normalcy. The abyss beneath them transformed back into solid ground, allowing the X-Men to exhale in relief. "I trust there will be no next time. Excessive disturbance is indeed inappropriate," Professor X concurred. He then turned his gaze toward his fellow X-Men, gently stating, "Let us return." With that, they departed alongside the X-Men. Before leaving, Jean Grey unexpectedly glanced back at Lorna, her gaze imbued with inscrutable meaning. After Professor X and his entourage departed, Luo Bai returned to the sofa. At that moment, Polaris appeared anxious, her gaze flickering as if she were preoccupied with some concern. Unable to contain himself, Luo Bai reassured her, "Lorna, it's all right. They have already left." No sooner had he spoken than Polaris suddenly interjected, "Master Luo Bai, I didn't mean to act that way just now. You're not planning to confine me to a little dark room, are you?" "A little dark room?" It was only upon her reminder that Luo Bai recalled he had indeed mentioned such a thing earlier. So, Lorna was worried about that? Come on, surely not. He had merely said it offhandedly, yet Polaris still remembered it? This girl had an extraordinary memory. Sighing at the thought, Luo Bai comforted her, "Of course not. You were acting in self-defense. I can understand that." "Thank you, Master Luo Bai," Polaris replied. Her tone was calm and devoid of any hint of joy, while her expression remained grave, as though she bore unspoken burdens. Before Luo Bai could inquire further, Polaris could no longer contain herself. She suddenly lifted her head and, with a look of guilt, apologized, "Master Luo Bai, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Luo Bai understood the reason behind her apology, but he had not taken the matter to heart, so he responded nonchalantly, "If it were a bother, I wouldn't have kept you on as my housekeeper." He was well aware of Polaris's identity and predicament. His choice to retain her was simply because he did not mind at all. Yet, Polaris still felt guilt and unease, prompting her to add, "What Professor X said earlier wasn't he entirely wrong? I am a wanted criminal, and those people will eventually come looking for me. Master Luo Bai, I know you don't like trouble, but I might still cause you some." Her identity doomed her to a life of unrest, and anyone closely associated with her would inevitably be drawn into her troubles. Although, on the surface, their relationship was one of employer and employee. After spending time together, Polaris had come to regard Luo Bai not only as an employer, but also as a friend. She was concerned that her identity would continuously be a source of trouble for Luo Bai, leading her to contemplate leaving. In this brief period, Polaris had contemplated much, even staging an emotional drama in her mind. However, Luo Bai did not quite grasp her concerns. After all, he had explicitly stated that he did not mind the trouble. Yet Polaris continued to express her worries. This prompted Luo Bai to tease, "You're not considering skipping out on our agreement, are you? We agreed on 3 months. And you're thinking of bailing after just 1? Of course not," Polaris quickly clarified. Professor X is actually quite reasonable. I'm just worried that the association's people will come looking for me afterward. It might not be so easily resolved then. Luo Bai casually replied. When they next arrive, just deal with them outside without letting me know. Me? Polaris was taken aback, and after a moment, she couldn't help but respond. But I can't take them on. Luo Bai shrugged and replied earnestly. You just need more practice. Practice? Me. I possess the ability to control magnetic fields. I'm lacking me? Alright, I admit I'm not very skilled, she conceded. Chapter 43. Luck so good it breeds envy. Polaris had a strong-willed character, and such a disposition made it difficult for her to accept being called unskilled, especially when it came from Luo Bai, the maid she held in high esteem. This made it even harder for her to swallow. Initially feeling quite dejected, she suddenly felt rebellious at his words, her light green eyes brimming with defiance. However, despite her dissatisfaction, she found herself unable to argue against the truth of his statement. After all, she was indeed lacking. She could not contend with the X-Men, nor could she face the Mutant Association. How could she not be lacking? Taking a deep breath, Polaris grit her teeth and responded, Master Luo Bai is right. I am indeed quite unskilled. Noticing her stiff expression, Luo Bai raised an eyebrow and asked, What's wrong? You appear rather indignant. The young girl, sulking, lowered her head and stubbornly replied, I'm not. Luo Bai chuckled, teasing, the four fundamental forces of the universe: strong force, weak force, electromagnetic force, and gravity. You have the ability to control magnetic fields, yet you cannot even handle these people. Isn't that a bit lacking? Polaris felt a surge of frustration. Though she usually refrained from arguing with Luo Bai, her anger got the better of her, causing her to retort. That's because I have a mental condition, making it difficult to control my abilities. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Bai countered, But you've never trained. Have you? You know your situation as a mutant is perilous. Why not train your abilities properly? Polaris found herself at a loss for words. After all, Luo Bai was right. Why not practice more if she was lacking? Realizing this, Polaris' gaze suddenly grew resolute as she declared, I will train my abilities diligently from now on. Next time, I will deal with them before they arrive, and I will not cause you any trouble. Luo Bai smiled faintly and joked, You still have to do the chores. Don't let your training leave the house unkempt. All right, I understand, Polaris replied. At that moment, all her worries and concerns dissipated. Although she felt somewhat resentful about Luo Bai's comment regarding her skills, upon reflection, she realized he only meant well. After all, mutants faced such difficulties nowadays. If she did not train her abilities well, how would she manage her life going forward? Did she truly intend to hide away for a lifetime? Having come to this realization, she felt even more grateful to Luo Bai. Master Luo Bai, I know you say this because you want me to grow stronger. Thank you for standing up for me in front of Professor X. I will definitely work hard. Polaris sincerely expressed her gratitude to Luo Bai and conveyed her determination to become stronger. Before Luo Bai could respond, she inquired, Master Luo Bai, do you have any other matters at hand? If not, I would like to practice my abilities now. Go ahead, Luo Bai gestured with his hand. Once Polaris entered her room and closed the door, she began training her abilities. As she practiced, she muttered to herself, I must work hard. I'll show them who dares to say I'm lacking. Though her voice was not loud, Luo Bai still heard her. After all, he had trained for a month, significantly improving in all aspects. It was only natural for his hearing to be sharper. Hearing Polaris's complaints, Luo Bai couldn't help but smile. It must be said, having someone accompany him in this otherworldly realm was quite pleasant. However, his break was coming to an end, and it was time for him to continue practicing his soul abilities. Just as he planned to return to his study, the doorbell rang. As he prepared to open the door, he suddenly felt a surge of energy in the room, and then the door swung open. Like her father, Polaris could control magnetic fields and metals, making it easy for her to open a door with her abilities. However, since she had not used this skill much before, Luo Bai had almost forgotten that she possessed it. That's quite a handy skill, Luo Bai acknowledged with a nod of approval. The next moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside. How strange, why is no one here? This voice unmistakably belonged to Stark. He seemed puzzled about why no one had opened the door for him today, only to find it opened by itself. With curiosity, he stepped inside and, upon seeing Luo Bai seated on the sofa, his furrowed brow relaxed. Confusion transformed into exhilaration as Stark jubilantly exclaimed, Ah, my friend, I am finally reunited with you. Where have you been for the past month? I went on a journey, replied Luo Bai. A journey? Where did you travel to? Stark inquired eagerly. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before responding, to the cosmos. At that moment, Stark's expression was utterly captivating. Well, It seems the life of a sorcerer is indeed beyond our comprehension, Stark shrugged, speaking with a hint of resignation. At least others vacation on Earth. But when Luo Bai travels, he isn't even on the planet. No wonder we couldn't reach him. Of course, Stark did not delve deeper into the matter. He simply plopped down onto the sofa and curiously asked, "What about your housekeeper? Where has she gone?" "In the room," Luo Bai explained. Stark nodded, then shouted, "Miss Lorna, could you please bring me a drink?" No sooner had he spoken than Stark witnessed a swirling green light, reminiscent of the aurora borealis, emanating from the room. The ethereal green glow drifted toward the dining table. Stark, bewildered, muttered, "What is this?" As he followed the luminous trail, he soon saw the green light open the refrigerator door and retrieve a can of cola, placing it on the table before him. It was then that Stark finally realized that something was amiss. "OMG? Lorna, am I seeing things?" "Luo Bai, what magic have you employed?" Stark questioned in a flurry of astonishment. Luo Bai, understanding Stark's shock, calmly replied, "It's not me. It's Lorna." "Lorna?" Stark was utterly perplexed. Luo Bai clarified. "In fact, she is a mutant, capable of manipulating magnetic fields and metals. Right now, she is diligently honing her abilities in the room." "What on earth? She can control magnetic fields and metals? Are you serious?" Stark was taken aback. He had initially thought it was a stroke of luck that Luo Bai had found a young, beautiful, and obedient housekeeper. He never imagined that she would possess such formidable powers. Realizing this, Stark couldn't help but jest. "Friend, your luck is enviably remarkable. Could you find me someone similar next time?" Chapter 44, Luo Bai, the renowned hero mentor. Stark was genuinely envious. How was it that he could not find a housekeeper who was both attractive and capable? With this thought in mind, Stark earnestly remarked, "Luo Bai, I believe our relationship is quite amiable. You wouldn't deny me such a modest request, would you? To find a housekeeper akin to Polaris? Honestly, that's quite a tall order," Luo Bai retorted, unable to suppress his exasperation. "Is it really that difficult?" Stark queried, astonished. "All you need to do is ask Polaris if she has any female friends interested in being a housekeeper. Given her prowess, her friends should be equally impressive, right?" Luo Bai contemplated this, hesitating before responding. While that may be true, Polaris' situation is rather unique. "Unique?" Stark furrowed his brow, asking, "What makes it special?" "As I mentioned, she is a mutant," Luo Bai explained. "Mutant? I'm not well versed in mutants, but I have heard of them," Stark mumbled. Mutants had existed in society for quite some time. Coupled with their previous media attention, Stark had some understanding. "I've heard that mutants are a group of humans whose genes have mutated, granting them extraordinary powers, yet they often engage in malevolent acts. For instance, the notorious Magneto incident that made headlines." Noticing Stark's misconceptions about mutants, Luo Bai clarified, "However, not all mutants are villains. They, like humans, possess both good and bad qualities." "Of course, I completely understand. Even though the media has often portrayed mutants as malevolent, I have never subscribed to that view. You know how those politicians love to sensationalize things. They claimed I would disrupt world peace when I created the Iron Man suit." Stark shrugged, dismissively. Stark had always held a disdainful view of the government, primarily due to his past public denunciations by politicians. He was well aware of their tendencies. And with a compliant mutant like Polaris in his employ, Stark maintained a neutral stance toward mutants. However, he was oblivious to the severity of the scrutiny they faced. Prompting Luo Bai to caution, "You know that the upper echelons have consistently oppressed mutants. Therefore, if you hire a mutant as a housekeeper, you might encounter significant complications." Just like earlier, the X-Men came knocking. They claimed Polaris is a wanted fugitive and sought to take her away. "A fugitive? What crime has Polaris committed?" Stark asked, bewildered. "Her very existence as a mutant is the accusation," Luo Bai replied with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Stark's anger flared, and he exclaimed, "These bastards. Just because Polaris is a mutant, they've declared her guilty and issued a global manhunt? This is infuriating." Luo Bai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite enraging. That's why I mentioned that hiring a mutant could lead to considerable trouble." Stark began to grasp the gravity of the situation. In truth, his suggestion for Luo Bai to find him a housekeeper had been a jest, but upon learning about Polaris's predicament, he became more earnest. "You mentioned that the X-Men came to your door seeking to take Polaris away?" Stark asked. "Yes," Luo Bai confirmed. "And what happened next?" Stark inquired. "Clearly, I sent them packing," Luo Bai replied. Stark was not surprised and calmly responded, "That's good. But honestly, Polaris remains a fugitive, and with such a title, she will likely face many more troubles ahead." Luo Bai was well aware of this, so he asked, "Do you have any solutions, Tony?" Though Luo Bai was not particularly worried about future troubles, the label of fugitive was indeed troublesome. If it could be resolved amicably, that would be beneficial. However, it seemed a bit excessive for a sorcerer to intervene. Stark appeared to be the more suitable candidate. Moreover, Stark seemed quite willing to assist. The complexities between mutants and humans may be beyond my capacity to resolve. However, addressing Polaris's issues should be manageable. I can ask Nick Fury to handle it. I've aided him plenty within the Avengers. This should be a simple matter for him. Furthermore, Nick Fury is eager to win you over. And since Polaris is part of your circle, he would be more than willing to help. Stark replied. Upon hearing Stark's quick agreement, Luo Bai smiled. Then I shall trouble you with this. Otherwise, those individuals would come to my home daily, and that would be quite bothersome. Stark waved his hand dismissively, saying, Is there a need for thanks between us? Luo Bai chuckled. With Polaris's issue resolved, he set aside further thoughts on the matter. Now, he was more curious about why Stark had sought him out. By the way, what brings you here today? Luo Bai asked. Only then did Stark remember his purpose. Actually, I've come to thank you. I've been here several times, Stark replied with a smile. Hearing this, Luo Bai understood. It seems your poisoning issue has been resolved. Indeed, it has been resolved, just as you mentioned. I discovered that new technology, Stark stated. When new technology was mentioned, Stark appeared momentarily stunned. He recalled his father, and a sense of melancholy enveloped him. I seldom speak of my father, as our encounters have been infrequent. To me, it seemed he did not love me. He was perpetually occupied, offering little companionship. However, it was only after viewing the films he left behind that I realized he was engaged in truly remarkable endeavors, Stark reflected. Luo Bai understood his sentiments but was at a loss for words of comfort. Thus he could only respond with a smile. As long as you are healthy. Thank you. Luo Bai, you not only helped resolve the issue of poisoning, but also allowed me to reassess many aspects of my life. Stark expressed his gratitude earnestly. Luo Bai chuckled lightly, responding in a half-joking manner. You seem quite sentimental lately. Stark shrugged, admitting, Indeed, I have noticed it too. I've become increasingly anxious and insecure. That's why I sought you out. I feel that only you can provide me with a sense of security. I mean it. If such words were uttered by a beautiful woman, even Polaris would find joy in them. But hearing Stark express this while seated on the sofa left Luo Bai feeling quite perplexed. You're making it difficult for me to respond. Luo Bai couldn't help but remark. Stark, fully aware of the implications, quickly clarified. Please, Luo Bai, don't misunderstand. I'm merely frightened. I question whether I can truly protect the Earth. Do you understand this feeling? As the number of adversaries I face increases, my concerns grow. It seems you've encountered trouble again, Luo Bai stated. Stark shook his head, explaining, not exactly. However, I did face some challenges recently. A man named Ivan Vanko confronted me at the racetrack, but I managed to deal with him. Yet, after witnessing the technology he developed, I felt a sense of crisis. Coming to your home today and observing Polaris's abilities intensified my worries. Both you and Hulk, as well as Polaris, possess extraordinary powers. Yet, as someone labeled a superhero, I feel my strength pales in comparison. Although I am not fond of Nick Fury, he is right. The Earth is perilous, and I have begun to contemplate whether I can genuinely safeguard it. Luo Bai finally comprehended that Stark had come seeking solace. Wait, how did I inadvertently become a spiritual guide? Chapter 45. You, a sorcerer, speak to me of believing in science. With Natasha worrying about the Earth, Polaris doubting himself. And now Tony, I feel I could practically become a mentor for superheroes. The thought made Luo Bai chuckle as he reassured Stark. Tony, I believe you need not worry excessively. You are capable of achieving even greater heights. I have no idea how to improve, Stark replied helplessly. He had been striving to upgrade the Iron Man suit, yet the foes he encountered and the powers he witnessed far exceeded his understanding. At this point, he felt lost regarding how to enhance himself further. Luo Bai empathized with him. After all, technology evolves gradually. Although Stark possesses the latest advancements in American technology, he must explore and research step by step. Relying solely on himself would entail a lengthy process, during which the Earth might introduce many entities that could upend Stark's comprehension, leading him to experience self-doubt, a perfectly natural response. Since Stark had sought him out, Luo Bai considered it appropriate to offer guidance. Nurturing a few formidable superheroes would ultimately benefit him more than it would hinder him. With this in mind, Luo Bai couldn't resist asking, do you have a general plan for upgrading your suit? Stark nodded, certainly. Previously, the suit couldn't withstand the freezing conditions at high altitudes, so I improved that aspect. The suit was too unwieldy, prompting me to change the materials. Although I won against Ivan, I realized the current suit is rather clumsy. The 5 Maloian Quatches I created was portable armor, but during combat, I discovered that villains do not wait for you to transform before they attack. Moreover, the 5 Maloian Quatches' defense was inadequate. After a battle, the suit was rendered useless. Hence, I developed the current 6 Malawian kwaches, utilizing new technology and energy sources. However, to be honest, I remained somewhat dissatisfied. I consulted with Ethan, but he had no better suggestions. With a sigh, Stark concluded. Luo Bai now understood. So, you wish to upgrade your armor, but you're uncertain how to proceed? Luo Bai inquired. Stark nodded affirmatively, yes. At the current level of technology, the 6 Malawian kwaches represents the pinnacle of what I can create. I don't know how to further evolve it. Luo Bai comprehended the situation. Stark's armor had only reached 6 Malawian kwaches, which was already at the zenith of Earth's technological capabilities. To advance further, Stark would need to break through the existing limitations of technology, a significant transformation that would understandably confuse him. While Luo Bai knew that Stark would eventually create even more impressive suits, including nano-armor, at the current technological level, producing nano-armor was simply unrealistic. After all, technology, much like the study of magic, requires gradual exploration. Of course, receiving suggestions and guidance from others would yield much more efficient results. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai offered a timely hint. I believe I grasped your confusion. So, you're uncertain from which aspect you should upgrade your suit, correct? Luo Bai asked. Yes. Various factors, including technology and materials, impose restrictions. My combat experience is limited, and I am unsure what scenarios I might encounter in battle, Stark replied. Luo Bai countered. Have you considered that perhaps automation could be the direction for your next upgrade? Automation? What do you mean? Stark asked, puzzled. Isn't my suit automated enough already? In my view, it is not. Automated assembly, remote control, and weapons that can track targets autonomously, among other aspects. Stark, I genuinely believe there are numerous areas in which your suit can be improved. Moreover, what you need is not just one suit, but many, Luo Bai articulated. Automated assembly, remote control, and weapons that track targets automatically. Upon hearing this, Stark's eyes lit up. Luo Bai, you understand me perfectly. What you just mentioned is precisely what I need. You are truly a genius. Stark exclaimed with excitement. However, after a moment of exhilaration, he fell into contemplation. What you just proposed could indeed resolve all the issues I currently face, but realizing it seems somewhat challenging. Stark pondered and responded earnestly. It was entirely reasonable for Stark to express such sentiments. In Luo Bai's recollection, from 7 Malawian kwaches onward, Stark's Iron Legion, his suits, underwent a comprehensive upgrade. This meant that thereafter, Stark would no longer have to wait inside the armor for it to assemble. He could use advanced controls to allow the suit to don itself automatically and engage in combat autonomously. Although this was merely a minor adjustment, it represented a monumental technological breakthrough. Within the storyline, Stark took an entire year to complete this technological innovation. Yet, Luo Bai had disclosed this technology to Stark a year in advance. It is entirely normal for Stark to find it challenging to accomplish certain tasks. However, since Luo Bai has brought it up, he naturally understands some of the technology utilized in the 7 Malawian kwaches. Given the current state of technology, achieving this is quite arduous. I have a few suggestions, such as employing the innovative 45mm diameter movable eyeball technology, along with biological scanning technology, among others. Of course, these are merely my personal recommendations. Luo Bai remarked. Stark was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, he was somewhat astonished and could not help but inquire, "You are knowledgeable about technology?" Luo Bai, with a hint of exasperation, retorted, "Even mages engage with science. Occasionally, we delve into technology." "What? You mages study science too?" Stark was once again struck dumb. "Absolutely. We must believe in science, mustn't we?" Luo Bai responded earnestly. Stark fell silent. "No, you, a mage, expect me to believe in science? I can't even express how baffled I am," Stark remarked with barely restrained incredulity. Under normal circumstances, Stark would find it reasonable for anyone to advocate for belief in science. But when a mage suggested it, he found it utterly unacceptable. This prompted Luo Bai to counter, "There is nothing implausible about that. All the magical tomes I am currently perusing assert the close relationship between magic and science. If your technical skills are up to par, I would recommend you explore the concept of magical armor, Tony." Magical armor, as the name implies, refers to the creation of a suit capable of harnessing magical abilities. While it is not an impossibility, Stark understood that, with current technology, it would be quite challenging for him to produce such a suit. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a brief pause, Stark replied half-jokingly, "I'll give it my best. But I suppose I need to learn magic first, right?" Luo Bai responded in kind. "If you are truly interested, you could certainly learn. The Supreme Mage has stated that anyone with a modicum of magical talent can pursue this path." "I am currently more intrigued by the automation of the armor," Stark replied. It wasn't that Stark was unwilling to learn magic. Rather, He recognized that even if he mastered magic, creating a magical suit would still be immensely difficult given his existing technological capabilities. Stark was acutely aware of this limitation. Thus, he resolved to take one step at a time, prioritizing the automation of the armor. Yet, simultaneously, a thought flickered in Stark's mind. After some contemplation, he inquired, "Should I wish to learn magic in the future, would you be willing to teach me?" Luo Bai smiled and replied, "Of course, if you possess magical aptitude." Stark nodded and remarked, "That is pretty cool. You've now become my teacher. Are you still confused?" Luo Bai asked. "Not at all. You provide me with a profound sense of security," Stark replied sincerely. Luo Bai sighed. Chapter 46. Am I too strong? He felt a sense of helplessness at Stark's words, leaving him momentarily silent. Fortunately, after resolving the issue, Stark was now eager to depart. "By the way, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Your suggestions have inspired me greatly. I intend to return and completely upgrade the armor," Stark exclaimed excitedly. Luo Bai understood Stark's urgent enthusiasm and nodded, "Go ahead." Without hesitation, Stark left. Once he was gone, Luo Bai stretched and planned to continue his studies in his room. At that moment, Polaris emerged. "Why are you out here?" Luo Bai inquired with curiosity. Polaris pointed to the clock on the wall and replied, "It's dinner time. I came out to see what you wanted to eat." Luo Bai glanced at the time and realized it was indeed true. However, he was not particularly hungry, largely due to the effectiveness of the training over the past month. The strength of his soul made it nearly impossible for Luo Bai to feel hunger, as his abilities had significantly enhanced, allowing him to transcend the physiological needs of an ordinary human. He no longer relied on food or sustenance to sustain his life or augment his powers. In fact, he had already begun to diminish his reliance on food, and now he was essentially in a state of detachment. Thinking of this, Luo Bai explained, "I'm not very hungry. If you want to eat, feel free to go buy something. By the way, the money is in the box Natasha sent. You can retrieve it yourself." Seeing him about to head upstairs, Polaris asked, "Are you going up to practice magic again?" "Yes, just like before." "Please ensure that no one disturbs me," Luo Bai reminded. Polaris nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "I understand. Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to disturb you." Polaris had always performed admirably in this regard, so Luo Bai felt reassured. Without further conversation, Luo Bai ascended to the second floor to embark on his multiverse journey once more. This time, the journey was considerably easier than the last. Luo Bai sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His soul effortlessly entered the multiverse. Although it seemed that he could delve deeper into the multiverse, he refrained from proceeding recklessly, given the multitude of powerful entities present. After quietly absorbing the energy of the multiverse for a while, Luo Bai noticed a familiar presence, Ancient One. No, more precisely, it was the soul of the Ancient One. Clearly, she had also taken notice of him. "Supreme Mage, what a coincidence," Luo Bai greeted first. Ancient One, caught off guard, did not immediately respond, but wore an expression of astonishment. It was not until some time had passed that she regained her composure and inquired, "Have you truly reached this level already?" Despite the fact that the two had not seen each other for a month, given Luo Bai's innate talent, it was likely he had mastered most of the magic. However, Ancient One had never anticipated that he would already be capable of soul travel. "No, this is rather exaggerated. How long have you been studying magic to achieve such a feat?" It was understandable that Ancient One was somewhat bewildered at this revelation. Luo Bai remained calm and explained, "I believe your suggestion was spot on. Only with a sufficiently strong soul can one combat dark forces, so I have been diligently training my soul." Ancient One was taken aback, for even she had taken considerable time to complete soul travel. Yet Luo Bai had accomplished it effortlessly in a month. In that moment, Ancient One felt it might be time for her to retire. Contemplating this, Ancient One asked, "How well do you grasp time magic?" "I have essentially comprehended the understanding of time held by previous Supreme Mages. However, I am still deciphering the Time Stone," Luo Bai explained. "The Time Stone contains vast amounts of power and cosmic secrets. Comprehending it is inherently challenging." It was perfectly normal that Luo Bai, unable to fully grasp it yet, would find himself in this situation, especially considering that previous Supreme Mages had not entirely mastered it either. Nevertheless, to understand the perspectives of the former Supreme Mages was already an impressive feat. Thinking of this, Ancient One inquired again, "So, you are considering studying the Darkhold?" "I have that intention, but I doubt I will touch it anytime soon," Luo Bai replied. Ancient One nodded and remarked, "I am pleased to see that you have fully embraced the role of a mage and are beginning to plan your future. I see greater potential in you." Luo Bai smiled in response. "In fact, I had thought you might prevent me from studying the Darkhold, but you did not." Ancient One also smiled and remarked, "Sometimes, one must break from convention and pursue what they believe to be higher ideals. You are not the first to defy tradition." Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback. Before he could utter a word, Ancient One spoke. I am reluctant to draw energy from the dark dimension, yet at times, we have no alternative. This statement signified Ancient One's acknowledgement of her acquisition of power from the dark dimension. Although Luo Bai was aware of this matter, he did not anticipate that Ancient One would divulge it to him voluntarily, having previously prohibited other sorcerers from tapping into dark powers. She had never shared this with anyone until today. Surprised, Luo Bai inquired, "Why have you chosen to confide this in me?" Ancient One replied, "Because you possess a remarkable adaptability, while most individuals in Kamar Taj lack this quality. Master Mordo, for instance, is rather inflexible. His obstinacy may ultimately drive him to extremes." This remark served as a caution, which Luo Bai comprehended. However, he was puzzled by Ancient One's sudden candor, as if she were imparting some crucial information. "Are you familiar with Dormammu?" Suddenly, Ancient One asked. Luo Bai nodded, responding, "Indeed. The texts recount him as the sovereign of the dark dimension. He forsook his corporeal form to reign over that realm, perpetually seeking to consume planets and engulf the universe in darkness, Earth included. Therefore, the sorcerers of our world are in constant opposition to him. Dormammu is exceedingly powerful, hence, I have been compelled to draw strength from the dark dimension to prolong my existence in the face of this threat. Despite our repeated efforts to thwart his incursions into Earth, we have failed to truly vanquish him." Ancient One continued. Luo Bai understood her sentiment. Dormammu was indeed formidable. To eradicate him, one might need to obliterate the entire dark dimension, he remarked half-jokingly. To annihilate the entirety of the dark dimension is a formidable and perhaps unattainable notion. Ancient One mused, responding with a light-hearted jest. "If you can achieve that, I would take pride in you." "At present, it seems unfeasible," Luo Bai replied. "Your future is imbued with boundless potential. Thus you must have faith in yourself," Ancient One encouraged. Luo Bai fell into silence. While he believed in the infinite possibilities of his future, it felt premature to contemplate defeating Dormammu at this moment. "Surely, I should at least wait until I have developed further," he quipped. Just then, Ancient One's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "I fear you may not have much time to develop, for my own time is dwindling. I do not believe I will endure much longer." Luo Bai was taken aback, asking in astonishment, "Supreme Sorcerer, what do you mean by that?" Ancient One replied calmly, "What I mean is that you may soon have to face everything on your own." Face everything on his own. Luo Bai comprehended fully now. Was Ancient One planning to retire? This should not be the case. "Supreme Sorcerer, this timeline is incorrect. You should not depart at this juncture," he asserted. Yet Ancient One smiled softly, responding earnestly, "From the moment you arrived, the universe has already been altered. Have you not noticed? The timeline has been rewritten. And you are the exception, not merely in the realm of sorcery, but in the entirety of the cosmos. You have learned far too swiftly, rendering my existence redundant. Do you believe I am prepared to embrace death? You will discover how desperately I wish to prolong this moment, yet my lifespan has always been borrowed. Your growth signifies my impending departure. Ah, is it my strength that has precipitated this?" Luo Bai remarked, bewildered. "Is it so sudden?" Luo Bai pondered, grappling with the revelation. Just as the narrative had begun to unfold, Ancient One was contemplating retirement, leaving him somewhat speechless. However, upon reflection, it was evident that his arrival had indeed accelerated the events significantly. He had been so absorbed in practicing magic that he had lost track of time. In truth, Ancient One's assertion held merit. His presence had indeed transformed the Marvel Universe. It was only natural, given that he was an interloper. It would be peculiar if things had remained unchanged. Yet, Ancient One's retirement seemed abrupt. Without regard for decorum, Luo Bai asked, "Supreme Sorcerer, are you truly unable to endure any longer?" Ancient One fell silent, yet her expression conveyed the truth to Luo Bai. She could not endure any further. Her death was imminent. Though their interactions had been limited, a bond had formed between them. Without the sanctuary of Ancient One's guidance, Luo Bai could not have progressed so rapidly. Thus, he felt a deep-seated gratitude towards her. Yet, upon hearing Ancient One's proclamation of her impending demise, Luo Bai felt no sorrow. After all, she was the Supreme Sorcerer. Her death seemed implausible. Sorcerers possess souls, and Ancient One's spirit had long since followed the Eternal One, leaving only her physical form behind. In essence, she was simply retiring. Of course, should he wish to see her again, it would not be an easy task. He would need to seek her out with the Eternal One. A journey requiring considerable mastery on his part. Death imbues life with meaning, making one acutely aware of its brevity. Ancient One spoke. "But I believe in you. Sorcerer Luo Bai, you will excel beyond my capabilities." Just as Luo Bai was contemplating this, Ancient One suddenly declared, Luo Bai, I must take my leave. Congratulations on becoming the new Supreme Sorcerer. Luo Bai responded, Thank you, former Supreme Sorcerer. It has been a pleasure to know you, Ancient One. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ancient One's spirit dissipated. He was left uncertain if she had heard him, gazing at the vibrant cosmos. Luo Bai felt a profound emptiness within. Despite his current abilities and fortuitous circumstances, he knew he could stand alone even without Ancient One's presence. Nevertheless, she had appeared during his weakest moments, providing him with invaluable support. The departure of a friend, especially one so significant, inevitably left him feeling despondent. Yet, Luo Bai quickly adjusted his mindset, resolutely continuing to cultivate his spirit. However, this time his practice was brief. For the abruptness of Ancient One's passing compelled him to visit Kamartaj. Upon this realization, it was not long before Luo Bai allowed his soul to return to his body. The moment he reclaimed his essence, a cacophony of sound assailed him. There were voices drifting up from the floor below. I must see Master Luo Bai. It is of utmost importance. You absolutely cannot ascend to the second floor. I apologize, but I have no choice. As the voices reached their conclusion, the bickering ceased. Furrowing his brow, Luo Bai rose and opened the door. As the door swung open, he was greeted by an unfamiliar visage, a middle-aged man. Before Luo Bai could utter a word, the visitor introduced himself. Greetings, Supreme Mage. My name is Wang. You must return at once. Master Gu Yi is no longer with us. Wang, the Grand Master of Kamartaj, also served as the steward to the Supreme Mage. This designation was not unwarranted, for unlike Mordo, Wang hailed from an ancient lineage that had begun serving the Supreme Mage after encountering Gu Yi. Thus, it was fitting to regard Wang as the steward of the Supreme Mage. Wang's address of Luo Bai as the Supreme Mage indicated that Gu Yi had long been aware of her dwindling time and had entrusted certain matters to him, at the very least informing him of Luo Bai's current status. I understand. I intend to return. But where have you placed the North Star? Luo Bai inquired. Although he had only overheard two individuals speaking moments ago, it was evident from the dialogue and the current circumstances that he had most likely dispatched the North Star elsewhere. Indeed, upon his question, Wang responded with a hint of embarrassment, I apologize, Supreme Mage. The situation was urgent, and she would not allow me to come up, so I had to resort to extraordinary measures. As Wang spoke, he opened a portal with his mind. The instant the portal materialized, the North Star tumbled forth, and fortunately, Luo Bai's reflexes were quick enough to catch her. However, it was clear that she was somewhat disoriented upon her arrival. I was just in free fall. The North Star exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Bai nodded in understanding. I comprehend. It was then that the North Star finally grasped the situation. Master Luo Bai? I did my utmost to prevent this. Yet this individual insisted on ascending to the second floor. It was he who subjected me to 2 minutes of free fall. She seethed, her anger palpable. Luo Bai hastily sought to soothe her. That was indeed rather excessive. Wang, I believe you owe her an apology. Considering I instructed her to keep disturbances away from me, I apologize. The situation was critical, Wang immediately replied, though the North Star was still irked. She refrained from further protest, as it was evident Wang was a mage, and she could not best him in a confrontation. Moreover, he seemed to be acquainted with Master Luo Bai. With this in mind, the North Star waved her hand in resignation and asked, Master Luo Bai, is there anything else you require of me? Not at the moment, but I may need to depart for a while, Luo Bai responded. The North Star appeared somewhat surprised, but did not press further, merely replying, Very well, I will ensure the house is well guarded during this time. Luo Bai nodded in affirmation and subsequently opened the portal with his mind. Upon witnessing this act, Wang was momentarily taken aback. Did you just open a portal with your mind? Is that so remarkable? Did you not just do the same? Luo Bai countered. Wang's eyes widened in astonishment as he earnestly replied, I have spent a lifetime studying magic. To my knowledge, you have only recently begun your studies. But I possess an exceptional talent, Luo Bai retorted. You are remarkable, Wang exclaimed, clearly flustered. Chapter 48, Gu Yi's lackluster performance. Wang was now quite perturbed. Though he recognized that magical aptitude varied among individuals, having heard Gu Yi commend Luo Bai's high potential, it was simply astounding how quickly Luo Bai had mastered this skill. Who could possibly rival him? After dedicating the better part of his life to learning, he had only just achieved the ability to open a portal with his mind, while Luo Bai had accomplished it in such a short time. Reflecting on this, Wang could not help but express, no wonder Master Gu Yi chose you. You truly are exceptional. Luo Bai remained silent, stepping through the portal and arriving in Kamartaj. At that moment, everything appeared normal. There seemed to be no discernible difference. Once the portal was closed, Luo Bai inquired, what was the urgency in summoning me back? Wang explained with gravity. Master Gui indicated that you have not spent much time in Kamar Taj, and therefore, there are many matters you are not yet aware of. I must inform you of these developments. The Earth is currently unsafe, and incursions by external forces may occur at any moment. Thus, it was imperative to bring you back post-haste. A cataclysm could strike at any time, as countless races in the multiverse covet this fertile planet, particularly Dormammu. With Gui's passing, no one can guarantee that Dormammu will not take advantage of the situation. It was thus essential and urgent for Wang to summon Luo Bai back. However, upon learning that the Earth was not in immediate danger, Luo Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He scanned his surroundings in Kamar Taj. Although he had visited several times before, his altered status imbued this visit with a distinct perspective. This psychological state was challenging to articulate, but he soon regained his composure. Lead the way, Luo Bai instructed. Wang nodded and guided him onward. As they traversed the path to their destination, Luo Bai, possessing acute hearing, inadvertently overheard a conversation between several mages. How could the Supreme Mage have died so suddenly? I heard it was a fall. A fall? How is that possible? It seems that a powerful dark force invaded the Earth during the night, and the Supreme Mage sustained fatal injuries while attempting to repel it, leading to her demise. To be precise, she was killed by the dark force. The dark force? Was it Dormammu? Uncertain, but it was exceedingly powerful. The protective array of Kamar Taj did not even detect it. This is terrifying. The enemy can now evade the array's surveillance? Indeed, the Earth is becoming increasingly perilous. Our adversaries are growing stronger. We must enhance our own powers without delay. I can scarcely believe that the Supreme Mage has left us like this. You ought to adjust your terminology. We should now refer to her as Master Gui, for a new Supreme Mage has arrived. It is said to be a prodigious mage. At this revelation, Luo Bai ceased listening, for he was struck with profound shock. Overwhelmed by disbelief, he could not resist asking. Wang, Master Gui was killed in a fall? To be precise, she was gravely injured while resisting the dark force, and subsequently, she fell, Wang clarified solemnly. Luo Bai fell silent, his expression a tapestry of emotions. With Gui's essence now entwined with the eternal, her corporeal form had been relinquished. She would fabricate a plausible method of death to announce her departure while simultaneously heralding the arrival of the new Supreme Mage. In the original narrative, the manner of death orchestrated by Gui was during her confrontation with the treacherous Caecilius. After sustaining a wound, she plummeted from a great height, leading to her demise. Yet, this event was not slated to occur for at least another year. Currently, Caecilius had not yet betrayed them, nor had he succumbed to darkness. Luo Bai had anticipated that Gui would at least devise an alternative method to signify her death. However, he was taken aback by Gui's apparent lack of effort in reimagining her departure, opting instead for an identical ruse, even fabricating an unknown dark force that even the Sanctum could not detect. In an instant, Luo Bai envisioned how Gui's lackluster performance would unfold. With this thought in mind, he could not help but inquire, "May I ask what dark force was responsible for Master Gui's demise?" Uncertain, Wang replied earnestly. "The Ancient One is engaged in a battle against dark forces beyond Earth, and the Sanctum has yet to detect anything." Luo Bai fell silent. Indeed, the Ancient One remains the Ancient One. If retirement is an option, it should be embraced without delay. Why not even amend the script? Contemplating this, Luo Bai couldn't help but jest. It must be a truly formidable dark deity or sorcerer. Otherwise, the Sanctum would not remain oblivious. Earth has always harbored peril. The challenges we face are far more daunting than we can fathom. The incident involving the Ancient One serves as a reminder that perhaps our detection array requires an upgrade. Wang spoke with a grave expression. Luo Bai refrained from further comments and continued to walk alongside Wang. Soon, they arrived in a dimly lit chamber where Mordo stood at the center. "You have arrived," Mordo greeted them as they approached. Wang nodded and made his way to the central magical platform. As he walked, he spoke. "For ages, sorcerers have safeguarded the world from magical harm. Agamotto, the first supreme sorcerer, was regarded as the earliest to comprehend the mysteries of the universe. He established the lineage of sorcerers on Earth and created the Eye of Agamotto, alongside the three great sanctums in the city." Wang raised his gaze to a luminous spherical entity rotating above them. It was Earth, a magical simulation within the sanctum. This simulated Earth allows us to detect numerous threats. Observe the stone doors around us, each marked with symbols. They serve as portals to different sanctums. This one leads to Hong Kong, that one to London, and the final one to New York. The three sanctums form a protective network for our contemporary world. Also referred to as the detection array. The sanctums shield the world, and we, in turn, guard the sanctums. The sanctum is of utmost importance to Kamartaj, for it can detect and safeguard Earth. It is, without a doubt, the first line of defense against beings from other realms and intruders from the multiverse who may seek to disrupt the sanctum. As Wang concluded, a magical protective array manifested around the positions of the three sanctums on the simulated Earth. The array expanded outward until it interconnected the three sanctums, enveloping the entire globe. I understand, Luo Bai nodded, grasping the connection between the sanctum and the Earth. Noticing that he had comprehended the essentials, Mordo promptly presented a document. This is the current list of sorcerers from Kamartaj. I have ensured that it is complete. The list was evidently tailored for Luo Bai, who had just assumed the mantle of Supreme Sorcerer and thus needed to familiarize himself with the names of the sorcerers. After glancing at the document, Luo Bai nodded. I will take note. As soon as he spoke, Mordo handed him several more documents. These contained records of the existing magical artifacts in Kamartaj and the library's collection, covering nearly everything that needed to be conveyed. After standing there for approximately half an hour, listening to Wang and Mordo, Luo Bai finally couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Is there anything else? The two pondered for a moment before confirming. There should be nothing more, Supreme Sorcerer. Luo Bai nodded. Preparing to visit the artifact chamber in the sanctum when Mordo interjected, it may be necessary for you to visit the training grounds tomorrow morning around 6 a.m. As the newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer, it is essential for the sorcerers to become acquainted with you. Very well. Chapter 49. Good things come to those who seek them. After detailing his responsibilities, Mordo took his leave. Supreme Sorcerer, I have matters to attend to. If you have any uncertainties, Wang will assist you, Mordo stated. Go ahead. Luo Bai acknowledged. Once he departed, Luo Bai gazed at the thick stack of documents in his hand, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He realized that becoming the Supreme Sorcerer necessitated a comprehensive understanding of Kamartaj, yet he had not anticipated the sheer volume of materials. It was no wonder Dr. Strange spent much of his time reading. Kamartaj indeed possessed a vast array of tomes. The documents were as substantial as books. Sensing his distress, Wang approached to provide clarification. Kamartaj has existed for a considerable time. You may need to dedicate some time to comprehend it all, Supreme Sorcerer. However, feel free to pose any questions. I shall assist you in resolving most of your queries. Despite this being their first meeting, Luo Bai, well-versed in the narrative, placed great trust in him. I appreciate your help, Wang, Luo Bai replied. Wang waved his hand. It is my duty. Do you have any further requests? Luo Bai nodded. Indeed, please show me around the sanctum and the artifact chamber. Wang said nothing further and led Luo Bai through the sanctum's gates. As they walked, Wang explained. Each sanctum is guarded by a designated sentinel sorcerer, whose duty is to protect the sanctum they oversee. The New York sanctum was originally under the protection of the Ancient One, but it is currently safeguarded by Sorcerer Daniel. The guardian of the London sanctum is presently Sorceress Celine, while I am the guardian of the Hong Kong sanctum. Before becoming the librarian, Wang had indeed served as the guardian of the Hong Kong sanctum. Luo Bai found this unremarkable. Supreme Sorcerer, do you have any thoughts regarding the guardian sorcerers of the sanctums? Wang inquired suddenly as they walked. Luo Bai remained silent, deep in thought. He understood Wang's implication perfectly. Now that Luo Bai had become the Supreme Sorcerer, he was expected to protect the sanctum, which meant he would largely remain there unless extraordinary circumstances arose. Naturally, Luo Bai had mentally prepared for this, for he was now the Supreme Sorcerer. It was improbable that he would continue residing in a villa, unconcerned about the world. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai replied, for the time being, I shall oversee the New York sanctum. Given that I am not particularly familiar with many aspects of Kamartaj, I prefer that the previous arrangements made by the Ancient One remain unchanged for now. Once I have acquired a clearer understanding, I will make the necessary adjustments. After all, New York is the most chaotic place, and the other sorcerers may struggle to manage the numerous disturbances. It is prudent for me to guard this location. Very well. This is the New York sanctum, Wang responded. By the time he finished speaking, they had arrived at the New York sanctum. Soon, a sorcerer approached them. Upon seeing him, Wang greeted him and began to introduce Sorcerer Daniel. This is the current Supreme Sorcerer, Luo Bai. Daniel respectfully addressed, Supreme Sorcerer. He then began to scrutinize Luo Bai, a look of surprise and astonishment evident in his gaze. So taken aback was Daniel that he seemed to forget the importance of decorum. Observing this, Luo Bai smiled and remarked, Sorcerer Daniel, you appear to be curious about me. Only then did Daniel realize his breach of etiquette and hastily apologized. I sincerely apologize. Supreme Sorcerer, I did not intend any disrespect. I was merely taken by surprise. What has you surprised? Luo Bai inquired kindly. Daniel chuckled, somewhat sheepishly. You appear quite young. Luo Bai anticipated this response. After all, among the grand sorcerers, he was indeed the youngest. It was entirely natural for Daniel to be astonished that someone of such youth had assumed the title of Supreme Sorcerer. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Luo Bai seldom resides in Kamar Taj, which is why most of the sorcerers are unfamiliar with him, let alone have witnessed his prowess. Daniel might be astonished to be understood, but nonetheless, it is somewhat impolite for him to express such sentiments toward Luo Bai, who is now the Supreme Sorcerer. In response, Wang, taken aback, admonished, "Daniel, this is the Supreme Sorcerer. You mustn't be so disrespectful." "I apologize, I was simply too surprised." Daniel reiterated his apologies. However, Luo Bai merely smiled and replied, "I comprehend your astonishment. Given my age and qualifications, it is indeed surprising to ascend to the rank of Supreme Sorcerer. Although Dr. Strange, a fellow sorcerer, has not been in the role for long, he faced the invasion of Dormammu shortly after his ascension, successfully banishing him and thereby proving his capabilities. While the sorcerers of Kamar Taj may appear amiable at present, it does not imply that they lack their own thoughts regarding the position of the Supreme Sorcerer." Reflecting on this, Luo Bai felt the necessity to demonstrate his own strength to solidify his standing among the esteemed sorcerers of Kamar Taj. After all, strength remains the sole criterion of validation. With this in mind, Luo Bai cheerfully inquired, "Daniel, how long have you been studying magic?" Daniel chuckled, "I can hardly recall, perhaps 30 or 40 years. The details escape me." Luo Bai nodded. "I trust you possess a profound understanding of magic, and perhaps we could exchange insights in the future. However, at present, I am more inclined to explore the temple. Would that be permissible?" "Of course. I would be delighted to guide you. May I take you to the second floor first?" Daniel asked. Luo Bai assented, and they proceeded to the staircase. In the center of the New York sanctum stood a grand staircase, leading to the second floor. As the guide, Daniel ascended the first flight of stairs. Once he reached the landing, Luo Bai and Wang followed suit. The moment Luo Bai set foot on the first step, Daniel sensed something amiss. The staircase, which had seemed perfectly ordinary, suddenly began to shift on its own. Indeed, it was moving of its own volition, ascending layer by layer like an elevator. As a master sorcerer, Daniel could not possibly be oblivious to the phenomenon's nature. This was spatial magic. Is it Luo Bai, the newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer? Wait, at such a young age, has he already mastered magic to this extent? Daniel was taken aback. In truth, Luo Bai could empathize with his bewilderment. After all, few sorcerers in Kamar Taj could adeptly wield spatial magic. In reality, the combat capabilities of Kamar Taj sorcerers are not particularly formidable. In the storyline, Kaecilius could only utilize it after absorbing dark powers, making the ability to use spatial magic quite impressive in Kamar Taj. Thus, it was relatively simple to impress these master sorcerers. Observing Daniel's astonished expression, Luo Bai discerned that his display had been quite effective. By the time they reached the second floor of the sanctum, Daniel remained in a daze. It was only when Luo Bai reminded him, "We have arrived, Master Daniel. Please lead us on our tour," that Daniel regained his composure. His gaze toward Luo Bai now radiated clarity and respect. "Very well, Supreme Sorcerer. Please follow me this way," Daniel said, stepping forward with enthusiasm. Noticing his departure, Wang whispered to Luo Bai, "Must we ascend in such a manner?" Luo Bai shrugged. "I would prefer otherwise, but as the newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer, I ought to demonstrate my strength to earn the respect of these seasoned masters." Wang nodded in understanding. "I see. I just thought your method of ascent was rather cool." Luo Bai chuckled. "Next time, I shall show you something even cooler." Hardly had he spoken when a crisp sound, reminiscent of shattering glass, echoed through the air. Before they could react, a red cloak flew toward Luo Bai, obstructing his path. Luo Bai blinked in surprise. "Wait, is this not the ancient artifact, the Cloak of Levitation?" Just as he contemplated this, Wang's voice rang out. "It seems this artifact has chosen you, Supreme Sorcerer. You should know it has remained unclaimed for an indeterminate time. You are indeed fortunate." Chapter 50, Dormammu. Why does it feel like someone is invading my domain? The Cloak of Levitation, a magical artifact, is said to be an ancient relic and one of the most renowned garments and pieces of equipment. Luo Bai had familiarized himself with it. Not only does it allow the wearer to hover in the air, but it also acts in accordance with the wearer's will during combat, and can even provide some resistance against physical and magical attacks. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to alter its appearance. Most importantly, it possesses sentience. In simpler terms, the Cloak of Levitation selects a master of its liking. Clearly, it has now chosen Luo Bai. In truth, upon witnessing the cloak's emergence, Luo Bai felt a flicker of curiosity. After all, in the original narrative, it chose Dr. Strange as its master and became his signature artifact. Never did he anticipate that the cloak would now select him. Could this be the allure of supreme fortune? Supreme Sorcerer, it seems this cloak is exceedingly fond of you, Daniel remarked, pulling Luo Bai from his reverie. Luo Bai responded, gazing at the cloak, it appears I am quite fortunate indeed. No sooner had he spoken than the cloak flew over and draped itself over Luo Bai's shoulders, settling down quietly like an ordinary cloak, ceasing all movement. Observing this, Luo Bai continued, well then, let us proceed with our tour of the second floor. Daniel nodded and resumed leading the way. The second floor of the New York Sanctum housed numerous rooms, including studies and bedrooms. However, what captivated Luo Bai most were the various magical artifacts displayed there. These showcases contained an array of magical items from across the multiverse. This is the Dragonfang's sword, and this is the axe of Engurum, Daniel introduced. Luo Bai paused, focusing on an object resembling the Holy Grail, and inquired, is this contraption called the Cosmic Cauldron? Indeed, Daniel affirmed. Why is it named so? What purpose does it serve? Luo Bai asked, picking it up to examine. Daniel explained, it is an artifact used by sorcerers to predict the future and unveil the secrets of the universe. Typically, sorcerers must recite a spell to activate it, but few can wield it effectively, as predicting the future is no simple task. Just as Daniel was elucidating, he suddenly noticed Luo Bai had already begun to use it. In an instant, Daniel was left dumbfounded. No, he hadn't even mentioned what the incantation was. How did Luo Bai activate it so swiftly? Puzzled, Daniel could not help but inquire of Wang beside him. Wang, did you tell him the activation incantation? Wang shook his head, no? Then how did the Supreme Sorcerer activate the Cosmic Cauldron? Daniel pressed. Wang furrowed his brow, responding helplessly, who knows? Daniel fell silent. At that moment, Luo Bai had completed his trial run, concluding that the Cosmic Cauldron was nowhere near as effective as the Time Stone. Its functionality was not akin to the Time Stone, which could directly reveal the future. Rather, it resembled a prophetic artifact capable of foretelling the future. No wonder the Ancient Ones seldom employed this artifact, opting instead to allocate it to other sorcerers. Nevertheless, for an ordinary mage, this artifact is indeed quite remarkable. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai returned the artifact to its original place. Upon turning around, he noticed that both Daniel and Wang wore somewhat bewildered expressions. Luo Bai, puzzled, could not help but inquire, why do you both look so perplexed? It was at this moment that Wang finally asked, do you know how to use this thing? Not at all, Luo Bai replied, shaking his head. This is my first encounter with it. Then how did you know the incantation? Wang pressed on. Luo Bai responded earnestly. I guessed. What? You guessed? In an instant, both Wang and Daniel's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it really that easy to guess a magical incantation? Wang could not suppress his frustration. Luo Bai remained silent, but inside he mused, with the favor of fate, isn't it a simple matter to decipher a password? I deduced the incantation from Agamotto as well. Naturally, he kept this thought to himself and said nothing further. After fully exploring the temple, Luo Bai continued, well, I have gathered a fair amount of information about the New York Sanctum. Mage Daniel, I intend to take on the responsibility of guarding the New York Sanctum from now on. His meaning was clear. Daniel, understanding the implication, replied, the New York Sanctum will now be in your capable hands, Supreme Mage. I shall take my leave. With that, Daniel departed. Seeing him go, Wang inquired, is there anything else you require of me, Supreme Mage? Luo Bai shook his head in response, not for the time being. I will be at the training grounds at 6 a.m. tomorrow. You may go about your business now. Thank you, Wang. You are too courteous, Supreme Mage. Wang replied before also leaving the New York Sanctum. Once the two had departed, Luo Bai entered his study and began perusing the books and materials handed to him by Mordo. With his mastery over temporal magic now well honed, he could utilize time acceleration to read and learn efficiently. Surrounded by a wall of books and documents, he managed to absorb the information in less than half an hour. Upon completion, Luo Bai gained a general understanding of the Sanctum and its magical array. Successive Supreme Mages had consistently integrated their magic with the simulation of Earth's magical array. This ensured that regardless of one's physical location or the state of their soul, a Supreme Mage could immediately sense the happenings on Earth and monitor everything related to Kamartaj. Merging with the magical array was not particularly challenging. After a single attempt, Luo Bai succeeded. Establishing this connection was akin to possessing a simulated planet of his own. Whenever he wished, he could feel and observe everything occurring on Earth. However, it was worth noting that not all locations could be perfectly monitored, as certain areas might present obstacles. After all, those proficient in magic were not limited to the sorcerers of Kamartaj. Currently, the only place where observation was clear and unobstructed was the city housing Kamartaj, which made sense given its status as the center of the magical array. Once the connection to Kamartaj was established, Luo Bai conceived a plan to study the Darkhold. Despite the apparent tranquility on Earth, this peace was largely attributable to the Ancient One. As the most formidable sorcerer on Earth, the Ancient One's presence had deterred many formidable entities. However, with the Ancient One's demise, it would not be long before this news spread throughout the cosmos. This signified that Earth was on the verge of turmoil. The cosmic timeline had already been altered due to Luo Bai's arrival. Thus, he could not rely on the memories of the original timeline. He needed to prepare for the impending crises that might besiege Earth, and the most effective means of doing so was to enhance his own power. With this in mind, Luo Bai retrieved the Darkhold he had sealed away and began his studies. Thanks to his prior training in soul manipulation, the corrosive effects of the Darkhold were still present, but not as overwhelming as they had initially been. After a cursory examination of the Darkhold, Luo Bai grasped its content sufficiently. The spells within the Darkhold could be broadly categorized into 6 types: methods of entering the evil dimensional space, transforming into a vampire or werewolf, controlling human will, summoning Shumagorath, absorbing spiritual energy, and extracting dark power. The magic contained within was exceedingly extreme, and some spells, if learned, would undoubtedly lead to a loss of control. Thus, Luo Bai opted for the relatively peaceful spells of absorbing spiritual energy and extracting dark power. These 2 types of magic shared a certain connection, as their methods of cultivation were quite similar. Their training approach was straightforward. They taught incantations that enabled the wielder to learn to absorb dark power. This dark power was not limited to that of Shumagorath. It entirely depended on how the user chose to wield it. Simply put, as long as one mastered the art of harnessing dark power, they could absorb it from any dimension where it existed. After comprehending this, Luo Bai opened the mirror dimension and began to experiment. With his profound magical foundation, he quickly mastered the technique and commenced the absorption of dark power. Simultaneously, in the dark dimension, Dormammu and Mephisto sensed something amiss. Why does it feel as if someone is intruding upon our domain? Chapter 51. Dormammu, you again? At the very moment that Luo Bai mastered the absorption of dark power, an overwhelming surge of dark energy began to flood uncontrollably into his being. This force was immense, crashing over him like a tumultuous sea, compelling Luo Bai to cease his absorption temporarily and adapt to this influx of power. To be honest, in that fleeting moment, Luo Bai felt somewhat dazed. It was his first time studying the Darkhold, and he had just learned to absorb dark power. Yet, at that instant, it felt as though some unknown switch had been activated within him, leading to the simultaneous absorption of an enormous amount of dark energy. Dark power surged in from all directions, from various dimensions, so potent that it defied control. Luo Bai questioned whether his current form could withstand such an overwhelming force. Although he understood that dark power was inherently difficult to control, it was normal to feel overwhelmed after absorbing so much at once from various dimensions. Fortunately, after a brief period of adjustment, Luo Bai successfully assimilated the power. Once he had regained his composure, he attempted to absorb dark power once more. This time, he exercised a modicum of control and refrained from the reckless approach he had taken during his initial attempt. Yet, perhaps Lady Luck smiled upon him, for he could still feel dark power erupting uncontrollably into his body. In an instant, his form was once again filled with dark energy. Meanwhile, as the sovereign of the dark dimension, Dormammu felt the dark power within his realm being siphoned away yet again. At that moment, Dormammu's irritation peaked. How many times must this happen? Once or twice, and now this? Does he think he can just suck power from my dark dimension at will? Oh, here we go again. It is utterly infuriating. Dormammu cursed under his breath. In truth, Dormammu is indifferent to bestowing the powers of the dark dimension upon others. For in doing so, he can also exert control over their very souls, thereby fulfilling all his objectives. However, this is contingent upon his voluntary grant of such power. Clearly, this situation is markedly different. The powers of the dark dimension have not been conferred upon him. Rather, someone is actively absorbing them. And the source is none other than Earth itself. The ability to actively siphon dark energy from his dimension indicates that there are individuals on Earth who have mastered the art of absorbing such malevolent forces. Yet, this should not be the case. After all, this is the dark dimension. The audacity to engage in interdimensional absorption of dark energy. Ancient One has perished. Given the abysmal magical prowess of Earth's sorcerers, how could they possibly achieve such a feat? Dormammu finds himself perplexed, yet he remains unperturbed. After all, does he truly believe the power of his dark dimension is so easily harvested? If they have indeed absorbed his strength, then they must surrender their souls. Souls that come knocking at his door. They shall become his followers, plunging into the depths of the dark dimension. Dormammu bellows with fury. He wields the dark forces of his realm, intent on ensnaring the Earth sorcerer who has dared to siphon his power as his acolyte. He seeks to trace the consciousness of this sorcerer through the dark energy and tempt him into utter subjugation. Yet, at that very moment, Dormammu senses another dark force colliding with his own. This dark energy appears to emanate from hell, the domain of Mephisto. No, why has he suddenly emerged? Could it be that he too covets the soul of this Earth sorcerer? Dormammu muses. At that moment, Mephisto perceives Dormammu's power as well. Mephisto, a demon from another dimension, known as the Lord of Hell, is incensed upon realizing that the dark energy of his infernal realm has been siphoned away. How dare anyone absorb the power of his domain without consent? If they wish to absorb, there must be a price to pay, offer their very souls. Thus, Mephisto resolves to transform the individual who has dared to harness his power into his follower. The two engage in a pact, compelling the human to surrender his soul. However, as Mephisto attempts to exert control over the individual's consciousness through the source of his power, he encounters an obstruction. It seems that Dormammu from the dark dimension is simultaneously undertaking the same endeavor. Mephisto pauses, muttering to himself, Dormammu? Has he also set his sights on this person's soul? Mephisto is acutely aware that the multiverse operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, and competing with Dormammu might yield unfavorable odds. Thus, upon sensing Dormammu's might, Mephisto chooses to retreat, temporarily relinquishing his claim on the soul in question. Upon detecting Mephisto's withdrawal, Dormammu is evidently pleased. Just a minor lord of hell, daring to vie for followers against him. Dormammu contemplates as he once again attempts to invade the consciousness. Yet at that moment, he feels yet another impediment. Dormammu exclaims, no? Just how much dark power has this individual absorbed? Everyone is clamoring for his soul. I shall see who this is this time. As Dormammu ponders, he is suddenly struck by a familiar force. Is that Zysorn? Chapter 52, Dormammu. I am truly astounded. The Book of Dark Gods is so renowned. Even Dormammu has drawn dark energy from it to augment his own power. How could he possibly be unaware of who Zysorn is? He is the creator of the Book of Dark Gods, the origin of all dark magic, a significant entity indeed. Although Zysorn was forced into exile in another dimension long ago, he merely departed, not perished. Who knows when he might return? Thus, upon sensing Zysorn's power, Dormammu is momentarily taken aback. He dares not advance, for doing so would mean competing with Zysorn for followers. Truly, the risk is considerable. After all, none have witnessed the full extent of Zysorn's power. Even though Dormammu has studied the Book of Dark Gods and absorbed some of Zysorn's energy, to Zysorn, such power is but a trifle. Moreover, Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, has also drawn from Zysorn's strength. This illustrates Zysorn's formidable nature in a contest of acquisition. Dormammu's chances appear slim. Yet, Dormammu is unwilling to concede. His dark dimension's power has inexplicably been siphoned away, and he cannot claim this individual's soul. This is utterly unjust. In the throes of his turmoil, another force surges forth, obstructing his path. Unlike the forces of dark magic, this is a pure, golden light, a divine force. It is white magic, and astonishingly, it is the triune god Vishani. Vishani has also taken an interest in this human sorcerer, bestowing blessings in a bid to claim him as a follower. In that instant, Dormammu is thoroughly bewildered, a flurry of questions swirling in his mind. No, can someone please enlighten me as to who this sorcerer truly is? So many ancient gods seek him as a follower. What is so extraordinary about him? Cursed be you, ancient gods. Must you not remain peacefully in your own realms? Dormammu curses. In the wake of his fury, the entire dark dimension erupts in chaos. While he does not particularly require another follower, his resentment is palpable. Furthermore, the fact that this Earth sorcerer has garnered the attention of numerous ancient gods suggests that his soul possesses significant value. This fortifies Dormammu's determination to claim the soul of Luo Bai. However, he is currently unable to engage in battle against such a multitude of ancient gods. He stands no chance. He had anticipated that with the demise of the Ancient One, he could freely feast upon Earth. Little did he realize that the Ancient One had taken on such an apprentice. He yearns to devour more planets, transforming them into the dark dimension, thereby augmenting his power. His soul shall, one day, be mine. Dormammu bellows in wrath as he retreats from the scene. At this moment, a Lord of Hell quietly breaches the defenses. Mephisto, I merely wish to claim a soul. It hardly warrants the attention of so many ancient gods. Unbeknownst to Luo Bai, the dark god of the dark dimension and the Lord of Hell are vying for his soul. He simply closes his eyes, continuously absorbing the dark power that flows into him. It is only when he is certain that his body can no longer contain additional dark energy that he ceases. Drawing from his prior experience, Luo Bai adapts swiftly this time. The dark energy is soon fully absorbed, and in that moment of absorption, his eyes turn a deep crimson. As his emotions settle, his gaze gradually returns to normal. This power, Luo Bai murmurs in astonishment, before casting a glance at his own form. He feels a surge of surprise, for he can sense his newfound strength. Such a sensation is rare when practicing white magic. Although he had previously felt himself making progress day by day, the advancements had been minuscule. However, upon mastering the time stone, he truly perceives a monumental enhancement in his capabilities. In comparison to the present, it is an entirely different concept. Just within the half-hour of practicing dark magic, Luo Bai's power has surged remarkably. It's no wonder that dark magic is so popular. Even the Ancient One has had to draw upon its formidable power. One can only marvel at how generously it bestows its gifts. Although dark magic indeed possesses the capacity to enhance one's strength, Luo Bai is acutely aware of the wisdom encapsulated in the phrase moderation in all things. For now, it suffices to practice at this level. He can always continue once his soul and spirit are fortified. Thus, Luo Bai embarked once more on a journey of the soul. This particular soul journey was fleeting. As Wang arrived promptly at 6 in the morning. "Supreme Mage, you must head to the training grounds," Wang reminded him. Luo Bai adjusted himself and exited the study. Crossing through the stone gates of Kamartaj, on the path to the training grounds, Wang took the initiative to inquire, "Supreme Mage, are you comfortable in the sanctum? Is there anything you require?" Luo Bai shook his head in response. "It is quite satisfactory. Should I find anything lacking, I shall procure it myself." After all, what a mage desires is not something to be taken lightly. Wang understood and refrained from pressing further, merely advising. There are quite a number of mages present today, the guardians of the sanctum and those practicing outside. Additionally, several mages with whom the Ancient One previously had good relations have also come to the training grounds. All of them. Luo Bai was taken aback, unable to suppress his incredulity. "So many people are coming?" Wang shrugged in reply. "Everyone is eager to see what the new Supreme Mage looks like. It is hardly surprising that many have gathered." This was indeed a reasonable point, and Luo Bai nodded in understanding. Just as he was about to pose another question, he sensed an anomaly. Someone had intruded upon Kamartaj. Given the protective enchantments in place, it was rare for anyone to breach Kamartaj with ease. Of course, if the intruder was also a mage, the situation would be different. It was evident that the individual who had entered Kamartaj was indeed a mage. Wang sensed the disturbance in the enchantments as well and urgently stated, "Supreme Mage, someone has breached Kamartaj." "I'm aware," Luo Bai replied, furrowing his brow. Just as he spoke, he heard Wang mutter, "Strange. I distinctly felt an unusual energy fluctuation moments ago, yet now it seems to have vanished. This mage must possess considerable power. What should we do? Should we assemble all the mages of Kamartaj?" Wang inquired. "No need, for I can sense she is currently at the training grounds," Luo Bai responded. Although Wang could not detect the energy fluctuations of the intruding mage, he could feel their source emanating from the training grounds. The training grounds? This mage headed directly to the training grounds after infiltrating Kamartaj. Could it be that she merely wishes to make your acquaintance? Wang speculated. As the newly appointed Supreme Mage, it was natural for Earth's mages to be curious. However, Luo Bai suspected that the situation might not be so simple. Naturally, he could not guarantee the true intention behind the mage's arrival. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, "Let us proceed to the training grounds." Chapter 53. How can you pick this up too? Kamartaj, training grounds. By the time Luo Bai and Wang arrived at the training grounds, the mages had already begun their exercises. Modu was instructing the apprentices, while the more seasoned mages stood by observing. Upon noticing Luo Bai's arrival, Modu approached to greet him. "Supreme Mage, Wang." Luo Bai nodded. Before he could speak, the senior mages stepped forward to extend their greetings. After a brief polite exchange, Luo Bai and the others began to watch the novice mages train. However, this was merely a facade. In reality, Luo Bai was searching for the intruding mage. Through the energy fluctuations, he quickly identified the unexpected guest. At that moment, the mage was concealing herself among the novice students, practicing alongside them. "Supreme Mage, have you located the intruder?" Wang inquired in a hushed tone. Luo Bai nodded in confirmation, replying, "The fourth one from the left in the third row." Following the cue, Wang soon spotted the intruder, leaving him bewildered. She infiltrated Kamartaj disguised as an apprentice? That is far too easy to be discovered. Wang exclaimed. Modu conducts training with these apprentices daily. He would swiftly discern that she is not a mage of Kamartaj. Luo Bai found himself equally puzzled by this scenario. The only explanation he could muster was that this mage perhaps had no intention of concealing her identity. More precisely, she might have desired to draw Luo Bai's attention. Just as he was pondering, Modu indeed noticed something amiss. Among the apprentices stood an unfamiliar face. "Who are you?" Modu halted in front of the intruder and demanded. "How is it that I have never seen you before?" The intruder smiled sinisterly and replied, "I am Agatha. The library of Kamartaj contains records of many mages, including Agatha. She is one of the most powerful witches on earth, her strength quite formidable." Therefore, upon hearing Agatha's name, Modu's expression shifted dramatically. "Agatha, a witch? What brings you to Kamartaj?" Modu queried. "Ha ha ha. Of course, I'm here to see who the Ancient One has chosen as the Supreme Mage." Agatha laughed. As her words fell, a powerful aura of dark purple magic enveloped her entire being, swiftly revealing her true appearance as a witch. Although Agatha appeared to be a middle-aged woman in her 40s, she was, in fact, an ancient witch who had employed certain arcane methods to prolong her youth, thus maintaining an appearance of relative youthfulness. Otherwise, she would likely present herself as the archetypal Old Witch, for she is also known by the moniker Old Witch. Agatha's appearance left all present mages aghast, for they understood that her intentions were anything but benign. In truth, she could not be classified as a benevolent mage, as her philosophy starkly contrasted with that of Kamartaj. Among the many mages of Kamartaj, it is absolute that the study of dark magic is strictly prohibited. However, Agatha disregards such restrictions. If it serves her interests, she will pursue it. Consequently, Agatha has been categorized by the mages of Kamartaj as an evil witch. Given her malevolent nature, it was inevitable that she harbored ulterior motives. Realizing this, Modu shouted, "All mages, prepare for battle." In an instant, the mages of Kamartaj assumed combat positions and activated their protective formations, readying themselves for confrontation. Luo Bai understood that with Kamartaj's current strength, even if all the mages banded together, they would still be no match for Agatha. Thus, he immediately issued a command, "Modu, take the mages and continue their training." Modu was taken aback. "Continue training?" He voiced his concern. "Supreme Mage, Agatha is an evil witch. She surely does not come to Kamartaj with good intentions." Luo Bai replied calmly, "I understand. She will not disrupt your practice." As his words echoed, the mirror dimension was instantaneously activated. A tremendous force enveloped the entirety of Kamartaj, isolating the entire space. With the opening of the mirror dimension, only Luo Bai and Agatha remained within the confines of that space. The mirror dimension? Quite impressive. To attain such mastery at such a young age is truly commendable. I had thought that after the departure of the Ancient One, Kamartaj would be left devoid of guardians, yet here you stand, a remarkable talent indeed. Agatha remarked with a smile, enveloped by her mirrored dimension. There was not a trace of fear upon her visage. Rather, an air of nonchalance prevailed. With a disdainful glance sweeping across the mirrored realm, she continued her taunts. "Child, do you truly believe this mirrored dimension can contain me? You underestimate me gravely." Luo Bai shook his head and replied calmly, "No. I merely activated the mirrored space to shield Kamartaj from any repercussions." Before Agatha could respond, Luo Bai silently recited a spell, conjuring forth the form of Akin. In an instant, countless duplicates of himself flooded the mirrored dimension. He then directed all his avatars to unleash the Ring of Ragdur. At the moment of release, a multitude of crimson circular magical shields manifested in the hands of his duplicates, who, alongside Luo Bai's true form, surged forth to assault Agatha. Seeing him initiate the attack, Agatha swiftly engaged, entering into a fierce battle with Luo Bai's advancing duplicates. It is no wonder she is known as the Ageless Witch. She effortlessly dealt with the multitude of Luo Bai's avatars, even finding the leisure to speak. "The melee magic from you Kamartaj practitioners poses no threat to me whatsoever. Do you not possess the Dark Hold? Come now, child. Utilize the power of the Dark Hold against me." As she spoke, a peculiar smile crept across her face. Truth be told, had Luo Bai not been acquainted with the narrative, he might have fallen for her ruse, for as one of Earth's mightiest witches, Agatha undoubtedly possessed formidable abilities. Although the tome did not elaborate on Agatha's specific powers, Luo Bai, being aware of the plot, understood that Agatha could not only withstand a majority of magical attacks, but also absorb magical energy. Thus, it was far more effective to employ melee magic against her. However, Agatha's strength stemmed from a crucial element. She too had studied the Dark Hold. From her earlier probing remarks, Luo Bai could surmise that her purpose in coming to Kamartaj was to reclaim the Dark Hold. Contemplating this, he continued to attack while conversing. "It seems you are already aware that the Dark Hold resides with me." Upon the mention of the Dark Hold, Agatha's excitement was palpable. "Of course, that is my book. I have treasured it dearly. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, it vanished one day. I searched for it tirelessly and finally discovered it was stolen by you. Stolen? No, no. No. I merely found that book. Furthermore, it is not yours, Luo Bai replied with serenity. Agatha retorted, what nonsense. Found it. That book has been in my possession for centuries. How could you possibly have found it? Chapter 54. You will understand it after a glance. Agatha certainly could not believe that the dark hold was merely found by Luo Bai. After all, since obtaining the dark hold, it had remained safely in her hidden chamber, seldom taken out. Luo Bai must have employed some form of magic to pilfer the book from her sanctum. Realizing this, Agatha furiously exclaimed, that book has always been kept in my home. How could you have found it? Luo Bai calmly replied, the dark hold possesses a consciousness of its own. It departing is quite natural. You should ponder why the dark hold has chosen to forsake you. His words only served to enrage Agatha further. For what Luo Bai spoke was indeed the truth. The dark hold had a will of its own and would select its host. Once the dark hold had chosen a host, none could intervene to alter that decision. Agatha comprehended that the departure of the dark hold signified her abandonment, yet her stubbornness drove her to confront him. It has dwelled with me for centuries. I am its rightful master. It must be you who employed foul means to steal it. You Kamartaj sorcerers incessantly proclaim the prohibition of dark magic and label me as an evil witch. Yet here you are, coveting my dark hold. Truly disgusting. Agatha railed. Her vitriol was laden with profanity, a testament to her fury. Initially, she had managed to contend with Luo Bai's myriad duplicates with ease. Yet her rage had noticeably slowed her movements. Observing this, Luo Bai seized the opportunity to taunt. You've studied the dark hold for centuries and still remain oblivious to its sentience? No wonder the dark hold has abandoned you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Upon hearing this, Agatha's defenses crumbled completely. Her mind was consumed by Luo Bai's taunting echoes of how the dark hold had forsaken her. It was you who stole it. Damn you, show yourself. Agatha shouted in fury. Seizing upon her wrath, Luo Bai commanded all his duplicates to morph into the sacred sword of Vishanti, launching an assault. In her furious state, Agatha was taken by surprise as numerous sacred swords struck her down in an instant. Only then did Agatha realize that Luo Bai's intention had been to provoke her, aiming to distract her. A modicum of cleverness, but it avails you not. Do you believe this meager power can harm me? Agatha shouted, as her voice crescendoed. A surge of dark purple energy erupted from within her, radiating outward like a powerful shockwave. This formidable force dismantled Luo Bai's countless duplicates, leaving only his true form. At the moment his true form re-emerged, Agatha unleashed her witchcraft. In an instant, a multitude of purple luminescence ensnared Luo Bai's form, binding him completely. Agatha, possessing vast combat experience, afforded Luo Bai little opportunity to struggle. Once she had him restrained, she immediately attempted to wield magic to dominate his will. Fortunately, Luo Bai unleashed a temporal spell, swiftly reversing time back to the moment before Agatha had ensnared him. As time rewound, he successfully extricated himself from her grasp. Taking advantage of Agatha's momentary confusion, Luo Bai once again summoned countless duplicates while simultaneously invoking the scarlet chains of Setarak. A multitude of crimson chains erupted forth, binding Agatha in a most secure manner. At this juncture, Agatha finally sensed something amiss. Wait, I distinctly remember nearly having you under my control. How could the situation reverse in the blink of an eye? And I didn't even grasp what had transpired. Could it be? Gazing at the eye of Agamotto adorning Luo Bai's neck, Agatha suddenly comprehended. I did not foresee that you had mastered time magic. I underestimated you, young one. She remarked in surprise. Luo Bai replied calmly, you remain unaware of many things. Is that so? Then what else do you possess? Agatha queried, feigning indifference. No sooner had she spoken than she vanished from sight. The next instant, she materialized behind Luo Bai, precisely at his true form's rear. Agatha's prowess surpassed Luo Bai's expectations. Despite his summoning of numerous duplicates through the form of Aiken, Agatha had effortlessly located his true self. The scarlet chains proved ineffective against her. Even though they were the most resilient magical bonds in white magic, Agatha was well versed in witchcraft. Escaping the crimson chains was astonishingly effortless. In the blink of an eye, Agatha appeared behind him. Instantly, Luo Bai felt a chill run down his spine. He resolved to teleport away using magic to evade Agatha. However, he soon realized that he seemed unable to wield either white or black magic any longer. Do not waste your energy, child. Observe your surroundings, Agatha remarked. At that moment, Luo Bai noticed the eerie and peculiar purple characters that had materialized around him, intertwining to form a barrier that ensnared him. Upon seeing these symbols, Luo Bai comprehended the situation. It turned out that Agatha had just established a magical barrier using these incantations. This was a form of sorcery she had devised by harnessing the power of the Dark Grimoire, essentially creating a barrier through runes. Within this magical barrier, only the type of magic and sorcery specified by Agatha could be utilized. Any other forms of magic would be rendered ineffective. Even the forces of chaos would become unusable if constrained by the runes. It was no surprise that Agatha was regarded as the mightiest witch on earth. Her sorcery was indeed formidable, yet this challenge did not seem insurmountable for Luo Bai. To be frank, your abilities are quite commendable. If you were to study a bit longer, you might become an exceptionally powerful mage. Unfortunately, your time for learning has been insufficient. You still pale in comparison to me. Thus, the game is over, and it is time for you to return the book to me. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Agatha spoke up, simultaneously unleashing her sorcery. Clearly, she intended to control Luo Bai, compelling him to produce the Dark Grimoire himself. Yet she faltered, for a powerful magical energy orb surged towards Agatha, attacking her. Although this energy was swiftly absorbed by her, Agatha was momentarily taken aback. Wait, did I just see that correctly? How could Luo Bai possess her sorcery? You can wield sorcery? Agatha inquired, her expression one of disbelief. Luo Bai shook his head in response. Not really. I just learned it. Agatha was bewildered. Just learned it? No. You learned it on the spot. Chapter 55. No, you must be cheating. At this moment, Agatha was genuinely perplexed. Just as Agatha prepared to use her sorcery to seize control of Luo Bai's consciousness, the floating cloak draped over him suddenly lunged at her, restraining her hands. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Bai unleashed a magical energy orb towards Agatha. While she could absorb magical energy without sustaining any physical harm, the impact reverberated through her mind. This was undeniably a place where her prohibitive spells had been cast, implying that aside from her own sorcery, no other magic could be employed within this barrier. Yet, Luo Bai had just unleashed a magical energy orb against her, claiming it was something he had just learned. This indicated that within the brief skirmish they had, Luo Bai had managed to grasp her sorcery, and he claimed to have learned it on the spot. How could this be rational? How is it possible for you to master something so quickly? Agatha exclaimed in disbelief. Luo Bai, however, maintained his composure. Of course. It is due to my exceptional talent. Otherwise, how would the Dark Grimoire have chosen me? Exceptional talent. All right. Agatha conceded, acknowledging that talent indeed played a role in learning magic and sorcery. Moreover, the magical energy orb was merely a rudimentary form of sorcery. Once learned, it could be easily executed. With this in mind, Agatha scoffed dismissively. Even if you have learned this, what does it matter? Do you think that would be sufficient to defeat me? As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Bai countered. Who said I learned only this one sorcery? Before Agatha could process the implication of his statement, he suddenly unleashed another sorcery, causing the surrounding runes to vanish. In that instant, Agatha's eyes widened in shock. Wait, did you just nullify my runes? She exclaimed incredulously. Luo Bai retorted, is that surprising? At that moment, Agatha began to feel a twinge of panic. Attempting to free herself from the cloak's grasp, she was suddenly met with Luo Bai's sorcery once more. Black and red light radiated around them. And in the next moment, new runes appeared within the mirrored space, restricting the use of magic. This meant that within this barrier, Agatha could no longer utilize her magic. How is this possible? Agatha gasped, staring at the black and red characters that surrounded her, forming a barrier that ensnared her. Agatha could no longer maintain her composure. Her mouth agape, her mind raced. No, the sorcery I spent a lifetime researching, and you learned it in a single glance. You realize how ludicrous that makes me look, right? Agatha stared, incredulous, at the rune barrier Luo Bai had established. Despite her disbelief, she was compelled to accept the reality. Luo Bai had indeed mastered her sorcery. Terrifying. It was utterly terrifying. Yet she was baffled. I never demonstrated the cancellation of runes. How could you possibly know how to do it? Agatha inquired frantically. Even if it were conceivable that one could learn by merely observing. She had never revealed the method for nullifying runes. How could Luo Bai have acquired that knowledge? As she pondered this in frustration, Luo Bai casually remarked, Oh, I just figured it out. Figured it out? Are you implying that you extrapolated? Not only learning how to create the rune barrier, but also intuitively discerning how to nullify it. Agatha inhaled sharply, nearly choking on her own incredulity. What an extraordinary feat of intuition. However, upon reflection, it was not outside the realm of possibility. After all, Luo Bai had studied the black magic contained within the Dark Grimoire, just as Agatha had. Agatha's sorcery was intertwined with the grimoire, thus, it was conceivable that Luo Bai could grasp its principles. But the incantations. No matter how talented you are, you cannot simply deduce the incantations. Agatha protested vehemently. Sorcery predominantly required incantations for execution, and Agatha's was no exception. Those incantations were all painstakingly crafted by me. For you to intuit the incantations is utterly preposterous. Just as she was lost in thought, Luo Bai interjected, incantations? I just guessed. It wasn't that difficult to figure out. So, you not only learned my sorcery at a glance, but also, by mere chance, deduced the corresponding incantations? Agatha was utterly disarmed. Is this person truly cheating? Can we report this? Agatha had initially believed that after the demise of Ancient One, retrieving the Dark Grimoire from Kamar Taj would be a simple task, which prompted her to infiltrate Kamar Taj today. However, she never anticipated encountering such a prodigy. The ability to learn magic at a glance and guess incantations by sheer luck. How could she possibly contend with that? Although it was profoundly embarrassing for her. As the strongest witch on earth, having lived for so long only to be defeated by a fledgling mage was nothing short of a humiliation. However, at this juncture, Agatha was compelled to concede. It was no wonder that the Ancient One entrusted you with the guardianship of Kamar Taj. I have relinquished the dark hold. As her words faded, Luo Bai interjected, I believe you are mistaken. It is not you who has forsaken the dark hold, but rather the dark hold that has forsaken you. Agatha sighed and subsequently acknowledged, you are indeed correct. Very well, I can see that your insight is quite remarkable. I have lost. Child, release the spell. I shall depart from Kamar Taj now. Agatha assumed that by conceding, she could simply leave Kamar Taj without consequence. Upon hearing her declaration, Luo Bai chuckled. Invader, I trust you have exhausted your inquiries, he remarked. Agatha paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. Invader? What do you mean by that? As the current custodian of Kamar Taj and the supreme sorcerer of Earth, I possess the authority to pass judgment upon your unauthorized intrusion, Luo Bai stated. As he finished speaking, he unleashed the forces of darkness. A shroud of black light enveloped Agatha instantaneously. Due to the binding spell, she was utterly unable to wield any magic. Before Agatha could grasp Luo Bai's intentions, he commenced to absorb her powers. He was siphoning the dark energy, a black magic skill he had recently acquired from the dark hold. Although Agatha was a witch, she too had delved into the dark hold, rendering her powers as dark energy. Under normal circumstances, Luo Bai would not have been able to absorb Agatha's dark energy. However, now she was magically restrained and devoid of power. She could only watch helplessly as Luo Bai drained her of all her strength. This signified that from this moment forth, Luo Bai had commandeered all of Agatha's sorcery and might. You have consumed all my power, Agatha exclaimed incredulously once the absorption was complete. She had not anticipated that Luo Bai would devour her entire essence. Stripped of her abilities, Agatha now appeared as an elderly woman with white hair. This transformation incited her fury, and she bellowed. You are the supreme sorcerer. Have you considered the consequences of your actions if the sorcerers of Kamar Taj were to discover that you have embraced dark powers and acted thus? I have not. I only know that those who invade Kamar Taj and Earth, be they sorcerers or other entities, must pay a price. Thus, you are exiled, Agatha the Witch. As Luo Bai spoke, he opened a dimensional portal, casting Agatha into exile. Concurrently, the magical cloak returned to his form. Chapter 56, Waking Up Laughing. Agatha, having been stripped of all her powers, was exiled to the multiverse. Given her current capabilities, her survival in the multiverse appeared grim. She could easily become prey to some malevolent deity, who might consume her flesh and soul. Of course, this was of little concern to Luo Bai. After all, she had intruded upon Kamar Taj uninvited, witnessed by numerous sorcerers. If no punishment were meted out, who would regard Luo Bai with any respect in the future? Her exile was inevitable, but it must be said that her presence had inadvertently bestowed significant benefits upon Luo Bai. As one of Earth's most formidable witches, her knowledge and sorcery encompassed realms that Luo Bai had previously not explored, making her absorption immensely beneficial. After taking some time to assimilate the knowledge acquired, Luo Bai subsequently closed the mirrored space. As the mirrored space shut, Wang and Mordo approached without delay. Supreme Sorcerer, where is Agatha the Witch? Wang inquired, his expression tinged with concern. Luo Bai smiled reassuringly and replied, she has been exiled to the multiverse. It is highly unlikely that she will return, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, both Wang and Mordo widened their eyes in disbelief. It was well known that Agatha had studied sorcery for several centuries, if not longer. Although Luo Bai was exceptionally gifted, how could he have triumphed over Agatha and exiled her in such a brief time? Was this not akin to a novice defeating a minor boss? It was no wonder that shock was etched across their faces. The unspoken questions were evident upon their lips. Yet out of deference to Luo Bai's newfound status as Supreme Sorcerer, they refrained from probing further. After a moment of hesitation, Mordo finally spoke. Since the Supreme Sorcerer has resolved the matter, I shall continue to train my apprentice, and I kindly request your supervision, Supreme Sorcerer. Luo Bai nodded in affirmation. Proceed, I shall observe from here. With that, he stepped aside to oversee the sorcerer's training. Wang quickly joined him, standing beside Luo Bai. They remained in silence for a good 5 minutes, until Wang could no longer contain himself. He finally broke the silence. Supreme Sorcerer, I have heard that Agatha the Witch is one of the most powerful witches on Earth, having studied sorcery for several centuries. Wang hesitated to continue, recognizing that further inquiries might be deemed impolite. However, Luo Bai grasped the implication of his words. Are you curious as to how I overcame her? Luo Bai countered. Only then did Wang feel emboldened to express his thoughts. Indeed, after hundreds of years of study, how could she possibly be bested by you? But I possess exceptional talent. I learned her spells merely by observing them once. Luo Bai shrugged, responding with a hint of exasperation. Wang's understanding suddenly crystallized. Consider this. If someone stood before you and learned all your magic simply by watching, using it to counter you in return, you would find it increasingly difficult to prevail. The realization dawned on Wang, and he could not help but remark, is your talent truly that extraordinary? You can learn everything in one go. Luo Bai, taken aback, retorted, naturally, otherwise, how would I have ascended to the position of Supreme Sorcerer? I had assumed the Ancient One had informed you. It appears she did not. Wang fell silent. He had heard whispers of Luo Bai's prodigious talent, but he had not realized it was to such an extent that he could learn everything in a single glance. Well, that is astonishing, Wang conceded. If only I possessed such a gift, Wang muttered, imagining the joys of waking up laughing in his dreams. Luo Bai chuckled lightly, acknowledging, to possess such talent, one must first be favored by fate, much like I am, graced by the goddess of fortune. Of course, these were merely his musings. He refrained from vocalizing them and continued to supervise the sorcerer's training. As he monitored their training, his phone vibrated suddenly. With nothing pressing at hand, Luo Bai decided to check it. He discovered that Stark had sent him a message, indicating that he had successfully created the latest suit, 7 Malawian kwaches, and hoped Luo Bai could come by to see if there were any improvements to be made. Reading the message, Luo Bai felt a wave of admiration. It is no wonder Stark is a genius. Luo Bai had merely provided him with a general direction and suggestions, yet Stark had swiftly upgraded the suit to 7 Malawian kwaches. Reflecting that he indeed needed to visit New York to discuss his impending move with Polaris, Luo Bai replied, all right, see you at the villa tonight. In truth, Luo Bai's agenda for the day was rather simple. He merely intended to introduce himself to the sorcerers. Therefore, after overseeing the morning training, he spent the afternoon receiving several visiting sorcerers. These sorcerers are all admirers of the Ancient One. Although they have not studied at Kamar Taj, they have, to varying extents, received assistance from her. Perhaps they were initially unfamiliar with Dr. Strange, but upon learning that he had exiled the witch Agatha, their respect for him surged immensely. Particularly after engaging in discussions with him regarding the intricacies of magic, sorcery, and the arcane, several sorcerers instantly transformed into his fervent devotees. After all, Dr. Strange not only possesses exceptional talent, but also demonstrates unwavering diligence, his comprehension of magic and the multiverse existing on an entirely different plane than theirs. It is only natural that they would be convinced by him. Once the last sorcerer had departed, Dr. Strange finally found a moment of respite. Having completed a busy day, he stretched and could not help but express his weariness. Standing beside him, Wang quickly interjected, you have only just assumed your position. It will get easier over time. If you are fatigued, you should take a moment to rest. Dr. Strange shook his head, indicating that he could not afford to rest just yet, as he needed to attend to some matters in New York. Wang did not pry further, simply replying, if you have business to attend to, please go ahead. Master Mordo is overseeing Kamar Taj. Should any issues arise, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Dr. Strange nodded, preparing to open a portal to depart. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and turned to Wang, asking, Wang, you remember the guardian sorcerer at your temple, correct? Yes. Are there many issues at the temple? If not, I would like you to take charge of the library from now on. The library. Although Wang was puzzled as to why Dr. Strange would suddenly appoint him as the librarian, he nonetheless agreed. Very well, I will go oversee the library immediately. As he was about to leave, Dr. Strange called out to him, wait, Wang. If you discover anything unusual, please do not act hastily. Simply come to find me. His words served as both a caution and a portent of potential troubles that might arise in the library. As a sorcerer, Wang instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. His expression turned serious as he firmly stated, "I will heed your warning, Master. Should anything occur, I will be sure to seek you out without delay. You can rely on me." With that, Doctor Strange felt a sense of relief and activated the portal to New York. In Chapter 57, The Cosmic Cube, we find ourselves in Doctor Strange's residence in New York. Polaris is seated on the couch, munching on a hamburger while watching television. Suddenly, she notices a yellow circle materializing out of thin air, and her eyes light up instantly. She leaps from the couch, and indeed, Doctor Strange steps through the portal. "Master Strange, you're back. Are you having dinner? I'll prepare something for you," Polaris exclaimed excitedly, placing her hamburger down and preparing to cook. Noting her enthusiasm, Doctor Strange half-jokingly asked, "Didn't you say you couldn't cook?" Feeling a bit bashful, she replied, "I've been teaching myself online while you've been away." Doctor Strange was taken aback. Polaris had actually taken the initiative to learn how to cook. Noticing his surprise, she quickly added, "Though it may not be gourmet. I've tasted it myself, and it's quite palatable." Hearing this, Doctor Strange couldn't help but smile. "Honestly, I'm rather astonished." "Astonished? Why is that?" she queried. "When I punished you by making you my housekeeper, you seemed rather reluctant. Moreover, you were only meant to stay for 3 months. I didn't expect you to go out of your way to learn cooking for me," he explained. Given Polaris' temperament, it was likely she had never even set foot in a kitchen. Her decision to learn cooking indeed surprised Doctor Strange. Polaris understood his astonishment, so she quickly clarified. "At first, it was because we weren't very familiar with each other. But during this time, you've helped me immensely. You allowed me to stay in the villa, encouraged me to practice my powers, and even helped me fend off Professor X. I also heard from Mr. Stark that you asked him to assist me with the bounty hunter situation." This reminded Doctor Strange of the matter. "What did Stark say?" he inquired. "Mr. Stark said I'm free now. The association has canceled my global warrant after discussions with various countries. I'm very grateful to you, but I'm unsure how to repay you, so I can only help with cooking and chores," Polaris replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Her response brought Doctor Strange comfort. Gratitude is indeed a commendable trait, proving that his efforts were not in vain. However, those were merely trifles. He had not anticipated any form of repayment and certainly did not wish for her to bear such a heavy burden. After some contemplation, Doctor Strange reassured her. "While making you a housekeeper was indeed a punishment for intruding upon my home, you've performed admirably during this time. Therefore, I am more than willing to assist you. You need not feel such a significant psychological burden." His words only made Polaris feel more bashful. Master Strange, I'll go prepare your meal now," she said, attempting to head to the kitchen. Just then, Doctor Strange stopped her. "Wait, I have something to discuss with you." Polaris halted, lowering her head and softly inquired, "Is there something you wish to convey, Master Strange?" "Not so much a conveyance, but rather, I plan to move. I may not come here very often afterward," he explained. "Move? Where are you going?" "I'll start packing immediately. Is there anything you want me to bring?" she asked eagerly. Doctor Strange was momentarily taken aback. "You wish to come with me?" he queried. "Of course. I am your housekeeper," she affirmed resolutely. "But we only agreed on 3 months, he replied. Polaris, undeterred, earnestly responded. "Master Strange, if you don't mind, I would like to continue being your housekeeper indefinitely." Doctor Strange fell silent. Noticing his lack of response, Polaris continued. "I want to require a salary, and I can earn my own living now. During this time, I haven't used any of your money." As she spoke, she retrieved a box from her room, the one Natasha had previously sent her. Opening it, Doctor Strange discovered that the contents remained untouched. "You haven't touched this money at all?" he asked, surprised. "I used some earlier, but I returned it all," Polaris explained. This piqued Doctor Strange's curiosity, prompting him to ask, "Where did you acquire this money?" "Mr. Stark helped me find a job. Although I didn't want to trouble him. I couldn't keep using your money, so I took the opportunity," she replied earnestly. Doctor Strange finally understood. It was Tony who had lent a hand. As he pondered this, Polaris continued, "Master Strange, if you don't mind, I would like to remain your housekeeper. I have been diligently training my abilities as you advised, and I promise I won't trouble you in the future. Look, I can control my powers now." With that, she demonstrated her abilities. It was undeniable that after her training, Polaris had significantly improved her control over the magnetic fields, now able to unleash her powers with relative ease. Doctor Strange felt a swell of pride and couldn't help but praise her. "Excellent. I believe you will become quite formidable in the future." Thrilled by the compliment, Polaris eagerly asked, "So can I move with you now?" "Not just yet," Doctor Strange declined. After all, he was relocating to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, a sacred place of Camartage that was off limits to non-sorcerers. Even if Luo Bai were to be swayed by the sincerity of Polaris and agree to let her continue her role as a housekeeper, it would be inconceivable for him to permit her to venture to the New York sanctum, unless Polaris possessed magical aptitude sufficient to become a sorceress. Yet, as it stands, Polaris is still grappling with her own abilities. It is prudent to withhold her from such extensive exposure for the time being. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai smiled and remarked, "Though I have relocated, I can still make my way here. The matter of opening a portal is quite expedient. During my absence, please tend to the villa." "Absolutely," Polaris joyfully concurred. No sooner had the words left her lips than Luo Bai produced a piece of paper and handed it over. "This is my phone number. Do not hesitate to call me if anything arises." Polaris accepted it and promptly entered the number into her phone. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and without a doubt, Luo Bai surmised it was Stark's arrival. Indeed, upon opening the door, Stark appeared before him. "Oh, my friend Luo Bai. How I've missed you," Stark exclaimed exuberantly as he stepped inside. Observing his excitement, Luo Bai chuckled and replied, "You seem to be in splendid form." Stark enthusiastically responded, "Of course. After heeding your advice, I returned and successfully upgraded the iron suit. Let me show you." With that, Stark shouted JARVIS. At his command, an iron suit soared through the air and, after a thorough infrared scan, automatically adorned Stark. In less than a minute, Stark had transformed. "What do you think? Am I not dashing?" Stark inquired with pride. Luo Bai nodded in admiration. "Quite cool. Shall we head to my place? We could collaborate on some research. I am contemplating how to further enhance the suit, and I find your suggestion of a magical suit rather intriguing. Shall we explore it together?" Stark proposed. Luo Bai replied half-jokingly, "Isn't it a tad early for research?" Stark shrugged with a smile. "All right, I was merely jesting. In fact, I am currently planning to study the anti-Hulk suit. You know, Dr. Banner is still rather unstable, so I would like to hear your thoughts." Just as Luo Bai was about to agree, he suddenly sensed a potent energy fluctuation emanating from Earth. "Wait a moment, Stark, something unusual is afoot," Luo Bai stated. Stark, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" "I just felt an anomaly in the energy waves," Luo Bai murmured. Stark paused, anxiously questioning, "Why didn't Ti sense it? Is Earth in peril? Are there beings from the multiverse invading?" "Let me ascertain," Luo Bai responded. He activated the time stone to investigate, and soon discovered that the unusual energy fluctuation originated from the Tesseract. Chapter 58, an unrefusable offering of the Space Stone. To put it succinctly, the Tesseract is a vessel for the Space Stone. Given the immense power of the 6 Infinity Stones within the Marvel Universe, which ordinary beings cannot possibly withstand, each stone is typically housed within a container. The Tesseract serves as the container for the Space Stone. In fact, since the 1990s, the Tesseract has been on Earth under the stewardship of SHIELD. However, it has remained dormant, essentially in an unactivated state. Recently, Luo Bai sensed a surge of energy from the Tesseract, indicating that SHIELD was conducting research on it. This is hardly surprising, considering that Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, has long sought to harness all superhumans on Earth, necessitating formidable weaponry. Conventional weaponry on Earth no longer suffices to satisfy his ambitions. Thus, he turns to the cosmos for energy. The Tesseract is the ideal source of such energy. The power of the Space Stone within it is formidable. If he could extract energy from it to develop weaponry, Fury could likely achieve his grand designs. However, from Luo Bai's perspective, this endeavor is exceedingly foolish. Fury lacks the capability to control the Tesseract, and he seems unclear about its true nature as he embarks on his research. If the stone within the Tesseract became uncontrollable, could he bear the consequences of his actions? This is not mere paranoia on Luo Bai's part. According to the original narrative, SHIELD's incessant experimentation with the Tesseract led to the activation of the Space Stone, resulting in Loki, wielding the Mind Scepter, easily sensing its location. Incited by Thanos, Loki descended upon Earth, ultimately instigating an extraterrestrial invasion in the Battle of New York. SHIELD's current research on the Tesseract is undeniably a signal to Loki and Thanos. Just moments ago, Luo Bai glimpsed into the future with the Time Stone and discovered that Loki would arrive on Earth in 3 days. This revelation caused him to furrow his brow. Noticing Luo Bai's prolonged silence and serious demeanor, Stark's anxiety grew. "Luo Bai, what is happening?" he asked. Luo Bai retracted his magical aura and succinctly explained the situation. Due to the myriad unfamiliar terms involved, Stark was left bewildered. "I apologize, Luo Bai. I did not comprehend your earlier statement." You mentioned that SHIELD is studying the Tesseract to extract energy for weapon creation. Could you first elucidate what the Tesseract is? Stark inquired. You may consider it a powerful weapon originating from the cosmos, one that human technology cannot fully comprehend or control, Luo Bai clarified. Upon grasping this, Stark's anger flared. So Nick Fury is investigating a cosmic energy source that he cannot even control? That damn Nick Fury. What is he doing every day? Always meddling with such perilous matters. At this juncture, he had yet to recognize the gravity of the situation, prompting Luo Bai to interject. That is not the crux of the issue, Tony. The real concern is that his current actions will endanger Earth. If left unchecked, extraterrestrial beings will invade our planet. Extraterrestrial beings. Stark's composure shattered at this revelation. What the hell? Nick Fury told me he created the Avengers to protect Earth. And yet look at what he is doing. We can discuss the suit later. Luo Bai, we must go to SHIELD immediately. I need to confront him. Stark cursed vehemently. His impulsive nature was evident. Upon learning of Fury's dangerous activities, he was ready to fly to SHIELD without hesitation. However, Luo Bai restrained him. Do not act rashly, Tony. What do you mean? Stark replied, his urgency palpable. Luo Bai, we must hasten to stop him. Luo Bai shook his head. It is already too late to prevent it. I can feel the spatial fluctuations emanating from the Tesseract. Powerful beings in the universe can sense it as well. The Tesseract's location has been exposed. Are we to ignore this? Stark pressed urgently. Of course not. However, the time is not yet right, Luo Bai replied. Given that the Tesseract's position is compromised and Loki is set to arrive in 3 days to seize it. Luo Bai reasoned that it would be prudent to wait until then to act, seizing both the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter. After all, the Mind Scepter that Loki brings is embedded with the Mind Stone. He is effectively delivering the stone right to Luo Bai's doorstep. And it would be illogical for him to refuse such an offer. Rather than ultimately allowing Thanos to seize the Infinity Stones and instigate a global population crisis, he would be better off reclaiming them for his own use. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai reassured Stark, Tony, trust me. When the time is right, I will take action. Although Stark was quite anxious at that moment, the realization that Luo Bai was a sorcerer, and that the Earth had the Supreme Sorcerer watching over it, calmed him slightly. If trouble were to arise on Earth, the Supreme Sorcerer would surely intervene, wouldn't he? Stark inquired. Before Luo Bai could respond, he continued, we are friends, so I won't keep anything from you. My abilities are limited, and I cannot be certain of my capacity to confront extraterrestrial beings. You have already grown so formidable. If the Supreme Sorcerer could lend a hand, I would feel much more at ease. Luo Bai understood Stark's concerns completely. To assuage him, he replied, of course. The Supreme Sorcerer is already aware of the situation. That's reassuring, Stark sighed in relief, though a trace of worry still lingered. After a brief silence, he asked, is there anything I can do? He added, I would do anything to ensure the safety of Earth. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Bai answered, actually, there is something. If SHIELD contacts you, remember to call me immediately. Nick Fury's actions have severely jeopardized the safety of Earth, and he must be held accountable. Stark was taken aback, suddenly realizing the implication. A mission akin to Mission Impossible? Okay, I've seen similar films. I never imagined I would become a spy one day, but I am more than willing. You can rest assured, if SHIELD reaches out to me, I will definitely inform you, Stark declared, casually making an okay gesture. Luo Bai chuckled lightly before shifting the topic. By the way, didn't you ask me to help you look into upgrading your suit? Let us head to your villa. Meanwhile, at the SHIELD headquarters, agents led by Coulson were rigorously securing the basement. Dr. Selvig and a team of researchers were diligently studying the Tesseract. The energy fluctuations are increasing, Dr. Selvig. Shut down the power immediately. The power is off, but the Tesseract's energy continues to emanate, Dr. Selvig. Dr. Selvig, we can no longer control the Tesseract. It seems to have activated autonomously. As their research progressed, Dr. Selvig and his team found themselves utterly unable to manage the Tesseract. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Coulson promptly called Nick Fury. Chapter 59, Loki no? Where's my stuff? SHIELD found itself unable to control the Tesseract, inadvertently activating it instead. Energy was continuously released, becoming increasingly uncontrollable over time. The Tesseract appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, beginning to act at will. Upon learning of this development, Nick Fury, having wrapped up his prior matters, hastened back to SHIELD. 3 days later, he returned to the headquarters. But by then the Tesseract had completely unleashed its potential. It opened a portal, allowing Loki to descend upon Earth. It was not until Loki, wielding the Mind Stone, seized the Tesseract that Nick Fury comprehended the seriousness of the situation. At that moment, he recalled Luo Bai's words. Do you think you can control everything? No. You can control nothing. Fury felt a surge of frustration, yet was unable to think clearly. The theft of the Tesseract certainly posed a grave threat to Earth, and he could only seek assistance to retrieve it. While the current circumstances suggested that Luo Bai could resolve the issue perfectly, he was too apprehensive to seek Luo Bai's help, forcing him to turn to others instead. At this time, on the top floor of Stark Industries, Stark and Pepper were engaged in a conversation over drinks. Tony, I remember you successfully upgraded your suit, but why do you seem a bit off these days? Pepper inquired with concern. Stark remained silent, taking a sip of his drink. 3 days prior, Luo Bai had informed him of an imminent alien invasion of Earth. Although he was aware that with the Supreme Sorcerer and Luo Bai present, Earth would likely be safe, Stark couldn't shake his anxiety. His worry had morphed into an acute sense of unease. Yet, he hesitated to confide in Pepper. After a moment, he forced a smile and replied, It's nothing major. I'm just feeling a bit fatigued. You've been working on the suit for so long without a proper rest, Tony. You should take a break, Pepper encouraged. However, Stark was unable to rest, his mind consumed by thoughts of the impending alien threat. Just then, Jarvis's voice echoed from his phone. Sir, my programming has been altered. As Jarvis's voice faded, Coulson's voice followed. Stark, we need to talk. Coulson, S-H-I-E-L-D agents. Upon hearing that voice, Stark's interest peaked. I've been wanting to reach out to you for ages. Where are you? I'm coming to find you right now, Stark exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than Coulson appeared at the door. Stark quickly sent a message to Luo by using a secret program. Once the message was dispatched, Stark set down his phone and turned his attention to Coulson. Noticing that only Coulson had arrived, Stark inquired, Where's Nick Fury? Why isn't he here? The director is tied up with other matters, Coulson replied with a smile. Other matters? You mean matters that endanger Earth? Stark pressed. Coulson appeared puzzled, asking, I don't understand what you mean by that. You don't need to understand. You just need to summon Nick Fury here. Stark retorted, his expression grave. Coulson sensed the urgency in Stark's demeanor. However, due to the pressing situation, he refrained from probing further, simply responding, If you urgently need to see him, I will relay your message. But before that, I hope you will take a look at these documents. I have just uploaded them to your phone. Having conveyed everything, Coulson departed. Furrowing his brow, Stark opened the documents sent by S-H-I-E-L-D. Just as Luo Bai had indicated, S-H-I-E-L-D was indeed researching the Tesseract. Moreover, it had been stolen by an extraterrestrial named Loki. Upon reading this information, Stark could no longer maintain his composure. He immediately flew to Luo Bai's apartment. Fortunately, Luo Bai was present at the apartment that day. Thank goodness, Luo Bai, you are here, Stark rushed to exclaim as the door opened. I received a message and guessed you would come to find me, so I made sure to wait for you. Luo Bai replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark urgently explained the current predicament. You were right. Nick Fury is indeed researching the Tesseract. Now, an extraterrestrial named Loki has stolen it. This is very dangerous, Luo Bai. I know, Luo Bai responded. Previously, he had utilized the Time Stone to glimpse into the future, comprehending all the potential events that could unfold. Therefore, he felt little concern. However, Stark remained anxious. That extraterrestrial named Loki seems to possess formidable powers. S-H-I-E-L-D is utterly unprepared to counter him. Do you know him? Luo Bai nodded, replying, I am familiar with Loki. He is of Asgardian descent, the son of Odin. Upon hearing Odin's name, Stark was visibly taken aback. Odin? The father of the gods as mentioned in storybooks? Stark asked incredulously. After receiving a confirming response from Luo Bai, Stark's expression became one of astonishment. The existence of sorcerers on Earth was already astonishing enough. Are you still telling him that Odin from the mythological tales resides in the cosmos? Stark remarked, visibly bewildered. He couldn't help but quip. I think I might need a moment to digest this. Just as he finished speaking, Polaris promptly brought over a cup of coffee. Thank you, Miss Lorna. This coffee is most timely, Stark commented as he accepted the cup. He took a sip, yet his expression remained one of astonishment. After a prolonged silence, he finally ventured to inquire, Luo Bai, may I ask a rather bold question? Go ahead, was the reply. Who is more formidable, the Sorcerer Supreme or Odin? I am not certain about that, Luo Bai admitted with a hint of exasperation. How could he determine who was superior without ever having faced Odin? Stark, feeling increasingly unsettled by Luo Bai's uncertainty, pressed on. You mentioned that Loki is Odin's son. So is it not Odin's will that he has come to Earth to seize the Tesseract? Unable to contain his curiosity, Stark asked. Luo Bai shook his head. That is not the case. Odin is unaware of this matter. I see, Stark murmured, then followed up. Can the Sorcerer Supreme handle Loki? That should be quite manageable. Luo Bai responded. That is reassuring. He is far too dangerous to remain on Earth. Stark sighed with relief. He took another sip of coffee and continued. Do you have any plans? Indeed, we have a plan, Luo Bai replied. What kind of plan? Do you need my assistance? Stark inquired. Wait. For what? For Loki to come to me of his own accord. His unauthorized incursion into Earth warrants judgment, Luo Bai explained. Stark was taken aback, incredulously retorting. How could he possibly come to you for judgment? Luo Bai offered no reply, instead using his mind to activate a retrieval spell. A small yellow circle appeared, and he reached inside, producing a staff and a blue square energy box. Stark, perplexed, asked, What is this? The Tesseract and the Mind Stone, Luo Bai replied. Stark was left speechless. He will arrive shortly, Luo Bai stated. Stark shrugged in resignation. Impressive. It seems my concerns were somewhat unwarranted. Meanwhile, Loki stared at his empty hands. Bewildered. No. Where's my Tesseract? Where's my Mind Stone? What happened to those two substantial items? How could they just vanish? Who took my belongings? As his fury mounted, he noticed a slip of paper on the ground. It bore a message. I graciously accept the raw gem you delivered to my doorstep. To express my gratitude, please come here to find me. Following was an address, signed, the Sorcerer Supreme. Upon reading the note, Loki was incensed. What do you mean I delivered it to you? This is theft. Pure thievery. Sorcerer Supreme. Just you wait. I am coming for you. Loki roared in fury. Chapter 60. Loki, why? Why is this happening? At this moment, Loki's rage was palpable. After seizing the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D., he brought along the Mind Stone and the Tesseract, accompanied by a group of researchers to an abandoned factory. To accomplish his goals, Loki needed to figure out how to harness the power within the Tesseract. In essence, he sought to devise a device that could activate the immense power of the Tesseract to open a cosmic portal. Once the portal was opened, the Chitauri could invade Earth en masse from distant planets. Once Earth was completely conquered, he would ascend to kingship. This was Loki's motive for stealing the Tesseract. He desired dominion. He sought to become the king of Earth. However, he never anticipated that while the technicians were working on the device, he merely soul-traveled to the Chitauri homeworld to discuss the invasion plan. Upon returning to his body, he found, goodness, everything was gone. The Tesseract and the Mind Stone had vanished. Most critically, the individual who took them had audaciously left behind a note. This was a provocation, a blatant affront. The Sorcerer Supreme, you say? Very well. Once I locate you, I shall make you pay dearly. I will pierce your heart with my blade and dismantle you piece by piece. Loki bellowed in rage. What manner of individual dares to call himself the Sorcerer Supreme before me, the foremost mage in 9 realms? What on earth has transpired? Just then, Dr. Selvig could no longer restrain his curiosity. Earlier, when Loki infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., he not only absconded with the Tesseract, but also used the Mind Stone to control Dr. Selvig and Agent Hawkeye's minds, compelling them to assist him in developing the device to activate the Tesseract. Moments ago, while Dr. Selvig was conducting his research, the Tesseract had suddenly vanished. Unaware of the circumstances, Dr. Selvig inquired. Loki, too enraged to explain, pulled out the crumpled note and demanded, Where is this address? Being an Asgardian, Loki was not well acquainted with Earth, which made his ignorance understandable. Dr. Selvig glanced at the note and quickly provided the information. It's not far from here. Do you wish to go? I have no time for idle chatter. Tell me the coordinates immediately. Now. Loki's fury startled Dr. Selvig, who swiftly pulled out his phone to search for the location. Within moments, he provided the coordinates. Upon receiving the precise location, Loki vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself outside an apartment building. After verifying the address, he confirmed, the Sorcerer Supreme resides here. Gritting his teeth, Loki muttered, I have found you. Sorcerer Supreme. Your days are numbered. As he prepared to force his way in, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. A familiar power was approaching him. Loki's expression shifted, and he quickly turned around to see a shining object streaking toward him like a meteor. The object was smack. Without a hint of warning, a hammer struck Loki, sending him sprawling to the ground. He lay face down, pinned beneath a gleaming hammer in the darkness. The hammer of his brother, Thor? Loki gasped. What kind of accuracy is this? I can't believe it. Struggling to breathe, he coughed up blood. He attempted to rise, but the weight of Mjolnir rendered him breathless. Thor! He shouted. In the next moment, Thor appeared before him, radiant and robust. Oh, My brother, it has been far too long. I apologize for meeting you in this manner. Are you well? Thor beamed with a hearty smile. Loki could only respond with a silent scream of frustration. He was on the verge of personally dispatching that accursed supreme sorcerer. Yet, he never anticipated that he would meet his demise before even embarking on his mission. He had scarcely crossed the threshold when Thor felled him with a single blow of his hammer. At that moment, Loki's fury reached its zenith. Thor, could you possibly retract that damned hammer of yours? Loki roared. Thor merely shook his head, nonchalantly replying, to prevent your escape. I deemed this the most prudent course of action. Damn it. Loki, pinned down, felt his face flush with rage, unable to suppress an expletive. Thor was elated by Loki's wrath. He understood his brother all too well. He had anticipated some trouble upon Loki's arrival, but was pleasantly surprised by how effortlessly he resolved the situation. Gazing at Loki, immobilized beneath him, Thor inquired, "Where's the Tesseract, Loki?" The mere mention of the Tesseract intensified Loki's anger. However, it was then that he composed himself. He recognized how best to deal with his brother. This oaf would never yield to brute force. Thus, to extricate himself, Loki adopted an air of vulnerability. I, too, am in search of the Tesseract, he declared. In search of it? You lost the Tesseract? Thor questioned. A self-proclaimed supreme sorcerer seized the Tesseract along with my scepter. Had you arrived a moment later, I would have apprehended him, Loki replied, his tone laced with helplessness and ire. Despite the sincerity etched on Loki's face, Thor harbored considerable skepticism towards his brother's fabrications. Do you truly believe I would take your word for it, Loki? Thor retorted. His brother bore the title of the god of deceit, and Thor had long since lost count of the number of times Loki had deceived him. He could tolerate minor transgressions, but the memories of Loki's actions during his banishment to Earth were utterly intolerable. Do you think I would fall for your tricks again? At one point, I even believed you dead, yet here you are, alive and well on Earth. Thor exclaimed, brimming with indignation. During Thor's exile to Earth, their father Odin had stripped him of all his powers. This troublesome brother had nearly caused his demise on Earth and instigated the Frost Giants' invasion of Asgard. Although Loki had later aided him in vanquishing the Frost Giants, the damage to Asgard was substantial, with half of it laid to waste and the Rainbow Bridge destroyed. In the end, Loki had plummeted from the shattered Rainbow Bridge, presumed lost. Thor had thought Loki surely perished in that fall, yet here he was, alive and stirring up chaos on Earth. Upon learning of this, Odin had used his formidable power to transport Thor to Earth, tasking him with retrieving Loki and the Tesseract. Now, Loki was claiming that the Tesseract had been stolen by some supreme sorcerer? With the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter in hand, how could Loki, the sorcerer's prodigy of 9 realms, be outmatched by this so-called supreme sorcerer? Having been deceived too many times, Thor found it impossible to trust him now. Loki, your father and I believed you dead. Father even had all of Asgard mourn your loss. And here you are, not only alive, but also causing turmoil on Earth. You truly cannot remain still, can you? Thor remarked. At this point, Loki appeared to recall something. He told you about my origins, didn't he? He did. But what of it? We were both raised by him, Thor responded. It seemed that Thor was utterly unconcerned about Loki's identity as the son of the Frost Giant King. This was unsurprising, for Loki understood that his brother held familial bonds in high regard. Seizing upon this, Loki decided to play the emotional card. I know, my brother. Precisely because we are brothers, I have not deceived you. The Tesseract was truly taken. If you would just remove your hammer, I will lead you to it. Perhaps the term brother struck a chord with Thor, for he ultimately chose to trust Loki. He lifted the hammer from Loki's back, granting him newfound freedom. Loki stretched his limbs, and Thor promptly said, Take me to the Tesseract. I hope this time you are not deceiving me. This time, I assure you, I am not deceiving you, Loki proclaimed. Externally, he feigned an innocent demeanor, yet internally, he had already devised his own plans. He intended to accompany Thor to confront the supreme sorcerer. Just then, an enraged roar erupted. Hulk. In the next instant, a towering green behemoth barreled forth. Before Loki and Thor could react, Hulk seized Loki by the leg and slammed him to the ground with a series of devastating blows. No. What in the world is this? Why did it suddenly charge out? And Thor is right beside me. Why not smash him instead? Why? Chapter 61 Loki. What the hell? The sound of pounding against the ground reverberated through the silent night. For a moment, Thor stood in stunned silence, watching his brother Loki being violently slammed into the ground by the suddenly emerging green giant. The expression on his face was a rich tapestry of emotions. Only when the green giant ceased his onslaught did Thor regain his composure. Gazing at Loki, sprawled in a crater created by the impact, Thor could not help but inquire. Loki, are you all right? Loki did not respond, clearly dazed by the assault. Thor, Sensing his brother's confusion, continued to express concern. Even though you were struck 56 times, you will be fine, won't you? At long last, Loki reacted. Thor, you just stood there and watched as your brother was pummeled 56 times. He shouted in fury. Thor shrugged his shoulders, helplessly replying, it was too sudden, I didn't have time to react. Although his response was entirely reasonable, the slight grin tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed him. Thor had neither failed to react nor had any intention of intervening. Thor, Loki bellowed. No sooner had he finished than Hulk roared in response. Hulk. Instantly, Loki fell silent, gazing up at Hulk, who regarded him with a predatory glare. Loki's eyes widened in terror. At that moment, Thor could no longer contain his delight, responding with barely concealed glee. Loki, I have never seen you so obedient. Loki. He simply could not comprehend it. Thor was right there beside him, and significantly larger. Why did this giant choose to assault him without a second thought? Ignoring Thor entirely. It was utterly unfair. Of course, in that moment, Loki had no time to ponder further, as the green giant Hulk loomed beside him. Fixated with an intense stare, Loki dared not speak, nor could he meet Hulk's gaze. He could only lay paralyzed with fear, eyes wide open. Once the excitement had subsided, Thor finally remembered to inquire about the green giant's presence. Who are you, and why are you here? Thor asked, gripping his hammer tightly. Before Hulk could respond, a woman clad in a black bodysuit stepped forward to answer. His name is Hulk, and he is a member of the Avengers. Thor furrowed his brow, turning his gaze to the woman. And who are you? I am Natasha. Your brother Loki has absconded with the Tesseract from Sidewalk, and he must return it, Natasha declared. Thor, having previously encountered Sidewalk during his visit to Earth, was somewhat aware of the situation. Upon hearing that Natasha was also after the Tesseract, he furrowed his brow and immediately retorted, I cannot permit you to reclaim the Tesseract. With that, Thor's gaze sharpened, brimming with resolve. Sensing Thor's hostility, Hulk's demeanor shifted to one of fury. Hulk, he bellowed, fixing an intense stare upon Thor. Are you two in cahoots? Excellent. I have been eager to test this brute's might, Thor proclaimed. Without hesitation, he hurled his enchanted hammer towards Hulk. The green behemoth could not evade it, and the hammer collided with his head, leaving him momentarily dazed. Shaking off the cobwebs, Hulk's wrath intensified. Hulk, he roared, unleashing a powerful punch towards Thor. The impact sent Thor flying. Once he landed, Hulk lunged forward, pinning Thor beneath him. Denying Thor any chance to recover, Hulk rained down blows upon his face, rendering him momentarily disoriented. Fortunately, Thor summoned his hammer, and its immense power propelled Hulk away, allowing Thor to regain his composure. After receiving a thorough beating, Thor became acutely aware of the formidable presence before him. Yet, before he could contemplate further, Hulk charged at him once more, and the two were soon engulfed in a chaotic melee. The scene devolved into utter disarray, precisely as Loki had hoped. Witnessing the brawl between Thor and Hulk, Loki recognized his opportunity. He ceased feigning unconsciousness and emerged from the underground, intent on reclaiming the Tesseract from the so-called Supreme Sorcerer. Just then, Natasha intercepted him. Planning to make a hasty exit? Foolish mortal, do you think you can stop me? Loki retorted angrily. Summoning a dagger, he engaged Natasha in a skirmish. Clearly, Natasha was no match for Loki, but he appeared disinclined to inflict harm upon her, merely seeking to extricate himself from her grasp. Once freed, he dashed into the apartment. Natasha sought to pursue him, but Loki had already breached the door. As she contemplated following him inside, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The apartment Loki had entered appeared eerily familiar. Doubtful, she glanced at the door number. Good heavens, is this not the residence of the White family? Natasha fell silent in realization. At that moment, a sleek black car sped onto the scene and halted at the curb. Moments later, Nick Fury and Captain America emerged, quickly spotting the chaotic fray between Hulk and Thor. Aware that their attempts at intervention would be futile, Fury approached Natasha to ascertain the situation. Natasha, what on earth is happening? He inquired. Only then did Natasha notice Fury and Captain America. When I arrived with Dr. Banner, I found Thor and Loki in a confrontation. A minor incident occurred, and Hulk and Thor began battling, Natasha explained. Fury surveyed the surroundings before asking, Where's Loki? I do not see him. He has gone inside. Natasha replied. Inside? Where exactly? Fury asked, puzzled. Natasha gestured towards the apartment, responding earnestly, He has entered the White residence. Fury's expression shifted as he recognized the familiar location, plunging him into silence. Noticing the sudden quiet, Captain America inquired, Who is White? A highly skilled sorcerer, Natasha replied. A sorcerer? Captain America echoed, disbelief etched upon his face. Natasha nodded, affirming, indeed. Can he handle Loki? Should we assist? Captain America pressed on. After a moment of contemplation, Natasha responded, assistance is unnecessary. I can only mourn for Loki at this juncture. Why must he seek refuge in the White residence? Is he not merely inviting disaster upon himself? Let him fend for himself, she lamented with a sigh. Meanwhile, within the White residence, White, Stark, and Polaris were seated on the sofa, engaged in casual conversation. With all this commotion outside, should we not investigate? Stark inquired anxiously, glancing towards the door. No need. They will inevitably come to us. After all, the Tesseract is in my possession, White replied with remarkable composure. But Hulk has arrived as well. You know how uncontrollable he becomes in a fight, Stark remarked with mounting concern. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the door burst open, and Loki appeared, vibrant and defiant before them. Upon seeing Loki, Polaris immediately adopted a defensive stance, glaring at him with ire. Stark also readied himself, acutely aware of Loki's presence. Loki, surveying the trio with wrath, bellowed, "Where's the Supreme Sorcerer?" "I am he," White replied unperturbed. Instantly, Loki's attention shifted back to White, his mind flooded with memories of indignities endured. First, the Tesseract and the Mind Stone had been wrenched from him. Then, he had been struck by Thor, followed by Hulk's relentless onslaught. A tide of anger and grievance surged within him. You are the Supreme Sorcerer? How delightful. A foolish mortal dares to challenge a god from Asgard. I am a god. I shall. Loki's proclamation was abruptly cut short as he was unceremoniously whisked through a portal, plummeting into the abyss. For the love of... Chapter 62. Is there no one to manage me? Clearly, Loki had underestimated the so-called Supreme Sorcerer. In his arrogance, he believed he could easily best a mere human sorcerer. Yet, before he could even finish his bravado, he found himself unceremoniously dispatched. Why must a sorcerer engage in close combat? White mused, shaking his head in bemusement. As he pondered, Polaris interjected, White, where did he go? White replied calmly, he has gone for a free fall. Free fall. Polaris's expression shifted dramatically at the mention of those words. Having experienced free fall herself, she recalled the torment of being cast into an endless void. Although her ordeal had lasted mere minutes, the sensation of aimless descent in utter darkness was excruciatingly harrowing. The memory was so distressing that Polaris preferred not to revisit it, thus falling into silence. Meanwhile, Stark remained in a state of shock, struggling to process the revelation. He was astonished not by the portal's opening, but by White's claim of being the Supreme Sorcerer. Wait a moment, White. You are the Supreme Sorcerer? Stark questioned. White nodded affirmatively, confirming, indeed. He had always believed that the Supreme Mage and Luo Bai were two distinct individuals, only to discover that they were, in fact, one and the same. Why didn't you inform me that you were the Supreme Mage? Stark could not help but inquire. Luo Bai responded earnestly, you never asked. Stark retorted, you mentioned that you had only studied magic for a few months. How was I to know you were the Supreme Mage? Luo Bai shrugged, somewhat helplessly replying. Truth be told, I only recently ascended to the position of Supreme Mage. It all happened so suddenly that I didn't have the chance to tell you. So you studied magic for just a few months, and then became the Supreme Mage, the most powerful mage on Earth? Stark asked incredulously. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before answering, roughly speaking, yes. Stark was baffled. How on earth did you manage that, my friend? A modicum of talent and a touch of luck are all that's needed, Luo Bai replied. Talent combined with a smidge of luck? Stark struggled to comprehend. Yet he was profoundly astonished. But just the other day, you claimed to be a novice mage, and now you've become the Supreme Mage? Of course, Luo Bai affirmed. Although Stark was taken aback, he refrained from probing further, as he was more concerned about Thor and Hulk outside. All right, but with the commotion Thor and Hulk are causing, aren't you worried they might demolish your house? Stark asked. Luo Bai shook his head in response, not at all. With my luck, even if the entire country were reduced to ruins, my home would likely remain intact. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, the outside noise subsided. Shortly thereafter, Nick Fury, Captain America, Dr. Banner, and Natasha entered, accompanied by Thor. Judging by their demeanor, it appeared they had just engaged in a skirmish, yet had reached a cordial consensus. Otherwise, Thor would hardly be so composed at that moment. Upon entering, they spotted Stark. Nick Fury, somewhat perplexed, couldn't resist asking, Stark, why didn't you come out to lend a hand? You're a member of the Avengers, and with Earth in peril, you choose to hide here with Luo Bai? If Fury had remained silent, Stark might have felt somewhat at ease. However, Fury's inquiry ignited Stark's fury. Help? Help what? Assist you in reclaiming the Tesseract so you can manufacture weapons of mass destruction that threaten Earth's safety? Stark scoffed, leaving everyone stunned. Tony, I don't quite grasp your meaning. Dr. Banner queried. Stark responded with a cold laugh, divulging everything he knew. Do you understand what Nick Fury has been up to? He is utilizing the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction on Earth. During the research process, SHIELD lost control of the Tesseract's power, resulting in it sending signals into the cosmos. This is how Loki located the Tesseract and came to Earth to sow chaos. Stark's fervor intensified as he spoke, leaving Dr. Banner in shock. Nick, is what Tony says true? He asked incredulously. Realizing the situation was turning against him, Nick Fury quickly countered, Earth is in grave danger. We need certain means to protect it. Otherwise, if it is invaded, it will end up like it is now with Loki. Stark retorted, is that the reason behind your research into weapons of destruction? Tony, don't forget how you made your fortune. Nick Fury rebuked. Seeing Fury's lack of rebuttal, Dr. Banner understood everything. Nick, when you sent Natasha to ask for my help, that wasn't the narrative you presented, Banner remarked. Just hours earlier, Natasha had approached him, stating that Loki had acquired the Tesseract and intended to conquer Earth, which was in peril. Although Banner was reluctant to come, knowing he still couldn't fully control the Hulk, he ultimately conceded out of concern for Earth's safety. However, he never anticipated that Nick Fury sought his assistance merely to retrieve the Tesseract and then develop weapons of mass destruction. So, Nick Fury was simply using them? This realization stirred a wave of agitation within Dr. Banner. At that moment, Thor seemed to grasp the situation's intricacies. Creating weapons with the Tesseract? Do you have any idea how perilous the Tesseract is? Your actions are akin to declaring war on the entire universe on behalf of Earth. I absolutely cannot allow the Tesseract to remain on this planet. Thor exclaimed angrily. Nick Fury scoffed in response. Declare war? Your brother Loki is the one who has come to Earth seeking dominion. Is that not a declaration of war against Earth? It is your research into the Tesseract that signaled extraterrestrial civilizations, which is why Loki appeared. Even if Loki had not come, your actions would have attracted beings from other worlds. Stark shouted in fury. Captain America interjected. Are we to simply allow these beings from Asgard to take the Tesseract? What if they utilize it to create weapons? The Avengers, once unified, now found themselves embroiled in a heated argument, a scenario Luo Bai had grown accustomed to. Overwhelmed by their bickering, Luo Bai felt his head spinning. Sensing his discomfort, Polaris immediately chastised. Everyone, silence. You're disturbing the mage Luo Bai. Upon hearing Luo Bai's name, the group fell silent. With the room finally quiet, Luo Bai remarked, Did you come here merely to argue before me? Stark's statement reminded Thor of his original purpose for coming. He had almost forgotten. Where's Loki? Thor asked. Luo Bai did not respond, but instead opened a portal with his mind. As the portal materialized, Loki tumbled through, face first onto the floor. In the next instant, the room echoed with Loki's furious howl. I just experienced free fall for 70 minutes. Loki was livid. 70 minutes. Nearly 70 minutes of free fall. Could they fathom the ordeal he had endured during that time? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Rising from the floor, he glared at Luo Bai and shouted, You think you're so impressive, truly the Supreme Mage? You are nothing but a second-rate, amateur sorcerer. As Loki yelled, he gripped his twin daggers tightly and charged aggressively at Luo Bai. Luo Bai closed his eyes and activated the mirror dimension. As the dimension unfolded, the surroundings transformed completely. The villa morphed into an expanse thousands of meters above the ground, with everyone standing on a suspended stone platform. Buildings and structures spiraled around them. The scene before them was both magnificent and awe-inspiring. Before Loki could close the distance, Luo Bai shifted the stone platform before him, causing it to vanish. Accompanied by a chilling scream, Loki found himself plummeting from the sky, face first into the abyss. He descended rapidly, akin to the speed of a free-fall ride. In the blink of an eye, he was nearly face first into the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, he halted, suspended in mid-air, albeit face down. Before him stood Luo Bai. Can you be a bit more honest now, Loki? Luo Bai inquired. Just as Loki had been thrust into the portal, he plummeted freely for a staggering 70 minutes, only to then endure an exhilarating experience akin to a freefall from 10,000 meters. How could he possibly calm down now? Is this all you can do? Loki bellowed in fury. All right, I admit I may have been a bit lenient earlier, Luo Bai sighed in resignation. The moment his eyes closed, Loki was ensnared in a relentless cycle of freefall experiences. He continuously plummeted from great heights, only to halt just before crashing to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, he was falling again. After nearly 10 such cycles, the Avengers stood transfixed, witnessing Loki flickering before their eyes, rapidly reappearing and descending, accompanied by his incessant cries of shit. To be honest, it was unclear if Loki felt fear, but the onlookers certainly did. I once rode a freefall ride when I was quite young, but never one from such a dizzying altitude. I suspected a few more of these, and I might suffer a heart attack. Polaris couldn't help but comment. Thor, is he really your brother? Why do you seem so amused right now? Nick Fury asked incredulously, casting a bewildered glance at Thor. At that moment, Thor showed no inclination to assist, instead appearing almost gleeful, which struck Nick Fury as peculiar. Your brother is in this predicament, and instead of helping, you can still laugh? Just as he pondered this, he heard Thor cheerfully respond, we're actually cousins. In truth, he was adopted. The smile on his face was impossible to conceal. Just because you're not blood brothers, does that mean you can disregard him? Natasha queried. You don't understand. He has always wanted to kill me. When we were 8, he transformed into a snake. And when I picked it up, he reverted to his original form and stabbed me. This has happened more than once, Thor recounted. The group was left in stunned silence after hearing Thor's tale. Oh, that sounds terrifying. No wonder you're so cheerful now, Dr. Banner remarked, wide-eyed. No sooner had he spoken than Loki's furious roar echoed. Thor, help me. Hey, right away. Thor replied, then continued chatting with the Avengers, saying, honestly, I wish this moment could last longer. I rather enjoy seeing him like this. I even want to document it. Tony, ever eager to assist, chimed in. Need me to help? My suit can take pictures. That would be splendid. Thor exclaimed joyfully. He then shouted at Loki, who was still experiencing the freefall. Loki, smile. F. Loki retorted. Thor knew Luo Bai meant no harm, at most merely scaring Loki. So he chose to remain indifferent and revel in the spectacle. However, amidst the banter, Thor grew increasingly curious about Luo Bai. He scanned the mirrored space around them before finally settling his gaze upon Luo Bai. So, there are sorcerers on Earth now? Thor inquired. To be precise, they are practitioners of mystic arts, Luo Bai corrected him. Thor nodded in acknowledgement and then asked, all right, sorcerer. My brother Loki mentioned that you took his tesseract. Is that correct? Indeed, Luo Bai confirmed with a nod. I have come to retrieve the tesseract. You must understand that leaving such a powerful object on Earth is perilous. I must return it to Asgard. Thor stated plainly. Luo Bai was well aware of his intentions and responded, Son of Odin, God of Thunder, Thor Odinson. I understand your purpose. However, you must wait a moment. He then turned his gaze towards Nick Fury. Nick Fury, you too have come for the tesseract, haven't you? Luo Bai queried. Nick Fury hesitated, his eyes flickering with a hint of trepidation. It was evident he felt flustered, realizing that the chances of retrieving the tesseract for S.H.I.E.L.D. were slim. He quickly explained, I did come for the tesseract, but I am merely concerned about Loki potentially using it to endanger Earth. I have no other ulterior motives. Luo Bai chuckled softly before asking, did you use the tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction aimed at me? Nick Fury shook his head vehemently. Of course not. Luo Bai offered no response, but instead produced the Mind Scepter, embedded with the Mind Stone. As its name implies, the Mind Stone possesses powers related to consciousness. When wielded properly, it can influence thoughts, control minds, and unveil intentions. Nick Fury, being a seasoned agent, was adept at concealing his true thoughts. Without special means, he would never reveal the truth. Thus, Luo Bai brandished the Mind Scepter. As it glimmered with light, Nick Fury found himself uncontrollably confessing, it's not just because of you. There are sorcerers on Earth, and beyond Earth, there are Asgardians and various other dangerous beings. If you formidable beings choose to annihilate Earth, what then should Earth do? S.H.I.E.L.D. must take measures. We need to develop weapons capable of neutralizing you to prevent being under your control. After uttering those words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Even Nick Fury himself was bewildered, questioning how he had suddenly spoken such truths. Nick Fury, clearly did not understand why I said that, especially in front of Luo Bai. He was taken aback, struggling to find his voice. Seeing the doubt in the eyes of those around him, Nick Fury realized he could not salvage the situation. He decided to lay bare his thoughts. Luo Bai, I hope you can view this from my perspective. I do not possess such great power. Should I not be concerned about powerful individuals like you potentially destroying Earth? As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is it wrong for me to seek to protect humanity's safety? You know your powers are not infallible. Even if you create formidable weapons with the Tesseract, can you guarantee they won't be seized? Can you assure that you won't harbor malevolent intentions? Luo Bai countered. Nick Fury found himself momentarily speechless, seemingly unable to formulate a rebuttal. At that moment, Luo Bai spoke again. Precisely because you lack such power, you should not meddle with what you cannot control. Even if you were to create weapons with the Tesseract, what would it matter? Have you considered that those weapons, designed to protect Earth, could very well become instruments of destruction if seized by others? Stark nodded in agreement, responding earnestly, indeed, for that very reason. I shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries. However, Nick Fury seemed poised to argue further. Just then, Luo Bai interrupted him. Nick Fury, you question and fear sorcerers. Yet you have no comprehension of the challenges they face. Your actions have left me feeling appalled. Therefore, I have decided to let you experience the life of a sorcerer, to confront the enemies that sorcerers must face. With that, Luo Bai opened a portal with his mind. Before Nick Fury could react, he was whisked away. In that instant, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Where did Nick Fury go? Natasha inquired. I've sent him to experience the life of a sorcerer. I believe he will find joy in facing those foes, Luo Bai replied. To confront the enemies of the sorcerer? Wow. If the sorcerer is already this powerful, how formidable must his adversaries be? It is almost unimaginable. Natasha was taken aback. After a brief moment of hesitation, she could not help but inquire, can he return? Luo Bai pondered for a moment before responding. That depends on his fortune. For thousands of years, the Ancient One and the sorcerers of Earth have continuously battled against dark forces to protect the planet, sacrificing their souls and even their lives. The sorcerers carry the weight of this responsibility as they safeguard Earth. Yet now Nick Fury has begun to question their existence and is researching weapons to suppress their powers. Luo Bai could not accept this. Thus he urged Nick Fury to confront the darkness directly. Having dealt with Nick Fury, Luo Bai turned his attention to Thor. All right, Thor. Let us now discuss your brother, Luo Bai stated. As he spoke, he willed Loki to appear face first on the ground before everyone. Thor, you promised you would help me. Yet just now, I experienced nearly 40 minutes of free fall. Loki bellowed in anger. Thor chuckled and replied, I understand. Loki, however, the situation is rather complex at the moment. I must retrieve the Tesseract before I can attend to you. Loki exclaimed. Thor. Chapter 64, Asgard. Loki's furious shout echoed thunderously, causing Thor to furrow his brow and cover his ears with one hand, relishing the moment. Loki, I still enjoy watching you free fall. During those moments, you are remarkably silent. Perhaps due to having endured 2 experiences of free fall, Loki, while initially irate, gradually calmed as he surveyed the mirrored space created by Luo Bai. At that moment, he suddenly realized that this supreme sorcerer was perhaps not the second-rate amateur he had presumed, prompting him to reconsider his strategy. Thor, were you not here to retrieve the Tesseract? It was he who stole it from me, Loki declared, casting a glance at Luo Bai. Thor was already aware of this matter, thus he replied nonchalantly. I know, he has admitted to taking the Tesseract. Seeing Thor's nonchalance, Loki adopted a serious tone. You must retrieve the Tesseract. You understand how dangerous it is. Loki's words were delivered with an air of righteousness. To anyone unaware, one might assume that the individual intending to use the Tesseract to dominate Earth was Luo Bai. Thankfully, after being misled on numerous occasions, Thor had become wiser. He recognized that Loki intended to manipulate him into confronting Luo Bai, only to seize the Tesseract amidst the chaos. Therefore, Thor replied with utmost seriousness. Of course I know I must reclaim the Tesseract. However, before that, I must ensure that you cannot move. Loki was taken aback. He looked at Thor in disbelief, unable to fathom that his brother had become so astute. Of course, this was merely his internal thought. Outwardly, he would not dare express such sentiments. Instead, he looked at Thor with genuine sincerity and asked, Am I not your brother? Do you not trust me? The mention of the word brother seemed to touch Thor. Then, Loki spoke again. Thor, he currently wields the Tesseract and the Mind Stone, and has imprisoned us within the space he created. Our situation is perilous. It is clear that he does not intend to relinquish the Tesseract. His incitement proved effective. Perhaps recalling how Nick Fury had previously exploited the Tesseract to manufacture weapons of mass destruction, Thor's expression shifted noticeably. Loki understood his brother well. Observing Thor's wavering demeanor, he continued to stoke the flames. I admit, I previously sought the Tesseract to invade Earth. However, Loki initially intended to persuade Thor with his silver tongue, appealing to his emotions and reasoning, hoping to instigate a confrontation between Thor and Luo Bai. Unexpectedly, as he spoke, he uncontrollably blurted out the truth. But, I cannot believe it. Thor, you have actually grown wiser? No, this cannot be right. Aren't you the simple-minded, brawny type? You should be charging in with your hammer to smash that accursed sorcerer. While you two are locked in battle, I will make off with the Tesseract. Once he finished speaking, both Loki and Thor were left in a state of shock. The initially moved Thor now looked at Loki with a gentle and affectionate gaze. What did you just say, Loki? Thor asked in disbelief. Loki had intended to clarify. That is not what I meant. Yet the next moment, he unwittingly spoke his heart. Isn't it true? You wield your hammer daily, boasting about it. Are you not the god of hammers? Loki. Thor. At this moment, Loki finally recognized the absurdity of the situation. He turned to look at Luo Bai, who was holding the Mind Stone, its glow shimmering in his grasp. It dawned on Loki why he had revealed his innermost thoughts. It was due to the Mind Stone. Loki, although you have made many mistakes, I have always regarded you as my dear brother. I never anticipated that in your heart, I would merely be the god of hammers. Thor lamented with deep sorrow. Loki, though aware that he should refrain from saying more, found himself unable to control his tongue under the influence of the Mind Stone. In the next moment, he blurted out, Thor, I certainly consider you my brother as well. But that does not alter the fact that you are indeed simple-minded and brawny. Loki. Before Loki could further defend himself, Thor turned to Luo Bai and inquired, Is there a way to quiet him? Luo Bai nodded and replied, Of course there is. Loki panicked and quickly exclaimed, No, no, no. Thor, we are brothers. You cannot aid an outsider. At that moment, he sensed something was amiss. He attempted to flee, but the floating cloak lunged at Loki. Before he could react, he was struck repeatedly by the cloak and subsequently bound, kneeling on the ground. I cannot believe it. I was just beaten by a mere cloak. Loki stated in disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, the floating cloak delivered another blow to Loki's face. Enraged, Loki shouted, You wretched cloak. Thus, Loki engaged in a tussle with the floating cloak. Observing Loki entangled with the cloak, Luo Bai stated solemnly, Well, he should remain quiet for a while now. At this moment, Thor appeared somewhat disheartened, exclaiming helplessly, I cannot believe my own brother would evaluate me in such a manner. Dr. Banner quickly offered consolation. I understand you, Thor. Thor shook his head. No, you do not understand. I have always considered him my brother. Stark replied earnestly. If that were my brother, I would have certainly given him a good thrashing for those remarks. Yet you did not strike him, which speaks volumes of your affection for him. He has only recently discovered that he was adopted, so it is normal for him to have some emotions. Thor remarked. It was evident that everyone felt a sense of helplessness regarding Thor's brother. Nevertheless, despite their exasperation, Thor had not forgotten the purpose of his visit to Earth. All right, Luo Bai, you have resolved your matters. Now, should you not hand over the Tesseract to me? I only wish to return to Asgard, Thor lamented. Handing the Tesseract over to me is not out of the question. Considering Loki's luck, it is highly probable that even if he relinquishes it, it would find its way back into his hands. Thus, I am not particularly concerned about this matter. What weighs more heavily on my mind is whether Asgard should provide an explanation to Earth regarding Loki's invasion. Ancient One has held the title of Sorcerer Supreme for many years and has amassed considerable authority across the multiverse. Therefore, she may choose to overlook Loki's incursion into Earth. However, I cannot afford such leniency. Loki's mischief commenced right as I assumed my role, and I must seek an explanation. This situation is not solely mine to bear. Thanos and the Chitauri are both keenly observing the developments. If I remain indecisive, tensions may soon escalate, which necessitates clarity on our stance. Thor, however, seemed perplexed by the notion of an explanation. An explanation? What do you mean? He inquired. Recognizing that conversing with him was futile, Loki interjected, Speaking of which, I should indeed pay a visit to the Allfather. Since you are heading to Asgard, I shall accompany you. Chapter 65. Odin, a humiliation unmatched. Loki is also going to Asgard. Thor was momentarily taken aback. After all, entry to Asgard was not granted to just anyone. Moreover, at this juncture, Thor was still unfamiliar with Loki and was unaware of his true identity. Thus, he would not hastily consent to bring him along. What purpose do you have in Asgard? Although Loki's invasion of Earth is indeed wrong, my father will pass judgment upon him, Thor stated. Loki offered no response, simply closing the mirror space. Before long, they found themselves back in the room. At that moment, Loki opened a portal, revealing Asgard on the other side. Asgard and Earth existed in different dimensions, and even Thor required the Bifrost or Odin's power for interdimensional travel. The fact that Loki could directly open a door to Asgard astonished Thor. You possess quite a remarkable talent as a sorcerer, but are you certain you wish to accompany me to Asgard? If my father were to take issue with your presence, I would be unable to protect you, Thor stated earnestly. Loki was well aware of the ramifications of entering Asgard at that moment, yet he had no reason to fear. His reputation preceded him. With that in mind, he calmly replied, Let us proceed. Thor made no further attempts to dissuade him, merely gesturing toward Loki, who was entangled with his cloak, and asked, Could you perhaps retract that cloak of yours? The floating cloak acted according to its owner's will, and it was swiftly retracted. Once the cloak was stowed away, Loki could no longer contain his frustration. I cannot believe I just battled a wretched cloak for nearly 10 minutes. He bellowed. He had endured the Hulk's blows, weathered strikes from Thor's hammer, and plummeted for over 2 hours. Yet the indignity of grappling with a mere cloak was unbearable. Enraged, Loki felt as though his very essence was being drained. Ignoring Loki's fury, Thor lifted him as one might a small chick. Loki, if it weren't for your recent misfortunes, I could understand your foul mood, but I would truly relish the opportunity to give you a good thrashing, Thor said sincerely. Loki, in a huff, retorted, enough. We are going back to Asgard, Thor declared, tugging Loki along as they made their way to Asgard. What of the Tesseract? What purpose is there in returning to Asgard without it? Loki shouted in frustration. In the next moment, he noticed Loki stepping through the portal. Is he also going to Asgard? Loki asked, bewildered. Indeed. So you need not worry. The Tesseract is currently in Asgard, Thor kindly reassured him. Loki was filled with resentment. He had initially intended to seize the Tesseract to open a portal for the Chitauri to invade Earth and crown himself king. Yet, before his plan could even commence, it had already unraveled, and he was being dragged back to Asgard. Despite his dissatisfaction, there was little he could do now. As the portal closed, the course of events seemed irrevocably set. Upon Thor's return to Asgard, his friends eagerly approached him. Hey Thor, you're back. Quickly inform my father that I have returned with the Tesseract and Loki, Thor bellowed. Almost instantly, a voice replied, the Allfather is awaiting you in the Great Hall. Seemingly at ease now that he was home, Thor glanced back at Loki, who was observing everything with keen interest. This was indeed Loki's first visit to Asgard. Though he had seen countless images of it in videos, the experience of being there in person was profoundly different. From every technological aspect to the sheer magnificence of its architecture, Asgard was far more advanced than Earth. Each structure exuded grandeur and authority, leaving one awestruck. Compared to Kamartaj, Asgard was undeniably more imposing. This led Loki to ponder whether Kamartaj might require some renovations. You best stay close. You are not a citizen of Asgard. If you stray too far, you may be mistaken for an intruder, Thor advised, offering a friendly warning. Loki was well aware of this, and considering he could not remain away from Earth for too long, he replied, let us go. Take me to meet the Allfather. Thor said no more, leading Loki and Loki to the Grand Hall of Asgard. There, the venerable Allfather Odin sat upon the central throne, flanked by the warriors of Asgard. Upon seeing Thor return with Loki in tow, a contingent of guards promptly advanced to restrain Loki. Father, I have brought Loki back, Thor proclaimed. Odin remained silent, his gaze shifting to Loki. Sensing Odin's scrutiny, Thor hastily explained, Father, this is a sorcerer from Midgard. He has requested an audience with you. A sorcerer from Earth. Before Odin could fully contemplate this revelation, Loki introduced himself. I am the current Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj. Odin was already acquainted with Kamartaj and was aware that the former Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, had recently stepped down, and the new Sorcerer Supreme had just assumed their duties. However, he had yet to meet the new Sorcerer Supreme, making Loki's appearance unexpected. Upon observing the situation, Odin quickly surmised the gravity of the matter. Loki had come to seek retribution. The knowledge that Loki had been causing disturbances on Earth had already infuriated Odin. Now, seeing his son, albeit an adopted one, being delivered back by the Sorcerer Supreme, Odin's rage intensified. He was the All-Father, a being of great stature. How could he endure such humiliation? His son, Loki, had not only caused chaos on Earth, but had also been apprehended and returned by its protector, the Sorcerer Supreme. Where could Odin possibly place his dignity? This matter could have been resolved privately. However, with Loki's arrival, Odin was left with no choice but to confront it publicly. Upon considering this, Odin took a deep breath and addressed the matter with utmost courtesy. I am aware of your intentions. I shall provide an explanation. Please wait aside for the time being. Loki nodded in acquiescence and stepped aside. At that moment, Odin proclaimed, bring forth the prisoner, Loki. As his words echoed, Loki was brought forth in chains. At that juncture, Loki was already seething with rage, compounded by the revelation that he was not Odin's biological son. Under this duality of fury, it was impossible for Loki to engage in civil discourse. Ha. What performance are you putting on now? The prisoner Loki? Have you commenced my trial already? Loki inquired. Odin inhaled deeply, maintaining his composure as he queried, are you truly unaware of the weight of your transgressions? Transgressions? Is it a crime for a deity to govern one of the realms of the Nine? Have you not done the same? Loki retorted. Had this exchange occurred in private, Odin might not have been so incensed. However, given the presence of the Supreme Sorcerer and others in the Grand Hall, Odin's wrath was ignited as he bellowed, Loki, you are not a god. You are the son of the Frost Giant King. Loki instantly countered, then you should never have taken me in. Odin thundered, indeed. I should not have. I should have watched you perish. Loki shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Then so be it. I have no desire to live. I only seek death." Odin exclaimed in disbelief, "Ungrateful wretch. I, the mighty All-Father, have lived my life with dignity, only to have my reputation tarnished by my own son." Truly, Odin drew a deep breath, nearly overwhelmed by his indignation. Chapter 66. Confrontation with Odin's Hall. Observing the defiant and audacious Loki below, Odin's heart raced with fury. In truth, Odin cherished both of his sons dearly. Although Loki had committed numerous misdeeds, Odin would typically show leniency if he could coax a few kind words from him. Unexpectedly, Loki remained obstinate, his demeanor radiating defiance. The Supreme Sorcerer watched from the side, sensing that Odin was now caught in a predicament, rendered unable to extricate himself from this situation. Ultimately, it was Frigga, the queen, who, displaying wisdom, spoke up. "My lord, Loki is merely struggling to reconcile his identity. Grant him a chance." Thor promptly joined in, pleading, "Father, considering that he has not yet caused great calamity, please forgive him." This intervention finally provided Odin a path to retreat. "Loki, had it not been for the queen and your brother's intercession, you would have faced the death penalty. Take the prisoner Loki to the dungeon. He shall spend the remainder of his days there," Odin pronounced angrily, though Loki remained silent. The scornful expression on his face spoke volumes. He was both indignant and unwilling to accept his fate. "Seize him immediately. I do not wish to lay eyes upon him any longer," Odin commanded, although he outwardly feigned a desire for Loki to be swiftly confined. In truth, he feared that further delay might provoke Loki to utter more sacrilegious words. Fortunately, the guards were swift, dragging Loki away with expedience. Only then did Odin finally exhale a sigh of relief. "Ungrateful son, truly a rebellious child." With the Supreme Sorcerer still present, Odin lamented, "Had you only uttered a few kind words, you would not be facing eternal imprisonment. I once believed you possessed a modicum of wit unlike your straightforward brother Thor, yet it appears you are both equally stubborn. How foolish." Feeling a sense of futility, Odin sighed and turned to Thor, inquiring, "Where's the Tesseract?" Thor promptly replied, "Father, the Tesseract is with Loki White." Loki White, fully aware of the implications, said nothing more and simply produced the Tesseract. Odin exchanged a glance, and soon after, a guard approached to take the Tesseract to the treasury of Asgard. Once all matters were settled, Odin finally addressed the assembly. "You may all withdraw. I wish to speak privately with the Supreme Sorcerer." The attendees bowed and exited, leaving only Odin and Loki White in the Grand Hall. Despite Odin's imposing presence, clad in golden armor and wielding the eternal spear, his silvery hair and weary visage betrayed the truth. The once mighty All-Father was aging and nearing his end. Indeed, as per the unfolding narrative, Odin's time was limited. Before the arrival of Ragnarok, he would depart from this world. This contemplation reminded Loki White of the Ancient One. The rulers of the old era were gradually fading away, while the heroes of the new age emerged one by one. Loki White, the newly appointed Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj. "I had long heard of the Ancient One's passing and was aware of your existence. I simply lacked the opportunity to meet you in person. I did not expect you to come today," Odin remarked, his tone reminiscent of a venerable elder. After all, he was akin to a disciple of the Ancient One. Odin's standing was comparable to that of the Ancient One, thereby granting him the status of an elder. Reflecting upon this, Loki White replied politely, "I did not intend to disturb the All-Father, yet today, circumstances compelled my presence. I understand. Loki's near-catastrophic misuse of the Tesseract is indeed troubling. Although he is not my biological son, I have raised him as my own. His transgressions are a reflection of my own shortcomings. I have punished Loki, and I trust that such a situation will not recur," Odin stated calmly. He recognized that Asgard had erred in this instance, especially given Loki White's affiliation with Kamartaj and his position as Earth's Supreme Sorcerer. Out of respect for the Ancient One, Odin's demeanor had been exceptionally courteous, as he acknowledged his mistakes and assured Loki White that such events would not happen again. Had others been present to hear these words, they might have promptly departed. For Odin was the All-Father, the sovereign of the 9 realms, akin to a king whose dominion commanded reverence from all, save for Earth, which was an exception. And Kamartaj was the exception of exceptions. The Supreme Sorcerer was not obligated to heed Odin's commands. Reflecting upon this, Loki White smiled and replied, "It is evident that you hold great affection for Loki. Had any other Asgardian committed such an act, the consequences would likely be far more severe than mere imprisonment." Odin paused, taken aback. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and retorted, "Are you questioning the validity of my judgment?" Loki White remained unruffled, responding with a smile. Loki allied with the Chitauri and sought to invade Earth using the Tesseract. Had I not intervened, a planetary war would have erupted upon Earth. Surely, you are aware of Kamartaj's stance against Earth invaders. I return Loki and the Tesseract to you, confident that you will render a fair judgment. In truth, I could have resolved this matter myself, treating Loki as an extraterrestrial invader. This statement bore a weight of threat so pronounced that it incited Odin's wrath. He tightened his grip on the eternal spear and slammed it forcefully into the ground, bellowing, "Loki White, do you comprehend that you stand before the All-Father, the King of the gods?" As his words struck the air, an overwhelming pressure surged toward Loki White. This energy emanated from the eternal spear, infused with Odin's divine might, intended to intimidate him. Yet, Loki White remained unfazed, his expression turning grave as he firmly stated, "But I am the Supreme Sorcerer. It is my duty to protect Earth." In the next moment, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Luo Bai as well. This force collided with that of the eternal spear, immediately triggering a massive shockwave that made the entire temple tremble. At this juncture, Odin finally became aware that something was amiss. Although he had little interest in the affairs of Kamartaj or the realm of sorcery, he was nonetheless familiar with some of the more formidable sorcerers, such as the Ancient One, Merlin, and Agamotto, legendary figures in the world of magic. As for Luo Bai, he had indeed not heard of this individual before. He had only learned of this sorcerer's emergence during the transition of the Supreme Sorcerer, where he was designated as the Ancient One's successor. Odin had initially assumed that a sorcerer who appeared so suddenly would possess abilities comparable to his son, Thor at best. However, that previous display had left Odin utterly bewildered. Luo Bai's prowess could easily surpass that of 10 Thors. What was more perplexing was how the Ancient One had discovered such a talent. As a human, he appeared to be of merely adolescent stature, yet he wielded such formidable strength. His magical aptitude must be nothing short of extraordinary. The most striking aspect, however, was the composure of this young man. He faced Odin's overwhelming presence with neither fear nor haste. Though he may still exhibit the impetuousness of youth, he was far more composed than either of Odin's sons. This situation was patently unfair. Why were his two sons so reckless, each more prone to trouble than the last? While the Ancient One's seemingly random successor turned out to be so exceptional, by all accounts, Odin was a king of gods. Were his genes not superior to those of mere mortals? With this train of thought, Odin's frustration intensified. The comparison between humans was indeed infuriating. Chapter 67, Odin Why? In truth, the mere thought of his two sons had Odin's head spinning, particularly after witnessing Luo Bai's remarkable abilities. His sons, having lived for so long, appeared to possess no understanding of the virtue of steadiness. One brandished a hammer, intimidating all in his path, while the other fixated on the throne, seeking to prove his worth by perpetually challenging his brother. Alas, it was enough to make one's heart ache. The frustration was palpable, his head buzzing with agitation. Taking a deep breath, Odin ultimately managed to calm himself. He turned his gaze back to Luo Bai. To be honest, had he still possessed the temper of his youth, he would have acted against Luo Bai at the very first word uttered. He was a king of gods. How could he be questioned by such a youngling? Yet, he was aware that at his age, impetuousness was no longer an option. With Ragnarok looming on the horizon, acting against Luo Bai would equate to making an enemy of the sorcery realm. He, a dying man, would soon be replaced by Thor in facing the sorcerers. Thor still had much to learn. Given his current capabilities, he would not be able to contend with the sorcery realm in a few years. Moreover, the incident had originated from Loki's misdeeds, and Odin had already chosen to show some leniency towards him. At this moment, Odin had to concede his youthful impulsiveness. He could no longer act with the same recklessness of his earlier days. He had to leave a path for Thor. With this in mind, Odin spoke reluctantly. Loki is not inherently malevolent. Upon discovering his lineage, he found it difficult to accept, and in his eagerness to prove himself, he committed transgressions. Indeed, age had tempered the once proud king of gods, who now sought to maintain his composure. He intended to resolve this matter amicably, continuing, "I am aware of your status as the Ancient One's apprentice. Although Asgard and Kamartaj have not interacted for a long time, my relationship with her was quite amicable in times past. As you ascend to the position of Supreme Sorcerer, it is only fitting that I offer you a token of my regard." While Odin presented this as a congratulatory gift, his true intention was to use the offering to smooth over the situation. This was his utmost concession, and Luo Bai understood this well. Although Loki had indeed erred, Luo Bai had intervened, seizing the Mind Stone, thus gaining some benefits in the process. Now that Odin offered him a treasure with an amicable demeanor, it would be wise for Luo Bai to accept graciously. There was no need to burn bridges and leave no room for retreat. With this thought, Luo Bai relented. "Thank you. King Odin, he said graciously. Odin nodded and then rose to speak again. I know that Kamartaj possesses many treasures, but Asgard has its fair share as well. I shall take you to the treasury of Asgard. Aside from the Tesseract, feel free to take whatever you desire. Once a formidable warrior who had achieved great victories across the 9 realms, Odin possessed numerous spoils of war, so many that he himself had forgotten their exact number. Rendering him uncertain about what to offer Luo Bai, he decided to let Luo Bai choose for himself. However, for Luo Bai, aside from the Tesseract, there were few items he truly desired. This was primarily because the artifacts he currently held were exceedingly powerful, not to mention the plethora of treasures within Kamartaj itself. He also possessed the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, and the Mind Stone. Few treasures in Asgard could rival these. This conundrum left Luo Bai somewhat perplexed. What are you standing there for? Seeing Luo Bai's lack of response and failure to follow, Odin could not help but inquire. He tapped the eternal spear against the ground as if to prompt Luo Bai. At that moment, Luo Bai seemed to recall something and asked, aside from the Tesseract, can I truly take what I desire? Odin furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. Am I not the king of gods? Would I deceive you? Moreover, as a king, why would I appear so miserly? Which of the valiant warriors has not been rewarded with treasures? I am not lacking. Thus, with a hint of impatience, Odin replied, of course. Seeing his impatience, Luo Bai dropped any pretense and pointed to the eternal spear in Odin's hand, saying, then I'll take this. Odin was visibly taken aback. No, you dare covet my weapon? You truly are bold. With this thought, Odin's expression darkened as he asked, do you know what this is? I do, which is why I fear you might be reluctant to part with it. Luo Bai replied with a smile. The eternal spear, known as Gungnir, was said to have been forged by the dwarves at Odin's behest. This spear was not only incredibly sharp, capable of piercing any armor, but it also guaranteed a perfect hit, determining the fate of its target. Once aimed, escape was impossible. The strength of this weapon required no embellishment. Odin had once wielded it to conquer the 9 realms, a testament to its might. Though the eternal spear had not appeared much in the original narrative, that did not imply it was weak. It was merely that Odin, having aged, was no longer the warrior he once was. And thus the spear had remained by his side, enjoying a peaceful retirement. It was precisely because Luo Bai recognized this as Odin's weapon that he had hesitated. However, since Odin refused to allow him to take the Tesseract, there were no other items that caught his interest. Yet, seeing Odin's expression made it clear that he was unwilling to part with it. With a smile, Luo Bai remarked, I am aware that this is your weapon, king. I thought that since you found it worthy, it must be exceptional, which is why I have my sights set on it. Though Luo Bai's audacity was considerable, his words were indeed flattering, subtly emphasizing Odin's formidable strength. Compared to his 2 sons who only know how to berate him, this one is far better. Odin, after all, has his pride. A few kind words can bring him joy. With a smile, he slowly spoke. Your discernment is commendable. It is indeed a divine artifact. However, this spear has accompanied me for a long time, and it cannot be taken from me. His meaning was unmistakable. The eternal spear, from the moment of its creation, has been an extraordinarily powerful weapon. The spear's tip is engraved with runes, and the shaft is crafted from the branches of the world tree. Moreover, it is imbued with Odin's power, granting the spear a consciousness of its own. The existence of this self-awareness signifies its recognition of a master, akin to most magical artifacts in the cosmos. Once a spear acknowledges its master, it will return to that master's hand upon call, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone else to wield it. Even if someone were to physically possess it, they would be unable to harness its true potential unless it aligned with the desires of its master. This explains why, despite becoming the king of gods, Thor never utilized the eternal spear, leading to its eventual revelation after Odin's demise. You are a mage, and you understand that most magical artifacts recognize their masters. You would be wise to choose another treasure, Odin suggested. However, Luo Bai was quite resolute. Once he had made a choice, he would not waver. Besides, he had the blessing of the goddess of luck. With this thought, Luo Bai responded, why not let me give it a try? Odin furrowed his brow but ceased his attempts at persuasion, stating, since you are so eager for Gungnir, go ahead and see if you can master it. However, should Gungnir refuse you, you will forfeit your right to choose another treasure. Very well, Luo Bai readily agreed. Odin held unwavering trust in Gungnir. He was confident that Luo Bai would never be able to seize it. In truth, Odin had considered bestowing this spear upon his 2 sons when he realized his days were numbered, hoping to witness whether they could earn Gungnir's recognition. Yet, even with their formidable bloodline and lineage, Gungnir had denied them. A supreme mage lacking the Asgardian bloodline could not possibly earn Gungnir's favor. Seeing Luo Bai's eager compliance, Odin felt a flicker of joy within him. He had initially feared that he would have to part with a precious artifact to dismiss Luo Bai, but unexpectedly, this fellow had set his sights on Gungnir. It was perfect. He would not have to relinquish any treasures and could send Luo Bai away on his own accord. Truly a flawless outcome. Thus, he mused, young people should not be too overconfident. There are many things beyond their grasp. With this thought, Odin began to extend the eternal spear, saying, indeed, the wisdom of the Ancient One is remarkable. You are truly a born mage. Yet, you remain too young. There are many matters you. In light of the Ancient One's reputation, he intended to offer a few words of advice in the manner of a mentor to aid Luo Bai's growth. However, before he could finish his sentence, he watched as Luo Bai accepted Gungnir. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from the spear, and Odin fell silent. Wait a moment. Recognized? It recognized him? No, it did not. Why? Odin was utterly bewildered. Gungnir, you have gone too far. This is truly excessive. Gungnir, you have two sons who are entirely overlooked by you, and now you turn your gaze to the supreme mage of Kamartaj. We once fought together across the 9 realms, side by side. And now, seeing me age, you seek a new master, do you? For a brief moment, Odin was rendered speechless. One of his eyes widened in disbelief, clearly reflecting his profound anger and incredulity. Although Gungnir was merely a weapon, it had also been his companion on the battlefield for thousands of years. Such a deep bond, and it could simply abandon him? At that moment, Odin's expression darkened ominously. Sensing his fury, Luo Bai understood that it was unwise to linger. Before Odin could gather his thoughts, Luo Bai swiftly declared, it seems I can indeed master this spear. If that is the case, I shall take this treasure. Thank you, King of Gods. With that, Luo Bai activated a portal and swiftly departed, leaving Odin alone in the temple, utterly bewildered. After a moment, Odin seemed to recollect something and, in a fit of frustration, shouted, Gungnir. No response. He called again, Gungnir. Still, no reply. Very well, very well. So Gungnir truly finds me too old and has chosen to follow someone else. Odin fell silent. Although he was most unwilling, as he had stated, magical artifacts recognize their masters. The more powerful the artifact, the stronger its autonomy. Gungnir had acknowledged Luo Bai, signifying that it was not Luo Bai who sought to leave, but rather Gungnir's choice to accept Luo Bai as its master. At this moment, Odin was furious, yet he found himself powerless. Once an artifact has recognized a master, could he still expect it to heed his command? Nevertheless, Odin felt a pang of unwillingness. He slowly approached his throne and sat down, gazing at the majestic temple before him, lost in memories of his youth. In those days, he wielded the eternal spear, riding upon the steed Sleipnir, with every kingdom bowing before him. Now, he looked upon his current self, stripped of his former valor. It is said that the Asgardian pantheon grows mightier with age. By strength alone, he should surpass his younger self, yet no amount of power could prevent the arrival of Ragnarok and his impending demise. If only there were no accursed Ragnarok. How could he find himself in such a state of despair? And all of this turmoil stemmed from the machinations of those gods lurking in the shadows. Alas, he could blame no one for this. Gungnir's departure was inevitable. It was crafted from the branches of the World Tree. Surely, the World Tree had foreseen Asgard's fate, and thus Gungnir sought a new master. Odin pondered. Although his heart was heavy with sorrow, seemingly still reeling from the shock, he had no more time for reflection, for he sensed something amiss. Asgard was in turmoil. Loki has escaped. Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. The culprit, Loki, has fled. Just as he was lost in thought, a guard burst into the temple, shouting. Before Odin could respond, the guard reported, Your Majesty, the culprit Loki has escaped. We realized only moments ago that the prisoner we escorted to the dungeon was merely a projection. His true self has vanished. As the guard completed his report, another rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, Your Majesty, it's dire. Loki attacked the convoy transporting the Tesseract, and by the time Thor arrived, Loki had already used the Tesseract to open a portal and escape. Odin, who one might expect to issue immediate commands, instead sat in silence. He remained on his throne, murmuring, This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening. The guards may not have understood his mutterings, but Odin was acutely aware of their significance. In truth, with Odin's current abilities, he could easily observe every corner and detail of Asgard. At the moment Loki fled, he could have sensed it and taken action. However, Gungnir's departure had split his focus, granting Loki the opportunity to sow chaos. Yet that was not the core issue. The crux was that Odin, having drunk from the well of wisdom and sacrificed one of his eyes, had gained the ability to foresee the future. Though his precognitive abilities may not rival the omniscience contained within the Time Stone, allowing one to perceive the future directly, he is nonetheless capable of foreseeing significant events. The Twilight of the Gods is one such future he has foreseen. However, the sudden emergence of Loki was not within his predictions, and the Tesseract was meant to remain in Asgard. Yet, Loki has once again absconded with the Tesseract? Why? Odin found himself perplexed. Yet he had no time to ponder further. Just moments ago, he had utilized Gungnir to dispatch Laufey. And now Loki was attempting to seize the Tesseract to sow chaos on Earth. If Laufey were to capture Loki again, Odin could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. How could he safeguard the treasures of his vault? Quickly, send Thor back to Earth at once. He must locate Loki before Laufey does. Odin bellowed in fury. Meanwhile, in Kamartaj, Loki and Laufey were locked in a tense stare. After an indeterminate span of silence, Laufey broke the ice with a congenial greeting. Hi. Loki erupted in outrage. How is it you again? At that moment, Loki felt utterly defeated. In truth, he was filled with resentment. He had been so close. So close to wielding the Tesseract to open a portal and lead the Chitauri army to conquer Earth and claim the throne. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering a supreme sorcerer along the way, who promptly apprehended him and returned him to Asgard. Filled with bitterness, Loki resolved to reclaim the Tesseract and continue with his scheme. In a state of panic while evading Asgard's pursuit, he hastily activated the Tesseract to open a portal, driven by a singular thought, to reach Earth. However, he never imagined that upon opening the portal, he would find himself face-to-face with Laufey. Not only did he fail to foresee this, but Laufey was equally astonished. Having recently returned from Asgard, he was surprised to see Loki again. Yet, gazing at Loki and the Tesseract in his grasp, Laufey suddenly had an epiphany. You've come to deliver the Tesseract to me, haven to you? Laufey inquired. Loki responded. No. Look at my astonished expression. Do I seem like a mere courier of the Tesseract? Before he could further refute, Laufey interjected. Actually, you need not have gone to such lengths personally. Loki sensed something amiss and hastily attempted to teleport elsewhere with the Tesseract. However, Laufey had already anticipated his move. Before he could react, a portal whisked him away, leaving the Tesseract behind. When Loki regained his senses, he found himself in the Asgardian throne room, facing his father, Odin. Loki! Odin roared. Loki retorted, what the hell? So, I've become a mere tool for delivering the stones, have I? Chapter 69, Collective Breakdown. As he surveyed the familiar hall of the throne room, with Odin seated upon his throne and Thor standing to the side, Loki suddenly comprehended the absurdity of his situation. You wouldn't believe it, but while I was on Earth with the Tesseract, I ran into Laufey. The moment I opened the portal, there was that wretched supreme sorcerer. He said, hey, you've come to deliver the Tesseract. Haven to you. Then he took my Tesseract and sent me back to Asgard. Loki lamented with a shrug, an air of resignation replacing his former bravado. At this moment, Loki's countenance bore none of the defiance he had exhibited upon his first arrival at the throne room. Instead, it was marked by exasperation. Thor, still grappling with the situation, stared blankly and asked, so you gave the Tesseract to Laufey? I did not give it. I don't know why that damn Tesseract sent me right to Laufey. Loki shouted in frustration. Do you think he wanted that? He simply felt cheated, believing his plans were yet unfulfilled. All he wanted was to pursue his ambitions. Yet, it appears you returned the Tesseract to him? Thor sighed. Well, good luck with that, he added, turning his gaze toward Odin. Loki, equally resigned, shifted his attention to Odin, who sat in ominous silence, his expression dark as storm clouds. It was evident that Odin's ire had reached a boiling point. Far beyond mere frustration, it was a tempest of wrath. Loki, you have profoundly disappointed me, Odin thundered. Loki shrugged and replied, I never intended for this to happen. But I cannot bear to watch him ascend the throne while I remain in the shadows. People only see Thor, yet I am far more capable. Before he could finish, Thor interjected, so, you deliberately went to Earth to hand the Tesseract to Laufey? Loki inhaled deeply and bellowed. I shall say it once more. I did not go to deliver the Tesseract. I aim to rule Midgard. I sought to prove that I am more worthy of the throne than you. But the reality is that you did hand over the Tesseract. And now I must clean up your mess, Thor remarked nonchalantly. It was evident that Loki's composure was fraying. However, he was not the only one unraveling. Odin was too. I just sent Gungnir to assist you in cleaning up your mess, and now you've sent the Tesseract along as well. What? I didn't even have time to call for your brother to apprehend you before you were returned? Odin took a deep breath, clearly struggling to maintain his composure. In that moment, Thor spoke up. Father, shall I go down and retrieve the Tesseract? Odin retorted, Do you truly believe you can reclaim the Tesseract? The only reason Thor had succeeded in retrieving it before was that there had been a valid justification. After all, it was Loki who had caused the disruption. Asgard had intervened to bring back the wayward Loki, along with the Tesseract. Even if Luo Bai was a supreme sorcerer, he would still owe the king of Asgard a favor. But now, the Tesseract had been pilfered, and Loki had escaped. This was a blatant failure of Asgard's oversight. Not only would it be impossible to retrieve the Tesseract, but Luo Bai not seeking trouble was already a significant concession to Odin. If Thor were to venture to Earth again, it would spell disaster. How could the future heir to the throne fail to see such a straightforward situation? Odin's blood pressure soared as he recalled Luo Bai and glanced at his two sons. Foolish, reckless, you two imbeciles. Odin berated them. Before either could respond, he unleashed a tirade. Loki, do you think you are clever? You have repeatedly caused chaos in Midgard. And do you know how I have cleaned up your mess? Do you genuinely believe Midgard is as feeble as you imagine? You understand nothing. And you, Thor, god of thunder, my son, as the heir to Asgard, you merely wander about with your hammer, stirring up trouble. Why do you not employ your intellect? Can war resolve everything? It cannot. Odin was genuinely furious. The way he railed at Loki and Thor was terrifying, leaving Thor utterly bewildered. Father, he stammered. I have done nothing wrong. With this thought, Thor spoke up, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Father, I have done nothing at all. If you cannot even manage your own brother, how can you possibly govern Asgard in the future? Odin thundered in response. Thor exclaimed, wait, is this truly my fault? Before Thor could fully comprehend the situation, Odin roared once more, Thor, take the criminal Loki and imprison him in the dungeon. If he escapes again, you shall be banished alongside him. Thor stammered, me? Before he could articulate a defense, Odin unleashed a tremendous force, propelling both Thor and Loki out of the temple. With a resounding crash, the temple doors were slammed shut. Outside the temple, Loki, nursing his pain, rose unsteadily from the ground. At that moment, thoughts of conquering Earth had fled his mind, replaced by a nagging suspicion that something was amiss with the sorcerer Luo Bai. Thor, do you not find Luo Bai the sorcerer to be rather peculiar? Loki inquired as he regained his footing, oblivious to Thor's darkening expression. Noticing Thor's silence, Loki finally looked up and recognized that something was indeed amiss. Thor appeared to be quite angry. Tentatively, Loki asked, Thor, brother? Thor forced a smile and replied, I cannot say whether Luo Bai is peculiar, but I certainly believe you are. To be honest, if it weren't for you, Father wouldn't he have such a low opinion of me. I have long desired to teach you a lesson. Brother. With a lamenting cry, Loki was promptly dealt with by Thor and subsequently thrown into the dungeons of Asgard. Meanwhile, in Kamartaj, Luo Bai gazed at the cosmic cube in his hands, reflecting, I knew you would return, but I did not expect you to come back in this manner. One must admit, Lady Luck has played her part. After glancing at the eternal spear he held, he mused that his visit to Asgard had indeed been fruitful. With this thought, Luo Bai decided to return to the sanctum to study the cosmic cube and the mind scepter. Just as he was about to depart, Wong and Mordo hurried over. Supreme Sorcerer, you have returned? Wong greeted him with surprise. Yes, I am back, Luo Bai replied calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Mordo rushed to report. Wong and I sensed something unusual in Kamartaj. It seems someone has intruded. I am aware, it was Loki, to prevent him from causing trouble in Kamartaj. I sent him away, Luo Bai explained. Hearing this, Wong and Mordo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I was worried something might have happened in Kamartaj again. Wait, Supreme Sorcerer, that object in your hand looks somewhat familiar, Wong remarked, noticing the eternal spear. The more he looked at it, the more he felt he had seen it before. I believe I have encountered it in a book, he continued. Luo Bai calmly replied. You must have seen it in Cosmic Overview. Wong nodded, responding, yes. I didn't expect the Supreme Sorcerer to remember it. You must have read quite a few books. Luo Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I read whenever I have the leisure. I have gone through most of the library's collection. Wong smiled, curiously asking, what is this object called? I cannot recall. It is the Eternal Spear, Gungnir, Luo Bai answered. The next moment, both Wong and Mordo appeared utterly bewildered. What is this? Gungnir, the Eternal Spear. Isn't that the weapon of King Odin? Wong exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Bai nodded, confirming, indeed. Wong pressed on. How did it come into your possession? Luo Bai replied truthfully, it was given to me by the king. Given. The king bestowed his weapon upon you. What is your relationship with him? Chapter 70. It opened by itself. Odin had wielded the eternal spear for many years. To outsiders, it symbolized the supreme authority of the divine. How could such a significant weapon not be bequeathed to Asgard's future heir, but instead given to Luo Bai? This was simply outrageous. Wong, unable to contain himself, remarked, Why on earth would Odin give this to you? Shouldn't it be reserved for his son? Luo Bai shrugged and replied with a smile. There's nothing to be done. Such artifacts choose their masters. Strangely enough, it chose me. Wang and Mordo exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom why Asgard's treasure would recognize Luo Bai as its master. After a prolonged silence, Wang cautiously asked, Supreme Sorcerer, I am quite curious about Odin's reaction. He wouldn't send troops after you, would he? Recalling Odin's skeptical expression when he left, Luo Bai chuckled awkwardly. I doubt he would go that far. But he certainly didn't seem pleased. Wang remained silent, inwardly lamenting. It would be miraculous if Odin were pleased. This was more distressing than a spouse running off with someone else. After using a weapon for thousands of years, it simply vanished. Although Wang and Mordo still looked a bit dazed, they resolved to leave now that the intruder had been dealt with. Since the intruder has been resolved, I shall take my leave, Supreme Sorcerer, Mordo stated as he prepared to depart. Wang echoed, Supreme Sorcerer, I too shall take my leave. Luo Bai nodded, and the two exited, with Wang casting one last incredulous glance at the eternal spear. Once they were gone, Luo Bai turned and made his way to the New York sanctum. Upon reaching the study on the second floor, the first thing Luo Bai did was activate the mirror dimension. Once prepared, he took out the cosmic cube and the mind scepter. The cosmic cube resembled a square blue crystal box, appearing quite transparent, allowing one to see the blue space gem at its center. The mind scepter, on the other hand, looked like an ordinary staff, with a mind stone embedded at its tip. In the Marvel Universe, each Infinity Stone contained immense power, but harnessing these powers required extensive study and time. Thus, Luo Bai's immediate task was to investigate the two gems. He began with the Space Stone, as he had studied some spatial magic and knowledge, giving him an advantage in understanding it. Placing the cosmic cube on the table, Luo Bai employed his magic to analyze its internal energy. After a day, or perhaps more, Luo Bai finally grasped the foundational theories and some concepts of the Space Stone. As the name suggests, the Space Stone governed spatial abilities. Its capabilities extended far beyond merely opening a cosmic portal. Any power related to space, as long as one could conceive it, was within its reach. For instance, it could open spatial restrictions, distort, freeze, slice, rearrange space, or even create miniature black holes. Among other feats, its existence allows the wielder to disregard the laws of physics, such as distance or magical prohibitions. As long as the wielder possesses sufficient power, it can execute any spatial manipulation according to their will. Of course, this is merely a fraction of what Luo Bai currently understands about it. Should he delve deeper into its study, there may be even more capabilities waiting to be discovered. After gaining a general comprehension of the Space Gem's abilities and the dynamics of its energy, Luo Bai turned his attention to the Mind Gem for a more profound investigation. This research consumed approximately 3 days. Unfortunately, compared to the Space Gem, the Mind Gem proved to be far more challenging to study. It is evident that its abilities are intrinsically linked to the control of the mind. Though not the most formidable among all the gems, it undoubtedly possesses the strongest sense of self-awareness. Its autonomy is so potent that it can independently alter a person's psyche. In simpler terms, when one attempts to comprehend it, it will employ its abilities to influence your mental state. Were it not for Luo Bai's extensive training in magic, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to resist its effects. Fortunately, under immense pressure, Luo Bai managed to conduct some analysis on the Mind Gem. The conclusion he reached was that this gem is virtually invincible to humanity, provided the wielder is sufficiently powerful. They can connect with the minds of all humans to achieve dominion over the earth. It can even amplify the wielder's mental strength, which is particularly beneficial for Luo Bai. Considering the significance of the mental realm and magic, after several days of research on the gems, Luo Bai finally grasped their formidable nature and inherent dangers. These artifacts are not meant to be trifled with by humankind. It was astonishing that Nick Fury once considered studying the Tesseract. Given humanity's current capabilities, by the time they begin to comprehend these gems, they may have already reverse-engineered humanity itself. The autonomy of these gems is overwhelming, and with Luo Bai's present abilities, he could only probe so far. Consequently, he utilized the Space Gem to create a secure storage space, placing both gems within, intending to study them further at a later time. The arrival of the 3 gems significantly aided Luo Bai, particularly the Mind Gem, which proved exceptionally beneficial. The Mind Gem not only enhanced his abilities, but also fortified his psyche. Mastering the Darkhold to combat the consuming darkness requires a robust mind and soul. Thus, after assimilating certain capabilities of the Mind Gem, Luo Bai resumed his studies of the Darkhold. Coupled with the powers he previously absorbed from Agatha, he once again drew in a considerable amount of dark energy. As he continued to absorb, Luo Bai found his soul plunging into a realm of darkness. This signified that he had inadvertently activated the dark dimension. In fact, the primary ability of the Darkhold is to instruct the user on how to access the dark dimension. However, if the wielder's power is insufficient, even mastering the method would yield no results. Yet, once the wielder's power reaches a certain threshold, the dark dimension may open automatically, regardless of intent. Upon activation, it signifies that not only can one access the most formidable dark forces, but they can also transmute energy into capabilities through the dark dimension. Wait, this is only my second time studying it. And the dark dimension opens automatically. Chapter 71, Bringing Wanda Back to Kamartaj. Luo Bai found himself in a state of bewilderment. The automatic activation of the dark dimension was unexpected, particularly since he had only been studying the Darkhold for 2 days. Although possessing the Darkhold does provide the necessary conditions to access the dark dimension, it is merely that, a condition. The Darkhold, in essence, is no different from other magical tomes. It serves as a supplementary text, regarded as a source for mastering dark knowledge and skills. Therefore, not every user can successfully activate the dark dimension. While it was inevitable for Luo Bai to access the dark dimension eventually, he never anticipated it would happen so soon. After all, the activation of the dark dimension implies that he must possess formidable control, lest he inadvertently succumb to darkness. This is something Luo Bai cannot accept. To him, succumbing to darkness and losing control over his will is akin to becoming a slave to the shadows. This is merely one aspect of the situation. Another concern is the presence of numerous dark entities within the dark dimension. One could liken it to Luo Bai unwittingly opening a portal to a realm of shadows. While he could continuously absorb dark energy to grow stronger, it also meant that beings like Dormammu could locate him at any moment through the dark dimension. According to Luo Bai's original plan, he merely intended to siphon some dark power to augment his abilities. Unbeknownst to him, the dark dimension had opened automatically. Seriously, Zysorn. How desperately do you covet my soul? This is excessive. Luo Bai sighed. Although he verbally lamented, he felt an irresistible urge to explore the dark dimension. Contrary to his expectations, the dark dimension was not as terrifying as imagined. Its overall essence resembled a vast and fantastical universe, brimming with mysterious knowledge that beckoned exploration. However, Luo Bai understood that this was merely a facade. Deeper exploration would undoubtedly unveil greater dangers. Luo Bai, however, was not one to be greedy. He suppressed his desire for deeper exploration and chose to study dark magic within the dark dimension. He immersed himself in this pursuit for several days. When he finally opened his eyes again, he emerged from the dark dimension, his soul returning to his body. Gazing at the familiar New York sanctum, Luo Bai couldn't help but murmur, "What a relief." Fortuitously, his foundation in magic was sufficiently profound, and with the favor of the goddess of fortune, he managed to awaken from the dark dimension unscathed. Nevertheless, it must be said that his venture into the dark dimension yielded significant rewards. Luo Bai could distinctly feel his power had surged to new heights. Beyond mere strength, he also became aware of certain concepts, notably chaos magic. This prompted recollections of Wanda, the current practitioner of chaos magic. Chaos magic is a unique form of sorcery, renowned for its extraordinary potency. Yet, it appears that Wanda remains largely oblivious to the full extent of this power. The thought of Wanda gives him a headache. According to the film's narrative, Wanda obtained the ability to manipulate chaos magic through human experimentation conducted by Hydra, utilizing the Mind Stone. Although the storyline has diverged, with the Mind Stone now in Luo Bai's possession, Wanda likely has yet to master her control over chaos magic. Ultimately, she will still acquire the ability to harness chaos magic through other means, awakening the formidable magical potential within her. However, the problem lies in Wanda's inherently fragile psyche, making her susceptible to the dark side. Should Wanda succumb to darkness, she would lose all control over her immense power. A formidable which, like her falling into darkness, would likely spell significant trouble, potentially leading to chaos. Rather than allowing that to happen, it would be wiser for Luo Bai to cultivate her while Wanda remains unaware of her true potential. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai adjusted the energy within him and initiated a portal. At the Hydra base, in the human experimentation laboratory, Wanda and Quicksilver were present. Soon, they sensed an unusual shift as the surrounding scenery began to morph, seemingly transporting them to another realm. Before they could comprehend the situation, an unfamiliar man materialized before them. The unexpected visitor prompted a noticeable wariness in both of their gazes. "Who are you?" Wanda asked, her expression tense. "I am Luo Bai, a sorcerer from Kamartaj," he replied courteously. Wanda, still on guard, furrowed her brow and could not help but inquire, "A sorcerer? What brings you here?" "I wish to speak with you about the possibility of learning magic," Luo Bai stated. "Learning magic?" Wanda was taken aback, confusion evident in her eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Luo Bai calmly responded, "I see great potential in you. With diligent study, you could become an exceptional sorceress." Wanda remained silent, glancing around before asking, "Like you?" "I believe you could surpass my abilities," Luo Bai replied after a moment of contemplation. Wanda remained quiet, though her expression seemed to waver slightly. At that moment, Luo Bai continued, "Rather than remain here, waiting to be experimented on by Hydra, why not come with me to acquire some abilities? I can assure you that from this day forth, you will have a stable environment, free from the burdens of wandering." Luo Bai understood that Wanda's desire was for stability. She longed for a secure place to call home. Fortunately, this was something he could provide. However, her wariness of strangers lingered due to Luo Bai's abrupt arrival. "Why should I trust you?" Wanda asked. Luo Bai smiled lightly and replied with composure, "Because I am the Sorcerer Supreme, and I will protect this world. I am aware of your past. A missile destroyed your family. If you choose to trust me, I believe a stable future awaits you." Luo Bai's words evidently resonated with her. Surrounded by the mirrored space, Wanda realized that Luo Bai was not an ordinary individual. Yet, she still appeared somewhat hesitant. "Can you avenge me?" Wanda inquired. "Are you referring to Stark?" Luo Bai asked. Wanda nodded. Luo Bai understood this grievance well, as Stark Industries' missiles had indeed claimed Wanda's home. However, he viewed it as a misunderstanding that could be resolved. Contemplating this, Luo Bai replied, "To be candid, I cannot exact vengeance for you, as I maintain a cordial relationship with Stark. However, I can lead you to him, where you may confront your differences directly. Meet Stark?" Wanda's interest piqued, and she readily agreed. Chapter 72. You play a dangerous game. Though Wanda yearned for a tranquil life, the matter of Stark loomed larger in her mind as the first issue to address. Meeting Stark would, to some extent, afford her the opportunity for revenge. Thus, she did not hesitate to agree. "All right, I will go with you," Wanda declared. Quicksilver, standing nearby, appeared uncertain and promptly asked, "Can we truly trust him? He claims he can take us to Stark." "We should give him a chance," Wanda responded. No sooner had they spoken than a portal opened before them, revealing the penthouse of Stark Industries, where Stark was engrossed in his work. Noticing the commotion, Stark furrowed his brow and tentatively called out, "Luo Bai?" In the next instant, Luo Bai stepped through the portal. "Tony," Luo Bai greeted him. Stark, relieved and somewhat excited, replied, "Hey, my friend. It's so good to see you." Luo Bai smiled and asked, "How have you been?" "I'm well enough, but things have gone awry over at SHIELD, Stark shrugged. Luo Bai understood, as he had transported Nick Fury away, causing some temporary chaos at SHIELD. Just then, Wanda and Quicksilver emerged from the portal. "What did you just do? What is that yellow circle?" Wanda inquired, her curiosity about magic evident. Luo Bai chuckled softly, calmly explaining, "This is a portal, a form of magic." Wanda nodded, murmuring, "Okay." It was at this moment that Stark noticed the unfamiliar couple accompanying Luo Bai, particularly the woman who seemed quite familiar with him. This prompted Stark to raise an eyebrow, and he leaned in to whisper to Luo Bai, "Have you hired a maid?" "She is not a maid," Luo Bai replied earnestly. Stark nodded, uncertain of his assessment, and asked, "Does Polaris know about this?" Luo Bai was puzzled and questioned, "Why would she need to know?" Stark wore a knowing smile as he responded, "You're quite the player, aren't you?" Luo Bai finally grasped the misunderstanding. "Stark, you've got it wrong. She is here to see you," he said with exasperation. "Here to see me?" Stark was taken aback. He scrutinized Wanda carefully and then confidently declared, "Okay, I admit, I may have been a bit of a flirt in the past. I've had my fair share of encounters with many women, reporters, news anchors, and top actresses, but I swear I do not know her. If I had, I would certainly remember someone so striking." Before he could finish, Wanda interjected angrily, "You don't need to know me to ruin my life and destroy my family." Stark was momentarily stunned by her words. "Ruin your life? Your family? I'm not even sure if I know you." He paused, then asked, "Wait a moment. You are Wanda, correct? When did I destroy your family?" Wanda articulated each word with palpable hatred. "Your missile obliterated my home." Stark was left speechless, realizing the gravity of the situation. Luo Bai quickly interjected, "Tony, do you recall why you shut down Stark's weapons manufacturing division?" Stark nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, I do. She is a victim of that very incident." Luo Bai clarified. Only then did Stark begin to comprehend the depth of the matter. Initially, he had assumed Wanda was merely an ex-lover seeking answers, but it was evident he had underestimated the situation. Before he could respond, Wanda spoke again. "We were only 10 years old, sitting down to dinner as a family of 4 when a missile struck our home. I clearly saw the name Stark emblazoned on it. Upon hearing her words, Stark's demeanor shifted from playful to serious, tinged with guilt. I am truly sorry, but that was never my intention. Stark offered his sincere apologies. Yet Wanda remained impervious to his words. Your bomb killed my parents and robbed me of my childhood. Do you truly believe a mere apology can erase all of that? Stark fell silent, his expression marred by frustration. Observing Wanda's escalating emotional instability, Lobo interjected, I must interject. While it is true that the bomb you saw was indeed manufactured by Stark Industries, I do not believe Stark is the rightful target of your vengeance. Wanda furrowed her brow, glaring at Lobo with indignation. His missile obliterated my home. Should I not harbor hatred for him? Are you defending him simply because he is your friend? Lobo shook his head in rebuttal. That is irrelevant. Allow me to present a simple analogy. Suppose you declare your intention to protect the world, and I teach you magic. However, should you succumb to darkness and bring about the Earth's destruction, while I bear some responsibility, the true culprit remains you, does it not? It is your choices that led to the world's demise. And it is you whom people will resent. At this explanation, Wanda seemed to grasp the concept, yet she appeared to waver. But if he had not created the missile, how could my home have been attacked? She retorted angrily. Lobo continued to persuade her. Indeed, Stark manufactured and sold the missiles. But it is war that lays waste to your homeland. Wanda fell silent, seemingly swayed by Lobo's words. Nevertheless, after harboring animosity towards Stark for so many years, she still struggled to relinquish her resentment. Noticing her moment of uncertainty, Lobo said, I found you at the Hydra research facility. You joined Hydra, did you not? Yes. Wanda replied, nodding earnestly. They promised to protect us and safeguard this world. Lobo chuckled softly, asking, Are you aware of Hydra's true plans? Do you genuinely believe they seek to protect you in this world? Wanda paused, confused. Isn't that the case? Lobo remained silent, responding only with a calm. If you are willing to wait, time will reveal the truth. As you can see, no one here harbors malice towards you. You may take some time to discern right from wrong. Wanda appeared to be swayed. Her sensitive and kind heart made her willing to wait. I can wait. You promised me before that you would provide me with a stable and peaceful life, correct? Wanda inquired. Lobo nodded yes. I initially intended to take you back to Kamartaj to study magic, but I understand your confusion has not yet dissipated. Therefore, for now, you shall remain at my villa. Polaris will take good care of you. With that, Lobo prepared to take Wanda away. Quicksilver, standing nearby, seemed intent on following them. Lobo halted him. Although you share familial ties with Wanda, there is another lady in the villa, so I did not plan on bringing you along. Quicksilver protested, What do you mean? Are you suggesting I should wander alone? Before he could say more, Wanda stepped in front of him, asserting, He is my only family. Stark, perceiving Lobo's distress, promptly interjected. Actually, the apartment next door also belongs to me. If they do not mind, let him stay there. Indeed, some individuals are quite headstrong. Thank you, Tony. You have resolved a significant issue for me, Lobo remarked. Stark shook his head, guilt-ridden. This is the consequence of my own actions. While you are not entirely wrong, I share some responsibility. I should ensure their well-being. Allowing Quicksilver to reside nearby as a neighbor evidently met Wanda's approval. Though she had begun to comprehend Lobo's sentiments, she was still unable to express her gratitude to Stark, opting for silence instead. Lobo did not press further, opening a portal to the villa. Inside, upon seeing Lobo, Polaris immediately rose, exclaiming, Master Lobo, you have returned. Yes, Lorna. This is Wanda. You will be sharing this space with her for a while, Lobo explained. Wanda? Polaris noticed the unfamiliar woman accompanying Lobo and Stark. After a brief moment of surprise, she inquired, Is this your friend, Master Lobo? She is here to study magic with me, but some issues have arisen, and she must stay here temporarily, Lobo replied. Studying magic? Polaris nodded eagerly, quickly introducing herself. Hello. Wanda. I am Lorna Dane, the housekeeper for Master Lobo. Wanda, feeling somewhat shy in the presence of a stranger, responded politely, Hello. At that moment, Stark turned to Quicksilver, saying, Shall I take you next door? Quicksilver glanced at Wanda before following Stark out. Once the two departed, Wanda surveyed her surroundings, appearing somewhat lost. It was evident that she had yet to fully acclimate, leaving her uncertain of what to do. Finally, Lobo broke the silence. Do you need something to eat? If not, I can assess your magical aptitude. Learning magic? So soon? Wanda seemed taken aback. However, observing Lobo's demeanor, she began to believe that he genuinely wished to teach her magic. I am not too hungry, she replied. No sooner had she spoken than Lobo used his telekinesis to retrieve a book, saying, Then perhaps you should start with this. Wanda nodded and accepted the book. Noticing that there was nothing for her to do, Polaris quickly said, Master Lobo, I will return to my room. I need to practice. During this time, Polaris had been diligently honing her abilities. Remembering how hard she had trained the last time he saw her, Lobo couldn't help but ask, by the way, how has your training progressed? Polaris responded eagerly, it's going well. I have now mastered my abilities. Look, she demonstrated her powers, causing a green glow to emanate from her, as she levitated all the metallic objects in the room. Once she finished her demonstration, she earnestly asked, what do you think, Master Lobo? It is indeed more refined than before. However, is this all you can currently achieve? Lobo inquired. Polaris pondered for a moment before explaining. I can also fly using magnetic fields and sense my surroundings through them. Lobo tentatively asked, Polaris, did you ever attend school? Polaris thought for a moment, then replied, Professor X taught me some things, but I never truly studied. Most of my time was spent evading capture. This aligned with Lobo's suspicions. Without further ado, Lobo used his telekinesis to summon a stack of books and handed them to her. Do not rush into practice yet. Review these first, he instructed. Polaris received the books with a bewildered expression, glancing at the titles, which included theory and calculations of magnetic fields, exploring the mystical magnetic field, and university physics, among others. Totaling over 10 volumes. Polaris was left utterly perplexed. Before she could react, Lobo explained, studying these will aid you in mastering your abilities. If you find anything unclear, you may ask Tony. He likely has more knowledge on this subject than I do. Just then, Stark entered the room. As he stepped inside, he inquired, did I just hear someone calling my name? With a smile, Loki inquired, have you settled him in? Stark nodded in response, yes. I've instructed my subordinates to take care of him and procure some daily necessities. After speaking, he glanced at Wanda, and the guilt in his eyes was unmistakable. Perhaps due to a troubled conscience, Stark solemnly apologized once more. I sincerely regret the harm inflicted upon your family. I do not expect your forgiveness. I merely wish to offer whatever assistance I can. Wanda remained silent, but nodded in acknowledgement. Stark refrained from further elaboration. His curiosity piqued as he observed Northstar clutching a pile of books. Why are you carrying so many books? Let me see, Stark said while examining one or two. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, these are merely fundamental texts on magnetic fields. What do you intend to do with these? Northstar, looking bewildered, replied, Master Loki asked me to read them. He said it would be beneficial for my abilities. At this, Stark recalled, indeed, you ought to study them thoroughly. Make sure to learn well. Just then, Loki interjected, I suggested that if she encounters any questions, she should consult you, as you are quite knowledgeable in this area. Consult me? Stark was taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, he hesitated before suggesting, I am rather busy. Perhaps I could arrange for a private tutor for her instead. Loki nodded in agreement. That would be acceptable. Stark promptly grabbed his phone to make the necessary arrangements. Once he had finished, he returned to the matter at hand. By the way, I was intending to seek you out. There's something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Loki inquired. Stark remained silent as he took a seat on the sofa before explaining. Did you not send Nick Fury away? The upper echelons of SHIELD have become aware of this situation. During your absence, their reaction has been quite pronounced. Are you referring to the International Security Council? Loki asked. SHIELD is a specialized force established by the International Security Council to handle various extraordinary incidents. The International Security Council, also known as the United Nations Security Council, has historically maintained an oppositional stance towards all members of the Avengers, or indeed, towards all superpowered individuals. This phenomenon can be traced back to the vehement opposition from Council Minister Pierce against the Avengers. Coincidentally, this minister is affiliated with Hydra, which makes his opposition rather understandable. As Stark pondered this, he continued, in truth, this matter was initially not related to you. Their opposition was directed at the Avengers. However, since you have taken the Tesseract and the Mind Stone, it is imperative that we discuss this. I can surmise that the Council is demanding the return of the Tesseract and the Mind Stone, Loki replied calmly. Indeed, they convened an international meeting, claiming that the Tesseract and the Mind Stone belong to the U.S. government, and that Loki, as a war criminal, must face trial in a terrestrial court, Stark elaborated. Loki said nothing at first, merely asking, is it Minister Pierce who proposed this theory? Yes, Stark confirmed. Loki then probed, are you aware of his true identity? Stark furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity. What do you mean? With a calm smile, Loki explained, he is affiliated with Hydra. Hydra is currently seeking to exploit the Mind Stone and the Tesseract for human experimentation, which is why they are so intent on acquiring them. Wanda is someone I rescued from Hydra's experimentation facilities. What? He is a Hydra agent. Stark was taken aback. He had some understanding of Hydra. given Captain America's long-standing conflict with them. But the notion that a minister of the International Security Council could be a Hydra operative was utterly outrageous. Have they extended their reach this far? Stark exclaimed incredulously. Loki nodded, reiterating, not only that, but a significant portion of SHIELD's agents and high-ranking officials are also Hydra affiliates. You could very well refer to SHIELD as Hydra Shield. Stark was left in stunned silence. Hydra Shield? Nick Fury is the king of spies. Is it conceivable that he is unaware of the many Hydra agents within SHIELD? Stark questioned, perplexed. Loki chuckled, responding with irony. He infiltrated Hydra Shield and even ascended to the role of director. He truly deserves the title of king of spies. Incredible. Nick Fury, you are something else, Stark mused. I would love to see the expression on his face when he learns of this situation. It should be quite a sight. Chapter 74, The Power of the Fairy. If anyone else had claimed such a thing, Stark might not have believed them. But he had complete faith in Loki's words. Hydra agents had infiltrated SHIELD, and even the Minister of the Council was one of them. Hydra is a nefarious organization whose mission is to reshape the world according to their desires, establishing absolute power and control for themselves, while viewing the populace merely as their subservients. They seek to dismantle the world's order, incite international conflict, and ultimately dominate humanity as a whole. The fact that such an organization had penetrated the United Nations and SHIELD was alarming. With this realization, Stark spoke decisively. The Tesseract and the Mind Stone must not be surrendered. If Hydra acquires these artifacts, they are likely to engage in even more reckless actions than Nick Fury ever would. Indeed, and that is precisely why I have no intention of handing them over, Loki asserted. Stark contemplated this, then remarked, however, the United Nations has already issued a warning. If you do not comply, they may resort to measures. I know you are not particularly concerned about this, but it is, after all, the United Nations. Should you resort to force, it could incite global discontent. Stark expressed his concerns. While he had no doubts regarding Loki's strength, he remained apprehensive about the international ramifications. Loki, as the Sorcerer Supreme, had consistently protected the Earth from the shadows. He would not wish to be labeled an international criminal. With this thought, Stark could not help but voice, I fear the Council may take extreme measures. Loki understood his concern and reassured him, rest assured. I do not intend to resolve this through violent means. Then what do you plan to do? Do you need my assistance? Stark inquired. Loki shook his head, not at this time. And I don't plan to take any action just yet. We shall simply wait. Wait for what? Stark asked, puzzled. Wait for Hydra to become impatient, Loki replied. Currently, both the Mind Stone and the Tesseract were in Loki's possession. Without these artifacts, Hydra's human experimentation would come to a halt. In their desperation, they would undoubtedly resort to action. Once they did, their schemes would be unveiled. No matter how one looked at it, Loki was in an invulnerable position, which is why he felt no urgency. Ironically, he was more concerned about Stark. Given the current trajectory of events, it seemed that Stark would soon encounter difficulties. With that in mind, Loki earnestly advised, you need not worry excessively about Hydra. Instead, I believe you should focus on your own affairs. Me? Stark asked, somewhat bewildered. Are you referring to the situation with Wanda? I am aware, of course, that I have erred in numerous ways in the past. From now on, I shall devote myself to safeguarding the Earth. Luo Bai shook his head and spoke earnestly. I am not referring to Wanda, but rather to Killian. Killian? What manner of being is that? Stark inquired, somewhat perplexed. Luo Bai replied with seriousness, your future adversary. Stark was visibly taken aback for a moment. He understood that Luo Bai possessed the gift of foresight, and as friends, Luo Bai was offering him a word of caution. However, if this individual was indeed his enemy, then it was imperative that Stark confront him personally. All right, I understand. I know I may face many foes in the future, but that is of no concern. I will become stronger. You need not worry about me. I can handle it myself, Stark asserted. Luo Bai anticipated that Stark, given his nature, would opt to resolve his own issues, so he refrained from further commentary. Well, I must take my leave now. I need to return to create my suit, Stark stated. He took a few steps forward, then hesitated and returned. Is there anything else, Tony? Luo Bai asked. Stark appeared hesitant, contemplating for a moment before speaking. I truly do not wish to burden you, but Loki's appearance has made me realize that Earth may face even greater dangers in the future. If, and I mean if, there comes a day when I am no longer around, could you look after Potts for me? Potts? Pepper? Luo Bai chuckled lightly in response. That day will never arrive. Have you forgotten your promise to learn magic from me afterwards? A smile spread across Stark's face. Very well, Supreme Sorcerer. With that, Stark departed. After he left, Wanda, who had been listening to their conversation, finally spoke up. It seems you share a strong bond with Stark. Indeed, he is one of my few friends. And he has certainly assisted me greatly, Luo Bai replied candidly. What do you think of him? Wanda pondered before asking. After a moment of reflection, Luo Bai responded. He is a good person, but no one is perfect. Everyone makes mistakes. Wanda remained silent, merely shifting the topic to inquire. What is this book? The Fundamentals of Magic. It explains the origins and types of magic. For you, it is essential to grasp these concepts first, Luo Bai elaborated briefly. Wanda nodded, then continued to ask, where will I stay? You should consult Polaris on that. She is likely more familiar with this than I am, Luo Bai replied. Polaris promptly returned to her room, placed the book down, and then addressed Wanda. Let me take you to explore here. Choose a room that appeals to you. All right. Wanda nodded and followed Polaris as they departed. Presently, Wanda appeared somewhat subdued, seemingly due to her not yet fully acclimating to her new surroundings. However, with Polaris accompanying her, Luo Bai felt reassured, as they would likely find much common ground to discuss. With that thought, Luo Bai returned to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York and began his study of the Infinity Stones. After spending some time learning in the Dark Dimension, he came to a realization. Shumagorath was continually bestowing him with power, seemingly intent on dragging Luo Bai into the depths of darkness with its formidable dark energy. Even as Luo Bai sought to limit the influx of power, Shumagorath appeared determined to flood him with strength. This was both a blessing and a curse. Shumagorath seemed to perceive Luo Bai as a conduit through which it could return to Earth, and it was exceedingly eager to claim Luo Bai's soul. Thus, Luo Bai needed to further strengthen his mental faculties and soul. After studying the stones for a while, Luo Bai embarked on another journey through the multiverse. This time, having resolved to delve deeper into the multiverse to absorb greater energy, he chose to bring his physical form along. It proved to be a wise decision. By traversing between various universes, he absorbed vast amounts of energy and unlocked a wealth of knowledge. To date, the universes that Luo Bai was aware of included his home universe, Earth 616, as well as Earth 1610, Earth 199999, and Earth 688b. There were undoubtedly many more universes beyond his current knowledge. Of course, Luo Bai had no means to visit every Earth across the multiverse. The risks were simply too great. Time seemed to stretch on, and sensing that his mental and energetic reserves were nearing their limits, Luo Bai resolved to return. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he heard a resonant sound echoing through the cosmos. Almost immediately, a colossal, unfathomable mass of darkness surged toward him. Luo Bai instinctively attempted to ward it off, but the speed of this enigmatic entity was overwhelming. Before he could react, it surged directly into his body. By the time Luo Bai realized what had occurred, the entity had already fused with him. Instantly, an overwhelming sensation of hunger enveloped Luo Bai, accompanied by an influx of immense energy and unprecedented knowledge. He was momentarily taken aback. Wait, what just entered me is the power of the fairies. This was supposed to be sealed away. How did it escape? And why has it chosen me as its host? So I have now arrived in Earth 1298? No, I merely intended to travel. Why is this happening? I am so hungry. Chapter 75. The fairies only play high-stakes games. Luo Bai could never have anticipated that during his journey through the multiverse, he would become the target of fairy power. He had some prior knowledge of this phenomenon. It was rumored to be an ancient force, rarely mentioned. Yet those who understood it recognized its formidable nature. Much of the information regarding fairy power remained uncertain, as it appeared infrequently, leaving details incomplete. People possessed only a rudimentary understanding and speculation, theorizing that it might have originated during the cosmic Big Bang. Its true name and nature remain unknown, yet it is classified as a celestial element. It shares similarities with the power of the phoenix, and in certain circumstances, it is believed to be even more potent. This belief is primarily based on the fairy power's ability to consume. It can devour planets, galaxies, life forms, and even other powers. Remarkably, after consuming energy, fairy power can augment itself. This implies that once a certain force is consumed by fairy power, it not only replicates all capabilities of that force, but also integrates all its abilities into itself. As for limitations, current assessments indicate that there is no detectable cap on the absorption and augmentation of power by fairy power. In other words, it is an insatiable abyss. No one knows precisely how much it can consume. Beyond its devouring capability, it also possesses formidable telepathic abilities and the power to alter reality. Most importantly, Fairy power is an innate sorcerer's force. It is proficient in all forms of sorcery and can create spells that have never been documented before, including both magic and witchcraft. Thus, a host chosen by fairy power will inherit its characteristics. To be chosen by fairy power was a surprise to Luo Bai, yet it also filled him with joy. After all, fairies only engage in high-stakes games. Becoming the host of fairy power meant that Luo Bai could grow stronger merely by consuming. Isn't His Excellency Hizorn attempting to use him as a conduit to the earth, relentlessly bestowing upon him dark powers? Now, with the emergence of fairy power, he feels capable of devouring Hizorn entirely. Originally, Luo Bai would have needed to study dark magic, but now he finds that such study is unnecessary. After all, once the fairy power consumes the dark forces, it can perfectly replicate all the dark magic contained within, with an accuracy akin to that of a mere copy and paste. Thus, the advent of fairy power represents an epic enhancement for Luo Bai. Though fairy power is indeed formidable, it is not without its repercussions for the host. The most significant effect of its possession is an insatiable hunger. This hunger cannot be satiated, meaning that no matter how much one consumes or how much power one absorbs, the feeling of hunger persists. Hunger is merely one aspect. The second is that fairy power possesses a degree of autonomy. It will endeavor to control its host to achieve its own ends. For instance, at this moment, Luo Bai can sense the fairy power persistently attempting to dominate his consciousness. In his mind echoes a bizarre voice. Devour, consume everything. Devour the universe. Consume it all. This voice is incredibly tempting, especially as Luo Bai currently feels starved. After being seduced by this voice for too long, he finds himself wavering. I'm truly hungry. What should I eat? Luo Bai murmurs. No sooner has he spoken than the fairy power begins to entice him once more. Consume the earth. This declaration jolts Luo Bai back to clarity. Although he presently resides in Earth, in the 1298th parallel universe, not the main universe, the act of consuming the earth is utterly beyond the reach of Luo Bai. The Supreme Mage. Reflecting on this, he promptly retorts, I cannot consume the earth. The fairy power again communicates with Luo Bai's consciousness, uttering two simple words, devour. At this moment, Luo Bai suddenly realizes something crucial. He must learn to control the fairy power and adapt to the incessant hunger it brings. Since its inception, the fairy power has been imbued with an unquenchable hunger, yet this hunger is perceptual and does not inflict any real repercussions. In simpler terms, even if they remain unsated, neither Luo Bai nor the fairy power will perish. They will only experience hunger. Thus, this sensation of hunger is something that can be acclimatized to. Now, the fairy power seeks to exploit this hunger, aiming for Luo Bai to become its instrument in devouring the entire universe. If Luo Bai does not quickly adapt to this hunger, he is destined to become a slave to the fairy power, forever controlled by it. Contemplating this, Luo Bai promptly closes his eyes and enters a meditative state. As he delves into meditation, a fierce struggle ensues between his consciousness and the fairy power. It is uncertain how much time passes, but eventually, the ravenous fairy power concedes. It agrees to cease its attempts to dominate Luo Bai's mind and promises to remain compliant within his consciousness. Upon reaching this peace accord, Luo Bai returns to the primary earth. Although neither he nor the fairy power will starve from lack of sustenance, the sensation of hunger is undeniably discomforting. Thus, after establishing a cordial partnership with the fairy power, Luo Bai resolves to partake in food. However, the fairy power does not crave mere human sustenance. It yearns for energy. The more potent the energy, the more profound the sense of satiety. Coincidentally, a certain ancient deity has recently been showering Luo Bai with dark energy. Thus, upon returning to the main universe, Luo Bai's first act is to open the portal to the dark dimension and venture deeper within. Just as he anticipated, the entrance to the dark dimension appears unthreatening, yet as he progresses deeper, the dark power intensifies. Demons and nameless, unfathomable horrors emerge. Upon witnessing this, Luo Bai unleashes the fairy power. Meanwhile, far in a distant dimension, Hizorn senses something amiss. He perceives the powers within his dimension being voraciously absorbed. The dark dimension, known as the demon dimension in the Dark Divine Book, is linked to Hizorn. However, Hizorn cannot traverse directly to Earth through this dimension unless someone reaches the innermost depths of the dark dimension to activate a summoning array to call him forth. Consequently, Hizorn has set his sights on Luo Bai. He believes that if he can draw Luo Bai into the darkness, he can then control him to achieve his goal of descending to Earth. Therefore, Hizorn has been bestowing blessings upon Luo Bai and secretly aiding him in the cultivation of dark magic, hoping that Luo Bai will mature swiftly into a tool for his own use. However, Luo Bai's willpower and mental fortitude are exceptionally robust, coupled with a commendable character, preventing him from succumbing to darkness. This has left his Zorn somewhat anxious. He initially expected that it would take some time for Luo Bai to be swayed. Yet now he finds him madly absorbing the powers of the dark dimension. Could it be that the lad has finally woken up? His Zorn thinks with growing excitement. Indeed, no one can resist the allure of dark power. It seems Luo Bai is on the brink of descending into darkness. His Zorn muses with delight. But amidst his exhilaration, his Zorn suddenly realizes something is amiss. Wait, something is wrong. This fellow is absorbing too much power all at once. Chapter 76, The Dark Dimension? It is clearly a dark restaurant. The dark dimension in the Dark Divine book connects to the power and consciousness of his Zorn. Initially, he felt elated, believing that Luo Bai had finally awakened to the allure of darkness and was now venturing deep into the dark dimension. However, in the next moment, his smile fades. Goodness, how can Luo Bai, a mere human, withstand such overwhelming dark power? Although human mages can enhance their physical capabilities through training and by borrowing power, the human body has its limits. This limitation has historically resulted in nearly no human being able to endure the powers of deities, particularly ancient gods like Vishandi and his Zorn. While ancient gods occasionally bestow blessings upon humans, essentially granting them power, the strength they offer is negligible in the grand scheme of their own might. It is not that they are unwilling to grant more power, but rather that too many humans would be unable to bear it. This illustrates the fragility of the human body. Although his Zorn has consistently bestowed blessings and power upon Luo Bai, even opening the dark dimension for him to absorb energy at will, the amount of power he provides is inconsequential to him. In his Zorn's view, even if he opened the dark dimension, Luo Bai could never absorb too much power from it. What his Zorn never anticipated, however, was that Luo Bai today seems to be operating on a different level altogether. In the blink of an eye, he has absorbed a fifth of the power? No, that is 1/5 of the entire dark dimension's power. This power is distributed among the mages across the entire earth, and even they might struggle to bear it. How is it possible that Luo Bai alone can withstand it? How has he accomplished this? Is he not merely human, absorbing such power? Is it truly impossible for the body to implode? Hisoen found himself in a state of bewilderment. Although he was momentarily perplexed, both Luo Bai and the fairy power were exceedingly elated at that moment. The fairy power was joyous because it had finally consumed something, while Luo Bai felt a sense of delight upon discovering that absorbing power could alleviate his hunger. After the fairy power continuously devoured the dark energy, Luo Bai realized that his hunger was not as intense as before. To illustrate, if previously he had been so famished that his front was pressing against his back, now he merely felt a slight pang of hunger. This revelation sparked a sudden excitement within Luo Bai. Although the fairy power could not satiate his hunger entirely, it could indeed ameliorate it. With this thought, he became exhilarated. Hisoen was eager to bestow upon him power, having even opened the dark dimension to him. If Luo Bai could manage to control himself and plan judiciously, the dark dimension could serve as his dining hall. To take it a step further, should Hisoen sense something amiss and employ other followers to seek vengeance on Earth, Luo Bai could simply consume them with the fairy power and then pursue Dormammu without a care. This thought ignited a spark in Luo Bai's eyes. Dormammu and Hisoen were not villains. They were, in fact, head chefs. If he could locate more antagonists to nurture the fairy power, he would be virtually invincible. With a deep breath, Luo Bai resolutely decided to exit the dark dimension, though the fairy power, having endured hunger for quite some time, was reluctant to leave. Thus, an internal struggle ensued between them. Fairy power, I'm still hungry. Let us continue eating. Luo Bai, no, we must conserve it. If you consume everything at once, what will we have later? Fairy power, first, devour the earth, then move on to other galaxies. After that, consume the universe and the beyonders. Luo Bai, what if we finish everything? We must consider sustainable resource management. Fairy power, I'm starving. I want food. After a brief period of negotiation, the fairy power finally relented, allowing Luo Bai to forcibly extract it from the dark dimension. Once emerged, Luo Bai took a moment to recalibrate the energies within his body. Upon completing his adjustments, he finally had the opportunity to glance at the time. To his astonishment, he had been gone for a full 5 months. Luo Bai had anticipated that his journey into the depths of the multiverse might take longer, given the necessity to traverse various universes. However, he never envisaged that it would extend to 5 months. He wondered what the situation was like with Kamartaj and Wanda. With this thought, Luo Bai canceled the mirror space spell and immediately tuned into Kamartaj. He found that it was being well managed by Wong and Mordo, with everything proceeding as usual. After learning this, he activated a portal to his villa in New York. Upon stepping through, he was greeted by the sight of Polaris and Wanda seated on the sofa. engrossed in a television show while enjoying pizza. They appeared to be getting along splendidly. As soon as they noticed Luo Bai, Polaris leapt up excitedly, asking, "Mage Luo Bai, you're back. Would you like some pizza?" Before Luo Bai could respond, the fairy power began to entice him within his mind. Devour them both. The fairy power had its sights set on the energies possessed by Polaris and Wanda. In other words, anything imbued with power was fair game for the fairy power. However, Luo Bai was not easily swayed. He immediately protested in his mind. Silence. The fairy power whispered insistently, "Eat. Eat." Luo Bai felt somewhat helpless. Influenced by the fairy power, he now perceived Polaris and Wanda as tantalizing morsels. Thankfully, he managed to suppress his desires with his formidable willpower. "Mage Luo Bai, what is wrong with you?" Polaris inquired. Noticing his silence, Luo Bai snapped back to reality and smiled, responding, "It's nothing. It seems you and Wanda are getting along quite well." Polaris nodded enthusiastically and replied, "Yes. During the months you were away, Wanda and I talked a lot. We share everything. That is wonderful. By the way, how have you both been progressing in your studies?" Luo Bai asked. Polaris nodded, saying, "Mr. Stark arranged for a professor to come and teach me every weekend. I now have a much deeper understanding of my abilities." Wanda chimed in, "I finished the book you gave me long ago. I've been waiting for you to teach me magic. Where have you been these past few months?" "I traveled to the multiverse and encountered some unexpected circumstances," Luo Bai explained. Upon hearing this, Polaris grew concerned, asking, "Unexpected circumstances? Was it dangerous? If you need assistance, I can help. I've become quite powerful." Luo Bai chuckled and reassured her, "If I require help, I will certainly seek you out." He then produced a spell book and handed it to Wanda, saying, "Since you've finished the previous theoretical book, take a look at this one." Wanda nodded, accepting the spell book. She appeared significantly more cheerful than she had 5 months prior. "I've heard Polaris mention you often. She says you are an impressive mage and a kind person, though you seem to be quite busy." Wanda initiated a conversation with Luo Bai. Luo Bai smiled, preparing to respond when suddenly the television blared a breaking news report. Breaking news. Multiple massive explosions have occurred in downtown New York. Tony Stark has revealed his address. Upon hearing Stark's name, Luo Bai's attention was instantly drawn to the television, where an interview with Stark appeared. Stark's expression was grave and filled with fury as he declared, "Is this what you wanted? This is my address, 1088, Malibu Harbor. Zip code 90265. The address Stark recited was the seaside villa he shared with Pepper Potts. Stark had always been protective of Pepper, and in any situation, her safety was his foremost concern. Yet, here he was, divulging his address to a global audience, a clear indication of his rage. "Mage Luo Bai, Mr. Stark may be in trouble," Polaris remarked thoughtfully. Just then, she added, "He has come looking for you several times during this period. He seems quite anxious." "I am aware," Luo Bai replied calmly. His tranquility stemmed from the fact that he had anticipated this situation long ago. He recalled having warned Stark to be cautious before his departure. However, Stark seemed determined to resolve everything on his own, so Luo Bai had refrained from further discussion. Now, Stark's search for him was entirely predictable, prompting Luo Bai to decide to check on Stark's situation. "Wanda, I need to step out for a moment. Please study this spellbook on your own. And if you encounter any questions, I will teach you upon my return," Luo Bai instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanda asked, "Are you going to find Stark?" "Yes," Luo Bai confirmed with a nod. Wanda did not respond further, but the smile had vanished from her face. It is evident that she still harbors animosity towards Stark, to the extent that she is unwilling to hear any news pertaining to him. Upon noticing that the television continues to broadcast reports about Stark, Wanda picks up a book and retreats to her room. Once she has left, Polaris quietly begins to explain. "Wanda has mentioned her issues with Mr. Stark to me during this time. I have tried to counsel her, but she has been unable to fully forgive Stark." Polaris's tone carries a hint of guilt, as if she feels remorse for not being able to persuade Wanda. However, Wanda's resentment towards Stark has been cultivated over many years. It is unlikely that she would change her stance merely due to Polaris's words. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai offers her reassurance. "This is not your fault, Lorna. Give Wanda some time. I believe she will come to understand." With that, he activates a portal, transporting himself to Stark's seaside villa. At this moment, Stark is in the underground workshop of the villa, engrossed in his research, his expression grave. Upon closer inspection, one might detect the simmering anger he is striving to suppress. Just as Stark is deeply focused on his work, he suddenly senses something amiss. A familiar yellow circle materializes before him. It is a portal. The instant he sees the familiar figure emerge, Stark's furrowed brow relaxes, his previous solemnity and ire vanishing, leaving only excitement and joy. "Luo Bai, you have finally returned," Stark exclaims, rushing towards him. In contrast to Stark's exuberance, Luo Bai maintains his composure. I heard from Polaris that you have been searching for me. It seems you are in a bit of trouble, he inquires. As the topic arises, Stark's demeanor turns serious. You are correct. I am indeed facing some difficulties. No, it is not I who is in trouble, but rather happy. No, actually, this is my issue. Stark attempts to explain the recent events, but his mind is too chaotic, leading him to ramble incoherently. Noticing his struggle to articulate his thoughts, Luo Bai interjects, Tony, you are very anxious. Stark falls silent, then lets out a heavy sigh. After a moment, he speaks with a tone of dejection and frustration. I admit it, Luo Bai. I am indeed very anxious. Happy has had an accident. He is currently in the hospital, and the doctors are uncertain if he will pull through. Happy, whose full name is Happy Hogan, serves as Stark's driver and bodyguard. However, their relationship transcends mere employment, as Happy once saved Stark's life, making them more akin to friends. With Happy now in peril, Stark is understandably distressed. The most troubling aspect is that, as Iron Man, he has failed to protect those closest to him, plunging him into a deep sense of guilt. Realizing his current turmoil, Stark feels despondent and helpless. You know, Luo Bai, I am Iron Man, a genius. People now refer to me as a superhero, and I have fervent fans. Yet, I cannot even protect those around me. That Mandarin keeps launching terrorist attacks, and I cannot even locate him. I feel utterly useless, Luo Bai. His voice is filled with self-doubt. This prompts Luo Bai to offer some encouragement. Do not think that way, Tony. Everyone encounters difficulties. You cannot let every challenge lead you to question yourself. You should strive to fortify your inner strength. Stark shakes his head and sighs. I wish I could, but I cannot. If I possessed your remarkable abilities, I believe I would not be in such a predicament. But you will encounter new troubles, Luo Bai shrugs, responding with a hint of resignation. New troubles? Stark frowns, confused. You too will face insurmountable challenges? Luo Bai nods, saying, of course. Over the past 4 months, I traveled through the multiverse, and I have since drawn the attention of a formidable force. It has determined to make me its host, forcibly merging with me. Is that not troublesome? Are you certain you are not just boasting about your good fortune? Stark raises an eyebrow, incredulous. To travel through the multiverse and have power come knocking at your door. If that is trouble, I would gladly encounter it daily. Just as Stark is contemplating this, Luo Bai continues, it is certainly not boasting. The more potent the power, the stronger its self-awareness. This entity that has fixated on me constantly whispers in my mind. What does it whisper to you? Stark asks, intrigued. The next moment, Luo Bai replies, it suggests that I consume you, then devour the earth, and subsequently the universe. Stark is taken aback, his expression one of shock. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally regains his composure, expressing his disbelief. I do not comprehend. Luo Bai elaborates. This force has a side effect that induces an insatiable hunger in its host. You may see me behaving quite normally, but in reality, I am extremely famished. I have been striving to control this power and resist the hunger with my formidable will. At this juncture, Stark is completely bewildered. He grasps the essence of Luo Bai's words. In simpler terms, a relentless and powerful force resides within Luo Bai, one that can consume everything, including the entire Earth. The planet's continued existence hinges entirely on Luo Bai's unwavering will. Upon realizing this, Stark feels a wave of relief wash over him. He no longer experiences inner turmoil, anxiety, or self-doubt. Instead, a sense of fear begins to creep in. Luo Bai, are you certain your willpower is robust enough to withstand that force? I should not be that delectable, and the Earth may not be either, Stark quips. Luo Bai ponders for a moment before responding earnestly. I cannot say for certain. After all, I am human, and it is normal for humans to lose control. For heaven's sake, I sincerely wish you were a god. Stark exclaims. Your friend disappears for 4 months, and upon reappearing, he wants to devour you and possibly the Earth. This is beyond terrifying, my friends. Forget about the Mandarin. Luo Bai's current predicament is undeniably more alarming. Chapter 78. I did not ask you to blow up the villa. I asked you to detonate it. At this moment, Stark is somewhat bewildered. He scrutinizes Luo Bai from head to toe, struggling to believe that within him lies a force capable of consuming the entire universe, and that this force is persistently tempting Luo Bai. After all, at this moment, Luo Bai appears unchanged. His expression shows no signs of distress. With this thought in mind, Stark cannot help but comment. If you had not mentioned it, I would not have discerned anything unusual about your current state. A sorcerer requires immense willpower and mental fortitude. Given the multitude of temptations in this universe, Luo Bai explains. Okay, you can still speak to me so calmly. I assume you have learned to control the power within you? Stark tentatively inquires. Luo Bai chuckles. Of course, I was merely jesting before. You know I have always been fortunate, so I am managing quite well. That is reassuring. Stark exhales, relieved. What a close call. I almost thought I would be devoured. Thankfully, Luo Bai's willpower is formidable. He truly is the Sorcerer Supreme. Nevertheless, it must be said, Luo Bai's luck is truly extraordinary. A trip through the multiverse. And he returns with an immense power. Though Stark may not fully comprehend the formidable nature of fairy power, he certainly understands the concept of luck. It is akin to an individual walking down the street and unexpectedly discovering a winning lottery ticket, only to find upon claiming the prize that they have won a staggering sum of 100 million. While the state may demand a portion in taxes, the remainder is nothing but pure profit. Reflecting on this, Stark couldn't help but exclaim, setting aside your prowess, it seems your fortune is rather remarkable. Your strength has always overshadowed this aspect, causing me to overlook just how fortunate you truly are. This sentiment was met with a smile from Luo Bai. However, just as the conversation unfolded, the doorbell rang throughout the villa. Did you invite someone? Luo Bai inquired. Stark shook his head, explaining no. A few days ago, during an interview, I impulsively disclosed my address to reporters worldwide. It's only natural that someone would come knocking. Luo Bai replied, I remember now. I saw news about you on television before I came to find you. At the mention of this, Stark felt a twinge of regret. I admit I was rather impulsive back then. That so-called Mandarin was inciting panic, and there were 9 explosions in New York within a week. He even had the audacity to appear on television and threaten us, injuring Happy in the process. People were terrified, and reporters incessantly questioned why I, as Iron Man, was not taking action. I was exasperated, which led me to impulsively reveal my home address. Luo Bai understood his actions and chose not to press the matter further. As they descended to the first floor of the villa, they were greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar blonde beauty standing at the entrance. Her attire was unremarkable, reminiscent of a woman engaged in academic pursuits. Upon Stark's approval, she stepped inside. Once she entered, Stark asked, You can't possibly be the Mandarin, can you? The beauty, taken aback, awkwardly retorted, You don't remember me? Realizing she recognized him, Stark felt a pang of apology as he explained, I have a notoriously poor memory. I can hardly recall what I had for breakfast this morning. The woman seemed uninterested in small talk and, with utmost seriousness, stated, Tony, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. I hope we can talk privately, you know what I mean. Under normal circumstances, Stark would readily agree. But with Luo Bai present, he declined. I have complete faith in Luo Bai. His presence affords me a sense of security. The woman appeared surprised, questioning. Don't you want to know about the Mandarin? At present, I am more keen to know who you are, Stark countered. Just then, Luo Bai interjected. She is your ex-girlfriend, Tony. Her name is Maya Hansen. Stark froze. An ex-girlfriend? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. I seem to recall a bit. But how do you know about the Mandarin? Because she is involved in this matter, Luo Bai replied. Before Maya could elaborate, Stark swiftly subdued her. I suggest you come clean about everything. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Though I am reluctant to harm a woman. Maya's face reflected her fury. In disbelief, she exclaimed, Stark, I am your ex-girlfriend. We once shared a relationship. You don't even give me a chance to speak before believing this man's words and turning against me. Stark, confused, asked, What is so strange about that? Of course it is. Maya retorted. Do you believe I am unworthy of even a moment to defend myself? If Luo Bai claims you are involved, then I have complete trust in his judgment, rendering your defense utterly unconvincing. Reveal your connection to the Mandarin, Stark asserted sternly. Maya, taken aback, responded, I swear, I did not, she began, but Stark interrupted. To be frank, you should know how much I despise the Mandarin. Don't make me extend that hatred to you. Seeing Stark dismiss any chance for explanation, Maya ultimately relented. Fine. I'll tell the truth. I did participate in this matter, but I was coerced, Tony, she confessed. She seemed to attempt a plea for sympathy, but was quickly contradicted by Luo Bai, who stated, No, she was not coerced. She was entirely willing. Maya fell silent. Casting a glance toward Luo Bai, You think you know so much? Maya challenged angrily. Even before Luo Bai could respond, Stark interjected, Of course. He is a sorcerer. He knows everything. Nothing on Earth escapes his gaze. He protects this planet, so you should show him respect. You cannot speak to him like that. Maya was incredulous, laughing in anger. Her ex-boyfriend was siding with a man against her. She had once thought Stark held some affection for her, but it now seemed her standing in his eyes was eclipsed by this man. Resigned, Maya admitted, Yes, I willingly joined. You actually aligned yourself with terrorists? How could I have dated someone with such a skewed moral compass? Stark exclaimed, incredulous. Maya retorted loudly, They are not terrorists. The Mandarin is merely an actor. It's all for show to the world. The true puppet master is Killian. Stark frowned. Killian. He recalled that he was a man recently seen in close proximity to Pepper. Moreover, Luo Bai had previously mentioned that Killian would be a future adversary. Stark had not grasped the implications until now. No wonder the reporters were targeting him. This was a scheme directed at him. What does he intend to accomplish? Stark pressed urgently. He is developing the extremist virus, Maya replied earnestly. Extremist virus? Stark muttered, feeling an odd familiarity with the term. I think I have some recollection of that name. Upon hearing this, Maya grew even angrier. You remember the extremist virus, but not me. Stark, looking apologetic, replied. While I regret to say this, perhaps you could clarify exactly what the extremist virus entails. Maya inhaled deeply before explaining. The extremist virus is a serum that enhances various human capabilities, including strength, speed, and reflexes. It can even promote cellular regeneration, granting individuals extraordinary healing abilities. It has the potential to restore the disabled to normalcy. We are still assessing additional functionalities. Fundamentally, it is a biological research endeavor. Stark understood now. So, Killian was researching a serum that could restore the disabled and transform ordinary people into superhumans? Has he succeeded? Stark inquired once more. Maya shook her head, responding, not yet. The experiments have encountered complications. We discovered that most subjects who underwent the extremist virus experienced severe side effects, leading to spontaneous combustion. Spontaneous combustion. Stark suddenly grasped the implications. In essence, Killian is conducting clandestine human biological experiments. However, due to the adverse effects of the experiments, explosions are imminent. To prevent the government of M from discovering any anomalies, he enlisted the help of an actor to portray a terrorist. This actor is none other than the infamous Mandarin seen on television. Killian instructed the Mandarin to issue threats, thereby concealing the truth of the experiments and leading the public to believe that the explosions were the work of terrorists. Upon learning all this, Stark felt a surge of indignation. Maya, I cannot fathom how you could assist Killian in these human experiments. Do you have any idea how many lives those explosions have claimed? Stark demanded. Maya retorted without hesitation. The self-detonation was merely a consequence of research gone awry. The extremist virus is fundamentally a far more potent serum than the super soldier serum. We can enhance it. Stark interjected, I am not interested in that. I wish to know why you have come to see me today. Maya, with utter candor, replied, Killian intends to abduct Potts. He plans to inject her with the extremist virus. Then he aims to eliminate you. So, you are here to warn me? Stark inquired. No. I am here to ascertain whether you truly reside here. Maya scoffed, slowly articulating her words. Stark appeared somewhat bewildered by her statement until Loeb clarified, Stark, your home is currently surrounded. It was at that moment Stark realized his villa was encircled. Enemies had converged from land, sea, and air, effectively besieging his residence, poised to launch missiles at any moment. Stark comprehended the gravity of the situation. Maya had not come alone. She was accompanied by a substantial force. No wonder she had divulged everything so readily. It was because these individuals were about to mount an assault on his home. Stark, I thought you might harbor some feelings for me. I did not expect this. Huh. Farewell, Stark. You truly deserve to perish. Maya's fury resurfaced as she cursed Stark, her face a mask of disdain and confidence. Her hatred stemmed from Stark's callousness, while her confidence was rooted in the belief that Stark's home would soon be obliterated, allowing her to escape. Yet her calculations were fundamentally flawed. I would advise you not to rejoice prematurely. With Loeb present, my home may yet remain unscathed. Stark replied with a grave demeanor. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. Boom. In an instant, flames erupted. Yet, it was not Stark's residence that had exploded, but rather a helicopter in the sky that was meant to launch missiles at Stark's home. One helicopter's explosion triggered a series of chain reactions, leading to the detonation of several others in its wake. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions echoed as the original 8 helicopters dwindled to a mere 4. Maya exclaimed, You were here to bomb Stark's house, not to self-destruct. Chapter 79. Who can explain this to me? Maya was utterly perplexed. She could not fathom the cause of the helicopter's malfunction. Why had they failed to deploy their weapons and instead detonated themselves? What on earth is Killian up to? Maya murmured, her expression betraying her confusion. Of course, she was not alone in her bewilderment. Killian shared her sentiments. As the mastermind behind the entire affair, Killian had orchestrated the research of the extremist virus and the creation of this chaos due to his hatred for Stark. He despised Stark to the core, wishing for his demise, yet he did not want it to come too easily. Thus, he aimed to obliterate everything surrounding Stark. Observing Stark read out his home address to the global press had thrilled him. He had personally come to execute his bombing plan. However, the current situation was not unfolding as he had envisioned. Sitting in the last helicopter, Killian anticipated his revenge, feeling quite pleased, until, unexpectedly, the helicopter in front of him self-destructed. While the self-detonation of a single helicopter was not catastrophic, the ensuing chain reaction that led to the explosion of 3 additional helicopters was indeed a grave concern. Had the remaining helicopters not fled swiftly, they too might have met a similar fate, including the one Killian occupied, which was now in jeopardy. Realizing this, Killian sensed something was amiss. This bombing of Stark's residence was meticulously orchestrated by him. He had personally selected every participant and overseen every detail. The helicopters had passed inspection prior to departure, with no issues detected. The pilots were all seasoned veterans with extensive aerial combat experience. So what had transpired? Why had a helicopter simply exploded? Killian's confusion deepened, prompting him to use his communicator. What is happening up front? Why did the helicopter self-destruct? The response was vague. The helicopter designated A5 has detonated. Specifics are unclear. However, due to its explosion, we have lost 4 helicopters. A reply came swiftly, but it lacked clarity. It appeared that the cause of a 5 self-detonation could not be immediately investigated. They would have to use the remaining helicopters to achieve their objectives first. After all, a 5's explosion might have already alerted Stark. If Stark managed to don his armor during this interval, it would spell trouble. With that thought, Killian quickly issued an order. We will set aside the cause of the self-detonation for now. All remaining helicopters are to launch an attack on Stark's villa immediately. He had barely finished his command when an eerie rumble echoed through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. This sound. Wait, does it not resemble thunder? Killian was momentarily stunned, his eyes darting to the heavens. To his astonishment, the once brilliant sky had darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, punctuated by sporadic flashes of lightning. This turn of events left Killian utterly baffled. After all, helicopters are typical low-flying aircraft, particularly susceptible to adverse weather conditions. Thus, he had chosen a clear day for his operation. Yet, he could not fathom how the weather had suddenly turned foul. Surely, while everyone understands that weather can be unpredictable, it should not shift so dramatically without any warning. Killian's bewilderment only deepened. He glanced at those nearby, incredulously asking, "What is happening? Wasn't it just sunny?" The person beside him shook his head, equally perplexed, replying, "I have no idea. Bro, weather is notoriously fickle." Yet, this change was far too abrupt. Killian couldn't help but grumble. Just as he pondered this, a deafening thunderclap reverberated, causing the entire city of New York to shudder. Before anyone could react, a bolt of lightning streaked down from the sky. With a deafening crack, a bolt of lightning struck the helicopter where Killian was situated. In an instant, chaos erupted within the aircraft. "Oh no, we're in trouble. Boss, we've been struck by lightning. The plane is out of control. Prepare to jump." The suddenness of the incident left everyone unprepared, and there was no time for contemplation. After all, the aircraft had just been hit by lightning, rendering many of its systems inoperative. Consequently, the helicopter piloted by Killian was plummeting rapidly towards the ocean below. However, given the abundance of weaponry on board, no one could guarantee that the aircraft wouldn't explode upon impact. In a state of panic, Killian resolved to jump. Fortunately, this decision proved to be fortuitous. He ultimately survived, landing atop Stark's villa. The villa's remote location made it the safest option under the circumstances. Killian felt a surge of relief at his good fortune. But suddenly, a yellow circle illuminated beneath his feet. Confounded by the unexpected phenomenon, he barely had time to react before he fell through. With a loud thud, he landed face first on the ground. Thankfully, having injected himself with the extremis virus, his body had been enhanced, sparing him from severe injury. He rose to his feet, intending to ascertain where the yellow circle had transported him, only to be met with a familiar figure, Maya. Bound to a chair, she glared at him with indignation. Realizing something was amiss, Killian swiftly turned around, only to find Stark in his Iron Man suit, aiming the palm of his armor directly at Killian's head. Beside Stark stood Loki. "Raise your hands. Otherwise, I will blast your head off with my repulsor beam," Stark commanded with gravity. Killian, taken aback, complied and raised his hands in silence. At that moment, Maya shouted in fury, "Killian, did you really come here to capture Stark?" Killian was at a loss for words. Who could have anticipated so many unforeseen events? The helicopter exploded for no reason, and to top it off, it was struck by lightning? Why me? How could I encounter such improbable occurrences? Pondering this, Killian spoke up, honestly. "Everything that has transpired today feels utterly divergent from my plans. I can't fathom how it turned out like this. Can you believe that the helicopter I was on was struck by lightning? Maya and the others fell into a heavy silence. Seeing their lack of response, Killian, bewildered, asked, "Can anyone explain why the weather suddenly changed?" Stark, after a brief pause, replied, "Well, to be honest, I sympathize with your situation." He then cast a glance at Loki. Recalling a previous instance when Loki had appeared on Earth, Loki had mentioned that even if all of New York were destroyed, his location would remain unscathed. Stark had interpreted this as a declaration of Loki's strength, but now he pondered if it implied that the goddess of fortune was present, ensuring no harm could come to him. Was it truly possible for someone to possess such extraordinary luck that, while merely sipping tea, enemies would come knocking at his door? Chapter 80. Did you take my hammer? Killian wasn't the only one bewildered. Stark, too, found himself in a state of confusion when he had seen his villa surrounded. There had been a flicker of concern, as the assailants were evidently well prepared and heavily armed. If those helicopters had launched missiles, Stark wondered if his villa would withstand the onslaught. He had suggested capturing Killian, believing that capturing the leader would dismantle the threat. Yet, Loki had coolly assured him that Killian would present himself voluntarily. Initially skeptical, Stark now found himself convinced. Killian had indeed come right to him. Stark struggled to comprehend the uncanny alignment of events, especially the sudden change in weather. He furrowed his brow, glancing out the window. Remarkably, the once stormy sky was now clear and serene. Stark couldn't help but quip, "Honestly, shouldn't you be more curious about why the weather has suddenly cleared?" At that moment, Killian's silence was deafening. The weather had changed solely to strike him? Why was he the target of such misfortune? Killian was baffled. But he had no time to dwell on these inexplicable happenings. After all, he had intended to capture Stark, but now he found himself ensnared instead. Naturally, he was indignant. Despite his confusion, he realized he had little time to ponder. He needed to escape, or Stark would surely not let him off easily. With that thought in mind, Killian's expression darkened. He began to observe covertly, seeking an opportunity to launch a surprise attack while Stark was distracted. Having injected the extremist virus, he was no longer an ordinary man, and even in his armored suit, Stark would find it challenging to subdue him. Just as Killian was poised to strike, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts. A hammer flew through the window, striking Killian squarely. He coughed up blood as he realized a silver hammer now pressed against his chest. Though it appeared to be an ordinary hammer, it felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, pinning him down and rendering him immobile. Struggling painfully, his face flushed. He attempted to call for help, but the weight silenced him. All he could manage were the words, "Help, help me." Yet, his pleas went unnoticed. At that moment, a blond man clad in peculiar attire burst through the shattered window, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Stark seemed to recognize the newcomer, pausing momentarily before exclaiming, "Thor?" Thor greeted with a smile. "Hi Stark, I didn't expect you to remember me." Although Stark recognized Thor, their relationship was hardly intimate. Given that their last encounter had coincided with Loki's chaotic arrival on Earth, Thor's reappearance raised Stark's concern. "Why are you back on Earth? Is it because Loki has returned?" Stark inquired, bewildered. Thor quickly clarified, "Loki has been imprisoned in the dungeons of Asgard. He shall no longer have the opportunity to wreak havoc on Earth. I have come to seek out you, Loki White." Intrigued by his words, Loki White inquired, "What is it that you seek from me?" Thor replied, "My father wishes to meet you. He has asked me to invite you to Asgard. Odinson wishes to see me?" Loki White furrowed his brow in curiosity, asking, "Why?" Thor shook his head, evidently unclear about the specifics. He did not divulge the details. "Only requested that I escort you back. However, it appears you are rather preoccupied at the moment," he remarked, casting a glance at Maya, Bound, and Killian, pinned beneath his hammer. It was then that he realized he had yet to reclaim his hammer. Killian, clearly in distress, was whispering, "Help, help, me. My apologies, brother. I neglected to retrieve my hammer," Thor said apologetically, before lifting it from Killian. The instant the hammer was removed, Killian felt an unprecedented relief, as if he had been reborn. He took a deep breath, ready to relish his newfound freedom, only to hear Stark interject, "Actually, you were doing quite well holding him down. This fellow was just about to dispatch a helicopter to blow up my home. Loki White and I were preparing to deal with him." Upon hearing this, Thor immediately placed the hammer back onto Killian. "What the hell?" Killian exclaimed, his fury rendering him speechless, forced to endure the casual banter of the others. "I had no idea this individual was a villain. Had I known, I would not have taken up the hammer. But, speaking of which, were those helicopters surrounding your house arranged by him?" Thor tentatively inquired. Stark nodded, responding earnestly, "Indeed. Were it not for Loki White, my villa would now be in ruins. Fortunately, when I arrived, a storm brewed. I noticed a few unfortunate helicopters struck by lightning, which worried me, Thor explained. At this, Stark finally comprehended the situation. He had been pondering why the weather had shifted so abruptly. It was indeed due to Thor's presence on Earth. The god of thunder always arrived amidst a tempest, which made much more sense in hindsight. I should truly thank you for resolving the situation with those helicopters, Stark remarked, with a hint of gratitude. Thor waved his hand dismissively, replying cheerfully, no need for that. I had no intention of assisting you. It was merely coincidence. Indeed, Stark muttered. Had it not been for Loki White's fortuitous luck, Thor would not have conveniently appeared to resolve the helicopter issue. The entire sequence of events felt remarkably coincidental. Reflecting on this, Stark could not help but comment, indeed. I ought to be more grateful for Loki White's luck. What luck? Thor, confused by his words, asked symbolically. Nothing, Stark replied, refraining from further explanation, and turned to Loki White, saying, now that Killian is captured, I believe I can handle him myself. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to leave. Loki White remained silent, deep in thought. Although Killian's forces had been dealt with, he himself remained a substantial threat. After injecting the extremist virus, Killian's power had surged. And if Loki White departed, Stark would find it far from easy to handle him. Moreover, Loki White possessed some understanding of the extremist virus. While the side effects were significant, as Maya had indicated, if the issues could be resolved, the serum could indeed be invaluable. After all, this virus, engineered from the template of the super soldier serum, could potentially endow its user with incredible strength and regenerative abilities. It was a biological agent far mightier than the super soldier serum itself, and if utilized wisely, could greatly enhance combat capabilities. Although it might not be of immediate use to Loki White, it could prove beneficial in the future. With this in mind, Loki White promptly responded. There is no rush on that matter. Thor, please wait for me. I must first address the extremist virus situation. Upon saying this, he turned his gaze toward Killian. He understood Killian's ambitions were vast. The man not only sought Stark's demise, but also aimed to use the extremist virus to forge a super army to dominate Earth, relentlessly abducting individuals for his inhumane experiments. He would never comply or cooperate with Loki White. Such a villain possessed too many schemes, and Loki White had no time to engage him in negotiations. Fortunately, aside from Killian, Dr. Maya was also well-versed in the extremist virus. Stark's former girlfriend, to some extent, had a conscience. Her research on the virus was intended to benefit humanity, yet she had been exploited by Killian. Thus, seeking Dr. Maya's assistance would undoubtedly be far less troublesome. At that moment, the fairy power within him clamored insistently, demanding sustenance. Consequently, he pulled both Killian and Maya into the mirror dimension. The instant the mirror space unfolded, Thor summoned his hammer back. Without the hammer's constraint, Killian instinctively attempted to flee, but it was too late. What is this place? Killian exclaimed, glancing around at the suddenly altered surroundings in terror. This is the mirror dimension, my domain. Loki White calmly explained. Without allowing Killian a moment to respond, he unleashed the fairy power. As the fairy energy surged forth, it charged directly at Killian. In the blink of an eye, the energy within Killian was absorbed, and upon absorbing it, the fairy power perfectly replicated the strength of the extremist virus. While the power of the extremist virus was formidable for an ordinary human, it was evidently insufficient for the fairy power. Too little. It lamented, unsatisfied and eager for more. It then darted toward Maya, seemingly intent on consuming her as well. Loki White swiftly retracted the fairy power, communicating with it mentally. She is merely an ordinary human. She possesses no power. I'm hungry. The fairy power whined, continuing its demands for sustenance. Fortunately, Loki White had grown accustomed to its nature and chose to ignore it, instead focusing on Maya. At that moment, Maya appeared utterly bewildered, her face a mask of terror. It was understandable. How could an ordinary human not be frightened in the presence of the fairy power? Fear, after all, often compels obedience. With this thought, Loki White paid her no further mind and dissolved the mirror space. As Loki White and Maya emerged from the mirror dimension, Stark could not restrain himself from asking, "What about Killian?" "Already dealt with," Loki White replied calmly. Before Stark could inquire further, Loki White continued. "Killian has been conducting clandestine human augmentation experiments following his research on the extremist virus. He aims to dominate the world and control humanity. He has a secret base filled with humans transformed by the extremist virus. Tony, I believe you must pay a visit." Upon hearing this, Stark's expression turned serious. "I will go. Do you know the exact location?" "Here," Loki White said, handing over a slip of paper with an address inscribed upon it. Stark, ever the impatient one, immediately prepared to rush out upon learning the address, but Loki White restrained him. "Stark, I suggest you study the extremist virus before proceeding. In that clandestine base, numerous individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, transformed by the apocalypse virus, pose a formidable threat. It would be prudent for you to reach out to Captain America and his team for assistance, suggested Luo Bai with a friendly demeanor. Stark, regaining his composure, inquired with curiosity, is the apocalypse virus truly that potent? I believe Dr. Maya would elucidate this for you. I have entrusted her to you, as she possesses comprehensive knowledge on the matter. The apocalypse virus indeed warrants investigation, and Stark, I have faith that your intellect will enable you to effectively integrate it with your armor, Luo Bai proposed. Stark nodded affirmatively, replying, I shall give it a try. Luo Bai refrained from further comments. With Killian dealt with, Stark posed no significant menace. I trust that Stark's prowess will allow him to acquire the formula for the apocalypse virus from Dr. Maya and subsequently enhance it. Having concluded all matters at hand, Luo Bai felt reassured and turned to Thor, stating, Very well, let us depart. With that, Luo Bai activated a portal, revealing Asgard beyond. The two traversed through the portal and arrived in Asgard. At that moment, Thor expressed his admiration. Your magic is remarkably convenient. Do all the sorcerers on your planet possess such abilities? Most do, replied Luo Bai. As they spoke, Thor seemed to suddenly recall something, muttering to himself, Wait a moment. This seems oddly familiar. I remember encountering something like this a long time ago. It appeared in Asgard, and shortly thereafter, my hammer vanished. Heimdall mentioned that this magic originated from Kamartaj. I even ventured to Earth in search of it, yet I could not locate Kamartaj. My father mentioned that you are also from Kamartaj. As Thor pondered, he abruptly sensed something amiss. He turned to Luo Bai, his excitement palpable as he asked, Luo Bai, do you happen to know if anyone from your Kamartaj utilized this magic to take my hammer? Luo Bai was taken aback, prompted by Thor's remark. He recollected that during his initial foray into magic, Mordo had challenged him to a duel, and by some twist of fate, he had indeed taken Thor's hammer. While he was deep in thought, Thor's voice burst forth in anger. This matter is of utmost importance to me, and you are a mage from Kamartaj. Surely you are aware of this incident. I can assert that it must have been a mage from Kamartaj who did it. Luo Bai remained silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he replied candidly, You have inquired of the right person. I am indeed aware of this situation. Please tell me who took my hammer back then. If I encounter him, I must have a serious discussion with him. He audaciously snatched my hammer without a word, and I still feel angered at the recollection. Thor's fury was evident. Otherwise, he would not still be fixated on the incident. Luo Bai, not one to shy away from responsibility, noticed Thor's evident concern and promptly confessed. Thor, the individual who took your hammer was, in fact, me. Initially ready to unleash a tirade, Thor fell into silence. After a considerable pause, realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, So it was you. I searched for you for 3 whole days. 3 days. Chapter 81. Can you lift my hammer? Thor could hardly fathom that the very person he had pursued for 3 days in search of his stolen hammer was Luo Bai. Initially, he harbored a modicum of fondness for Luo Bai, considering that few could best Loki, yet his brother had never triumphed over Luo Bai. Reflecting on how his brother grimaced at the mere mention of Luo Bai's name, muttering incessantly about his sinister nature, Thor felt a surge of satisfaction. His impression of Luo Bai markedly improved. However, the realization that Luo Bai was the very thief of his hammer shattered his contentment. Instantly, Thor's expression shifted to one of seriousness and gravity. At this juncture, Thor was indeed incensed, yet he was equally astonished. He remained silent for a full 2 minutes before incredulously asking, Can you lift my hammer? It is essential to note that not just anyone can wield Thor's hammer. Prior to this, only Thor and Odin had been able to lift it. When Thor was exiled, Odin had placed a spell upon the hammer, signifying that only those who met the spell's criteria could wield it. However, when Luo Bai took the hammer, Odin had not yet cast the spell. Thus, logically, no one but Thor should have been able to lift Mjolnir. Yet, one could not assert with absolute certainty that it was entirely impossible, as Odin had indeed lifted it. As a magical artifact, there must exist a means to wield it. Moreover, Luo Bai was enveloped in an aura of luck. Who could say what boon the god of fortune had bestowed upon him to enable him to lift Thor's hammer? However, Thor was unaware of Luo Bai's fortunate circumstances. Hence his astonishment as he inquired. The next moment, Luo Bai responded, I believe I can indeed lift your hammer. Thor's eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. Only I can lift this hammer, he declared resolutely. Yet, upon further reflection, he recalled that his hammer had indeed been absent for a period. This thought instilled a flicker of self-doubt within him. Hand me another one for me to test. Thor insisted, extending Mjolnir towards Luo Bai. Luo Bai said nothing, merely accepting the hammer. With ease, he grasped it, so effortlessly that Thor's expression shifted dramatically. The look on his face mirrored that of Odin's when he recognized Luo Bai as the master of the eternal spear, shock intermingled with disbelief. The next moment, Thor muttered, "No? This cannot be. How is this even possible?" He appeared utterly flabbergasted, as though the sky had fallen. Luo Bai, feeling somewhat abashed, returned Mjolnir to Thor and attempted to explain, "In truth, I did not intend to take your hammer. At the time, I had just begun learning magic, and my grasp of the object retrieval spell was rather tenuous, resulting in an unfortunate miscalculation. It was indeed an accident." He endeavored to soothe the wounded feelings of Thor's youthful spirit, yet Thor appeared entirely unconsoled, repeatedly murmuring, "This cannot be. Only I should be able to lift it." He glanced at Mjolnir, then tossed it aside, only to summon it back again. It seemed he even began to suspect that his hammer might have been swapped. Observing Thor's preoccupation with the hammer, Luo Bai decided it was time to take his leave. "Thor, I must take my leave now. Your father awaits me." Yet Thor ignored him, continuing to frown and mutter, "How could Luo Bai possibly lift this hammer? Logically, no one should be able to wield it. What on earth is happening?" Sensing that Thor was too absorbed in his own turmoil to engage him, Luo Bai turned and departed. By the time Thor regained his senses, Luo Bai had vanished. "Luo Bai, come back. Show me again. This cannot be." "Why?" Thor shouted. However, at that moment, Luo Bai had already arrived at Asgard's Grand Hall. The familiar hall featured Odin still seated upon his throne, adorned in golden regalia, appearing even older than the last time they met. "My king." Luo Bai greeted with utmost respect. Odin nodded, a gentle smile gracing his face as he replied, "You have arrived. Did you summon Thor to speak with me regarding something?" Luo Bai inquired. Odin did not answer directly, instead asking, "Are you accustomed to wielding Gungnir?" "I have yet to use it extensively," Luo Bai replied. "Such a divine artifact is seldom utilized on Earth," Luo Bai responded with a smile. Odin nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, his expression betrayed no turbulence. It seemed he had come to terms with the departure of Gungnir. It was a formidable weapon that had accompanied me through countless years, commanding reverence from both gods and demons wherever it went. I have faith that, with your capabilities, you will harness Gungnir to its utmost potential." Odin remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Luo Bai nodded in agreement, smiling as he affirmed, "Indeed, it is indeed an exceptional weapon." Having discussed Gungnir, Odin finally returned to the main topic. "I had no intention of disturbing you. In the past, Kamartaj and Asgard had not communicated for a considerable period. I, along with the former Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, fulfilled our respective duties, safeguarding our realms. However, circumstances have shifted since your ascension," Odin elaborated. Luo Bai inquired with curiosity, "What has changed?" Odin furrowed his brow, his expression revealing considerable confusion, as if uncertain of how to broach the subject. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Sorcerer Supreme, have you ever heard of Ragnarok?" "Ragnarok?" Luo Bai pondered before nodding in response. "I have heard of it." Upon mentioning Ragnarok, Odin appeared exceedingly weary. He sighed deeply and began to speak slowly. "I once drank from the well of wisdom, sacrificing one of my eyes in exchange for boundless wisdom and the ability to foresee the future. I foresaw Ragnarok, and I also predicted that Thor would bring it to an end. Yet, recently, your presence has appeared in my visions." "My presence?" Luo Bai was taken aback, clearly perplexed by Odin's statement. "I do not quite comprehend your words," he admitted. "Neither do I fully understand. Yet, wisdom tells me that you will be pivotal to Ragnarok." Odin continued. Luo Bai frowned in contemplation. Before he could respond, Odin continued, "Gungnir was forged from the world tree, and it will choose you, perhaps for this very reason." After stating this, Odin pointed to the eye of Agamotto around Luo Bai's neck and asked, "When you wield it, can the time stone reveal your own future?" "No," Luo Bai answered candidly. Strangely enough, when he obtained the time stone, he had attempted to glimpse the future timelines. However, he soon discovered that there were almost no records pertaining to him within those timelines. It was no wonder Ancient One had previously stated that she could not discern his future, because there was simply no record of him within the time stone. "Precisely," Odin remarked with sudden clarity, "my hypothesis holds true. You do not belong to this world, hence you are not recorded within the timeline. Yet you remain here, and Ancient One has chosen you as the Sorcerer Supreme. This signifies that your existence has become central to the universe." "Central to the universe? What does that mean?" Luo Bai inquired. Odin pondered for a moment before responding. "In the vast cosmos, the fates of all beings are preordained, allowing the time stone to glimpse into nearly everyone's future, except for yours. You should be able to traverse the multiverse, and when you do, you may discover alternate versions of Stark or others existing in different Earths. However, you are unique. There will be no other version of you in the multiverse. Thus, you are the sole individual capable of choosing and altering your own fate. You will be the key to Ragnarok, for you may either bring about its end or its inception. All of this is contingent upon your own choices. This revelation resonated with Luo Bai. Indeed, he had traversed here from another world. This affirmed that he originally did not exist within this universe, and consequently, the timeline could not possibly contain any records of him. Every record of his existence within this universe must be crafted by him alone. Upon realizing this, Luo Bai understood Odin's intent in summoning him. In simpler terms, you have suddenly discovered an individual whose presence can dictate the future of Asgard and the cosmos. A ruler of Odin's caliber would naturally harbor some concerns. Contemplating this, Luo Bai could not help but ask, "Did you summon me today to issue a warning, my king?" Odin shook his head, speaking plainly, "No. You should be aware that Ragnarok is imminent, and my time is limited. Soon, Thor will ascend as the new king. Should Ragnarok indeed bring about the destruction of Asgard, it would not bode well for Earth. You must also recognize the innumerable formidable entities that exist throughout the multiverse. Kamartaj and Asgard could potentially collaborate." Luo Bai grasped the implication and asked, "So you wish for me to cooperate with Thor? I am aware that Thor's current strength may not suffice to be your ally, but he will grow. Your uniqueness is something I can foresee, indicating that the true deities of the multiverse will inevitably take notice. The interests of Asgard and Kamartaj align. Our true adversaries lie beyond Earth, and we are not enemies, but allies." Chapter 82. Father, I am your son. When Odin foresaw that Luo Bai would be the key to influencing Ragnarok, he realized he had underestimated both Ancient One's choice and this newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme, compelling him to engage in negotiation with Luo Bai. Although a mutually beneficial relationship had previously been established between Odin and Ancient One, the previous generation was stepping aside, and the dynamics of the current generation remained ambiguous. Odin presumed Thor, with his naive disposition, would likely refrain from discussing cooperation. Thus it fell to him to initiate the conversation. Understanding Odin's purpose in summoning him, Luo Bai knew how to respond. After all, Odin was correct in stating that Kamartaj and Asgard were allies, not foes. Their common enemy lay beyond the earth, among the gods. Contemplating this, Luo Bai replied, "You need not worry, my king. Earth indeed requires Asgard." His meaning was unmistakable. Asgard and Kamartaj would continue to coexist as they always had, without any alterations. As the Sorcerer Supreme, he would not instigate war. Upon hearing this outcome, Odin appeared quite pleased. Just as he was about to speak further, Thor suddenly burst into the chamber. "Luo Bai?" Upon entering, Thor bellowed. Before Odin could react, he disregarded him and loudly queried Luo Bai in the hall. "Luo Bai? Tell me, how on earth did you lift my hammer?" Luo Bai felt exasperated. He had not anticipated that Thor would still be preoccupied with the matter of the hammer, and it was evident how much it meant to him. "I am not entirely sure. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of good fortune on my part." Luo Bai replied with a hint of resignation. "Impossible. No one besides me can lift my hammer," Thor exclaimed with fervor. For as long as he could remember, Thor had taken pride in the belief that only he could wield it. Now, with Luo Bai suddenly able to lift his hammer, Thor could hardly contain his frustration. "You lifting my hammer indicates that your strength should be formidable. Come, let us spar and see just how capable you truly are," Thor declared. Having someone else lift his hammer was humiliating enough, but the fact that Luo Bai was the very individual who had previously taken it made it all the more unbearable. Thor, unwilling to concede his pride, immediately sought to engage in a contest with Luo Bai to determine who was superior. However, before he could even grasp the hammer, Odin erupted in fury. Thor halted his actions, seething, and retorted, "Father, that sorcerer stole my hammer last time." Odin, taken aback, exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? A stolen hammer?" He was bewildered. Before he could inquire further, Thor continued, "Father, while I was in Asgard, someone used magic to take my hammer. It was the sorcerer from Kamartaj. I just spoke to the White Witch, and he admitted it was he who took it. Father, this sorcerer is provoking Asgard." At that moment, Odin recalled a previous incident where Thor had been inquiring about Kamartaj. Something felt amiss. How had Thor entangled himself with the sorcerers of Kamartaj? After scolding him a bit, Odin had dismissed the matter, not anticipating that Thor would still remember it. Just as he was pondering this, the White Witch interjected. "Indeed, that was the case, but it was purely accidental." Odin promptly replied, "Supreme Sorcerer, there is no need for extensive explanations." With a look of disappointment, he turned to Thor. "You are the god of thunder. How can you not safeguard your own weapon?" Odin chastised. Thor was utterly bewildered. "Wait, how is this my fault?" he protested. "Father, the magic he used." But before Thor could elaborate, Odin's voice thundered. Are you still making excuses for your incompetence? You should feel ashamed. Father. Thor seemed to want to defend himself, but Odin interrupted with a sigh of disappointment. Thor, I believe you need further training. Thor was clearly taken aback. Yet, Odin was exasperated. He had just managed to establish a peaceful coexistence between Asgard and Kamartaj. If Thor were to jeopardize that over a hammer, it would infuriate him. Realizing this, Odin addressed the White Witch. Thor's nature is reminiscent of my own youth, fearless and impulsive. Such recklessness is bound to lead to mistakes. Gungnir is not merely a weapon, it also symbolizes my authority. Should he err in the future, you may use Gungnir in my stead to discipline him. The White Witch paused, pondering Odin's words. Was he, in essence, entrusting him with Thor's upbringing? Although Thor's current prowess would not allow him to best the White Witch, respect was still due. Education may be a stretch, but a friendly sparring session is not out of the question, the White Witch remarked. Just then, Thor, still bemused, queried, what is this Gungnir? Odin inhaled deeply before stating, I have gifted Gungnir to the White Witch. What? Thor was left flabbergasted. Gungnir was his father's exclusive weapon, a symbol of the All-Father. His father had given Gungnir to the White Witch? Stunned, Thor looked at Odin in disbelief. After a moment, he slowly uttered, Father, I am your son. Odin was incensed, unable to confess that he had effectively relinquished Gungnir. Such an admission would be too humiliating, so he maintained it was a gift. Thor's comment darkened Odin's expression. After steadying himself, Odin replied with a stern demeanor, Precisely because you are my son, Thor, you must mature swiftly. I do not deem you fit to ascend as king yet. You require more experience. Thus, I have entrusted the Supreme Sorcerer with your training. Should you err, the Supreme Sorcerer, wielding Gungnir, has the authority to represent me, the All-Father, in your punishment. Thor. He gazed incredulously at the White Witch. Before the White Witch could respond, Odin commanded, Supreme Sorcerer, please present Gungnir for him to see. The White Witch pondered briefly before conjuring Gungnir with a spell. The moment Thor saw Gungnir materialize, his expression became a spectacle of astonishment. Now, not only could he not confront the White Witch, but he might also have to address him with respect in the future. Thor was baffled. Father, why? He is merely a sorcerer from Earth. What makes the Supreme Sorcerer so special? Thor inquired, perplexed. Odin, however, disregarded his question, turning to the White Witch to speak earnestly. Supreme Sorcerer, I hope our conversation today will influence your future attitude toward Asgard. Thor still has much to learn. In this moment, Odin was no longer a king, but rather a father, earnestly seeking to pave a brighter path for his son. His sincerity moved the White Witch, who agreed. Asgard and Kamartaj will remain allies, provided Asgard does not waver. Thus, their negotiations concluded. The White Witch departed from the Grand Hall, and Thor, still in a daze, followed suit. Once they had distanced themselves, Thor finally regained his composure and asked, White Witch, what exactly did you discuss with my father? Nothing much, but your dad cares for you quite a bit. The White Witch reflected. I certainly know that. My father has always loved me, but I don't understand why he would give you Gungnir, Thor said, his curiosity piqued. Did he not say? He wants me to educate you in the future, the White Witch replied with a smile. Thor fell silent, before suddenly asking, Did my father give you anything else? The White Witch, puzzled, inquired. What do you mean? Before he could finish, Thor earnestly asked, Didn't he also bestow upon you the right to inherit Asgard, did he? What the Chapter 83, Reality Stone. The White Witch was speechless, so much so that he considered ignoring Thor altogether. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, he said, preparing to depart Asgard to check on Stark's progress. However, Thor, feeling dejected, chased after him. White Witch, tell me why my father gave you Gungnir, and how can you lift my hammer? The White Witch replied, Ask your dad. With that, he activated a portal, eager to leave Asgard behind. Just then, the power of the fairies stirred. Power. Such tremendous power. Over there. Over there. The voice of the fairy power echoed insistently within the White Witch's mind. This left him feeling exasperated. Why was the fairy power causing a ruckus again? The White Witch attempted to suppress it, but the fairy power was in an uproar. Additionally, having gone some time without sustenance, he decided to heed its call. The fairy power seemed to have pinpointed the source of this power, and so the White Witch opened a portal. Beyond the portal lay a realm of darkness, devoid of light. Where's this? Aren't we supposed to go to Earth? This doesn't seem like Earth, Thor remarked, noticing the unfamiliar world beyond the portal. However, before he could finish, a monstrous roar echoed through the air. Instantly, a torrent of a red-black unknown liquid surged forth from the world beyond the portal. Watch out! Thor shouted, hastily diving aside. The White Witch unleashed the fairy power, which, despite its strength, seemed to yield without resistance, almost effortlessly absorbed by the White Witch. The speed was so rapid that Thor barely comprehended what had transpired before it was all over. What just transpired? What emerged? Thor queried, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Luo Bai furrowed his brows, clearly still grappling with the situation. Yet, he could distinctly sense a newfound power coursing through him, one that was incredibly formidable. He chose not to respond to Thor's inquiry, instead shutting the portal and closing his eyes to attune himself to the sensation. It was only after the fairy power had fully absorbed and replicated the force that had just appeared that Luo Bai finally comprehended what had erupted forth. Was that the ether particle? He murmured. Thor, unable to catch the faint utterance, asked, "What particle?" The ether particle, in essence, is the reality gem. Long ago, the reality gem was acquired by Malekith, the leader of the Dark World. They transformed the reality gem into a liquid form, thus becoming the ether particle. The ether particle possesses the ability to transmute all matter into darkness, yet it requires a host, and siphons energy from the host's life force. Malekith merged with the ether particle, intending to utilize its power to convert Earth and the 9 realms into his dark dominion, only to be sealed away by Odin's father. Legend has it that Odin's father not only vanquished Malekith, but also imprisoned all the dark elves of the Dark World, leading to the destruction of the ether particle during that battle. However, in truth, the ether particle was never obliterated. It merely fled into the cosmos, seeking a new host. To Luo Bai's surprise, it was sensed by the fairy power, which then consumed it. In that moment, Luo Bai felt a sense of incredulity. He had wondered why the fairy power had suddenly become so agitated, only to realize it was responding to the power of the reality gem. The good news was that Luo Bai had acquired the 4th gem. The bad news was that it had been consumed, meaning Luo Bai had now become the reality gem. What an unexpected turn of events. Luo Bai, are you alright? Thor inquired, noticing his lack of response. Despite some underlying tensions between them, Thor did not regard Luo Bai as an enemy, especially considering his father's favorable disposition towards him and Luo Bai's protective stance over Earth. Concerned by the unfamiliar power that had surged into Luo Bai's body, Thor felt compelled to express his care. "I'm fine," Luo Bai replied. "That's a relief. I thought something might have happened to you when you fell silent." "Of course, I wasn't concerned about you. I was merely asking," Thor retorted. Luo Bai barely absorbed Thor's words, as his mind was preoccupied with a pressing thought. The emergence of the ether particle signified that the slumbering Malekith had awakened. Malekith had long sought to wield the ether particle to alter the entire universe, so it was inevitable that he would come for the reality gem. If he returned to Earth now, Malekith would likely arrive swiftly with a formidable army. As the Supreme Sorcerer, it would be unwise to draw chaos to Earth. Regardless, Malekith harbored a deep-seated hatred for Asgard and would undoubtedly march his forces to attack. Remaining in Asgard would allow him to await Malekith's arrival, thereby sparing Luo Bai the trouble of seeking him out. Moreover, having just absorbed the ether particle, the fairy power within him remained unstable. It was imperative for him to stabilize that power and study the reality gem. With this in mind, Luo Bai turned to Thor and asked, "Are there accommodations available in Asgard?" "Accommodations?" Thor was taken aback, questioning, "What do you mean?" "I intend to stay in Asgard for a while to experience the simplicity of its folk," Luo Bai replied. Thor exclaimed, "Wait, didn't you just say you were going back?" "I've changed my mind," Luo Bai stated, turning to head toward the main hall. Thor followed closely behind, continuing, "You want to reside in Asgard? Although my father granted you Gungnir, he won't agree to your staying here. You are not a citizen of Asgard." Before long, they reached the main hall of Asgard. Upon witnessing Luo Bai's return, Odin appeared somewhat perplexed. Before he could inquire, Thor interjected, "Father, Luo Bai wishes to reside in Asgard for a time." Odin, upon hearing this, exhibited visible confusion as he regarded Luo Bai. Luo Bai promptly explained, "The ether particle has resurfaced. Malekith is likely awakening." Odin, well aware of the significance of the ether particle, instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. "Where is the ether particle?" he demanded. "It resides within my body. Should I return to Earth, Malekith will undoubtedly bring his forces to the planet. Thus, I must remain here and await his arrival. He will certainly come to Asgard," Luo Bai elucidated. Odin was momentarily taken aback. The ether particle, good heavens. No wonder they referred to Luo Bai as the center of the universe. It was indeed a central issue. Recognizing the seriousness of the problem, Odin swiftly acquiesced. "Thor, ensure that you entertain the Supreme Sorcerer during his stay." Thor was left bewildered. Why is my father being so accommodating to Luo Bai? I am the future heir to the throne of Asgard. Why should I host a Mirror Earth sorcerer? "Go now," Odin commanded with authority. As they exited the main hall of Asgard, Thor's face bore a mixture of confusion and frustration. As they walked, unable to make sense of it all, he queried once more, Luo Bai, why does my father treat you so favorably? Because Asgard and Kamartaj are allies, Luo Bai replied with a smile. So, what exactly is Kamartaj? I've never heard of it before, and I couldn't find it during my previous trip to Earth. And what is this title of Supreme Sorcerer all about? Thor inquired, thoroughly perplexed. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before offering a concise explanation. The title of Supreme Sorcerer denotes the most powerful sorcerer on Earth. As for Kamartaj, if you were to view it as equivalent to Asgard, then the position of Supreme Sorcerer in Kamartaj is comparable to that of your father in the present. Hearing this, Thor finally grasped some understanding, yet he remained puzzled. What was all that talk about the ether particle and the dark world when I spoke to my father earlier? You should know that Asgard governs the 9 realms, and the dark world is one of them, Luo Bai replied. Thor nodded in agreement. I understand that. I've heard Asgard defeated the dark world and sealed it away. The ether particle is a weapon devised by the leader of the dark world. Originally, it was a gem known as the reality gem. Rumors of its destruction abound, but in truth, it has always existed. What you witnessed entering my body just now was the ether particle, Luo Bai explained. So what entered your body just now was that thing? Thor exclaimed, his expression turning serious. Will it pose any danger to you? Luo Bai fell silent. While the entry of the ether particle into one's body could indeed be perilous, given that it feeds off the host's life force, the fairy power currently surging within Luo Bai was far more potent, effectively suppressing any adverse effects, even enhancing his abilities. After a moment's reflection, Luo Bai replied, it poses no danger to me. That's good to hear, Thor murmured, appearing relieved. Seeing the faint smile on Luo Bai's face, he began to explain, I am not concerned for your well-being. Rather, it is my father who has entrusted me with your care. You cannot afford to encounter any misfortune while I am by your side. I have not forgotten that you secretly took my hammer, for which my father recently scolded me. Luo Bai responded with a smile, regarding the matter of your hammer, I truly apologize. However, as the future king of Asgard, I trust you would not dwell on such trivialities. Upon hearing the words future king, Thor felt a wave of joy wash over him, instantly dispelling his earlier gloom. Of course not. My father is right. As the future heir of Asgard, it is indeed my failing if I cannot even manage my own weapon. Thor continued, his smile unabashed. Luo Bai said no more and continued. The emergence of the ether particles signifies the awakening of the dark elves from the dark world. Once, they harbored ambitions to conquer the 9 realms using the ether particles. So it is inevitable that their first course of action upon awakening will be to seek out the ether particles. Thor's brow furrowed upon hearing this. You mentioned that the ether particles are within you. Does that not make you a target for the dark world? Luo Bai nodded in affirmation. That is essentially the case. Therefore, it is only a matter of time before they dispatch a vast army to find me. Thor could not help but inquire. Does my father truly consent to your remaining in Asgard under such circumstances? With you as the prime target of the dark world, would that not place Asgard in peril? Even if Kamartaj and Asgard are allies, surely we could send troops to assist when the time comes. My father should not need to endanger all of Asgard for this. Thor was perplexed, unable to comprehend the reasoning. Sensing his thoughts, Luo Bai promptly replied, Thor, I understand what you are thinking, but you must realize that it was Asgard that sealed the dark world. Even if I were to leave, the dark world would still send forces to invade. Thus, whether I am here or not, Asgard will face war. If I remain, you will have additional strength in the fight, will you not? Thor grasped his point. Indeed, Asgard had long been at odds with the dark world. Whether Luo Bai was present or not, conflict was inevitable. Given this, there was little fault in Luo Bai staying in Asgard. It was no wonder his father had permitted him to remain. However, if the dark world were to send troops, it would not be a mere skirmish, but a war between 2 realms. While Luo Bai had previously exhibited considerable strength, will you be managing this alone? Shouldn't we summon more assistance? Thor inquired. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before responding, I believe I will suffice on my own. You are quite confident. Although Loki has had his fair share of setbacks against you, this kind of world war is entirely different. I possess considerable experience, having led troops across the 9 realms. You have not encountered such world wars, have you? Thor spoke with pride illuminating his features. Luo Bai chuckled softly, replying, I have indeed never engaged in a world war. Thor's pride swelled further at this admission. I knew it. But fret not, since my father has instructed me to look after you, rest assured that with me around, the dark world shall not lay a finger on you. You may stay here. With unwavering confidence, Thor declared. During their conversation, they had already reached the threshold of the room. Since Luo Bai still needed time to assimilate his powers, he replied, I think I shall rest for a while. Thor seemed eager to boast about his exploits, promptly offering, "Would you like me to share my experiences from my campaigns across the 9 realms? It might prove valuable to you." Luo Bai politely declined. "No need, thank you." Before Thor could say another word, Luo Bai swiftly closed the door. Thor frowned, muttering under his breath, "Fine, if you won't listen. Mages, they only dabble with trifles. My brother is just like that." With that, he departed. Inside, Luo Bai sighed, reflecting on the newfound tranquility of the world. After taking a deep breath, he sat down to meditate and began to explore the capabilities of the reality stone within him. Time passed, and eventually, Luo Bai comprehended the abilities and principles of the reality stone. The commonly known power of the reality stone is to alter reality. However, a single reality stone does not possess the overwhelming might to modify the entirety of the universe indiscriminately. The power of a single reality stone is limited to a specific range. In simpler terms, once the stone is beyond its range, its effects cease to function. Luo Bai recalled a scene he had witnessed before. When Thanos acquired the reality stone, he turned Mantis into paper, yet upon his departure, both the Destroyer and Mantis reverted to their original forms. This phenomenon occurs because the reality stone modifies reality through its own energy. To maximize the energy and effects of the stone, one must gather all the infinity stones. The infinity stones can mutually provide energy, amplifying the effect of each stone. Malekith sought to utilize a single reality stone to transform the 9 realms into the Dark World. Theoretically, this could be achieved. But the prerequisite is that he must supply the reality stone with a powerful and continuous source of energy. Otherwise, should the distance exceed its range, the stone's effectiveness would diminish significantly. Having grasped the principles of the stones, Luo Bai began to ponder. He currently possessed 3 stones. Could the energy from these stones be fully absorbed? With this in mind, Luo Bai took out the 3 infinity stones and attempted to absorb their energy. Chapter 85. The War Begins, the Dark World. It is said that when the 6 infinity stones are combined, they wield nearly the most formidable power in the universe, capable of fulfilling the holder's every wish. The 6 stones represent space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. However, these stones are scattered throughout the universe, some guarded by protectors, making the quest to gather them a formidable challenge. Obtaining certain stones may even come at a significant cost. Nevertheless, many still seek to acquire these powerful artifacts. Fortunately, Luo Bai had already gathered 4 stones. While the combined power of all 6 infinity stones would exponentially increase their potency, Luo Bai was not in a hurry to collect them all. Given his luck, it was likely that the remaining stones would soon come to him, sparing him the trouble of searching. Thus, he turned his thoughts to whether he could absorb the energy from the stones he currently possessed. It is important to note that the fusion of all 6 infinity stones results in an incredibly powerful force. The average individual would be incapable of harnessing the energy of all 6 stones, necessitating the use of the Infinity Gauntlet as a medium to merge their powers. Yet, even with the gauntlet, most individuals cannot withstand the forces of all 6 stones. Now, Luo Bai contemplated absorbing the stone's powers without the gauntlet, which concerned him. His concern was not about whether he could absorb the energy, but whether his physical form could endure it. Therefore, he decided to begin with 1 stone, the Time Stone. In fact, the energy of the 3 infinity stones was already causing the fairy energy within him to stir restlessly, incessantly whispering to Luo Bai, "Hurry, swallow them all. In one gulp, consume them all." The matter at hand was somewhat perplexing for him. Fortunately, Luo Bai managed to maintain his composure. In order to ensure that the process of absorbing the time gem would not be interrupted, he first secluded himself within the mirror space. Subsequently, he activated the Eye of Agamotto, harnessing the power of the fairies to conduct a gradual analysis, comprehension, and assimilation of the time gem. The verdant energy of time was slowly drawn into Luo Bai's being by the fairy power, merging seamlessly with him. After a period of absorption, Luo Bai unexpectedly discovered that his body seemed to exhibit no discomfort. This was likely due to the influence of the fairy power. As the host of this power, the integration between it and him required time. Previously, Luo Bai had merely attempted to suppress the fairy power. However, due to its sentient nature, the extent of their integration had not achieved complete harmony. After this period of adjustment, he was astonished to realize that he appeared to have fully merged with the fairy power. This revelation alleviated his worries, and without further hesitation, he unleashed the fairy power to consume the time gem. Once devoured, the gem erupted with formidable energy, causing the previously calm etheric particles within Luo Bai's body to rebel. Thankfully, the fairy power mitigated most of the energy's tumult. After a period of meditation to harmonize with the energy, The tumultuous power of the time gem finally settled. Following this, Luo Bai endeavored to integrate the energy. Time passed, and once the time gem was fully integrated, he commenced the absorption of the second gem. The process was largely similar, with the addition of a disintegration phase. He extracted the gem from its container and then proceeded to absorb and merge it. After an indeterminate duration, he began the absorption and integration of the third gem. Ultimately, once all the gems had merged within him without any adverse reactions, Luo Bai dismissed the mirror space. No sooner had he done so than a series of loud knocks echoed from outside the door. Knock, 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 knock. The sound was akin to a battering ram. Recognizing the visitor by the noise, Luo Bai opened the door to find Thor standing there. As soon as the door swung open, Thor remarked, "You've been in this room for an entire week. If it weren't for Father instructing me not to disturb you, I would have considered smashing the door down to check if you were in trouble. Are you in such a rush to see me for a specific reason?" Luo Bai inquired. Thor, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I don't have anything pressing. However, the maid who brings you food has been knocking without receiving any response. She came to me with this predicament, so I thought I would check on you. Haven't you eaten at all?" Luo Bai remained silent. Although he felt famished every moment, what he truly craved was energy rather than sustenance. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "I have eaten." "Eaten? Where could you have eaten without leaving your room?" Thor questioned incredulously. Luo Bai merely smiled in response. In the next moment, the scene shifted, and Thor, who had been standing at the door, found himself seated in a chair within the room, inexplicably holding a beer mug. "Would you like something to drink?" Luo Bai asked. Thor glanced at the mug in his hand and replied, "A beer." No sooner had he uttered the words than the previously empty mug filled itself with beer. Thor was momentarily stunned, gazing at the filled mug with a perplexed expression. He seemed to be silently questioning, "What on earth? How did this beer come to be? Is this real beer?" As he pondered, he took a sip. "Good heavens! It truly is beer. Is this how you acquire all your food? By using the magic you mentioned?" Thor inquired. "Quite close," Luo Bai replied nonchalantly. Without allowing Thor to respond, he continued, "By the way, has there been any news from Asgard recently?" "Asgard is fine, with no significant developments. Even if something were amiss, Heimdall would be able to detect it at once," Thor explained. Heimdall, the god of dawn, was responsible for guarding the Bifrost Bridge and possessed the all-seeing eye to observe all things. His eyes could discern the majority of happenings across the 9 realms, should he choose to do so. Thus, Thor's assertion held merit. Upon learning that the Dark World had yet to make a move, Luo Bai resolved to meditate further to integrate the gem energies. After all, he currently housed 4 distinct energies within him, and true amalgamation would require additional time. At present, Luo Bai had merely suppressed the energies, preventing any upheaval. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai asked, "Thor, do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I would like to rest a little longer." "Nothing else of importance," Thor murmured. Just as Luo Bai was about to speak, a commotion erupted from outside. Thor furrowed his brow and remarked, "What is all that noise about?" "It appears the Dark Elf army has arrived," Luo Bai stated, his gaze focused into the distance. Piercing through the myriad obstacles, he beheld the Dark Elf army advancing towards Asgard across the Bifrost. Chapter 86. Where have you come from? At this moment, Malekith was leading the forces of the Dark World in an assault on Asgard. They first incited chaos within Asgard's dungeons, and while the Asgardian soldiers rushed to provide support, a significant number seized the opportunity to infiltrate through the Bifrost. All of this was perceived by Luo Bai. After grasping the current situation, Luo Bai conveyed, "Dark World puppets have appeared in the dungeons, currently wreaking havoc and freeing prisoners, while the main force has launched an assault directly from the Bifrost." Thor's brow furrowed, and he inquired, "How do you know this so clearly?" Luo Bai calmly replied, "I saw it." Of course, even without direct observation, Luo Bai understood the narrative. However, Thor was unaware, which left him quite puzzled. "How did you see it?" Before Thor could ponder further, an Asgardian soldier rushed in. Upon arrival, the soldier urgently exclaimed, "God of Thunder, there has been unusual activity in the dungeons. Please hurry to provide assistance." Before he could fully process the situation, another soldier rushed in with a report, "God of Thunder, enemies are launching an attack from the front of the Bifrost. Please hurry to provide assistance." Initially, Thor was somewhat skeptical of Luo Bai's assertions. After all, they were currently situated within the Asgardian palace, a considerable distance from both the dungeons and the Bifrost. It would be difficult to convey such specific details without being present. To his astonishment, not only did Luo Bai articulate the situation, but he also managed to get every detail correct. This left Thor taken aback, prompting him to inquire, "Do you possess an eye like Heimdall that perceives all things?" The principle is somewhat similar. However, I do not utilize my eyes, but rather my abilities, Luo Bai explained. Thor, increasingly astonished, felt that Luo Bai was far from ordinary. Yet, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to delve into inquiries right now. With this thought, Thor raised his hammer and declared, "Never mind. This matter is not important. Asgard is in grave danger. I must assist. You possess something Malekith desires. It's unsafe for you to remain here alone. Come with me." During this time, Odin had briefed Thor about the nature of the etheric particles. Odin had elucidated their immense power, emphasizing that they must never fall into the hands of the dark world. Otherwise, the 9 realms would be plunged into peril. Understanding this, Thor felt uneasy about Luo Bai being left alone in the room. Although Luo Bai's strength is indeed commendable, the entirety of the dark world has mobilized. To err on the side of caution, Thor intends to take Luo Bai along as they make their escape. However, Luo Bai has no intention of fleeing. Instead, he calmly replies, "I believe the situation is not as dire as it seems." Thor, perplexed, retorts, "The dark world has dispatched troops. And you think the situation is anything but catastrophic?" As soon as he finishes speaking, a glowing yellow circle materializes in midair. Before he can react, a peculiar creature tumbles out from the circle with a resounding thud, landing face down on the ground. Thor, bewildered, points at the creature and inquires, "What in the world is that?" In the next moment, the creature rises, fury radiating from its form as it addresses Thor. "What insolence! How dare you refer to me in such a manner? I am Malekith, the leader of the dark world. You disrespectful Asgardians. The leader of the dark world? Good heavens! Luo Bai, you have captured the leader of the dark world?" Thor exclaims in astonishment. Luo Bai nods and replies with a smile, "To catch a thief, one must first seize the king." Impressive. Thor is momentarily struck silent, utterly flabbergasted that Luo Bai has managed to apprehend the leader of the dark world. His silence is marked by a look of utter confusion. It is not only he who is taken aback. Malekith is equally disoriented. He surveys the unfamiliar surroundings, his mind buzzing. "Wait, where am I? I distinctly recall being on my ship. How did I end up here? This appears to be the palace of Asgard." Realizing this, Malekith's expression turns grave. "Did you summon me here?" he demands, his voice low and intense. Luo Bai shakes his head, responding earnestly, "It is not a summoning. It is an arrest. Malekith, you are under arrest." Malekith is momentarily taken aback, then a cold laugh escapes him, laced with scorn. "You two children think you can arrest me?" As he speaks, he senses something amiss. There is a familiar power emanating from you. It is the ether. How intriguing. From the moment he awakened, he had sensed the ether's presence. He knew it was in Asgard, and due to his deep-seated hatred for the realm, he had rallied his forces to attack. He intended to ascertain the ether's location upon reaching Asgard, only to find that Luo Bai had delivered it directly into his hands. Feeling the ether's power, Malekith exclaims with exhilaration, "The ether! I never expected you to deliver it to me willingly." However, before he can finish his thought, Thor swings his hammer, striking Malekith squarely in the face. Malekith is left dumbfounded, eyes wide with fury directed at Thor. "What the?" he begins. But before he can articulate his thoughts, Thor impatiently interjects, "You sure do talk a lot." Malekith, seething, retorts, "How dare you, you little." But before he can finish, Thor delivers another blow. This strike, infused with the power of thunder, sends Malekith crashing to the ground. Without the ether, Malekith is utterly weakened, unable to withstand even 2 blows from Thor. As he finds himself retreating under Thor's relentless assault, Thor cannot help but mock, "The leader of the dark world? Not so impressive, if you ask me." Malekith seems poised to retort, but Thor continues, "Weak as you are, and what an odd appearance. Is this truly what the dark elf race looks like?" Luo Bai readily concurs, "I understand your confusion. I share it as well. In my recollection, elves are typically quite fair in appearance. Yet this creature is exceedingly grotesque." The two engage in a back and forth, critiquing Malekith's looks, which only serves to infuriate him further. It is one thing to be inexplicably captured. It is another to be ambushed and then ridiculed for his appearance. Enraged, Malekith declares, "The armies of the dark world will raze Asgard to the ground. I shall reclaim the ether from you. You will all be consumed by darkness." Just as he seems ready to unleash an attack, Luo Bai raises his hand, conjuring the eternal spear. The weapon, shimmering with golden light, materializes before Malekith, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Isn't that Odin's weapon?" he exclaims, unable to contain his astonishment. "Now, it is my weapon. To be honest, I have yet to truly wield it. You are fortunate, for I intend to use you as practice," Luo Bai states, casually tossing the eternal spear. Malekith, well aware of the spear's might, instinctively attempts to flee. Yet, after only a few steps, the spear pierces through his chest, leaving him lifeless, suspended upon its blade. With Malekith dispatched, the Dark World is left without its leader, rendering the remaining forces easily manageable. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai retrieves the Eternal Spear and declares, "The leader of the Dark World has been dealt with." At this moment, Thor appears somewhat stunned. After all, in previous conflicts, he had expended considerable time and effort to resolve such matters. This time, however, the events unfolded with startling swiftness, from Luo Bai apprehending Malekith to his swift demise. It seemingly took mere minutes, leaving Thor in disbelief. With this thought, Thor exclaims, "I never anticipated that this predicament would be resolved so swiftly. I am increasingly fond of your magic. It is exceedingly practical. Indeed, it is quite effective. The remaining soldiers of the Dark World should not require my assistance, correct?" Luo Bai inquires. "Asgard is no pushover. Dealing with them is a matter of moments," Thor declares, brandishing his hammer as he charges into battle. As he fights, he muses to himself, "Magic is truly remarkable. Yet why is it that Loki, also a sorcerer, cannot wield such power? He merely transforms into a serpent and plays with knives. How peculiar." Chapter 87. Loki. This is the feeling. With Malekith gone, the Dark Elf army quickly realizes that something has gone awry and hastily retreats. For Thor, this was the most effortless battle he had ever experienced, and astonishingly, Asgard suffered almost no casualties. The only distressing news was that his brother Loki had managed to escape from the dungeon amidst the chaos. While Thor revels in the joy of victory, an Asgardian soldier approaches him with the unfortunate tidings. "While we were maintaining order in the dungeon, we discovered that the prisoner Loki is missing." Upon hearing this news, Thor's immediate reaction is one of resignation. After all, his brother has a knack for causing trouble. And who knows what havoc Loki might wreak now that he is free. However, locating his elusive brother would not be an easy task. And so Thor quickly thinks of Luo Bai. He believes that Luo Bai might have a way to help him retrieve his brother. With this in mind, he hastens towards Luo Bai's chamber. Unbeknownst to him, outside Luo Bai's room, Loki and Luo Bai are engaged in a tense stare-down, each sizing the other up. The two individuals locked eyes for a full minute before Loki broke the silence. "Oh, for heaven's sake, why do I see you everywhere I go?" Loki lamented, his expression clearly reflecting his utter exasperation. After all, he never anticipated that after finally escaping from the dungeon, he would encounter such an uncanny sorcerer as Loki White along the way. What a narrow path for sworn foes. Noticing his expression, Loki White smiled and inquired, "You seem rather displeased to see me?" Loki refrained from responding, yet inwardly he couldn't help but grumble. 2 hours of free fall. Who could possibly be happy about that? As he pondered, a sigh escaped his lips. It would be unrealistic to claim he bore no resentment toward Loki White. After all, he had gained nothing but misfortune during his encounters with him. However, recalling the nearly 2 hours of free fall made Loki considerably more humble. To avoid being captured again, he decided to soften his stance. "Your name is Loki White, correct? The Supreme Sorcerer of Earth?" Indeed, Loki White nodded affirmatively. After receiving confirmation, Loki smiled and elaborated. "I believe there may be some misunderstandings between us. I acknowledge that my invasion of Earth was undeniably wrong, but I acted out of defiance. You must have met Thor, my brother. What do you think of him?" "He's quite decent," Loki White replied thoughtfully, offering a fair assessment. To his surprise, the next moment he heard Loki's retort, "That's his only redeeming quality. In reality, he's a brute. As you can see, he often resorts to swinging that wretched hammer in fights, stirring up trouble. Yet Odin intends to pass the throne to such a fool. I vehemently disagree." "So, you believe you are more deserving of Asgard's throne than he?" Loki White countered. Loki confidently replied, "Absolutely. I am far more intelligent and cunning. Yet Odin wishes for him to be king. I cannot accept this, so I sought to dominate Earth to demonstrate my capabilities." Loki White furrowed his brow and rebutted. "Earth is not a playground for your whims, Loki. Earth is fundamentally different from Asgard. Humanity operates by its own developmental laws. Your previous actions were tantamount to inciting war." "I understand," Loki said earnestly. "During my time in the dungeon, I profoundly reflected on my mistakes." However, Loki White did not respond. Instead, he posed another question. "If you acknowledge your errors, why did you escape?" Loki immediately retorted, "I did not escape. I simply did not wish to remain in Asgard. I cannot accept Thor inheriting the throne." "So, you still desire to conquer Earth and prove your prowess to your father?" Loki White inquired. Loki shook his head and sighed. "Not anymore. You are correct. Earth differs from Asgard. Moreover, with a formidable sorcerer like you guarding it, I could never rule here." Loki White chuckled and replied, Did you not previously claim I was a second-rate amateur sorcerer? That was because I did not understand you then. Now I have a profound comprehension of your abilities. Loki expressed, genuinely reflecting on his thoughts. Though he appeared sincere, after absorbing the energy of the Mind Stone, Loki White was fully aware of Loki's true intentions. With a knowing smile, Loki White exposed his thoughts. You're worried I might send you back to the dungeon, aren't you? Fear not. As long as you refrain from causing trouble on Earth, I will not interfere with your actions. Upon hearing this, Loki's eyes lit up. Then farewell, he declared. Turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he realized something was amiss. Wasn't he that the eternal spear in Loki White's hand? With this thought, he returned. Is there something else? Loki White inquired upon seeing Loki's return. Am I mistaken, or is that spear you hold Gungnir? Loki asked. Loki White nodded calmly, responding, Indeed. I previously used the eternal spear to deal with Malekith, and was contemplating taking it back to Kamar Taj when I unexpectedly encountered you. How did Gungnir come to be in your possession? Loki asked in astonishment. Loki White candidly explained, The last time I sent you back to Asgard, your father Odin, in an effort to prevent me from pursuing your unlawful invasion of Earth, gifted Gungnir to me. Loki was visibly taken aback upon hearing this. He understood the significance of Gungnir to Odin, yet he could not fathom why Odin, the All-Father, would bestow such a powerful weapon upon a mere Earth sorcerer for his protection. Loki's surprise was evident as he exclaimed, You are merely a sorcerer on Earth. He is a king of gods. Why would he entrust Gungnir to you? Odin had scarcely mentioned Kamar Taj in front of his children, and the Ancient One was rather discreet. Thus, neither Loki nor Thor comprehended the prowess of Earth's sorcerers. They were entirely oblivious to the existence of sorcery on Earth. Since Loki had inquired, Loki White deemed it imperative to enlighten him. Loki, Earth is not as feeble as you perceive. The lineage of Earth's sorcerers has existed for eons, and they are dedicated to safeguarding the planet. Even the All-Father must tread carefully around the former Supreme Sorcerers. When you recklessly invaded Earth, your father naturally had to clean up your mess. Loki remained silent, deep in thought. Observing his reticence, Loki White spoke again. You may inquire further with your father. He should elucidate the matter for you. As he prepared to depart, Loki called out to him, I believe in you. My father values Gungnir greatly. He will entrust it to you, proving your words are true. Since my father trusts you, I believe we could fundamentally be friends. To be honest, had he not been privy to Loki's true intentions, Loki White might have genuinely believed Loki wished for companionship. However, understanding Loki's genuine motives, he could not help but reflect on Loki's incessant schemes against his brother. With a sigh, Loki White remarked, You seek my assistance in claiming the throne of Asgard. Truthfully, your brother has quite the task in dealing with a brother like you. Realizing he had been seen through, Loki did not deny it and replied, If I were to become king of Asgard, I could assist you immensely. I would be far better than Thor. That fellow is so rigid, utterly lacking in adaptability. Loki White chuckled and asked, How could you assist me? As long as you desire it. Asgard will always extend its support to you, Loki said, spreading his arms wide with a grin. Loki White shook his head in refusal. I do not believe I could derive any benefit from that, so perhaps we should leave it at that. With that, he prepared to depart once more. Unexpectedly, Loki spoke again. Wait. I think we can negotiate further. I understand you might be reluctant to involve yourself in our internal strife. How about you teach me that magic of yours? If you do, I promise to fulfill any request of yours. Are you referring to the portal magic? Loki White asked. Loki nodded in affirmation. Yes. This gave Loki White pause. His hesitation stemmed from his knowledge of the narrative. Loki was not truly weak. He simply had yet to awaken his full potential. Even Loki himself was unaware that he was, in fact, the god of stories seated upon the throne of time. Endowed with the ability to traverse timelines and alter narrative trajectories, even connecting across the vast multiverse. Were Loki truly an evil antagonist, Loki White would not hesitate to dismiss him entirely. Yet, from the moment he later demonstrated his willingness to sacrifice himself, it became evident that Loki's nature was fundamentally benevolent. Though the portal of Kamar Taj is undeniably practical, for Loki at this moment, it merely constitutes a trifling spell, one that can easily be unraveled. Exchanging a minor incantation for the promise of the god of stories seems a risk-free venture. I am aware that my reputation may not be particularly stellar. They often label me as the god of trickery, adept in deceit and falsehoods. Yet, I swear upon the name of my brother, the god of thunder, Thor, that I am utterly sincere this time. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Loki spoke earnestly. Loki's counterpart, somewhat exasperated, retorted, Are you truly serious? Realizing his slip, Loki shrugged and replied, Apologies, it's a habit. What I mean is, I assure you, I will not renege on my word. In truth, Loki harbored no real concern regarding the veracity of Loki's promise, for he was blessed with extraordinary fortune. With this in mind, he smiled and said, I am inclined to trust you. I can share the method for the portal with you. Having spoken, he divulged the technique to Loki and handed him a suspended ring. With this, along with the method I just shared, I believe you shall soon master it, Loki stated. Given that Loki was a mage with experience in magic, his innate talent for sorcery was undoubtedly commendable. After practicing the spell a few times, he quickly grasped the nuances and successfully activated the portal. Observing his rapid progress, Loki couldn't help but comment, You are quite clever. Naturally, Loki replied with a hint of pride. Smiling faintly, Loki cautioned, I would advise against employing that trick on me, as it may lead to your misfortune. Loki promptly countered, How could I possibly use it against you? After all, it was you who taught me the teleportation spell. Your ability to teach indicates that you surely possess a means to counter it. Loki was not foolish enough to invite further misfortune upon himself. Moreover, Odin had entrusted Gungnir to Loki, signifying his father's profound trust in him. Cultivating a friendship with Loki would undeniably be advantageous. With this in mind, Loki replied quickly, We are friends now. I would never wish you harm. By the way, what would you like me to assist you with? As long as it is within my capability, I shall help. While Loki could be somewhat unreliable at times, this particular declaration was sincere. Loki pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, There is no immediate need. I will inform you in due course. By the way, are you still planning to leave Asgard? Of course not, Loki declared, aware that Odin still valued him. Loki felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Elated, he began to contemplate playing pranks on his brother, ensuring that he would not depart from Asgard. He had not forgotten how delighted his brother had been to witness his earlier misfortunes. With this thought in mind, Loki gritted his teeth and declared, I have made up my mind. I shall remain in Asgard. Then please convey my regards to your father. I must take my leave, Loki said before activating the portal and departing. No sooner had Loki vanished than a voice echoed, Loki. The familiar tone belonged to his brother. Turning around, Loki saw Thor striding toward him with an imposing demeanor. Excited to see Thor, he greeted him. Oh, my brother. You've arrived? Thor frowned, sensing that something was amiss with Loki. However, he dismissed his concerns and firmly addressed Loki. Loki, do you realize you are escaping from prison? Hurry back. Of course. I shall return to the dungeon, Loki replied with a smile. Thor sensed an underlying oddity. He found it hard to believe that his brother would be so compliant. With this thought, Thor inquired, You don't intend to flee? I think I may have misjudged father. I just encountered Loki. He shared much with me. And I have decided to stay in Asgard, Loki explained. You met Loki. Upon hearing the name, Thor's face brightened with a smile. Did he do anything to you? Certainly not. I apologize to him. I acknowledge that I have acted poorly in the past. He understands, and we are friends now. Loki beamed. You actually apologized to Loki? I thought you despised him. Thor exclaimed in surprise. Loki shook his head and quickly countered. Those were mere misunderstandings. I have long since moved past them. Is that so? Thor asked, intrigued. Indeed. For, Loki replied with a mysterious smile, I shall now demonstrate. He opened the portal once more, and before Thor could react, he tumbled through it. After an indeterminate amount of time, Loki finally reopened the portal. In the next instant, Thor fell through, visibly seething with rage. Loki! Thor bellowed, raising his hammer, prepared to strike Loki. Unfazed, Loki calmly said, Thor, come now. Smile. In the next moment, he activated the portal again, and Thor was swept back inside. Yes, this is the feeling. Absolutely exhilarating. Ha ha ha, Loki exclaimed with glee, reveling in the mischief as he strolled toward the dungeon. Chapter 88. A feast delivered to my doorstep. Loki, I warn you, cease this immediately. Do not hurl your discarded apple cores at my head. Where on earth did you learn this magic? The echo of Thor's furious voice reverberated around him. Although Loki had returned to Kamartaj, the amplified power of the Mind Stone allowed him to hear Thor's outbursts with remarkable clarity. It was not until Thor's patience finally snapped, unleashing a torrent of invective upon Loki, that Loki ended his observation mode. He had long suspected that Loki's interest in learning teleportation magic was not motivated by an ambition for the throne, but rather a desire for vengeance. After all, who could forget the delight Thor took in witnessing Loki's earlier humiliation? With a sigh, Loki allowed a smile to grace his lips. He cast a spell to deposit Gungnir into the artifact repository of Kamartaj, just as the king approached. Supreme Sorcerer, you have returned? The king began his formal greeting as he approached. Loki nodded, and before he could speak, the king continued, You seem rather pleased. I just returned from Asgard and discovered that Thor and his brother are quite entertaining, Loki replied with a smile. The king, intrigued, inquired, What prompted your visit to Asgard? The king of the gods invited me. Since I have just taken office, he likely wished to make my acquaintance, Loki succinctly explained. The king nodded, refraining from further questions, but abruptly adopted a serious demeanor as he reported, Supreme Sorcerer, there have been developments in Kamartaj during your absence. Is there some anomaly in the library? Loki inquired. Indeed. Recently, a group of sorcerers has been borrowing books from the library, but their behavior is quite peculiar. I can't shake the feeling that they are searching for something under the pretense of borrowing, the king replied, his expression reflecting his confusion. Loki remained silent, his face betraying no change in expression. After all, he had suspected that the irregularity reported by the king was likely the result of Dormammu beginning to stir. In the original narrative, Dormammu had already begun to sway the sorcerers of Kamartaj in anticipation of his arrival on Earth. The influenced sorcerers drew dark powers from Dormammu, ultimately discovering the means to summon him from the library. As a result, Dormammu descended upon Earth. However, Loki recalled that this particular plotline should not have emerged within this timeline. Its premature appearance could very well be a consequence of certain actions he had taken, such as his recent endeavors to harness dark power. Loki remembered distinctly feeling something amiss when he first learned to absorb power from the Darkhold. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though he had inexplicably drawn forth dark power from a myriad of shadowy realms. If I am not mistaken, one of those realms must surely be the dark dimension inhabited by Dormammu. It appears that Dormammu has become aware of this, prompting him to contemplate an early arrival on Earth. Previously, Luo Bai might have harbored some concerns. However, he now found himself utterly unconcerned. Not only was he untroubled, but a sense of exhilaration coursed through him. After all, this was a banquet being presented to him on a silver platter. At this juncture, his greater concern was for Wong. As a seasoned sorcerer of Kamartaj, Wang's character was steeped in righteousness. If he were to discover that the misguided mages were endeavoring to locate Dormammu, he would undoubtedly intervene to thwart their efforts. Such a move would surely incite the mages' wrath, leading to an inevitable confrontation. Contemplating this, Luo Bai hastily inquired, "What actions have you taken regarding those mages?" Wang replied candidly, "I sensed something amiss and issued them a warning. It seems they have not returned during this time." As Luo Bai had surmised, Wang would indeed take measures to impede them. With this in mind, Luo Bai promptly cautioned, "Should you encounter a similar situation again, do not intervene. Let them pursue their own desires." Wang was taken aback, his expression one of confusion as he questioned, "Supreme Sorcerer, do you mean to disregard them?" "Indeed." Luo Bai affirmed with a nod. "What if they abscond with the tomes from the library?" Wang countered. Luo Bai responded calmly, "Then let them take them." Wang was momentarily stunned, sinking into silence. In truth, Wang possessed considerable intellect and was not as obstinate as one might presume. Were it Mordo in his position, he would undoubtedly have begun a rebuttal. However, after a brief period of contemplation, Wang grasped Luo Bai's intent and promptly asked, "Supreme Sorcerer, do you wish for me to allow them to take the books they desire?" Luo Bai did not conceal his thoughts, responding candidly, "In fact, I had anticipated this very scenario, which is why I entrusted you with the guardianship of the library. I have faith that you will manage the situation effectively." Wang experienced an epiphany, replying, "I understand now. In that case, I shall indulge in music and theater." "Surely, you would not report me for this?" Luo Bai assured him. "Of course not. Is it not entirely normal to take a moment to relax during work? Would you like me to recommend a few songs?" "That would be splendid." After discussing the affairs of the library, Wang returned to his post, while Luo Bai focused on locating Stark, subsequently teleporting to him. At that moment, Stark was engaged in experimental research atop Stark Industries' skyscraper. The appearance of Luo Bai captured his attention. "Welcome back. How was Asgard?" Stark greeted him warmly. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before replying with a smile, "Quite enjoyable, with some valuable insights. How fare things on your end?" "I have visited the secret base you mentioned. Just as you indicated, Killian was conducting human experiments there. However, I have since demolished the facility and retrieved the extremist virus for further study," Stark recounted. Luo Bai was not taken aback, merely responding with a smile. "So you have already delved into the extremist virus?" "I have been studying it for some time and have made modifications to the virus," Stark elaborated. "What are the results?" "Compared to before, the extremist virus has stabilized significantly, yet substantial issues remain." Stark sighed, appearing somewhat troubled. "Have you encountered specific problems?" Luo Bai inquired with concern. Stark nodded in affirmation, "Indeed. The extremist virus is quite complex. Transforming it into the benevolent remedy for humanity that we envision may take considerable time. It remains unstable." This was understandable. Given the current state of technology, even Stark would require time to conquer the intricacies of the extremist virus. However, Luo Bai might be able to offer some assistance. "Tony, Were you not intrigued by magic previously? Luo Bai asked. Stark raised an eyebrow, questioning. Are you proposing to teach me magic? Not entirely out of the question. I could allow you a preliminary experience, while also assessing your aptitude for magic, Luo Bai replied, producing a tome of magic and extending it towards Stark. Take a look at this book, Luo Bai encouraged. Stark remained silent, merely accepting the magic book and glancing at its contents. As he perused, he began to sense something amiss. This is a book on magic? Stark queried, perplexed. Indeed. Luo Bai confirmed with a nod. Stark's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly bewildered. Was there a misunderstanding regarding magic on his part? He had anticipated that a magic book would contain an array of incantations. Instead, he found the subject matter to be human anatomy. To be honest, this book is quite different from what I envisioned a magic book to be, Stark admitted after a moment of astonishment. This is a theoretical book on magic. I believe it may aid you in your research on the extremist virus, Luo Bai explained. Stark, still taken aback, nodded slowly before muttering, okay. I will take a closer look. He then scrutinized the magic book in his hands, his expression a mixture of intrigue and astonishment. Chapter 89, The Mind Stone Activated. Initially, Stark found himself somewhat perplexed. Perhaps it was the stark contrast between this magic book and his expectations that caused him to furrow his brow. After all, the contents of this book were lessons he had mastered during his university days. Yet, as he continued to read, he recognized an incongruity. This book seemed to diverge significantly from his initial assumptions. Unconsciously, Stark began to approach the material with newfound seriousness. Observing his intensity, Luo Bai refrained from interrupting. Simply bidding farewell, Tony, continue your reading. I shall take my leave for now. With that, he intended to depart, as he still needed to check on Wanda's situation. Just then, Stark set the magic book aside and called out to him. Wait, Luo Bai, I have some matters to discuss. Before Stark could articulate his concerns, Luo Bai interjected. Is it that the Security Council has grown restless? It seems you are already aware, Stark replied, organizing the magic book before earnestly explaining, during your absence. The higher-ups have sent several envoys seeking to communicate with me. I declined their overtures due to my focus on the extremist virus research. However, Pepper received them. They are furious about Nick Fury's disappearance and the incident with the Tesseract. The higher-ups convened and decided to dismantle the Avengers initiative, issuing orders to monitor all superpowered individuals. Henceforth, all actions of superpowered individuals must be overseen by them, and they expect us to sign an agreement to relinquish the Tesseract. Failure to comply would result in a full-scale manhunt against us. Upon hearing Stark's account, Luo Bai was unsurprised. After all, the internal conflict within the Avengers had emerged in the original storyline due to such circumstances. However, due to Luo Bai's alterations to certain events, this plot had unfolded prematurely. Nick Fury's disappearance as the director of SHIELD had undoubtedly drawn the attention of those in power. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for them to seek to monitor superpowered individuals, while the Tesseract was likely coveted by Hydra. Having knowledge of the storyline and the progression of events, Luo Bai did not react with undue fervor. Rather, he was intrigued by Stark's perspective. What are your thoughts on this decision from the higher-ups? Luo Bai inquired. Stark promptly replied, I'm keen to hear your perspective. You know I trust your judgment. I shall support any decision you make, remarked Luo Bai after a moment's contemplation. Subsequently voicing his perspective, I do not endorse their decision. While I can comprehend the concerns from the higher-ups regarding superhumans or sorcerers, I believe such a repressive policy is unwarranted, especially considering their internal disarray. I understand your sentiment. I am merely somewhat apprehensive. If they truly issue a bounty, must we engage in conflict with humanity? It appears they are attempting to incite public opinion, portraying superhumans and us as the malevolent faction, Stark lamented. Stark has always sought to protect the Earth and humanity. He harbored no desire for the armors he created to be used against humankind, which is why this situation troubled him deeply. Moreover, Stark relished the admiration of the populace, the notion of the higher-ups casting him as a villain, leading humanity to misunderstand him, was intolerable. Luo Bai, grasping his disquiet, offered reassurance. Do not fret, Tony. I shall handle this matter. You focus on crafting your armors. The Earth shall require your ingenuity. In truth, Luo Bai regarded neither the Council nor Hydra as threats. His nurturing of Wanda, Stark, and the Asgardian alliance was purely a strategic endeavor to expand his influence while enhancing Earth's combat capabilities. He was acutely aware of Odin's wisdom, that their true adversaries dwell beyond the cosmos. They might originate from this universe or from a multiverse. Although Luo Bai was favored by fortune, he recognized the necessity of allies. After all, the formidable power of the Fae within him would inevitably attract the attention of the multiverse's denizens. Thus, his enemies were far more terrifying than humanity could conceive. Contemplating this, Luo Bai could not help but quip, "It is indeed time to address Hydra. I still have a modicum of time at my disposal. Is there something you require of me?" Stark inquired. "I believe it is unnecessary, for I can resolve this swiftly," Luo Bai replied, striding towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the expansive glass of Stark Industries' pinnacle, he gazed down upon the entirety of New York while activating the energy of the Mind Stone within him. Through the phase strength, the energy of the Mind Stone was magnified. In an instant, his will enveloped the whole metropolis. At that moment, a singular phrase emerged in the minds of all, announced the Insight Program. The next second, a dossier titled Insight Program appeared on all mobile devices and major websites. The Insight Program was initially proposed by SHIELD. Its original intent was to prevent crime, swiftly and effectively mitigating criminal acts or reducing harm to maintain societal order. On the surface, this appeared to be a highly rational initiative, but that was merely a facade. The reality was that Hydra had metamorphosed the essence of the Insight Program, transforming it into a mechanism governed by a unique algorithm, the Zola algorithm. By collating various data points such as height, weight, academic performance, athletic ability, and genetic information, it could assess the potential threat level posed to Hydra. Utilizing aircraft carriers armed with cutting-edge weaponry, it aimed to eliminate all perceived threats. Should this be executed successfully, the death toll from the Insight Program would be incalculable, subsequently enabling Hydra to seize control of the world and establish a new order. Naturally, Hydra would never divulge the clandestine aspects of the Insight Program. However, due to Luo Bai's intervention, Hydra was compelled to reveal the true nature of the Insight Program. Once the objective was achieved, Luo Bai relinquished his control. As time progressed, when both humanity and superhumans diligently perused the Insight Program disclosed by Hydra, the world erupted in fervor. Chapter 90, Long Live Hydra. For humanity across the globe, the Insight Program resembled a list of death sentences. This document meticulously detailed the types of individuals who would pose a threat to Hydra, including a subset of superhumans. To simplify, anyone meeting the specified criteria, be they human or superhuman, would find themselves on Hydra's extermination list. The sheer number of individuals deemed threats to the entire planet incited global upheaval. In an instant, terms like Hydra and Insight Program surged to prominence, fervently debated across the internet and news outlets. Due to the unprecedented discussion and rapid dissemination, world leaders and Hydra members quickly took note of the situation. At this juncture, Hydra found itself in disarray. Minister Pierce of the International Security Council, upon learning of the circumstances, was taken aback. How could such a confidential operation be leaked? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Pierce hastily switched to another phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he erupted in rage. "Damn it! What in the world are you all doing? How did the Insight Program get exposed? There is a traitor within Hydra, and we are investigating. We must identify the mastermind behind this swiftly. Furthermore, the Insight Program must be temporarily halted. I will leverage my position to suppress this issue." After concluding the communication, Pierce swiftly hung up. Sitting at his desk, he pressed his temples, feeling a headache encroach. He could not fathom how the Insight Program, still in the research phase, had become public knowledge. The Zola algorithm was still computing, and only the most trusted core members of Hydra were privy to this information. They had no reason to betray him. Yet, with such detailed data now available, who else could have disseminated it? Numerous questions flooded his mind. But Pierce had little time to ponder. He needed to swiftly contain the situation. His preliminary strategy involved utilizing the media to control the narrative, labeling the incident as fake news, a deliberate attempt by enemies to incite panic, and subsequently blocking the sources of this discourse. The United Nations would undoubtedly dispatch investigators. As long as he could manage the international inquiry, the matter would likely fade from public consciousness, allowing Hydra to reignite the Insight Program when the time was right. With this thought, Pierce immediately retrieved his phone. The Insight Program rapidly gained traction online. Major news networks vied to cover the story, all delving into the Insight Program and Hydra. Given Hydra's history of clandestine operations, few understood their true nature, their basis, or the number of their members. While the public engaged in heated discussions over the news, suddenly, all signals in the United States were interrupted. Before anyone could react, the signal was restored. When the connection was re-established, Pierce's visage dominated the screens of televisions, live streams, and even roadside billboards throughout the nation. Curiosity piqued among the populace. They began to speculate about his identity. The next moment, Pierce spoke. "I am Minister Pierce of the International Security Council. Concerning the Insight Program, I wish to assert that this matter is absolutely authentic, for I am indeed a member of Hydra. I have been a covert operative within the U.S. government all along. My exceptional espionage skills have enabled me to ascend to the position of minister. Besides myself, numerous Hydra members are embedded within key institutions of the U.S. government. I utilize my identity to suppress and control superheroes to ensure the successful implementation of the Insight program. Once these superheroes are neutralized, the Insight program is destined to succeed. When necessary, Hydra will deploy covert assassins like the Winter Soldier to eliminate those so-called superheroes. To the superhumans of Earth, I advise you to submit and join Hydra, lest you become victims of the Insight program. Hydra fears you not, for when one head is severed, two shall emerge in its place. We, Hydra, possess immense power and have established a clandestine base in Sokovia, where we maintain a comprehensive list of our personnel. As Pierce spoke, he uploaded the detailed personnel list and various confidential documents to the network. After completing the operation, Pierce continued, Hydra is now an unstoppable force. If you do not wish to be sacrificed to the Insight program, then join Hydra and submit, as we usher in a new world together. Hail Hydra! Accompanying Pierce's impassioned and threatening speech, a palpable silence enveloped the room, particularly among the members of Hydra, who were unusually quiet. Is it possible that the greatest traitor within Hydra is none other than Pierce? What is he planning? Not only has he exposed our base's location, but he has also revealed all personnel information, complete with photographs. Does he wish for Hydra's swift demise? And join? Where would we join? Madness. Utter madness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hydra's members descended into panic. They sought to retreat, but it was already too late, for the majority of superhumans on Earth had been roused. After all, Pierce's words were nothing short of a provocation to all superhumans. To refuse submission meant annihilation? Is Hydra truly that formidable? Naturally, it was the agents within SHIELD who acted first. Upon seeing Hydra's personnel list, Natasha and Hawkeye were left in stunned disbelief. Good heavens! Hydra comprises a significant portion of SHIELD. Natasha inquired. Hawkeye paused for a moment before responding with resignation. I only trust myself at this juncture. I swear, I am certainly not a Hydra agent, and you are not either. Are you Agent Barton? Of course not, came the reply. This was indeed good news. However, the bad news was that it appeared we were surrounded by enemies. Then we must find a way to fight our way out. In SHIELD, Natasha and Hawkeye were contemplating their escape strategy. Meanwhile, in a building in downtown New York City, Captain America donned his battle attire and grasped his shield, intent on confronting Hydra. Yet, upon stepping outside, he sensed something amiss. Why had so many superhumans suddenly appeared in New York? Their trajectories seemed to align closely with his own, and some even greeted him. Hey there, are you Captain America? I'm Spider-Man. It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you also going to stop the Insight program? Want to team up? Captain America thought, well, this is splendid. Hydra was merely my enemy, and now they have become the enemy of the entire populace. At this moment, chaos reigned across much of the globe. Humanity was abuzz with discussion, while superhumans pursued Hydra relentlessly. Yet, Stark Tower remained remarkably tranquil, as if untouched by the surrounding turmoil. Luo Bai even sipped tea leisurely, remarking, well, the problem has been resolved. See, I told you this matter would be settled swiftly. To be candid, Stark found himself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he could not resist the urge to scoff. Did Pierce really just broadcast his affiliation with Hydra and release their personnel list? Is he out of his mind? Before Luo Bai could respond, Stark continued, I know it must be your magic at play, right? Luo Bai took a sip of tea and replied calmly, it was the Mind Scepter. The Mind Stone's power came into play. I used its energy to control Pierce. Stark's realization dawned upon him, and he could not help but exclaim, is that artifact truly that effective? Luo Bai nodded affirmatively, if one can control it. It is indeed a remarkable tool. Stark refrained from probing further, for he held little interest in the stones. His primary concern lay with Hydra. After Pierce's outburst, it was likely that superhumans across the globe would turn their attention to Hydra. The thought of such a spectacle brought a smile to Stark's face. Pierce's actions would undoubtedly incite public outrage against Hydra. This was your intention, was it not? To turn Hydra into a global enemy, so that superhumans would rise to thwart the Insight program, Stark surmised. Unexpectedly, Luo Bai denied this. No, I had already prevented the Insight program. Stark was taken aback. It made sense. Given Luo Bai's abilities, he could certainly thwart the Insight program without stepping outside. After all, he was a sorcerer. Resolving such matters was merely a matter of a flick of his fingers. However, Stark could not comprehend. if you have already stopped it? Why control Pierce to utter those words and disclose the Insight program? I merely wished for the higher-ups to recognize their incompetence, while also illustrating to humanity who is truly worthy of trust, Luo Bai explained. Although the higher-ups of M Country sought to control superhumans, it was undeniable that Pierce played a role in this. Yet, it must be acknowledged that those in power had their own ulterior motives. In truth, addressing them could be quite simple. However, resolving certain issues through force is not always the most rational choice. The higher-ups aimed to manipulate public opinion to portray superhumans, even sorcerers, as threats to Earth, inciting disdain among humanity. Thus, Luo Bai revealed the Insight program and compelled Pierce to disclose the entire truth. Consequently, humanity would understand that the Earth necessitates superhumans. Not only do ordinary humans require the protection of superhumans, but even those in power require their safeguarding, as they have long been infiltrated by enemies. Enemies lurk within the International Security Council. Enemies reside within SHIELD. The higher-ups' desire to control superhumans stems from their lack of awareness of the impending crisis. When they realize that the enemy is indeed among them, fear will inevitably take root. Luo Bai calmly elucidated. Stark, fully understanding his words, could not help but retort, indeed. When that group of legislators realizes that Earth is not as secure as they once believed, they will come to appreciate the significance of superhumans. I can relate to this sentiment. As Stark spoke, he perused the personnel documents of Hydra. While examining the files, he stumbled upon something disconcerting: the information on the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier, an agent loyal to Hydra, was a secret assassin modified by Hydra. There was more than one Winter Soldier, yet the most distinguished among them was Bucky Barnes. A sergeant during World War II, he was later transformed into the Winter Soldier. He had participated in numerous assassination missions, including the operation to eliminate Howard Stark and his wife. Howard Stark, of course, was Stark's father. The moment Stark encountered this information, his expression shifted dramatically. The light-hearted banter he had been sharing with Luo Bai faded into silence. This change in demeanor did not go unnoticed by Luo Bai. "What troubles you, Stark?" he inquired. In the next moment, Stark suddenly asked with fervent excitement, "Luo Bai, tell me, is all this information true? Is it all classified data from Hydra?" Indeed, Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. No sooner had he spoken than Stark eagerly inquired, "So my parents did not perish in a car accident? They were murdered by Hydra." As he spoke, he handed Luo Bai the files on the Winter Soldier. At that moment, Luo Bai finally comprehended the cause of Stark's abrupt emotional upheaval. Just as Stark had perceived, his parents had indeed been slain by the Winter Soldier. Even if he had not seen this information now, he would eventually uncover this truth. Moreover, as Stark's friend, Luo Bai felt it was unjust to conceal this matter from him. Taking a deep breath, Luo Bai regretfully replied, "I understand that this revelation is difficult for you to accept at once. Yet, it is the truth. Tony, as a friend, I do not wish to deceive you, but I also apologize for bringing you this news. No, you have done nothing wrong. I ought to know these things. I'm just momentarily taken aback. I am furious. Do you understand, Luo Bai?" Stark's voice trembled with rage as he spoke. He seemed to be attempting to calm his emotions, yet found it impossible to do so. His body was restless, surveying his surroundings as if searching for something. The next moment, he shouted, "Jarvis, suit up." As his words echoed, a suit automatically assembled around him. Upon witnessing him don the armor, Luo Bai instantly grasped his intentions. "You intend to confront the Winter Soldier," Luo Bai stated. Not as a question, but with certainty. "Yes, I must find him," Stark replied through gritted teeth, each word laced with intense hatred. The desire for vengeance against his parents' murderer consumed him. Understanding his turmoil, Luo Bai promptly offered, "I will assist you." Just as he prepared to open a portal, Stark interjected, "Wait. What is it?" Luo Bai queried, perplexed. Stark, in a state of panic, responded, "I know you are formidable. You wield magic, and you could even bring the Winter Soldier here. You have already helped me immensely, and I am profoundly grateful and trust you. However, I wish to handle this matter on my own, if that is permissible." Stark hesitated, his voice faltering with a hint of choked emotion, seemingly overwhelmed by the sudden blow of truth. Recognizing his inner chaos, Luo Bai refrained from opening the portal, for he understood Stark's sentiment. In their capacity, most individuals prefer to confront their adversaries personally. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai earnestly spoke, "Tony, we shall always remain friends. If you find yourself in need, I will be there to aid you." "I know, I certainly do. Thank you, thank you," Stark replied as he leaped from the shattered window of Stark Tower. As Luo Bai watched his departing figure, he fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 92, The Rift Among the Avengers. The exposure of Hydra's plans ignited fierce battles throughout New York. While civilians deliberately avoided areas where armed forces were deployed, superpowered individuals intentionally ventured into the chaos. This was because amidst the turmoil, Hydra operatives lurked, and many superhumans sought to confront Hydra, Stark being one of them. At that moment, Stark soared high above the cityscape of New York, swiftly pinpointing Bucky's location through Jarvis. Upon arriving at the designated street, he discovered it had descended into utter chaos, with superpowered beings already engaged in combat with the Winter Soldier. Here, Stark also spotted a familiar figure, Captain America. Under normal circumstances, Stark might have exchanged pleasantries with Captain America, but now he had no time to acknowledge him. Locking onto Bucky's position from midair, Stark unleashed a powerful blast directly at him. After heeding Luo Bai's counsel, Stark had upgraded his suit, enhancing its capabilities and equipping it with highly lethal weaponry, the arc pulse cannon. Typically, Stark would employ only miniature armor-piercing rounds and laser weaponry for his assaults. Yet, in this fit of fury, Stark had nearly lost his reason. Firing the arc pulse cannon at Bucky, a brilliant blue energy surged forth, striking Bucky unaware amidst his battle with other superhumans. By the time he registered Stark's attack, it was far too late. A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the entire block in a blinding blaze, leaving Bucky incapacitated and sprawled on the ground, bloodied and unable to rise. Witnessing Bucky's defeat, Stark descended from the sky without hesitation, charging toward the fallen figure. His fury surged, especially upon recalling that Bucky was the very assassin who had taken his parents' lives, a mercenary for Hydra. Stark's rage obliterated his rationality. He seized the barely conscious Bucky and, without a moment's pause, unleashed a flurry of iron-fisted blows upon Bucky's face. Strike after strike, blood stained his metallic fists, yet Stark showed no signs of stopping. He could have easily terminated Bucky's life in a more expedient manner, but at that moment, it felt more like an outlet for his pent-up rage and profound sorrow. As Bucky grew weaker, his face becoming a grotesque mask of bruises and blood, Stark roared in fury, "You are the one who killed my parents, aren't you? Winter Soldier, Bucky, responsible for the assassination of Howard Stark and his wife." At this juncture, the Winter Soldier had long been brainwashed by Hydra, stripped of his own consciousness, responding only to commands. Thus, when he heard Howard Stark's name, Bucky instinctively replied in a weak voice, "Winter Soldier, Bucky, mission to assassinate Howard Stark, successful. Howard Stark and his wife have been killed by the mechanical arm." He spoke as though a soulless vessel, merely reciting the orders he had received. Upon hearing Bucky's admission, Stark's fury reached its zenith. His father had been brutally slain by that very mechanical arm? Stark could not absorb such a revelation. In a fit of rage, he severed Bucky's mechanical arm with a blast of laser energy. "You were a sergeant during World War II. You should have been a great hero, like Captain America, protecting the nation and its people. Why? Why did you murder my father? He has always sought to benefit humanity." Stark's fury erupted, leaving no room for contemplation. In a final act of vengeance, Stark unleashed a laser that ended Bucky's life. When it was over, Stark lifted his iron mask, gazing at Bucky's lifeless body, pierced by the laser cannon. Strangely, he felt no sense of satisfaction from his revenge, only an overwhelming sorrow. He could not comprehend, truly could not understand why this all transpired. Everyone had told him his father died in a car accident. Little did he know, his father had not only been murdered. It is utterly absurd that he was killed by a sergeant from the very nation that should have protected its people. Stark let out a bitter laugh, fatigue evident upon his visage. Upon avenging his great grievance, he found no joy. Instead, anger had hollowed him out, leaving him yearning only for rest. As he turned to depart from this site of turmoil, a shield was unexpectedly hurled towards him. Lost in the depths of his profound sorrow, Stark was completely unprepared and was struck forcefully, sending him flying several meters away. It was only when he discerned that the shield that had collided with him was none other than the one custom-made for Captain America by his own father that Stark was rendered bewildered. He lifted his gaze, and the silhouette of Captain America appeared before him. Although Stark's relationship with Captain America had not been unfavorable in this moment, the latter regarded him as if he were a foe. Before Stark could comprehend the situation, Captain America launched an attack. Each blow was delivered with the intent to take Stark's life, devoid of any compassion. Stark, wary of their bond, held back in his defense. He shouted in indignation, "Steve, have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking me?" The next moment, he heard Captain America roar almost hysterically, "Because you killed Bucky." Bucky. Stark was taken aback. He was an agent of Hydra, a killer for Hydra. "Wake up," Stark retorted fiercely. He had merely eliminated a Hydra assassin. He could not fathom why Captain America reacted so vehemently. With this thought, Stark shouted once more, "Steve, don't you also despise Hydra? You should know the atrocities they have committed. Why are you aiding them? Bucky is different. He fought alongside me against Hydra. I may not understand why he became a Hydra assassin, but I believe that was not his true intention. Stark, how could you so easily take the life of another, a living being? Because he killed my parents. My father, Howard Stark, and my mother both perished at his hands. Stark spat this out in a fit of rage. At that moment, Captain America was clearly taken aback, for he knew Stark's father well. He was a man of great virtue. Even the shield he wielded was crafted by Stark's father. Captain America seemed momentarily stunned by Stark's revelation. At this juncture, Stark could no longer contain his tumultuous emotions. He unleashed his fury upon Captain America, shouting, "Steve, he just confessed to using his mechanical arm to bludgeon my father to death." Stark's voice quivered, his body shaking uncontrollably. He had hoped that upon learning this news, Captain America would at least grasp the rationale behind his actions. A member of Hydra had personally murdered Stark's parents. It would be entirely justified for Stark to have killed him. To Stark's dismay, however, Captain America remained chillingly indifferent. He must have his reasons. You should not act without understanding the full context. Bucky is my friend, Captain America spoke with a somber tone. As his words hung in the air, he once again launched an assault on Stark. Thus began their struggle. Their confrontation caught the attention of Peter Parker, who was engaged in battle against Hydra. Peter had initially accompanied Captain America to thwart Hydra's insight plan, but had intervened upon encountering the Winter Soldier in combat with superpowered individuals. To his astonishment, as Peter turned his attention back, he found Captain America and Iron Man embroiled in a fierce conflict. Iron Man was a prominent figure in the nation, and Peter certainly recognized him. Sensing the escalating situation, he rushed over to intervene. "Hey, what is going on here? Aren't we supposed to be fighting Hydra? Why are you two brawling?" Peter stepped forward, attempting to intervene while questioning them. Yet the two remained oblivious, their combat intensifying. Amidst their struggle, they continued to argue. "Steve, he is a Hydra assassin, the Winter Soldier. You would strike me for the sake of a Hydra killer. I believe Bucky is innocent. He could never have done this, but he did do it." They exchanged heated words, their argument revealing a deeper truth to Peter. "Wait a moment, the Winter Soldier? Aren't they individuals brainwashed and subsequently modified by Hydra?" Peter remarked, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it resonated with both men. Hearing this, they simultaneously halted. Captain America leaned forward, his urgency palpable. "What did you just say?" Peter, momentarily stunned by Captain America's fervor, took a moment to respond. "The Winter Soldier is a group of individuals who were brainwashed by Hydra and stripped of their memories. Most were once highly trained soldiers, turned into agents loyal solely to Hydra. This is documented in the materials uploaded by Hydra. I assumed you both were aware." Captain America had been frozen for 70 years, rendering him disconnected from the present world. He was not well versed in contemporary technology and, therefore, had not kept abreast of recent developments. His knowledge of Hydra's plans stemmed from Pierce's broadcast. As for Stark, he had been consumed by rage upon witnessing the Winter Soldier take his parents' lives, thus neglecting to thoroughly examine Hydra's previous documents. Consequently, both men fell into silence upon hearing this revelation. After a moment, Captain America exclaimed, "I knew it. I knew Bucky wouldn't have done this willingly. Stark, he was merely brainwashed. He lost all his memories. At his core, he is good. But you killed him." Stark appeared unwilling to accept this reasoning, retorting in anger, "Even if he did not act of his own volition, does that absolve him of all responsibility? Stark Industries has manufactured countless weapons. Why have you not apologized to those families destroyed by your artillery?" Captain America's words struck Stark deeply, reminding him of Wanda and her hatred towards him. Yet, he could not reconcile with the fact that Bucky had slain his parents, prompting Stark to argue, "I am merely a manufacturer of arms. I am responsible for selling them. How others choose to utilize them is beyond my control. At least I did not personally deploy those missiles. But your missiles have robbed countless individuals of their families." Each of Captain America's words pierced Stark, leaving him in silence. Meanwhile, Captain America, consumed by fury, paid no heed to Stark's helplessness, continuing to chastise, "Stark, you should not have killed Bucky. You acted impulsively, arrogantly, selfishly. Countless lives have been lost because of you." Having said this, he launched yet another attack on Stark. Caught entirely off guard and still reeling from Captain America's accusations, Stark stood motionless, unable to muster a response. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Peter Parker immediately positioned himself in front of Mr. Stark. "Mr. Stark, you must leave," Peter shouted fervently. Yet, Stark remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Captain America as he grappled with Peter. A glance at the unconscious Bucky on the ground further deepened his silence. After a brief moment, he wearily uttered, "Jarvis, Can you assist me in contacting Luo Bai? Of course, sir, Jarvis responded, and the call was initiated. Before Stark could utter a word, Luo Bai materialized before him. The very instant Luo Bai arrived, an uncanny tranquility enveloped the scene. Both Captain America and Peter ceased their altercation. The world around them quieted as if no tumult had ever transpired. Stark, who had been seething with anger, displayed a look of helplessness akin to a child caught in wrongdoing upon seeing Luo Bai. He remained mute. Yet Luo Bai grasped the gravity of the situation at hand. You killed Bucky? Luo Bai inquired. Yes, Stark nodded, his expression weary. You've avenged him. Why do you not appear content? Luo Bai pressed on. Stark shook his head, responding with a hint of resignation. I do not know. Luo Bai remained silent for a moment, casting a glance at the irate Captain America. He then turned to Stark and asked, Did you summon me to help you deal with Captain America? Stark shook his head and, in a voice tinged with desperation, replied, I merely wish to ask if I have erred. You are the only one I trust. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before responding. The very fact that you posed this question indicates you already possess the answer within you. You are right. In truth, I am unsure why I called you here. I simply long to see you, Stark murmured. Yet I should discern the reason for your summons, Luo Bai stated. Chapter 93. Tony, I only wish to follow my heart. Through the Mind Stone, Luo Bai perceived the turmoil within Stark. He remained silent, merely harnessing the stone's power. A verdant light coalesced around him. In the next moment, Bucky, who had been lifeless, was restored to life. Once this was accomplished, Luo Bai turned to Stark and asked, Is this the outcome you desired? Stark's eyes widened as he beheld the revived Bucky. He harbored animosity towards Bucky, yet at this moment, he felt an overwhelming relief that Luo Bai had indeed brought Bucky back to life. I do not understand why. I despise him. Yet I would feel anguish at having taken his life, Stark muttered. He grasped Luo Bai's hand as if it were a lifeline, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was engulfed in hatred, yet gripped by fear. Stark's heart was a tempest of contradictions. Although Luo Bai had not been present during the preceding events, he comprehended everything that transpired through the energy of the Mind Stone. Captain America had condemned Stark, articulating the most unbearable truth. Stark Industries had produced weapons. Ever since Stark had been captured by those terrorists and discovered that his creations had fallen into their hands, a profound guilt had settled within him. The emergence of Wanda only intensified this guilt, and whenever the subject arose, Stark felt the weight of it. He had always believed that selling arms was wrong. And when Captain America juxtaposed two events, Stark's internal conflict reached a pinnacle. The immense psychological pressure pushed Stark to the brink of collapse, ensnared in a relentless struggle between hatred and remorse. In this tumultuous moment, he sought solace in a confidant. Pepper and Luo Bai were the two individuals he trusted most. However, he could not confide in Pepper, leaving him no choice but to seek Luo Bai's assistance. Luo Bai, understanding the turmoil within Stark, chose to first resurrect Bucky to alleviate his burden. Simultaneously, he aimed to guide Stark. Tony, I comprehend your current turmoil. However, I believe you need not be so conflicted. Why? Stark inquired, puzzled. Luo Bai contemplated before responding earnestly. I have already provided you with the answer. I know you harbor hatred for Bucky. Yet you hesitate due to his manipulation. Your inherent goodness renders your heart conflicted. As your friend, I must consider your emotions. Thus, rest assured, regardless of your choice, I will handle the aftermath. Stark paused, momentarily taken aback. In that instant, he seemed to grasp Luo Bai's intent. Luo Bai was essentially conveying, if you wish for vengeance, pursue it. And should your conscience weigh heavily upon you someday, I will bring him back. If his existence brings you discontent, you may slay him anew. Regardless of your choices, I will manage the consequences, so do not burden yourself with overthinking. Enlightened by Luo Bai's sentiment, Stark's internal strife dissipated, yielding a newfound clarity. Is it truly possible? He asked, momentarily stunned. Luo Bai replied with calm assurance. Others may falter, but I am a sorcerer. Stark, still apprehensive, continued. But will this not pose any danger to you? What of the world? Luo Bai shook his head, responding earnestly, no. A sorcerer, upon acquiring power, will inevitably alter certain events for a reason, just as Doctor Strange once resurrected Wong using the Time Stone to save him. If a specific anchor point or pivotal event in the universe is altered, it will undoubtedly instigate a transformation across the cosmos. However, Bucky's situation will not disrupt the world, so any changes here are inconsequential. In truth, Luo Bai and Bucky are strangers. This affair originally pertains solely to Stark and Bucky. Captain America, as Bucky's friend, became involved, while Luo Bai, as Stark's ally, also took part. Since both were engaged, Stark's perspective is inherently his own. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai calmly elucidated. I will not interfere with any decisions you make, Tony. However, I have pledged to support you, regardless of your choice. Seemingly bolstered by Luo Bai's affirmation, Stark's resolve intensified. People often experience regret or guilt, typically because this world offers no remedy for such feelings. Yet, when one possesses a friend who can provide a chance for atonement, the decision becomes far less daunting. What you must do is honor your true feelings in the present moment. Contemplating this, Stark cast an angry glare at Bucky and declared, I now only wish for him to atone for his actions. At this, Captain America's eyes widened in disbelief. Bucky had only just been revived. How could he allow him to perish once more? Realizing this, Captain America urgently interjected, Stark, you cannot do this. Bucky, before Captain America could finish, Stark interrupted. I acknowledge he was manipulated by Hydra, but right now, at least in this moment, I cannot forgive him. I am not a saint, Steve. With that, Stark shouted, Peter, restrain him. Peter Parker, taken aback by the unexpected involvement, stammered, wait, how do you know my name? As he spoke, he unleashed webbing to ensnare Captain America. Seizing the opportunity while Captain America was immobilized, Stark fired a laser at Bucky once more. And thus, Bucky met his demise yet again. Bucky, Captain America cried out, his emotions clearly unraveling. In that moment, he was consumed by anger, yet tinged with desperation. He cast his gaze towards Luo Bai, hastily inquiring, you just resurrected Bucky. So you can still bring him back, right? Indeed, I could, but I shall not do so again, Luo Bai replied. Why not? Captain America probed. Just as you aided Bucky, I have chosen to assist Tony. Unless he desires it, I shall not expend my efforts, Luo Bai articulated. Captain America seemed to comprehend. Persuading Stark would be far more manageable than swaying Luo Bai. Reflecting on this, he softened his tone and asked, Tony, you are well aware that Bucky was manipulated. Why not consider inquiring about Bucky's feelings before deciding on vengeance? No matter his stance, he remains a murderer. He must be held accountable and face the appropriate consequences. Steve, do not forget that the shield you wield was crafted by my father. He once placed immense trust in you, yet I believe you are unworthy of bearing this shield. Stark declared. No sooner had he spoken than Luo Bai interjected, Steve, if your beloved were slain, do you believe the perpetrator ought to face the due punishment? Indeed. Captain America had someone dear to him. Seemingly struck by a thought, he fell silent this time. Perhaps clinging to a thread of hope, he turned to Stark and posed. I concede that Bucky bears some responsibility. Would you be willing to grant him a chance? A chance to live? I am uncertain, Stark muttered. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Captain America ceased further dialogue, simply handing the shield to Stark. After Stark accepted the shield, he departed, cradling Winter Soldier's lifeless form. Observing Captain America's retreating silhouette, Stark recognized that their connection would likely not extend further. The Avengers had irrevocably fractured, though a tinge of sorrow lingered within him. Stark found solace in the presence of Luo Bai. Turning to Luo Bai, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Luo Bai. I understand your mention of resurrecting Bucky was meant to provide me an avenue of retreat. Actually, I merely wished to convey. Do not overthink it. Stark, simply be yourself. Luo Bai replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Peter Parker excitedly interjected. Sorry to interrupt, but you are the sole sorcerer, right? Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback. Shifting his gaze to the fully equipped Spider-Man beside him, he chuckled lightly and greeted. Hello, Peter Parker. Peter Parker exclaimed. Wait, how do you all know my name? Chapter 94. So I've been pretending for nothing. Peter Parker had always believed he was adept at concealing his identity. Yet it seemed everyone was aware of who he truly was. He was fully armored. How could they accurately call him by his name? This shouldn't be. How do you know I'm Peter Parker? He muttered in confusion. Realizing that admitting his identity outright might not be prudent, he attempted to wriggle free. No, I'm actually not Peter Parker. I'm Ned Leeds. Before he could finish, Stark interrupted. Ned Leeds is your friend. You both are high school students. Peter Parker fell silent. Before he could speak again, Stark continued. Peter, hiding your identity in front of a sorcerer is not a wise choice. He is far more formidable than you may think. All right, this perspective bore some merit. After all, given Luo Bai's earlier display of abilities, resurrecting the deceased, Peter Parker realized this sorcerer was indeed extraordinary. After all this, he had been pretending for naught. Relinquishing his struggle, Peter Parker conceded. Okay, my name is indeed Peter Parker. As Mr. Stark just mentioned, I am a high school student. It is a pleasure to meet you. Once Peter Parker began speaking, he poured forth words like a dam bursting. Indeed, just as Stark was about to utter something, Peter Parker excitedly blurted, Mr. Stark, I have admired you for a long time. Your suits are incredibly impressive. I truly idolize you. Well, that was in the beginning. I apologize, Mr. Stark. Once I learned that there are sorcerers in this world, I began to focus my admiration on Sorcerer Luo Bai. Though I still greatly respect you, I must admit my admiration for Sorcerer Luo Bai has intensified. Magic. This world possesses magic. How cool is that? Peter Parker rambled on, as Luo Bai had already discerned. Spider-Man was quite the chatterbox. Compared to Peter Parker, Stark had grown relatively quiet. He realized that if he did not intervene, this lad could speak endlessly. Eventually, Stark could no longer contain himself and interrupted. All right, kid, I understand your point. You are essentially saying you idolize Luo Bai, correct? Yes, he is a sorcerer. That is so cool, Peter Parker exclaimed with enthusiasm. To prevent him from continuing, Stark quickly interjected, I know, that is indeed fascinating. But I must stress that anything you hear or see today must remain confidential, especially regarding Luo Bai's ability to resurrect the dead. Seemingly aware of Stark's serious demeanor, Peter Parker's earlier excitement transformed into earnestness. He recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly replied, I understand, Mr. Stark. Rest assured, I will not disclose anything I witnessed today, absolutely not. Satisfied with his assurance, Stark intended to send him on his way. All right, kid. Go back and focus on your studies. After all, Peter Parker had been rather noisy, and Stark desired some peace. Although Stark said nothing, Peter Parker gleaned the essence of the situation through observation and listening. He understood that Stark's mood was likely quite poor, so he nodded seriously and replied, Then I shall take my leave, Mr. Stark. As Peter Parker prepared to depart, Stark suddenly called out to him, Kid, you must have gathered all the information while standing there, right? Peter Parker paused, nodding in confusion. I seem to have inadvertently learned everything. Do you think there is an issue with that? Stark inquired. It was evident that he remained conflicted regarding Bucky. Thus, he sought Peter Parker's perspective. Perhaps because Peter Parker was merely a high school student, his thoughts were considerably more innocent. Yet, it was precisely due to his youth that such matters might be challenging for him to fathom. In an instant, he appeared somewhat flustered. I apologize, Mr. Stark. I do not know if what you are doing is right or wrong, but if I were in your position, I would likely harbor resentment towards Bucky. Peter Parker contemplated before arriving at his conclusion. I understand, Stark replied. Peter Parker nodded, and in the next moment, he departed. Once Peter Parker had left, only Luo Bai and Stark remained upon the battlefield. Stark's emotions were still a tangle of complexity. He felt fatigued and yearned to return. Yet, he knew that if he did so, Pepper would undoubtedly press him for answers. Thus, he inquired of Luo Bai, Are you free? Yes. May I come over for a while? Of course, stay as long as you like. After all, the deed to my place is still in your name, Luo Bai chuckled. Stark seemed to recall something and hurriedly clarified. That was not my intention. I genuinely intended to gift you that house. However, I was initially concerned about tax implications, and, to avoid complications, I refrained from transferring it. If it bothers you, I can certainly arrange for the transfer. That's quite cumbersome. It's perfectly fine as it is, replied Loki, as he activated the portal. The moment the portal opened, the two found themselves in Loki's apartment. At that moment, Wanda and Polaris were seated on the sofa, engrossed in the news. The report detailed the activities of Hydra and the Insight program. Through investigations by various superpowered individuals, Hydra's previous misdeeds had been unearthed. The information revealed in the news indicated that numerous international conflicts had been orchestrated by Hydra. Hydra maintained close ties with the Nazis, leveraging their resources and influence to manipulate international politics and economic landscapes, thereby indirectly instigating or exacerbating global conflicts and warfare to fulfill their own objectives. The war in Sokovia was inextricably linked to Hydra's machinations. As the two were deep in concentration, Loki and Stark's arrival caught their attention. Master Loki, Mr. Stark, you've arrived, Polaris exclaimed, rising to greet them. Are you two watching the news? Loki inquired. Polaris nodded earnestly, responding, Wanda and I are watching a news segment about Hydra. Master Loki, are you aware of the situation with Hydra? Indeed, Loki affirmed with a nod. As soon as he spoke, Polaris erupted with indignation. Hydra is utterly brazen. They dare to live stream threats against all superpowered individuals on Earth. How audacious. In light of this, Stark, who had initially felt somewhat downcast, couldn't resist teasing Polaris. Indeed. I share your sentiment. They even introduced themselves. Now the entire world knows where Hydra's base is located. I suspect they are in for a rough time. Polaris scoffed at this. Chapter 95. Well, it seems the criticism has turned back on oneself. Polaris, still quite young, had not yet grasped the implications of Hydra's self-identification during the live broadcast. Observing her confusion, Stark could not help but respond. Don't you find it odd that Pierce announced their identity and revealed Hydra's secrets? Polaris looked momentarily taken aback, glancing between Stark and Loki, before asking, "What is wrong with that? Isn't he merely threatening us?" Stark shrugged, speaking with resignation, but by doing so, he effectively placed Hydra in a position of vulnerability. Does Hydra possess the capability to contend with all superpowered individuals on Earth? Certainly not. If Master Loki intervened, Hydra's base would have been obliterated long ago. Polaris replied earnestly, "Please, how dare Hydra presume such audacity? There are more superpowered individuals on Earth than one could imagine." Reflecting on this, Polaris muttered, "I can't fathom why they believe they can confront all the superpowered beings on Earth. He acts thus because he is under Loki's control. The Insight program was announced by you, Master Loki. It is meant to inform the world that we are currently in grave danger," Stark elucidated. With this clarification, Polaris finally began to comprehend. "I thought something felt amiss. Now it all makes sense." She realized that Hydra's foolish actions were entirely due to their manipulation. Stark nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Upon hearing this, Loki couldn't help but interject, "Stark, I would advise against such statements." Stark looked surprised and asked, "Why? Have you forgotten that you once engaged in similar behavior, which nearly resulted in your home being destroyed?" Loki replied. Memories of the past surged back, and Stark had to concede that his previous actions had indeed been quite foolish. "Well, it seems I've inadvertently turned the criticism upon myself. Had it not been for Loki's presence, he and Pepper might have faced dire consequences." Sighing, Stark resignedly admitted, "I acknowledge that I can be rather foolish at times. However, I was extremely angry." This prompted Loki to recall something and inquire, "By the way, how is Happy doing?" "He is recovering very well," Stark responded. As he spoke, Stark's gaze shifted to Wanda. His previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of solemnity. He seemed troubled by Captain America's words, and thus intended to discuss the matter of Bucky with Wanda. Some issues cannot be resolved through avoidance. Taking a deep breath, Stark began, "Wanda, I understand that you and your family harbor intense hatred towards me. I have recently undergone some experiences that may help me grasp your animosity. If you truly wish to take my life, I will not resist. I will also ensure that Loki does not intervene." Stark spoke with utmost seriousness, causing Wanda, who had remained silent until then, to focus her attention on him. At that moment, Wanda was silent, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. "I do harbor a deep-seated hatred for you, Stark. In fact, from the very beginning, I struggled to comprehend why everyone deemed you innocent in this matter. Yet now, I believe I have begun to understand. However, the hatred I have nurtured since childhood, even towards Stark Industries, has become the driving force of my existence. When I finally realized that my hatred was misplaced, my life suddenly lost its direction. Frankly, I am incredibly confused at this moment." Wanda lamented. She had long despised Stark due to the missile emblazoned with the word Stark Industries that had fallen into her home during her childhood, compounded by Hydra's rampant propaganda. This had led her to mistakenly believe that Stark had instigated the war. Yet, after diligently examining the news and Hydra's records, she came to understand that Stark Industries merely sold arms. Stark's greatest fault lay in his failure to restrict buyers. They were often unaware of where their weapons would be utilized. Moreover, it was crucial to note, as Polaris had mentioned, that Stark was notorious for being a playboy and had not actively managed his company, which was under Obadiah's control. Considering the timeline, Wanda's home had been destroyed by a Stark Industries missile when Stark himself was likely still quite young. Stark Industries had merely continued its standard operating procedures, with Stark merely holding the title of responsible party. It was only after being captured by terrorists that he began managing the company seriously, with his first action being to shut down Stark weapons. He even had a confrontation with Obadiah over it. If one were to assign blame, Stark might not even be considered a primary culprit. The true instigators were unquestionably Hydra, followed by the neighboring countries of Sokovia that initiated the conflict, the armies that purchased weapons for warfare, those who ordered missile launches, and finally, Stark Industries and Stark themselves as the sellers of weapons. In retrospect, she realized she ought to have directed her animosity along the lines of accountability. Only when she comprehended the entirety of the situation did she suddenly feel as though she had harbored animosity towards the wrong individual from the very beginning. After all these years of hatred, had she truly despised the wrong person? At that moment, Wanda felt a profound sense of confusion. Stark, fully aware of her bewilderment, began to elucidate. "I can empathize with your feelings, for I, too, have just undergone a significant revelation." Wanda seemed to grasp the nature of his ordeal. "You mean your parents?" Stark, taken aback, inquired, "How did you know?" "There are reports circulating online detailing all the files related to Hydra, including videos of the Winter Soldier's covert assassinations, one of which appears to pertain to your father," Wanda responded. Stark was momentarily stunned. He had been preoccupied with pressing matters and had not kept abreast of the news. Upon hearing Wanda's revelation, he hastily opened the news feed, discovering a plethora of videos and a meticulously compiled dossier. It contained a comprehensive list of all individuals assassinated by the Winter Soldier from World War II to the present, a staggering number. Each one a significant figure from various nations, whose untimely demise had been orchestrated by the Winter Soldier. Among them was Stark's father, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and a titan of industry in the United States. His pivotal role in the nation had marked him as a target for assassination. Although the Winter Soldier had indeed been brainwashed by Hydra, the high-profile nature of their victims had led to a considerable international divide regarding their actions. Nonetheless, the current stance of the United States was to pursue all Hydra members, including the Winter Soldier. Any resistance would be met with lethal force, given the perceived threat that Hydra members posed. Simultaneously, the International Security Council had called upon all superpowered individuals to assist in the manhunt. Following the emergence of the Hydra incident, it became abundantly clear that human capabilities alone were insufficient to combat such dangers. After viewing the footage of his father's murder, Stark fell into a deep silence. "I find it impossible to forgive him," he finally uttered, his voice heavy with hatred and trembling with emotion. The impact of that video was indeed profound for Stark, as it depicted the moment when Bucky had personally taken his father's life. As Stark grappled with his turbulent emotions, Wanda interjected, "That is entirely understandable. Were I in your position, I would be unable to forgive. I would seek vengeance myself." Stark was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a response from Wanda. "I assumed you would advocate for my forgiveness of him, just as you have forgiven me," he replied, perplexed. Wanda, with a cold demeanor and simmering resentment, declared, "If it were you who had launched the missile that destroyed my home, regardless of your awareness, I would have slain you without hesitation. While I still hold you accountable for selling those missiles and harbor no fondness for you, it seems that the blame does not solely rest upon your shoulders." From Wanda's words, it was evident that although she had realized Stark was not her true enemy, she still struggled to adopt a cordial disposition towards him. After all, Stark could not be entirely absolved of responsibility, at the very least. He had grossly neglected his managerial duties. Stark, fully aware of her implications, promptly acknowledged, "I understand your sentiments. That is precisely why I shut down Stark Industries long ago. Upon your arrival, I recognized the gravity of the situation and began to provide resources to those in war-torn regions, striving to protect this planet to the best of my abilities. However, I do not wish to portray my actions as particularly noble. These are merely my obligations." Wanda's indifferent retort came swiftly, "Your actions are of no concern to me." This statement rendered Stark silent. Perhaps he understood that Wanda's feelings towards him could not transform overnight, which is why he chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he turned to Polaris and asked, "Is there anything you require? I can arrange for assistance." Since Wanda and Quicksilver had taken residence in the villa, Stark had frequently dispatched individuals to deliver supplies, money, daily necessities, and even luxuries, every couple of days. Not to mention, the funds Stark sent had long since proven to be more than adequate. Realizing this, Polaris quickly responded, "We lack for nothing, Mr. Stark. We cannot possibly exhaust our funds." Still somewhat concerned, Stark reminded her, "If there is anything you need, please inform me or let the person I send know. They will ensure you are well taken care of." At that moment, Wanda spoke up, "You need not concern yourself with these offerings. I have no interest in what you provide. If you truly wish to make amends, assist me in eliminating the Hydra operatives. Had it not been for them, Sokovia would never have fallen into chaos, and Quicksilver and I would not be homeless." Her voice carried a palpable fury. In truth, upon realizing Hydra's deceitful plans, Wanda had contemplated rushing to annihilate them. However, Polaris had restrained her, insisting that they wait for Loki's return to seek his counsel before taking action. Although Wanda was still relatively unfamiliar with Loki, given his infrequent appearances, she had developed a strong rapport with Polaris over their time together, which encouraged her to heed Polaris's advice. Now, seeing Loki and Stark return, she wondered if perhaps Stark could aid her in her quest for vengeance. After all, Stark was likely just as incensed with Hydra as she was. Indeed, Stark had already been contemplating such a course of action. "I do intend to journey to Sokovia and inspect Hydra's base. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have gone," Stark declared, his teeth clenched in anger. His hatred for Hydra was palpable. However, after the events that had transpired, he felt the need to pause and recalibrate his mindset. Moreover, he faced another pressing issue. The Avengers had seemingly disbanded, and he doubted his ability to safeguard the Earth alone. At present, the only individual he felt he could wholeheartedly trust was Loki. Yet, as the Sorcerer Supreme, Loki often confronted enemies beyond the earthly realm, creating a void in the planet's defense. Contemplating this dilemma, Stark voiced his concerns. The Avengers are dissolved, and I am uncertain whether I can protect the Earth single-handedly. His words were directed at Loki, who had long anticipated this outcome. Thus, he had formed alternative plans. Numerous organizations exist that could protect the Earth. The Avengers were merely one of them. Perhaps we could establish a new organization ourselves? Loki proposed. Stark immediately echoed his sentiment. Do you have intentions of doing so? That would be splendid. If you were to create an organization, I would be the first to join without hesitation. Just direct me. I am at your service. Stark had long awaited this opportunity. He had never been particularly inclined to join the Avengers, primarily due to his aversion to Nick Fury. Yet at that time, Fury was the only one who had orchestrated a protective organization for the planet, and their goals aligned, leading Stark to join. However, if Loki were willing to create a new organization, Stark would be more than eager to participate, even if it meant contributing financially. However, Luo Bai hesitated slightly. I have indeed contemplated the establishment of an organization dedicated to the protection of Earth, yet such an entity would require management, which I find rather cumbersome. I will handle the management. You merely need to issue commands, Stark promptly declared. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai acquiesced. Very well. Do you have any thoughts regarding the personnel for this organization? It cannot consist solely of the two of us. Stark inquired. What do you think of Lorna? Luo Bai suggested. Unexpectedly, Polaris, who had been standing idly by, was caught off guard by the sudden mention of her name. Clearly bewildered, she pointed at herself and asked, Me? Of course. Let us not forget, you two possess superhuman abilities, Luo Bai replied with a smile. Polaris, while aware of her powers, had not anticipated that Luo Bai would welcome her inclusion. She had assumed her role would be limited to that of a housekeeper. Realizing this, Polaris nodded in agreement. I had not forgotten. I merely thought you intended for me to serve as a housekeeper. Your ability to manipulate magnetic fields is far too valuable for such a role. From now on, you shall join Tony in safeguarding the Earth. However, given your emotional fluctuations, it would be prudent to heed Tony's counsel during operations, Luo Bai advised. Absolutely. I will manage my emotions with utmost diligence. Polaris enthusiastically concurred. With Polaris's inclusion, Stark was naturally elated. After all, she possessed the extraordinary ability to control magnetic fields. However, the duo still seemed a trifle insufficient in number. Reflecting on this, Stark quickly asked, while Polaris's capabilities are indeed impressive, two individuals may be somewhat lacking. Actually, I believe Peter Parker would be a valuable addition as well, Luo Bai proposed. Are you referring to that high school student we encountered earlier? Stark pondered, unable to suppress his curiosity. Isn't he a bit too young? Indeed, but you can mentor him. Luo Bai replied. I had already considered that. I have been keeping an eye on him for quite some time. Stark eagerly asserted. I think you might also persuade Dr. Banner to join us, though the only complication lies in managing Hulk's appearances. As for Asgard, Odin has entrusted his two sons to me. So I believe Thor will also join our cause, Luo Bai continued. Goodness, negotiating directly with Odin. All right. For now, these are the individuals that come to mind. We can reassess should any others arise later, Stark mused, still somewhat dazed. Luo Bai then spoke again, prompting Stark to nod and pose the question. Have you thought of a name for this organization now that we have a preliminary roster? Every organization ought to have a name, after all. To be candid, Luo Bai found the task of naming rather challenging. Consequently, he resolved to borrow one. It was merely a name, after all. There was no need to overthink it. How about we call it the Justice League? Luo Bai suggested. That works, Stark immediately agreed. So what shall we do next? Should we go confront Hydra? You and Lorna can handle that. I have other matters to attend to, Luo Bai replied. He had to deal with Dormammu's recent plans to come to Earth, and besides, he was feeling a bit peckish. Chapter 97. Are you just charging up? Stark and Polaris swiftly departed for Hydra's base in Sokovia. After their departure, Wanda spoke up. You told me to wait, and even took me in at your home, which must have been to make me aware of Hydra's schemes, right? Indeed, Luo Bai nodded in affirmation. When I learned you were at Hydra's experimental facility awaiting human trials, I realized you had been deceived by them, so I brought you out. I understand now. I admit, I joined Hydra initially because I was misled. Their words and actions do not align. They claim to protect this Earth, yet they instigate war time and again, Wanda murmured. At that moment, her gaze reflected confusion and helplessness. She had once believed that Hydra was her only ally, only to discover they were the epitome of villainy. They were the architects of war, responsible for all tragedy. Now, Wanda felt as though, apart from Quicksilver, she had no one left to trust. It seemed the world had forsaken her, leaving her uncertain of her future. perhaps due to Luo Bai's kindness towards her, coupled with Polaris's presence. Wanda seized the opportunity to speak her truth. In truth, I do not wish to learn magic. I confess that my initial agreement to return with you was merely to be closer to Stark. I have contemplated killing him countless times, until just now. I know. Luo Bai nodded. He had long been aware of Wanda's true feelings, having discussed them privately with Stark. However, Stark's stance on the matter was unequivocal. He did not fear death. If Wanda truly desired vengeance, she could pursue it at any moment. Thus, Luo Bai had never sought to hinder her actions. He merely hoped Wanda would come to see the truth. My purpose in bringing you back was straightforward, to help you grasp the full truth of the situation and to teach you magic, enabling you to harness your powers. Of course, the decision to learn magic rests with you, and I will not impose it upon you. I believe you now comprehend the truth. If you choose not to remain here, you are free to leave. I respect any choice you make, Luo Bai stated. Wanda remained silent, seemingly torn. Apart from this place, she and Quicksilver had long since lost their home, and she was uncertain of where to go. Thus, she hesitated. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Wanda suddenly posed a question. If I learn the truth and still choose to kill Stark, would you intervene? Luo Bai was not surprised by her inquiry and responded promptly, I would not. Wanda appeared taken aback, incredulously asking, He is your friend, will you not help him? I will not, Luo Bai replied earnestly. However, as his friend, I cannot guarantee that I would prevent Stark from returning. At this, Wanda seemed to grasp the implications. She opted for silence. Luo Bai understood that she was in a tumultuous emotional state and did not intend to intrude. Take some time to rest. Since you do not wish to learn magic, I will not force you. If you decide to leave, you need not say anything to me, but at the very least, you should bid farewell to Lorna. She considers you a friend, Luo Bai suggested. With that, he opened a portal, preparing to depart for the New York Sanctum. Just then, Wanda called out to him. You previously mentioned that if I stayed with you, I could find stability, and that neither I nor Quicksilver would ever have to wander again, and no one could harm us. Is that promise still valid? Of course, Luo Bai affirmed with a nod. I must admit, the magic book you provided has proven quite useful. I feel as though a power within me has been awakened, and I seem to be able to wield my magic with newfound ease. Could you provide me with another book to peruse? Wanda inquired. She then returned the magic book she had previously borrowed from Luo Bai, her intent clear. She was considering staying and learning magic. Thinking this over, Luo Bai accepted the magic book back and handed her another. Then take a look at this. If you encounter anything unclear, feel free to ask me. I have no idea where to find you, Wanda sighed in exasperation. She had been here for quite some time, having encountered Luo Bai only 2 or 3 times. This supreme sorcerer was exceedingly busy. Call me. Lorna knows my number, or you could simply come to the New York Sanctum to find me, Luo Bai remarked. The New York Sanctum? What is that place? Wanda inquired. You will discover it, Luo Bai replied earnestly. To ordinary individuals, the New York Sanctum may not exist. But for you, it is right before your eyes. After saying this, he departed. Wanda remained silent, merely shrugging her shoulders before opening the grimoire to peruse its contents. Upon returning to the New York Sanctum, Luo Bai initially intended to absorb dark energy, as he was in dire need of recharging. However, upon his arrival, he unexpectedly encountered Mordo, who was clearly seeking him out. Master Mordo, do you require something from me? Luo Bai asked. Upon seeing Luo Bai, Mordo first offered a respectful bow before articulating his purpose. Supreme Sorcerer, I happen to come looking for you. I must propose something. I have a strong feeling that Wong has been rather distracted lately, Mordo lamented. As he mentioned this, Luo Bai began to grasp the situation. Just as he was about to speak, Mordo continued, during my visits to the library, I have noticed several instances of him either sleeping with an eye patch or watching shows while listening to music. He has even placed the forbidden books, which were originally secured on the topmost level of the library, in the most conspicuous locations. Were it not for this peculiar situation, I would not have brought it up. But I have recently observed numerous sorcerers wandering about the library without borrowing any books. They seem rather odd, though I cannot pinpoint exactly what is strange about them. The most concerning aspect is that Wong, the librarian, appears unconcerned. I have warned him. Yet he not only ignored me, but also shot me a disdainful glance before returning to sleep. Supreme Sorcerer, I am quite worried about the library's collection, Mordo reprimanded, revealing his deep disdain for Wong's irresponsible behavior. While it was not out of the question to inform Mordo of the situation, considering his overly straightforward nature, it might not be wise to disclose everything. What if Dormammu caught wind of it? With this thought in mind, Luo Bai promptly responded, Indeed, it is excessive. Master Mordo, I will reprimand Wong for this. He certainly needs a stern talking to. Absolutely, such behavior is intolerable, Mordo agreed. As the elder brother of Kamartaj, Mordo held a similar rank to Wang, even slightly superior, which justified his comments. However, Luo Bai reminded him, I will address this matter, but for now, the librarian is still Wang, so Master Mordo, please refrain from interfering too much. Mordo clearly understood and replied, I am merely offering a suggestion. I shall take my leave. With that, he departed. Once he was alone, Luo Bai began to contemplate the situation. It seemed imperative that he summon Dormammu to Earth quickly, lest the night grow long and dreams turn troublesome. With this thought, he ascended to the second floor at lightning speed. Upon entering the mirror dimension, he commenced an indiscriminate absorption of dark energy from all the dark realms of the multiverse. Simultaneously, Mephisto, Dormammu, and Shumagorath sensed the anomaly. Enough already. Is this ever going to end? You're back again. You think we're your personal charging station, don't you? Just here to recharge whenever you please? This is utterly intolerable. Seriously, can you tone it down a bit? Hello. Chapter 98. The Lord of Hell delivers dinner. Luo Bai continued to siphon energy from various dark dimensions. The perspectives of Shumagorath, Mephisto, and Dormammu, the three lords of their respective dimensions, were markedly different. Shumagorath was actually inclined to bless Luo Bai, hoping to use him as a conduit for his descent to Earth. However, he was perplexed as the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. After all, Luo Bai was merely a human. Logically, after absorbing such considerable dark energy, his very being and soul should have been consumed and wholly controlled by Shumagorath. Yet, the outcome was quite the opposite. His own power was bestowed upon Luo Bai, who remained beyond his control. This made no sense. How could a mere human possess such formidable willpower and mental fortitude? The more Shumagorath pondered, the more he felt he had been outmaneuvered by Luo Bai. Realizing he might have been deceived, Shumagorath promptly resolved to find another vessel to facilitate his entry into Earth. The current circumstances had completely slipped from his grasp. It should have been him bestowing power upon Luo Bai, yet it appeared that Luo Bai was siphoning his strength instead. Frustrated, Shumagorath decided to hasten his descent to Earth, requiring the selection of a new pawn. It was evident that he was not alone in this thought. Dormammu and Mephisto harbored similar intentions. As lords of the dark dimensions, both had somewhat volatile tempers, and their patience had worn thin. The two irascible brothers resolved to head directly to Earth, regardless of whom they might encounter, even if it meant clashing with Shumagorath. They were determined to claim Luo Bai's human soul. Unlike Dormammu, while Mephisto hailed from a dimension of evil, his dominion over the hellish realm was in close proximity to Earth. He strengthened his powers by collecting souls and nurturing humanity's faith in Satan, the devil, enabling him to capture human souls with ease. Consequently, he could possess a particular devotee and directly descend to Earth. As for Dormammu, due to the vast distance of his dimension from Earth, he required his followers to activate a summoning array to bring him forth. Thus, it was Mephisto who first descended to Earth. Although Mephisto was currently seething with rage, he maintained a semblance of rationality. Considering that Luo Bai had caught the attention of both Dormammu and Shumagorath, he recognized that Luo Bai was no ordinary individual. Therefore, he decided to possess the body of a dying elderly man to assess the situation. Suddenly, an unwelcome guest arrived on Earth, and the energy felt all too familiar, prompting Luo Bai to take notice. The moment he sensed the presence, he opened his eyes and ceased his absorption of dark energy. Before he could discern the identity of the intruder, Wang and Mordo appeared before him. Supreme Sorcerer, there's a situation. We have detected the invasion of malevolent forces into Earth. Wang exclaimed hurriedly. Mordo quickly added, currently, we can observe the fluctuations of dark energy on Earth intensifying, but we cannot ascertain the identity of the invading Dark Lord or the source of the energy. We can only confirm that this Dark Lord has indeed arrived on Earth. Supreme Sorcerer, should Kamartaj enter battle readiness immediately? Their urgency was apparent as they spoke, recognizing the grave threat posed by the intruder from the multiverse, whose powerful dark energy inevitably conjured thoughts of Dormammu. In fact, Kamartaj had faced off against Dormammu on numerous occasions, when Ancient One was still the Supreme Sorcerer. Countless sorcerers had battled Dormammu. Thanks to Ancient One's presence, Dormammu had always been repelled. Now, however, with Ancient One gone, though Luo Bai possesses quite remarkable innate abilities, the true extent of his strength remains shrouded in mystery. No one knows whether he can withstand the formidable might of Dormammu or the malevolent overlords from other dimensions. This uncertainty is precisely what renders Wang and Mordo anxious. Understanding their apprehension and considering the imminent arrival of a certain lord, Luo Bai resolved to take action to shield Earth from potential calamity. After a moment of contemplation, he issued a decree. In accordance with the counsel of the two mages, Kamartaj shall henceforth enter battle mode. Notify all mages to establish formations across the globe, and inform the mages of each temple to safeguard their sanctuaries. As for the New York temple, let it be temporarily guarded by Mage Modu. I shall venture forth to assess the situation. Neither Wang nor Modu voiced any dissent regarding Luo Bai's decision, promptly assenting, yes, Supreme Mage. However, a flicker of concern crossed Wang's face, prompting him to inquire, Supreme Mage, do you require my company on this journey? The Lords of the Dark Dimensions are formidable adversaries. Even if Dormammu is not among them this time, they should not be underestimated. Luo Bai understood Wang's concerns well. Yet, considering the relatively weak overall combat strength of Kamartaj and the presence of Dark Dimension followers, he deemed it prudent to avoid exposing them to unnecessary risks. Thus, he gently declined. Wang, your focus should remain on Kamartaj. As you are aware, Kamartaj is not entirely secure at present. Wang seemed to recall the recent incidents involving mages coveting the library's tomes, and he too recognized the gravity of the situation. I understand, Supreme Mage. Should we deal with those individuals if the situation arises? Wang inquired hastily. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before responding. If they have absorbed dark magical powers, you may find yourselves outmatched. My priority is to ensure the safety of every mage in Kamartaj. If a situation arises that you cannot handle, retreat is advisable. I will address the remainder. Upon hearing this, both Wang and Modu were momentarily taken aback. The mages of Kamartaj had historically prided themselves on their tenacity, often fighting to the last breath. The notion that the current Supreme Mage would suggest retreating if faced with insurmountable odds was surprisingly unorthodox. Though there was a certain logic to it, Wang couldn't help but voice his concern. Doesn't that imply we are utterly ineffectual? If the survival of Earth necessitates your sacrifice, I would certainly wish for you to charge valiantly into battle and etch your names into history. However, it is clear that this is not such a moment. Thus, sacrifices at this juncture are unwarranted, Luo Bai replied calmly. Wang found merit in this reasoning. He could not deny that he was increasingly fond of Luo Bai, the Supreme Mage. Unlike other Supreme Mages who preached selfless sacrifice, Luo Bai advocated for pragmatism, encouraging one to evade defeat, seek assistance, and avoid unnecessary loss of life. Such a philosophy resonated deeply with him. Naturally, the forthright Modu found this perspective somewhat difficult to digest. He seemed poised to offer a rebuttal, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Wang grasped his arm, urging, Modu, the situation is perilous. There is no time for explanations. We must prepare quickly. With that, Wang and Modu stepped through a portal. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Bai also activated a portal, transporting himself to the source of the dark energy, Las Vegas. Upon arriving at a hotel entrance in Las Vegas, Luo Bai raised his gaze, acutely aware of the pervasive dark aura permeating the building. It was intoxicating. The scent was so alluring that it felt as if it were beckoning him to partake in a feast. As fate would have it, the first being to arrive on Earth was not Dormammu, but rather you, the Lord of the Hellish Dimension, Mephisto. Luo Bai murmured to himself as he entered the hotel. Chapter 99. Mephisto, no way to win, not a chance at all. The magical formations of Kamartaj not only serve to detect intruders, but can also pinpoint their locations based on energy fluctuations. Thus, it is rare for multiverse invaders to elude the magical barriers established by Kamartaj's 3 great sanctuaries. Naturally, powerful invaders can conceal their energy to escape detection. However, even if most intruders manage to evade the magical formations, they are unlikely to escape Luo Bai's keen observation, particularly due to the influence of fairy power. Luo Bai had become acutely sensitive to energy. The more potent the energy, the more attuned he was to it, making it a straightforward task to track down Mephisto's whereabouts. Following the trail of dark energy, Luo Bai made his way to Las Vegas. Upon entering the hotel, he immediately sensed a stark difference. The first sight that met his eyes was not the lobby, but a river of blood-red energy that resembled a torrent of blood. Within this sanguine river lurked indistinct black shapes, writhing and howling, reminiscent of phantoms and demons alike. The entire atmosphere was drenched in an eerie gloom, with whispers occasionally brushing against his ears. While the content of these whispers remained indecipherable, they conveyed a sinister intent, as if demons were summoning him, attempting to ensnare his very soul. With a mere glance, Luo Bai discerned that Mephisto had established his own absolute domain here. He had transformed the hotel into a hellish realm, wielding absolute dominion over it. This was hardly surprising. After all, the one who initiates a domain possesses a certain advantage, which is why many powerful beings prefer to establish their territories before engaging in combat. For instance, Ancient One had a penchant for creating mirror dimensions. Taking the initiative grants one an upper hand, placing the adversary at a disadvantage. Unless the enemy possesses overwhelming power or one intends to show mercy, it is exceedingly difficult for them to triumph within a realm of your design. Upon entering the hotel, Luo Bai found himself devoid of any advantage, rendered a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Clearly, Mephisto shared this sentiment. Thus, upon Luo Bai's entrance, he could hardly contain his eagerness to reveal himself. Supreme Mage. If I recall correctly, the last Supreme Mage was Ancient One. I did not expect a change in leadership to occur so swiftly. As he spoke, Mephisto materialized at the center of the space. He was not quite as one might envision. Although Mephisto was a demon, he did not embody the typical demonic visage. Rather, he appeared as a frail, white-haired elder on the brink of death. This led Luo Bai to conclude that he was merely inhabiting another's body, and that his true form had not graced Earth. Luo Bai felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, perhaps he was not substantial enough for a proper feast. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai muttered in dissatisfaction, "As a lord of the hellish dimension, you should be furious that I have audaciously absorbed the power of your realm. Yet, you opt for caution by possessing another rather than arriving in your true form. In that case, you hardly seem as formidable as Dormammu." Mephisto initially intended to play the enigmatic puppeteer, toying with Luo Bai, the unsuspecting lamb. After all, Luo Bai's repeated attempts to siphon energy from his hellish dimension had greatly irked him. He never anticipated that Luo Bai would turn the tables and mock him first, suggesting that he was inferior to Dormammu. Instantly, Mephisto's true nature was unveiled, his demeanor shifting to one of furious indignation. "You speak nonsense. Dormammu was merely a biological entity of an alternate dimensional energy known as Falding. He achieved his status as the ruler of the dark dimension purely by fortune, stumbling upon an unclaimed dark realm. I am a demon. I came into existence long before humanity graced the earth. How dare you claim I am inferior to Dormammu?" Mephisto's fury was palpable, revealing his profound sense of grievance. Observing his agitation, Luo Bai smiled and inquired, "So, if you were to confront Dormammu, you would undoubtedly emerge victorious, correct? I am the illustrious lord of the Hell Dimension. Surely, Dormammu cannot prevail against me," Mephisto declared confidently. "Yet, Dormammu harbors a keen interest in my soul as well. You have come to Earth, have you not, with the intention of seizing my essence?" Luo Bai retorted, his tone laden with suspicion. At that moment, Mephisto discerned the young man's intentions. Luo Bai was evidently attempting to sow discord, inciting him to confront Dormammu. With a disdainful snort, Mephisto remarked, "Cunning Earth sorcerer, do you believe I cannot see through your trifling schemes? I am aware that both Zysorn and Dormammu covet your soul. However, the multiverse abides by certain rules. Should you consent to relinquish your soul to me, even Zysorn and Dormammu would dare not challenge me." "Rules? Do the lords of the dark dimensions still adhere to rules?" Luo Bai inquired incredulously. "While I too disdain such nonsensical regulations, overtly defying them would invite judgment. This universe is far grander than you can fathom. Aligning yourself with them offers no future, but I can grant you one." Mephisto continued, employing his usual tactics to beguile Luo Bai. His reluctance to act stemmed from the fact that he was unlike the other Dark Dimension lords. He relished the game of contracts, essentially trading souls for power. Thus, he often lured mortals with deceit and pacts to acquire their souls. This was how the Ghost Rider was born. "Clearly, I understand that the growth of Earth sorcerers is limited, for you are but human. To attain a higher threshold of power, one must siphon abilities from the multiverse. Yet such advancement is painfully slow. Should you choose to forge a pact with me, I can empower you with immense strength. Once you possess this power, you will be capable of safeguarding Earth. Child, collaborate with me, and I shall prove to you that following my lead is far more promising than aligning with those others." While speaking, Mephisto produced a contract, a familiar parchment inscribed with his formidable essence. Signing it would equate to a surrender of one's soul to him. Observing Mephisto extending the contract with his calloused hand, Luo Bai declined, stating, "I believe it would be prudent to draft an alternative contract. Might you consider my proposal instead?" With that, Luo Bai presented a new document. Mephisto appeared momentarily taken aback, yet he accepted the contract. Upon reviewing it, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The reversal of the heavenly axis. This is simply the reversal of the heavenly axis. Having served as the lord of the Hell Dimension for so long, it was his first encounter with someone offering him a contract. The terms were as follows. "I, Lord Mephisto of Hell, hereby pledge to periodically and quantitatively provide energy from the Hell Dimension to Supreme Sorcerer Luo Bai, and shall unequivocally obey his commands. Should I violate this pact, I will forfeit my status as Lord of Hell and face the fate of being devoured." Is the Supreme Sorcerer truly so audacious? Enraged, Mephisto reduced the contract to ashes. You ought not to provoke me, Earth Sorcerer. As he spoke, he unleashed a tremendous force. In an instant, the river of blood transformed into infernal flames, illuminating the entire space. The Lord of Hell enveloped the atmosphere, and the previously lurking demons emerged from the shadows, seemingly poised to heed Mephisto's command to tear Luo Bai asunder. You shall pay dearly for your foolishness, Mephisto hissed. In the next moment, the demons surged forward, rushing towards Luo Bai. Yet, Luo Bai remained unfazed, calmly observing the approaching horde before unleashing the power of the fairies. With a roar that resonated as though emanating from the very heart of the universe, darkness enveloped the entire space. Within this abyss, eyes that sparkled like stars greedily fixated on Mephisto, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. The once arrogant Mephisto was abruptly silenced. This feels like fairy power. Wait, isn't fairy power sealed? He pondered, bewildered. How could it manifest on Earth? Are you serious? You expect me to confront fairy power? Even if I summoned the entirety of Hell's might, it would scarcely suffice to contend with this force. In truth, Mephisto had never encountered fairy power, for it had originated eons ago. If one were to trace its lineage, it predated even his existence. Nevertheless, the reputation of fairy power was one he could not have overlooked. Legend spoke of it choosing a human as its host, and when in perfect harmony, the host could claim to be invincible against gods and demons alike. The Phoenix Force, renowned for its strength, had once been devoured by fairy power. The Celestial Assembly, formidable as they were, nearly faced annihilation. Ultimately, it was humanity's inherent weaknesses that led to the conflict and subsequent sealing of fairy power, for while it was immensely powerful, its potency relied heavily on its host. Isn't this supposed to be a mere legend, a force long sealed? Why has it not only re-emerged, but also manifested in the primary universe? Is this something I can contend with? Upon witnessing the manifestation of fairy power, Mephisto immediately sensed something amiss. No wonder this human had been absorbing dark energy daily, garnering interest from multiple lords regarding his soul. It appeared he truly treated them as a buffet. In light of this realization, the once haughty Mephisto promptly retreated in haste back to the Hell dimension. Little did he know that fairy power had already consumed the energy of the spatial gem. Following the energy fluctuations of Mephisto, Luo Bai harnessed the power of the spatial gem, arriving at the Hell dimension almost simultaneously. Upon seeing Luo Bai pursue him, Mephisto was left in shock. Spatial power? Isn't this the boundless energy of the cosmic gem? You consumed the spatial gem, Mephisto exclaimed in disbelief. Luo Bai responded with remarkable composure. There is nothing to astonish you, Mephisto. However, I must express my gratitude. He paused, glancing at the potent energies of the Hell dimension before continuing. Initially, I feared that your true form had not arrived on Earth, and that consuming it might not suffice. But now, you've unwittingly escorted me to your lair. While it may still not be enough, it is certainly an improvement over before. As he spoke, Luo Bai unleashed the fairy power. Starved for energy, it began voraciously absorbing the might of the Hell dimension, leaving Mephisto utterly horrified. His eyes widened in terror, mirroring the expression of a defenseless human witnessing a ferocious beast devouring its prey, knowing that escape was futile. For any movement could provoke the beast to consume him as well. With no other recourse, Mephisto resorted to moral coercion. You are the supreme sorcerer of Earth. If you truly devour the hellish dimension, word of this will swiftly traverse the entire multiverse. This is invasion. It is tantamount to declaring war upon the multiverse itself. He clearly intended to leverage the title of Supreme Sorcerer to compel Luo Bai to cease his actions. However, Luo Bai remained unperturbed, calmly retorting, No, Mephisto. You have misordered the sequence. It is you who invaded Earth first. The Sanctum of Kamartaj has already detected you as the invader. As the Supreme Sorcerer, I am combating the threat to our world. Mephisto was momentarily taken aback. It appeared he had a point. Damn it, why did he feel as though he had been outmaneuvered? It was no wonder Luo Bai possessed the power of fairies, yet had never launched an attack against the Lord of Hell, but rather occasionally came to siphon a bit of energy. He was clearly engaging in a form of entrapment, forcing them, lords of the dark dimensions, to endure until they became the invaders themselves. Then, he would possess a legitimate reason to retaliate? Even if this matter spread throughout the multiverse or reached the courts, could he claim self-defense? How could he, a dignified Lord of Hell, be outsmarted by a mere human sorcerer? Moreover, no one had informed him that the fairy power was on Earth. At this moment, Mephisto was seething with frustration. Yet, witnessing the fairy power poised to consume him, he ultimately relented. Supreme Sorcerer? I recall your name, Luo Bai, don't I? I believe we can negotiate further. Certainly. We can negotiate. You currently have two options, to sign a contract or to become sustenance, Luo Bai replied with a smile. Mephisto's eyes widened in fury. Luo Bai, I am sincerely attempting to negotiate with you. I am, after all, the lord of the hellish dimension. How could I possibly bow to a sorcerer from Earth? If this were to reach the multiverse, where would my dignity reside? This is utterly out of the question, Mephisto bellowed. Luo Bai shrugged nonchalantly and replied, So, there's nothing to negotiate then? Of course. Then you may rest assured to be consumed, demon. Choose one. I choose one. I will sign. I will sign. Just as the fairy power surged toward Mephisto, intending to devour him whole, Mephisto made his choice. Luo Bai, quick on the draw, immediately retracted the fairy power into his being. After a prolonged fusion, the fairy power seemed to have reached a spiritual consensus with Luo Bai. As long as it could be satiated, it would generally obey his command. After all, the fairy power was acutely aware of its need for a formidable host. It had once been outsmarted by its previous host, leading to its long confinement. Having learned from past missteps, this time the fairy power was notably obedient, retracting into Luo Bai's body without protest. Seeing Luo Bai effortlessly control the fairy power, Mephisto appeared somewhat astonished. As far as I know, the fairy power possesses a formidable autonomy. How is it that you can command it? Mephisto muttered, struggling to comprehend. But Luo Bai understood, after all. He was endowed with remarkable fortune. If there existed even a mere 0.1 chance, the fairy power might heed its host's will. Thus, his extraordinary luck would undoubtedly facilitate a flawless fusion, or else the goddess of fortune would not have permitted such a perilous force to inhabit Luo Bai's body. Naturally, Luo Bai chose not to respond. He had no obligation to do so. He merely offered Mephisto a friendly smile and stated, Earlier, I presented you with a contract. But you incinerated it. Therefore, you must draft a new one. Mephisto fell silent. Good heavens, not only must I accept an inequitable treaty, but I must also compose it myself? You are truly insufferable. What do you mean? You are absolutely correct. I shall write it now immediately. As he spoke, Mephisto prepared to draft the contract. In the next moment, Luo Bai interjected, It must be handwritten, identical in every respect to the previous version. Suppressing a torrent of rage, Mephisto begrudgingly penned a new contract and affixed his signature. After reviewing its contents, Luo Bai tucked it away. He glanced at the hellish dimension, now ravaged after being consumed by the fairy power, and sighed, Little Mephisto, you have much to improve upon. The power of your hellish dimension is insufficient to satisfy my needs. I shall return in a few days. Mephisto was taken aback. Little Mephisto? What sort of address is that? In a few days? Do you think I am some sort of automatic dark energy generator? You nearly consumed the hellish dimension just now, and you plan to return in a few days? This is exploitation. This is oppression. No matter how much energy I absorb, I cannot satiate the appetite of the fairy power. With this thought, Mephisto could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Please allow for more time. A few days is simply inadequate. As soon as he finished speaking, Mephisto suddenly recalled something and declared resolutely, Dormammu. Yes, that fellow is the lord of the dark dimension. The power within his realm must be formidable. As he spoke, Mephisto pondered, Dormammu. I cannot be the only one to suffer. We are all lords of our dimensions. You must help me share this burden. Chapter 101. None shall fare well. As fellow lords of dimensions, several of them had contended both openly and covertly. After all, none could endure the sensation of being subjugated. Now that the hellish dimension had just been drained by the fairy power, Mephisto's strength had been significantly diminished. How could he allow the other dark dimensions to remain uninvolved? If he could drag one down with him, it would be a victory. To preemptively avoid Luo Bai's daily bloodsucking, Mephisto promptly divulged information about Dormammu. In truth, Luo Bai had his own designs on Dormammu, but Dormammu, the lord of the dark dimension? Indeed, the dark dimension harbors immense power. However, I cannot simply venture into the dark dimension to confront him, Luo Bai mused, appearing contemplative. As soon as he spoke, Mephisto asserted confidently, Why not? There is no energy in the universe that the fairy power cannot consume. While Dormammu is indeed powerful in the dark dimension, even there, he cannot best the fairy power. It could easily devour the entirety of the dark dimension. While this may be true, I am still the supreme sorcerer. You just stated that I must protect Earth as its righteous guardian. It would be inappropriate for me to seek trouble with Dormammu in the dark dimension. I am not a dark sorcerer, Luo Bai responded earnestly and solemnly. These words left Mephisto at a loss for a retort. What a noble guardian of justice. Has the supreme sorcerer of Earth become so morally upright? You are even more insidious than we lords of the dark dimensions. Not only do you wish to absorb our energy, but you also lay claim to righteousness? You take all the benefits for yourself? Who would dare to contend with the Supreme Sorcerer? As Mephisto raged internally, Luo Bai unexpectedly posed a question. Isn't that right, little Mephisto? Though Mephisto longed to voice his true sentiments, he refrained from doing so, promptly replying, "Yes, I think you have a valid point." Yet he was truly reluctant to exclude Dormammu from the proceedings. At that moment, Loki spoke up. Why not seek out Dormammu and inquire about his opinion? Me? Venture into the dark dimension to find Dormammu? Mephisto was taken aback. Well, it's settled then. You shall ask Dormammu for his thoughts on my behalf, Loki muttered. Mephisto had just lost a substantial portion of his power. Now he was to approach Dormammu? In his own dimension, no less. Wasn't that tantamount to sending him to his doom? I cannot do that. Don't forget our contract, he protested. However, before he could finish, Loki interjected. Remembering the clause that mandated absolute obedience to Loki's wishes, Mephisto fell silent. In truth, you need not engage Dormammu in direct combat. Simply bringing him to Earth will suffice. The rest will be handled by me. Trust me, little Mephisto, I shall ensure your safety, Loki spoke earnestly. After all, who could be more reliable than Mephisto when it came to handling Dormammu's zealous followers? What if they clumsily failed to summon Dormammu? Mephisto's involvement would certainly inspire more confidence. Although he longed to refuse, not wanting to be merely a pawn, the contract left him no choice. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, "Very well, but you must guarantee my safety. You cannot abandon me." Mephisto spoke with utmost sincerity. Under normal circumstances, he would not require Loki's assistance. But he found himself in a weakened state and desperately needed Loki's protection. Rest assured, we are allies in this endeavor, Loki vowed with fervor. Mephisto remained silent. But inwardly he scoffed, not at all friendly. Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of your intentions to consume me. It seemed he had already begun to resign himself to fate, preparing to retaliate against the cosmos. Taking a deep breath, Mephisto cautiously suggested, "Actually, I know that aside from Dormammu, there are other malevolent lords in the universe. Why don't we discuss a strategy? I could persuade them to join us instead of you solely targeting me for energy absorption. I can barely cope with the power of the fairies. That might be feasible. It all depends on your persuasive skills," Loki replied after a moment of contemplation. "I'll handle the task, you need not worry," Mephisto assured, thumping his chest. Following their amicable negotiations, Loki departed the Hell Dimension and returned to the Sanctum in New York. At that moment, Mordo was vigilantly guarding the Sanctum, his furrowed brow betraying his profound anxiety and tension. Upon Loki's return, he rushed forward to inquire, "Supreme Sorcerer, what is the current situation?" "I have ascertained that the visitor was the Hell Lord Mephisto," Loki replied coolly. "Him." Mordo was taken aback. The texts of Kamartaj had recorded Mephisto as a formidable dimensional lord. The revelation of Mephisto's presence on Earth heightened Mordo's apprehension. Why would he personally come to Earth? "Supreme Sorcerer, is the planet in grave danger?" Mordo immediately pressed. Loki shook his head, reassuring him, "Do not be alarmed. I just spoke with him. He claimed he merely wished to visit Earth, harboring no ulterior motives. He has returned and stated that he is unlikely to come back." "What? He merely came to see Earth?" Mordo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Loki. "Indeed," Loki affirmed. However, at that moment, Mordo found it exceedingly hard to believe that Mephisto's intentions were as benign as a simple visit. After all, such malevolent lords typically arrived on Earth with chaos in mind. Yet, he felt compelled to trust Loki's words. Not only because Loki was the Supreme Sorcerer, but also due to the fact that the magical array had ceased its alarm. This indicated that the invader had indeed vanished. Nonetheless, what could have compelled Mephisto to leave Earth so easily? Could it have been that he was repelled by Loki? It seemed plausible. Clearly, Loki's power had grown immensely, a matter of great relief for both Kamartaj and Earth. Reflecting on this, Mordo exhaled with relief, remarking, "Fortunately, this time we faced no peril. However, these malevolent lords are exceedingly cunning. They will not simply relent. They are sure to devise another scheme to invade Earth." Loki did not elaborate further, merely nodding in agreement. "That is reasonable. I have a premonition that another Lord of the Dark Dimension will soon arrive." "The Lord of the Dark Dimension?" Dormammu. Just as Mordo had begun to relax, the mention of this name reignited his anxiety. That being would be far more formidable than Mephisto. Mordo lamented. It should be noted that the arch-nemesis of the Ancient One was none other than Dormammu. The extent of his power was well known throughout Kamartaj. He was certainly not as amenable as Mephisto. Should he arrive, the consequences for Earth could be catastrophic. In a state of panic, Mordo hastily inquired, "What should we do, Supreme Sorcerer? Should we not prepare the defenses in advance?" "Go," and also inform all the sorcerers. Loki instructed. Upon hearing this, Mordo promptly departed. Watching him leave, Loki couldn't help but ponder. Just in time, with Dormammu approaching. It was high time for Kamar-Taj to undergo some restructuring. Chapter 102. Dormammu, you have finally arrived. Meanwhile, in the Dark Dimension, after Loki's departure, Mephisto took a considerable time to regain his composure. Gazing at his nearly depleted realm, he found himself perplexed as to why the fairy power had manifested on Earth. Most perplexing was why such power was now wielded by a mere human. Unless, of course, the fairy power had fused with that individual. As the king of lies, Mephisto was accustomed to weaving deceitful tales. He excelled at ensnaring human souls with lies, leading to the common saying among humans, "Do not make deals with demons." Their words are all falsehoods. Yet the contract he had penned for Loki contained not an ounce of deceit. Furthermore, every word he spoke to Loki was sincere. He did not wish to deceive Loki. He simply did not dare. What if Loki discovered the truth? Would he still retain his hell dimension? The more he contemplated, the more stifled Mephisto felt. Throughout his long existence in this universe, he had always manipulated human emotions, yet here he was, reduced to a mere pawn in the hands of a human? Sigh. Mephisto let out a resigned sigh. Nevertheless, despite his vexation, he needed to ensnare the other malevolent lords. Otherwise, his diminutive hell dimension could not withstand the relentless turmoil wrought by the fairy power. With this thought, a plan began to form in Mephisto's mind, and he swiftly set it into motion. He dispatched invitations from the hell dimension to several malevolent lords he was familiar with. The invitation essentially proposed a game in which the participants would compete to transform Earth into their colony. The rules were simple. Whoever succeeded in colonizing Earth first would emerge victorious. After drafting the invitation, Mephisto utilized his abilities to send it out to the various evil lords. Certainly, in the invitation addressed to Dormammu, he elaborated with several additional remarks. It is uncertain how much time had elapsed, but the rulers of the various dimensions received this missive from the depths of hell. Upon receiving the invitation, the reactions of the dimension lords varied significantly. Notably, Dormammu exhibited the most intense response. In a state of urgency, he hastened towards Earth, summoning his followers forthwith. Meanwhile, at Kamar-Taj, the slumbering Caecilius was jolted awake as if responding to an unseen call. Sensing a disturbance, he quickly rose and gathered the cadre of sorcerers who had been following him. Subsequently, this assembly of mages made their way directly to the library. Among them were approximately 10 Kamar-Taj sorcerers, each bearing a fierce countenance, clearly prepared for battle. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the library's guardian, Wong. At that moment, to seize the tome detailing the summoning of Dormammu beneath Wong's vigilant gaze would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge. Thus, they were thoroughly prepared. To their astonishment, upon arriving at the library, they found it utterly deserted. Caecilius sensed something amiss and inquired of a nearby mage. "Where's Wong?" The accompanying sorcerer speculated. "He may have gone to guard the sanctum." Caecilius felt an unsettling strangeness but uttered no further words, entering the library to retrieve the Book of Cagliostro. The process of acquiring the book unfolded with remarkable ease. From the moment he entered the library until he left with the tome, not a single soul intervened. Though he sensed an oddity, Caecilius chose not to linger and departed without delay. After he and his cadre had vacated the premises, Wong and Mordo emerged from a portal. Upon stepping through the threshold, Wong could not suppress his incredulity, exclaiming, "I can scarcely believe they possessed the audacity to steal a book." This evening, Wong had been stationed at the library as usual when Mordo arrived, the first action being to whisk him away, warning that someone would attempt to steal a book that night. Without hesitation, Wong accompanied Mordo into another realm for inspection. Not long after, they witnessed Caecilius and his followers in the act of thievery. Upon this revelation, Wong first gauged the library's collection, swiftly confirming that the volume taken was indeed the Book of Cagliostro. This book contained instructions on how to summon Dormammu and rituals for drawing power from the Dark Dimension. "Thus, they have fallen," Wong muttered, his expression grave. Mordo remained composed, calmly inquiring, "I had assumed you were already aware of this matter." "I had my suspicions," Wong sighed, "but I did not anticipate the numbers would be so great." Ever since Mordo had alerted him, Wong had suspected that some sorcerers within Kamar-Taj had been seduced by Dormammu. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. Since its inception, Kamar-Taj had seen numerous mages depart due to their pursuit of dark magic. However, Wong had not foreseen this many succumbing to temptation, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. Fortunately, both Mordo and the Ancient One possessed the gift of foresight. Reflecting on this, Wong could not help but express relief. Thank goodness the Sorcerer Supreme foresaw this. What course of action should we take next? Shall we notify the sorcerers to pursue them? Wong promptly inquired. He had initially thought Mordo's earlier inaction concerning the mages seduced by Dormammu, allowing them to abscond with the book, was a strategy to gather evidence in order to thwart them. To his surprise, he heard Mordo's response. No need. Let them summon Dormammu. Wong was momentarily taken aback. Are you certain? Allowing them to bring Dormammu here? His astonishment was palpable, as he questioned whether he had misheard. Yet, Mordo affirmed, absolutely. The allure of dark power has always been an irresistible temptation for sorcerers. Even if we prevent Caecilius, others will inevitably succumb to darkness. The only way to resolve this is to confront the root of the problem. Wong grasped the implication. You don't mean to confront Dormammu directly, do you? He asked. Mordo nodded in response. That's about the gist of it. Once we deal with Dormammu, I will address the situation within Camartage. Wong was utterly astounded. He never expected that Mordo had been planning to confront Dormammu directly. I had assumed you wanted me to bide my time to identify the fallen sorcerers. But you intend to engage Dormammu in battle? He inquired. May I ask, can we even defeat Dormammu at this moment? Had the Ancient One been present to ally with Mordo, Wong would have felt a semblance of confidence. However, with the Ancient One absent and only Mordo remaining, Wong felt an overwhelming trepidation. Let us attempt it. After all, if we do not address this, there will only be more fallen sorcerers. Very well. You need not concern yourself with the ensuing matters. As before, simply keep watch over the library and the sanctum. I shall manage the rest, Mordo declared. With that, he departed. Once Mordo had left, Wong stood within the library, his heart laden with anxiety. Surely not to confront Dormammu can we truly succeed? The weight of uncertainty bore down on him ever since he learned of the current Sorcerer Supreme's intentions. Meanwhile, Mordo, having been informed of Dormammu's imminent arrival and Caecilius leading the corrupted sorcerers who had succumbed to dark magic and stolen the library's tomes, felt an even greater sense of urgency. He urged all the sorcerers to engage in rigorous training. Although Camartage appeared to function normally, each sorcerer was on edge. Save for Mordo, who maintained a semblance of calm. With little else to occupy his time, he spent most of his days in the sanctum of New York, continuing to absorb dark energy, until he suddenly sensed an eruption of potent dark power emanating from a location on Earth. In the next moment, he saw Wong and Mordo rushing towards him in a state of alarm. Sorcerer Supreme, Dormammu has arrived, they exclaimed. To be precise, Caecilius has summoned Dormammu. He has activated the summoning circle, and Dormammu is now on Earth. They burst through the door to deliver their urgent report. Wong nodded, and his expression indicated that he was already aware of the situation. I am aware. I shall confront Dormammu now. Mordo and Wong, you must gather the sorcerers and ensure that Caecilius and those dark mages are apprehended, Wong commanded as he stood up. Mordo and Wong nodded, hurrying back to Camartage to summon the mages. Wong then opened a portal to the destination, the Dark Dimension. Chapter 103. Dormammu, I come to negotiate. Caecilius and the other tainted sorcerers drew upon the powers of the Dark Dimension through their dark rituals. Utilizing this dark power, they successfully initiated the summoning ceremony, bringing Dormammu to Earth. According to the original narrative, they were supposed to heed Dormammu's commands to obliterate Camartage and precipitate the Ancient One's demise. However, due to the Ancient One's early departure, Dormammu was in a hurry to arrive. Thus, after siphoning power from the Dark Dimension, Caecilius summoned Dormammu directly. The sinister and ancient ritual commenced, and at first, the revelers immersed in their nocturnal pleasures failed to perceive the unfolding horror. It was only when dark energy enveloped the entire city and began its insidious advance towards others that the populace finally succumbed to fear. What is that in the sky? Someone cried. I don't know, but it looks so eerie. Another shouted. Run. It's coming this way. The terrified voices echoed through the streets. Although they were oblivious to the nature of this dark energy, an instinctual dread gripped them. Naturally, some individuals seized the moment to capture images and upload them online. Before long, discussions regarding the bizarre black hole surged, propelling the topic to the top of trending searches. Due to the magnitude of this event, superpowered beings from around the globe became acutely aware of the peril facing Earth. The incident involving Hydra had only recently subsided, making this rare convergence of Earth's heroes all the more significant. Perhaps the favorable response from their last collaboration spurred them on. With the unknown threat now looming, the superpowered individuals rallied once more. A multitude of them swiftly converged towards the epicenter of the dark energy. Members of the Justice League, too, were eager to partake in this impending battle. Thus, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, they swiftly gathered together. Meanwhile, within the confines of White's villa, Stark, Polaris, and Dr. Banner were engrossed in the news while deliberating the circumstances. Easterners have detected the abnormal dark energy gathering in the sky. Shouldn't we lend our assistance? Polaris inquired earnestly. Since joining the Justice League, her commitment to safeguarding Earth had become fervent. Stark understood her sentiments. After all, she was a young girl, captivated by the novelty of such events. Compared to her, Stark, seasoned through many trials, maintained a steadier demeanor. I believe we ought to consult White first. I have a nagging feeling that this entity is not easily dealt with, Stark asserted, his tone tinged with seriousness. No sooner had he spoken than Polaris chimed in. I was thinking the same, so I called Mage White, but there was no answer. No answer? What should we do now? As a core member of the Justice League, the absence of White's input left them hesitant to act. After all, they lacked a comprehensive understanding of the dark energy that had manifested. Moreover, the region affected was quite distant from New York. It had emerged in China, necessitating time for them to reach the location. The uncertainty of whether to intervene left the members in a state of indecision. Just as they wavered, a familiar yellow circle materialized before them. Initially, their reaction was one of delight, but when they saw who emerged from the portal, King, their expressions shifted to apprehension. Did White send you? Stark promptly inquired. Although he had never met the King, the appearance of the portal indicated a connection to White. I am King, a sorcerer from Kamartaj. Mage White has tasked me with bringing you to confront the Dark Sorcerer, King replied. Dark Sorcerer? So, is the anomaly reported in the news the work of this Dark Sorcerer? Polaris questioned. Follow me. I will explain as we go, King stated, leading them through the portal. To their surprise, Wanda, who had previously declined to join the Justice League, also followed. Stark was particularly taken aback. He glanced at Wanda, sensing her desire to speak, yet opted for silence. As King had already begun his explanation, the situation is dire. A sorcerer from Kamartaj has fallen to darkness, becoming a dark sorcerer. They have summoned Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Polaris, unfamiliar with the name, could not help but ask, the Lord of the Dark Dimension? Dormammu? Who is he? You may regard him as a dark sorcerer of immense power, so formidable that scarcely any sorcerer can hope to vanquish him, King responded gravely. Though they were unaware of Dormammu's true strength, the mere mention of the Lord of the Dark Dimension signaled the gravity of their predicament. Dr. Banner, feeling somewhat despondent, couldn't restrain himself from voicing his concerns. So now we must confront a being of dimensional supremacy? Are we truly capable of this? Of course not. Our task is to contend with his acolytes, King clarified. Well, that's a relief, Banner muttered, exhaling deeply. However, Stark appeared puzzled and pressed on. What about Dormammu? Who will confront him? The Sorcerer Supreme has already engaged him, King replied. Mage White. Where is he? Polaris continued her inquiries. King gestured towards the swirling black hole in the sky, responding solemnly. There, within the dark dimension. My heavens! Banner exclaimed, astonishment painted across his face. Stark, equally troubled, questioned. Shouldn't we assist him? Can he truly handle this alone? King shook his head, his voice serious. If he cannot, then no one on Earth stands a chance against Dormammu. King's words instilled a profound realization of Dormammu's might within the group. Tension gripped them as they gazed towards the dark dimension, each silently praying for White's safety. They presumed that White, alone in the depths of the dimension, was engaged in a fierce battle with Dormammu. Yet, unbeknownst to them, White was filled with exhilaration. Dormammu, I have come to negotiate, he proclaimed boldly from the center of the dark dimension on a distant celestial body. In an instant, a colossal head emerged, Dormammu himself. For reasons unknown, White sensed a palpable fury emanating from Dormammu. Almost immediately, Dormammu bellowed with rage. You have come to your doom, foolish Earth sorcerer. How dare you threaten me? Do you truly believe Mephisto can protect you? Mephisto? Upon hearing this name, White understood that Mephisto's influence had indeed compelled Dormammu to arrive on Earth in haste. Intrigued, he queried, he is the Lord of Lies. Do you truly believe his words? What did he tell you? Dormammu, seemingly uninterested in engaging in further dialogue, roared in fury, your world is now mine, and your soul belongs to me. You will pay dearly for your insolence, foolish Earth sorcerer. With that, the entire dimension began to tremble. Before White could react, Dormammu unleashed a beam of dark energy towards him. Were he an ordinary sorcerer, he would surely have been obliterated by such a torrent of dark energy. However, White was far from ordinary. As fate would have it, he was in dire need of energy. Thus, rather than evade, he stood his ground and absorbed the energy beam with his own body. The moment the beam made contact, the power of the Fae surged within him, delighting in the feast. As Dormammu unleashed his energy, the Fae energy feasted on it greedily. But as Dormammu continued to release his power, he was left in utter disbelief. What? You're still alive? Is it truly so difficult to kill you? Chapter 104. Lack of enthusiasm at mealtime. Issues with the mind. Dormammu was the lord of the dark dimension, and now he found himself within his own realm. The energy beams he unleashed were undeniably formidable. This power was capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire planet, yet Luo Bai stood motionless, seemingly unaffected. Dormammu was enraged. Die, he bellowed, intensifying the release of his energy beams. A barrage of potent energy assailed Luo Bai, engulfing him entirely. Countless celestial bodies within the dark dimension succumbed to the overwhelming force, shattering into oblivion. The cacophony of explosions echoed relentlessly, vibrant energies erupting like a dazzling display of fireworks. Dormammu assumed that such a cataclysmic onslaught would surely reduce Luo Bai to mere fragments. However, when the tumult subsided, Luo Bai remained unscathed, even appearing invigorated by the experience. He regarded Dormammu with a gluttonous gaze, muttering, "Not enough, Dormammu, not enough to eat." Dormammu was taken aback. Could it be that this human sorcerer had withstood his assault? The energy he had unleashed was such that even Ancient One would struggle to survive it. And yet, this new supreme sorcerer stood resolute, unharmed, and audaciously proclaimed a desire for more. What does not enough even mean? Dormammu grappled with confusion, but before he could ponder further, Luo Bai spoke again. Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension, you have invaded Earth. As its guardian, Supreme Sorcerer Luo Bai hereby issues a warning. You persist in your refusal to depart and continue your obstinate resistance. To ensure Earth's safety, I shall now initiate a counterattack. Luo Bai's demeanor was remarkably earnest, so much so that Dormammu found it incredulous. A counterattack? The current Supreme Sorcerer had become this audacious? Even Ancient One had never dared to utter such words. Yet here was Luo Bai, standing in Dormammu's dimension, on his territory, declaring an intention to retaliate? You, a mere human sorcerer, think you can kill me? Just as Dormammu pondered how this human mage could possibly retaliate against the Dark Dimension's lord, a surge of dark power erupted from Luo Bai's very being. This force was immense, instilling fear even in Dormammu. The moment it was unleashed, the black energy began to expand infinitely. Eventually, it grew to such colossal proportions that it nearly consumed the entire dark dimension. Only then did Dormammu realize the true nature of this terrifying power. This is the power of the fairies? He roared, his voice tinged with unmistakable unease. Initially, Dormammu had regarded Luo Bai with contempt, viewing him as insignificant as an ant. A mere human sorcerer was nothing he could not crush easily. How could he ever consider a human sorcerer a threat? Yet now, his tone was laced with dread and helplessness, for from Luo Bai emanated a formidable force from the cosmos, from the multiverse itself, the power of the fairies. At first, the fairy power was not vast. It was a swirling mass of black energy without a distinct shape. However, as it absorbed energy, both its form and potency increased. Now, it had grown powerful enough to dominate the entirety of the dark dimension. If not for spatial constraints, the fairy power could expand to encompass an entire universe. Even in Dormammu's domain, this energy faced no limitations. It enveloped the dark dimension with its formidable presence, eventually coalescing into a maw resembling a black hole, suspended ominously above Dormammu's colossal head. It seemed the fairy power awaited a command, poised to devour Dormammu the moment Luo Bai spoke. If not for the amorphous nature of the fairy power, Luo Bai might have suspected it was already salivating in anticipation of its feast. Understanding the hunger of this power, he paid no heed to Dormammu's reaction and calmly instructed, "Go." Upon receiving the command, the fairy power went utterly berserk. It began to invade, feasting voraciously within the dark dimension. One bite devoured 3 planets, yet it remained unsatisfied, greedily consuming half of the dark dimension in one go. The frenzy of the fairy power left Dormammu utterly bewildered. "Stop! Stop!" he cried out, unleashing dark energy and magic in a desperate attempt to halt its insatiable consumption. But the fairy power was a master of magic, adept in all arcane arts. It even set off fireworks within Dormammu's realm, bombarding the dark dimension as it feasted. Dormammu could never have imagined that one day he would be reduced to a quivering mess in his own dark dimension. The most terrifying aspect was that as his foe grew stronger, he himself weakened, for the enemy was absorbing his own energy. Although Dormammu, as the Lord of the Dark Dimension, could also absorb energy, his attempt to siphon the fairy power backfired. The disparity in their power levels was insurmountable. And since the fairy power recognized Luo Bai as its master, Dormammu not only failed to absorb it, but also lost a significant portion of his own strength. As he watched the fairy power continue its gluttonous feast, Threatening to consume the entirety of the dark dimension, Dormammu finally succumbed to the pressure. I will leave. Is that not enough? Please stop. Do not consume any more. This damned fairy power is more voracious than a black hole. Seeing Dormammu capitulate, Luo Bai immediately reined in the fairy power. Do you mean to say you agree to negotiate with me? Luo Bai inquired. Is it not simply a matter of providing me with dark energy regularly? I will provide it. I will provide it. Dormammu shouted, his tone tinged with an unmistakable sense of resignation. Upon hearing him articulate what Luo Bai had desired, Luo Bai was taken aback. How did he know that Luo Bai wanted him to supply dark energy regularly? Could it be that Mephisto had informed him? Pondering this, Luo Bai hastily asked, what did Mephisto tell you? Dormammu remained silent, merely gazing at the remnants of his dark dimension, which had dwindled to a mere fraction of its former self. Trembling in anguish, my power, the strength I amassed by devouring so many planets and dimensions, all consumed. Chapter 105, Dormammu, Mephisto. I shall have my vengeance. This time, Dormammu had come to Earth in a state of urgency, but was nonetheless well prepared. He was acutely aware that Ancient One was no longer present, and with Odin nearing his end, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he believed he could easily shroud the Earth in darkness. Then, an unforeseen event transpired. The power of the fairy was that very accident. Had Luo Bai merely been an unassuming supreme mage, Dormammu would not have felt the slightest trepidation. After all, the modest spells Luo Bai had acquired were entirely within Dormammu's grasp since his early years, leaving him utterly unperturbed. The notion of contending against a mage who had only recently begun his foray into magic within his own realm of invincibility was laughable. Dormammu could scarcely fathom a scenario in which he might be defeated. Yet, he was vanquished, utterly, and without the capacity for retaliation, nearly jeopardizing the entire dark dimension in the process. Consumed by rage, Dormammu seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration. Not only was he enraged, but he also felt a twinge of grievance. I merely used a basic attack against you. Why did you resort to unleashing your ultimate ability? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Dormammu's countenance turned grave as he addressed Luo Bai with indignation. Indeed, I underestimated you. I never anticipated that the power of the fairy would manifest on Earth, especially within you. But I fail to comprehend. How can you possess the fairy's power capable of devouring even the dark dimension, and yet still choose to offer your soul to Mephisto? A mere lord of the hell dimension. How could he possibly stand against the fairy's power? Dormammu bellowed. His wrath reverberated throughout the entire dark dimension, causing it to tremble in response to his fury. Despite Dormammu's evident rage, Luo Bai found himself perplexed. Who told you that I offered my soul to Mephisto? Luo Bai inquired, bewildered. Why, it was Mephisto himself. Dormammu retorted. As he spoke, an ancient envelope materialized before Luo Bai, emblazoned with a demonic insignia. Upon opening it, Luo Bai discovered that the letter was indeed dispatched by Mephisto, and it was not solely addressed to Dormammu. For the opening line read, to all lords of the evil dimensions. After perusing the entirety of the letter, Luo Bai gleaned the essence of the matter. In summary, Mephisto had sent invitations to the various lords of evil dimensions, beckoning them to Earth to wreak havoc. Perhaps he was acutely aware that Dormammu was particularly invested in Luo Bai's soul. Thus, Mephisto had deliberately included in his correspondence to Dormammu. Luo Bai is an exceptionally formidable mage, surpassing any mage that has come before him. I have located him and witnessed firsthand the immense strength of his soul, greater than that of any human. We made a pact. He consented to offer his soul to me, on the condition that he could regularly draw energy from the dark dimension. Upon absorbing the contents of the letter, Luo Bai understood why Dormammu had hastily journeyed to Earth. Consumed by fury, the letter from Mephisto was nothing short of a provocation aimed at Dormammu. In essence, the letter conveyed, Dormammu, I am aware that you covet Luo Bai's soul, yet I have already claimed it. Luo Bai has agreed to surrender his soul to me, provided that he can extract energy from the dark dimension periodically. Therefore, Dormammu, you must supply him with energy on a regular basis, lest I unleash my wrath upon you. Could Dormammu possibly endure such humiliation? Mephisto had not only usurped Dormammu's acolyte, but had the audacity to compel Dormammu to assist in nurturing that acolyte. The notion that Mephisto's acolyte would require regular infusions of dark energy from Dormammu's realm? If this were to become public knowledge, others might assume that Dormammu was incapable of besting Mephisto. As the sovereign of the dark dimension, Dormammu could scarcely tolerate such indignity. Hence, he hastened to Earth, intent on slaying Luo Bai and forcibly absorbing his soul, thereby launching an assault on the hell dimension. Yet, he never anticipated that Luo Bai had acquired the power of the fairy. Why would he offer his soul to Mephisto if he has already obtained the fairy's power? Dormammu was baffled, while Luo Bai could not help but chuckle. I have repeatedly stated that he is the Lord of Lies. You genuinely believe Mephisto's words? Luo Bai replied, somewhat exasperated. Dormammu, still processing the situation, asked in confusion, what do you mean by that? Without uttering a word, Luo Bai produced a contract, one penned by Mephisto himself, complete with his signature. You will understand once you examine this, Luo Bai stated, unfurling the document. Dormammu swiftly read through the contract, and upon its conclusion, enlightenment dawned upon him. By the infernal, I have been duped by Mephisto. It dawned on him that Mephisto had crafted those words solely to provoke him into coming to Earth. Realizing this, Dormammu hastily inquired, Mephisto claimed he had sought you out. Does he know that the fairy's power resides within you? He is undoubtedly aware. His situation is quite similar to yours, likely requiring him to undergo retraining. Luo Bai replied nonchalantly. Dormammu was flabbergasted. This fiend. Mephisto had omitted any mention of the fairy's power in his letter, knowing full well that if Dormammu discovered its presence on Earth, he would never have made the journey. Amidst Dormammu's astonishment, Luo Bai revealed an even more difficult truth for Dormammu to accept. Indeed, I have made a pact with Mephisto. However, the terms differ significantly from those outlined in his letter. He has agreed to provide me with dark energy periodically, while I have vowed to prevent the fairy's power from consuming the Hell Dimension. Yet, he stipulated a condition. The fairy's power is insatiable and may not receive sufficient energy from the Hell Dimension. Hence, he suggested I seek your assistance. But as a supreme mage, I cannot instigate war. Mephisto volunteered to facilitate your arrival. To be honest, I too did not foresee his deception of you. Luo Bai sighed as he spoke. Upon hearing Luo Bai's words and glancing at the handwritten contract from Mephisto, Dormammu's fury caused the entirety of the Dark Dimension to tremble violently. Mephisto, I shall tear you to shreds. Dormammu roared. He could have chosen not to invade Earth. After all, there were countless planets within the multiverse, and Earth was merely a fragment of Dormammu's grand design. Had he known the fairy's power resided on Earth, Dormammu would have undoubtedly postponed his plans for invasion. After all, confronting a planet devourer was no different from risking his own demise. Without absolute certainty, how could Dormammu ever consider provoking a planet devourer? If not for Mephisto, if not for him, how could his painstakingly nurtured dark dimension devolve into its current state? I shall slay him. I shall rend him apart. Let the flames of hell become lore. I will erase the title of Lord of the Hell Dimension from the annals of the multiverse. Dormammu bellowed in fury. At that moment, he was singularly focused on eliminating Mephisto. As he voiced his intentions, he began plotting to confront Mephisto, yet Luo Bai interjected. While I shall not impede your pursuit of Mephisto, Dormammu, you cannot simply disregard the matter of your invasion of Earth. Luo Bai stated seriously. Upon hearing his words, the previously enraged Dormammu instantly regained his composure. Dormammu was in a state of disarray, hastily inquiring, what do you wish to accomplish? Caught off guard by Mephisto's machinations, he had arrived on Earth without any preparation. Now, having been consumed by the power of the fairies, he was gravely weakened. He realized that should Luo Bai unleash the fairy power once more, victory would be an unattainable dream. This thought filled Dormammu with trepidation. He had anticipated that Luo Bai might seek his total annihilation, but to his astonishment, the next moment, Luo Bai presented him with a contract. Perplexed, Dormammu accepted the contract, only to find it inscribed with the following terms. I, Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension, voluntarily signed this contract, pledging from this day forth to never invade Earth again, and to swear allegiance as a guardian of the Earth. Furthermore, I shall provide a regular and measured supply of energy to the Supreme Sorcerer Luo Bai, without complaint. Should I violate this contract, I shall face annihilation. Upon reading this, Dormammu was utterly bewildered. What is this nonsense? You demand that I forsake my invasions of Earth, and yet you expect me to protect it? I am the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Darkness. Do you comprehend the essence of darkness? In the parlance of your Earthlings, I am the villain. A villain. You wish for a villain to act as Earth's protector? And not only that, but also to regularly provide you with dark energy. This is an affront to justice. You are exploiting me. Dormammu roared in indignation. When had he, as the Lord of the Dark Dimension, ever been subjected to such humiliation? In an immediate act of defiance, he spoke out. Luo Bai, seemingly anticipating his resistance, swiftly responded. Initially, Mephisto reacted in much the same manner. Thus, I offered him two choices. Now, I present you with the same. Either sign the contract, or cede control of the Dark Dimension. Choose wisely, Dormammu. Damn that Mephisto. I see his scheme now. If he cannot endure, he seeks to drag me down with him. Doesn't he? Just wait. If I do not venture into the Hell Dimension to give him a sound thrashing, I do not deserve to be the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Dormammu seethed with rage, yet he knew he must regain his composure. He could not allow Luo Bai to perceive his vulnerability. The notion of being a perpetual slave to Earth and its sorcerers was utterly unacceptable to Dormammu. However, recognizing his current diminished state, he concluded that a temporary capitulation was necessary. I choose option 1. Then let us inscribe your name, Luo Bai replied, extending the contract toward him. With a heavy sigh, Dormammu regarded the document with a complex expression, particularly struck by the phrase voluntarily sign this contract. Voluntarily? I am truly at my wit's end. Reluctantly, he was compelled to affix his signature to the binding agreement. After completing the signing, he lamented, now that I have signed. May I depart? Of course. However, there is one matter upon which I may require your assistance, Luo Bai stated. Dormammu paused, a flicker of wariness crossing his features. What is it? Luo Bai pondered for a moment before countering. The mages of Kamartaj who have become your followers? Yes? Yes, that is indeed the case, Dormammu replied, attempting to feign ignorance. Luo Bai smiled, saying, I shall take care of them. That is acceptable. I currently have no time to concern myself with the fate of those followers, Dormammu acquiesced, relieved. You handle it as you see fit. Should I need you, I will call upon you. Luo Bai continued, I require your assistance again. Dormammu was perplexed by this statement, but was too weary to delve into its meaning. Eager to depart from the turmoil of Earth, he shouted, All right, I will heed your words. Is that satisfactory? With the contract secured, Luo Bai had achieved his objective. He waved his hand and left the Dark Dimension, satisfied. Upon arriving at the central city of the Dark Dimension, he discovered that Wong and the Justice League had successfully subdued Caecilius. As Luo Bai emerged from the Dark Dimension, Polaris rushed over, concern etched on her face. Luo Bai, are you unharmed? Wong mentioned you faced Dormammu alone. I was terribly worried. Luo Bai chuckled softly, murmuring, You should be more concerned about Dormammu. Polaris, unable to catch his faint words, instinctively asked, What did you just say? Without elaborating further, Luo Bai shrugged and retorted, What is the situation on your end? We have captured Caecilius, but a few mages escaped with him. Mordo has taken a team to pursue them. They should return shortly, Wong reported, stepping forward. Noticing that Luo Bai had emerged unscathed from the Dark Dimension, Wong's expression bore a hint of astonishment. What of Dormammu? He inquired, glancing skyward. It was then he realized that the anomaly in the sky had vanished. Stark also noticed this change. The anomaly has dissipated. Does that mean Dormammu has departed? Luo Bai nodded, casually summarizing, I reached an agreement with Dormammu. He should no longer pose a threat to Earth. Though he spoke with an air of ease, Wong felt a profound shock. After all, Dormammu was the lord of the Dark Dimension. The Ancient One had faced him numerous times, yet he perpetually sought to invade Earth. The idea that Luo Bai had negotiated terms with him, ensuring he would not return, was staggering. Wong could not help but caution, Supreme Sorcerer. You may not fully grasp Dormammu's nature. He is unlikely to abandon his ambitions to invade Earth. He may simply be biding his time, for he is exceedingly cunning. Luo Bai remained silent, acknowledging the truth in Wong's words. Both Dormammu and Mephisto were indeed treacherous. He understood they would not willingly provide him with energy. Thus, he had initially sought to weaken their powers. Given that the Dark Dimension and the Hell Dimension had recently been ravaged by fairy power, it was improbable that either Mephisto or Dormammu could recover their strength in the short term. Furthermore, Luo Bai had deliberately incited discord between the two, ensuring they would be embroiled in conflict for some time. During this period, he could continuously extract their energy. Should they begin to conspire against him, he would eliminate them in one fell swoop. After all, the power of the fairies was boundless, and with his fortuitous luck, Luo Bai felt no urgency to resolve the matter of Dormammu and Mephisto. With this in mind, Luo Bai chuckled, perhaps so. However, as long as I remain alive, I doubt Dormammu will entertain thoughts of returning. His tone was confident, as if he possessed absolute certainty. Wong's curiosity was piqued further by his words. He could not shake the feeling that something extraordinary had transpired within the Dark Dimension. After all, how could Dormammu, with his nature, possibly forsake his plans to invade Earth and show such deference to Luo Bai? Chapter 107, Anti-Magic Armor. Though it was perplexing, Dormammu had indeed departed. With pressing matters at hand, Wong refrained from pursuing further details. He cast a glance at the subdued Caecilius and his followers and asked, Supreme Sorcerer, how shall we handle them? Luo Bai cast a binding spell over the dark mages and then remarked, Let us return to Kamartaj. Wong nodded in agreement and opened a portal, transporting the captives inside before departing himself. With Dormammu's departure from Earth, the once chaotic streets gradually began to restore their order. Luo Bai was not particularly surprised by the involvement of the Justice League. After all, Before leaving, he had suggested to Wong that he seek out their assistance. His intention in doing so was to provide the League members with some training, allowing them to gain early exposure to the adversaries faced by mages. However, he was somewhat taken aback by Wanda's decision to assist. Given that Wanda and Stark had not fully reconciled, Luo Bai had initially not intended for her to join the Justice League. His sole desire was to teach her magic, to help her learn to control the chaotic energies within her. Yet, he was astonished that Wanda chose to accompany them. "I assumed you wouldn't come," Luo Bai remarked, directing his gaze towards Wanda. Her expression was complex, and after a moment of silence, she responded, "Lorna told me that we are inherently endowed with powers greater than others. Perhaps we can contribute something meaningful to this world." In the past, Wanda's life had revolved around vengeance. However, as she began to comprehend certain truths, her life's purpose shifted to merely surviving. Now that she was thriving and had forged a friendship with Polaris, her goals had evolved further. With both Quicksilver and Polaris in her life, she gradually accepted the prospect of a shared existence with Polaris. Influenced by Polaris's ideas, Wanda resolved to embark on a journey to make what she deemed to be right choices, viewing it as an experiment in embracing her new life. "I believe Lorna is correct. I must adopt a different way of living," Wanda stated, glancing at Polaris. Luo Bai chuckled lightly, teasing, "It appears you two are quite the harmonious pair. Indeed, we are very much in sync." "I am grateful to you for introducing me to Lorna," Wanda replied. The camaraderie between Wanda and Polaris brought a sense of joy to Luo Bai. He had been preoccupied with various matters, scarcely finding time to converse with Polaris. Although misunderstandings had initially marred their relationship, time had fostered a significant change in Luo Bai's perception of Polaris. He found her to be quite admirable, as she managed the villa without complaint, and now, with Wanda's companionship, he felt certain that the two would not suffer from boredom. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai announced, "All right, the situation with Dormammu is nearly resolved. I will escort you both back. I must return to Kamartaj." With that, he opened a portal, sending Polaris and Wanda back to their villa in New York. Just as he was about to transport Stark and Dr. Banner, he noticed Stark's unusually silent demeanor. Unable to contain his curiosity, Luo Bai inquired, "Tony, you seem rather subdued today." Stark appeared lost in thought, only snapping back to reality upon Luo Bai's prompting. With a sigh of resignation, he remarked, "Honestly, I never anticipated that a mage's enemy would be so formidable. It seems you encountered quite the harrowing ordeal," Luo Bai said with a smile. Stark sighed again before venting, "You know, while I was chasing after Caecilius with Wong, I realized that you mages are truly omnipotent. That Caecilius made the entire city begin to twist. As I walked down the street, I noticed the very fabric of space distorting around me. Buildings morphed into colossal wheels rolling towards me. He wielded space like a blade, striking at me. This was my first encounter with a mage in combat. While I knew mages were powerful, the reality of facing one was an entirely different experience. I felt utterly drained, as though I was powerless." Stark continued, his expression returning to the animated persona Luo Bai recognized. He began to recount in detail the extraordinary events he had witnessed, and Luo Bai, understanding his sentiments, listened patiently. Before Luo Bai could respond, Stark posed another question. "I've been contemplating whether I should evolve my armor." "Indeed, it is time for you to upgrade your suit," Luo Bai affirmed. Noticing Stark's silence, Luo Bai asked, "Would you like some suggestions?" "No." Stark shook his head, his resolve evident as he stated, "Luo Bai, I wish to learn magic. I truly desire to learn. I want to create an anti-magic suit, but I realize I must first master magic myself." Luo Bai was not surprised by this aspiration. Smiling, he replied, "Did I not give you a book on magic?" Stark responded eagerly, "Is there more?" "I believe I could finish that book in a day." Luo Bai was well aware of Stark's innate magical talent. Since Stark had shown interest in learning magic, Luo Bai deemed it the right moment for him to formally engage with it. However, confident that Stark would struggle with self-study, given the complexities of Kamartaj's magic, Luo Bai proposed, "If you are not busy, why not accompany me back to Kamartaj to learn some magic?" "Is that possible?" Stark asked, excitement evident in his voice. "Absolutely. Let us depart at once. I'll send a message to Pepper," Stark said as he began to type. Once confirmed, Luo Bai transported Dr. Banner back to New York and then took Stark to Kamartaj. Upon his first arrival at Kamartaj, Stark appeared astonished, gazing around in wonder. After some time, he marveled, honestly. "This place is vastly different from what I imagined. I envisioned a magical sanctuary resembling an ancient castle, filled with wizards flying on broomsticks and such. Yet, the architecture here is quite retro." "Wizards on broomsticks?" Luo Bai furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Tony, you've been watching too many movies." Stark looked taken aback. his expression awkward as he asked, "Isn't that how it is? I always thought magic academies were like that, with broom-riding witches." "Well, it seems you might be onto something," Stark murmured, clearly embarrassed. Fortunately, at that moment, Mordo approached. "Supreme Sorcerer, you have returned. And this is..." "Stark?" Mordo greeted Luo Bai before turning to Stark, his expression one of surprise. Stark, taken aback that this unfamiliar mage knew his name, muttered, "Am I really that famous? Do all mages know my name?" Although his voice was barely above a whisper, Mordo heard him clearly. Before Stark could react, Mordo replied, "Of course, you are quite well known." Stark's face lit up with a proud grin at this acknowledgement. It is evident that Stark is in high spirits, his lips unable to suppress their upward curve. However, before he could bask in his joy for long, he heard the forthright and honest Mordo inquiring, "I have always wanted to ask you, was the address you revealed on television your actual home address?" In an instant, Stark's smile froze, and it was palpable that he once again fell into an awkward predicament. The embarrassment rendered Stark increasingly flustered, his hands fidgeting restlessly. After gesturing for a moment, Stark could not help but retort, "It was indeed my real address." "But do you sorcerers watch the news too?" "Of course. We are sorcerers, not primitives," Mordo quipped. Stark fell silent. Before he could utter a word, Mordo pressed on, "I never expected someone would publicly disclose their home address in the news. I heard that because you did so, your home was nearly bombed?" Stark was once more engulfed in silence. The haunting memories surged forth, and he could hardly believe that his reputation had been tarnished even in the realm of sorcery. He cast a helpless glance at Wong, who returned it with a look of impotent sympathy. This left Stark feeling somewhat exasperated, and he sighed before explaining, "I admit, I was a bit impulsive back then. However, that incident is in the past, and I have matured significantly since then. Such occurrences are unlikely to happen again." Mordo nodded, reflecting, "It is a good thing for one to grow. Congratulations." Before Stark could respond, Mordo inquired, "What brings you to Kamartaj?" Stark chuckled ruefully and replied, "As you can see, I am here to learn magic." "Learning magic?" Mordo furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze to Wong. Only when he saw Wong nodding did he accept Stark's words. It is customary for the Supreme Sorcerer to bring promising individuals with magical talent to Kamartaj for training, a measure to sustain and enhance the community. Thus, Mordo was not surprised by Stark's arrival. However, upon learning that Stark was a new apprentice, Mordo's demeanor turned serious. For most apprentices fell under his tutelage. "Stark, welcome to Kamartaj. Until you complete your training, I shall oversee your apprenticeship," Mordo stated. Stark was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Wong and asked, "So, I have to learn magic from him?" Wong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. All apprentices at Kamartaj are under his guidance." Stark appeared somewhat disheartened. It was evident that the usually extroverted Stark had now developed a touch of social anxiety. After all, Mordo not only knew of his past embarrassments, but was also to be his instructor. With this thought, Stark cast a resigned glance at Wong and remarked, "I thought you would be the one teaching me." Before Wong could respond, Mordo interjected, "The Supreme Sorcerer has many responsibilities and is quite busy." Once he had clarified this, Mordo finally revealed his purpose for being there. "By the way, Supreme Sorcerer, Kaecilius and the fallen sorcerers have all been apprehended. I have summoned all sorcerers to the training ground, and we await your arrival to address the situation." Wong had returned to Kamartaj specifically to deal with matters concerning the fallen sorcerers. With this in mind, Wong did not turn back, but led Stark and Mordo towards the training ground. The training ground buzzed with activity, as nearly all the sorcerers of Kamartaj had gathered. They encircled the center, where Kaecilius and his band of treacherous, dark sorcerers knelt, a total of 11 in number, visibly defiant. Observing their demeanor, the surrounding sorcerers began to murmur amongst themselves. It was not until Wong made his entrance that silence fell over the assembly, all eyes turning towards him, as if speculating how he would deal with Kaecilius and his cohorts. After all, the previous Supreme Sorcerer had strictly prohibited the sorcerers of Kamartaj from studying dark magic. Many anticipated that Kaecilius and his followers would not escape the fate of exile. To their astonishment, Wong's approach was unexpectedly lenient. "Release them," Wong commanded. The king's expression turned to one of bewilderment. He seemed to question his own hearing and sought confirmation. "Supreme Sorcerer, are you asking me to set them free?" Wong nodded in affirmation. Although the king was perplexed, he complied and retracted the bindings that held Kaecilius captive. Upon regaining his freedom, Kaecilius appeared equally perplexed. "You would actually let me go?" he questioned incredulously, seemingly unable to fathom Wong's decision not to impose any punishment. To his surprise, Wong not only agreed to release him, but added an unexpected declaration. "Of course, I not only intend to release you, but also to lift the previous Supreme Sorcerer's ban. Wang continued, addressing all sorcerers. From this day forward, all sorcerers of Kamar Taj, if willing and capable of bearing the consequences, may study dark magic in the library. The proclamation left all sorcerers in stunned silence, with Mordo appearing most astounded. Struggling to accept Wang's radical adjustment, he voiced his concerns. Supreme Sorcerer, is this truly appropriate? Wang smiled calmly, responding, I do not see it as inappropriate. I have reviewed Kamar Taj's historical records and found that, periodically, sorcerers have sought to study dark magic despite our prohibitions. While Kamar Taj has always emphasized the restriction against dark magic, I understand the desire for every sorcerer to grow stronger. The most expedient path to power often lies in drawing energy from the dark dimension, just as Caecilius has done. After this battle, I trust you all comprehend the benefits of harnessing power from the dark dimension. His gaze swept over the sorcerers, and he noted the glimmer of intrigue in their eyes. It was clear that many were tempted by the prospect. Chapter 109. Are we battling Dormammu? How absurd. Drawing dark energy enhances one's abilities and brings significant elevation. Who would not desire that? Every sorcerer who comes to Kamar Taj aspires to wield formidable power. Even if we were to impose restrictions, how long could we truly hold them back? If they cannot be thwarted, then let us not hinder them. With this contemplation, Wang smiled and remarked, from today onwards, any sorcerer of Kamar Taj who wishes to study dark magic may do so. To alleviate your concerns, Caecilius, would you mind demonstrating the ritual for drawing dark energy? As Wang spoke, he turned his gaze toward Caecilius. In that moment, it was palpable that everyone could sense Caecilius' bewilderment, as well as the distinct divergence of this supreme sorcerer from those before him. In the past, not only was the study of dark magic taboo, but even the mere mention of it within Kamar Taj was avoided. Everyone feared being overheard by the supreme sorcerer and facing punishment. Historically, no one dared to openly discuss the arcane art of dark magic. However, to everyone's astonishment, Luo Bai not only lifted the prohibition but also permitted Caecilius to demonstrate how to harness dark magic. The assembly of mages was left in utter bewilderment, with Modu's reaction being the most pronounced. Supreme Mage, you cannot do this, Modu exclaimed in a flurry. He attempted to halt such proceedings, but before he could finish his thought, he was sharply interrupted by the king. Modu, while I too do not comprehend Luo Bai's true intentions, it is evident that he is the Supreme Mage. In the presence of so many, you must not question the Supreme Mage's decree. The king's admonition seemed to awaken Modu to the gravity of the situation. Despite this realization, Modu could not suppress his doubts. I acknowledge your status as the Supreme Mage. Yet, Kamar Taj is a sanctum of magic. Dark magic should not be present here. Others may refrain from voicing their concerns, but I cannot remain silent. Modu inhaled deeply, speaking with unwavering resolve, his expression resolute. He appeared aware that his words might provoke Luo Bai's ire, yet at this juncture, he felt compelled to speak out. Even if you, Supreme Mage, believe I might be overstepping, I must express my thoughts. Modu insisted. He seemed to anticipate retribution from Luo Bai, yet Luo Bai paid him no heed. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Caecilius and, with a smile, elucidated. Have you not always desired to have more mages follow you, to continue the worship of Dormammu? I am now granting you the opportunity to commence the summoning ritual. Any mage wishing to join may do so at any time. As the Supreme Mage, Luo Bai's words carried immense weight. Even if he wished to retract them, it would be unlikely. With his assurance, Caecilius's expression transformed from confusion to exhilaration. As a devotee of Dormammu, Caecilius's sole purpose was to entice more mages into his fold. Only in doing so could Dormammu continue to bestow upon him strength. With Luo Bai now promising him the chance to showcase this to all mages, Caecilius could hardly contain his excitement. He eagerly addressed Luo Bai. You are the Supreme Mage. I trust you will not retract your words. If the mages of Kamar Taj wish to depart with me, will you truly permit them to leave? Indeed, they are free to leave at any time, and I pledge that no harm shall come to them, Luo Bai reiterated. At that moment, Caecilius cast aside his reservations and fear. He passionately proclaimed to all the mages, the Supreme Mage has spoken. He will not harm you. You may follow me. If you feel the calling, you will understand why I pursued Dormammu. For he can grant us power, unprecedented power. This power is something we could never attain after a lifetime of magical study. It is a force so profound that it could even grant us immortality. Do you not desire such power? The power to warp space at will, to alter time at your discretion. Such formidable magic shall be bestowed upon you if you choose to follow Dormammu. Caecilius fervently incited the mages, hoping to convert them into followers of Dormammu. Yet, Even with some mages tempted, none dared to act, as Luo Bai remained present. The training ground was filled solely with Caecilius's voice, met with silence from the others, aware that it was time to unleash his ultimate gambit. Caecilius continued, I know you doubt me. You must think that such immense power comes at a dire cost. But you have all been deceived. Look at us. We are unharmed. Not only have we sustained no injuries, but we have also gained this incredible strength. As he spoke, he summoned those mages who had similarly succumbed to darkness to join him in the summoning ritual. Scarlet-black energies coalesced into a formidable summoning circle. Several dark mages stood within the circle, and dark energy began to surge into their bodies. This energy was sinister, eerie, yet immensely powerful. And once it entered the dark mages, all present could sense their newfound strength. This was power unattainable to the white mages, a power they envied, their eyes reflecting their yearning for strength. Caecilius continued to entice them. You see, this power can be yours if you follow Dormammu. He demands no arduous training from you, no relentless toil. If you become his devout followers, this power shall belong to you. The combination of potent magic and Caecilius's persuasive rhetoric led some mages to succumb to his allure. They began to uncontrollably approach Caecilius, seemingly intent on joining the summoning circle to gain strength from Dormammu. Yet, before they could reach him, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Caecilius, who had been absorbing the dark energy, suddenly displayed an expression of agony. The intense pain rendered him and his companions speechless, and before anyone could comprehend the situation, the dark energy began to reverse and absorb Caecilius and his followers. Soon after, they were completely consumed, vanishing along with the summoning circle. This left the mages who had intended to join in a state of shock, standing frozen as if bewildered by the unfolding events. Before they could process what had transpired, Luo Bai spoke once more. It seems Dormammu has absorbed them. His nonchalant remark rendered all the mages speechless. One mage, seemingly perplexed, ventured to ask, Supreme Mage, what does it mean to be absorbed? Luo Bai chuckled softly before explaining. If you have perused the tomes on dark magic in the library, you would know that drawing dark energy from the void comes at a price. The cost is your soul. Once your soul is surrendered, your very being falls under Dormammu's dominion. It is undeniable that by choosing to follow Dormammu, you will indeed gain immense power. However, you simultaneously become his sustenance. He can choose to absorb you at any moment to enhance his own strength. There is but one way to escape this fate. You must defeat Dormammu. I previously stated that should you be willing to bear the cost, you may choose to study dark magic. I shall not impede you. But there is a caveat. Once you embark on the path of dark magic, you will no longer be a mage of Camartage. Should Dormammu seek recompense from you, I shall not intervene. Henceforth, all mages of Camartage may elect to study dark magic. If you believe you can conquer Dormammu, then pursue your studies without hesitation. As Luo Bai concluded, a profound silence enveloped the assembly of mages. Those who had clung to hope now found it extinguished. Though they understood that the pursuit of dark magic entailed a cost, none had anticipated the price would manifest so swiftly. I have only just begun my studies. And now Dormammu has absorbed me. What purpose did my learning serve? To escape such a fate, must we conquer Dormammu? No. Shall we confront Dormammu? How absurd. If I could defeat Dormammu, why would I remain in Camartage to learn magic? At this moment, the sorcerers of Camartage chose silence. The initial allure of dark magic had vanished completely from their minds, their gazes now imbued with profound clarity. Chapter 110. Dormammu, you have changed. Everyone in Camartage was acutely aware that the pursuit of dark magic came with a price. Yet, none could fathom what that price entailed or when it would manifest. The death of Caecilius instantaneously illuminated the meaning of the term cost to all sorcerers. Thus, when Luo Bai proclaimed that all sorcerers could learn dark magic, a hush fell over them. They bowed their heads, their previous desires extinguished. Clearly, they felt ill-equipped to bear the cost, let alone overcome Dormammu. The outcome of the assembly was evident, and Luo Bai was quite satisfied with it. Noticing the silence that enveloped the gathering, he waved his hand and departed, leaving Stark behind in the training grounds to practice with the novice sorcerers. Upon exiting the training area, Luo Bai received a message from Polaris. He had intended to return to his villa, but unexpectedly, the king approached him. Seemingly taken aback, he expressed his excitement. Supreme Sorcerer, your decisions can be quite surprising at times. Luo Bai chuckled and inquired, do you, like Mordo, believe I should refrain from this course of action? The king shook his head vigorously, immediately denying, No. I believe your approach is entirely justified. In fact, it may yield even better results than before. I can distinctly sense that those sorcerers are now quite wary of dark magic, and I am merely curious. Curious about what? Luo Bai asked with a smile. The next moment, the king voiced his perplexity. I understand why you had Caecilius demonstrate the summoning ritual. It was to convey the costs associated with learning dark magic. However, I pondered, what if Dormammu had not absorbed those followers at that moment? What then? Reflecting on it, Dormammu was rather cooperative, he mused. Undeniably, Luo Bai's strategy indeed enabled the sorcerers to rapidly discern the pros and cons of dark magic. Yet, it seemed to necessitate Dormammu's cooperation. If Dormammu had not absorbed those followers, the entire procedure might have faltered. Contemplating this, the king found himself intrigued. Yet, Luo Bai responded confidently, affirming, Dormammu will undoubtedly cooperate. There will be no surprises. The king was taken aback, his expression a tapestry of astonishment. Why is that? Is Dormammu truly so compliant? Although he knew some matters were best left unasked, the sheer shock compelled him to inquire further. Supreme Sorcerer, may I ask why? Dormammu has no reason to comply. By doing so, he risks losing credibility on Earth. How could he possibly attract followers afterward? Though this incident occurred in Kamartaj, it will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire sorceress community within a fortnight. When all sorcerers learn of Dormammu's tendency to absorb followers, who will dare to pledge allegiance to him? This would tarnish his reputation. Since when has Dormammu become so amenable? The king pondered deeply. Unexpectedly, he heard Luo Bai's cheerful reply. He must understand the rationale you articulated. However, I believe he has no alternative. After all, he is currently in a weakened state and desperately requires power to recuperate. The king's eyes widened in surprise. He momentarily questioned whether he had misheard, and after a brief pause exclaimed, What? I can't have heard you correctly. Supreme Sorcerer, are you saying that Dormammu is in dire need of power to recover? Are you implying that during your previous encounter in the Dark Dimension, you defeated him? Luo Bai contemplated before responding. You could interpret it that way. Dormammu indeed suffered a significant defeat, which is why he agreed never to invade Earth. The king had always believed that Luo Bai's escape from the Dark Dimension was likely due to some trickery, although he was not fully aware of Luo Bai's capabilities. He recognized that this current Supreme Sorcerer was unlike any before, possessing an abundance of cunning strategies. Never did he anticipate that Luo Bai had conquered Dormammu through sheer strength. The king was astonished, rendered speechless. Supreme Sorcerer, may I inquire, how long have you been studying magic? He could not help but ask. Luo Bai considered for a moment before responding helplessly. I can hardly recall. Whether it has been a year or two, even if you had studied for 5 years, it would still seem unlikely to defeat Dormammu. And now you tell me that not only did you triumph over him, but you also managed to subdue him? Are you somehow cheating? Unable to contain himself, the king began to jest. The next moment, he heard Luo Bai's amused retort. What do you mean by cheating? I have never turned it off, mind you. The king exclaimed, You are invincible. As the king stood dumbfounded, Luo Bai departed from Kamartaj. Even after his departure, the king remained puzzled as to how Luo Bai, after only a few years of magical study, could have defeated Dormammu. After all, they were both human. What could possibly account for the disparity? The king mused as he left. Meanwhile, Luo Bai had already activated a portal and arrived at his villa in New York. At that moment, Wanda and Polaris were seated on the sofa, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion, the atmosphere growing tense. Upon Luo Bai's arrival, Polaris quickly shifted her demeanor. She stood and greeted him warmly. Supreme Sorcerer, you are here. Although Luo Bai did not frequently see Polaris, he sensed that she appeared considerably more cheerful than before. Even Wanda, who sat beside her, seemed more lively. Joining Polaris in welcoming him, Supreme Sorcerer, you have arrived. This brought a sense of comfort to Luo Bai, prompting him to express. It seems you two have been getting along quite well. Polaris nodded, glancing at Wanda with a smile. I feel like I connect well with Sister Wanda. We seem to share many common topics. That's wonderful, Luo Bai replied with a nod before continuing. Lorna, how do you feel about accompanying the Justice League on their missions? Have you found it uncomfortable? Mentioning the Justice League ignited Polaris's enthusiasm. Not at all. I absolutely love my current life. It's just that Mr. Stark might find it a bit challenging, as he must keep his distance when I unleash my powers, Polaris admitted somewhat sheepishly. Luo Bai, reminded by her words, suddenly recalled that Polaris's powers were somewhat detrimental to Stark. I almost forgot. It seems Tony is indeed countered by you, Luo Bai responded with a chuckle. Polaris shrugged. A hint of exasperation in her tone. The last time we dealt with Hydra, both Mr. Stark and I forgot. He asked me to use my powers, and I inadvertently sent him flying when I wasn't paying attention. Luo Bai didn't particularly wish to laugh, but the image that sprang to mind caused him to involuntarily smile. Tony didn't mention this to me. He probably finds it quite embarrassing, Luo Bai quipped. Polaris sighed. Somewhat bashfully. After their lighthearted exchange, Luo Bai posed the crucial question. By the way, you sent me a message to come here. Is there something important that has arisen? At the mention of this matter, Polaris's expression transformed, taking on a more serious tone. She hesitated slightly before speaking. Master Luo Bai, I understand that you are quite busy. I apologize for the interruption. It's just that Wanda's brother is missing. Wanda's brother? Quicksilver? Missing? Chapter 111. Delivering takeout again? You are truly benevolent. Although Quicksilver was born merely 3 minutes before Wanda, he was undoubtedly an adult. How could he simply vanish? Not taking the matter to heart, Luo Bai responded calmly. He might just have gone off to have some fun. No, ever since he mentioned seeking vengeance against Hydra and left with those superpowered individuals, he has not returned. I have called him numerous times and sent countless messages, yet there has been no response, Wanda exclaimed urgently. Beside her, Polaris quickly concurred. I have reached out to my former acquaintances, the mutants, but they too have been unable to locate Quicksilver. Before she could finish, Wanda anxiously interjected. I know you are a powerful mage. Could you assist me once more in locating Quicksilver? I only need to know his whereabouts. I can go find him myself. Wanda's earnest plea revealed her deep concern. If it was merely a matter of finding someone, Luo Bai thought it was not too troublesome. Thus, he reassured Wanda, I understand. I will help you search for him right away. Wanda nodded, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Subsequently, Luo Bai gently employed the all-seeing perspective within the confines of Earth. This ability allowed him to effortlessly perceive every corner of the planet and observe all its inhabitants. Initially, Luo Bai did not regard Quicksilver's disappearance as a significant issue. Although Quicksilver and Wanda had not undergone Hydra's experiments, and their powers had yet to be activated, the overarching narrative suggested that Quicksilver's abilities would inevitably awaken. His powers, characterized by super speed and the ability to phase through objects, were undeniably formidable. Hence, Luo Bai believed that Quicksilver was unlikely to be in any real danger. However, as he continued his search, Luo Bai sensed something amiss. He scoured the entire Earth, yet there was no trace of Quicksilver. This revelation caused Luo Bai to furrow his brow, and upon further confirmation, he retracted his ability, murmuring to himself, this doesn't add up. Noticing his troubled expression, Wanda promptly inquired, what is it? Is something wrong? Luo Bai shook his head, responding with a hint of confusion, it's strange. I have examined every corner of the Earth, yet I have found no sign of Quicksilver. Wanda, feeling anxious, asked, what does that mean? Luo Bai pondered for a moment before muttering, it could mean that Quicksilver is not on Earth anymore. Not on Earth? How is that possible? Wanda's face displayed sheer astonishment. Where could he possibly go? How could he not be on Earth? Her shock was palpable, revealing her profound bewilderment. Not only was she at a loss, but even Luo Bai found it perplexing. There was no reason for Quicksilver to leave Earth, especially since he had not yet awakened his powers. Even if he had, it would be quite challenging to depart from the planet. Could Quicksilver be in danger? Wanda suddenly asked, her expression fraught with concern. After all, Quicksilver was her brother, her only family at present. The thought of losing him was unbearable. Feeling her distress, Luo Bai patiently reassured her, do not fret, I cannot trace him through the timeline at the moment. I can traverse back to investigate. Wanda paused, her gaze softening. Really? Thank you for helping me. Without further ado, Luo Bai activated the power of the Time Stone, initiating a search for Quicksilver's trajectory through the timeline. At first, Luo Bai did not sense anything unusual. After discovering the truth, Quicksilver had been furious, feeling deceived by Hydra. In his rage, he had joined forces with the superpowered individuals seeking retribution against Hydra. However, as events unfolded, the situation began to shift. Rather than heading directly to the Hydra base or their stronghold in New York, Quicksilver wandered toward an inexplicable location, as if compelled by some unseen force. Ultimately entering an abandoned factory. Inside that factory, he encountered a dark and sinister door, which he approached. Subsequently, Quicksilver vanished. Luo Bai recognized that door all too well. It led to the dark dimension. However, it was not the dimension inhabited by Dormammu, but rather that of Shumagorath. Upon this revelation, Luo Bai comprehended the full scenario. So, Shumagorath had finally sensed something amiss and rushed to Earth to investigate? Realizing he could not descend to Earth through Luo Bai, he opted for another host. By a twist of fate, he chose Quicksilver. He had lured Quicksilver into his dark dimension, presumably intending to possess him and manifest on Earth. This was becoming rather amusing. First it was Mephisto, then Dormammu, and now Shumagorath. It seemed these dark deities enjoyed arriving one by one. The fairy power likely never anticipated that someone would willingly come to offer their strength. And now, 3 powerful energies were arriving all at once. The thought made Luo Bai chuckle aloud. Not to mention the fairy power, which, due to its connection with Luo Bai. Sensed that a grand feast was imminent and was utterly exhilarated. With the true circumstances unveiled, Luo Bai felt no anxiety. He closed the portal, and his expression transformed from confusion to exhilaration. Noticing his newfound joy, Wanda looked perplexed. "What is it, Master Luo Bai? Have you found my brother?" she inquired eagerly. Luo Bai nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Yes, I have found him. Where is he?" Wanda pressed urgently. Luo Bai replied, "In the dark dimension." Wanda and Polaris were rendered speechless. "What? Quicksilver is in the dark dimension? The same dark dimension we just dealt with? Did Dormammu take him?" Polaris asked hastily. Luo Bai shook his head, clarifying. "It is not Dormammu, but Shumagorath, a being even more potent than Dormammu. Dormammu's power is already terrifying. Shumagorath is even stronger? Does that mean Quicksilver is in grave danger?" Polaris asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Luo Bai, however, shook his head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. He merely wishes to use Quicksilver's body to descend upon Earth. He will not harm Quicksilver. Once he arrives on Earth, I will be here to handle everything." Upon hearing Luo Bai's words, both Polaris and Wanda finally exhaled in relief. Particularly Wanda. Grateful for Luo Bai's willingness to assist Quicksilver, she expressed, "Thank you for agreeing to help Quicksilver. I am profoundly grateful to you. He has become my soul family, and I cannot bear to lose him." Luo Bai smiled reassuringly at Wanda, saying, "I promised you before. You and your brother shall find stability with me, and I shall do everything in my power to protect you." However, while he spoke those words, his mind was already devising plans. Mephisto, Dormammu, and now Sicyon, his dark culinary factory, seems to be expanding incessantly. Chapter 112, Dinner Time. Even though Luo Bai could synchronize with the consciousness of the fairy power and master it, the innate hunger of the fairy power would never dissipate. It craved a continuous supply of energy. By consuming this energy, not only would it provide a semblance of satiety to the fairy power, but it would also enhance its strength. Yet, Luo Bai could not comply with the whims of the fairy power and indiscriminately devour all planets. Such actions would not only attract the attention of several deities from the multiverse, but would also render him a public enemy. Thus, he could only devise strategies involving the villains. The lords of the dark dimensions were naturally the best candidates. After all, they were villains endowed with formidable powers. Initially, Luo Bai was troubled by the lack of a legitimate reason for his actions. As the Supreme Mage, he must resolutely uphold peace and love. Provoking others in different dimensions would only lead to rumors of his corruption. But now, it seemed that Lady Luck had smiled upon him. The lords of the dark dimensions were presenting themselves at his doorstep. It was likely that even the fairy power would exclaim, "There's simply too much to consume." He had anticipated that, upon breaking the seal, it would suffer from hunger intermittently. Surprisingly, it had found the right host, and was now feasting daily. At this moment, Luo Bai could sense the excitement emanating from the fairy power, eagerly awaiting Sizyon's arrival. While Luo Bai, as the host, was equally pleased. He refrained from displaying excessive joy upon seeing Wanda's serious expression. Thus, he suppressed his elation and softly reassured Wanda, "Do not worry. I shall remain at the villa with you until we rescue Quicksilver." In truth, Luo Bai's implication was that he would stay here and, the moment Sicyon arrived on Earth, he would devour him. However, Wanda, unaware of the underlying intentions, believed that Luo Bai's actions stemmed from concern for her and his deep care for her brother, Quicksilver. Touched by Luo Bai's attentiveness, Wanda expressed her gratitude. "I have been here for quite some time, and Lorna speaks of you the most. I never understood why Lorna mentioned you so often, but now I believe I understand. Your presence truly brings comfort." Luo Bai, intrigued by her sentiment, inquired, "Does Lorna often speak of me?" Wanda nodded vigorously and affirmed, "Yes, she brings you up almost every day. What has she said about me? Surely she isn't complaining." Luo Bai asked with genuine curiosity. Just then, Polaris hastily interjected, "Actually, she hasn't said much." It was evident that she did not want Wanda to divulge the content of their conversations, subtly indicating that they should change the subject. Whether Wanda grasped this or not, she replied, "Indeed, she hasn't said much." Just as Polaris assumed that Wanda would not continue, Wanda unexpectedly added, "She merely mentioned that you are very kind to her, and that you possess great strength. She admires you and hopes to become a powerful individual like you, seeking your recognition." At this revelation, Polaris fell silent, an awkwardness lingering in the air. When Polaris thought that this would be the extent of Wanda's disclosures, Wanda continued, "She told me that you once thought she was weak, which made her quite sad for a long time." Upon realizing that Wanda was poised to say more, Polaris finally could not contain herself any longer. She quickly changed the topic, asking, "By the way, how is Quicksilver doing? Sicyon's descent upon Earth should not pose any danger to him, right?" Truth be told, Polaris had made a rather abrupt transition in conversation. However, recognizing her discomfort, Luo Bai followed her lead, replying, "He will be fine. Quicksilver is not Scythian's target, so he will suffer no harm." That's a relief. By the way, Master Luo Bai, do you know when Sicyon will arrive on Earth? Quicksilver has been missing for quite some time. Polaris pressed further. Luo Bai pondered momentarily and murmured, "If we calculate the time, it should be in the next couple of days. Do we need to do anything as the Justice League?" Polaris inquired again. "That is not necessary." Luo Bai shook his head in refusal. It seemed that Polaris, struggling to conjure a topic, fell into silence. After a while, she murmured, "I never imagined there would be so many formidable adversaries in the multiverse. I must diligently practice my abilities." With that, Polaris hurried off, resembling a startled rabbit, swiftly retreating to her room and slamming the door behind her. Her speed left Wanda momentarily bewildered. "Why do I feel like she might be a bit upset?" Wanda mused aloud. Luo Bai shrugged, shaking his head in contemplation. "Who knows? I shall go and inquire." With that, he made his way towards Polaris's room. As anticipated by Luo Bai, Polaris was not practicing at all. She sat on the edge of her bed, lost in thought, perhaps hearing the door open. She turned her head, and upon seeing Luo Bai, her panic was palpable. Flustered, she rummaged through her bookshelf, mumbling, "Where is that book? I can't seem to find it." While she searched, Luo Bai approached her from behind. "I want you to know that when I said those things before, I did not mean to belittle you. I merely wished for your improvement. Your abilities are far greater than you realize. I have always held you in high regard," Luo Bai stated earnestly. As soon as he finished speaking, Polaris halted her search and abruptly turned to face him, her eyes reflecting a newfound excitement. "Really? Master Luo Bai, do you truly hold me in such esteem?" she asked eagerly. Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely. You possess the ability to control magnetic fields. If you practice diligently, you will become incredibly formidable." His words took Polaris by surprise, and she could not help but murmur, I thought you believed me to be quite weak." As she uttered this, Polaris's demeanor turned somewhat despondent, eliciting a sense of regret from Luo Bai. Upon reflection, he realized that he had indeed been overly stern with her in the past. Although Polaris had trespassed into his home without permission, she had since worked tirelessly to make amends for her misstep. With this in mind, Luo Bai addressed her earnestly. "I acknowledge that my previous words may have been overly harsh. I owe you an apology." Upon hearing Luo Bai's apology, Polaris panicked. "Master Luo Bai, you need not apologize. You have already helped me immensely. I harbor no resentment. I simply feel that I am not yet exceptional enough." Polaris hastily reassured him. But before she could finish her thought, Luo Bai interjected, "No, Lorna, you are truly remarkable. I firmly believe that your future is immeasurable," declared Luo Bai with unwavering conviction. His resoluteness profoundly moved Polaris, leaving her momentarily speechless. Ever since she could remember, Polaris felt she had never been acknowledged by anyone. She had been hunted, regarded as a threat to society, much like other mutants. It seemed that everyone sought her demise, save for her fellow fugitives and Luo Bai. Yet, Luo Bai was unlike her friends. As a mage, he did not flee. Instead, he was a renowned hero in the United States, trusted and lauded by all. It was remarkable that such a luminary, standing in the light, would willingly recognize her, acknowledging her as someone deemed a threat. Contemplating this, Polaris resolved even more firmly, "Mage Luo Bai, I shall not disappoint you. I will achieve greatness and change humanity's perception of mutants." For as long as she could remember, Polaris had yearned for a shift in society's attitude towards mutants. Luo Bai understood well that, regardless of her circumstances, Polaris would not waver from her original intent. He wholeheartedly supported her pursuit of her aspirations, but cautioned, "Lorna, I encourage you to chase your dreams, but I hope you will not choose to oppose humanity." In response, Polaris resolutely declared, "I promise you, Mage Luo Bai, you are the supreme mage, dedicated to safeguarding the earth. Though I am not a mage, one day I will lead all mutants in pursuing your noble goal." Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. However, he sensed that Polaris had undergone a transformation because of him. In the original narrative, Polaris would ultimately follow the path of her father, Magneto, establishing an underground organization for mutants to combat humanity and the X-Men. Yet now, it seemed she was altering her purpose. Although she might still form an underground organization, she appeared inclined to guide mutants in following Luo Bai. Had he inadvertently influenced the narrative? He dismissed the thought. There were many powerful mutants, and if Polaris could indeed rally them under her banner, it might not be a bad thing after all. Nonetheless, her words had taken him by surprise. Reflecting on this, he remarked, "Honestly, Lorna, I thought assigning you household duties might make you resentful. After all, your talents are somewhat wasted in such a role." Polaris shook her head and replied candidly, not at all. As long as I can be with you, I would gladly accept any task. Luo Bai merely smiled in response, saying, you have the house keys. I'm not absent from home. Polaris was momentarily taken aback. It seemed she comprehended his meaning, yet her expression remained perplexed, as if she wished to inquire further. At that moment, Luo Bai sensed a disturbance. Zysorn is coming, he murmured. Instantly, Polaris grew alert and asked, has he arrived on Earth? Luo Bai nodded, yes. If all goes as expected, he will seek us out here. What should we do? Polaris inquired anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Bai replied calmly, let us invite Wanda for dinner. Polaris responded with bewilderment. Dinner? Is that really appropriate at a time like this? Although perplexed, she proceeded to summon Wanda to prepare the meal. Meanwhile, Luo Bai settled onto the sofa, awaiting the feast. Chapter 113. The Ancient God, Zysorn. In the villa, Luo Bai sat on the sofa, anticipating Zysorn's arrival. After waiting for a while without any sign of Zysorn, Wang appeared instead. He emerged from a portal, visibly flustered, and reported urgently, Supreme Mage, the Sanctum has detected anomalies. Earth is facing another invasion. In stark contrast to Wang's anxiety, Luo Bai remained remarkably composed. He replied calmly, I am aware. As soon as he spoke, Wang pressed on. Does the Supreme Mage know who is coming? Luo Bai nodded and articulated his observations. It is the god of the underworld, Zysorn. Wang's eyes widened in shock and alarm. According to the records in the Kamartaj library, Zysorn was known as the god of the underworld, also referred to as the dark sorcerer and the god of black magic. Legends spoke of him as an ancient deity, born alongside Gaia, one of Earth's primordial life forms. He possessed immeasurable power, so much so that even Dormammu had once sought his strength. The arrival of such a formidable entity on Earth was indeed alarming. Zysorn has descended upon Earth? This is serious. Wang exclaimed, his concern palpable. He had not expected that. Having just seen Dormammu off, Zysorn would follow so swiftly. Wang lamented, what is happening to Earth? Why are these dark gods flocking here one after another? His bewilderment was understandable. While invasions from the dark dimension were not unheard of, they had never occurred with such frequency. In just a week, 3 dark deities had graced Earth, each more powerful than the last. Could it be that some potent energy had suddenly attracted their attention? Sensing Wang's agitation, Luo Bai reassured him, do not worry, Wang, Earth will be fine. Wang sighed, expressing his unease. Supreme Mage, I find this situation highly irregular. It seems as though these dark gods have coordinated their arrivals. This notion was unfounded. They certainly had not conspired, for if they had, they would not have come at all. Luo Bai firmly replied, if they were aware of the fairy power within me, they would have had no reason to come to Earth. The thought of any dark god traveling from afar merely to deliver mischief was absurd. However, Wang remained oblivious to the fairy power that resided within Luo Bai, leading him to perceive Luo Bai's demeanor towards the dark gods as overly relaxed. Supreme Mage, Wang cautioned, Zysorn is not like Dormammu. He is far more powerful. He is the origin of black magic on Earth, the first black mage to emerge here. I cannot fathom just how formidable he truly is. As Wang spoke, his brow furrowed, revealing his deep concern. The fact that Zysorn had chosen to descend upon Earth signified he harbored intentions towards it, which was undoubtedly a troubling development. The more he pondered, the more anxious Wang became. Supreme Mage, what should we do? Should I return and prepare all the mages for action? Wang suggested. To his surprise, Luo Bai outright refused. There is no need. I can handle it. Wang was taken aback, and after a brief pause, he couldn't help but ask, Supreme Mage, do you really intend to face him alone? Without hesitation, Luo Bai affirmed, of course. Given Zysorn's strength, even if the mages of Kamartaj were forewarned, they would likely just be sending themselves to their doom. While Luo Bai's reasoning was sound, the prospect of confronting Zysorn alone was perilous. Wang felt compelled to caution. But Zysorn is not easy to deal with. He is far more powerful than Dormammu. Supreme Mage, isn't it too dangerous for you to confront him alone? As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Bai responded with a chuckle, Your Majesty, I believe it is my circumstances you need not concern yourself with at present. Rather, it is the plight of Zizhuan that should preoccupy your thoughts. At this revelation, the king appeared momentarily taken aback. Surely he had not misheard. He was to worry about Zizhuan's situation? Despite knowing of Luo Bai's formidable prowess, Zizhuan was, after all, an ancient deity. Supreme Mage, do you truly believe you can vanquish an ancient god? The king could not help but inquire. To his astonishment, Luo Bai affirmed, of course I can. The king was left dumbfounded, clearly perceiving Luo Bai's confidence as excessive. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ventured to express, Supreme Mage, I fear you may be underestimating the ancient god's might. I would advise against confronting Zijuan alone. I harbor no doubts regarding your strength. Rather, I simply... The king seemed poised to elaborate, yet before he could finish his thoughts, a figure emerged before them. It was Quicksilver, or more accurately, Zijuan. The blood-red glow emanating from Quicksilver's eyes revealed that his will had been entirely usurped by Zijuan, who radiated a powerful and malevolent force. Upon witnessing Zijuan's arrival, the king immediately summoned the Ring of Ligadador, conjuring two circular magical arrays in his hands. Not only the king, but Polaris and Wanda also took notice. The two individuals, previously engaged in culinary endeavors, halted their activities and turned their gazes toward Quicksilver. Polaris was the first to unleash his energy, and soon, a verdant light enveloped the room. Although Wanda recognized Zijuan's presence, she found herself unable to strike against Quicksilver due to the latter's possession. Fearing for Quicksilver's safety, Wanda implored, "Please, do not harm my brother." With that, she cast a pleading glance at Quicksilver. Before Luo Bai could interject, the king hastily responded, "Wanda, he is no longer Quicksilver. He has been possessed by Zijuan. He is now the god of the underworld, Zijuan." No sooner had the king's words fallen than Zijuan spoke. "I never anticipated that, after my prolonged absence from Earth, the inhabitants would still remember me. However, the Ring of Ligadador? Are the mages of your world still utilizing such primitive magic? How disappointing," Zijuan muttered. At this remark, the king visibly tensed. Perhaps realizing that the Zijuan before him was far beyond his ability to confront, he quietly asked Luo Bai, "Supreme Mage, should I call for assistance from Kamartaj?" Luo Bai chuckled softly before dismissing the notion. "No need. By the way, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Wanda, Polaris, and the king, why don't you all go and have a meal?" The king was taken aback. "What is this? Dinner? At such a time?" He pondered. Before he could voice further objections, Luo Bai continued, "Speaking of which, I am rather hungry myself. Now that everyone is gathered, let us commence our meal." With a gentle smile, Luo Bai then unleashed a formidable surge of black energy from within himself. It was the power of the fairies. Chapter 114. How dare you use me? The dark power emanated from Luo Bai, enveloping the entire room in an instant. Simultaneously, Luo Bai activated a mirror space, severing the room from the outside world. Following the edges of the mirror space, the fairy power spread once more. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was consumed by darkness, with only two bright orbs illuminating the surroundings. These two luminous spheres resembled the vacant spaces deliberately left by the fairy power. Akin to the eyes of the fairy power, now fixated on Zijuan with an almost greedy intensity. Witnessing this overwhelming darkness, the king was bewildered. After a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed, "OMG? What in the world is this?" Before Luo Bai could respond, Zijuan provided the answer. Fairy power? Zijuan gasped. As an ancient god, he was certainly aware of the fairy power, even if he had never witnessed it firsthand. He could not mistake this force. It was indeed fairy power. In that moment, Zijuan finally understood. It was clear now why Luo Bai was unlike other humans. Despite the immense power he had bestowed upon him, Luo Bai's will remained unyielding to his control, and periodically, he would venture into Zijuan's dark dimension to siphon power. It was all due to the fairy power. It had chosen you as its host, Zijuan muttered, disbelief lacing his tone. Upon hearing the astonishment in Zijuan's voice, the king was left even more perplexed. Unable to comprehend, he could not help but inquire, what exactly is fairy power? He struggled to grasp why Zijuan, the very god of dark magic, would harbor fear towards such a force. The library of Kamartaj housed a wealth of knowledge, including chaos magic and the power of the phoenix. However, surprisingly, there was no record of fairy power. The reason was simple. Fairy power had only manifested once within the multiverse, specifically in the Earth 1298 universe. Due to its ancient origins, very little information was available. Consequently, Kamartaj's library contained almost no references to fairy power. Zijuan's awareness stemmed solely from his extensive lifespan, having heard whispers about the potent energies within the multiverse. Fairy power was a presence far more terrifying than chaos magic or the power of the phoenix. Such an overwhelming force had emerged within the multiverse. Yet the mages on Earth remained oblivious? It seemed that the king's question underscored his ignorance, inciting Zijuan's fury. He erupted with indignation. "You do not even know of fairy power? How on earth did you mages on Earth learn magic? Does the Sorcerer Supreme withhold such knowledge from you? You truly disgrace the mage community," Zijuan bellowed. As the origin of dark magic, Zijuan's standing in the mage realm was comparable to that of the Sorcerer Supreme. After all, the Sorcerer Supreme represented the origin of white magic, while Zijuan was the progenitor of all dark magic. Thus, They could both be regarded as the patriarchs of the mage community. Although Zizhuoan's scorn was directed at the king, it was not unwarranted. As a junior mage, the king was quite humble and could not resist continuing to question Zizhuoan. Is fairy power truly so formidable? Without a doubt, fairy power is the most ancient existence within the universe. Should it desire, it can devour all. Zizhuoan replied with fervor. And can you defeat fairy power? The king pressed further. After a moment of contemplation, Zizhuoan hesitated before responding. It may not be certain. It would depend on how developed the fairy power has become. Why are you still conversing with me? Should you not be concerned about your own situation? Zizhuoan, you are now an invader on Earth. Luo Bai is the supreme mage. The king's sarcasm surfaced, seemingly incited by Zizhuoan's overly eager responses. Suddenly, Zizhuoan became aware of the truth. Indeed, Luo Bai was now his adversary. Why was he so excited when his enemy had become the host of fairy power? Now, with the power of the fairies, Luo Bai finds himself impervious to any attempt by Zizhuoan to exert control over him, regardless of the darkness he offers. This realization jolted Zizhuoan back to clarity. The supreme mage, indeed. Initially, I was drawn to your formidable soul, intending to utilize your body to descend upon Earth for my own purposes. However, it seems, young man, that fortune has favored you greatly, for you have been chosen by the fairy power. Thus, all along, your entry into my dark dimension to devour power has merely served to replenish the energy of the fairy power. Zizhuoan inquired in a low voice. Unfazed, Luo Bai affirmed, it appears you have discovered this, which explains your urgency. How audacious of a mere human mage to attempt to manipulate me. Zizhuoan seethed with rage. He had believed himself to be the master of all, only to find that he was the one being used. Luo Bai had cunningly harnessed his power to nurture the fairy strength. How splendidly infuriating. The more he pondered, the more his anger escalated. As an ancient god, the deity of dark magic, it was a profound humiliation for him to be exploited by a novice mage from Earth. Do you presume that possessing fairy power will enable you to triumph over me? Do you truly comprehend the essence of magic? Zizhuoan bellowed in fury. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the fairy power, yet he also knew it was not invincible. After all, fairy power is merely a form of raw energy. Being energy, it necessitates a host. Regrettably, the chosen host by the fairy power is but a human. The will of humanity is ultimately frail. Even with immense power, its full potential cannot be realized. As an ancient god, the origin of dark magic, his mastery over magic far surpassed that of these mortals. Do not revel in your perceived triumph, child. The fairy power shall soon belong to me. Zizhuoan roared in fury. Upon uttering this, he began to chant a spell in hushed tones. As the incantation activated, the entire mirror space underwent a dramatic transformation. The mirror space began to shatter. Once the mirror space had completely fragmented, it was supplanted by Zizhuoan's dark dimension. A vast rift emerged within Zizhuoan's realm, from which emanated the immense and mysterious power of the ancient gods. The once dim dark dimension was suddenly enveloped in crimson flames. This was Zizhuoan's dimension. Indeed, Zizhuoan had come to Earth fully prepared. He was acutely aware that merely possessing Quicksilver's body would not allow him to unleash his full power. Thus, he had established a connection between his dimension and Earth upon his arrival. This rift was the conduit he had forged. With this opening, Zizhuoan could exert his full strength upon the Earth. This time, he would reclaim all that he had once lost. Chapter 115. No one understands magic better than I do. Eons ago, the primordial life force of Earth birthed a cadre of ancient gods, who subsequently turned upon one another, devouring their kin, with some degenerating into demons. Zizhuoan was among them. To terminate this grim fate, the Earth goddess Gaia and the god of life begot Adam. Through the relentless annihilation of the corrupted ancient gods, Adam evolved into an insatiable devourer, so powerful that even the alliance of Zizhuoan and Seth could not contend with him. To avoid a fate akin to those demons, ultimately consumed by Adam, Zizhuoan was compelled to flee to other dimensions. Despite his choice to abandon Earth, he bore a deep-seated defiance against Adam, never relinquishing his desire to reconnect with the planet. He forged a dimension closely aligned with Earth to continuously influence terrestrial affairs. Over the years, he remained relentless in his pursuit to return, conducting experiments in search of a suitable host. More precisely, he sought a vessel, one with a potent soul capable of withstanding his might. The Dark Grimoire served as Zizhuoan's tool in this quest. In truth, Zizhuoan had sought numerous vessels, yet none had met his satisfaction until he encountered Luo Bai. If all proceeded as planned, utilizing Luo Bai would grant Zizhuoan dominion over the entire universe. Yet, fate intervened. As Luo Bai was chosen by the fairy power, Not only was he beyond Zysorn's control, but he had also transformed into his adversary. This realization brought Zysorn a sense of regret. What a splendid vessel he could have had, now destined to be destroyed by his own hand. He conceded that the fairy power was indeed formidable. However, Luo Bai was woefully naive, believing that with fairy power, he could act with impunity. Could he truly vanquish the god of dark magic himself? If this was indeed Luo Bai's belief, it merely illustrated his utter ignorance of magic. As the connection between Earth and Zysorn's dark dimension began to forge, immense energy was rapidly absorbed by Zysorn. Given that Quicksilver's body was incapable of withstanding such overwhelming power, Zysorn discarded it, revealing his true form. Zysorn's true visage was not particularly terrifying, aside from his glowing red eyes. His other features bore a striking resemblance to those of an ordinary human, appearing even more normal than Mephisto. Were one unaware of Zysorn's identity or untrained in magic, they might perceive him as devoid of any threat. Yet, Wang, the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj, understood the gravity of the situation. He recognized that Zysorn had become so powerful that he was now beyond control. Sensing Zysorn's might, Wang grew increasingly anxious. He was not well versed in the nature of fairy power or whether it could triumph over Zysorn. Therefore, he could only caution Luo Bai. Zysorn has established a connection between his dimension and Earth. If we do not intervene, the entire planet will fall under his dominion. Supreme Mage. Luo Bai was acutely aware of the urgency, and without hesitation, he unleashed the fairy power against Zysorn. Having absorbed the dark energies of Dormammu and Mephisto, the fairy power had grown even stronger than before. Complying with Luo Bai's command, the fairy power surged toward Zysorn with unprecedented speed. In the past, the instant the fairy power erupted, it would envelop Zysorn and begin forcibly absorbing the energy from his dimension. However, this instance felt markedly different. Zysorn began to mutter incantations, as if invoking a spell. In the next moment, the entire dark dimension stirred to life. Crimson energy coalesced into a mass of power, equal in magnitude to the fairy power, and commenced its struggle against it. The two forces of darkness clashed violently. Luo Bai could sense that the fairy power was relentlessly devouring the dark energy from Zysorn's realm. Yet, it seemed that Zysorn's dark energy was capable of infinite growth. Despite the fairy power's continuous consumption, the dark force not only remained undiminished, but also grew stronger. In order to halt this escalating power, the fairy power could only attempt to consume it entirely. Yet, it was evident that, at this moment, the fairy power was incapable of achieving such a feat while formidable. The fairy power required growth. Simply put, if the energy consumed by the fairy power exceeded that of Zysorn, it would prevail over him. Initially, the power of the fairies was capable of vanquishing the pantheon of deities, largely due to its consumption of fragments of the Phoenix's power. Although the fairy energy has since accompanied Luo Bai in devouring the energies of Mephisto and Dormammu, the combined might of these two entities remains insufficient to contend with Zysorn. As for the four original stones, being an ancient god, Zysorn remains entirely unaffected by merely four infinity stones. Consequently, the fairy energy is presently unable to completely overwhelm Zysorn's dark energy. In the beginning, Zysorn was merely probing the strength of the fairy energy. However, upon realizing that it had not developed to a level beyond his defeat, he became increasingly arrogant. Is this all the power you have absorbed, fairy energy? TSK, TSK, TSK. What could a mere human like you possibly attain? Zysorn mocked, and in the next instant, he recited an incantation once more. Almost immediately, the dark energy surged violently, beginning to ravenously devour the fairy energy. Though neither force possessed a physical form, the intensity of their struggle was palpable. At that moment, the two powers resembled colossal beasts locked in a fierce contest for dominance. Should one fail to maintain vigilance, they risked being consumed by the other. Ultimately, the only means by which they could determine a victor lay in their respective hosts. The fairy energy was undeniably formidable, yet it was regrettably housed within a human vessel. How long have you even studied magic? Do you truly believe that possessing the power of the fairies grants you dominion over me? You, a mere human, dare to toy with the consciousness of a deity. As Zysorn's voice resonated throughout the dark dimension, the dark energy therein grew increasingly potent, enveloping all within its grasp. Countless formless dark entities surged toward the group, prompting an immediate defensive response. They were acutely aware that if these dark entities were allowed to strike, they would erode their will, ultimately leading them into darkness and subjugation under Zysorn's control. In truth, for Luo Bai, these dark entities were hardly noteworthy and easily dealt with. However, for individuals like Wang and Polaris, the dark entities proved excessively powerful, rendering them incapable of full resistance. Even if they could momentarily fend them off, with time, their combat efficacy would wane, and the dark energy would swiftly consume their resolve. Sensing their inability to withstand him, Zysorn pressed his advantage, reciting another incantation. This time, Zysorn employed the ability to alter reality. As the god of dark magic, Zysorn possessed the capacity to whimsically reshape existence. Although he could not directly modify the fairy energy to cause its disappearance or change its master, he could manipulate the entirety of the world through his powers. Foolish, ignorant humans, open your eyes and behold. I am Zysorn, the very source of all dark magic. Your magic is inconsequential to me. Mages of Earth, pledge your allegiance to me, the ancient god Zysorn. Follow me, and together we shall dominate the entire cosmos. In a fit of rage, Zysorn proclaimed. And in the next moment, a surge of crimson-black magical energy erupted from his being. As the power exploded forth, the crimson-black energy swiftly enveloped everyone, spreading outward relentlessly. Due to the overwhelming nature of Zysorn's power, Wong, Polaris, and the others were utterly unable to withstand it, and soon they were consumed by the crimson-black energy. Following the consumption, their gazes became distinctly askew. As they could not resist Zysorn's abilities, they were altered by his reality-bending powers, succumbing to the fate of dark sorcerers. But the situation extended far beyond this. Zysorn's modifications were not limited to Wong and the others. His alterations targeted the entirety of the world, reshaping the entire Earth. While Luo Bai possessed the fairy energy, which prevented Zysorn from modifying him into a dark sorcerer, Zysorn expanded his dark dimension by altering the world. At this juncture, the Earth had entirely fallen into darkness, transformed into Zysorn's dark realm. Following this expansion, Zysorn began to absorb the energies present on Earth. As colossal energy was drawn into his being, Zysorn grew even more formidable than before. His stature increased, and his peculiar eyes became even more vividly crimson. He gazed at Luo Bai with a sinister smile. Though he did not utter a word, a voice echoed in Luo Bai's ear. Supreme Mage? The Earth you protect is no more. As the voice faded, Zysorn unleashed dark magic upon Luo Bai. The dark magic Zysorn wielded was one that Luo Bai was well acquainted with, the absorption of dark energy. This was a spell of Zysorn's own creation, allowing him unparalleled mastery over its execution. He unleashed all of his power, commencing the absorption of Luo Bai's energy and the fairy power within him. In that moment, Luo Bai realized that Zysorn was far more powerful than he had previously conceived. In truth, Luo Bai possessed the ability to alter reality as well. However, within his own dimension, Zysorn was so immensely powerful that he remained unbound by the influences and constraints of reality. This meant that even if Luo Bai were to invoke his reality-altering abilities, it would have no impact on Zysorn or the dimension he inhabited. The fairy energy had yet to mature to the point where it could triumph over Zysorn, rendering any reality-altering magic ineffective against him. It appeared that Luo Bai had no chance of victory. He had not even attempted to resist. Observing Luo Bai's lack of opposition, Zysorn assumed that Luo Bai had resigned himself to the futility of overcoming him, leading him to become increasingly arrogant. No one understands magic better than I, he boasted. Once more unleashing his full dark energy to envelop Luo Bai, he sought to absorb every ounce of power from Luo Bai, even his very soul. His intent was not merely to absorb, but to possess Luo Bai's body. He understood that if he could fully dominate Luo Bai's consciousness, he would attain unparalleled strength, power sufficient to render him impervious to any deity. As he watched the energy within Luo Bai continuously siphoned away, Zysorn grew more exhilarated, feeling on the verge of claiming both Luo Bai's power and the fairy energy as his own. Yet, amidst his fervent absorption, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, something's not right. Why is the fairy energy suddenly erupting and beginning to absorb my dark energy? Zysorn paused, turning his gaze toward Luo Bai. In that moment, he finally discerned that Luo Bai was, in fact, absorbing the energy of white magic. When Luo Bai inadvertently entered the supreme dimension, he received the blessings of the Vishandi, thereby gaining the right to access the supreme dimension. After studying the contents of the Dark God book, he mastered the method of absorbing dark magic, thereby comprehending the essence of this spell. By combining the fairy energy's ability to create magic, Luo Bai forged a spell that should not exist, one that absorbed the energy of the supreme dimension. As the supreme mage of Kamartaj, Luo Bai had countless means at his disposal to absorb the energy of the Vishandi. Although he had previously attempted various methods, he discovered that the Vishandi was exceedingly stingy. Through the methods currently known, it is utterly impossible to extract a substantial amount of energy from the Supreme Emperor. Each attempt yields only a minuscule fraction of power. This predicament led Luo Bai to ponder whether the Supreme Emperor was merely stingy or if the techniques documented within the Book of Kamatage were fundamentally incapable of facilitating the mass acquisition of the Supreme Emperor's strength. Unable to find an answer, he resolved to harness the power of the fairies and ingeniously crafted a new spell. This spell's potency lies in Luo Bai's ability to directly siphon the Supreme Emperor's power from the Supreme Dimension. The enchantment requires no elaborate rituals. A mere incantation suffices for its execution. For other mages, even if they were to conjure such a spell, it is highly likely they would be unable to realize it. The reasons are quite straightforward. Firstly, other mages cannot access the Supreme Dimension. Secondly, even if they could enter, they might still be incapable of absorbing the Supreme Emperor's energy. However, for Luo Bai, once he created this spell, he could guarantee its success. After all, he possessed a passive ability known as luck. As long as there existed a 0.1 chance, he would prevail. And evidently, he did. Upon discovering that Zysorn sought to forcibly absorb the power within him, Luo Bai invoked his self-created magic, reciting the incantation in his mind, and began to draw energy directly from the Supreme Dimension. Unlike previous attempts, this time he amassed a significant quantity of the Supreme Emperor's power, not merely the essence of white magic, but divine strength. This influx of power markedly enhanced the fairy energy, simultaneously fortifying Luo Bai himself. Consequently, the fairy energy surged dramatically. Realizing something was amiss, Zysorn attempted to retract his dark energy, but it was already beyond his control. The fairy energy had grown so formidable that it eluded his grasp entirely. In an instant, the situation reversed. The fairy energy, which had previously been at a stalemate with Zysorn's dark power, escalated several levels in strength. No longer hesitant, the empowered fairy energy devoured a substantial portion of Zysorn's dark dimension. After consuming half of the dark dimension, the fairy energy fully matured, unleashing a tempestuous absorption of Zysorn's dark realm. Once immensely powerful, Zysorn found himself stripped of half his strength in an instant. It was unmistakable. Zysorn was in a state of panic. He desperately unleashed dark magic in an attempt to restrain the fairy energy, but it only grew more ravenous. In mere moments, the dark dimension was significantly diminished. The most alarming aspect was that after absorbing Zysorn's dark energy, the fairy energy became terrifyingly potent, rendering both Luo Bai and the fairy energy immensely powerful. Luo Bai effortlessly dispelled Zysorn's previous spells using his alteration magic. Before long, the earth returned to its original state. Polaris and Wang, among others, regained their consciousness. As the group regained awareness, they beheld the fairy energy, now frenziedly pursuing Zysorn. Zysorn shouted in desperation, "Stop! Cease this at once. I am the god of dark magic. You cannot consume me." Polaris, Wang, Wanda. The trio was utterly bewildered. Wait, something was amiss. They distinctly recalled being at a disadvantage moments ago. What transpired during their brief lapse of consciousness? How had Zysorn suddenly found himself in a state of retreat? Chapter 116. Is this fellow truly a supreme mage? Even more sinister than I. Polaris and Wang were currently engulfed in confusion. They could not fathom how, in the blink of an eye, Zysorn had begun to flee. Hadn't Zysorn been exceedingly arrogant just moments ago? They stared in disbelief as the fairy energy relentlessly pursued Zysorn through the dark dimension, engaging in fervent discussion. Polaris, Wang, didn't you say Zysorn was incredibly powerful? From this perspective, he seems rather weak. Wang, so what exactly is this fairy energy? How can it overpower even Zysorn? Wanda, goodness, how tragic. As they conversed, they continued to observe the fairy energy chase Zysorn. Every word of their dialogue fell upon Zysorn's ears. To be honest, Zysorn felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation at that moment. As an ancient deity, he was being pursued and assaulted within his own dimension, all while being watched by numerous onlookers. How could he not feel embarrassed? The most infuriating aspect was that the fairy energy not only chased Zysorn, but also feasted upon his dark dimension. Zysorn contemplated intervening, but the more the fairy energy indulged, the weaker he became, rendering him incapable of mounting any defense. Initially, Zysorn could unleash powerful dark magic to assail the fairy energy. However, as time passed, he could only hurl dark energy orbs. It was evident that Zysorn was on the brink of collapse. Eventually, he surrendered all pretense of resistance, helplessly watching as the fairy energy consumed his dark dimension until only a small corner remained. Just as Zysorn believed he was about to be utterly devoured by the fairy energy, Luo Bai suddenly commanded, "Stop." The fairy energy obediently retreated into Luo Bai's being. In that instant of reintegration, Luo Bai felt a profound elevation of his entire being. He immediately sought to harmonize the energies within himself, though he could not discern how much time had passed. Once all the powers were fully merged, it was as if Luo Bai had unlocked the gateway to a new realm. Furrowing his brow, he silently recited an incantation. Upon uttering the spell, he unleashed a formidable surge of dark energy. This energy expanded and enveloped, ultimately allowing Luo Bai to create his own dark dimension. Once the dark dimension was successfully formed, Luo Bai recited another incantation. In the next moment, he conjured vampires, werewolves, and other life forms. Gazing upon his newly created dimension and beings, Luo Bai couldn't help but murmur, "Is this the power of the ancient gods? Quite useful indeed." His words provoked Zisorn's ire. Zisorn bellowed in fury, "What you wield now is my power. The power of the ancient god Zisorn." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai calmly replied, "It was in the past, but it is no longer so." A nonchalant statement that shattered Zisorn's composure. "Without the fairy energy, you would stand no chance against me. You, a mere human from Earth. How long have you even studied magic? Even if you absorb the Supreme Emperor's power, you could never defeat me. It is the fairy energy that is powerful, not you." Zisorn shouted in rage, his fury palpable. In stark contrast to his tempestuousness, Luo Bai remained remarkably composed. "You are correct in your assertions. However, I was fortunate that the fairy energy chose me as its host." "Isn't that infuriating?" Luo Bai replied with a smile. This single statement rendered Zisorn utterly speechless. He glared furiously at Luo Bai, his eyes wide with indignation, clearly unwilling to accept his fate. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, the fairy power had devoured most of his strength. Now, he was left with but a mere fraction of his former might. Even if Dormammu stood before him, he would likely find himself unable to prevail, let alone against Luo Bai, who wielded the fairy power and commanded a significant portion of his abilities. Although he could not fathom how the situation had shifted so drastically, seeing Shi Suo-in in such a disheveled state compelled Polaris to speak. "Master Luo Bai, Shi Suo-in seeks to dominate the Earth. If we do not resolve this matter swiftly, the planet will be in grave peril." Despite Shi Suo-in's pitiful appearance as he was pursued by the fairy power, everyone had witnessed his formidable prowess. He could effortlessly alter reality, and there was a palpable fear that if given the opportunity, he might once again seize control over the entire world. Luo Bai pondered for a moment and, after a brief silence, replied, "I believe you are correct. As the god of dark magic, Shi Suo-in is indeed exceedingly perilous." With that, Luo Bai produced a contract as was his custom. Upon the appearance of the contract, Shi Suo-in visibly froze. He had anticipated that Luo Bai intended to unleash the fairy power to consume him, but he was taken aback to find that Luo Bai was instead offering him a contract. Confused yet contemplative, he accepted it. After reading the contract, Shi Suo-in was infuriated. The document stated, "I, the god of dark magic, Shi Suo-in, willingly sign this contract. From this moment forth, I shall not descend upon Earth and shall steadfastly protect the planet while regularly providing dark energy to the Supreme Mage, Luo Bai." "Well, you have drained away the majority of my powers and yet remain unsatisfied, demanding that I serve you. Is that it? You claim to be the Supreme Mage, yet your actions are more nefarious than those of a dark sorcerer." Shi Suo-in sputtered, his outrage rendering him nearly speechless as he pointed at Luo Bai, repeating the word "you" in disbelief. After a lengthy pause, he could no longer contain himself and vented, "Are you truly the Supreme Mage? You wield fairy power while feeding upon dark energy. By any measure, you hardly resemble a Supreme Mage." In the face of Shi Suo-in's breakdown, Luo Bai remained unperturbed, chuckling as he replied, "Of course, as the Supreme Mage, I never coerce others. Should you agree, simply sign this contract and adhere strictly to its terms. If you refuse, for the safety of the Earth, I shall have no choice but to allow the fairy power to consume you." Well, what a Supreme Mage you are. Is there no justice left in this world? Is there no rule of law? As the Supreme Mage, you practice the purest of white magic. Yet now you threaten to devour me if I do not heed your commands? How can someone like this truly be regarded as a Supreme Mage? Does Vaishnavi not intervene? The more he contemplated, the angrier Shi Suo-in became, grinding his teeth as he questioned the king. Is this what the Supreme Mage has become? Consuming dark energy and expecting me, a dark sorcerer, to provide for him? Is this how things stand in Kamartaj? Truth be told, when the king witnessed Luo Bai unleashing fairy power and absorbing dark energy, he too felt a moment of shock. However, he realized that without the presence of fairy power, even the combined might of all Kamartaj mages would struggle to defeat Shi Suo-in. Acknowledging this, the king reluctantly responded, "But he is the Supreme Mage. the most powerful mage on earth. Kamartaj is under his jurisdiction. I must comply with his arrangements. Very well. In my exasperation, I shall utter the most cowardly of words. Is it merely a contract? I can sign it, can I? I shall sign. Chapter 117. Shi Sua In. One worse than the other. Shi Sua In nearly ground his teeth as he delivered this statement. Fully aware of how dire the circumstances were for him, Luo Bai held the fairy power and had consumed much of his strength, leaving him with no leverage for negotiation. If he refused to sign the contract, he would undoubtedly succumb to the fairy power. However, should he acquiesce and sign, perhaps he could bide his time to recover. When he was pursued by the devourer, he had thought similarly. A wise man knows when to yield, regardless of his reluctance. Shi Sua In had no choice but to sign the contract. As Luo Bai observed Shi Sua In's signature upon the contract, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Once the contract was finalized, Luo Bai prepared to depart, only for Shi Sua In to interject. You cannot simply leave like this. Luo Bai chuckled, unable to suppress his curiosity. What? Still unwilling to accept your fate? Shi Sua In fell silent, his expression betraying hesitation. After a moment, he reluctantly spoke. No. It's not that I refuse to accept it. It's just that the fairy power has devoured too much of my strength, rendering me exceedingly weak. If you leave now, and my enemies arrive, I shall be powerless to defend myself. It pained him to admit this. He had initially hidden here to escape pursuit, striving to enhance his abilities in order to reclaim his position on Earth. Yet, upon his return, he had been defeated by a mage from this very planet. The most disheartening aspect was that the energy from his dark dimension had been largely seized by the Supreme Mage. Now, he found himself in a state of utter weakness, incapable of recovering in the short term. However, as a dark sorcerer and an evil god, Shi Sua In was not without enemies or rivals. If they discovered his current frailty before the fairy power could consume him, his adversaries would likely seize the opportunity to eradicate him. Having agreed to the contract with Luo Bai, it was evident that Shi Sua In wished to avoid a fate of being devoured, and thus he could not easily let Luo Bai depart. With this in mind, Shi Sua In spoke once more. Now that I have signed your contract, we are bound in a cooperative relationship. If I am consumed by my enemies, it would not benefit you. Why not return my strength to me? With my power restored, I can defend against the attacks of other evil gods, ensuring that I can continue to provide you with energy. His words held a kernel of truth. After all, in the multiverse of Luo Bai, Shi Sua In was not the only ancient god, nor was he the sole evil god. Given his current weakness, should he attract the attention of others who might consume him, it would undoubtedly create complications. His reasoning was so sound that even the king began to contemplate it. The Supreme Mage is indeed correct. Shi Sua In's strength has been severely diminished. If he is targeted by other evil gods, it poses a significant threat to Earth. The king analyzed. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai inquired, so you believe I should return Shi Sua In's strength? Without hesitation, the king immediately opposed. Certainly not. We have worked hard to weaken Shi Sua In. If we restore his power, all our efforts would be in vain. Shi Sua In is the god of dark magic. Who can guarantee that he won't violate the terms of the contract and retaliate against the Earth? Before Shi Sua In could protest, the king continued. Why not simply consume him? This way, we need not worry about him being devoured by other evil gods, nor do we have to return his strength. The king's proposal only served to further incite Shi Sua In's ire. He had assumed that among the mages on Earth, only Luo Bai was unscrupulous, wielding fairy power to commit acts of villainy. Yet he found himself astonished to discover that each one appeared more nefarious than the last. Zisorn wished to articulate his thoughts, yet he found himself so enraged that he could scarcely utter a single word. His gaze was fixed upon Wang and Luo Bai, brimming with fury. Most alarming was Luo Bai's profound silence, which seemed to hint at murderous intent. Fearing that Luo Bai might indeed unleash his fairy power and consume him, Zisorn anxiously exclaimed, "You cannot do this. We have a contract in place. You promised that as long as I provided energy, you would not devour me." Fortunately, Luo Bai appeared to have no such intentions. "I have considered the issues you raised," Luo Bai replied with a smile, "but I am not concerned. As long as you abide by the contract and serve me loyally, your dimension shall remain unharmed." Others may not have fully grasped the situation, but Luo Bai was acutely aware that his greatest asset was not the fairy power itself, but rather his own fortune buff. He held a firm belief that the goddess of luck would perpetually favor him, ensuring he encountered no peril. Even with the recent arrival of the three malevolent deities, Mephitos, Dormammu, and Zisorn, on Earth, Luo Bai perceived their presence not as a threat, but as an opportunity. Thus, he remained unfazed by Zisorn's concerns. Even if Zysorn were to be consumed one day, it would pose no threat to Luo Bai or Earth. It might even yield further benefits. With this thought, Luo Bai turned to Zysorn, a smile gracing his lips. Zysorn, I am well aware of your thoughts. However, I urge you to suppress your inner desires and intentions. Otherwise, you need not await your enemies. I will take matters into my own hands. He continued, the contract is designed to restrain you, not me. I hope you comprehend this principle. Following his words, Luo Bai departed with Wang and their companions, casually severing the link between Zysorn's dimension and Earth. Even after Luo Bai had completely vanished from the dimension, Zysorn remained momentarily stunned. Gazing at his ravaged dimension, he recalled Luo Bai's words, which only fueled his anger further. No, what sort of world is this? Even the villains are espousing the spirit of contracts. The Supreme Sorcerer tells me that this contract is only binding if I choose to uphold it? What is this madness? Vashandi, you are the true leader of dark sorcery, aren't you? What kind of sorcerers are you teaching? They are more bizarre than the malevolent deities. Frustrated yet powerless, Zysorn could only grit his teeth and continue his furtive development. Meanwhile, Luo Bai and his companions had returned to their villa in New York. Upon their return, Polaris was brimming with excitement. Glancing at Luo Bai as she asked, Supreme Sorcerer, what exactly was that fairy power you just used? Even Zysorn could not withstand it. She wore an expression akin to that of an adoring fan. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang could not contain his curiosity either. Supreme Sorcerer, I am quite intrigued. What exactly is this fairy power? Chapter 118. Times have changed. Wang was not well acquainted with fairy power. Although he had just witnessed its incredible might, he still harbored numerous questions. With Polaris having already posed a query, Wang felt compelled to follow suit. Since Luo Bai had openly demonstrated the fairy power, he clearly had no intention of concealing it. Settling onto the sofa, Luo Bai organized his thoughts and began to elucidate. Fairy power is something I discovered during my travels through the multiverse. It originated from Earth, in the 1298 universe. And for reasons unknown, it chose me as its host. To be precise, it is a form of power, devoid of any inherent notions of good or evil. However, it possesses an insatiable hunger, necessitating the consumption of vast amounts of energy. After hearing this explanation, Wang seemed to grasp the concept, unable to suppress his inquiry. So, you mean to say that fairy power requires constant energy absorption, just like how it devoured Zysorn's dark dimension earlier? Precisely. Fairy power itself is not inherently powerful, but it is indeed unique. You may be familiar with chaos magic and phoenix power, yet fairy power differs from both. It can entirely absorb and transform another's energy for its own use. Luo Bai responded. At this revelation, Wang finally achieved a more tangible understanding of fairy power. Reflecting on its capabilities, he was astonished and could not refrain from exclaiming, is this fairy power truly that formidable? In truth, Wang had long struggled to comprehend why fairy power could overpower Zysorn. After all, Zysorn was an ancient deity. Even Odin might not emerge victorious against him. They hailed from the same era. While Vashandi was certainly far more powerful than Zysorn, the latter was a figure of such caliber that mere sorcerers could not contend with him. However, after hearing Luo Bai's explanation, Wang began to see the light. Fairy power, through the absorption of others' energies, could not only augment its own strength, but could also convert others' abilities for its own use. Imagine, suddenly finding yourself growing weaker while your opponent becomes increasingly stronger. The most alarming aspect is that, after the encounter, they possess all the magic you once wielded. It is no wonder that such a formidable figure as Zysorn was compelled to enter into a contract with fairy power. This fairy power is astonishingly powerful, Wang mused. This is merely one aspect of fairy power. It can also manipulate reality and master all forms of witchcraft, even creating spells of its own, Luo Bai elaborated further. Upon hearing this, Wang was momentarily taken aback. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, fairy power can master all witchcraft and even create spells? Can these abilities be conferred upon you? Certainly, Luo Bai replied with a smile. As the host of fairy power, our wills are intertwined. What it possesses, I also possess. Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze reflecting envy. This was akin to a scenario where, even if one were an ordinary individual, devoid of any magical talent, upon becoming the host of fairy power, they would instantly transform into a supreme sorcerer. Such power is coveted by every sorcerer. How fortunate, Wang murmured, unable to conceal his admiration. It was evident that he genuinely envied Luo Bai's extraordinary luck in being chosen as the host of fairy power. Wang fell into silence, contemplating how he had never been graced with such fortune. Luo Bai, noticing his silence, could not resist asking, Wang, how many years have you spent in Kamartaj? Brought back to reality, Wang replied, I can scarcely recall how many years it has been, perhaps around 30 or 40. You must have seen everything I did in the dark dimension. Do you have any thoughts on that? Luo Bai continued to inquire, suddenly realizing why he had posed these questions. Kamartaj had long prohibited any association with dark magic. Yet, as the supreme sorcerer, Luo Bai not only absorbed dark magic, but even kept Zysorn as a pet. Even though Luo Bai had previously lifted this prohibition, most sorcerers in Kamartaj remained wary of dark magic. After all, many sorcerers had yet to fully embrace it, often viewing dark magic as synonymous with evil. As the steward of successive supreme sorcerers, Wang had accompanied Ancient One for an extended period. It would be entirely reasonable for him to harbor reservations regarding Luo Bai's actions. Wang, in contrast, seems to have a rather open-minded perspective on this matter. I must confess that I was quite astonished upon witnessing your absorption of dark energy. After all, during the time of the Ancient One, we were consistently warned that dark energy could lead to a sorcerer's downfall. However, I am acutely aware that, under the circumstances we just faced, without the power of the fairies, we would have been unable to vanquish Zysorn. Thus, I can accept your actions. Yet, I harbor some concerns, so I wish to inquire. Supreme Sorcerer, does the dark energy you absorbed have any effect on you? Wang asked, his gaze laced with worry. Luo Bai, fully cognizant of Wang's inquiry, promptly replied, No. The dark energy cannot erode my will, for the fairy power transmutes it. That's a relief, Wang sighed, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. If the dark energy cannot corrupt you, and can even enhance your abilities, that would indeed be a boon for Kamartaj and Earth. Wang's thoughts brought Luo Bai a sense of comfort. Just as the Ancient One had once said, Wang's mindset was not dogmatic, which led him to place greater trust in Wang than in Mordo. However, regarding Mordo, Luo Bai had no intention of concealing this matter. After contemplating for a moment, he addressed Wang. Wang, please relay the information regarding the fairy power and Zysorn to Kamartaj. Upon hearing this, Wang appeared somewhat taken aback. After some thought, he responded immediately. Supreme Sorcerer, I believe you should keep this under wraps. Although you lifted the ban, most sorcerers in Kamartaj previously followed the Ancient One. They may find it difficult to accept your actions. Luo Bai, well aware of this, replied earnestly, I understand, but it matters not. This matter cannot remain hidden. If those sorcerers cannot accept it, they are free to leave Kamartaj at any time, including Master Mordo. Wang seemed to grasp something from his words. I see, Supreme Sorcerer, he said, preparing to depart. He activated the portal and was about to step through when he suddenly recalled something and turned back to ask, Supreme Sorcerer, was the departure of Mephisto and Dormammu from Earth also due to the fairy power? Luo Bai nodded and affirmed, indeed. Wang was momentarily stunned and inquired further. So they also signed a pact? Luo Bai nodded once more. Wang was taken aback. How extraordinary. I wondered how Dormammu could so easily abandon Earth and vow never to invade again. Is this the reason? Not quite. My intention is merely to enlist them as protectors of Earth. This is explicitly stated in the contract, Luo Bai explained. Wang exclaimed, goodness. In the future, if Earth is invaded, and Dormammu, Mephisto, and Zysorn suddenly emerge to proclaim their defense of the planet, can you imagine such a spectacle? Truly, times have changed. Chapter 119. The Justice League grows stronger. After comprehending the situation, Wang's expression was nothing short of remarkable. Supreme Sorcerer, sometimes I feel you are indeed a being of divine prowess, he couldn't help but exclaim. The notion of Dormammu and Zysorn safeguarding Earth was something he could scarcely fathom. Yet Luo Bai had accomplished it, evoking in Wang a profound admiration for him. Having finished his inquiries, Wang intended to take his leave. However, unexpectedly, Luo Bai called out to him. Oh, Wang, when you return to Kamartaj, be sure to check on Stark and see what he is up to. If you discover that he is researching and attempting to create artificial intelligence, please inform me. Artificial intelligence. Wang furrowed his brow. While he did not fully grasp Luo Bai's words, he refrained from probing further and simply agreed before departing. As Wang's figure faded from sight, Luo Bai began to ponder. Just as he had anticipated, Wang was able to accept the notion of signing a contract with the Lord of the Dark Dimension and absorbing dark energy. However, Mordo would most likely be unable to accept it. This conclusion arose from the original storyline, where Mordo chose to leave Kamartaj and ultimately fell from grace. In that narrative, upon learning that the Ancient One had absorbed dark energy, Mordo could not bear it and chose to depart Kamartaj. Although the story had shifted due to Luo Bai's arrival, Mordo remained unaware of the Ancient One's actions and thus had not left. Yet, once he learns that Supreme Sorcerer Luo Bai is absorbing dark energy, it is likely he will make the same choice. With this psychological expectation in mind, Luo Bai found himself somewhat accepting of this outcome. However, another matter piqued his curiosity. Due to his involvement, it seemed that certain timelines had unfolded prematurely. For instance, Dormammu was originally meant to appear only after Doctor Strange entered Kamar-Taj. Yet now Dormammu had been driven away before Doctor Strange even made his entrance. Similarly, the schism between Stark and Captain America should have occurred after the emergence of Ultron. Yet due to Luo Bai's early revelation of Hydra's insight plan, Stark and Captain America had already split before Ultron's arrival. While many stories had advanced, this did not imply that the original tales would not unfold. For instance, Ultron. According to the normal timeline, Ultron should be on the verge of manifesting. If Luo Bai's memory served him correctly, Ultron was created jointly by Stark and Dr. Banner in the cinematic narrative. Stark, fearing for Earth's safety, had created Ultron, initially hoping for it to be a protector of the planet, only to find that Ultron developed sentience and began to wreak havoc. Yet now, Stark was immersed in learning magic at Kamar-Taj, intent on crafting a magical suit. Surely, he wouldn't create an Ultron while at Kamar-Taj, would he? Though Luo Bai considered this a slim possibility, after all, Stark was preoccupied with learning magic and constructing a magical suit. He could not ignore the fact that Ultron would inevitably come into existence. Hence, he felt compelled to remind Wong to keep an eye on Stark. He couldn't help but wonder how Ultron and Vision would eventually come to be. Luo Bai murmured softly to himself. Just as his words faded, Polaris inquired, "Master Luo Bai, is there something amiss?" Her question jolted Luo Bai from his thoughts. And shaking his head, he replied, "Nothing to concern yourself with. By the way, Master Luo Bai, I've been meaning to ask you, does the fairy power's choice of you as a host have any effects on your body?" Polaris inquired. A hint of worry etched across her face. Noticing her concern, Luo Bai smiled and reassured her, "It doesn't have any significant effects, aside from making me feel quite ravenous." Quite ravenous? Polaris was taken aback, perhaps recalling the days of scarcity during their escape. She immediately grew anxious and asked, "Are you very hungry now?" "Of course. Do you need me to prepare something for you to eat?" "There's no need. The fairy power cannot be satiated, and making the host feel hunger is likely its only side effect. However, I have grown accustomed to it," Luo Bai replied with a smile. Initially, when the fairy power first manifested, Luo Bai did indeed find it quite uncomfortable. However, after some time of control, he had adapted and become accustomed to it. Yet, Polaris still harbored some concern. "I have experienced hunger myself, and I am acutely aware of the profound discomfort it entails," the North Star murmured with concern. Beside her, Wanda quickly concurred, "I can empathize deeply. I remember my time with Quicksilver." However, upon mentioning Quicksilver, Wanda fell silent. Unconsciously, her brow furrowed as her gaze shifted to Quicksilver, who lay unconscious on the sofa. Ever since the departure of the demon, Zysorn, from Quicksilver's body, he had remained in a state of unconsciousness, with no signs of awakening. This caused Wanda considerable distress, prompting her to inquire of Luo Bai, "Do you know why Quicksilver has yet to awaken?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Bai offered a hypothesis. "It is likely due to the overwhelming power of Zysorn. He possessed Quicksilver, but Quicksilver's body could not withstand such a force, which is why he remains in this state." "When will he awaken?" Wanda pressed anxiously. No sooner had she spoken than, without waiting for Luo Bai's response, Quicksilver stirred and opened his eyes. Overjoyed, Wanda rushed forward to ask, "Are you all right?" At that moment, Quicksilver, as if stripped of all awareness, murmured, "What has happened to me?" Wanda promptly recounted the entire saga. Upon grasping the situation, Quicksilver finally recalled some fragments of memory. "I remember I intended to seek revenge on Hydra, and then I inexplicably heard someone speaking in my ear. He warned me that pursuing vengeance would lead to my demise, and directed me to a place where I could gain the power to exact my revenge. So, I went through a door. Was that guiding figure the demon Zysorn?" Quicksilver inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Luo Bai corrected him. "To be precise, he is the god of dark magic, an ancient deity." Quicksilver's expression shifted to understanding. Although he could not recall the specifics of what transpired, the gravity of Wanda's account compelled him to express his gratitude to Luo Bai. "Thank you, Master Luo Bai." After uttering these words, he rose to his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Luo Bai. Expressing his appreciation, "I heard from Wanda that you are a remarkable person. Although you share a close relationship with Stark, you are your own individual. You have aided both Wanda and me, and you saved my life. I am uncertain how to repay you, but if you ever require assistance, I shall certainly lend my hand." Quicksilver sincerely thanked him, oblivious to the subtle changes occurring within his own body. However, Wanda observed with keen clarity. "Quicksilver, you!" she exclaimed in astonishment. Noticing her surprise, Quicksilver asked, "What is it?" "You are incredibly fast," Wanda marveled. North Star chimed in, unable to contain her amazement. "Indeed, you were remarkably swift just now." It was then that Quicksilver recognized the transformation within him. It seemed he possessed some extraordinary abilities. Excited, he experimented with his newfound capabilities within the room. Once assured that it was not an illusion, he could not help but exclaim, "What is happening? Why have I suddenly acquired such speed?" Not only was Quicksilver bewildered, but even North Star and Wanda shared the same sentiment. They all turned their gaze towards Luo Bai. Luo Bai shook his head, admitting uncertainty. "I, too, am unclear about the specifics. It is possible that when Zysorn possessed you, his power activated the latent potential within you, granting you the abilities of rapid movement and accelerated thought," Luo Bai explained. In the cinematic portrayal, Quicksilver's powers were awakened due to Hydra's human experimentation, primarily due to the Mind Stone. However, since Luo Bai had retained possession of the Mind Stone, Hydra's experiments had been halted. Initially, when Luo Bai rescued Quicksilver and Wanda, they were merely ordinary individuals, their abilities dormant. While Luo Bai knew that their powers would eventually be awakened, he did not anticipate that Quicksilver's emergence would be linked to Zysorn. Yet, this turn of events was fortuitous, as the Justice League was in need of members. With this in mind, Luo Bai smiled and proposed, "Did you not say you wished to assist me? How about joining the Justice League?" "The Justice League? What is that?" Quicksilver inquired curiously. "It is an organization I established to protect the Earth. Wanda should be aware of it," Luo Bai replied. No sooner had he spoken than Wanda eagerly affirmed, "Indeed, I am aware. I previously participated in the Justice League's operations." Encouraged by her words, Quicksilver readily acquiesced. "Very well. I accept your invitation to join the Justice League. If you ever need me, call upon me." As soon as Quicksilver concluded, Wanda added, "If you would not mind, I too would like to join the Justice League." Chapter 120. Doctor Strange seeks a mentor. The Justice League was established under Wanda's witness. Although initially hesitant to join due to Stark's influence, her perspective gradually shifted after enduring numerous trials. "I was oblivious to the dangers our Earth faced, unaware that powerful dimensional lords like Dormammu and Zysorn coveted it. After experiencing these two incidents, I have come to understand, and suddenly, I grasp why you are so busy. In truth, I quite enjoy the camaraderie of fighting alongside you and Lorna. If you do not mind, both Quicksilver and I would be willing to join the Justice League." Wanda spoke earnestly. Having gone through these events, Wanda had developed a profound trust in Luo Bai. She firmly believed that he would ensure the safety of both herself and Quicksilver, safeguarding the Earth eternally. Thus, she yearned to immerse herself in such an environment. Naturally, Luo Bai was elated by their agreement and responded with a smile, "Welcome to the Justice League." As soon as he spoke, North Star exclaimed excitedly, "Wanda, you have finally come to your senses. I am thrilled that you wish to join the Justice League." Wanda smiled, feeling a bit bashful as she replied, "I believe you are correct, Lorna. Life is filled with meaningful pursuits, and perhaps I should engage in more significant endeavors, such as protecting this planet alongside you." "I am delighted to hear you say that. However, wait, have we not yet had dinner?" As the two chatted, North Star suddenly seemed to recall something and began to inquire. At her reminder, Wanda too remembered. Earlier, Luo Bai had requested them to prepare dinner. But just as the meal was ready, Zysorn had arrived. Consequently, they had yet to eat. With this thought, Wanda turned to Luo Bai and asked, "Master Luo Bai, would you care to join us for dinner?" Luo Bai shook his head, responding with a smile, "No need. I have already dined. You all enjoy your meal. I shall visit the study." With that, he ascended the stairs. Watching Luo Bai depart, North Star and Wanda fell into silence. At that moment, they finally comprehended the true meaning behind Luo Bai's invitation to dinner. They had naively assumed he simply wished to share a meal. In retrospect, it dawned on them that when Luo Bai spoke of dinner, it was entirely different from their understanding. While they sought sustenance, Luo Bai had dined with Zysorn. Oh, the Supreme Sorcerer truly was in a league of his own. At this moment, the thoughts swirling in the minds of the two individuals remained opaque to Luo Bai, for he had already ascended to the second floor. The matters concerning Shi Suo and had reached a conclusion with the involvement of Wanda and Quicksilver in the Justice League. Following the resolution of this affair, Luo Bai found himself finally at leisure. Upon reaching the second floor and securing the door behind him, he commenced the practice of harnessing the energy he had absorbed. In Luo Bai's perspective, the most formidable aspect of fairy power lay in its capacity to replicate abilities. It is precisely this capability that has enabled Luo Bai to effortlessly create his own dimensions. Moreover, he could also conjure entire races of life forms. The ability to create life was an attribute of fairy power that had been replicated from Shi Suo. To be precise, Shi Suo was not merely a god of dark magic, but also the progenitor of monsters. He possessed the ability to create formidable monster races such as vampires, werewolves, and goblins. The fairy power, having assimilated this ability and absorbed a substantial amount of Shisua's energy, now allowed Luo Bai to create these life forms as well. Given that Luo Bai was in dire need of assistance, the prospect of generating a multitude of life forms to serve him seemed quite advantageous. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai endeavored to ascertain whether he could produce these life forms en masse. However, he soon discovered that creating these races was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. In truth, generating primitive forms of vampires or life forms was not particularly challenging. With a mere expenditure of energy, he could conjure a considerable number. However, these primitive life forms possessed limited combat prowess, rendering them akin to cannon fodder on the battlefield. To create a perfect, intelligent higher life form, Luo Bai would need to expend a vast amount of energy. Yet, the fairy power was insatiable, leaving Luo Bai bereft of the necessary energy to waste. After generating a portion of primitive life forms, Luo Bai found himself even hungrier. Driven by his hunger, he began to absorb dark energy. Perhaps due to his previous overindulgence in fairy power, this time he was unable to siphon substantial energy from the three dimensions. It was not that Shisua and Mephisto and Dormammu were stingy with their offerings, but rather that there was genuinely little power to be absorbed. Although Luo Bai had also utilized the magic he created to discreetly draw energy from the dimension of the Vishani, these energies were still woefully inadequate. This prompted Luo Bai to ponder aloud. It seems I must devise alternative methods to absorb more energy. In fact, within the Marvel Universe, there exist numerous methods for energy absorption. Continuously siphoning energy from the dark dimension is one approach, while another involves devouring entire planets. The multiverse is replete with lifeless celestial bodies, leading Luo Bai to contemplate the possibility of consuming several planets within the multiverse to facilitate his growth. After all, fairy power possesses another capability, the ability to create magic, which also necessitates a considerable amount of energy for continuous development. Therefore, after concluding his previous attempts, Luo Bai ventured into the multiverse to consume planets. The act of devouring planets is far slower than merely absorbing energy. Thus Luo Bai lingered within the multiverse for an extended period. He lost track of how many planets he had consumed, returning to the villa only when he felt it was sufficient. Initially intending to continue his efforts to create perfect life forms upon returning to the villa, he was unexpectedly visited by Wang. Upon seeing him, Wang immediately greeted, "Supreme Master." Luo Bai nodded and inquired, "Has something occurred at Kamartaj?" Under normal circumstances, Wang would not seek him out. If he did, it indicated that something was amiss. Given that there were no disturbances on Earth or invasions by demonic entities, it could only mean trouble had arisen at Kamartaj. Luo Bai had already surmised that Wang's visit was likely related to Mordo. Sure enough, the next moment Wang spoke. "Master Luo Bai, Master Mordo has left Kamartaj. He stated he could not accept your engagement with dark magic, thus he chose to depart. I anticipated he would make such a choice. Are there others leaving Kamartaj?" Luo Bai inquired, seemingly unfazed. Wang shook his head and replied, "Apart from him, no one else has left." Luo Bai fell silent. In truth, his relationship with Mordo had not been poor. It was Mordo who had initially guided him to Kamartaj. However, as the Ancient One had remarked, Mordo was exceedingly obstinate. Since the Ancient One declared dark magic to be an evil force, Mordo had come to perceive all practitioners of dark magic as malevolent. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he would part ways with Luo Bai. What did surprise Luo Bai, however, was the additional news Wang brought. "By the way, Supreme Master, a man named Strange has come seeking you," Wang stated. "Strange? Dr. Strange?" Luo Bai furrowed his brow. "Wait, Strange has arrived? Does that not imply that the narrative has at least progressed to the point of Dr. Strange? Yet I have not encountered Ultron or Vision. Could it be that they were swallowed along with the Infinity Stones?" "Most likely, yes. Of course, at this moment." Luo Bai was not particularly concerned about that. Ever since his emergence, the narrative had been thrown into disarray, leaving him indifferent to its course. His current focus was on Strange. "Is he presently at Kamartaj?" Luo Bai inquired. Wang shook his head and candidly replied, "He is still in Kathmandu, searching for Kamartaj. I have observed him inquiring everywhere about its location, which is why I thought to ask you whether you would like to bring him back to Kamartaj." "Strange, Dr. Strange." It was said that his magical talent was quite formidable. Had it not been for Luo Bai's intervention, he would have been destined to become the Supreme Master. However, circumstances had dictated otherwise, leading to Luo Bai's ascendance. Although the Ancient One had departed long ago and the title of Supreme Master had shifted to Luo Bai, if Strange was willing, taking him on as a disciple seemed entirely feasible. After all, With proper guidance, Strange could potentially flourish immensely. With this thought, Luo Bai remarked, "Bring him to Kamar Taj. I wish to meet him." Wang nodded and promptly opened a portal to Kamar Taj, with Luo Bai following closely behind. He settled in the main hall of Kamar Taj, sipping tea as he awaited the arrival of the visitor. Before long, Wang returned with a disheveled man who resembled a beggar. Luo Bai was acutely aware of Strange's character. Originally, Strange had been an exceptional neurosurgeon, acclaimed for his surgical prowess, often regarded as a divine gift to the field. He was affluent. Although not as wealthy as Stark, he lived quite comfortably. A man of wealth and intellect. He could have basked in a lifetime of ease and recognition within his profession, yet an unforeseen car accident had robbed him of everything. In desperation, Strange had sought out Kamar Taj, presumably in the hope that Luo Bai could heal his hands. However, due to Strange's exceptionalism, having been labeled a genius throughout his life, he had developed an air of arrogance akin to Stark's. In the original narrative, when Strange first encountered the Ancient One, he had spoken disrespectfully to her, leading to a reprimand and his subsequent expulsion from Kamar Taj. This prompted Luo Bai to consider that perhaps he ought to temper his arrogance in a manner similar to the Ancient One. Upon contemplating this, Loki White was poised to utter a few words, intending to assert his dominance over Strange. Yet, to his astonishment, before he could articulate his thoughts, Strange abruptly knelt before him. Before Loki could even comprehend the situation, Strange began to plead, I know you are the Sorcerer Supreme, aren't you? You possess magic. And you can assist me, can't you? I implore you, please heal my hands." His voice trembled as he clutched the hem of Loki's pants, his dirty face revealing a pair of bright, beseeching eyes. He gazed up at Loki with a look of desperate supplication, as if at that moment, Loki embodied a deity. This unexpected display left Loki utterly bewildered. Something was amiss. Strange was not supposed to behave this way. The narrative was not meant to unfold in such a manner. Shouldn't he have entered with skepticism regarding the authenticity of magic, only to kneel in supplication after Loki had put on an impressive display and sent him away? Why then? Had he knelt immediately upon entering? Before Loki could fully process this, Strange continued, "You must have a way to help me, right? I beg you. I truly have nothing left." Strange's demeanor was so reverent that Loki began to doubt whether his character was genuinely as proud as he had perceived. However, seeing his earnest attitude, Loki dismissed the notion of belittling him. "I understand your purpose for being here, Strange. I can heal your hands. But are you willing to learn magic?" Loki inquired. Without hesitation, Strange replied, "I am willing." For a surgeon, his hands were his very essence. If they could be restored, he would do anything. With determination, Strange declared, "As long as you can restore my hands, I will comply with any request." Healing Strange's hands was indeed a simple task for Loki, as he possessed the power to alter reality. With a mere flicker of magic, Strange's hands could be returned to their former state. However, from Strange's words, Loki sensed a misunderstanding on his part. Thus, he clarified, "Dr. Strange, I fear you may not fully grasp my intent. What I mean is, I can heal your hands, but this entails that you must relinquish your former identity. You must remain in Kamar Taj to diligently study magic." Upon hearing this, Strange was taken aback, processing the revelation for a moment before asking, "Are you suggesting that I will have to stay in Kamar Taj and can never practice medicine again?" Loki nodded. Strange hesitated, and it was only natural for him to do so. After all, he had initially come here solely to heal his hands and return to his profession. His interest in superhumans and magic was minimal. Now, Loki's proposition demanded that he forsake his calling as a doctor? A profound silence enveloped Strange as he contemplated this. Noticing his quietude, Loki smiled and remarked, "Dr. Strange, there is no such thing as a free lunch. I cannot assist you unconditionally. If you are unwilling to offer something in return, I cannot heal your hands." Strange blinked in surprise and promptly responded, "I can offer you money." It was evident that Strange had yet to immerse himself in the world of the extraordinary. He still viewed things through the lens of an ordinary person. Loki healing him in exchange for monetary compensation seemed entirely reasonable. However, to Loki, money held little value. "Dr. Strange, I am aware you are not yet familiar with Kamar Taj. But you must understand, no conventional doctor can remedy your hands. I am not a doctor. I am a sorcerer. The means by which I can heal your hands are not medical, but magical," Loki articulated deliberately. Upon finishing, he invoked a spell to summon objects. Soon, a small yellow circle appeared in midair, and in the next moment, stacks of currency cascaded down like rain. For you ordinary folk, money may hold great significance, as you require it to live. But for sorcerers, it is not of paramount importance, for we can obtain it at any time. Observing the deluge of currency, Strange was left in a state of astonishment, exclaiming, "Honestly, This is far more shocking than anything I've seen on television. Loki merely smiled and took a sip from his teacup. A seemingly mundane action, yet perceptive Strange noted that, as Loki lifted the cup, it transformed into pure gold. What kind of magic is this? Is it akin to turning stone into gold? Strange inquired eagerly, pointing at the cup. You could interpret it that way, Loki replied. Setting the cup down, Strange fell silent, fixated on the golden teacup, plunged into deep contemplation. At that moment, he recognized the absurdity of his previous statements. A being capable of transmuting stone into gold and summoning money at will could hardly be impoverished. Indeed, they must all be fabulously wealthy. With a hint of resignation, Strange admitted, I apologize. I was unaware that sorcerers were so affluent. Loki said nothing, merely restoring everything to its original state. Once the scene returned to normal, he calmly inquired, Now? Dr. Strange, shall we return to the matter at hand? I just stated my terms. Have you given it due consideration? Strange understood the implication of Loki's words and, after a moment of contemplation, slowly began, You are quite renowned in the United States. I often see you on television, whether in news reports or online. A search for sorcerers invariably leads to your image. They constantly tout your prowess, proclaiming your magic and miraculous feats. Truthfully, before I lost the use of my hands, I had little interest in such matters. I even questioned whether it was merely media hype. But now, it seems all of it is indeed true. I once believed I would be a doctor forever, and it is difficult to fathom that one day I might become a sorcerer. As he spoke, a sigh escaped Strange's lips. Observing his demeanor, Loki smiled and asked, Do you appear to be fearful? Strange did not refute the assertion, candidly admitting, I confess I do feel some trepidation. After all, I have been a doctor for many years, and everyone has praised me as a genius in medicine. I always believed my medical skills were my pride. Yet now, with my sole asset lost, I must venture into an entirely unfamiliar field, transitioning from genius to apprentice. Especially when I have never encountered magic before, is understandably daunting. Loki empathized with his sentiments, affirming, I comprehend your feelings. Suddenly shifting from prominence to obscurity is a challenge many struggle to accept and fear. Your understanding means a great deal to me, Strange expressed gratefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki interjected, But you have nothing to lose at this juncture. Given that you have already lost everything, what is there left to fear? Loki's words rendered Strange momentarily speechless, and he needed time to collect his thoughts. Once he regained his composure, he realized the truth in Loki's assertions. Indeed, he had come to Kamartaj precisely because he was bereft of all else. Since he had long since lost everything, what was there for him to fear? A person devoid of possessions truly has nothing to lose. This enlightening revelation instantaneously awakened Strange, who let out a bitter laugh before self-mockingly uttering, Indeed, I have nothing left. With that, he turned his gaze towards Luo Bai and earnestly replied, Very well, I promise you. If you can heal my hand, I am willing to remain here and study magic. Strange's willingness to stay and learn magic meant that Luo Bai was naturally obliged to fulfill his promise and heal his hand. With this in mind, Luo Bai immediately cast a spell to alter reality. A crimson light flared, and in the blink of an eye, reality transformed. Almost instantaneously, Strange's trembling hand returned to normal, so swiftly that even he was caught off guard. It was only when he suddenly realized that his hand no longer quivered uncontrollably that he comprehended the restoration had occurred. To be honest, at first, Strange found it hard to believe. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at his hands. He opened and closed his fists repeatedly, performing the motion over and over. After a considerable pause, Strange, still looking astonished, turned to Luo Bai and asked, Is this really healed? My hand? Indeed, that is the essence of magic. Luo Bai replied with a smile. Though his words were delivered nonchalantly, they left Strange profoundly astonished. As a physician, Strange was acutely aware of the considerable energy required to heal a patient. From the initial examinations and understanding of the ailment to analyzing and discussing treatment options, culminating in the surgery itself, how much effort and cognitive resources were expended throughout that process. Yet, for a sorcerer, it seemed to be as simple as a mere flick of the wrist. While Strange was already aware of the existence of magic, witnessing it firsthand evoked a different sentiment within him. If he were to master magic, he could, like Luo Bai, heal countless patients with the mere blink of an eye. Then, wouldn't he being a sorcerer be infinitely preferable to being a doctor? Why was he still hesitating? What a doctor could achieve, a sorcerer could accomplish as well. And what a doctor could not achieve, a sorcerer still could. In that moment, Strange's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. No longer did he harbor the previous uncertainties and dilemmas. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration and urgency. Before Luo Bai could respond, Strange eagerly inquired, Supreme Sorcerer, when can I start learning magic? As he asked, he gazed longingly at Luo Bai, his eyes brimming with desire. This sudden display of enthusiasm momentarily took Luo Bai by surprise. Just moments ago, hadn't he been lamenting his inability to return to being a doctor? How had he become so fervently eager to learn magic? Luo Bai couldn't help but scoff at the irony. As soon as he finished speaking, Strange interjected, because I've come to understand that being a sorcerer is quite splendid. Supreme Sorcerer, please teach me magic. I want to learn the spell you just used. Now. Strange's enthusiasm for magic had surged, and he was eager to learn. Although his intentions were commendable, upon noticing his disheveled appearance, Luo Bai couldn't help but retort, regarding learning magic, we can take a brief pause. I suggest you first take a bath. Thus, under the guidance of the king, Strange departed from the grand hall. After his departure, Luo Bai suddenly recalled something. Initially, the newly enrolled apprentices at Kamar Taj were instructed by Mordo. And now that Mordo was gone, it seemed Kamar Taj would need to appoint someone new to teach these sorcerers. Upon reflection, the king appeared to be the only capable candidate for the role of instructor. Consequently, Luo Bai arranged for other sorcerers to manage the library, while he assigned the king to teach the apprentice sorcerers. After handling the matters concerning Strange, Luo Bai believed he could finally take a breather and was contemplating returning to his own dimension to create some vampires. However, the next moment, he sensed an anomaly. Before he could react, Odin appeared before him. Luo Bai, what the hell? Why is Odin here? Chapter 123. Odin, what a fickle friend. Upon seeing Odin suddenly appear, Luo Bai furrowed his brow. At that moment, Odin was dressed casually, resembling someone on vacation. After scrutinizing him for a while, Luo Bai couldn't help but inquire, what brings you here? Odin, with a benevolent expression, replied with a smile. I thought I might come here to rest for a while. Hearing this, Luo Bai couldn't resist the urge to tease. You really are on holiday, aren't you? Odin remained silent, casually choosing a wooden chair to sit down. Once seated, he began to explain, after being king of the gods for several millennia, I find myself somewhat weary. I wish to take a break, but I am uncertain of where to go. After some thought, I realized I could only come here. If you don't mind, I would like to stay for a while. A look of fatigue crossed his face, and for some reason, Luo Bai felt that he appeared significantly older than before. Perhaps it was due to the impending twilight of the gods. Considering this, Luo Bai inquired, I don't mind your presence. However, is your arrival related to the approaching twilight of the gods? Odin nodded, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he replied, time is running short for Asgard and me. Understanding his current sentiment, Luo Bai sighed, very well, you may stay here. However, Kamar Taj isn't particularly entertaining. I'll ask the king to show you around. Upon hearing this, Odin appeared somewhat dissatisfied, frowning as he grumbled, I am, after all, a king. You ought to show me some respect and accompany me for a couple of days. Indeed, the older one grew, the more childlike one became. Were it not for the knowledge that the elder standing before him was the legendary Odin, renowned for his conquests across the 9 realms, Luo Bai might have thought he was merely an old child, whining to have company. However, upon reflection, accompanying Odin on a tour of Kamar Taj wouldn't be such a bad idea. With Mordo's departure, the responsibility of teaching the newcomers had fallen to the king. As the Supreme Sorcerer, Luo Bai felt obligated to oversee his progress. With that thought, Luo Bai shrugged and replied with a hint of resignation, all right. But it's too late today, and I certainly can't accompany you now. Let us do it tomorrow. I'll take you to the training grounds to observe the apprentice sorcerers practicing. At the mention of the training grounds, Odin's previously somber expression brightened instantly. After all, one of Odin's greatest joys in youth, aside from warfare, was watching warriors train. Under his tutelage, Asgard's soldiers had become exceptionally strong and valiant. He was curious about how the sorcerers of Kamar Taj fared. Thinking this, Odin smiled and replied, that sounds splendid. Considering that Odin was indeed a king, Luo Bai decided to personally escort him to his quarters. Well, it's getting late. You should rest now, king, Luo Bai said, and with a gesture of his mind, he opened a portal. The door revealed the dormitory of Kamar Taj. Upon arriving at the dormitory, before Odin could speak, Luo Bai continued, this is the sorcerer's dormitory. If you don't mind, you can stay here for the time being. The accommodations at Kamar Taj were not lavish, in comparison to Asgard. Especially when juxtaposed with Odin's royal chambers, they were worlds apart. Glancing at the rudimentary dormitory, Odin's face unmistakably displayed his dissatisfaction. Is this the extent of the accommodations for the mages of Kamar Taj? He inquired, scrutinizing the surroundings. Luo Bai furrowed his brow, unable to resist retorting, you're a freeloader. It's already generous of me to take you in, and yet you dare to complain. Odin's face contorted with displeasure as he immediately countered. Who says I am here to freeload? With that, Odin bellowed, come here. Before Luo Bai could react, a magnificent white horse galloped into the dormitory. Is that Sleipnir? Luo Bai asked. Odin nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, sharp eyes. Indeed, it is Sleipnir, my steed. Sleipnir, Odin's mount, is also known as the eight-legged god steed. Its coat is whiter than snow, featuring 8 legs, with extraordinary speed and combat prowess, often bearing Odin across the 9 realms. This horse, akin to the eternal spear, is one of Odin's most formidable pieces of combat equipment. Having brought it along, Odin's earlier comments suddenly made sense to Luo Bai. Are you intending to gift Sleipnir to me? Luo Bai inquired. Odin nodded, stroking the horse's flank as he spoke. Sleipnir has not acknowledged my 2 sons as its masters. With Ragnarok approaching, Asgard is on the brink of destruction. If Sleipnir remains in Asgard until the end, it will likely be forgotten. I believe it deserves a place where it can be cherished. If it chooses to accept you as its master, then I shall gift it to you. No sooner had Odin finished speaking than Sleipnir, which had been passively allowing Odin's caresses, suddenly let out a fierce roar. Without further ado, it turned to face Luo Bai, presenting only its rear to Odin. The once nostalgic Odin, reminiscing about past battles, immediately grasped the situation upon witnessing Sleipnir's behavior. Sleipnir had, indeed, eagerly acknowledged Luo Bai as its master. Although Odin had originally intended to present the horse to Luo Bai, he had fought alongside Sleipnir for many years. Now, parting ways with Sleipnir, he felt it necessary to at least pretend to be reluctant. To his surprise, the horse had so readily accepted Luo Bai as its master, proving to be quite ungrateful. All of you, one after another, Odin sighed in exasperation. The eternal spear was like this, and now Sleipnir too. It truly is infuriating to contemplate. Yet, with no alternative, Odin could only shake his head and lament. While I indeed plan to gift Sleipnir to you, I cannot shake the feeling of unease in my heart. With that, he cast a forlorn gaze at Luo Bai, exclaiming, youth is a wonderful thing. In my day, Odin seemed poised to share tales of his youth. But Luo Bai was less than keen to listen. He promptly interrupted, since the king of gods has traveled all the way from Asgard to bestow upon me a horse, I shall accept it for the time being. The hour grows late. You should rest, my lord. Tomorrow, I shall take you on a tour of Kamartaj. As he spoke, Luo Bai led the horse through a portal and departed. When Odin finally regained his senses, he found himself alone in the modest room, gazing at the austere surroundings. He could not help but shout, wait, I've given you a horse. Can't you at least provide me with a better room? And summon a couple of attendants to serve me. Odin called out. Though Luo Bai had heard every word, he chose to ignore him, as he was eager to present Sleipnir to the king, so that the king might care for it in the future. Upon seeing Sleipnir, the king's first reaction was, Supreme Mage, have you been pilfering from Asgard again? What do you mean by pilfering? This is a gift from Odin, Luo Bai replied. If I am not mistaken, this horse is called Sleipnir, Odin's steed. He previously gifted you the eternal spear and now presents you with Sleipnir. Surely he does not wish for you to become the king of gods. You are overthinking it, Luo Bai reassured. Odin bestows these gifts upon me purely because he hopes I will assist Asgard. Chapter 124, Odin, a vast discrepancy. Luo Bai understood well that, regardless of how much Odin's personality may have changed with age, he would never simply gift his precious steed, Sleipnir, to Luo Bai without significant reason. His willingness to part with it likely stemmed from a desire for Luo Bai's assistance during the impending Ragnarok. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai could not help but muse. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The king was not well versed in the details of Ragnarok, as it remained a closely guarded secret of Asgard, and thus the Kamartaj library held no records concerning it. Given his ignorance, the king found Luo Bai's remarks perplexing. With Odin and Thor among the gods of Asgard, what assistance could Kamartaj possibly provide them? He inquired. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before slowly responding. It is a complex matter. Simply put, Asgard may be facing dire trouble so great that even Odin cannot resolve it. If that were the case, everything began to make sense. No wonder Odin had been so generous with his gifts. I thought he intended to lure you away, to make you the king of gods, the king muttered. It was not surprising that the king had such thoughts, given Odin's unprecedented generosity towards Luo Bai. He had given him a unique weapon and a steed. Who wouldn't he be confused? Luo Bai recognized this and opted not to dwell on it, instead changing the subject. Very well, my king. You shall take care of this horse from now on. Oh, and after you settle the horse, check in on Odin, if he has any requests. Do your best to accommodate him. As he spoke, Luo Bai entrusted Sleipnir to the king. The king agreed, and, casting a glance at the imposing Sleipnir, could not help but exclaim, truly, it is the steed of a king, exuding majesty. While praising the horse, the king led Sleipnir away. Once the king had departed, Luo Bai finally had the opportunity to attend to his own affairs. Having created his own dark dimension, he now aimed to generate a superior race of beings, necessitating vast amounts of energy for support. The energy from the evil gods, such as Sisyphus, had been mostly absorbed, and it would take time for them to recover, leaving Luo Bai with no choice but to seek energy from the multiverse. However, considering that he needed to supervise the king in training the disciples the following day, Luo Bai did not linger for long. After absorbing some energy from the multiverse, he returned just in time for the next morning, as the mages were preparing for training. Coincidentally, as he intended to seek out Odin, he noticed that Odin had summoned the Sanctum of New York. At that moment, Odin furrowed his brow, his expression clearly reflecting his discontent. Upon their meeting, Odin could not help but exclaim, "I always believed that as a sanctuary of magic, Camartage would not be significantly inferior to Asgard. I never anticipated it would be this lacking." Hearing this, Luo Bai chuckled softly, remarking, "I felt the same way. After my visit to Asgard, I found myself contemplating whether Camartage could use some renovations, but I simply haven't had the time. Let us not even discuss other areas. I truly believe your dormitory needs some repairs," Odin lamented. It was evident that Odin, having lived a life of relative ease, had only truly experienced hardship within Camartage. Upon observing Odin's furrowed brow and evident displeasure, Luo Bai opted not to pursue the matter further and deftly shifted the conversation. "What brings you to seek me out, my king? I was just about to pay you a visit myself. Did you not mention yesterday your intention to take me to the training grounds?" Odin inquired. The mention of the training grounds visibly brightened Odin's mood. Noticing this change, Luo Bai smiled and replied, "As it happens, I am headed to the training grounds now. Let us go." With that, Luo Bai guided Odin to the arena. Generally speaking, the training of mages is divided into 3 distinct stages. The first stage focuses on a mage's ability to draw energy from the multiverse. The second stage entails the mastery of portal creation. As for the third stage, it emphasizes the honing of a mage's close combat prowess. Upon completion of these 3 stages, the session typically concludes. When Luo Bai and Odin arrived at the training grounds, they found the trainees engaged in the first stage, specifically the energy absorption process. In truth, the number of formidable mages hailing from Camartage is rather limited, even though most who enter its halls possess some degree of talent. However, as humans, possessing merely a modicum of talent makes it exceedingly challenging to triumph over Asgardian warriors. After observing for a while, Odin expressed his disappointment, remarking, "To be frank, I find Camartage mages appear significantly inferior compared to Asgard's warriors." Luo Bai did not contest this assertion and readily acknowledged, "Indeed, there exists a discernible disparity between humans and the Aesir. The denizens of Asgard are innately endowed with strength, whereas Camartage mages must extract energy, and the variance in talent affects their absorption capabilities." Upon hearing this, Odin nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed." His primary motivation for visiting the training grounds was to discern the differences between the mages of Camartage and the warriors of Asgard. Initially, Odin had not been particularly curious, as he believed that the Asgardians would undoubtedly surpass the humans of Earth. This sentiment was shared by nearly all Asgardians. However, since encountering Luo Bai, Odin began to sense an incongruity. Luo Bai's prowess was so remarkable that it seemed almost otherworldly. His 2 sons, in comparison to Luo Bai, were simply incomparable. This led Odin to momentarily ponder whether humanity on Earth had undergone some form of evolution. Consequently, Odin hastened to witness the training firsthand. After observing, he confirmed that it was not due to any evolution of humanity, but rather the sheer magnitude of Luo Bai's exceptional abilities. The mages, in comparison to Luo Bai, were clearly on an entirely different level. He had anticipated that the presence of Luo Bai would elevate the quality of Camartage mages, yet he was surprised to find them lacking in comparison to Asgard's warriors. One mage, in particular, was so inept that he could not even manage to absorb energy. This realization brought a sense of relief to Odin. Thank goodness, he thought. The Asgardian lineage undoubtedly displayed superiority over humanity. Of course, although relieved, Odin could not exhibit his satisfaction too overtly. Thus, he furrowed his brow and remarked with a tone of profound reflection, "Upon seeing you, I had assumed Camartage had become exceedingly powerful. Yet, it appears these mages are woefully lacking compared to you. Just look at that mage. He cannot even manage to absorb energy." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the individual he was referencing. Following his line of sight, Luo Bai discerned that Odin's focus was on none other than the recently arrived Strange. Upon realizing this, Luo Bai could not help but interject, "That mage is named Strange." He has only just arrived at Kamartaj yesterday. Odin paused, suddenly enlightened, muttering, "No wonder he struggles to absorb energy. It seems the others are not faring much better. Unlike our Asgardian warriors, who exude formidable strength." Unable to restrain himself, Odin candidly expressed his thoughts, a hint of pride gracing his features. His words implicitly suggested that the mages of Kamartaj fell short in comparison to the warriors of Asgard. As the supreme mage, Luo Bai could not contain his response and retorted, "When the Ancient One was present, Kamartaj embraced a philosophy of inclusivity in training, resulting in many mages possessing less than stellar talent. However, my recent disciples have shown great potential, and Mage Strange possesses exceptional aptitude." Chapter 125. Release. This loan must be granted. Luo Bai spoke with a casual tone. Although he delivered his words lightly, Odin sensed an underlying tension. Just moments ago, he had inadvertently voiced his true thoughts. Luo Bai, as the supreme mage of Kamartaj, stating that its mages were weak could be interpreted as a critique of the supreme mage's instruction. In earlier times, Odin might have dismissed this as inconsequential, for he was a king who owed no one any favor. Yet, considering his purpose for visiting Earth was to seek Luo Bai's assistance, he moderated his tone. With this in mind, Odin swiftly redirected the conversation, saying, "However, this cannot solely be attributed to you. It is indeed more challenging for humans to master the arcane arts." Luo Bai remained silent, deep in thought. He was acutely aware that Kamartaj's mages fell short when compared to Asgard's warriors. Previously, he had not fully grasped the disparities among mages. Yet, after observing the training sessions on several occasions, he began to comprehend the extent of the differences. To put it plainly, apart from a few esteemed archmages in Kamartaj, the majority of mages struggled to even comprehend portal creation. The few archmages, including the king, had only managed to master the portal spell. As Luo Bai perceived, in the Marvel Universe, achieving prominence within the magical realm often requires a stroke of fortune. Sometimes, mere talent is insufficient. After all, in the Marvel Universe, to grow powerful, one must seek energy from various sources. Those who succeed in this endeavor often ascend to greatness, while those who cannot, much like the mages of Kamartaj, may toil for a lifetime without mastering even the most basic spells. Were these mages from any other lineage, Luo Bai might have been indifferent. Yet, the fact that they hailed from Kamartaj compelled him to take notice. Following the incident with Caecilius, Luo Bai had restructured Kamartaj. Now, the mages who remained were those who genuinely recognized and intended to follow Luo Bai. As Kamartaj now fell under his stewardship, it served as his primary base of operations. The weakness of the mages within was unacceptable. Thus, Luo Bai concluded it was time to bolster the strength of Kamartaj's mages. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai could not help but exclaim, "In truth, my king, your earlier assertion holds merit. The mages of Kamartaj are indeed somewhat lacking. It is high time to enhance their capabilities." While Odin may not have been intimately familiar with Kamartaj, he possessed a degree of understanding regarding mages. Typically, human mages struggle to attain significant achievements. Initially, Odin had believed that the mages of Earth had evolved after witnessing Luo Bai's prowess. However, upon his arrival, he found things to be quite similar to the past. With this realization, Odin spoke with a hint of pride. Asgard, being a realm of gods, naturally produces warriors of exceptional skill. Luo Bai chuckled softly before responding. Under normal circumstances, that would be accurate. However, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for change. Had it been earlier, Luo Bai might not have had the means to alter the status quo of Kamartaj. Yet now, he truly envisioned a path to improvement. The primary reason the mages of Kamartaj are weak is their inability to absorb energy in substantial quantities. At present, the sorcerers of Kamartaj seek to unleash their magic, and the sole means of doing so lies in absorbing various energies from the multiverse. The ancient tomes within the Kamartaj library contain numerous methods for energy absorption. Yet to Luo Bai, these techniques appear far less effective than Hissen's method of harnessing dark energy. To rephrase it simply, these methods lack directness. Thus, Luo Bai conceived a more straightforward approach, to allow the sorcerers of Kamartaj to borrow energy from him, having absorbed the powers of three-dimensional overlords. Along with a portion of the might of the Vishanti, Luo Bai now possesses an ample supply of energy to lend. By establishing a magical circle in Kamartaj, the practicing sorcerers would be able to draw upon his energy for their training. This is not an act of deceit against the sorcerers of Kamartaj. After all, they have historically borrowed from the Vishanti, and now they simply have a more generous lender. As for the cost, it is quite simple. Luo Bai requires no souls, only the return of all their powers upon the sorcerer's demise. Upon closer examination, he stands to gain significantly from this arrangement. While providing energy to the sorcerers, he simultaneously enhances their abilities. With this energy, the sorcerers can extract vast amounts of energy from the multiverse, leading to a doubling of the energy within them. Consequently, the power they return after their deaths will inevitably be greater. Should they borrow energy from other deities, it would be even more advantageous. If Luo Bai can outmaneuver them, all their powers would belong to him. At this moment, Luo Bai comprehended why these deities so eagerly engage in lending. It is a risk-free investment, exchanging a modicum of power for a sorcerer's lifetime of accrued strength. Upon reflection, it seems that the Vishani are quite shrewd as well. Of course, this endeavor is not entirely devoid of risks. The most significant risk lies in the possibility of the invested sorcerer aligning with a formidable deity as their patron, much like the Ancient One, which could result in an inability to recoup one's investment. However, for Luo Bai, there is no cause for alarm. After all, his potential for growth is immense, bolstered by the powers of fairies and a stroke of luck. If he continues to develop, what is there to fear? He must lend. This loan not only elevates the overall strength of the Kamartaj sorcerers, but also provides energy for Luo Bai himself, a truly advantageous arrangement. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai immediately projected his intent to cast a spell, and an intangible energy enveloped Kamartaj. This was Luo Bai's magical circle. As the vast magical circle surrounded Kamartaj, a powerful energy permeated the entire sanctuary. The sorcerers, who had been grappling with energy absorption, sensed an unusual shift. Today, it seemed, energy was more accessible than ever before. Previously, they had to concentrate intensely to siphon energy from the multiverse, and each attempt yielded only a minuscule amount, barely sufficient to cast a few spells. Yet today, for reasons unknown, energy swirled around them, allowing for the effortless absorption of formidable power. Even Strange, a novice in the magical arts, felt something amiss. After struggling fruitlessly for some time, he was astonished to find himself effortlessly absorbing energy, promptly opening a portal with a decisive clap. Witnessing this, Odin was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had deemed the sorcerers of Kamartaj inferior to the warriors of Asgard. Now, in an instant, they had undergone a remarkable transformation. Wait, was it not said that the sorcerer named Strange had only just arrived today? How could he have mastered spatial magic in the blink of an eye? Odin queried in astonishment. For a fleeting moment, he even questioned whether he had overlooked something. How could it feel as though a new batch of sorcerers had taken the training grounds in mere moments? Chapter 126. My daughter Hela. After Luo Bai established the magical circle, the energy field of Kamartaj underwent a transformation, prompting Odin to sense something amiss. It seemed that the nearby energy had surged dramatically, and Odin furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "Is this merely an illusion? Why do I feel as though the energy here is escalating uncontrollably?" Indeed, Odin sensed a disturbance, yet he hesitated to confirm it. Until Luo Bai spoke, affirming his suspicions. It appears the All-Father has noticed. Odin frowned, perplexed, and inquired, "Why has this occurred so suddenly?" The next moment, he was met with Luo Bai's counter-question. Does the All-Father not discern the underlying reason? Odin was momentarily taken aback. Upon perceiving the sudden energy surge, he had entertained vague suspicions. After all, few methods could effect such a significant transformation in Kamartaj's energy field and simultaneously elevate all the sorcerer's power. The most direct means would be to bestow power. In simpler terms, Luo Bai had linked himself to Kamartaj, effectively transforming it into his own domain, thus filling Kamartaj with energy and enabling all sorcerers within this space to draw upon it for rapid enhancement. Odin had employed this method himself. Currently, Asgard operates under a similar connection. Thus, within Asgard, Odin possesses boundless power and can freely bestow energy upon any of his subjects. Yet, he is the All-Father. It cannot be denied that among the younger generation, Luo Bai is exceptionally gifted, far surpassing Loki and Thor. However, no amount of talent can alter the fact that Luo Bai has only studied magic for a few years. To connect with the entirety of Kamartaj and provide energy to these sorcerers would require an immense reservoir of power. How could Luo Bai, having studied magic for merely a few years, achieve the creation of a self-sustaining dimension? Odin found this notion improbable, yet he could conceive of no alternative explanation. Perhaps driven by insatiable curiosity, after a prolonged hesitation, Odin could not resist tentatively asking, "Could it be that you have bestowed power upon these sorcerers?" Initially, Odin posed the question casually, not believing Luo Bai capable of such a feat. To his surprise, he received a definitive affirmation. The All-Father's guess is correct. I have indeed lent some energy to the sorcerers. Odin was visibly dumbfounded. His expression was quite a spectacle as he scrutinized Luo Bai, or more accurately. He was appraising him, his gaze filled with incredulity. After an indeterminate period, Odin finally broke the silence, incredulously remarking, "Where did you acquire such an abundance of energy to provide?" "Perhaps it is because of my innate talent and swift progress in cultivation," Luo Bai replied nonchalantly. Odin was skeptical, finding it hard to believe that one could cultivate such formidable energy in such a short span of time. If that were possible, his son Thor would have long ascended to the throne as the All-Father. This line of thought prompted Odin to sarcastically retort, "Such tall tales might deceive others, but not me." Luo Bai shrugged and responded with a smile, "Perhaps it is simply due to my good fortune." Odin's brow furrowed once more, for he did not comprehend the meaning behind Luo Bai's words. However, he found himself unable to comprehend it in the moment, for he could distinctly perceive the transformation of Kamartaj. The present Kamartaj was suffused with energy, a formidable and terrifying force. In the past, the slow progress of sorcerers stemmed from their need to draw energy from the multiverse. Those with slightly lesser talent often found themselves unable to absorb any energy at all. Now, however, Luo Bai had enveloped the entirety of Kamartaj in energy, effectively delivering it directly to the sorcerers. To put it plainly, even if one's talent were subpar, one could still absorb some energy when it was freely given. If this trend continued, it was unfathomable to consider how many formidable sorcerers Kamartaj would produce, and the sheer terror of their combat prowess. At that point, it would not only be Asgardian soldiers who would falter, but even his own son Thor would likely be unable to contend with this cadre of sorcerers from Kamartaj. Merely summoning forth one of these sorcerers could reduce his son to mere ashes. While Odin often proclaimed that Asgard and Kamartaj were allies, as the All-Father, he naturally wished to see Asgard maintain an advantageous position. However, the beauty of imagination stands in stark contrast to the cruelty of reality. After visiting Kamartaj, Odin could already foresee the day when Asgard would be utterly obliterated by Luo Bai. The more he pondered, the more silent he became. Unable to contain himself, Odin finally asked, "How on earth did you achieve this? After years of studying magic, how did you become so powerful?" Luo Bai replied with utmost seriousness, "Did I not mention? I have simply been fortunate." Odin, at a loss for words, managed a somewhat awkward smile as he explained, "Actually, I was merely jesting before. Under your leadership, I believe Kamartaj will surpass Asgard in no time." With that, Odin's gaze returned to the sorcerers who were training. He observed that those who had previously been practicing basic spells had now advanced to the study of advanced magic. Earlier, they could only convert energy into bladed attacks. But now, enhanced by their training, they were capable of conjuring spatial blades with their bare hands. Under the king's guidance, the sorcerers concentrated, deftly shaping elongated and semi-transparent blades of space with their hands. Even the newly enrolled Doctor Strange managed to keep pace, crafting his own spatial blade. Witnessing the sudden transformation of the sorcerers, Odin fell into silence once more. After a moment's pause, he wore another awkward smile, then spoke with a hint of resignation, "Well, it seems you have already surpassed us." Following this, Odin even let out a sigh, his expression seemingly saying, "There's no way to compete. It's utterly hopeless." Luo Bai could completely understand Odin's concerns. Therefore, he smiled and reassured, "My relationship with Thor is quite amicable, and I have little interest in Asgard. You need not worry excessively, All-Father." Luo Bai intended to comfort Odin, urging him not to overthink matters. Even if Kamartaj grew stronger, there would always be a place for Asgard in the Nine Realms. To his surprise, Odin shook his head and, with an unusually serious expression, declared, "No. I believe you should take an interest." Luo Bai frowned, his expression one of astonishment. He even began to question whether Odin had lost his senses, suggesting such a notion towards Asgard. "All-Father, what are you saying? Why would I have any thoughts regarding Asgard? I have no desire to become the All-Father myself." He couldn't help but retort. But Odin shook his head and explained, "No, you do not understand. Who becomes the All-Father is of little importance. What truly matters is Asgard. Luo Bai, my daughter Hela is about to emerge." Chapter 127. Eating, Taking, and Packing Up. Odin has 3 children. Besides Thor and Loki, he actually has a daughter named Hela. Strictly speaking, Hela is his eldest child and the sister of Thor and Loki. Unlike the 2 bumbling brothers, Hela is not only powerful but also exceptionally intelligent. The unification of the 9 realms by Odin would not have been possible without Hela's assistance. After all, in the past, Hela was not only Odin's vanguard in conquering the 9 realms, but also the executioner of Asgard and the wielder of Mjolnir. Thor, unaware of his sister Hela's existence, did not know that she fought alongside Odin during the turbulent times of the 9 realms, making significant contributions to their unification. She is the most outstanding among Odin's many children, yet she embodies the essence of the goddess of death, symbolizing mortality and cruelty, which also signifies that she would never cease her bloodshed. After the unification of the 9 realms, Odin hoped to halt the wars and govern with compassion. However, her ambitions swelled dramatically as she sought to conquer the entire universe. Reluctantly, Odin had no choice but to seal her away. Yet now, he felt he could no longer maintain that seal. Odin sighed, voicing his concerns. Luo Bai understood this point, especially as Ragnarok loomed near. This was the impending doom of Asgard. While on the surface it appeared that Ragnarok was a result of Hellas' actions, the reality was far more complex. With Ragnarok approaching and his daughter rebelling, even the All-Father would be powerless to intervene. Odin's visit to Kamartaj was likely to discuss this matter. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Bai decided to be forthright, directly asking, All-Father, your visit to Kamartaj must not be solely for leisure, correct? Indeed, Odin replied with a wry smile before asking, is there a quieter place where we might converse? Given that Luo Bai had already set up the formations in Kamartaj, he no longer needed to oversee the sorcerer's training. Thus, he responded, follow me. As he spoke, Luo Bai guided Odin to the main hall of Kamartaj. With the sorcerers engaged in their training, the main hall was remarkably serene. Upon entering, Odin chose a chair at random to sit upon, and out of courtesy, Luo Bai prepared him a cup of tea. After taking a sip, Odin couldn't help but express his admiration. To be honest, I never anticipated that someone so young could achieve such accomplishments. It is truly astonishing. Luo Bai, savoring his tea, smiled as he replied, there is no need for such flattery, All-Father. I am well aware that your presence here must be for a specific purpose. I understand the adage that one does not visit the 3 treasures hall without reason. Seeing Luo Bai's directness, Odin also dispensed with pleasantries. You are likely aware of the impending Ragnarok. This spells doom for Asgard, and even I am powerless to prevent it. The arrival of Ragnarok signifies my own demise. Yet, the troubles extend beyond Ragnarok. There is also Hela. Just as I mentioned before, Hela's ambitions are vast. She seeks to conquer the entire universe. I am uncertain whether Thor can stop her. In comparison to his sister, he is yet to fully mature. Odin explained in a grave tone. Hearing this, Luo Bai seemed to grasp the situation. You do not expect me to intervene and help you deal with your daughter, do you? He inquired. Odin did not provide a direct answer, but instead remarked with a hint of melancholy. To be honest, I have long struggled to understand why you have become the center of the universe, why you could resolve Asgard's issues concerning Ragnarok. However, witnessing your growth has led me to a realization. It is not that you need Asgard. Rather, Asgard needs you. Therefore, I wish to propose a pact. Luo Bai furrowed his brow and couldn't help but ask, a pact? What sort of pact? From now on, everyone in Asgard, including Thor, will heed your guidance. You will inherit my will and govern Asgard, Odin stated earnestly. Upon hearing his words, Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback. Wait, are you truly suggesting that I should become the God King? Luo Bai couldn't help but scoff. The next moment, he observed Odin shaking his head, responding earnestly. If you were to assume the role of God King, the denizens of Asgard would undoubtedly refuse to comply, for you are not of Asgardian blood. Hence, the mantle of God King can only rest upon Thor. However, you could take on the role of Thor's mentor. The Eternal Spear and Sleipnir currently reside with you. While they have acknowledged you as their master, in the eyes of the 9 realms, they symbolize my authority. Should Thor ascend to the throne as God King in the future, you would become his teacher, and every Asgardian, including Thor, would be obliged to heed your commands. Luo Bai grasped Odin's intent. In essence, he was being offered the position of a behind-the-scenes orchestrator. Yet, Luo Bai found it perplexing that Odin would willingly relinquish power to him. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai couldn't suppress his astonishment. To be candid, I am quite taken aback. I assumed you had unwavering faith in Thor. However, I did not expect you to ultimately entrust the true power of the God King to me. Odin forced a bitter smile, his silence betraying the weariness etched on his face. Luo Bai was unaware of the tumult within Odin's mind, yet he understood that Odin's decision stemmed from a lack of alternatives. I believe in Thor, but I find myself with no other choice. Your arrival has altered much, compelling me to make this decision. The identity of the God King is of little consequence, nor is it vital who wields the power. What truly matters is that Asgard remains intact. My agreement with you is not solely for the present, but also for the future. Only in this manner can the twilight of the gods be averted. After what felt like an eternity, Odin finally spoke. At times, one cannot help but marvel at Odin's benevolence towards Thor. He is unmistakably paving the way for Thor, and he is doing so with utmost clarity. In truth, Odin's intentions are not difficult to decipher. He seeks to exchange the power of Asgard for Thor's growth. After all, Thor is still too weak to confront many of the challenges before him. With Odin's time running out, he needs someone to watch over Thor, and that individual, for the moment, appears to be Luo Bai. Although this proposition sounds quite enticing, after all, Odin intends to bestow real authority upon him. Upon closer reflection, Luo Bai realized that possessing such power might prove futile. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai couldn't help but remark, "I understand your intentions regarding the God King, but I find the power you offer to be rather inconsequential." Odin furrowed his brow, retorting, "How can it be of no use? If you agree to sign this pact with me, at your command, every warrior of Asgard would willingly charge into battle for you." Luo Bai shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "The soldiers of Asgard are currently of little assistance to me. Your two sons, Thor and Loki, have yet to mature and would be even less helpful. As for your daughter, she does not heed your words at all." Odin was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, there was a semblance of truth in what Luo Bai said. Nevertheless, Thor will grow. Odin countered immediately, but who knows how long that will take. Moreover, once he matures, will he even listen to me? Luo Bai muttered. Odin fell silent. He understood Luo Bai's perspective. Odin had already humbled himself by coming to Kamartaj, and since Luo Bai was unwilling, he had no desire to press the matter further. With this in mind, Odin rose to depart, only for Luo Bai to call out, "God King, do not be in such a hurry to leave. I never stated that I would refuse to assist you." Odin's face brightened immediately as he inquired, "You are willing to help?" "Certainly. However, if the God King would agree to allow me to draw a modicum of power from Asgard, I would be more than willing to assist." Luo Bai replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Odin's smile faltered. By the gods, this young man has clearly set his sights on something. He intends to take advantage of the situation while also benefiting himself. Just as Odin was feeling exasperated, Luo Bai spoke again. "The power of Asgard is far less tangible compared to its strength. If you, God King, permit me to occasionally draw upon Asgard's power, I would be more than willing to safeguard Asgard. Be it Hela or the twilight of the gods, I would handle it thoroughly." As he spoke, Luo Bai wore a friendly smile. This grin sent shivers down Odin's spine. He had an inkling that coming to Kamartaj may not have been the wisest decision after all. Chapter 128. No principles? Then let us create principles. The source of Asgard's power primarily lies in Odin's strength. This force originates from the founders of Asgard and has been passed down through the lineage of the Odin family. Initially, this power was not known as Odin's strength. It underwent several name changes. It was first referred to as the power of Buri, named after Odin's grandfather. Later, it was called the power of Bor, after Odin's father. Ultimately, it became known as Odin's strength, as its most potent lineage resides within Odin himself. In simpler terms, Asgard's power is a legacy. Any individual possessing Asgardian blood can inherit a portion of this power, while the extent to which it can be maximized depends on the heir's innate talent. Thus, Asgard has never merely represented a name or a place. It resembles a family legacy. As long as there are living members of this family, Asgard will endure. For Luo Bai to draw upon Asgard's power would be tantamount to grasping the very lifeblood of Asgard. Naturally, Odin would not acquiesce to such a notion. At that moment, he disregarded any pretense of being a god king and retorted angrily, "I have already made concessions, yet you still wish to siphon power from Asgard? You are being utterly unreasonable." Luo Bai chuckled softly, offering gentle persuasion. "Your argument is flawed, God King. You intend to cede authority to me. What harm is there in my drawing a bit of power from Asgard? Moreover, should you refuse, that power will eventually fall into the hands of others." "What do you mean by that?" Odin furrowed his brow, unable to restrain his inquiry. Luo Bai responded leisurely, "Others may not be aware of the twilight of the gods, but you certainly are. Hela is your daughter. No matter how formidable she may be, she cannot orchestrate the twilight of the gods. The meaning of the twilight of the gods is abundantly clear. Once it descends, the entire Asgardian pantheon will face annihilation. Every deity will, without exception, meet their demise. Can Hela truly possess such power to bring about your ruin, Odin? You should understand the truth of the twilight of the gods better than I do." Though Luo Bai did not explicitly outline the details, Odin comprehended clearly. He was taken aback, and after a lengthy pause, he finally asked, "How do you know the truth of the twilight of the gods?" "That should not be possible. I foresaw it through the eye of wisdom." "How could you possess this knowledge?" Luo Bai did not respond to his question, continuing instead, "How I know is of little importance. What truly matters is that those gods lurking in the shadows have already set their sights on Asgard's power. Should you allow me to draw upon it, I can ensure Asgard's peace. However, If they were to do so, the outcome would be far less certain. Odin fell silent. His silence stemmed from the fact that Luo Bai was indeed correct. The truth of the twilight of the gods does not lie with Hela. She is merely a facade. The true twilight of the gods lies within the shadows cast by deities. Hardly anyone comprehends the reality of this phenomenon, nor do they realize that the twilight has not merely transpired once, but is an endless cycle of recurrence. It was only after Odin suspended himself upon the world tree, sacrificing his eye and blood, that he acquired the power of the runes and vast knowledge, unveiling the hidden truth behind the twilight. It signifies a revelry of ancient gods, a sacrificial rite. The identities of those shadowy deities remain shrouded in mystery. They are known as the All-Father of gods, residing in a dimension of shadows. They draw sustenance from the twilight. In simpler terms, the gods of Asgard are akin to pets reared by them. Once these pets mature, the shadowy deities orchestrate the twilight, leading to the demise of these pets, consuming all their flesh and power. Subsequently, they recreate another Asgard, giving rise to new pets, gods, and commencing the cycle anew. The number of times this cycle has occurred remains unknown, as does the total number of twilight events experienced by Asgard. However, Odin stands as the sole deity who has glimpsed the truth. Unable to vanquish these shadow gods, he birthed Thor. According to ancient prophecies, Thor is the only one capable of bringing an end to the twilight. Hence, Odin harbored hopes for Thor's swift maturation. Yet, fate has its surprises. Loki is one such unexpected twist. Loki's existence altered the prophecy. For this reason, Odin has repeatedly humbled himself to seek Loki's assistance. Although Loki has spoken truthfully, and Odin indeed yearns to conclude the twilight, Loki's demands are rather audacious. To request power outright, Odin is reluctant to allow Loki to absorb Asgard's essence. Yet Loki has revealed the truth of the twilight. Moreover, his arguments hold a degree of validity. However, how can he, not being of Asgardian lineage, harness Asgard's power? Do you genuinely believe you can triumph over those deities? They are the All-Father of gods. Even I stand no chance, Odin remarked. A hint of concern etched upon his visage. Understanding his apprehension, Loki confessed, I may not succeed, but the power of the fairies might suffice. The power of fairies? Odin furrowed his brow, unable to restrain his murmurs. Are you referring to the fairy power that once vanquished the celestial gods? Indeed, Loki affirmed with a nod. Odin, puzzled, inquired further, but that power was sealed away, was it not? Loki calmly elucidated. I know not how it escaped, but it resides within me now. What? Within you? Odin exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Odin began to grasp the source of Loki's immense energy. He had always thought of Loki as a mere youth, whose time studying magic paled in comparison to Thor's, yet here he was, sustaining the entirety of Kamartaj? Remarkable. It appears he has indeed accessed some hidden potential. Odin was baffled, leading him to ask, how did this power come to be in your possession? Loki smiled serenely, responding, I mentioned before, I possess rather fortuitous luck. Odin fell into silence, internally scoffing at the notion. This is not mere good fortune, it is extraordinary luck. Contemplating this, Odin finally conceded. I have heard of fairy power. It is formidable enough to consume all and can grow infinitely. If you truly possess such power, even without acquiescing to your request, you could easily devour Asgard's essence. Loki nodded in agreement. While this is true, you claim that would be an act of invasion. As the supreme sorcerer and your ally, I have no cause to invade Asgard. Odin's brows knitted as he could not help but question. So, I must commend you for your principles. I have always held principles dearly. If none existed, I would create them, Loki jested. Odin, a fine principle-less creator of principles. By the gods, Odin fell silent once more. He remained quiet, lost in thought. After a long pause, Odin relented. Upon reflection, I find your reasoning compelling. I agree. As long as you are willing to assist Asgard, it is permissible for you to absorb some power. Given the current unfavorable circumstances for Asgard, Odin saw no alternative but to embrace the prophecy. Upon Odin's agreement, Loki promptly produced a contract. Sign here. Odin remained silent, merely accepting the contract and glancing at it. The contract read, I, Odin, All-Father of the gods, willingly enter into a partnership with Loki. Loki shall protect Asgard and oversee Thor's growth, while Asgard shall guarantee a periodic provision of energy to Loki. To be candid, in the past, Odin would never have signed such an agreement. Yet, in his current predicament, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and sign the contract. Once Odin had completed the signing, Loki retrieved it, nodding in satisfaction. Another energy source, quite the boon. Though Loki's voice was low, Odin heard him clearly. He could not restrain himself from asking, "What do you mean by another energy source?" Loki, not hiding anything, replied while securing the contract. "Prior to you, Shumagorath, Dormammu, and Mephisto signed similar contracts with me." "What? Shumagorath? Dormammu? Mephisto? Are you not the Supreme Sorcerer? How could you forge contracts with those dark entities?" Odin queried incredulously. Loki quickly corrected, "Dark entities? They have reformed and pledged to protect Earth. No, I could tolerate you claiming fairy power. But now you tell me these three dark gods wish to safeguard Earth? Shumagorath, the god of darkness. Protect Earth? I can hardly manage them. And you've subdued them? Shouldn't he, the God King, serve you instead? Perhaps you should unify the cosmos while you're at it, yes? Doctor Strange is indeed fortunate. From where did she find such a remarkable individual as you? Supreme Sorcerer? Perhaps you should be dubbed Supreme God King instead. Consider Loki and then reflect upon his two sons. It's infuriating. If not for the incompetence of those two sons, would he be here seeking assistance from a younger generation? To think he, the mighty God King, has spent a lifetime of splendor only to beg a youth for aid in his twilight years. Odin wished he could return to Asgard immediately and give each of his two sons a resounding slap. Chapter 129. You truly dare. The more he pondered, the angrier Odin became, his voice low and grave. I appreciate your hospitality these past few days, but I recall I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Loki's response, he departed. Observing Odin's furious demeanor, Loki surmised that Thor and Loki would likely face the repercussions. Odin, a being so proud, had been compelled by Loki's threats to sign this agreement. It would be a miracle if he did not seek retribution against his two sons. In light of this, Loki could only express his inability to assist. After calmly sipping a cup of tea, Loki returned to the New York sanctum. He had absorbed considerable power from the multiverse, and now it was time for him to return and create life. Upon returning to the second floor of the temple, Luo Bai entered his dark dimension to commence his creative endeavors. In his recollection, there existed a remarkably powerful vampire within the Marvel Universe named Dracula. He surpassed most vampires in strength, and given Luo Bai's current capabilities, it seemed feasible to conjure a formidable vampire following Dracula's archetype. As he contemplated this, Luo Bai began to amass energy. A potent dark energy coalesced before him, and in the blink of an eye, he manifested his first advanced life form, a male vampire. To the naked eye, this vampire bore no discernible difference from a human. However, he possessed the quintessential traits of a vampire, namely, an exceedingly pale complexion. Upon his creation, he appeared momentarily bewildered, his wide eyes surveying his surroundings in astonishment. Upon noticing Luo Bai, he knelt in deep reverence and declared, "Father." For him, Luo Bai was the creator and thus his father. Luo Bai harbored no concerns regarding the possibility of betrayal from this newly created vampire, for he had instilled an unwavering loyalty to his master at the moment of his inception. Consequently, the vampire displayed profound respect towards Luo Bai. Pleased with his creation, Luo Bai said, "Now, demonstrate your abilities." The vampire nodded and, in the blink of an eye, began to explore his newfound powers. As Luo Bai had anticipated, the vampire exhibited unparalleled strength and speed. Additionally, he possessed the ability to fly, shapeshift, and wield basic dark magic, marking him as an extraordinarily successful creation. After showcasing his skills, the vampire materialized before Luo Bai and inquired, "Father, are you satisfied?" Luo Bai nodded in affirmation, responding, "I am quite pleased. However, henceforth, you need not call me father. Address me as Supreme Mage." "Understood, Supreme Mage," the vampire replied, just as Luo Bai was poised to create another advanced life form. The vampire spoke again, "Please bestow upon me a name." It was then that Luo Bai recalled the necessity of naming his creation. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he was rather inept at naming. After pondering for a considerable time without yielding a satisfactory result, he shrugged and thought, "It's just a name. It need not be overly complicated." Thus, he declared, "From now on, you shall be known as Nicholas." "Thank you, Supreme Mage," Nicholas expressed gratefully. Luo Bai nodded and instructed, "You shall guard this place and practice here. When needed, I will summon you for battle." Nicholas nodded in agreement and commenced his training. Meanwhile, Luo Bai continued his creative pursuits. His second creation was once again a vampire, drawing from the experience of his first creation. He worked with greater speed and precision this time. He addressed the shortcomings of his previous effort and fashioned a vampire even more formidable than Nicholas, a female vampire. In his quest for aesthetic excellence, Luo Bai ensured that all his creations were exceptionally attractive. Similar to Nicholas, upon her creation, the female vampire knelt before Luo Bai and reverently proclaimed, "Supreme Mage." She refrained from calling him father, having learned from the prior experience, as he had instilled the concept of Supreme Mage within her thoughts to avoid an overwhelming lineage. Supreme Mage, please grant me a name, she implored. Drawing from his earlier experience, Luo Bai responded with ease, you shall be called Nicholas Page. Thank you for the name, Supreme Mage, Page replied with a smile. With names assigned, Page began her training. After successfully creating 2 advanced life forms, Luo Bai set forth to continue his endeavors. He subsequently conjured werewolves, harpies, night demons, and batmen, among various other races, designating the strongest among them to oversee their realms. Observing the burgeoning diversity of life within his dimension, Luo Bai temporarily ceased his creative activities, not out of desire, but due to the immense energy consumption that had left him famished. Reluctantly, he began to absorb energy from various dark dimensions while venturing into the multiverse to replenish his reserves. The appetite of the fairy power was insatiable as it grew stronger. Its hunger intensified. Luo Bai had grown accustomed to the pangs of hunger associated with the fairy power, yet recently, perhaps owing to its increased appetite, he found himself somewhat unprepared. After absorbing a substantial amount of energy from the multiverse, he began to feel a semblance of relief. Just as he contemplated returning, the fairy power stirred with excitement, exclaiming, over there, such a plump planet. Communicating through thought, the fairy power conveyed its enthusiasm. Truthfully, Luo Bai was curious where the fairy power had learned such phrases. What did a plump planet even mean? Generally, planets with immense energy harbored life forms. A lifeless planet would unlikely possess such formidable energy. Although the fairy power's excitement was palpable, Luo Bai had no particular inclination to investigate, as it would be ill-advised to exploit a planet inhabited by life, which could easily incite planetary conflict. However, the fairy power was so animated that it was practically drooling. Weighing his options, Luo Bai decided to take a look. If the planet were uninhabited, he could seize a significant opportunity. As it turned out, Luo Bai's luck was indeed extraordinary. He encountered a lifeless planet, yet one imbued with immense energy. Gazing at the shimmering energy emanating from the planet, Luo Bai felt elated. Just as he reveled in his fortune, the planet suddenly began to move. In an instant, a powerful force enveloped Luo Bai, drawing him into its depths. He offered no resistance, allowing himself to be drawn into the planet. It was then that Luo Bai realized he was within a living planet. Wait, a living planet? Was this the living planet, Ego? Just as he pondered this, a voice resonated throughout the planet. The prey is ensnared. Ah, this powerful energy is truly exhilarating. Prey? Wait. So Ego is here because he has set his sights on me? Luo Bai was taken aback. He had initially believed himself fortunate to stumble upon this planet, only to discover that this entity had willingly presented itself to him, treating the fairy power as prey. How audacious. Luo Bai couldn't help but scoff. I have encountered many who fear not death, but I have never met anyone as recklessly fearless as you. Chapter 130, Leave. You must leave at once. Ego, known as the Living Planet, was a former member of the Cosmic Elders. He is also widely recognized as a planet imbued with life. He has lived even longer than Odin and possesses boundless capabilities on his own planet. At the most fundamental level, he can effortlessly alter his appearance and manifest energy. He can harness all the powers of his planet to fulfill his desires, as well as manipulate the abilities around him to create thousands of avatars. These avatars share his capabilities, with the sole distinction being their relatively weaker defenses. Although he proclaims himself a deity, endowed with divine strength, few truly understand the origins of his existence, and his true form is nothing short of astonishing. While he typically presents himself in a human guise, his actual essence is that of a planet. He sustains himself by devouring energy. More simply put, he consumes weaker planets and energies within the universe. Once the matter of energy absorption is broached, everything becomes clear. Ego thrives on energy consumption, and it just so happens that he has encountered Luo Bai. Just as the fairy power senses Ego's formidable energy, Ego must also perceive the extraordinarily potent energy within Luo Bai. This is nothing short of a trap, designed to ensnare Luo Bai. Although Ego's intentions may seem admirable, his audacity is somewhat excessive. Is the fairy power truly something he can meddle with? To be candid, I am quite curious about your thoughts on this. Fishing for a reaction, and here you are. Luo Bai couldn't help but scoff. Ego listened intently to his words. Yet, at this moment, Ego appeared utterly oblivious to any irregularities, instead responding with a derisive laugh. You are merely a human, yet your bravado is quite impressive. Do you know who I am? Luo Bai shook his head, feigning ignorance. No, I do not. Pray tell, who might you be? I am a deity, Ego? Ego declared. As his words fell, a blue energy gradually coalesced before Luo White's eyes, and an elderly man materialized. The old man appeared to be around 60 in human years. Despite his head being crowned with white hair, he exuded vitality. Luo White recognized the elder as Ego's manifested avatar. At that moment, the elder stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Luo White with the scrutiny of a god assessing a mortal. In response to this, Luo White chuckled lightly. So it is the deity Ego. Upon hearing Luo White address him as a deity, Ego's smile broadened. He slightly raised his chin and regarded Luo White with a condescending gaze. To sense such powerful energy within a mere human is indeed astonishing. Noticing that Ego seemed entirely unaware of the fairy power within him, Luo White raised an eyebrow and could not resist asking, "Why not take a guess as to why I possess such immense energy?" In truth, Luo White had already provided a hint, yet Ego appeared unappreciative. "I have no interest in such matters. My curiosity lies solely in the power that resides within you. To be frank, I am quite pleased at this moment. I have just found my son, Peter. He has perfectly inherited my powers. Once I unite with him and absorb your energy, I shall conquer the entire universe. I am indifferent to the origins of your power. All I know is that you are a gift, a delightful surprise from this universe," Ego declared with a smile. This reminder prompted Luo White to recall another aspect of Ego's identity. He was the father of Star-Lord. Perhaps due to his prolonged existence, this individual had grown restless. The conquest of the universe had long been Ego's ambition. He understood that merely consuming energy from the cosmos was insufficient for his dominion. Thus, he sought alternative means to augment his power. This method, surprisingly, involved procreation. He aspired to gain greater strength through the union of his offspring's powers to achieve universal domination. Consequently, for eons, Ego had scattered his seeds across the cosmos, including on the planet Earth. Ego had countless children, so numerous that he likely could not keep track. After all, to Ego, the fate of these children, whether they lived or perished, mattered little. What he cared about was whether any of them could inherit his divine lineage. If not, he would eliminate those offspring. Among them, Star-Lord was the only one who perfectly inherited the divine genes. Upon grasping this, Ego manifested an avatar to locate Star-Lord. He hoped that Star-Lord would align with his vision, joining forces to rule the universe. Earlier, Ego claimed to have found Star-Lord. Could it be? Do you mean to say Peter is currently on this planet as well? Luo White inquired. Peter Jason Quill, Star-Lord's true name, while Star-Lord is merely a moniker. Upon Luo White's inquiry about Peter, Ego frowned and asked, "Do you know my son?" "Not personally, merely heard of him. A member of the Guardians of the Galaxy." Luo White replied calmly. Without waiting for Ego to respond, he pressed on. "So, is Peter also on your planet?" "He is on the other side of the planet. One of my other avatars is speaking with him," Ego replied calmly. Hearing this, Luo White understood completely. The unfolding events aligned with the narrative, suggesting he had arrived at a fortuitous moment. Otherwise, if Star-Lord were to obliterate this planet, he would not even have the opportunity to partake in its energy. Contemplating this, Luo White couldn't help but ask, "I am curious, have you discussed your ambitions with your son? Do you truly believe he would be willing to conquer the universe alongside you?" Ego shrugged indifferently, responding, "He has no choice. If he refuses, he will become my eternal power source. I shall gradually absorb his energy, and you shall too." As Ego spoke, he raised his hand. With the utterance of his words, blue divine energy surged toward Luo White from all directions. From Ego's words and actions, it was evident he intended to bind Luo White to his planet, continuously extracting energy from him. Simply put, he sought to use Luo White as a power source. Given his vivid imagination, Luo White naturally chose not to resist, allowing the divine energy to envelop him. According to Ego's original plan, he expected that upon releasing the divine energy, he would be able to restrain Luo White, after which the divine energy would commence the absorption of Luo White's energy. However, to his astonishment, the moment the powerful divine energy made contact with Luo White, it dissipated into nothingness. "Wait, why has it vanished?" Ego paused, staring at Luo White, who stood firm and motionless. It was evident from the expression on his face that he was perplexed. Sensing something amiss, Ego unleashed his divine energy once more, this time in a more potent and overwhelming form, akin to a ferocious beast roaring toward Luo White. He believed this time would pose no issue. Yet, the next second, as the divine energy touched Luo White, it again vanished. At that moment, Ego finally recognized the anomaly. "What is happening? Why does my divine energy have no effect on you whatsoever?" Ego muttered, his expression increasingly bewildered. Observing his demeanor, Luo White chuckled teasingly. "Could it be that the power you just unleashed was insufficient? Perhaps you should try a bit more?" Upon hearing those words, Ego was once again taken aback. What nonsense was this? Not enough power? Come on, this was divine power. And he was still on his own planet. Did you have any idea how immense that power was just now? If unleashed on Earth, it could obliterate the entire planet. And yet, you dare to tell me that this power is insufficient? How could a mere human withstand divine power? Ego exclaimed in astonishment. The next moment, he heard Luo Bai's nonchalant reply. You claim to be a god, do you not? Then you must have heard of the power of the fairies, no? Fairy power? Ego gasped. Of course, he had heard of fairy power. Yet, it was merely a legend, something Ego had never witnessed with his own eyes. Fairy power. But wasn't it sealed away? Ego murmured. Your network is outdated. It's high time for an upgrade. Fairy power has long since been unleashed. And by a stroke of luck, it resides within me. Do you think your divine power can triumph over fairy power? Luo Bai inquired. Ego was momentarily stunned. He had been questioning how a mere human like Luo Bai could traverse the cosmos, absorbing energy and devouring planets. It turned out it was due to fairy power. Although Ego was skeptical about the actual emergence of fairy power, he had indeed noticed something amiss earlier. If this was indeed the result of fairy power, then that would pose a grave issue. Fairy power was not something he could contend with. Moreover, this was a critical moment. He was still trying to persuade his son to align with him. If Luo Bai truly possessed fairy power, wouldn't that spell disaster for him? With that thought, Ego immediately gathered his strength, attempting to expel Luo Bai from his planet. But having come this far, how could Luo Bai leave so easily? Ego the god, you're being rather unreasonable. Am I someone who can be summoned and dismissed at will? Noticing Ego's thoughts, Luo Bai couldn't resist teasing him. However, Ego did not respond. It seemed he intended to simply send Luo Bai away as if nothing had transpired. After all, this was Ego's own planet, and in theory, it should not be difficult for him to expel Luo Bai. Yet gradually, he began to feel that something was amiss. With a wave of his hand, the blue divine power swiftly coalesced into a spatial portal. Just as he was about to send Luo Bai away, a yellow portal suddenly illuminated, and Luo Bai stood once again in the same spot. It was evident that Ego fell silent. He tried once more, and the result was the same. Each time he sent Luo Bai away, Luo Bai returned almost immediately. After several attempts, Ego finally realized the abnormality. His planet was not so easily entered. Without his permission, how could an ordinary person move freely within his realm? This planet was akin to Ego's domain. Within his own territory, Ego was nearly omnipotent. Yet despite this, he could not prevent Luo Bai from entering and exiting at will. This was utterly outrageous. Initially, Ego had maintained a half-hearted belief regarding Luo Bai's possession of fairy power, but now he found himself inclined to believe it. Ego was certain. Even if Luo Bai did not possess fairy power, he was undoubtedly no ordinary human. If he disrupted Ego's plans to unite with his son, it would indeed be a case of losing greatly over a minor issue. With this in mind, Ego furrowed his brow and inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Luo Bai was displeased by his words. "Ego, it's rather peculiar for you to ask me that. You invited me here, so why question my intentions?" Luo Bai retorted. Ego fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he slowly began to explain. "I admit, my initial intention was to absorb the power within you. However, upon reflection, my son's affairs are of greater importance. I am currently preoccupied and have no time for you. Therefore, I offer you the opportunity to leave now if you so wish." Ego actually hoped to persuade Luo Bai to leave voluntarily. Yet Ego was not human. He was a god. For so many years, he had grown accustomed to being elevated above others. Thus, his current persuasion sounded more like pity. It was akin to a deity showing mercy to humanity, offering a chance for survival. Such an attitude did not sit well with Luo Bai. "Ego, you just claimed to be a god, did you not? Why do you falter at the mention of fairy power? I am merely a humble human. What is there for you to fear?" Luo Bai questioned. Seemingly provoked by these words, Ego became instantly agitated. "Fear? I am a god. What is there to fear? Do you know what divine power is, child? It is an unparalleled force. Do you truly believe you can overcome divine power? Even if you possess fairy power, what of it? Fairy power requires cultivation, but divine power does not. Once my son and I unite, I shall rule the entire universe. Divine power will transform every planet in the cosmos into my domain." Ego declared angrily. He fought desperately to assert his supremacy, proclaiming that divine power was the mightiest. For someone as egotistical as Ego, should you dare to suggest he is not strong enough, he would be quick to prove you wrong. Indeed, Luo Bai merely muttered a few words, and Ego's facade crumbled. He even carelessly declared that fairy power was not to be feared. Hearing this, Luo Bai frowned and asked, "Is that so? Do you genuinely believe your divine power can triumph over fairy power? Ego scoffed, stating, fairy power is merely a rumor. Its existence is uncertain. Luo Bai understood this statement well. You've never seen it, have you? Then today, I shall let you witness it, Luo Bai declared. With that, he ceased smiling. In the next instant, a surge of black power erupted from within Luo Bai, swiftly enveloping the entire space. Sensing Luo Bai's actions, Ego immediately sought to retaliate. But before he could make a move, the fairy power began to absorb the divine power. Fairy power is a domineering force. When it desires to possess and dominate a certain kind of power, it becomes even more formidable than that power itself. Although Ego's divine power could also absorb energy, it required a gradual process, which was time-consuming. In contrast, the method by which fairy power absorbed energy was simple yet brutal. It could hardly be called absorption. It felt more akin to devouring. Thus, Ego had no opportunity to retaliate, as fairy power swiftly consumed a significant portion of his strength. Ego was rendered speechless. The once defiant Ego suddenly changed his demeanor. I concede, divine power is indeed inferior to fairy power. Spare me, I beg of you. The speed of this transformation was astonishing, even faster than Luo Bai flipping through a book. Observing this, Luo Bai couldn't help but tease. Ego? I still prefer your previously defiant demeanor. Ego defiant? What nonsense. What on earth is this abominable fairy power? With a single bite, it has consumed half a lifetime of my efforts. All the energy I had absorbed over the years has been nearly devoured by fairy power. In this present moment, it is no longer a question of dominating the universe. Even uniting with his son would scarcely replenish the energy he has lost. Initially, Ego had only heard whispers of the power of the fairies, but he had never witnessed it firsthand. Now that he has beheld the terrifying might of fairy power, Ego's demeanor has softened considerably. In truth, there exists a misunderstanding between us, and I believe we might engage in a dialogue. I apologize for my earlier actions. Ego hastily expressed. He could already sense that if Luo Bai continued on his current path, the fate of his planet would be jeopardized. In a bid for survival, Ego resolved to plead for mercy. His supplications bore fruit, as Luo Bai indeed withdrew the fairy power. Once he saw Luo Bai retracting the fairy power, Ego finally sighed in relief. However, at that very moment, Luo Bai spoke up. My withdrawal of the fairy power does not imply that I intend to spare you. Rather, I seek sustainable development by absorbing the divine energy that resides within you, much like your intentions towards me. Oh, by the way, didn't you previously suggest I act as a power bank? I suspect I can no longer fulfill that role. Perhaps you might take on the mantle of the power bank instead? Luo Bai remarked with casual indifference. Through this exchange, Ego suddenly grasped the situation. The fairy power craved energy, which is why Luo Bai had set his sights on him. Entering his planet was a means to siphon strength. Mirroring Ego's own pursuit of Luo Bai, he had initially believed Luo Bai to be his prey, only to discover that he himself was the quarry. Me? No problem. I am more than willing to provide you with energy. Ego inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. Then, a grimace that was more sorrowful than a frown crept onto his face as he continued. To have my powers recognized by you is a privilege. I shall gladly supply you with divine energy at all times, provided you spare my life. Chapter 132, Negotiating with Hela. With his objectives achieved, Luo Bai refrained from further commentary. This time, instead of signing a contract, he inscribed a colossal magic array directly upon Ego's planet. This array was intrinsically linked to Luo Bai himself. Through this magical formation, Luo Bai could effortlessly absorb the divine energy from Ego's planet and monitor its every movement. With such an array in place, Luo Bai need not concern himself with any other matters. Once everything was settled, Luo Bai smiled. I shall leave this energy array here. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you, Ego. Ego managed a bitter smile in response. The pleasure is mine. As Ego's words faded, Luo Bai vanished from the planet in the blink of an eye. Ego promptly began to assess his surroundings. It was only after confirming Luo Bai's departure that he finally exhaled in relief. At last, he had seen the back of this formidable entity. What have I gotten myself into? Ego lamented. Initially, he had intended to unite with his son, but after Luo Bai's intervention, he resolved to abandon that notion. Given his current strength, even if he were to ally with Star-Lord, the ambition of ruling the universe seemed increasingly unlikely. It would be wiser to allow his son to develop further. They could consider uniting at a later time, for his son too needed to grow. Just as he was contemplating this, the magic array suddenly illuminated. Subsequently, the energy from the entire planet began to flow into the magic array. Ego exclaimed, "What? This is too much. Wasn't he agreed that I would provide energy continuously?" Just after having absorbed energy, Luo Bai was now demanding more. prompting Ego to vent his frustrations about Luo Bai's insatiable thirst for energy. Meanwhile, Luo Bai had already returned to Kamartaj. After replenishing some energy, he no longer felt as famished. He estimated that the race he had created within the dimensional space had developed sufficiently. The remaining task was to fulfill his agreement with Odin. If he wished to temporarily avert Ragnarok, Luo Bai must first influence the course of events. In the current narrative, Hela was pivotal. According to the unfolding storyline, Hela should soon make her entrance. Once she emerges, Asgard would inevitably be engulfed in chaos. Since Luo Bai had pledged to safeguard Asgard, he naturally needed to address the issue of Hela. There is no time like the present. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Bai planned to seek out Hela directly. Based on the information available, Hela was believed to be sealed within the realm of the dead. As for the location of this realm, Luo Bai would need to investigate further. With this thought, Luo Bai activated his omniscient perspective to locate Hela's whereabouts across the universe. Before long, he discovered the realm of the dead. Currently, it was sealed by Odin, requiring considerable effort for an ordinary person to enter. However, for Luo Bai, it was a simple matter. With a single portal, he arrived at his destination. Upon entering the realm of the dead, Luo Bai encountered Hela, who stood before him, gazing at the unexpected visitor with a look of curiosity. Hela, Odin's eldest daughter, had nearly forgotten how long she had been imprisoned here. During her prolonged isolation, she had not seen a single living soul. Until now, she had been utterly alone. But today seemed different. A living person had entered the realm of the dead. Driven by curiosity, Hela scrutinized the newcomer. The individual appeared youthful, seemingly human, yet exuded an aura that set him apart from ordinary mortals. After observing him for a while, Hela slowly inquired, "You are the first human to visit me here. I am quite curious as to how you entered." Luo Bai chuckled, "Didn't you just see? I walked in through the door." Had anyone else intruded into the realm of the dead at another time, Hela would surely have taken action against them. However, having been confined for so long, she was intrigued by the sudden appearance of a living being. "Who are you?" Hela asked with interest. Luo Bai replied courteously, "I am the Supreme Sorcerer, Luo Bai. What brings you to my domain?" "Your father sent me to persuade you." At the mention of her father, Hela's expression darkened instantly, her previous smile vanishing. Her disdain for him was profound. Upon learning that Luo Bai was sent by Odin, Hela scoffed. "That old relic must realize his days are numbered. Though I have been confined here for ages, does he truly underestimate me by sending you, a mere mortal, to subdue me?" She raised her chin slightly. The Asgardian deities often referred to Earth's inhabitants as mortals, perceiving them as weak. Given that Luo Bai was merely a mortal dispatched by Odin, it was only natural for Hela to react this way. However, Luo Bai shook his head and replied with a smile, "I believe you have misunderstood. I am not here to subdue you. I come to propose a collaboration." "Collaboration?" Hela frowned. A mortal not only had the audacity to enter the realm of the dead, but also claimed to seek collaboration with her. Hela smiled slowly, her voice laced with mockery. "And how do you propose we collaborate?" "Naturally, it would be a friendly collaboration. I will rescue you from here, and you will return to Asgard to fulfill your role as a goddess, abandoning your quest for universal conquest. Together, we shall protect the beautiful Earth, which you Asgardians often refer to as Midgard." Luo Bai replied with a smile, his tone imbued with courtesy. After hearing this, Hela couldn't help but laugh. She asked, "I thought you might propose some creative collaboration. Rescue me? Odin can barely contain me now. Soon I shall be free. Did he not mention that to you?" Luo Bai chuckled. "Of course I am aware of that. Since you already know, there is little left to discuss. Tell Odin that when I emerge, I shall reclaim all that he owes me. I will become the master of Asgard and lead its soldiers to conquer the entire universe," Hela declared, her face set with determination. She recalled a time long ago when, before her imprisonment, Odin had said to her, "My daughter, Hela, together we shall conquer this universe." Back then, she had fought valiantly for Odin. But now? Odin had become the All-Father, ruling with compassion. She, his greatest warrior, had become a pariah, sealed away in darkness by Odin himself. Her hatred burned fiercely. She was resolute in her quest to reclaim everything. Seeing the flames of hatred in Hela's eyes, Luo Bai understood her potential misconceptions. With a smile, he clarified, "I believe you are mistaken. I am not Odin's subordinate. More accurately, I am to be the future steward of Asgard." Hela paused, her expression betraying her surprise. "Steward? But you aren't even from Asgard. How could he appoint you as his ruler?" she questioned. Luo Bai remained silent, simply presenting the contract for her inspection. Hela took the document, her brow furrowing as she read. Initially, she had assumed Luo Bai was a mere pawn sent by Odin to punish her, never anticipating that this mortal was anything but ordinary. How could Odin forge such an unequal agreement with him? Chapter 133. Odin. Are these two sons poisoned? Ever since Odin proclaimed his benevolent rule over the 9 realms, he had become exceedingly reasonable. The people of Asgard viewed him as kind and gentle. Yet Hela held a different opinion. She had witnessed Odin in battle, cruel and violent, leading armies to conquer one kingdom after another. In her memory, Odin was resolute, imposing his will through sheer brutality. The notion that he would sign such a lopsided contract was utterly unfathomable to her. After all, this contract appeared thoroughly exploitative. It explicitly stated that Luo Bai not only had the authority to manage Asgard directly, but could also siphon its power at will. Would Odin truly consent to such terms? Hela had questioned the authenticity of the agreement, but the unmistakable aura of Asgard's power confirmed its legitimacy. It was indeed signed by Odin's own hand. Her curiosity piqued. Hela inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why would Odin willingly enter into such a contract with you?" Luo Bai retrieved the contract and replied coolly, "Did I not mention? My name is Luo Bai, the Supreme Sorcerer." Hela had certainly heard of the lineage of Supreme Sorcerers. Before her imprisonment, she had encountered the likes of Agamotto. She had learned that the Supreme Sorcerers resided in a place called Kamartash. However, at that time, Odin and the Supreme Sorcerers had not maintained a particularly close relationship. How had they now established such an unequal partnership? Hela felt perplexed. Yet, despite her confusion, she was disinclined to uncover the truth. "This is of no concern to me. He has little time left anyway. Once I reclaim my rule over Asgard, I shall disavow this contract," she asserted, her eyes glinting with disdain. Regardless of Odin's assurances, she would never acknowledge this agreement. However, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. As the All-Father, he was becoming increasingly ineffectual. It was time for him to relinquish his position. As she spoke, a smile crept across Hela's face, her confidence in returning to Asgard radiating. Yet upon hearing her words, Luo Bai furrowed his brow and retorted, "Are you implying that Asgard will breach the contract?" Hela laughed nonchalantly. "This is a contract you signed with Odin. What concern is it of mine?" Luo Bai replied sternly, "But you are an Asgardian, and you are still Odin's daughter." Hela's expression darkened as she replied coldly, "Odin may fear you, but I do not." "Kamartaj sorcerer? Humph." With a dismissive snort, she expressed her contempt for sorcerers, piquing Luo Bai's curiosity. "It seems you are not well acquainted with the sorcerers of Kamartaj," he remarked. "I am well aware. Before my imprisonment, I had encounters with the so-called sorcerers of Kamartaj. They are not impressive. Only that one named Agamotto seemed somewhat competent," Hela muttered. Luo Bai conceded that aside from Agamotto, the overall prowess of Kamartaj sorcerers was not particularly high. However, that is because you do not understand the current state of Kamartaj, nor do you truly know me," Luo Bai asserted. Hela smiled. "Soon enough, I shall come to know you. Once I am free and reclaim my powers in Asgard, I will thoroughly understand Asgard, Midgard, and the entirety of the universe." Her gaze was unwavering. After all, Hela was an Asgardian. Her powers were derived from Asgard itself. When she returned, her strength would swell to an uncontrollable magnitude, reaching unprecedented heights. At present, Hela was able to converse with Luo Bai without resorting to violence solely because her powers had not yet fully returned. However, once she re-entered Asgard, everything would change. "Currently, I am bound by Odin's seal, preventing me from acting against you. But that will not always be the case. Your name is Luo Bai, is it not? I shall remember you. When I emerge, I will seek you out," Hela stated with a meaningful look. With her piercing gaze and words, Luo Bai understood that there was no room for negotiation between them. Realizing this, he shook his head in resignation and sighed. "Are you suggesting that we have no grounds for discussion?" Hela remained silent, choosing not to respond. Her demeanor indicated that she had no intention of further dialogue with Luo Bai, preferring to wait until she could address matters on her own terms. Understanding her stance, Luo Bai said, "If you are so eager to return to Asgard, I shall facilitate that. I am curious to see if you can truly dominate the 9 realms upon your return and whether you can overcome me." Before Hela could react, Luo Bai opened a portal and sent her directly to Asgard. Following her, he too stepped through. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of Asgard, Odin was reprimanding his 2 sons. To be honest, Odin was extremely furious. Since returning from Kamartaj, he had grown increasingly incensed. Why were his 2 sons seemingly inferior to others? In a fit of rage, he decided to confront Thor first, sending someone to locate him. However, after a thorough search of Asgard, the messenger could not find Thor anywhere. Bewildered, Odin wondered how such a large presence could simply vanish. In exasperation, he decided to seek Thor himself, only to discover him in the dungeons. Currently at the mercy of Loki's whims, there lay Loki, leisurely sprawled upon the cold dungeon floor, conjuring one portal after another. Meanwhile, his brother, the illustrious god of thunder, found himself at the mercy of Loki's whimsical antics, flitting between the myriad portals. Witnessing this scene, Odin's composure shattered entirely. Was it possible that his two sons were cursed? At his advanced age, he had traversed realms seeking aid for the survival of Asgard. Yet here were his sons, one tormenting his elder brother, the other the subject of his younger brother's jests. Was it not absurd? You are, after all, the god of thunder, the future king of Asgard. How could a mere spell of teleportation ensnare you so? The more Odin pondered, the more his ire ignited. In a fit of rage, forsaking his dignity as king, he struck each of his sons across the face and subsequently transported them to the grand hall of Asgard. Thus, Thor and Loki found themselves kneeling in the hall, enduring their penance until the present moment. Odin sat upon his throne, enveloped in a heavy silence. Initially, an indignant Thor had attempted to defend himself, blaming Loki's mastery of magic for his plight, only to fall silent under Odin's rebuke. As the three remained in silence, Hela suddenly materialized in the grand hall. The instant Odin laid eyes upon her, his countenance darkened. How had she managed to breach her confinement? This was not right. Logically, she should not have been able to escape at this moment. He was still in Asgard. How could Hela possibly transcend the seal? Yet, when Odin beheld Loki's arrival, the truth dawned upon him. Hela had been sealed within the realm of the dead, a confinement wrought by Odin himself. Ordinarily, without Odin's explicit command, few could penetrate such a seal. However, if the one attempting to do so was Loki, the circumstances shifted dramatically. Loki's rapid ascension and the infusion of fairy power within him rendered him capable of liberating Hela. Odin had expended vast reserves of divine energy to maintain her imprisonment, and with Ragnarok looming, the seal had weakened considerably. Loki could indeed release Hela with ease. Yet, something felt amiss. Had Loki not vowed to safeguard Asgard? Why then would he seek to liberate Hela? As Odin pondered this perplexity, Hela broke the silence. Asgard, I have returned. As she spoke, she inhaled deeply, a breath that restored her previously waning vitality. Within Asgard, Hela's power steadily replenished, and the weariness that once marked her visage vanished in an instant. Realizing he could no longer control Hela, Odin turned towards Loki and inquired, "Did you bring her back to Asgard?" "Indeed, my liege," Loki replied with a smile. "I have returned your daughter." Odin furrowed his brow, perplexed. "We have established a pact. I fail to comprehend your motives." Loki smiled serenely, responding, "Precisely because we have a pact, I must ensure that Asgard is devoid of threats. Clearly, your daughter poses such a risk, hence my decision to seal her away. Yet, it appears you can no longer maintain that seal, can you?" Their exchange left all present in a state of bewilderment, particularly Thor, who was incapable of containing his astonishment. Upon hearing Loki refer to Hela as Odin's daughter, Thor was utterly taken aback. How had he been oblivious to the existence of a sister? "Wait," he interrupted. "What are you talking about? Who is this woman? What do you mean by daughter?" Before Odin could respond, Hela greeted him with a smile. "Hello, my brother, Thor." Thor was further confounded and immediately turned to Odin, imploring, "Father, what is the meaning of this?" Acknowledging the futility of concealment, Odin seized the opportunity to reveal the truth. "She speaks the truth, Thor. She is your sister, my eldest daughter, Hela, the goddess of death." At that moment, Thor grasped the shocking revelation that he had a sister. "Why have I never seen her in Asgard before?" He could not help but ask. Odin sighed heavily, fatigue evident in his voice. Because her ambitions were too vast, she sought to rule the entire universe. "I had no choice, Thor." As soon as Odin's words left his lips, Hela laughed. "Oh, is it I who wishes to dominate the universe, dear father, the esteemed king?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Perhaps her words struck a nerve, for Odin's fury erupted. "War has never been the optimal solution. To achieve peace, we must cease hostilities." Hela's cold laughter followed, her voice laced with disdain. "When you sent me to fight for you, did you not espouse such sentiments? The 9 realms were unified, you ascended as king, and now you speak of peace? The one who instigated war was you, Odin." With each word, Hela's anger intensified, even directly addressing Odin by his name. Yet, Odin remained silent, acutely aware of his misjudgments in this matter. His guilt regarding Hela weighed heavily upon him. Her resentment, however, had only grown. Once patient, Hela now felt no need for restraint upon her return to Asgard. "This time, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine. Odin, this throne was always meant for me. I will fulfill your original wish and unite the universe under Asgard's reign." As she spoke, Hela raised her right hand, and a sleek, obsidian sword materialized within her grasp. She brandished the weapon, aiming to strike Odin. In response, Thor swiftly swung his hammer at Hela, successfully thwarting her assault. Yet he was nonetheless thrown back by her formidable power, crashing against a pillar of the hall. Fortunately, Thor was resilient. The impact caused him no significant harm, and he quickly rose to confront Hela. I care not whether you are my sister or what past grievances you harbor against our father. As long as I stand, you shall not lay a hand upon him, Thor declared resolutely, his eyes ablaze with fury. Hela regarded him with a knowing smile. Ah, the vigor of youth. I too once held such unwavering faith in him and stood resolutely by his side. But what became of that faith? What did my dear father do to me? Her gaze turned fierce, her voice a tempest of rage. He imprisoned me, condemning me to the dark abyss of the realm of the dead for millennia. Hypocritical Odin, the false king. That was because your ambitions were too grand. War will only plunge the 9 realms into chaos. Thor countered vehemently. Hela chuckled mockingly. Is this truly how he instructs you? It seems you have been well taught, my dear brother. No wonder he wishes to pass the mantle to you. But do you truly believe you are worthy of being the God King? Thor, possessing a particularly strong sense of pride, felt a surge of defiance at Hela's provocations. You will soon discover whether I am worthy, he declared, channeling his formidable power to hurl Mjolnir with great force. Ordinarily, only Odin could withstand such an attack. Yet Hela, with a single hand, not only caught Mjolnir but crushed it effortlessly. Boom. The overwhelming force of lightning surged through the grand hall of Asgard. Once the chaos subsided, the onlookers were stunned to find Mjolnir had been reduced to mere shards. Thor, who had once been brimming with youthful bravado and eager to engage Hela in a duel to the death, now stood in disbelief. Wait, she crushed Mjolnir with her bare hands? Is my sister truly this formidable? Hela smirked derisively. Is this all the strength you possess? Thor, though aware that he was outmatched, refused to concede defeat. Especially since Hela had just obliterated his weapon, his anger flared even more, and he charged forward with his fists raised. The outcome was catastrophic. Thor was utterly overwhelmed, leaving Loki, who watched from the sidelines, deeply concerned. Goodness, this is brutal. Oh, dear brother, he can't possibly be killed, can he? As Hela continued her rampage through Asgard, Odin, weakened, turned his gaze towards Loki White, gravely stating, releasing Hela was an exceedingly unwise decision. Loki White shook his head in response. She is your daughter after all. I believe she is capable of reason. Odin let out a resigned sigh. In her current state, do you truly think you can reason with her? I have attempted to do so before. But she was utterly unwilling to listen. Loki White countered. That was merely because your approach was flawed. Odin, taken aback, inquired, do you have a better method? Of course. I excel in the art of persuasion, Loki White replied confidently. Before Odin could inquire further about this supposed superior method, Loki White's gaze shifted to the rampaging Hela, and he summoned his power to deliver a punch that shattered the ground of Asgard's hall. Hela was sent tumbling into the pit created by the blow. Without hesitation, Loki White followed her into the abyss. Upon entering the cavern, he found Hela sprawled on the ground, seemingly incapacitated. Rather than strike again, he levitated above her and declared, Hela, I believe you have made a grave mistake. Your opponent this time is me. If you wish to claim the title of God King of Asgard and rule over the universe, including Earth, you must first defeat me. Chapter 135. What manner of creature is this? Within the realm of Asgard, Hela's power rapidly rejuvenated. Although Loki White's earlier punch had indeed inflicted considerable damage, she soon regained her strength. I almost forgot about you, Supreme Sorcerer, Hela remarked as she rose to her feet, feigning nonchalance as she adjusted her appearance. She continued, I expected you to be different from other sorcerers, but it seems you merely excel at ambushes. With that, her gaze sharpened, and she raised her hands, conjuring 2 obsidian-long swords with blinding speed. In an instant, Hela launched a fierce assault on Loki White. However, he remained remarkably calm in the face of her onslaught, bemusedly commenting, do all Asgardians prefer close combat? As his words echoed, Loki White summoned a portal with a mere thought. His mastery over teleportation had reached a level where it required no incantation. A yellow portal materialized before him. Hela, moving at breakneck speed, could not halt her advance in time and plunged headlong into the portal, becoming trapped within. Loki White had tested this tactic before, and it had proven effective against Thor and Loki, who were oblivious to the nuances of teleportation magic. However, Hela was different. She effortlessly countered the magic, opening her own portal and emerging behind Loki White. Without delay, she hurled one of her long swords at him, the weapon slicing through the air with such velocity that it threatened to tear apart the very fabric of reality. Most sorcerers would struggle to react, yet Loki White had already sensed her positioning, as had the magical cloak draped across his shoulders. Before he could make a move, the cloak detached from him and rushed towards Hela's sword. The magical cloak swiftly enveloped the sword, engaging it in combat. The outcome was inevitable. The cloak not only emerged victorious, but also flung the sword back toward Hela. Though the strike posed little threat to her, she readily caught the sword with ease. This exchange piqued Hela's interest in the magical cloak. She ceased her assault and regarded it with admiration, exclaiming, "Your cloak is quite impressive, far superior to the collection of junk Odin has amassed." In response, Loki White chuckled, "This artifact is not for you. You can forget about it." Hela scoffed, "I have no need for your permission. Once I defeat you, this treasure will find its place in Asgard. Defeat me? You possess quite the audacity." Loki White replied with a smile. He then seemed to recall something and couldn't help but comment, "However, you are indeed stronger than your two brothers." They couldn't even begin to unravel the teleportation magic. Hela let out a cold laugh, retorting, "Do not compare me to those two. When I led Asgard in its conquests across the cosmos, they were still blissfully unaware of their surroundings." Loki White mused that Odin's 3 children shared a strikingly similar disposition. Although Loki was not a biological child, their arrogance was undeniable. It was rather amusing that these 3 siblings held mutual disdain for one another. Had Hela chosen to set aside her grudges and reside peacefully in Asgard, the future would undoubtedly be vibrant. Reflecting on this, Loki White remarked, "You 3 siblings, if living together, would likely provide endless amusement. Should they wish to submit to me and join me in conquering the universe, I would gladly spare their lives." "The same goes for you," Hela declared. "In truth, I am not particularly keen on engaging in battle with you. I would prefer to persuade you to relinquish your aspirations of universal domination willingly. After all, Hela's power is derived from Asgard, and as long as it endures, she shall not perish. To truly eliminate Hela would require the destruction of Asgard itself, a prospect that would not bode well for me." After some contemplation, Luo Bai earnestly began to persuade, "In truth, this universe is not as easily conquered as you might believe. There are reasons behind your father's renunciation. He simply succumbed to fear. Who in this vast cosmos could possibly impede my advance? You do not truly think you can stop me, do you?" Hela retorted. Having just tested the waters, Hela had come to realize Luo Bai's formidable nature. It was evident that her previous attacks, each one far beyond the capability of an ordinary mage to withstand, were effortlessly countered by him. This indicated that his power was likely far greater than she had initially surmised. Hela understood that Luo Bai had no intention of truly engaging. He was concealing his strength, which incited a flicker of rage within her. After all, Luo Bai's demeanor suggested a blatant disregard for her, as if he were a deity looking down upon a mere mortal. His attitude was unmistakably condescending. In response to her provocations and assaults, he displayed an unnerving calmness, as if he were a god who could not be defeated, allowing him to act with such impunity. Yet, she was the goddess. She was the goddess of death. A mere mortal, who had only dabbled in magic, dared to treat her with such disdain. "Ignorant human mage, you have no comprehension of the might of the divine. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Awaken, my legions," Hela declared in fury. In the next instant, she summoned all the powers of Asgard. As the energies of Asgard converged, Hela vanished. When she reappeared, she was astride her former steed, the great wolf Fenrir, with her army of the undead trailing behind her. "I have indulged you long enough. Now I shall reclaim all that I have lost. Those who stand in my way shall perish," Hela bellowed once more. With a sweeping gesture, the legions of the undead and Fenrir surged towards Luo Bai. Hela anticipated that such a display would at least compel him to take her seriously. However, to her astonishment, Luo Bai remained unfazed in the face of Fenrir and the undead army. His expression barely shifted. He merely furrowed his brow slightly. And then an eruption of dark energy suddenly surged forth from his being. Before Hela could comprehend the nature of this power, it enveloped all of Asgard. The moment this force made contact with the undead army and Fenrir, they were obliterated, dissipating into black smoke. Hela, unable to withstand this overwhelming force, was thrown to the ground. As tranquility returned, Luo Bai stood quietly, inquiring, "Is this truly all you can muster? Do you believe you can conquer the universe?" Hela fell silent, her mind racing with disbelief. What manner of creature is this? Chapter 136. Just say whether she has surrendered or not. Hela's impressions of human mages were shaped by her experiences prior to her imprisonment. At that time, both humans and their mages were woefully weak, a reality rooted in the genetic limitations that rendered them incapable of surpassing certain thresholds. Yet, Luo Bai's emergence shattered her preconceived notions of humanity. There was something distinctly different about this human before her. What was the nature of the power that had just erupted from within him, annihilating her recently revived undead army and Fenrir in a single blow? Although her resurrected Fenrir and undead legions were mere puppets now, lacking the strength they once possessed, they should not have been so easily vanquished. One skill, and her entire army lay in ruin? If she were to engage herself, she could not achieve such a feat. Who exactly was this Luo Bai? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Hela couldn't help but exclaim, "Impossible. This cannot be. You are merely a human mage. How could you possess such formidable power? Humans cannot, nor can mages. But the power of the fairies can." Luo Bai replied calmly. "Fairy power? What is that?" Hela inquired, bewildered. "It is a force that originated within the cosmos. Do you not even know this? And yet you wish to conquer the universe?" Luo Bai countered. Hela fell silent. She was indeed unaware of fairy power, though she had once led armies to wage war across the 9 realms. Odin had thwarted her ambitions of cosmic expansion and sealed her away. Thus, she had never confronted the formidable adversaries that lurked within the universe. She believed herself invincible in the 9 realms, confident that her strength was sufficient to conquer the cosmos. Yet, she was gravely mistaken. Fairy power was merely one of many forces that existed in the universe, and the foes that awaited her were far more terrifying than she could fathom. Have you heard of the Celestial Assembly? Are you familiar with the Lords of Chaos and Order? Have you ever encountered the 5 primordial deities? You know nothing. Do you truly believe you can conquer the entire universe? Hela, sometimes your father's words hold merit. It would be wise for you to embrace your role as the goddess of death in Asgard and safeguard the 9 realms. It is the best choice for both you and Asgard, Luo Bai remarked. His tone was calm, yet his expression was no longer flippant. It bore a seriousness that was palpable. After all, the adversaries he had just mentioned were not merely Hela's foes. They could very well become Earth's enemies. And thus his as well. His words were not only a counsel for Hela, but also a reminder for himself. With this realization, Luo Bai adopted a grave demeanor. He understood the true nature of the universe and the multiverse, which compelled him to continuously strive for strength and maintain a low profile. Yet for Hela, who had never glimpsed the outside world and was steeped in arrogance, Luo Bai's words went unheard, and she remained unperturbed. All she felt was humiliation. She was the goddess of death. She had achieved great renown in Asgard, leading Asgardian soldiers to victory across the 9 realms. She had known no equal, and she had never tasted defeat. Yet now, she found herself powerless against a mere human mage. This was intolerable. In a fit of rage, Hela bellowed, "You wish for me to submit to you like Odin. Only death shall compel my submission." In that moment, her words were not born from disdain for Luo Bai, but from her refusal to acknowledge her own failure. Unable to accept this reality, she became volatile, launching a frenzied assault upon him. 3 black swords relentlessly struck at Luo Bai. Her fury rendered her attacks chaotic and unfocused. The mages of Kamartaj were not novices in close combat. For Luo Bai, it was a simple matter to counter her onslaught. Transforming into his Achen form, he instantaneously conjured hundreds of clones to combat Hela. The Achen form not only allowed for the creation of countless duplicates, but each clone possessed the same strength as the original. One Luo Bai was already too much for Hela to handle, let alone 100. As the multitude of Luo Bai clones launched their assault, Hela initially managed to keep them at bay. Yet as the battle wore on, she found herself overwhelmed, unable to withstand their relentless onslaught. Each clone struck with force, driving Hela back, rendering her entirely defenseless. Hela, unable to discern the true form of Loki, could only scream in desperation, "I may perish on the battlefield, but I shall never cease my conquest of this universe. I sacrificed countless warriors in my pursuit of dominion. How can Odin justify the loss of those brave souls?" Upon hearing Hela's words, Loki immediately ceased his actions. He withdrew all his manifestations and descended from the air to stand before Hela. He gazed into her resolute eyes, and although it may seem inappropriate to say, he felt a twinge of sympathy for her. From the moment of her birth, Odin had indoctrinated her with the ambition to conquer the cosmos. Odin had fashioned Hela into a tool for warfare, only to later denounce her for her overwhelming ambition and brutality. The root of all this turmoil lay with Odin. He was the true architect of Hela's plight. She was a victim of circumstance, yet it appeared that there was no turning back. Should Hela refuse to relinquish her aspirations of universal conquest, she would become a considerable nuisance to Earth, for she could summon great calamity at any moment. With this thought, Loki sighed and remarked, "I do not wish to engage you in combat, for your demise could spell the ruin of Asgard. Yet, given your unwavering resolve to die rather than yield, I must now restore order to Asgard." As he spoke, a surge of fairy power emanated from him, enveloping all of Asgard in an instant. At his command, this ethereal force began to ravenously absorb Hela's essence. Hela contemplated resistance, yet how could she possibly triumph over such power? Thus, her efforts to counter the fairy force proved futile. No matter how fiercely she struggled, her strength was steadily consumed. For the first time, fear flickered in Hela's gaze as she grasped the magnitude of the fairy power before her. What is this? Why can it absorb the power of Asgard? She inquired, astonished. Loki offered no reply, allowing the fairy force to continue siphoning her abilities. Hela felt her strength waning, a terrifying sensation. This was not an instantaneous annihilation, nor a swift demise, but rather a gradual draining of her power. Although she resided in Asgard, where she could bolster herself by absorbing its divine energy, she felt helpless against the voracious fairy force, which seemed to consume at an alarming rate. Perhaps sensing Hela's inner turmoil, Loki sneered, "Surely, this meager divine energy you absorb pales in comparison to what the fairy force devours. Would you like to absorb more?" Hela, at this moment, finally comprehended why Odin had once consented to sign that fateful pact with Loki. Previously, she had felt little concern when Loki unleashed his powers. But the arrival of the fairy force made her acutely aware of the peril she faced. This incomprehensible entity was terrifying, devouring her abilities while leaving her powerless to intervene. Hela was left with two choices: to be entirely drained of her energy and await death, or to submit. Despite her fierce pride and arrogance, she understood that in the face of overwhelming strength, survival necessitated a prudent decision. The age-old adage of the victor takes all was not lost on her. Thus, upon realizing the futility of resisting the fairy force, Hela promptly resolved to acquiesce. "I concede. I promise to abandon my conquest of the universe," she stated sincerely. At that moment, Hela's previous arrogance had vanished, and her swift recognition of her defeat starkly contrasted with her earlier demeanor. There was no choice. Pride was meaningless when one's life was at stake. However, even as she surrendered, Loki did not command the fairy force to cease its assault. Instead, he lamented, "Alas, it is too late. I offered you an opportunity, and you failed to cherish it." Hela paused, then continued, "If you will spare me, I shall obey your commands from this day forth. In my heart, you shall be the sole ruler of Asgard." Loki remained silent. Hela pressed on, "I am far stronger than Loki and Thor. Keeping me by your side would be advantageous. They possess far simpler minds than you. If you doubt my words, we can forge a new pact. Odin made a covenant with you. I too can, if only you cease your consumption of my power." Hela implored once more. Finally, Loki withdrew the fairy force. It had already absorbed a significant portion of Hela's strength, rendering her noticeably weakened. As soon as the fairy force halted, she knelt upon one knee, pale and gasping for breath as she attempted to reclaim her divine energy. Loki paid her weakness no mind and casually handed her a contract. "Sign it." Hela barely glanced at the contents before hastily affixing her signature. Once she had completed the signing, Loki inspected the contract and could not help but scoff. "It would have been better had you done this sooner, rather than offering your strength to the fairy force. TSK. With that, Loki departed without looking back, returning to the grand hall of Asgard, where Odin sat upon his throne. Upon seeing Odin, Loki presented the contract, saying, "Well, your daughter has come to her senses. She has promised to cease her quest for universal domination and is willing to remain in Asgard to fulfill her duties as a deity, dutifully guarding Earth." Odin was taken aback. "Is that truly so? Did she genuinely come to this conclusion? Was she not nearly vanquished by you? This is what you call persuading her with reason?" Odin questioned incredulously. "Indeed, do you think she complied?" Loki asked earnestly. Odin's astonishment was palpable. What in the world? Odin had initially believed that Loki's method of persuasion would involve rational discourse with Hela, not the application of force. "Is this what you call reasoning? This is clearly coercion." Odin was bewildered, his expression a mix of shock and resignation. Yet, despite his frustration, he could not deny the efficacy of Loki's tactics. The fact that his steadfast daughter had willingly submitted and sought mercy was something Odin had never dared to envision. Reflecting on this, Odin could not help but marvel. "Hela has always been fiercely independent. I never anticipated she would bow to you. That is because she has not yet endured enough hardship. Her worldly experience is insufficient. If she were to traverse the multiverse and face its trials, she would surely learn humility," Loki calmly analyzed. Odin remained silent, pondering Loki's words, and ultimately conceded that he had a point. Hela's temperament mirrored that of a younger Odin, who had been equally fearless, convinced of his own strength. He had believed that together with Hela, they could conquer the universe without question. It was only when he encountered the vastness of the cosmos and the multiverse that he realized the futility of such ambitions. He recognized that there were countless beings more powerful than himself, and that the deities of Asgard were not true gods, but merely a pantheon of beings worthy of the title. With a clear understanding of his own insignificance, Odin ultimately chose to relinquish his grand aspirations. He wished to persuade Hela to abandon her quest for universal domination, yet Hela remained utterly unconvinced by his words. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Much like himself, Hela was proud and arrogant. How could she possibly relinquish her ambitions without having witnessed the terrifying entities that inhabit the multiverse? Contemplating this, Odin couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Perhaps I was mistaken. I should have allowed her to explore the multiverse." Hearing this, Loki felt compelled to interject. "While I recognize you have many children and cannot treat them all equally, you do exhibit a considerable bias at times. In comparison to your other two children, you are excessively harsh on Hela. Setting everything else aside, at least in terms of power, Hela surpasses both Loki and Thor by a significant margin. Those two are currently struggling to grasp even the basics of teleportation magic," Loki remarked. At that moment, Loki and Thor remained in the Grand Hall. Thus they overheard the entire conversation between Loki and Odin. It was better to leave the subject of teleportation unmentioned, but once it was brought up, Thor's temper flared. Previously unable to seize the opportunity, Thor now seized it to angrily inquire, "Loki, is that teleportation spell you performed something you learned from him?" This question interrupted the dialogue between Loki and Odin. Seeing Thor's fury, Loki, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Yes, why do you ask?" In the next moment, Thor, nearly grinding his teeth, shouted, "It's your fault. If you hadn't taught him, I wouldn't have been trapped in the dungeon." Upon hearing Thor's accusation, Loki began to piece things together. His brow furrowed as he couldn't help but ask, "Wait, ever since I taught Loki the teleportation magic to leave Asgard, have you been stuck in the portal all this time?" Before Thor could respond, Loki chimed in gleefully, "Precisely. By the way, Loki, I can now open 4 portals at once. I can toss Thor around as if he were a ball, deciding which portal he emerges from. I must say, this teleportation magic is incredibly useful. Loki, honestly, I anticipated that once Loki mastered teleportation, he would certainly enjoy tormenting his brother. However, I never imagined he would toy with him for so long, even coming up with such creative antics." Reflecting on this, Loki sighed in exasperation, "Thor, it seems you ought to work on improving yourself." Thor appeared ready to retort, but before he could, Odin began to reprimand him. "Thor, do you still not realize where you have erred? As the heir to the throne of Asgard, a mere portal can ensnare you. You are tarnishing the honor of Asgard." Thor seemed at a loss for words. He was clearly the victim in this situation. Why was everyone directing their ire at him? "Look at your sister. My eldest daughter Hela. How is it that she is not ensnared by such rudimentary magic?" Odin continued his tirade. At this, Thor fell silent. It was not because he had come to an understanding, but rather due to his indignation. Thor had always believed himself to be one of Asgard's mightiest warriors, second only to Odin. Yet now, a newcomer, Hela, had emerged with even greater power, which certainly chafed at his pride. Responding to Odin, Thor retorted, "She merely happened to be born earlier than I. Give me more time, and I will surely surpass her." Observing Thor, Odin felt a sense of weariness. His children were all similarly obstinate in their beliefs. How could he not feel exasperated? Yet, at that moment, he had no time to scold Thor further. Seizing the opportunity while all were present, Odin resolved to make a significant announcement. "I, the All-Father, Odin, hereby declare that Loki will become Thor's mentor, possessing the ultimate decision-making authority in Asgard. Before the God King makes any major decisions, he must seek Loki's approval. Furthermore, Loki shall possess the right to impeach the God King at any time." As soon as Odin's words left his lips, Thor sensed something amiss. "Wait a moment. What does this mean? It feels as if I am merely a figurehead, with all real power resting in Loki's hands." The more he contemplated, the more uneasy he became, prompting him to ask Odin, "Father, what do you mean by this? I am the future God King of Asgard. Why must I abide by Loki's directives?" "Because you are arrogant and foolish. You possess great strength but lack the wisdom to match it. You need assistance, Thor," Odin stated earnestly. Thor was about to protest further when Odin raised a hand to silence him, continuing, "This is my command, the All-Father Odin. The gods of Asgard shall strictly adhere to my orders." At this moment, Thor finally grasped the situation. His father's pronouncement was not a suggestion but a decree. Although Thor felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he dared not defy Odin's command and could only acquiesce. Soon, Odin's decree spread throughout all of Asgard. Once everyone in Asgard had received the news, Odin made yet another momentous announcement. "I, Odin, God King of Asgard, hereby abdicate and retire with Queen Frigga. My son, Thor, the god of thunder, will officially assume control of Asgard and become its new God King." The The moment this news broke, everyone was left in stunned silence. It appeared that no one had anticipated Odin would choose to abdicate so quickly. Even Thor was taken aback. "Why is this happening, father?" Thor inquired, bewildered. Odin did not respond, instead replying calmly, "Did you not desire to become the god king of Asgard? Now, your wish has been fulfilled." Thor paused, quickly retorting, "I do wish to become the god king, but I do not understand why you are choosing to retire in seclusion now." Odin smiled faintly, saying, "I am weary and wish to rest." Indeed, Odin had grown exceedingly frail. Although Loki had previously managed to release Hela, allowing Odin a brief respite, it was clear that he was no longer fit to fulfill the role of God King. In truth, he had long desired to step down. But the looming threat of Ragnarok and the unresolved matter of Hela had kept him tethered. Now that both issues had found resolution, Odin longed for rest and to explore the cosmos, visiting places he had never seen. This time, it was not for conquest but for travel. With this thought, Odin rose from his throne and ultimately vanished from the Grand Hall. Only after Odin's departure did the others begin to regain their composure. Truly, it had been a shockingly abrupt transition. Odin's abdication had come far too suddenly, leaving Thor in a state of confusion. Yet once Thor began to collect his thoughts, he sensed something was amiss. Logically, he should be celebrating his ascension to God King, yet he found himself feeling anything but joyous. Lost in contemplation, Loki's next words completely shattered Thor's composure. Approaching Loki with a smirk, Loki respectfully addressed him, "Esteemed God King of Asgard, welcome to Asgard. I am the god of mischief, the master of the 9 realms, or rather, the foremost mage of Asgard. From this day forth, I shall serve you wholeheartedly." Thor, his face flushed with anger, he struggled to articulate, "Loki, I am the god king of Asgard." Loki snorted dismissively, retorting, "Of course. You are merely a superficial and illusory god king." Chapter 138, I have found you, Phoenix Power. Ever since Odin announced to the gods that his brother Thor would inherit the throne of Asgard and become the god king, Loki had been harboring a simmering frustration within. He found it utterly incomprehensible that Thor, despite his foolishness, could ascend to the throne of the godly realm while he could not. Although Loki had discovered the reason, being a non-blood relative, he still could not reconcile himself with Thor's inheritance of the throne. To Loki, Thor was no different from a simpleton. Time and again, Thor had fallen victim to deception, each instance a testament to his naivety. The thought of Thor ruling as the God King left Loki apprehensive about the future of Asgard. Fortunately, his father was not entirely lacking in wisdom. He recognized Thor's inadequacy for such a monumental responsibility and appointed Loki as the regent. While Loki was not of Asgardian blood, upon reflection, he deemed himself far more suitable for the role of God King than Thor. This led Loki to lament, "What a pity. Had Loki been an Asgardian, the throne would undoubtedly belong to him. I would have wholeheartedly supported his claim." Though Loki's words were softly spoken, they struck a significant blow to Thor's young heart. On this day of great celebration, having finally attained the position of God King, he looked up only to find Loki standing before him. Even his sister and brother acknowledged Loki's superiority. It felt as if the sky had fallen. The more Thor pondered, the more despondent he became. And with a hint of grievance in his tone, he questioned, "Why? You are my brother. You should support me, Loki. Why do you favor a stranger? He isn't even Asgardian." Before he could finish, Loki retorted, "Is there truly a need for explanation? What makes you believe you surpass Loki?" Thor fell silent, seemingly engaged in a serious contemplation of his own merits compared to Loki. Regrettably, he found himself at a loss. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Thor finally sighed, "Very well. I concede that Loki is indeed far more capable than I. If he were an Asgardian, I would also advocate for his ascension as God King." Though Thor was filled with indignation, he recognized Loki's strengths. If someone's prowess merely exceeded yours by a slight margin, you might refuse to acknowledge them. However, when confronted with someone whose power is so formidable that you feel insurmountable, even if you do not vocalize it, there is an implicit acknowledgement in your heart. Thor's attitude toward Loki was precisely this. Were it another individual mentoring him, Thor might have dismissed them outright. The notion of being a puppet ruler? He would seize power the very next day. Yet, with Loki, he was genuinely willing to heed his counsel. This reflected Thor's trust and admiration for Loki. Of course, out of pride, Thor felt compelled to maintain a facade of defiance. "Before this, I never imagined you would become my mentor. So, what did my father send you here to teach me? He cannot expect me, the god of thunder, to be easily instructed," Thor asserted, struggling to uphold his dwindling dignity. To his surprise, Loki responded nonchalantly, "In truth, I have little to impart. My role as your mentor is merely a title bestowed upon me by your father, Odin. I never claimed to teach you anything." This declaration incensed Thor. That will not do. As my mentor, you must impart some knowledge. For instance, how to break the teleportation spell. Thor exclaimed eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Loki was momentarily taken aback by his request. After a moment, he realized. These two seemed to treat magic as a means to outwit one another. Each had rushed in eager to learn. However, at that moment, Loki did not have the luxury to teach them, and he politely declined. Your sister, Hela, should possess the knowledge you seek. Upon hearing Hela's name, Thor recalled. So my sister has truly turned over a new leaf? She surely won't cause chaos in Asgard any longer, will she? Most likely not, given the existing agreements, Loki replied. Thor breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if conflict arose, he knew he could not match Hela in battle. When he had wielded Mjolnir, he could hold his own. Now that Hela had shattered it, he felt utterly powerless. With this thought, Thor remarked, that is a relief. Now that all matters had been addressed, Loki deemed it unnecessary to remain in Asgard any longer. I have completed the tasks your father entrusted to me. Now, you must ensure your sister is well taken care of, and Asgard should enjoy a brief period of tranquility. I shall take my leave. After imparting a few final words, Loki departed. The moment the portal opened, he returned to Earth. Upon arriving at Kamar-Taj, he summoned Wong to inquire about recent developments concerning the establishment. How have Doctor Strange and Stark been faring lately? Loki asked. Mentioning this, Wong appeared somewhat exasperated. These two are quite extraordinary. For reasons unknown, they seem utterly incompatible. Mere days into their acquaintance, they began to compete with one another. I hear they are comparing their talents and who learns more swiftly. They've been sneaking books from the library and keeping the librarian on her toes. Neither has attended class in days, Wong lamented. Loki was not surprised by this. It aligned perfectly with their characters, both being rather rebellious. Are they planning to self-study the upcoming curriculum? He inquired. That is indeed what they conveyed to me. It's baffling. Each seems to learn faster than the other, and now they even question whether I am teaching too slowly to accommodate their progress. Wong replied, frustration evident in his voice. Seeing Wong so disheartened, Loki chuckled. Enough. If they wish to self-study, let them. There is no need to concern yourself with them. They are unlike ordinary sorcerers. If they have questions, they will seek you out themselves. Wong readily agreed, well aware that Kamar-Taj had more than just those two prodigies. Look at the current Sorcerer Supreme. Loki, did Ancient One ever manage them? They simply learned on their own without interference. It is evident that some individuals are inherently more gifted than others. After reporting the situation, Wong took his leave. Once Wong had departed, Loki made his way to the second-floor study of the New York Sanctum. He had planned to meditate for a while, absorbing some energy to replenish his fairy power. At that moment, a voice resonated in his ear, a sound that seemed to emanate from the cosmos, distant yet strikingly clear. As this voice echoed, Loki felt his fairy power awaken within him. But unlike the usual excitement he experienced, this time it felt more like a conquering force, an exhilaration akin to that of a human encountering a longtime rival. Before long, the voice of the fairy power began to reverberate in his mind. I have found you, Phoenix Force. Loki had only encountered the Phoenix Force once before, during the visit of Professor X and the X-Men to his apartment in search of Polaris. Since that time, he had not closely monitored the mutants, so he was unaware of Jean Grey's current predicament. The sudden awareness today was due to the Phoenix Force manifesting, or rather, Jean Grey's inability to contain it any longer. Coincidentally, the fairy power had detected this eruption, which filled it with excitement. After all, the powers of the fairy and the phoenix could be described as eternal rivals. In the past, these two forces clashed within the imperial city, and the eventual outcome was, naturally, the victory of the fairy's power. It is said that the fairy's power devoured the phoenix's essence. However, this consumption did not imply the complete annihilation of the phoenix's power. Rather, it indicated that the phoenix's abilities were absorbed into the fairy's form, granting the fairy the ability to wield all the capabilities of the phoenix at will. Logically, the amalgamation of the phoenix's essence with the fairy's power should have rendered the former host of the fairy's power invincible across the multiverse. Yet, in the end, the previous host of the fairy was still vanquished by the Celestial Assembly. The reasons for this were twofold. First, the remnants of the phoenix's power were now merely fragments. The phoenix's essence observed today is almost entirely in pieces, rather than being whole. Second, the former host of the fairy's power was outmaneuvered and ultimately defeated through cunning tactics. Consequently, the fairy's power spewed forth all the strength it had consumed, restoring everything to its original state. Seemingly spurred by the bitterness of its previous defeat, the fairy's power was exhilarated upon sensing the phoenix's essence. To consume it would be a feast. The fairy's power murmured, its excitement palpable. as if the phoenix's essence was already within its grasp. Admittedly, the fairy's yearning was somewhat misguided. To forcibly seize another's power is indeed a violation of the principles of Luo Bai. Yet, considering that Luo Bai himself lacked any particularly stringent principles, he decided to investigate further. After all, it was his belief that Jean Grey often found herself embroiled in significant trouble whenever she could not control the phoenix's power. Utilizing his omniscience, Luo Bai swiftly pinpointed Jean Grey's location. As the portal opened, he promptly arrived at the scene of the incident. Just as he had anticipated, the phoenix's power had erupted uncontrollably, and even Jean herself was unable to rein it in. At that moment, Jean was engaged in a fierce confrontation with the X-Men. Though the majority of the X-Men were mutants of considerable strength, their abilities were utterly insufficient against the Phoenix's might. It was clear that the X-Men were suffering tremendously at Jean's hands, nearly facing total annihilation. Observing the X-Men fall one by one, Luo Bai felt no surprise. What did astonish him was the presence of Quicksilver among them. Fortuitously, after being thrown by Jean, he landed right at Luo Bai's feet. What a coincidence! Luo Bai remarked calmly as he acknowledged Quicksilver. Upon noticing Luo Bai, Quicksilver's eyes sparkled with recognition, as if he had spotted a savior. Master Luo Bai, what are you doing here? Quicksilver inquired hastily, springing to his feet. I detected an anomalously powerful energy surge on Earth, and came to investigate. Are you all right? Luo Bai inquired with a smile. Quicksilver sighed, clearly exasperated. Not at all. I feel terrible. The power within Jean has erupted and is now beyond control. I am aware. I am merely curious as to why you are here. Have you joined the X-Men? Luo Bai questioned with a grin. Quicksilver nodded, responding with a hint of nonchalance. Professor X found me. I was bored at home, so I decided to join and see what it was like. Little did I know I would encounter such a formidable mutant right off the bat. As he spoke, Quicksilver furrowed his brow, his expression reflecting his frustration. It was indeed a daunting challenge to confront the Phoenix's power on one's first day. If it were Luo Bai, he too would find it overwhelming. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai reassured him, "Do not worry. I am here to assist you." With that, Luo Bai turned his gaze toward Jean Grey. At the same moment, Jean's eyes locked onto Luo Bai's. In truth, Luo Bai and Jean were not acquainted. They had met only once and had yet to exchange words. However, in that moment, Luo Bai discerned an unusual emotion in Jean's eyes, fear. This emotion was clearly not an expression of Jean's internal feelings, but rather that of the Phoenix's essence. The Phoenix's fear stemmed from the fairy's power, as the two forces sensed each other. Upon this realization, the Phoenix instinctively seized control of Jean's consciousness and attempted to flee. At that very moment, the fairy's power urged in Luo Bai's mind, "Capture her. Do not let that Phoenix escape." As those words echoed, Luo Bai harnessed the fairy's power alongside the ability of the reality stone, altering reality itself. A crimson force erupted from his being, soaring skyward in an instant. The red energy swiftly stained the entire sky, rapidly expanding outward. Within moments, the entire area was transformed, creating a vast mirrored expanse where all others vanished, leaving only Luo Bai and Jean Grey amid a boundless cosmos. This universe was precisely where the fairy and the Phoenix had once waged their monumental battle. Finding itself with no avenue of escape, Jean finally halted and turned around. At that moment, her visage shimmered with a golden radiance, her eyes aglow with the same golden light. It was evident that the Phoenix's power was poised for an attack. Under normal circumstances, Luo Bai would have been reluctant to let the fairy's power take the lead in combat, fearing it might spiral out of control and consume the universe. However, after some time spent in harmony with the fairy's power, Luo Bai had developed a sufficient level of trust in it. Given the unique circumstances of their rivalry, he decided to grant the fairy the opportunity to lead. As their consciousnesses merged, the fairy gazed greedily at the Phoenix's power and uttered words it had long yearned to express. "Did you think I was gone forever? I have returned." The Phoenix sensed the fairy's longing and unleashed a torrent of flames, enveloping Jean Grey. In the next moment, Jean merged with the Phoenix's essence and vanished, transforming into a magnificent golden phoenix. With a deafening cry that echoed throughout the cosmos, the Phoenix launched a full-scale assault against the fairy, unleashing its ultimate technique. The judgment of the Phoenix. Witnessing the formidable energy barreling toward him, Luo Bai could not suppress his thoughts. Did you mistreat it in the past? Why does the Phoenix unleash its full power the moment it sees you? Almost immediately, he heard the fairy's retort. Perhaps I was a bit harsh back then, but this time, it will be no different. As it spoke, the fairy began to unleash its own abilities, altering reality once more. Chapter 140. Who does the celestial favor? The reason the Phoenix's power instills fear is that no one can withstand its flames, known as the judgment of the Phoenix. This force can sever or resurrect any part of the universe, even obliterating it entirely, incinerating that which is deemed obsolete. Not only ordinary humans, but even powerful mutants cannot withstand the might of the Phoenix's judgment. Any contact with it will inevitably reduce them to ashes. Yet for the fairy's power, this strike was hardly a cause for concern. It adeptly countered the Phoenix's judgment while simultaneously mocking the power of the Phoenix, demonstrating a singular reliance on this strategy. Yet, it was futile against me, the fairy power declared, unleashing an energy capable of altering reality. A surge of black energy erupted, obliterating the flames of the Phoenix upon contact. Before the Phoenix power could retaliate, the fairy power transformed into a pure black Phoenix, lunging at the Phoenix power with ferocity. The speed of the fairy power was remarkable. It seized the Phoenix's neck before the Phoenix power could mount a defense. A piercing scream echoed through the cosmos, resonating with agony. In an instant, the Phoenix form shattered, revealing Jean Grey. After dismantling the fusion between the Phoenix power and its host, the fairy power enveloped Jean Grey, voraciously siphoning the Phoenix power from within her. Golden energy surged into Luo Bai's being. Following this absorption, the fairy power began to replicate all the abilities of the Phoenix power. During this time, the Phoenix power contemplated resistance, prompting Jean Grey to unleash a wave of destructive energy in defiance. However, the fairy power swiftly countered by unleashing a Phoenix's judgment infused with dark energy. This blow elicited agonized howls from both the Phoenix power and its host, Jean Grey. At this moment, Jean Grey's will remained too feeble. Her incomplete growth rendered her incapable of fully wielding the Phoenix power. After being assaulted by the fairy power, Jean Grey succumbed to a state of combat ineffectiveness and unconsciousness, along with the Phoenix power, awaiting the inevitability of absorption. Throughout this confrontation, the Phoenix power was overwhelmingly suppressed, ultimately seeming to relinquish its will to survive, allowing the fairy power to consume it. The ease of this victory astonished Luo Bai, as he had anticipated a far more arduous struggle against the Phoenix power. He had expected at least a prolonged battle before the Phoenix power could be subdued. Instead, the Phoenix power merely unleashed a single grand maneuver and then faltered. It left Luo Bai pondering whether he had overindulged the fairy power or if Jean Grey was simply inadequate. This battle, which he presumed would conclude effortlessly, revealed that he had significantly underestimated the Phoenix power. Known as the child of the universe, the Phoenix power embodied the essence of life and psychic energy within the primordial cosmos, symbolizing vitality and emotion. Its fervent emotional intensity rendered its mental prowess superior to all other forces. This established that the fairy power possessed formidable psychic abilities, with few capable of evading its mental assaults. The Phoenix power appeared to have anticipated its inability to contend with the fairy power from the outset. Hence it had prepared contingencies. As the fairy power absorbed the majority of its capabilities and attempted to merge with Luo Bai, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. The fairy is an embodiment of malevolence, intent solely on devouring all that exists. Camartage, Earth. All that you cherish are merely sustenance to it. It lacks emotion. It is cold and selfish. Once you nurture it, it will lead to the destruction of all that you hold dear. This voice was unmistakably that of the Phoenix power. In that moment, Luo Bai comprehended why the former host of the fairy power had been ensnared. Was it truly the Phoenix power's psychic manipulation that facilitated this? As Luo Bai pondered, the Phoenix power spoke again. It is merely exploiting you. Only I possess the ability to save the entire universe. With the Phoenix power's words, fragments of memories flashed through Luo Bai's mind. Memories that seemed to chronicle the ancient war between the Phoenix power and the fairy power. Long ago, he witnessed the former host of the fairy power, a woman who had been controlled by the fairy power, leading her to consume countless planets and galaxies until the arrival of the celestial host. A war erupted between the fairy power and the celestial host, nearly resetting the entire universe. Memory fragments continuously surfaced in Luo Bai's mind, while the Phoenix power's voice echoed ominously. The fairy power has never contemplated aiding you. It seeks only to control you and lead you to ruin, just as it did with its former host. Once its objectives are fulfilled, it will abandon you. Given its battle experience, the Phoenix power seemed to understand how to vanquish the fairy power. In terms of sheer combat strength, the fragments of the Phoenix power faced an almost insurmountable challenge against the current fairy power. Yet, if it could control its host, namely Luo Bai, and compel him to dominate the fairy power, the Phoenix power would possess a fighting chance. Thus, the Phoenix power intentionally weakened itself, awaiting the fairy power to absorb its strength before attempting to seize control of Luo Bai mentally. Had it encountered the previous host of the fairy power, it might have succeeded. Yet, it found itself confronting Luo Bai, a man favored by the goddess of fortune, rendering the Phoenix Power's mental manipulation utterly ineffective. I believe you are mistaken, Phoenix. Have you not realized that the fairy power cannot control me? Luo Bai responded calmly. When the fairy power sought Luo Bai as a host, it had contemplated controlling him, yet it was utterly incapable of doing so. After all, he was a man blessed by fortune. As for the notion that the fairy power would abandon him, there was no cause for concern. What is strong fortune? Strong fortune signifies that even if Luo Bai were to gift the fairy power to another, it would return to him, accompanied by a grand present. From the outset, Luo Bai's true trump card was not the fairy power, but rather luck. Thus, he had never worried about the Phoenix Power's assertions. Moreover, the energy absorbed by the fairy power had long ago merged with Luo Bai's being, allowing him to comprehend it fully. This implied that, even without relying on the fairy power, Luo Bai could wield the abilities he had absorbed. Of course, all of this was contingent upon Luo Bai's extraordinary luck. However, Jean Grey lacked such a fortunate aura. With this thought, Luo Bai chuckled and continued. Do you believe I am unaware of your true intentions, Phoenix? If that is your stance, let us discuss your hypocrisy. The one truly exploiting the host appears to be you. At least the fairy power heeds my commands. Will you heed Jean Grey's? You have ruthlessly controlled her, inciting her to unleash carnage. Jean Grey, you may not yet grasp the truth. Once the Phoenix employs its power to a certain extent, it will begin to consume the energy meant for sustaining life and progeny. This implies that, Jean Grey, when you excessively wield the Phoenix power, it will inversely drain your vitality. All along, the Phoenix power has been siphoning your life force. Not merely your essence, but compelling you to absorb the life energy around you. Why have you lost control? Is it because the Phoenix force is guiding you towards darkness, ultimately leaving you with nothing? As Luo Bai spoke, he activated the power of the Mind Stone to subdue Jean Grey. With the last syllable resonating in the air, Jean suddenly opened her eyes. The seals on her memory shattered, and she recalled everything. Initially, Professor X had sealed Jean's memories, causing her to forget the events of her childhood. Yet now, all was vividly restored. She remembered that her powers had spiraled out of control, leading to a tragic car accident that claimed her mother's life. Her father, fearing her abilities, had sent her to Professor X, based on Luo Bai's words. Could it be that the true culprit behind all her suffering was indeed the Phoenix Force? Enraged, Jean's capacity for rational thought dissolved as she bellowed. Are you draining my life? As you consume my vitality, are you also siphoning the life of those around me to fuel yourself? The Phoenix Force sensed the shift in dynamics and immediately attempted to communicate with Jean. Calm down, Jean. If this continues, you will lose me. They are merely trying to deceive you. However, at that moment, Jean's self-awareness erupted. Now, at once, get out of my body, she shouted, casting aside the Phoenix Force. The moment Jean resolutely decided to abandon the Phoenix Force, its power began to wane significantly. Previously, the Phoenix Force could rely on its host's will to resist the absorption of the phase energy. However, once Jean mentally relinquished it, the Phoenix Force could no longer withstand the onslaught. This was precisely why such forces sought a perfect host. It had always been the power in need of a host, not the other way around. Feeling the situation spiral out of control, the Phoenix Force engaged in a fierce battle for dominance over Jean's will. Yet, as the struggle unfolded, the Phoenix Force realized something was amiss. Wait, this is not how the script should unfold. It should be the Fae battling against Luo Bai, not me against Jean Grey. As it grappled for control, the Phoenix Force found itself being reversed controlled by its host. The realization struck too late. While the Phoenix Force and its host were locked in an intense struggle, the Fae seized the opportunity to absorb all of Jean's Phoenix energy. Upon consuming it, the Fae reveled in its triumph. Meanwhile, Luo Bai's mind echoed with the Fae's curses. I let you sow discord between me and my host, leading to my imprisonment. The tides have turned. Behold how fate weaves its web. Now it is your turn to face the consequences. I cannot even control this host of mine. If you can, I shall concede your prowess. That dead phoenix can boast all it likes, but when it comes to real conflict, it is not. Luo Bai sighed, feeling a hint of exasperation, unable to resist the urge to retort. You should tone it down. Why bicker with a mere fragment? Chapter 141, The Reversal of Fortune. Listening to the Fae's jests and grievances, Luo Bai felt overwhelmed. Previously, he had perceived the Fae as a cold and unfeeling entity. To his surprise, it not only engaged in banter, but also hurled insults. Although there was indeed animosity between it and the Phoenix Force, Luo Bai sensed the Fae becoming increasingly human in its emotional responses. Could it be that synchronization with his consciousness was influencing it? As he pondered this, the Fae's voice rang in his ears once more. I do not wish to squabble with this shattered piece, but that dead phoenix is cunning. It delights in playing dirty, manipulating consciousness. Luo Bai furrowed his brow and could not help but inquire within his mind. Where did you learn these phrases? From you, of course. You are my host. Your consciousness influences me, the Fae replied. Well, this is quite a turn of events. Luo Bai mused. Typically, powers overshadow their hosts, leading to a dynamic where hosts are swayed by their abilities. Yet in his case, the Fae not only failed to influence him, but was, in fact, being influenced in return. The reversal of fortune was indeed remarkable. If you find this unsatisfactory, I can remain silent, the Fae suggested. No need for that. Your presence adds a touch of humanity, Luo Bai replied thoughtfully. I am the Fae. I seek no humanity. I yearn for sustenance, to consume the universe. The universe? The Fae bellowed. Luo Bai, overwhelmed by the cacophony, pressed his temples and said, All right, enough. Silence. The Fae muttered softly, If you wish for silence, then I shall comply. With that, the Fae fell silent, granting Luo Bai a moment of peace. Once tranquility returned, he began to merge with the Phoenix Force. The Fae had absorbed all of Jean Grey's Phoenix energy, and though Luo Bai understood that it was merely a fragment, the energy contained within was potent. As he fused with this formidable power, Luo Bai felt a slight discomfort in his body. After meditating for an extended period to acclimate, he finally integrated the Phoenix Force into himself. Once assured of his stability, he attempted to wield its energy. As he summoned the energy within, a golden aura enveloped him, manifesting as the Phoenix Flames. These flames coalesced into a magnificent golden wing upon his back. Luo Bai raised his hand, gathering a sphere of golden fire. The strength contained within this fragment was astonishing. Imagining what it would be like to harness the entirety of the Phoenix Force and become the White Phoenix was both exhilarating and terrifying. From his understanding, the Phoenix Force possessed an immense self-awareness. Even Jean, its most perfect host, would be influenced by its consciousness, losing control in the process. Yet, in this moment, Luo Bai felt no such compulsion to submit. He sensed no loss of autonomy. It seemed the Fae played a pivotal role in this dynamic, suppressing the Phoenix Force's will, preventing it from exerting control over him. The Fae acted as a bridge, maintaining balance between the Phoenix Force and Luo Bai. As long as the Fae remained, the Phoenix Force could not directly affect him. Now that he was unscathed by the Phoenix Force's side effects, Luo Bai's path forward appeared significantly clearer. The absence of adverse effects meant he could wield the Phoenix Force at will, and its remarkable healing and resurrection abilities implied that he was virtually invulnerable. With these realizations, Luo Bai felt a sense of relief wash over him. He retracted the Phoenix Force and turned his gaze towards Jean Grey. Devoid of the Phoenix Force, Jean Grey lay on the ground, appearing lifeless. Luo Bai employed dark magic to infuse her with a semblance of strength, which coursed through her being. In the next moment, Jean, who had been closed off in slumber, abruptly opened her eyes. Upon witnessing her awakening, Luo Bai summoned his will to dissolve the mirrored space. As the illusion faded, they returned to the realm of reality, where soon the professor and his companions materialized before them. Seeing Luo Bai and Jean reappear, the X-Men rushed forward. The professor, pushed by others, immediately inquired about Jean's condition. Jean, are you all right? Jean nodded, her response somewhat dazed. I'm fine, but I feel as though the power within me has vanished. The professor paused, intending to delve into her consciousness to ascertain the truth. At that moment, Luo Bai interjected, Your power hasn't vanished. I absorbed it. The revelation stunned everyone into silence. The X-Men exchanged glances, and it was Cyclops who boldly voiced the question that weighed on their minds. Why? Why did you absorb Jean's power? Luo Bai, a supreme sorcerer, was not one to act irrationally. After a moment of contemplation, he replied calmly, I require this power, and besides, it was willingly relinquished by her. Jean, have you forgotten the words you once uttered? He turned his gaze toward Jean, who suddenly recalled her earlier declaration to expel the Phoenix Force from her body. This recollection brought forth memories of her past, and her emotional state began to unravel. It was you. You used your abilities to make me forget everything, didn't you? My parents were in a car accident. My mother died because of my powers, didn't she? My father sent me to the X-Mansion because he no longer wanted me, didn't he? Jean screamed in despair. In that moment, the professor realized that Jean had regained all her memories. He felt a sense of helplessness, unsure of how to respond. After an eternity, he finally spoke. It was I who sealed your memories. I simply wished to spare you from the burden of guilt. How dare you seal my memories without my consent? How dare you? Jean shouted, overwhelmed with anguish. The professor fell silent, unable to find words. At that juncture, Jean's attention was drawn to Mystique, who lay motionless nearby. She suddenly remembered that, Prior to Luo Bai's arrival, the Phoenix Force had caused her to lose control, resulting in Mystique's tragic death at her hands. Gazing upon Mystique's lifeless form, Jean's despair deepened. "I killed her, didn't I?" Jean asked, her eyes searching the faces of the X-Men for answers. Yet, they averted their gazes, some of them betraying feelings of hatred and anger. Though none spoke, Jean understood everything. "Luo Bai, you were right. This power will only bring me harm. It is beyond my control," she murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked at Mystique's body. Chapter 142, Thanos begins to act. Jean remained silent for a long while, her thoughts a mystery to all. Eventually, she broke the silence, expressing her gratitude to Luo Bai. "Thank you, Luo Bai." The words took everyone by surprise, even Luo Bai, who had not anticipated such appreciation. Seemingly taken aback, Luo Bai asked, "I have taken your power. Should you not resent me?" Cyclops chimed in. "Jean, he has taken your power." Jean shook her head, offering a bittersweet smile. "But I could not control it. I did not even understand it." In truth, Jean had little understanding of the Phoenix Force. A mystery even to the professor and other mutants. They only recognized its immense power, one that could lead Jean to the brink of chaos. Thus, the professor had endeavored to help her harness it, yet there were times when it proved uncontrollable. This instance was one such occasion. And the overwhelming strength of the Phoenix had compromised Jean's will, culminating in tragedy. Mystique's death further fueled Jean's loathing for the Phoenix Force. "I refuse to be controlled any longer," Jean cried out. "If not for this power, I would not have become this way, nor would I have caused so many deaths." Her words cast a heavy silence over the gathering. Though Luo Bai had seized Jean's power, this outcome appeared fortuitous. The Phoenix Force had tormented Jean excessively. Realizing this, the others understood why Jean expressed gratitude towards Luo Bai. Observing Jean's distress, the professor chose to give her space to collect herself. He turned to Luo Bai, respectfully greeting him. "Supreme Sorcerer, it is a pleasure to see you again." "Likewise," Luo Bai replied courteously. "May I speak with you privately?" the professor inquired. Luo Bai nodded. "Of course." As the others stepped aside, creating a space for their conversation, the professor asked, "Luo Bai, did you come specifically for the power within Jean?" While Luo Bai was not one to adhere strictly to principles, he responded openly, "Yes." "So you are aware of the nature of her power?" the professor pressed. Luo Bai affirmed, "Indeed. It is the Phoenix Force, albeit merely a fragment." "The Phoenix Force? Could you elaborate?" the professor probed further. Luo Bai pondered before explaining. "The Phoenix Force is a cosmic energy, originally a singular entity capable of reshaping the multiverse. It was shattered into fragments that now exist across various timelines and universes. These fragments seek hosts, and Jean Grey is the one they have chosen. She is the ideal vessel for the Phoenix Force, yet she currently lacks the means to control it, as the Force possesses a strong autonomous will. It absorbs the life force of its host and others to replenish its energy," he continued. After hearing Luo Bai's elucidation, the professor finally grasped the situation. "Will it influence your will?" he asked. "No, and I am able to control it," Luo Bai replied calmly. With this understanding, the professor nodded appreciatively. "I have always known she suffered because of this power. Thank you for aiding Jean." Luo Bai shook his head. "I did not intend to assist her. Now that the Phoenix Force is absorbed, I find myself with little to occupy my time." Contemplating this, Luo Bai prepared to depart. Just as he was about to leave, the professor called out, "Actually, there is something I wish to ask you." Luo Bai halted and turned to inquire, "What is it?" "I heard that you used your influence to have the government recognize Northstar's identity. She is no longer a fugitive, correct?" the professor asked. Luo Bai, having almost forgotten the matter, nodded. "It seems there was such an occurrence." "I have also heard that you have established the Justice League?" Professor X inquired once more. Luo Bai, intrigued, couldn't help but ask, "How did you know?" Stark held a press conference to announce the dissolution of the Avengers. Declaring that he is now a member of the Justice League, Professor X replied. "A press conference?" Luo Bai mused, realizing he was somewhat out of the loop, having been preoccupied with dealing with various dimensional demons and neglecting earthly affairs. However, he found Stark's decision to hold such an event entirely unsurprising. It was quintessentially Stark. With that thought, Luo Bai chuckled. "Indeed, that is the case." Before he could finish his sentence, Professor X continued, "In fact, I wish to join the Justice League, along with the X-Men. I wonder if you would be willing to accept us." Luo Bai was taken aback by the suddenness of this proposal. "You have been doing well as the X-Men. Why the sudden desire to join the Justice League?" Luo Bai pondered aloud, curiosity piqued. Professor X remained silent for a moment before sheepishly responding. "I realize this may come as a surprise, but I have researched the official stance towards the Justice League, and it is said to be quite favorable. Ever since you resolved the Hydra incident, the government's attitude towards you has been one of great respect. They are highly supportive of the formation of the Justice League. My intention in establishing the X-Men was to gain acceptance for mutants from the government and the public. However, this process has proven to be exceedingly arduous. I believe that if the X-Men were to collaborate with the Justice League, it would foster a more positive perception of mutants within the government. Thus, I hope you will consider my suggestion. Professor X spoke earnestly, his reasoning grounded in truth. Although Luo Bai had not closely followed recent human affairs on Earth, he was aware that the government's stance towards superhumans had undergone a dramatic transformation since the Hydra incident. Initially, the higher-ups were largely opposed to or fearful of superpowered individuals. However, following the Insight program, the government's support for superhumans had surged, accompanied by various benefits. It seemed the highest leaders of the United States were even eager to meet Luo Bai. Yet, he was far too busy to entertain such matters. Given the current support for the Justice League from the U.S. government, it was only natural for Professor X to wish to leverage this opportunity to improve relations between mutants and humanity. However, after careful consideration, Luo Bai still felt he had no substantial reason to acquiesce. Thus, he responded mildly, "Your candidness demonstrates a sincere attitude, yet at this juncture, I cannot agree to your joining." Professor X appeared unsurprised by this reply. "I understand. I recognize your concerns. I will show you my determination. If the Justice League requires our assistance, the X-Men will undoubtedly do our utmost to support you. Therefore, I kindly ask you to reconsider." Seeing his earnestness, Luo Bai waved his hand. "We shall see." With that, Luo Bai opened a portal and returned to Kamar-Taj. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, the formidable villain Thanos was casting his gaze upon Earth. Ancient One had departed, and Odin was gone as well. This was indeed the opportune moment to execute his plans. "Have you located the precise locations of the Infinity Stones?" Thanos inquired of his loyal subordinates, the Black Order. As Thanos' most devoted follower, Ebony Maw promptly replied, "Yes. The Power Stone is on Xander. As for the Soul Stone, it is guarded by the Soul Sorceress." "And the other 4 stones?" Thanos pressed. Ebony Maw contemplated before stating, "If the intelligence is accurate, the remaining 4 stones seem to be on Earth, under the watch of a sorcerer named Luo Bai." "What nonsense is this? All 4 stones in the possession of a single sorcerer?" Thanos exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Are they truly in his grasp? Is the Space Stone not in Asgard? Did Loki and the Space Stone not return to Asgard?" Ebony Maw shook his head. The initial report indicated that. "But it seems the Space Stone has returned to the possession of the sorcerer known as Luo Bai." "Supreme Sorcerer Luo Bai?" Thanos muttered. He had indeed heard of this individual, reputed to be quite audacious, having confronted Odin directly in Asgard. Yet, he remained uncertain of the sorcerer's true capabilities. "Do you have any insights into this sorcerer?" Thanos inquired. "I have conducted some investigation, but I do not possess extensive knowledge. I have only heard that he has been in Kamar-Taj for a few years and is the most gifted sorcerer," Ebony Maw replied. "Only a few years in Kamar-Taj? This implies that he has only studied magic for a limited time. He has yet to fully mature. Even if he possesses the 4 stones, without the Infinity Gauntlet, he likely cannot wield their full power. After all, few mortals can withstand the forces of the Infinity Stones with mere flesh and blood." With both Odin and Ancient One absent from Earth, only their successors remained. This was indeed the optimal time to carry out his plans on Earth. If he allowed these successors to grow stronger, it would complicate his efforts to claim the Infinity Stones later on. With this thought in mind, Thanos declared, "Notify everyone to head to Xander. As long as I can secure the Power Stone and Soul Stone first, I can then utilize their power to travel to Earth and seize the remaining 4 stones from Luo Bai. It should be a straightforward task, considering he is merely a sorcerer who has only recently begun his studies." Chapter 143, Having arrived, one ought to take something with them. With ambition in his heart, Thanos set forth towards Xander to commence his plan. Meanwhile, Luo Bai returned to Kamar-Taj, intending to further cultivate his abilities. He had recently absorbed a considerable amount of power, particularly from the fusion with the Phoenix Force, which significantly enhanced his strength. Although these powers were balanced by the essence of the fairies, without a comprehensive understanding of them, their utilization could still prove troublesome. Thus, Luo Bai entered the main hall of Kamar-Taj and began to meditate. He commenced the analysis of all the abilities that had merged within him, including the powers of the Vishanti, dark magic, Odin's might, divine power, the Phoenix Force, and others. While these powers appeared distinct, they shared a certain resemblance. Although Thor, inheriting Odin's power, favored close combat, Odin's might fundamentally allowed for the mastery of both physical and magical arts. Therefore, a portion of Odin's power bore similarities to both dark and white magic, making the analysis relatively uncomplicated. As for divine power, A thorough understanding of it could be interpreted as the power of creation. In simpler terms, mastering this force would enable one to create and manipulate at the molecular level. However, given ego's limitations, this power could only be utilized to a certain extent. Even if Luo Bai comprehended it entirely, he would be confined to using it within a singular universe. Regarding the Phoenix Force, there was little need for discussion. After all, what Luo Bai possessed was merely a fragment of the Phoenix Force. This fragment could currently influence a single universe or several. For instance, if Luo Bai were to unleash the full power of this fragment, he could potentially reset the entire universe and create a new one. The power of the Phoenix primarily emphasizes mental suppression. Should he harness the Phoenix's power for mental control, he could dominate every sentient being across this universe. However, this is merely the capacity exhibited by a singular fragment. Were he to gather all fragments and ascend to the status of the White Phoenix King, in conjunction with the fairy's power, he would undoubtedly emerge as a being of omnipotent caliber on a cosmic scale. In other words, with just a thought, he could manipulate or even reboot the entirety of the Marvel multiverse. Contemplating this notion is indeed unsettling. The fragments of the Phoenix's power are undoubtedly a treasure that Luo Bai must seek to unify. In truth, the quest to consolidate the Phoenix's power presents considerable challenges, as these fragments are scattered across various worlds within the multiverse. This implies that Luo Bai is embarking on a journey that could span half a century in Earth's timeline. As of now, he does not harbor such intentions, recognizing that this endeavor requires meticulous long-term planning. Moreover, considering the timeline, with the absence of Ancient One and Odin, one cannot help but ponder whether Thanos is about to make his move. Given his relentless obsession with collecting the Infinity Stones, it seems improbable that he would relinquish his pursuit. While musing over these matters, Luo Bai endeavored to employ his current abilities to activate the cosmic all-seeing eye. The purpose of this activation was to ascertain whether Thanos was indeed contemplating action. To his surprise, he succeeded in locating Thanos. What a coincidence it was that Thanos was presently leading his formidable army towards the planet Xander, preparing to seize the Power Stone. This piqued Luo Bai's curiosity, prompting him to wonder, is Thanos truly unaware that I possess 4 Infinity Stones? Does he dare to make a move? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Luo Bai began to eavesdrop on Thanos' dialogue with his subordinates. At that moment, Thanos and his army were fully concentrated aboard the Sanctuary 2, Thanos' colossal spaceship, affectionately dubbed his mobile palace. This enormous vessel could accommodate the entirety of a planet's population, outfitted with every conceivable luxury, including Thanos' throne, a grand seat that appeared to be fashioned from stone, suspended in the air. Currently, Thanos stood beside his throne, engaged in conversation with his formidable lieutenants regarding Luo Bai. According to the regulations governing the Infinity Stones, in order to prevent proximity between them, the stones on Earth were safeguarded separately by the guardians of Kamartaj and Asgard. Logically, Kamartaj should solely harbor the Time Stone, so why could Luo Bai, as a solitary guardian, protect 4 stones? Thanos inquired, his confusion evident. His subordinates were equally perplexed. The specifics eluded me as well. I have heard that Luo Bai ventured to Asgard and returned with the Space Stone. However, we cannot interrogate the Asgardian barriers for further clarity, responded Ebony Maw. Thanos remained silent, sensing something amiss. Given Odin's character, how could a mere novice sorcerer, who has only studied for a few years, possibly acquire the Space Stone from him? What is it about this sorcerer that sets him apart? Thanos continued his inquiry. As the saying goes, to know oneself and one's enemy is to secure victory in every battle. Before journeying to Earth, Thanos desired to comprehend Luo Bai's actions. Based on our investigations, there seems to be no remarkable information. He did not participate in the Sorcerer's Conclave and was directly appointed as the Sorcerer Supreme by Ancient One. Reliable sources indicate that on the day he assumed the title, the witch Agatha entered Kamartaj and has not been seen since, Ebony Maw informed. Agatha? Thanos questioned. A witch? Though her power pales in comparison to yours, my lord, Ebony Maw flattered. In that case, there is little to be concerned about. Are there no other updates? Thanos pondered before asking again. Ebony Maw replied after a moment, none at this time. Thanos appeared to be deep in thought, still feeling that something was off. Before he could deliberate further, Ebony Maw interjected, Dear father, I believe you need not worry excessively. He is merely a novice sorcerer. You, however, are destined to be the ruler of the universe, a great leader. With our assistance, you shall undoubtedly acquire all 6 Infinity Stones. Ebony Maw lavished praise upon Thanos. After reflecting on his words, Thanos seemed to find some merit in the reasoning and ceased his contemplation. How far are we from Xander? Thanos inquired. We shall arrive shortly. Dear father, Your grand ambitions are about to come to fruition. Ebony Maw responded. Their conversation appeared to be quite jovial, yet every word exchanged was captured by Luo Bai. To be frank, he was taken aback by the sluggishness of cosmic communication. It was one thing for them to be oblivious to his possession of the fairy's power. It was quite another for them to be unaware of Agatha. However, this was understandable. Although Luo Bai had engaged in cordial exchanges with various dark dimensions and sorcerers, such matters transpired within those dimensions, likely eluding their detection. Luo Bai still needed 2 more stones, and if Thanos were to deliver them, it would save him a journey. Nonetheless, it must be said, Thanos' throne appeared rather impressive. Having arrived, he believed he ought to leave with something. Since Thanos was also intent on acquiring his possessions, why not take the initiative? While contemplating this, Luo Bai employed his will to utilize a retrieval spell. At that moment, Thanos was facing away from the throne, deliberating with his subordinates on how to procure the Soul Stone after obtaining the Power Stone from Xander. Just as their discussion reached a fervent peak, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. Why have you all ceased speaking? Thanos demanded. Ebony Maw, wide-eyed, pointed incredulously behind Thanos. Turning around, Thanos was struck dumb. Wait, where's my throne? My colossal floating throne? How can it be gone? Where has my throne vanished to? Thanos spun back to demand answers from his subordinates. The Black Order shook their heads in confusion. I have no idea. It vanished in the blink of an eye, Ebony Maw murmured. Thanos was immediately infuriated. To have something stolen right under his nose, and his subordinates remained clueless. You wretched fools. Send someone to retrieve it. It is imperative to recover my throne. Thanos bellowed in rage. Chapter 144. Thanos' face turned an even deeper shade of purple. This incident occurred aboard Thanos' own spaceship, right beneath his very eyes. In the mere moment he turned around, his throne had been stolen. The most bewildering aspect was that both he and his subordinates were entirely oblivious to the event. It was no wonder Thanos was seething with fury. As he raged, he couldn't help but wonder who possessed such audacity. However, this was a mystery to Luo Bai, as he was currently in the Hall of Kamar Taj, admiring Thanos' throne. To be honest, it was indeed quite grand. Although it was made of stone, its imposing presence was enough to intimidate. Luo Bai settled onto it to assess the sensation. Indeed, being stone, it was somewhat rigid, yet it felt quite satisfactory. Moreover, this throne could be manipulated to control direction and elevation, allowing its occupant to remain seated without the need to dismount. Seated upon it, one could venture anywhere. A splendid item, albeit rather oversized. It did appear somewhat ostentatious to be atop it, mused Luo Bai. After his experience, Luo Bai summoned Wong with his thoughts, requesting him to bring Stark and Strange along as well. Although Luo Bai was not particularly anxious about Thanos' arrival on Earth, believing he could manage the situation himself, he recalled the grand spectacle Thanos orchestrated, which would serve as an excellent practical exercise for the sorcerers of Kamar Taj, particularly for Strange and Stark, who had been studying magic for some time, yet had not yet put their skills to the test. Thus, he instructed Wong to fetch them. After a considerable interval, the 3 arrived at the main hall. As soon as Stark entered, he appeared quite exhilarated. Oh, my dear friend, at last, I have the pleasure of meeting you. Luo Bai smiled and inquired, Tony, how have you found your time in Kamar Taj? Stark shrugged and replied nonchalantly, to be honest, it hasn't been particularly enjoyable. I had only heard you speak of magic before, and it seemed rather easy to learn. I never expected it to be so challenging. Especially after hearing about your legendary feats, I feel even more disheartened. How did you manage to master so much magic in such a short span? Stark's tone carried a hint of resignation. As soon as he finished speaking, Strange chimed in. I, too, am quite curious. I always believed my own talent was sufficiently high, yet I find your prowess, Supreme Sorcerer, to be even more astonishing. Had one not been a sorcerer, they might not grasp the extent of Luo Bai's formidable talent. However, once one entered the Kamar Taj system to study magic, the true depth of Luo Bai's abilities became abundantly clear. To this, Luo Bai merely chuckled and teased, otherwise. How could I be the Supreme Sorcerer? At this remark, a contemplative silence enveloped the group, for there was indeed wisdom in his words. Amidst the silence, Stark's attention was drawn to the enormous floating throne before him. Shifting the topic, he remarked, upon entering, I couldn't help but notice this colossal object. What is it? As he pointed at the throne, Luo Bai promptly replied, this is Thanos' floating throne. Thanos. The mention of this new name left everyone perplexed. Stark could not contain his curiosity and asked, who is Thanos? Luo Bai chuckled lightly before explaining. He is a formidable villain poised to invade Earth. What? An invasion? The gravity of those words ignited Stark's excitement as he asked, so, Are we forming a Justice League? Can we discuss this Thanos in detail? Recognizing their unfamiliarity with Thanos, Luo Bai began to elucidate. Thanos hails from the eternal race of Titan. The inhabitants of Titan are inherently stronger than humans. Among them, Thanos is regarded as one of the more powerful beings. His strength, intellect, and regenerative capabilities are unparalleled. Additionally, he is a strategist of great renown. After Luo Bai's explanation, the trio grasped the situation. Simply put, a powerful extraterrestrial race intended to invade Earth. This revelation incited Stark's ire, prompting him to ask, "So, Titan is planning to attack Earth?" No, Luo Bai shook his head. While Thanos is indeed an extraterrestrial, this is not a matter of planetary invasion. It is entirely Thanos' personal endeavor. After witnessing the demise of his own planet due to overpopulation, he resolved to implement a form of population control before the entire universe faced similar destruction. Population control? What does that entail? Wong, bewildered, interjected. Luo Bai contemplated before responding. In simple terms, he intends to have the universe's population. To put it even more plainly, he aims to make half of all living beings in the universe vanish. Make half of all living beings in the universe vanish? Stark exclaimed incredulously. Has he lost his mind? To be frank, Stark had encountered numerous villains with plans to invade Earth, but none had proposed such a universe-wide population control scheme. If he were to succeed, the consequences would be catastrophic. Just considering the implications of Earth losing half its population equated to an apocalyptic scenario. Realizing the severity of the situation, Stark could not help but inquire. Is there any way we can thwart him? Indeed, there is, Luo Bai assured him. At this, Stark's previously anxious demeanor shifted to one of relief. He gazed at the floating throne, recalling Luo Bai's assertion that it belonged to Thanos. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon Stark. Wait, you said this throne is Thanos's? Yet you have it in your possession. You are well aware of all his plans, so from the very beginning, you have had the means to confront Thanos, correct? Stark pressed. Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. Of course. Stark exhaled as if a weight had been lifted. I knew you would have a solution. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai continued. However, Thanos is likely to bring a considerable force with him for this invasion, so I wanted to alert you in advance. I also wish to assess your current training progress. I have heard that both of you have begun self-studying magic. Stark and Strange nodded in affirmation. Luo Bai smiled and asked, to what extent have you progressed? Stark promptly replied, I have completed all the relevant courses at Kamartaj and am currently delving into space and time-related magic. Upon hearing this, Strange immediately concurred, my situation is quite similar. The fact that they had reached this level indicated the remarkable potential of both individuals. While Luo Bai was aware of Strange's high aptitude, he was pleasantly surprised to discover Stark's impressive talent as well. This revelation was encouraging, especially considering the limited number of mages at Kamartaj capable of shouldering significant responsibility. With this in mind, Luo Bai stated, Strange, I intend to appoint you as the Guardian Sorcerer of the New York Sanctum. Are you willing, Guardian Sorcerer? Strange did not immediately accept. Instead, he fell into contemplation, seemingly torn. After a lengthy pause, he finally asked, Supreme Sorcerer, I realize this inquiry may be somewhat impolite, but what advantages does this position offer me? I mean, will being a Guardian Sorcerer affect my studies? Luo Bai shook his head, promptly dismissing the concern. Not at all. You will have your own private quarters, and the New York Sanctum houses an extensive library that will aid your rapid advancement. Moreover, the Sanctum is conveniently located near both your home and workplace. You can visit home whenever you wish or engage in conversation with those you cherish. Strange, grounded in reality, found the benefits of the Guardian Sorcerer position compelling. After hearing about the advantages, he readily agreed. I would be honored to serve as the Guardian Sorcerer of the New York Sanctum, Supreme Sorcerer. While Strange was elated, Stark appeared less than pleased. Luo Bai, are we not the best of friends? Why have you not appointed me as the Guardian Sorcerer of New York? I enrolled even earlier than he did. Chapter 145, The Initial Magic Armor, Development Completed. Both Stark and Strange were prodigies. From the moment Luo Bai first encountered them, he sensed an inevitable rivalry brewing between the two. Previously, Luo Bai had been rather preoccupied and had not paid much attention to the two. However, after summoning them both, he sensed something amiss. The issue regarding the Guardian Mage of New York had ignited a quarrel between them. When Stark attempted to appeal to Luo Bai's emotions, Strange retorted without mercy, could it be that your talent is simply not as great as mine? Stark frowned and immediately countered, not as great? You merely have a slightly better memory. Do you truly believe you surpass me? Is that not so? You claim to have entered school before me, yet you are learning at a slower pace. Strange reiterated. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark shot back, what good is learning quickly if When it comes to actual combat, you might not be able to defeat me. Once my anti-magic suit is completed, you will see who is truly superior. An anti-magic suit? Do you really believe you can create such a thing? Little curly hair, do you wish to fight? I wouldn't mind sparring with you, Stark. The two exchanged barbs. On the verge of a physical altercation in the main hall. At last, Wong could no longer contain himself and spoke sternly. You too. The Supreme Mage is still present. Realizing Luo Bai's presence, they finally restrained themselves and chose to remain silent. Curiously, Luo Bai inquired, do these two often engage in such arguments? Wong nodded, somewhat helplessly responding. Indeed, they have even come to blows a few times. Who won? Luo Bai asked with interest. Wong shook his head. I do not know. I have intervened each time. What a pity, Luo Bai mused. Wong looked at Luo Bai with surprise, unable to suppress a quiet remark. Supreme Mage, dueling among mages can lead to significant trouble. What is there to lament? Luo Bai chuckled and quickly replied, I merely mentioned it in passing. Continuing, Luo Bai stated, well, I have finished discussing matters concerning the New York Sanctum. Wong, please take this floating throne to the treasury and accompany Strange to familiarize him with the New York Sanctum. Upon receiving Luo Bai's command, Wong and Strange departed, leaving Stark alone. It was evident that Stark still harbored some lingering thoughts regarding the New York Sanctum. Once Wong and Strange had left, Stark could not help but ask, Luo Bai, is it not possible for me to be the guardian mage of the New York Sanctum? The identity of the guardian mage was well known in Kamar Taj. To put it plainly, outside of the Supreme Mage and Wong, the position of guardian mage was the highest. Stark could hardly fathom that Strange, a mage who entered later, had become the guardian mage, placing him in a subordinate position. Naturally, Stark felt somewhat disgruntled about this. However, Luo Bai had his own considerations regarding the matter. Taking this into account, Luo Bai promptly responded, Tony, you are not the same as Strange. What do you mean? Stark asked. I admit, his talent surpasses mine, but only by a slight margin, Stark quickly asserted. Luo Bai smiled and explained, what I mean is, you have pepper. If you were to become the guardian mage, you would have no time to spend with her. Moreover, I have more important matters to arrange for you. Upon hearing Luo Bai's words, Stark had an epiphany. Indeed, he recalled hearing that Strange had originally been a doctor. After a car accident, he lost everything. A person with nothing to their name could devote themselves entirely to serving Kamar Taj. It seemed that Strange was indeed more suited to being the guardian mage than he was. Well, if that's the case, he is indeed more suited to the role than I am, Stark acknowledged, the frown on his face giving way to a smile. However, considering that Luo Bai had kept him behind, Stark still felt that something was amiss, prompting him to ask, by the way, Luo Bai, you kept me here alone for a reason, right? Luo Bai nodded. Tony, do you remember your initial purpose for entering Kamar Taj? Stark replied, of course. It was to create a more advanced magical suit. With Thanos approaching, I believe your technology should be put into action. I am eager to know if you have any general ideas regarding the magical suit after all this time. Upon mentioning this, Stark became somewhat excited and answered, of course. Would you like to see? I've developed quite a few impressive things recently. Developed? Luo Bai inquired with curiosity. Where have you been conducting your research? In the dormitory of Kamar Taj, of course, Stark said, raising his hand and gesturing in the air. Before long, a portal opened. On the other side of the portal was Stark's dormitory, cluttered with numerous research tools, with a holographic projection screen floating in the center displaying the entire Earth. Luo Bai recognized these items from his previous visit to Stark's basement. Now that Stark had learned magic and could open portals, it was evident that he had brought these tools from home for convenience. However, the dormitory in Kamar Taj was not particularly spacious, making it quite challenging to accommodate so many items. Looking around, it was clear that there was hardly even a place to sleep in the dormitory. Noticing this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, don't you ever sleep here? Of course I do. I just lie down on the floor and rest for a bit, Stark replied nonchalantly. He seemed unconcerned with this issue and eagerly pulled Luo Bai to showcase his latest research findings. He brought Luo Bai to the projection and pointed at it, saying, this is my Universe Monitor 10, developed through my magical research. It is the first product of the fusion of technology and magic. The Universe Monitor can detect anomalous energy in the cosmos. If any unusual energy approaches Earth, it will provide immediate alerts and analyses. It's quite similar to ordinary detection devices. But I have amplified its range using magic. Luo Bai pondered for a moment and asked, can it monitor the entire universe? Stark shrugged, due to it being version 10. It cannot yet. After all, my current capabilities do not permit it, but I am gradually expanding its range. Luo Bai remained silent, merely channeling some magical energy into the Universe Monitor. Once the magical energy was infused, The holographic image transformed instantaneously. Initially, the projection displayed only the Earth and some nearby celestial bodies, but upon infusing magical energy, it instantly revealed the entire outline of the universe. I have expanded the range for you. Now you can monitor the entire universe, Luo Bai announced. As Stark beheld the cosmic template on the holographic display, he was momentarily stunned. Wait, I just managed to create version 10, and you instantly upgraded it to the final version? Cool. This is truly astonishing, Stark exclaimed, beginning to explore the conditions of the universe using the universe monitor. Through this device, Stark could virtually observe the entire state of the cosmos, even gaining insight into the interiors of certain planets. For instance, when Stark clicked on the planet Xander, he witnessed the scene of its invasion by Thanos. Oh, what happened to this planet? Is it under invasion? Stark couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Bai nodded. This is the planet Xander. Thanos, accompanied by his formidable army, is currently invading the planet Xander. Should we intervene? Stark inquired hastily. Luo Bai shook his head and replied, there is no need. Every planet has its own destiny. Our responsibility is to safeguard Earth. I will assist you in expanding the cosmic surveillance network, with the hope that you will be able to monitor the movements of the universe in real time for Earth's sake. Although Luo Bai himself could achieve omniscience of the cosmos, he deemed it somewhat burdensome for him to vigilantly observe the universe alone on a daily basis. Furthermore, he was likely to embark on a quest to gather the fragments of the Phoenix Force. Since Stark had shown interest in this realm, it seemed prudent to delegate the task of cosmic monitoring to him, thereby alleviating Luo Bai's concerns. Stark, evidently, was more than willing to undertake this responsibility. Absolutely. By the way, I have other inventions as well. For instance, this magical one Malawian Quatch's suit. As Stark spoke, he showcased his creation to Luo Bai. He produced a suit that bore a strikingly different aesthetic from his previous designs and continued, this is the prototype of my newly developed magical armor. In essence, this suit enhances a mage's speed, strength, and defense, and due to its infusion with magical energy, it can absorb a portion of the magical energy from incoming attacks, converting it into the wearer's own energy for release through the suit. Moreover, individuals who have not studied magic can also wield a degree of defensive spells while donned in this armor. This is my current capability. I will refine it further in due course, Stark elaborated. After hearing his words, Luo Bai nodded in satisfaction and asked, can it be mass-produced? Stark paused, a look of surprise crossing his face as he queried, mass production? Indeed. Did I not mention that I have an important task for you? Luo Bai replied. Stark pressed on. So what is my task? You are aware that the abilities of mages vary considerably. Generally, their strengths can differ greatly. However, Kamartaj is tasked with protecting the Earth. Therefore, I believe, Tony, perhaps you can elevate the mages of Kamartaj with technology. With Thanos approaching, you could have the mages don the prototype armor to test its efficacy. Any shortcomings can be addressed, Luo Bai suggested. At this moment, Stark finally grasped Luo Bai's intention for keeping him around. He was quite amenable to this proposition. No problem, but I must wear the most advanced suit. Stark replied with a grin. Of course. From now on, you will be responsible for creating magical armor for the mages and monitoring the cosmos, Tony the Mage. Luo Bai stated, a smile gracing his features. Stark, eager and enthusiastic, pondered for a moment before hesitantly asking, do we need to make one for every mage at Kamartaj? Luo Bai shook his head, certainly not. Only those mages who pass the will test will be granted one. Hearing this, Stark felt relieved. Passing the will test would signify that the mage was wholeheartedly loyal to Kamartaj and Earth. With that assurance, Stark had no further reservations. Just as it seemed their conversation was drawing to a close, Stark suddenly looked up and asked, so, my status at Kamartaj should be more significant than Strange's, right? Luo Bai replied, absolutely. You are of utmost importance, Tony. That's reassuring. Chapter 146. Let us see who can eat more. Those unfamiliar with Stark would undoubtedly believe the rumors circulating about him, such as being a playboy and an arrogant heir. However, those who knew him well would recognize that Stark's demeanor was rather childlike. Despite being in his 30s and expected to exhibit maturity, he remained more juvenile than even Strange. Of course, this childishness was only displayed in the presence of those he was close to, such as Happy, Pepper, and Luo Bai. Reflecting on Pepper, Luo Bai couldn't help but say, Tony, you've spent ample time at Kamartaj. I think you should consider returning. Stark seemed to have the same inclination, promptly responding, you're right. I really ought to go back. Pepper has sent me numerous messages during this time. Though we communicate often, I know she misses me. Oh, by the way, there is another piece of good news I want to share with you. As Stark mentioned good news, his face lit up with an exuberant smile, his lips curling wider than a crescent moon. Observing his expression, Luo Bai surmised the nature of the good news. Are you planning to propose to Pepper when you return? Luo Bai inquired. How did you know I was going to say that? Stark asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Are you peering into my thoughts? Luo Bai shook his head, unable to resist teasing. Is it necessary to peer? Just look at how jubilant you are right now. Stark chuckled, a touch of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. You have no idea. I have been anticipating this moment for quite some time. I believe it is time I made her a promise. Luo Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, Stark waved dismissively. No need for pleasantries. I'm not fond of such formalities. What matters most is that you attend my wedding. It wouldn't be the same without you. Upon hearing this, Luo Bai fell silent. Unable to contain himself, he began to jest. What do you mean it wouldn't be the same without me? It's not my wedding. Stark replied with a smile. What I mean is that you are important. You know that. Nonetheless, he continued, but speaking of which, do you have any plans to marry? Marriage? Luo Bai furrowed his brow. To be honest, that notion felt rather distant for him. Not only was he still relatively young, but he also had many responsibilities to manage. The three dark gods from the dark dimension loomed over him, along with Kamartaj and Earth. He hadn't truly considered marriage. I haven't thought about marriage. It feels quite far removed from my current reality, Luo Bai admitted. Stark nodded knowingly, recalling his own youthful thoughts. I felt the same way at your age. Luo Bai refrained from responding, instead smiling and asking, by the way, when do you plan to get married? When this topic arose, Stark looked somewhat resigned. Actually, I had intended to marry Pepper next month. However, with your mention of Thanos coming to invade Earth, I suspect the wedding may need to be postponed. For a superhero like Stark, the safety of the Earth took precedence over familial matters. Even though he harbored deep affection for Pepper, he would choose to protect the Earth if it were in peril. Thus, the wedding appeared to be a matter of delay. However, considering it was merely Thanos, postponing the wedding seemed unnecessary. Luo Bai interjected, let us stick to your original timeline. Dealing with Thanos is not insurmountable, and there is no need to delay the wedding. How about the 8th of next month? Stark proposed. Sounds good, Luo Bai nodded. Having concluded their discussion, Stark prepared to return to New York. Before departing, he cast a glance at the cosmic monitoring system he had developed. It appeared that due to Luo Bai's enhancements, he could now view a comprehensive layout of the universe, piquing Stark's interest in the cosmos structure, and he began to inspect it earnestly. Seeing his focused demeanor, Luo Bai refrained from interrupting and activated the portal to leave. Just as he was about to step through, Stark suddenly inquired, what is this? He appeared to be speaking to himself, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the cosmic monitor. Upon hearing his words, Stark paused and directed his attention to the screen as well. It was then that he discerned something amiss. The cosmic monitor clearly indicated that a silver-white shadow was approaching Earth at a speed surpassing that of light. The velocity of this white shadow was so immense that Stark was unable to ascertain its true nature. He merely shouted towards the cosmic monitor, J-A-R-V-I-S. Analyze the selected target. Soon, J-A-R-V-I-S responded, unable to lock onto the specific form of the target. But it possesses an extraordinarily powerful energy signature. Based on its trajectory, the target is projected to arrive on Earth in 1 hour. The upgrades to the cosmic monitor, implemented by Luo Bai, suggested that the inferred data was highly reliable. A target was indeed set to descend upon Earth in 1 hour, and it was imbued with vast energy. Did this imply that yet another extraterrestrial entity intended to invade Earth? Contemplating this, Stark immediately turned his gaze towards Luo Bai and said, Luo Bai, we've just detected something. It seems there is an impending invader approaching Earth. I see it. Luo Bai replied calmly, a hint of curiosity in his expression. Based on his current knowledge, the only recent entity likely to invade Earth should be Thanos. How could another uninvited guest suddenly appear? As he pondered, Luo Bai activated the cosmic omniscience. Before long, he had identified the target. It was the Silver Surfer. Luo Bai muttered, how did he come to this place? Although his voice was not loud, Stark heard it clearly and felt unfamiliar with the name Silver Surfer. Who is the Silver Surfer? Stark immediately inquired. The Silver Surfer, the Herald of Galactus, the planet devourer. He is also known by the moniker Silver Shadow, Luo Bai succinctly explained. Galactus? Silver Shadow? Luo Bai, the more you say, the more confused I become, Stark remarked with a hint of exasperation. Having recently delved into the mystical arts, Stark realized there were aspects he needed to comprehend. With that in mind, Luo Bai began to elucidate further. You must have read numerous tomes in the library of Kamartaj, and perhaps have heard the term Eldritch beings for humanity on Earth. The Eldritch beings represent the most potent deities accessible to us. However, in the vast multiverse, there exist beings far more powerful than these Eldritch beings. I typically refer to them as the creation gods, comprising 5 entities: Galactus, death, eternity, infinity, and oblivion. Galactus, as one of the 5 creation gods, sustains himself by consuming planets, leading him to frequently seek out celestial bodies for devouring. Galactus commands 4 heralds known as the Heralds of Galactus: Stardust, Firelord, Silver Surfer, and Tyrant. Their purpose is to locate planets suitable for consumption on behalf of Galactus. At this juncture, Stark finally began to grasp the situation. I think I understand now. Are you suggesting that the Silver Surfer has found Earth, and that the Galactus you mentioned intends to consume it? Stark exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. If all goes as expected, that is indeed the case. The Herald is targeting Earth. Hearing this, Stark felt a wave of headache wash over him. Oh, this really is terrible. We haven't dealt with Thanos yet, and now another one, the Silver Surfer, is coming. It seems Earth is perpetually beset by calamity. Luo Bai shrugged helplessly. So, how does the Silver Surfer compare to Thanos in terms of power? Stark queried. Under normal circumstances, the Silver Surfer could easily defeat 10 Thanos. Luo Bai replied. Stark's head spun at this revelation, and he couldn't resist asking, he's arriving in an hour, can we defeat him? If nothing goes awry. It's a sure win, Luo Bai stated confidently. A mere herald. Let him bring Galactus himself to witness our might. Let us see who can consume more. Chapter 147. The Great Battle Against the Herald of Galactus, the Silver Surfer. If Galactus himself were to arrive, Luo Bai might harbor slight concerns, as he is one of the 5 creation gods, whose strength is not to be underestimated. However, if it is merely the Herald of Galactus that is coming, Luo Bai felt little cause for alarm. Observing Luo Bai's confidence, Stark let out a sigh of relief, muttering, as long as there's a chance of victory. That's good, I just fear. Before Stark could finish his thought, Luo Bai interjected, the Herald is manageable, but the real challenge lies with Galactus himself. The Silver Surfer would not come to Earth without reason. It is likely he is acting on orders. This implies that Earth has been marked. Upon hearing this, Stark's previously relaxed demeanor returned to one of tension. While he had yet to witness Galactus's power, the very name hinted at something ominous. Creation gods. Does that mean he is even mightier than the living tribunal? Stark hurriedly asked. Luo Bai, without hesitation, replied, absolutely. The power of the creation gods is beyond human comprehension. At this moment, Stark began to understand the gravity of the situation. He reflected on Luo Bai's words and the names of the 5 creation gods. Perhaps Stark had realized something, as he couldn't help but remark, death, infinity, Galactus. These names seem to embody concepts, almost like laws. Luo Bai nodded, affirming his insight. You are correct. These 5 creation gods embody the very laws of the universe. They represent space, time, annihilation, void, and balance. Having studied magic, you must comprehend that the realm we inhabit is but one of the infinite multiverses. The 5 creation gods established the rules governing the universe, and there exist many universes within the multiverse. Thus, each universe harbors its own quintet of creation gods, with countless avatars. For Earth, being marked by such entities cannot bode well. As Luo Bai spoke, Stark finally comprehended the magnitude of Galactus's strength. Yet, he couldn't help but express his bewilderment. Honestly, I find it hard to fathom. Why would such a powerful deity have any interest in our insignificant Earth? Stark exclaimed in frustration. Luo Bai shrugged helplessly in response. It is simply the way of things. Galactus sustains himself by consuming planets, and Earth is among them. It is only natural for him to set his sights on our world. To these deities, Earth is merely food, and their appetite depends on their whims. Is there any way we can prevent Galactus from consuming Earth? Stark inquired. There should be a method, but it will be complicated and may inevitably lead to a great conflict, Luo Bai replied. He recalled that Galactus had attempted to consume Earth more than once in the past, though he had ultimately failed. This suggested that there was indeed a way to thwart him. However, conflict was unavoidable. Upon hearing Luo Bai's mention of a potential battle with Galactus, Stark was momentarily dumbfounded. Are you saying that Earth might actually go to war with a creation god? Stark asked incredulously. Luo Bai contemplated for a moment before nodding. It is inevitable that conflict will arise. Stark remarked, first Dormammu, then Thanos, and now the Herald of Galactus. Are we destined to confront the creation gods in the future? What is it about Earth that makes it so appealing to them? Upon reflection, Stark lamented with an air of resignation. I find myself increasingly anxious. Our adversaries are truly becoming more formidable. To this, Luo Bai readily concurred. I urged you all to study diligently and advance swiftly for this very reason. The foes that Earth will face in the future will be increasingly terrifying. Stark offered no response, instead directing his gaze towards the cosmic surveillance. At that moment, Silver Surfer's position had drawn perilously close to Earth. How shall we deal with this harbinger of planetary consumption? I doubt he is merely here for a leisurely visit. Stark remarked. The Devourer of Worlds had set its sights on Earth, dispatching an envoy. Given that the Devourer intended to consume the planet, Silver Surfer's motives for coming to Earth were undoubtedly ulterior. Luo Bai was aware of this. However, he recalled that Silver Surfer, known for his moniker as the Silver Shadow, was susceptible to persuasion. Considering the potential of swaying such a powerful being, Luo Bai suddenly mused that it might be worthwhile to attempt to recruit him. With this thought, he declared, I shall endeavor to persuade him to protect Earth. If he refuses, then we shall have to resort to more extreme measures. Stark furrowed his brow and inquired. Persuade? You don't mean to convert him, do you? Would he even be amenable to our pleas? No sooner had he spoken than Luo Bai confidently proclaimed, Of course. I excel at reasoning with others. I managed to persuade Thor's sister. Thor has a sister? Stark queried, his expression one of bewilderment. Luo Bai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Thor's sister was sealed away by their father. She has recently been released and was intent on rebellion, nearly committing patricide and fratricide, but I intervened just in time. Oh my goodness, is the Thor family so tumultuous? What transpired afterward? Stark continued, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Luo Bai chuckled as he explained, after my persuasion, Thor's sister abandoned her plans for insurrection. I am curious about your method of persuasion. Did you employ your charm? Stark inquired. Luo Bai shook his head, responding amiably. Certainly not. I typically rely on my fists. Stark replied, what a fine approach to reason. However, he conceded that such a tactic could prove effective at times. Particularly now, in dealing with this envoy of the Devourer. Stark believed that reasoning was indeed paramount. According to cosmic surveillance analysis, the envoy would arrive on Earth in half an hour. It seems I must postpone my return, Stark remarked. Initially, he had intended to return to propose to Pepper Potts. But upon realizing Silver Surfer's imminent arrival, he resolved to confront him first. Nonetheless, Luo Bai had no intention of allowing Stark to engage. Recognizing that a being of Silver Surfer's caliber was far beyond Stark's capacity to handle, he promptly said, Tony, you should return now. I will handle this matter. Stark was taken aback and retorted, but I am a member of the Justice League. As soon as he spoke, Luo Bai replied earnestly, I am aware. However, given your current capabilities, your presence would not be of assistance. I need you to create more advanced, powerful suits, Tony. With this clarification, Stark appeared to understand. He shrugged and said, Understood. I shall return now, Luo Bai. With that, Stark gathered his research and inventions and activated the portal to leave the Sanctum Sanctorum. Meanwhile, Luo Bai initiated the cosmic all-seeing eye to monitor Silver Surfer's approach. True to the cosmic surveillance as predictions, half an hour later, Silver Surfer materialized outside Earth. He paused momentarily, regarding the planet with indifference. After confirming it was indeed Earth, he prepared to breach its atmosphere. However, before he could proceed, a colossal magical barrier manifested, obstructing his entry. As Silver Surfer pondered the nature of this barrier and contemplated forcing his way in, Luo Bai appeared before him, draped in a levitating cloak. Before Silver Surfer could utter a word, Luo Bai preemptively proclaimed, This magical barrier serves as a warning. Should you choose to invade, you will be deemed an intruder on Earth. Harbinger of planetary consumption, are you certain you wish to invade? Chapter 148. If persuasion fails, then we shall resort to exorcism. Luo Bai's gaze was resolute as he stood defiantly before Silver Surfer. The latter, intending to enter Earth, halted his advance upon noticing Luo Bai. He remained silent, surveying Luo Bai from atop his silver surfboard. Luo Bai mirrored this scrutiny. Silver Surfer earned his title due to his entire form being visibly silver, and he always appeared riding a shimmering surfboard, resembling a manufactured automaton, exuding an aura of coldness and detachment. Yet, he was not inherently devoid of emotion. Once, he had been a sentient extraterrestrial being. His true name was Norin Rad, an astronomer from a distant planet in another galaxy. One fateful day, the planet Devourer arrived, informing the inhabitants that their world had been selected as sustenance for the Devourer. To protect his planet, Silver Surfer struck a bargain with the Devourer, pledging eternal servitude in exchange for immense cosmic power. Consequently, he was endowed with formidable cosmic energy, which erased his memories, transforming him into the emotionless tool he had become, one who obeyed the Devourer's commands without recollection of his past. His amnesia rendered him oblivious to Luo Bai's earlier warning. He simply scrutinized Luo Bai for an extended moment before suddenly bending low and accelerating towards him on his silver surfboard, launching an attack. His speed was astounding, and in the blink of an eye, Silver Surfer was upon Luo Bai. As he reached out, intending to seize Luo Bai by the throat and dismiss this bothersome human. He was astounded to find that Luo Bai anticipated his move, delivering a rapid punch towards his body before he could strike. Ordinarily, such a punch would be incapable of harming Silver Surfer, given the cosmic energy bestowed upon him, granting him superhuman strength, invulnerability, and immortality. As long as he remained on his silver surfboard, he could continuously replenish his cosmic energy, essentially carrying the weight of the universe upon his shoulders. At Earth's current level, no human could inflict harm upon him. Yet, Silver Surfer was unprepared for the fact that Luo Bai's punch was not only astonishingly swift, but also possessed an overwhelming force. The impact of Luo Bai's iron-like fist struck Silver Surfer's abdomen, akin to the weight of an entire universe bearing down upon him. Silver Surfer could not withstand the blow, and he lost control of his surfboard, plummeting rapidly toward Earth, just as he braced for a catastrophic fall from the heavens. Luo Bai activated dimensional space within the cosmic realm. In the next instant, Silver Surfer found himself engulfed in a chaotic void. He descended rapidly to the ground of the dimensional space, colliding with a resounding crash that reverberated throughout the entire realm, causing it to shudder violently. Silver Surfer was rendered motionless by the force of the impact. Before he could regain his bearings, Luo Bai appeared before him, looking down with a smirk. "You thought you could sneak an attack, didn't you?" Silver Glide remained silent, his brow furrowed as he cast his gaze toward the skateboard that had fallen beside him. It seemed evident that he wished to harness the energy of his skateboard to rejuvenate himself. Without uttering a word, Luo Bai clenched his fist once more. At the moment he tightened his grip, golden flames of the phoenix enveloped his hand. Before Silver Glide could ascend to his skateboard, Luo Bai struck again with a punch. This blow, infused with the fiery essence of the phoenix, landed forcefully on Silver Glide's face. A resounding boom echoed through the dimensional space. As tranquility returned, Silver Glide lay on the ground, his eyes the only part of him capable of movement. Half of his face was scorched by the phoenix flames, rendered a silvery black hue, resembling a charred automaton. Observing this, Luo Bai issued another warning. Invading Earth was not a judicious decision. Before you attempt to consume this planet, consider carefully whether you possess the strength to overcome me, the supreme mage who safeguards Earth. Luo Bai had anticipated that after receiving 2 blows, this individual might exhibit a modicum of restraint. However, he was taken aback to find that Silver Glide was deeply ensnared by the allure of consumption. Not only did he refuse to concede, but his fighting spirit was further ignited. A surge of powerful cosmic energy began to coalesce within him, and in the blink of an eye, his body, previously seared by the phoenix's power, began to heal at an astonishing rate. Almost instantaneously, Silver Glide reverted to his original form. He leapt onto his skateboard once more, raising it to unleash a formidable blast of cosmic energy toward Luo Bai. Luo Bai adeptly employed magic to swiftly evade the oncoming cosmic assault, but in the next moment, that very energy pierced through Luo Bai's dimensional space. Seizing the opportunity while Luo Bai was distracted, Silver Glide propelled himself at light speed out of Luo Bai's dimensional realm. It appeared he had no desire to remain entangled with Luo Bai, opting instead to descend directly upon Earth. Yet, Luo Bai was resolute in preventing his escape. "How stubborn," he muttered under his breath. Watching Silver Glide accelerate toward the dimensional exit, Luo Bai furrowed his brows and unleashed a spell, bending reality to expand this universe into his own domain. He raised his hand, and in an instant, countless celestial bodies erupted from the dimension, hurtling towards Silver Glide. Undeterred, Silver Glide utilized his skateboard to shatter each approaching sphere. He traversed the dimension at light speed for what felt like an eternity, initially believing he would soon break free from Luo Bai's grasp. However, he found himself perplexed. No matter how fast he accelerated, he seemed unable to escape Luo Bai's domain. In a fit of rage, Silver Glide concentrated cosmic energy to retaliate against Luo Bai. A brilliant silver light emanated from him, expanding across the entire dimension. It appeared he intended to utilize his energy to obliterate Luo Bai and his dimensional space. Seeing Silver Glide's utter disregard for the situation, Luo Bai rarely felt anger rise within him. His expression darkened as he summoned the power of the phoenix. In the next moment, a colossal golden phoenix soared into the sky behind him. As the majestic creature emerged, phoenix flames erupted from its form. In an instant, the universe fell silent under this overwhelming force. When the chaos subsided, everything returned to its original state. Silver Glide lay on the ground, and Luo Bai stood before him. "Do you wish to continue?" Luo Bai inquired. This time, Silver Glide communicated through mental telepathy, uttering his first words. "Earth is a consumable planet." Luo Bai chuckled coldly. "You are remarkably loyal. Since persuasion has failed, I shall resort to transcendence." With that, He placed his hand upon Silver Glide's head. Previously intent on utilizing cosmic energy for healing, Silver Glide finally sensed something amiss. It appeared his own cosmic energy was being siphoned by Luo Bai. Before he could react, the energy coursing through him vanished, or more accurately, was absorbed. Chapter 149, Devouring Stars. I want to go to Earth. I want to go to Earth. Once Luo Bai had absorbed the cosmic energy residing within Silver Glide, he removed his hand. The disappearance of this energy meant Silver Glide could no longer heal his wounds. He felt the relentless phoenix flames searing his body, yet he was powerless to act. The normally impassive Silver Glide displayed an expression of disbelief. He seemed unable to comprehend why the energy within him had vanished so suddenly, but he was certain it was the doing of Luo Bai. Why has my power disappeared? What have you done? Silver Glide demanded, his voice tinged with urgency. In stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor, he nearly roared this inquiry. While his panic and despair were palpable, Luo Bai remained composed. As he savored the robust cosmic energy within him, he replied slowly, "It has not vanished. I have merely absorbed it." Upon hearing this, Silver Glide appeared momentarily stunned. Absorbed? How is that possible? Was it not said that Earth is weak? Why then does a life form here possess the capability to absorb cosmic energy? This power was granted to him by the Creator God, the planet Devourer. Possessing it meant an unending supply of energy from the cosmos. How could Luo Bai absorb such a potent force in such a brief span of time? And how could his body withstand it? Silver Glide fell silent, merely staring at Luo Bai. Yet, from the astonishment in his gaze, it was clear he was taken aback. Time passed, and finally, Silver Glide's voice echoed once more. Incorrect information. A powerful being exists on Earth. The cosmic energy has vanished. He conveyed this message through his will. Of course, this proclamation was not directed at Luo Bai, but rather a signal to the planet Devourer. However, due to Luo Bai's formidable psychic abilities, he could hear Silver Glide's inner thoughts with crystal clarity. Seeing his determination to relay a message even in dire straits, Luo Bai couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. He himself was barely holding on, yet Silver Glide still sought to inform his master. Unable to restrain himself, Luo Bai quipped, "Norlanreed, you are truly pitiable. Your master wishes to consume your planet, yet you remain so steadfastly loyal. It is indeed a challenging fate." This remark caused Silver Glide to pause, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What do you mean by that? Who is Norlanreed?" Luo Bai remained silent, instead awakening his memories through his abilities. In an instant, as memories flooded back, Silver Glide recalled everything: who he was, where he came from, and why he served the Devourer of Planets. "Norlanreed is my name. I am here to assist the planet Devourer in locating consumable planets. Having received his command, I have come to Earth." Silver Glide mused internally, his pupils dilating in realization. The Devourer had erased not only Silver Glide's memories, but also his moral compass. With the restoration of his memories, a semblance of goodness returned to him. He recognized that he had been attempting to invade another planet, encroaching upon someone else's home. At this moment, he seemed to grasp the error of his actions, yet he appeared to have no alternative. This was a pact with the planet Devourer. Failing to comply would jeopardize his own planet. This created a profound internal conflict. He struggled to raise his gaze to Luo Bai, remaining silent. Yet, Luo Bai understood his unspoken thoughts with utmost clarity. Perceiving his inner conflict, Luo Bai smiled and remarked, "Norlanreed, I comprehend the turmoil within your heart. However, as the guardian of Earth, I cannot condone your actions. I have issued you a warning, have I not?" Inhua remained silent, opting instead for contemplation. After all, he was acutely aware that his current behavior mirrored the actions of the Star Devourer against his own planet. The only distinction lay in the fact that he could not hope to triumph over Luo Bai. The cosmic energy within him had been completely drained. Even when he possessed cosmic energy, he was unable to defeat Luo Bai, how much less so without it. Luo Bai, being an Earthling, would undoubtedly show no mercy towards an invader of his world. Upon realizing this, Inhua conceded, "I cannot overcome you. You may execute any judgment you deem fit." Initially, Luo Bai had intended to persuade Inhua, fully aware that, upon regaining his memories, he would likely be swayed by Luo Bai's arguments. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed persuasion rather cumbersome. Inhua's strength derived from the powers granted by the Star Devourer, the cosmic energy. Now that his cosmic energy had been entirely absorbed, his combat prowess was insufficient. What was the point of exerting effort to persuade him? Keeping him alive posed the risk that the Star Devourer might seize control of his consciousness again and bring him back to Earth, an unwelcome complication, especially considering he was an invader. If Luo Bai exhibited excessive leniency towards the Earth's intruders, the denizens of the multiverse might perceive Earth as an easy target. With this in mind, Luo Bai ceased his deliberations and decisively employed dark magic to absorb Yinhua's soul. Devoid of his soul, Yinhua swiftly vanished. Meanwhile, news of Yinhua's demise soon reached the Star Devourer. At that moment, in an unknown dimension on the far side of the multiverse, the ravenous planet Devourer was voraciously consuming planets. Midway through his feast, the planet Devourer sensed something amiss. The envoy he had dispatched to Earth, Yinhua, had perished. The power endowed to Yinhua by the Star Devourer thus drew the attention of the latter, inciting surprise. With my capabilities, he should not have fallen on Earth, the planet Devourer muttered. The more he pondered, the greater his indignation grew. It is merely a planet like Earth. How dare it defy a deity? And it has slain my envoy sent to investigate. Was this an affront from the Earthlings? In a fit of rage, the planet Devourer summoned his remaining 3 envoys, the Tyrant, the Flame Emperor, and Stardust. Upon their arrival, the planet Devourer furiously proclaimed, "Come with me to Earth. I shall make the Earthlings aware of the consequences of provoking my wrath." As he raged, Luo Bai had already returned to Kamar Taj and commenced his analysis of the energy of the planet Devourer. Cosmic energy. Upon completing his analysis, Luo Bai realized that this cosmic energy was indeed quite potent. Possessing this energy meant that he could now fully command the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. He could even create a life-sustaining aura around others, providing breathable air. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal discovery was that, having absorbed cosmic energy, Luo Bai found himself capable of superluminal travel and entering hyperspace. Moreover, utilizing cosmic energy allowed him to detect and absorb matter and energy from light years away, continuously replenishing his own strength. Feeling the cosmic power incessantly flowing into him, Luo Bai understood. It appeared that Yinhua's arrival on Earth was not for the purpose of invasion. Rather, it was a means of bestowing power upon him. Furthermore, this seemed merely an appetizer. The true feast was likely on the horizon. Having executed Yinhua, he surmised that the Star Devourer would sense this and would soon be en route. It seemed that the clash of gluttons was imminent. Not only Luo Bai, but even the power of the fairies was stirred with excitement, for there had been past encounters between the fairy power and the Star Devourer. Chapter 150, Thanos, my home has been burglarized. The powers of the fairies and the planet Devourer share a semblance. Both require energy to sustain their existence. Simply put, they are both gluttons. It is said that they had crossed paths in the past, but the details of that encounter are not worth delving into. Given the passage of time, what transpired remains a mystery, but the Star Devourer persists, as does the fairy power. With the impending visit from the Star Devourer, however, he was in the wrong. Should a conflict arise, the outcome would likely differ from the last encounter. While Luo Bai harbored an 8 or 9 out of 10 confidence in confronting the Star Devourer, he could not dismiss the fact that the Star Devourer commanded 3 envoys. Although these envoys may not rival the Star Devourer in strength, each one could easily overpower the ancient gods on Earth. Should all 4 join forces, Earth would indeed require heightened defenses. Though Luo Bai could withstand the onslaught, the fate of Earth remained uncertain. Even if he opened a dimensional portal, the sheer power of these 4 would make breaching dimensional barriers a trivial matter. It seemed that the Justice League would need to mobilize, perhaps even enlisting the X-Men for additional support, to ensure the utmost security for Earth. Furthermore, Earth might be on the verge of a significant upgrade. With his newfound cosmic energy, Luo Bai could draw energy continuously from the core of the universe. Thus, he could establish a vast energy matrix on Earth, channeling this energy into the planet's core. Previously, he had refrained from such actions, fearing that an excess of energy might attract the attention of other entities in the multiverse. However, now that Earth had already garnered attention, there was no reason to remain hidden. With this thought, Luo Bai began to lay down the energy matrix within Kamar Taj, connecting Earth to cosmic energy. Given the magnitude of the undertaking, he invested considerable time into the project. Once the energy matrix was established, Luo Bai realized that a full half-month had elapsed. Noting the passage of time, he could not help but exclaim, "Has it truly been this long? Why have there been no updates from Thanos or the Star Devourer? Are they moving at a glacial pace? Half a month ago, Thanos mentioned he would arrive. Has it taken him this long to reach here? Could it be that without the Space Stone, his spatial transportation capabilities have been hampered?" As these thoughts crossed his mind, Luo Bai activated the cosmic all-seeing eye to assess the situation. Ultimately, he discovered that his suspicions were indeed correct. In the original narrative, Thanos first sought the Power Stone before retrieving the Space Stone from Asgard. With the Space Stone in his possession, Thanos could traverse vast distances with remarkable speed, allowing him to reach Earth at light speed. Now, Without the Space Stone, he had taken a full half-month merely to reach the location of the Soul Stone. Although he had now acquired the Soul Stone, at his current pace, it would take him another half-month to arrive at Earth. Realizing the current circumstances, Luo Bai could not help but exclaim, "Ah, Thanos, you truly are a good fellow. The dedication to deliver the Infinity Stones, even at the cost of time and effort, is truly moving. Recognizing your sincere intentions, I have decided to lend you my assistance." As Luo Bai spoke, he channeled his energy. At that moment, Thanos and his formidable army were aboard the Sanctuary 2, heading towards Earth. It was evident that Thanos was experiencing a deep sense of anxiety. "How much longer until we reach Earth?" Thanos inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Ebony Maw replied earnestly, "Dear father, the fastest we can arrive will still take at least half a month." Thanos remained silent, his brow furrowed in thought. He had spent a decade meticulously planning this endeavor. Logically, having waited 10 years, a mere half-month should feel like a fleeting moment. Yet, for reasons unknown, the thought of quickly descending upon Earth to acquire the remaining 4 Infinity Stones made every passing second feel like an eternity. In that moment of contemplation, he mused, "I believe we should head to Earth first. With the Space Stone, our journey would be considerably expedited." Ebony Maw reassured him, "Do not worry, dear father. The remaining stones will soon be yours." Thanos remained taciturn, clearly displeased with the slow pace of their journey. Yet, without the Space Stone, there was little that could be done to hasten their arrival. His silence spoke volumes of his frustration. Just then, Thanos sensed an unfamiliar force enveloping the entire spacecraft. As he attempted to discern the source of this anomaly, the power abruptly dissipated. "What is happening?" Thanos inquired, his tone laced with caution. His subordinates seemed equally unsettled, prompting Ebony Maw to investigate. Before long, he returned with startling news. "Father, it appears we have arrived. Directly ahead is Earth," Ebony Maw reported. Thanos was taken aback. "What is going on? Just a moment ago, we were told it would take half a month. How did we suddenly arrive at Earth?" Before they could comprehend the situation, they were met with an even more astonishing revelation. An unexpected individual now occupied their spaceship. Thanos and his entourage were momentarily stunned. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. Immediately adopting a defensive stance, Thanos, in particular, clenched his fist, the Infinity Gauntlet glimmering ominously. Without delay, the newcomer spoke. "Were you not seeking me on Earth? Why do you appear so tense now that I have arrived?" The bewilderment deepened. Ebony Maw promptly queried, "Who are you?" "I am the Sorcerer Supreme, Luo Bai," he replied with a smile. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in the minds of all present. "Our home has been invaded. Who is this Luo Bai? Why has he suddenly appeared aboard our ship? Something feels profoundly amiss." In a surge of instinct, Ebony Maw prepared to strike. But Luo Bai anticipated his move with uncanny foresight. With a serene smile, he activated a teleportation spell. The moment the portal opened, Ebony Maw was whisked away. Finding himself suspended in the cold void of space, his body frozen solid. In the blink of an eye, Luo Bai cast another spell, and Thanos found his Infinity Gauntlet transferred into Luo Bai's grasp. In that instant, the realization struck Thanos. There was another formidable adversary at play. The good news was that Ancient One was no longer on Earth. The bad news was that her successor appeared to be even more formidable. As he processed the bewildering events, the sudden acquisition of his Infinity Gauntlet, and the chilling fate of Ebony Maw, Thanos' mind buzzed with confusion. What had just transpired? How had this Sorcerer Supreme, Luo Bai, infiltrated his ship without anyone noticing? This was not the most outrageous part. The most absurd aspect was the inexplicable transfer of his Infinity Gauntlet into Luo Bai's possession. Initially, Thanos had believed that with the Power Stone and Soul Stone in hand, he could leverage them to acquire the remaining 4 stones from Luo Bai. Yet now, not only had he failed to obtain those stones, but he also found himself stripped of the 2 he had just secured. Silently, yet seething with anger, Thanos glared at Luo Bai as the latter taunted. "You are too kind. Why bring gifts when you come to Earth?" Thanos seethed inwardly. "I did not come to offer gifts. I came to seize the stones you possess." His gaze shifted to his remaining commanders. No, to be precise, his remaining 3 commanders, as Ebony Maw was now deceased. The only capable individuals left were Black Dwarf, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Supergiant. Additionally, his daughter Nebula, though typically reluctant to engage, was also present. Observing the 4 still standing in stunned silence, Thanos roared, "What are you all waiting for? Attack!" At Thanos' command, Black Dwarf, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Supergiant surged towards Luo Bai. While Thanos' commanders were formidable in their own right, they were merely competent against the average superhuman on Earth. Faced with an unparalleled sorcerer like Luo Bai, Their combined strength paled in comparison. As the four warriors charged, weapons drawn, Luo Bai merely smiled and summoned dark magical energy. The tremendous force emanating from him surged forth, overwhelming Thanos' so-called elite commanders. In an instant, they disintegrated under the weight of his power. Watching his once proud commanders vanish in the blink of an eye, Thanos felt his rage dissipate, leaving only bewilderment. He stared at Luo Bai, confusion etched upon his features. How could this be? Each of my commanders is a formidable force in their own right. How could a mere novice magician, who had only recently begun their training, annihilate his elite warriors with a mere gesture? In that moment, Thanos began to doubt the intelligence he had received from Ebony Maw. This individual, a novice sorcerer? Why did it feel as though he was far more formidable than the Ancient One herself? Could it be that his intelligence had been fundamentally flawed? Beyond the Ancient One and Thanos, are there yet stronger beings he has overlooked? The more he contemplated, the more he felt a disquieting sense of unease. The once defiant expression on Thanos' face transformed into one of clarity in an instant. He began to reevaluate Luo Bai, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions before inquiring, "Are you the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj?" Luo Bai did not respond verbally, but nodded in affirmation. Thanos furrowed his brow and followed up with another question. "How did you know I would come to Earth? Did you anticipate my plans from the outset?" "Indeed. I have been awaiting your arrival," Luo Bai replied with a smile. "Awaiting me?" This statement left Thanos momentarily bewildered. Not comprehending the implications, he asked, "Why would you wait for me?" No sooner had he spoken than Luo Bai responded, "Naturally, I was waiting for you to deliver the remaining Infinity Stones." Thanos. Had this been any other time, he might have dismissed Luo Bai as overly audacious, a novice sorcerer daring to make such declarations. It was utterly preposterous. Yet now, having witnessed a glimpse of Luo Bai's capabilities, Thanos found himself inclined to believe. As Thanos pondered, Luo Bai spoke again. "You should be grateful to me. Were it not for my intervention, you would not have arrived on Earth so swiftly." Grateful to him? Thanos was taken aback. He suddenly recalled that based on the ship's original speed, his journey to Earth should have taken 2 weeks. Yet, inexplicably, a force had enveloped them, and their vessel had suddenly blinked into proximity of Earth. Could it be? Thanos seemed to recall something and promptly asked, "Did you teleport my ship to Earth?" Luo Bai nodded, smiling as he affirmed, "You guessed correctly. I assisted you out of concern for your arduous journey. I even ventured out to find you, fearing you might struggle to locate me." Thanos. A peculiar sensation washed over him. He felt as if he were a mere pawn in Luo Bai's game. He had spent 10 years meticulously planning, in pursuit of the 6 Infinity Stones. Thanos had bided his time, waiting for the Ancient One to perish, for Odin to pass away. He had believed that with his own might, he could fulfill his grand design upon arriving on Earth. To his astonishment, there were other formidable entities. After all his efforts, had he merely been facilitating another's agenda? With 4 of his 5 subordinates dead and Luo Bai not only wielding magic, but also possessing all 6 Infinity Stones, how could he possibly prevail? How could one contend with such odds? With 6 Infinity Stones in hand, even a mere pig could triumph. Given the impossibility of overpowering Luo Bai, Thanos now appeared inclined to engage in dialogue about collaboration. Contemplating this, Thanos softened his tone considerably. The usually stoic Thanos now bore a smile upon his face. "I believe there is no need for us to maintain such tension. If you are aware of my plans, you should understand my intentions," Thanos spoke gently. Observing Thanos' demeanor, Luo Bai realized the shift. "So, you wish to discuss matters with me?" Luo Bai asked. Thanos nodded, stating, "I believe we can indeed have a conversation." Were Thanos an ordinary villain, Luo Bai would have had no inclination to engage further. However, recognizing Thanos' powerful backing, being one of the 5 primordial gods, death, Luo Bai acknowledged Thanos' potential utility. While his own strength may not be formidable, he consistently procured exceptionally potent artifacts. For instance, the 6 Infinity Stones, the Cosmic Cube, the remote control, and so forth. Thus, Luo Bai felt that a discussion would be worthwhile. With this in mind, Luo Bai raised his hand, summoning his floating throne before taking a seat upon it. "Now that I have some leisure, let us converse." Thanos. "Wait, why does that throne look so familiar? Isn't that my stolen throne?" So it was. My throne was taken by Luo Bai. Chapter 152. An overabundance of insult. Staring at the floating throne Luo Bai had produced, Thanos stood frozen in disbelief. He scrutinized the throne, then turned his gaze back to Luo Bai, suddenly realizing. No wonder his throne had vanished. It had been purloined by Luo Bai. This meant that during the last meeting with his subordinates, all their discussions had been laid bare to Luo Bai. Had Luo Bai's appropriation of the throne been a warning? Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The critical point was, my throne was stolen by you. Thanos exclaimed angrily, pointing at the floating throne. Luo Bai frowned slightly, clearly displeased. How can you call it theft? I merely borrowed it for a spell. Borrowed? I'll be damned. Very well. Thanos inhaled deeply, calming himself before asking, you've borrowed it for quite some time now. Isn't it time to return it? Luo Bai, unfazed, replied, let us postpone that for a few more days. I find it rather enjoyable. At this moment, Thanos fully grasped the situation. The term borrow was merely a euphemism. Luo Bai had outright seized it. It was a clear case of taking without intention to return. Unable to suppress his frustration, Thanos remarked, the previous Sorcerer Supreme had far more principles than you. Oh, Luo Bai raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued. Are you referring to the Ancient One? Thanos nodded with conviction. Indeed. Luo Bai chuckled. Before departing Earth, the Ancient One advised me to be adaptable. I have always heeded her words. Thanos was acutely aware that the Ancient One's principles were not vastly superior to Luo Bai's. If she truly held to such principles, she would not have surreptitiously absorbed Dormammu's dark energy to extend her lifespan, nor would she have utilized Dormammu's dark energy against him. The Sorcerer Supreme merely presented a facade of righteousness while engaging in less than honorable actions. However, at least the Ancient One had never coveted my throne. Thanos could not help but interject. Luo Bai smiled, responding nonchalantly. That's because she wasn't here when you sought the stones. Had you made your appearance, she would have likely taken far more than just your throne. Thanos fell silent, for Luo Bai's words held merit. Had the Ancient One been aware of his intentions regarding the stones, as their guardian, she would have undoubtedly taken measures against him. With a deep breath, Thanos steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he declared, a mere throne is inconsequential to me. My focus lies on the greater issues of the universe. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bai interjected. I've heard you intend to implement a population control initiative across the universe. You wish to utilize the power of the 6 Infinity Stones to have the living beings in the cosmos. At this mention, Thanos' eyes gleamed with excitement. He ceased dwelling on the throne and began discussing the future development of the universe with Luo Bai. You are aware of my plan, yet you likely do not grasp my reasoning behind it. The populations of various civilizations in the universe are not equal. This disparity leads to unbalanced resource distribution, fostering prosperity in some civilizations while plunging others into poverty and suffering. By eliminating half of all life, we can rectify this inequality. The universe's resources are finite. Unchecked population growth will inevitably deplete them. However, if a random selection of individuals were to vanish, the remaining populace would inherit all the resources. Sacrificing half of the population would bestow balance upon the resources for those who remain, thereby accelerating the development of the universe. Is that not a noble proposition? Thanos inquired earnestly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he regarded Loki with a hint of expectation. It was as if he were waiting for Loki to validate his words and consent to join his grand design. Yet, upon hearing this, Loki could not suppress the furrowing of his brow. Noticing Loki's seemingly disapproving reaction, Thanos could not help but ask, do you not find my plan magnificent and grand? Loki shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. You are indeed the first to cloak such slaughter in grandeur. Slaughter? Thanos furrowed his brow and quickly retorted, no, this is not slaughter. I am merely striving for balanced development throughout the cosmos. Loki chuckled. To be frank, Thanos' plan, at first glance, might appear appealing to those with extreme ideologies. Sacrificing half the population to allow the other half to share the existing resources could enable a significant leap in social status for the survivors. Many impoverished individuals might thus emerge as affluent. After all, with fewer people, there are more resources to go around. However, let us shift perspectives. What if you were among the sacrificed? You would find yourself inexplicably lost, allowing strangers to reap the wealth you once knew. In the end, this cosmic executioner would tell you that your sacrifice held value, that he was not killing you but aiding the denizens of the universe. As the sacrificed, how would you view Thanos' actions? Is this not the very definition of slaughter? Even if you were fortunate enough to survive, you might discover that all your loved ones, friends, partners, even children, have vanished due to Thanos' actions, leaving you utterly alone. Would you regard Thanos as your benefactor? You would only perceive him as the murderer of your entire family. Such profoundly inhumane thoughts. And yet Thanos still desires the beings of the universe to laud his grand actions. Frankly, Loki found it difficult to comprehend. As the Sorcerer Supreme, while Loki might occasionally act without principle, he vehemently opposed such atrocities. Yet he understood that Thanos was not of Earth. He was an extraterrestrial entity, born of other celestial realms. Attempting to communicate with him using human logic was futile. After some contemplation, Loki stated solemnly. I realize that I cannot persuade you to abandon your convictions, for you are not one of Earth's inhabitants. However, as its guardian, I must caution you. You may manipulate the life on any planet in the cosmos. Even if you have previously annihilated the life on Xander, I would not intervene. But should you set your sights on Earth, I will deliver judgment. For Earth is my domain. Upon hearing Loki's words, Thanos fell silent. He furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. After a considerable pause, Thanos appeared to relent. Then, if I agree to spare all life in the universe except that on Earth, would you be willing to cooperate and relinquish the Infinity Stones to me? Loki shook his head resolutely. That cannot be. You may pursue your methods to achieve such ends, but the Infinity Stones are beyond your grasp. Thanos seethed with rage, demanding, why? This artifact has no rightful owner. It is a matter of capability. If you possess the strength, then take it from me. Loki shrugged in response. How dare you? This is utterly intolerable. At this moment, Thanos' fury was palpable, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Did he not wish to seize power? He yearned for it. Yet confronting Loki, who had gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, would be akin to charging headfirst into a wall. Realizing he could neither persuade Loki nor defeat him, Thanos decided to bide his time. For the universe harbors artifacts more potent than the Infinity Stones. In the multiverse, numerous formidable artifacts exist, some of which are indeed more powerful than the Infinity Stones. However, for Thanos, the Infinity Stones represented the easiest means of acquisition, which is why he had embarked on a decade-long quest to obtain them. He never anticipated that a formidable figure like Loki would emerge to disrupt his plans, snatching away the 2 stones he had just acquired and even stealing his throne. With negotiations having reached an impasse, Thanos resolved to retreat and continue plotting. He would seek other artifacts and return to reclaim his honor. Of course, while Thanos contemplated this, he maintained a facade of calmness. I understand that many cannot accept my grand ideals, and I know you will disagree. You Earthlings often speak of morality and humanity. To be honest, I do not fully comprehend it. But you are remarkable, Sorcerer Supreme. Your power surpasses my expectations. Now that you possess all 6 Infinity Stones, I realize I cannot defeat you. Therefore, I have decided to abandon my plans against Earth. Thanos spoke with an unusually placid tone. If one were to listen to his words without discerning the true motives behind them, Loki might have genuinely believed that Thanos intended to forego his plans of slaughtering Earth. However, even understanding Thanos' underlying intentions, Loki had no intention of exposing him. After all, Loki recognized the gravity of Thanos' capabilities. It was uncertain how this being had amassed such good fortune, pilfering artifacts of all kinds. Since Thanos now intended to procure other artifacts to contend with Loki, Loki welcomed the prospect. After all, who would refuse an abundance of powerful artifacts? Though Loki had experienced remarkable luck, receiving these artifacts without Thanos' intervention, who would deter a benevolent soul from bestowing gifts upon him? Perhaps Thanos was indeed orchestrated by Lady Luck herself. Should that be the case, should Loki become invincible in the future, Thanos would undoubtedly be credited for his role. Furthermore, Thanos had Lady Death backing him. Death had once proclaimed that Thanos was born for slaughter, aiming to utilize him to instigate death throughout the cosmos. Given Loki's current strength, the likelihood of directly killing Thanos was slim. With Death's protection, Thanos would find it exceedingly difficult to meet a true demise. Contemplating this, Loki smiled and said, "It is wonderful that you can think this way. I hope you remember your words today, never to set your sights on Earth again, nor to bring your ships and armies to our world." Thanos, revealing a twisted smile that barely concealed his irritation, responded, "Of course." Noting Thanos' furious demeanor, Loki waved his hand dismissively. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. By the way, I shall borrow your throne for a few days. I will return it shortly." As he spoke, Loki vanished, taking the throne with him. By the time Thanos regained his composure, only he and Nebula remained in the spacecraft. "Thanos, this is outrageous. That Sorcerer Supreme has gone too far. Did I ever agree to lend him the throne? And yet, he simply took it away. He truly leaves no room for dignity. The more I contemplate, the angrier I become at Thanos." After Luo Bai departed, Nebula approached and inquired, "Are we just going to let him go? What else can we do? He has already acquired all 6 Infinity Stones. Unless we possess even more formidable artifacts, we stand no chance against him." Thanos gritted his teeth in response. "What should we do now?" Nebula hastily asked. Thanos furrowed his brow and declared, "We must seek out other artifacts. I will not abandon my plans." With that, Thanos commanded his army to retreat. The spacecraft gradually distanced itself from Earth, while Thanos stood within, gazing at the receding planet. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret, having been so close to success, only to realize that Earth harbored hidden masters. However, he vowed to return. He would certainly return. Ultimately, Thanos left with his forces, and Luo Bai returned to Kamartaj. Upon his arrival, Luo Bai immediately stored the throne in the treasury. He intended to merge the remaining 2 stones, the Power and Soul Stones. Unexpectedly, Stark arrived, looking quite anxious. Luo Bai, there's a situation, Stark exclaimed urgently. What is it? Luo Bai inquired. Before he could finish speaking, Stark continued. The cosmic monitor has detected a massive spaceship hovering above Earth, and it has been docked for quite some time. Although it has since departed, I am concerned. Recently, Stark had taken a break, returning home to Stark Industries. But ever since Luo Bai upgraded the cosmic monitoring system, Stark had been preoccupied with surveillance. After all, the current state of Earth is perilous. With threats like Thanos and planet devourers looming, Stark was restless, unable to sleep at night, and rushed to report any anomalies he observed outside Earth. Seeing Stark's agitation, Luo Bai chuckled to reassure him. Do not worry, Tony. I am aware of the situation. Aware? Do you know who piloted that spaceship? Stark pressed. Luo Bai nodded patiently, responding, yes, it was Thanos. He came to Earth, but I have already dealt with him. Stark was taken aback. What do you mean dealt with? Are you saying Thanos has been resolved? Stark asked incredulously. Luo Bai pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, you could say that. In any case, Thanos has temporarily abandoned his plans to invade Earth, so you need not be overly concerned. Stark was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that if Thanos were to attack, he, as a member of the Justice League, would have to contribute. He never expected the situation to resolve itself so easily. With a resigned shrug, Stark remarked, Luo Bai. Ever since I joined the Justice League, I feel like I've had it much easier. Oh, how so? Luo Bai inquired. When I was part of the Avengers, I was constantly pouring resources and effort into battles, facing numerous fights throughout the year. Since joining the Justice League, I haven't even had to fight once. This time with Thanos, I didn't even see him. You handled everything, Stark explained. Luo Bai could only shrug in response. What can I say? The enemy was too weak. It was all resolved too effortlessly. Stark nodded in agreement, saying, I know you're powerful, but I should at least do something, right? Am I just going to keep evolving my suit? Luo Bai smiled. Rest assured, there will be a time when your skills will be needed. If you truly wish to engage in battle, you could take a page from Spider-Man's book. Look at him. He is busy every day. Stark paused, unable to suppress his sarcasm. You mean to suggest I should go catch petty thieves like him? Become your friendly neighborhood Iron Man? That is not out of the question. Luo Bai replied. Stark muttered. Thanos, you truly are useless. Chapter 154, A Snap of the Fingers. Had this been when Stark first invented his suit, he might have been eager to flaunt it by chasing after criminals. However, now Stark felt a sense of resignation. I suppose I'll continue evolving my suits. Having Peter handle the thieves is sufficient, he said with a light shrug. Luo Bai chuckled, but remained silent. At that moment, Stark spoke again. By the way, Luo Bai, what does Thanos even look like? I'm not particularly curious, but considering he intends to invade Earth, I can't very well remain ignorant of his appearance. Stark remarked. Seeing his earnest expression, Luo Bai smiled and conjured a photograph from thin air, saying, This is a depiction of Thanos created through reality magic. You may reference it. He handed it over to Stark, who quickly accepted the image. Upon seeing Thanos' visage, Stark's brow furrowed deeply. It was a rare moment of coincidence. Stark's expression while observing the photograph resembled that of an elderly man on the subway staring at his phone. Noticing this, Luo Bai couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? You seem to have a strong opinion about Thanos. Stark shook his head, unable to contain his critique. I find it peculiar that beings from other planets look so bizarre. How do I even describe Thanos? He looks like a face sprouting from a shoehorn, or perhaps like a sentient purple sweet potato. Luo Bai replied. Upon hearing this, Stark's face lit up. Purple sweet potato, that descriptor fits him perfectly. Stark had primarily returned to Kamartaj to deliver this urgent news. After confirming that Luo Bai had managed the situation, they exchanged a few words before Stark prepared to take his leave. Well, since everything has been resolved perfectly, I'll head back to continue my research on evolving the suits, Stark said, reaching for the portal. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Luo Bai, asking, By the way, Luo Bai, do you know today is Lorna's birthday? Lorna's birthday? Luo Bai shook his head. I don't believe I've paid much attention to that. But how do you know it's her birthday? Pepper mentioned it. Recently, Pepper has been quite close with Lorna and Wanda. The three of them often go shopping together, Stark replied. Luo Bai nodded in acknowledgement, but said little more. Once Stark departed, Luo Bai realized he hadn't visited the villa in quite some time. Given that it was Lorna's birthday, he felt compelled to pay her a visit. However, before doing so, He needed to address the 2 Infinity Stones Thanos had delivered. Contemplating this, Luo Bai made his way to the main hall of Kamartaj. After casting a mirror magic barrier around the hall, he retrieved the remaining 2 Infinity Stones and began to absorb their power. Absorbing power essentially meant devouring the stones. But not in a literal sense. Rather, he refined the stones into other forms and then assimilated them into his body. This was akin to absorbing energy from the reality stone. Typically, one would require the Infinity Gauntlet to harness the powers of all 6 Infinity Stones, as their might was far too immense for any individual to contain without it. However, this is a perspective applicable to the average individual. For Luo Bai, however, the situation is evidently distinct. After absorbing the sleek cosmic energy, Luo Bai's physique has already undergone a remarkable enhancement through this cosmic essence. Coupled with the equilibrium provided by the fairy power, Luo Bai is now fully capable of withstanding the formidable strength of 6 Infinity Stones. Thus, in Luo Bai's view, absorbing the powers of all the Infinity Stones and harboring them within his own body appears to be the most prudent course of action. With this thought, Luo Bai retrieved the remaining 2 stones and commenced their refinement. The last 2 stones pertain to power and soul. The Power Stone, as the name suggests, grants boundless strength to its wielder. Its effects are strikingly straightforward. Upon absorbing the power of the gem, Luo Bai's immediate sensation was one of being imbued with immense vitality. It is said that this stone not only amplifies the user's physical attack and defense capabilities, but also provides energy to enhance the effects of other stones, making it a pivotal gem. Indeed, this has proven to be the case. After devouring the energy of the Power Stone, Luo Bai could distinctly perceive a formidable force coursing through him, directly influencing the power of the other stones. However, this seemed not to be the ultimate form of the Infinity Stones. Therefore, after assimilating the Power Stone, Luo Bai proceeded to absorb the Soul Stone. The Soul Stone is arguably one of the most enigmatic among the Infinity Stones. It is rumored that possessing this stone allows one to manipulate and alter souls. Before the absorption, Luo Bai did not fully comprehend its precise application, only having a vague understanding of its connection to the soul. Yet, upon absorbing its power and integrating it into his being, Luo Bai began to grasp the function of the Soul Stone. In the realm of magic, as long as a person's soul remains intact, true death does not exist. This principle holds not only in magical contexts, but also throughout the Marvel Universe and its multiverse, where the essence of the soul is the most critical determinant of life and death. The Soul Stone's purpose, therefore, lies in controlling souls and the deceased. It can siphon the souls from the living and exert control over the spirits of the departed, even possessing the capability to revive the dead. Upon realizing the power of the Soul Stone, Luo Bai suddenly understood why the cost of acquiring it was so steep. A sacrifice of a soul was required. After all, its abilities are indeed formidable. Nonetheless, even the Soul Stone, no matter how powerful, is but a singular gem. Alone, it cannot compete with the combined force of the 6 Infinity Stones. Once Luo Bai absorbed the final stone, the Soul Stone, and comprehended its energy, he began the process of merging the energies of the 6 stones within him. When the powers of the 6 Infinity Stones coalesce, the synergistic effects result in an even more potent force. Perhaps due to the balancing influence of the fairy power, Luo Bai did not feel overwhelmed. Instead, he swiftly merged the 6 Infinity Stones. Upon completing the fusion, Luo Bai opened his eyes and muttered in confusion, "Strange, why do I feel nothing?" It is indeed curious. Typically, Luo Bai experiences profound effects with each stone he absorbs, as though an overwhelming energy seeks to dominate his being. Logically, the combined strength of 6 stones should be even more formidable, yet to Luo Bai's surprise, he felt absolutely nothing. Had the stones truly fused? Luo Bai pondered. As he could not sense the power of the fused stones, he resolved to test their capabilities. It is said that once the 6 stones merge, they can reshape the very fabric of the universe according to the wielder's will. Although Luo Bai had no intention of erasing half the universe, a modest experiment to gauge the Infinity Stone's power seemed feasible. To add a sense of ceremony, Luo Bai even snapped his fingers. The moment the snap echoed, a tremendous force enveloped the entire universe, only to vanish in an instant. Chapter 155, Leaving No Survivors. Once calm was restored, Luo Bai activated his cosmic omniscience. He was acutely aware that due to specific focal points within the universe, certain events are immutable. Altering these could precipitate a colossal crisis throughout the cosmos, and thus, such experiments would be perilous. However, some scenarios remained ripe for experimentation. For instance, the eradication of Thanos' forces. When Luo Bai snapped his fingers moments ago, That was precisely his intention. The alteration he made was straightforward. He made Thanos' alien army vanish entirely. After all, in the original narrative, Thanos' army would also dissipate. Thus, his actions did not fundamentally disrupt the established storyline. After completing the snap, Luo Bai immediately activated his omniscient perspective. Simultaneously, aboard the Sanctuary 2, Thanos was engaged in dialogue with Nebula. "Father, where are we headed next?" Nebula inquired. Although Thanos had resolved to seek cosmic artifacts to confront Luo Bai, this plan remained part of his broader strategy. Lacking a specific destination, the crew was uncertain where to navigate the ship, prompting Nebula to question Thanos' intentions. Thanos pondered for a moment before responding. "I have heard whispers of a relic mightier than the Infinity Stones within the multiverse, known as the Heart of the Universe. Perhaps we should seek it." The Heart of the Universe? Nebula clearly found this term unfamiliar. Yet, in a bid to prove herself before Thanos, she promptly declared, "Father, I will ensure we locate the Heart of the Universe." Thanos frowned, scoffing, and immediately queried, "Do you even know what the Heart of the Universe is?" Nebula fell silent, shaking her head, her expression betraying her confusion. Anticipating this reaction, Thanos proceeded to elucidate. The Heart of the Universe, also referred to as the Heart of Infinity, is the ultimate force the Celestials wielded to maintain cosmic order and chaos. It is said to be immensely powerful, yet to this day, its whereabouts remain a mystery. "How then shall we seek it?" Nebula questioned. "We must first locate the Egyptian pantheon and find Akhenaten," Thanos replied. Clearly unfamiliar with these terms, Nebula simply asked, "Father, what would you have me do? Lead the army to investigate the location of the Egyptian pantheon in the cosmos. Although the Black Order has fallen, my forces remain intact." Thanos instructed. Nebula nodded and made her way into the ship. She had initially intended to gather the Vanguard team to investigate the Egyptian pantheon Thanos mentioned. However, upon reaching the interior of the ship, she discovered that all beings aboard were gradually vanishing. There were no warnings, nor any presence to interfere. When Nebula arrived, she was taken aback to discover that the entire army aboard the spaceship had vanished without a trace. No soul had escaped this grim fate. In a state of panic, Nebula hurried back to the chamber where Thanos was resting. Upon seeing her flustered demeanor, Thanos furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it? Why are you so distressed?" With trembling voice, Nebula pointed towards the empty confines of the spaceship. Father, they have disappeared. Everyone has vanished." Vanished? Thanos was momentarily perplexed. But without further ado, he rushed outside for a closer inspection. To his horror, he discovered that the ship was now devoid of life. This incursion on Earth had not only involved the Black Order, but also Thanos' own legion, which included the Chitauri and the Outriders. Together, they numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Though the plan had faltered midway, Thanos was resolute, thinking, "As long as the Green Hills remain, I need not worry about firewood." He intended to retreat with his forces and return once he had acquired additional artifacts. However, in the blink of an eye, his vast army had completely vanished. Now, only he and Nebula remained aboard the vessel. "Father, I cannot fathom what just transpired. I intended to lead a mission to investigate the Egyptian pantheon, but upon my arrival, I found that the entire army had disappeared," Nebula explained, her voice laced with trepidation. The panic in her eyes revealed her genuine confusion about the situation. Yet, Thanos had already deduced the truth. It must be Loki. He has gathered all the Infinity Stones. He is capable of such feats. He does not intend to leave me any path to survival. Thanos seethed through clenched teeth. The only one who could cause the sudden disappearance of his hundreds of thousands of troops, without a trace, was indeed Loki, who had successfully amassed 6 Infinity Stones. Thanos was acutely aware that Loki would not easily let him off the hook. His suspicions were confirmed. "What shall we do now, father?" Nebula queried urgently. "What shall we do?" He, too, was at a loss for answers. Loki had left him with a solitary survivor. "Loki, just you wait," Thanos muttered, his teeth grinding in frustration. "You go. Pilot the ship. I will step outside for a moment. We will discuss the rest upon my return," Thanos declared angrily. Unbeknownst to him, Loki had overheard their entire exchange. It must be said, Loki had not been eavesdropping in vain. He had not anticipated that Thanos' remaining plan was to seek the heart of the universe. While this entity was exceedingly rare, its scarcity was not due to weakness. Rather, it was because of its immense power. According to recorded accounts, once Thanos acquired the heart of the universe, even the living tribunal could not contend with him. Its strength was self-evident. Despite its might, locating it was no simple task. The original narrative provided no precise location for this artifact. Furthermore, due to its power surpassing that of the multiverse itself, indeed, Even exceeding the Infinity Stones, Loki knew that even with his omnipotent vision, he could not pinpoint its exact whereabouts. Discovering it would likely require considerable time. With Thanos now intent on searching for it, Loki decided not to exert himself in the endeavor. Once Thanos found it, Loki would naturally uncover the heart's location as well. Regarding the results of the Infinity Stones experimentation, Loki had already seen enough to confirm that he had indeed integrated the power of all 6 stones. With this conclusion in mind, he dismissed his omnipotent vision and opened a portal to his villa. At the villa, Polaris, Quicksilver, Pepper Potts, and Wanda were busily preparing. Upon seeing Loki arrive, Polaris's eyes widened in surprise. "Master Loki, what brings you here?" she inquired, astonished. Loki smiled and replied, "I heard from Tony that today is your birthday, so I thought I would stop by." Polaris seemed a bit bashful as she responded, I didn't intend to trouble you. I heard from Ms. Potts that Earth has been rather unstable lately. With Thanos and the planet Devourer threatening Earth, I was concerned that you might be overwhelmed, so I didn't mention it." Loki chuckled lightly. "Indeed, Earth has been quite lively, but I still have time for a meal." "That's wonderful," Polaris exclaimed excitedly. "I've been learning many Chinese dishes. I feel like I'm quite formidable now." Chapter 156. Unscathed by society's harshness. Polaris's enthusiasm was evident, yet Loki, contemplating, could not help but interject, "It is your birthday today. Surely, you should not be in the kitchen." "Exactly," Wanda chimed in, stepping forward. "You only need to wait for dinner." Pepper quickly added, "Just relax. I've already called the chef, and they will be arriving shortly. Tony mentioned he would come by later." Hearing this, Polaris expressed a hint of disappointment. "If that's the case, I suppose I will have to cook next time." The group had initially been arranging the room for the celebration of Polaris's birthday, hoping to create a festive atmosphere. With Loki's arrival, they paused their preparations. "Loki, it's been a while since we last saw each other," Pepper greeted with a smile. Out of politeness, Loki acknowledged her. "Hello, Ms. Potts. I heard from Tony that you were preparing for a wedding." Upon hearing this, a broad smile spread across Pepper's face, which she could hardly conceal. She nodded, responding, "Yes, it's scheduled for next month. You must come to celebrate. Tony holds you in high regard. He has mentioned more than once that you are his best friend." Loki smiled and nodded. "Of course, I will attend." However, just as he spoke, Pepper's expression turned slightly worried. "I heard from Tony that Earth seems to be in danger. He has been so concerned that he has been spending nearly every day in the underground base refining his armor. I worry about him, and I worry about Earth." As she spoke, Pepper moved to sit on the sofa, and the others followed suit, all visibly anxious about the situation. Seeing her distress, Loki smiled reassuringly. "I did mention to Tony that Earth might face invasions, but fundamentally, these matters are not overly troublesome. So, you need not worry excessively. The Thanos issue has been resolved. He is unlikely to return to Earth in the near future. As for the planet Devourer, while it may pose a challenge, it is not insurmountable. I have discussed these matters with Tony. However, you know Tony's nature. He is deeply invested in Earth's safety, which causes him to bear a heavy burden." Upon hearing Loki's reassurances, Pepper's anxiety began to dissipate. Quicksilver, with a grin, remarked, "In my view, with the Supreme Sorcerer protecting us, there is nothing to fear. Moreover, our Justice League is no pushover either." Seeing Quicksilver, Loki was reminded of previous events. He smiled and asked, "So, you have joined the X-Men?" Quicksilver pondered for a moment, then explained, "After the incident with the symbiote, I unexpectedly acquired super speed. Professor X discovered my ability and invited me to join. I merely wished to hone my skills, so I accepted." Concerns appeared to linger in Quicksilver's mind regarding Luo Bai's feelings. Without awaiting a response, he hastily elucidated, "I merely wished to refine my abilities, after all. During my tenure with the Justice League, I seldom engaged in combat." Luo Bai, smiling, reassured him, "I understand, and I bear no offense. The Justice League's primary duty is to safeguard Earth, often contending with extraterrestrial entities, which renders them ill-equipped to manage terrestrial affairs. It's quite commendable that you're honing your skills with the X-Men. How has your training been progressing?" At the mention of training, Quicksilver's enthusiasm surged. "I can now reach speeds of 800,000 kilometers per hour," he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Luo Bai furrowed his brow, retorting, "That seems insufficient." "Insufficient?" Quicksilver stammered, unable to contain his surprise. "Is my speed not fast enough?" Luo Bai shook his head, clarifying, "In comparison to most superpowered individuals, your velocity may appear impressive, yet it falls considerably short of my expectations." Being still youthful, Quicksilver harbored a certain pridefulness. Hearing Luo Bai's assessment of his speed left him somewhat indignant. "At least in terms of speed, no one on Earth could surpass me," he asserted confidently. Luo Bai remained silent, merely smiling. Perhaps it was this smile that wounded Quicksilver's pride, prompting him to declare, "Master Sorcerer, I concede that your magic is formidable, yet when it comes to speed alone, I doubt you can outpace me. Shall we put it to the test?" At this declaration, Polaris could not contain her displeasure. "Quicksilver, how can you speak to Master Luo Bai in such a manner?" she exclaimed. Wanda chimed in with a sharp, "Quicksilver." Faced with the reproaches of Polaris and Wanda, Quicksilver raised his hands in resignation, stating, "I understand that you all regard him as exceptional. However, when it comes to speed without magic, I genuinely believe I am superior. We must test this." Luo Bai, amused, inquired, "How do you propose we compete?" Quicksilver, brimming with excitement, suggested, "Let us race to see who is faster. With the stipulation that you refrain from using magic. We shall purely measure speed." Previously, under normal circumstances, Quicksilver would indeed have the upper hand. However, the circumstances had changed. Luo Bai had absorbed the powers of Silver Surfer, whose speed far exceeded Quicksilver's. Normally, Silver Surfer could reach light speed, and with a little extra effort, could even breach hyperspace. Thus, in this contest, Luo Bai was virtually guaranteed victory. Considering Quicksilver's youthfulness and apparent lack of worldly experience, Luo Bai decided to allow him a taste of reality. With this thought, Luo Bai nodded, stating, "Let us use this location as the finish line. We will circle the Earth and see who returns first." Quicksilver, full of confidence, agreed enthusiastically, "Excellent." He then turned to Polaris, Wanda, and Pepper Potts, cheerfully asking, "Would you three ladies act as our witnesses?" They nodded in affirmation. With witnesses appointed, Luo Bai found himself equally eager to compete against Quicksilver. "Truth be told, I've long wished to race you. Although I hold great respect for you, Master Sorcerer, I am keen to see who is indeed the faster of us," Quicksilver said. As soon as he finished speaking, Polaris called out, "On your marks. 3, 2, 1, go." With her words barely echoing, Luo Bai shot forward like a beam of light, returning to his original position in the blink of an eye. Quicksilver stood, speechless, staring at Luo Bai. Before he could gather his thoughts, Luo Bai announced, "Finished." Quicksilver, bewildered, exclaimed, "I what?" Chapter 159. You never mentioned you were light speed. Observing Luo Bai standing there, smiling, Quicksilver appeared utterly dazed. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to stammer, "What did you say? You finished?" Luo Bai nodded, countering, "Indeed. Did you not see?" Quicksilver, at a loss for words, found himself grappling with a profound sense of disbelief. After all, speed was his defining prowess. Historically, he had always overwhelmed others with his unparalleled velocity. Never did he imagine that one day he would be outpaced. What was more disconcerting was the realization of how utterly extraordinary Luo Bai's speed was. Is that even normal? How can a human achieve such speed? For a fleeting moment, Quicksilver questioned whether his eyes were deceiving him, as a mere flash of light had crossed his vision, and then Luo Bai claimed to have completed the race. The more he contemplated, the more incredulous he became, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Why is your speed so astounding? I thought my speed was impressive." Yet before I could even react, you had already finished. Seeing Quicksilver's bewildered expression, Luo Bai could no longer contain his laughter. "It is quite natural that you didn't react in time. After all, your maximum speed is merely 800,000 kilometers per hour, while I can effortlessly achieve light speed." The nonchalance with which Luo Bai delivered this statement shattered Quicksilver's composure. Initially, his gaze toward Luo Bai was one of shock and confusion, but now it was tinged with disbelief and existential contemplation as he processed the implication of Luo Bai's words regarding light speed. Perhaps the mere mention of light speed struck a blow to his confidence, as he began to mutter to himself, "Light speed? Is that even scientifically viable? How can you reach light speed?" He retreated to a corner, lost in his thoughts. Noticing his state, Pepper expressed concern, glancing at Wanda and asking, "Wanda, do you think Pietro is all right?" Wanda shrugged, responding with a hint of resignation, "I doubt he's faring well. Pietro has always been confident in his speed, and this setback will likely take him a considerable time to overcome." Polaris, though silent, regarded Quicksilver with sympathy, her expression seemingly conveying, "Poor thing. I warned you not to challenge the Master Sorcerer, yet you insisted on competing. Now you see the consequences." Initially, the atmosphere in the room had been quite pleasant, but following the race between Luo Bai and Quicksilver, a heavy silence descended. Quicksilver, visibly disheartened, began to exhibit signs of melancholy, prompting those around him to adopt sympathetic expressions. As they contemplated how best to console Quicksilver, the doorbell rang. Little did they know, Pepper excitedly announced, "It must be Tony. I'll go let him in." With that, she hurried to answer the door. As anticipated, the visitor was none other than Tony Stark, accompanied by a group likely consisting of the chefs for the day's meal. Upon opening the door, Stark immediately embraced Pepper. He then stepped into the room and smiled at Polaris, saying, "Lorna, happy birthday. If I remember correctly, you should be turning 20 this year, right?" Polaris nodded and replied with a smile, "You're not mistaken, Mr. Stark." As Stark grinned, he produced a limited edition handbag and handed it to her. "I wasn't sure what you would like, so I had Pepper help me pick out a gift. I hope you will enjoy it," he remarked while presenting the bag. Polaris accepted it, a glimmer of surprise lighting up her face. It was evident that she was quite fond of the bag. "Thank you, Mr. Stark. I truly adore this bag," she said, trying it on as she spoke. Stark chuckled, surveying the surroundings. It was then that he noticed that Loki had also arrived. Stark was not surprised by Loki's presence. After all, he had reminded him about the occasion. With a teasing smile, he quipped, "Loki, you made it. So, what gift did you bring for our little Lorna?" Loki fell silent, observing his quiet demeanor. Stark immediately pulled him aside and whispered, "Did I not tell you today is Lorna's birthday? You didn't forget to bring a gift, did you?" Loki sighed, unable to suppress his murmurs. "I simply lost track of time. It's been ages since I celebrated a birthday." To be fair, Loki was not entirely to blame. Ever since he traversed into the Marvel Universe, he had not celebrated a birthday. His days were consumed with thoughts of defeating foes and leveling up, completely neglecting the notion of gift-giving on one's birthday. Had Stark not reminded him, he might have forgotten altogether. However, now that the topic had come up, Loki decided he would indeed prepare a small gift for Polaris. As he contemplated this, he gathered his magical energy in his hand, and soon, a delicate bracelet materialized. Upon crafting the bracelet, he presented it to Polaris. Seeing that Loki had prepared a gift for her, a bracelet, Polaris was momentarily taken aback. "Loki, what is this?" she inquired, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Quickly, she received his explanation. "It's your birthday gift, crafted by my own hands. While its design may be somewhat outdated and less fashionable, this bracelet contains my energy. When you wear it, it will significantly enhance your abilities." "Thank you, Loki," Polaris expressed with gratitude. Witnessing such a remarkable artifact being gifted to Polaris stirred envy in Stark's expression. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Look at how generous he is to you, Loki. Honestly, could you craft a similar artifact for me on my birthday? I could certainly use something like that to bolster my magical prowess." Loki chuckled and replied, "That would depend on my mood." Stark, recognizing the jest, retorted, "In that case, I hope you remain cheerful every day." Just as the group was enjoying their light-hearted banter, the emo Quicksilver suddenly bounded into view. He zipped in front of Loki at lightning speed and, with a woeful tone, inquired, "Can you tell me how you managed to run at the speed of light?" His forlorn expression startled everyone. Perhaps seeing Pietro in such a dismal state prompted Stark to ask, "Speed of light? What does that mean? Can someone explain why Pietro seems so downcast?" Wanda sighed and replied, "Before you arrived, he had a race with Loki to see who was faster. Loki won using the speed of light, which left him like this." After Wanda's explanation, Stark couldn't help but scoff. Who would dare to challenge Loki? That guy is practically cheating. Competing against him is just asking for a beating. Since Stark began his studies in magic at Kamartaj, he gradually came to appreciate Loki's formidable strength. The depth and power of magic far exceeded the comprehension of both humans and superhumans. As the most formidable sorcerer in Kamartaj, it was clear that Loki was exceptionally powerful, so much so that few dared to provoke him within the magical community. Surprisingly, however, Quicksilver was bold enough to propose a race against him. While competitions among sorcerers were commonplace in Kamartaj, very few would willingly challenge Loki. It would be akin to asking an ordinary person to compete against a prodigy who had the odds stacked in their favor. Stark, observing Quicksilver's bewildered expression, couldn't help but inquire, "So, what was the final outcome? How much faster is Loki?" Before anyone could respond, Polaris chimed in. "Quicksilver can only reach a maximum speed of 800,000 kilometers per hour. Stark's eyes widened in realization. No wonder. 300,000 kilometers per second compared to 800,000 kilometers per hour is quite a disparity. It's no surprise that Quicksilver looks so dejected. As he spoke, he cast a sympathetic glance at Quicksilver. He seemed poised to say more, but before he could, Loki earnestly explained, "There is no reason to be disheartened. I believe your speed can improve. You could even reach the speed of light." Upon hearing this, Quicksilver's previously gloomy demeanor brightened, and he looked at Loki with eager anticipation, asking, "Can I truly achieve the speed of light?" "If you push yourself hard enough, perhaps you can surpass your limits," Loki replied. "Even if not, you should come close, and I might be able to assist you." To be honest, when Loki initially remarked on Quicksilver's speed, he had felt a sense of indignation. While he acknowledged Loki's expertise in magic, he believed that, in terms of speed alone, Loki could not surpass him. However, after the race, Quicksilver had an epiphany. His speed was indeed lacking. Reflecting on this, Quicksilver shed his previous arrogance and adopted a much more humble attitude. I believe you're right, Supreme Sorcerer. I will train diligently to enhance my abilities, he declared. Without waiting for Loki's response, he continued, I am confident that I can reach the speed of light. His tone was resolute, and his eyes sparkled with hope. It was clear that Quicksilver was determined to chase after the speed of light. Observing his conviction, Stark remained silent, but couldn't help but shake his head, inwardly lamenting, great, another one has been driven mad. However, considering it was Polaris's birthday, Stark felt it was inappropriate to dwell too much on Quicksilver's predicament. With this thought in mind, Stark cheerfully suggested, achieving the speed of light isn't feasible at this moment. So why don't we discuss something more attainable? For instance, celebrating Lorna's birthday. At his reminder, everyone realized how late it had become. Engaging in their casual conversation, they had inadvertently reached dinner time. Noticing the time, Pepper chimed in, I can't believe it's already so late. Let's hurry and have dinner. Thus, a group of individuals settled around the dining table. After a brief interval, the meal was served by the attendants. It is no wonder that Pepper Potts could serve as Stark's secretary, for she approached such affairs with utmost seriousness. Not only did she arrange for top-tier chefs, but she also took into account the dietary preferences of the guests. Consequently, the dinner was not solely comprised of Western cuisine. It featured an array of Chinese dishes as well, with a grand cake adorning the center of the table. Once all the dishes were presented, the attendees commenced their meal, engaging in lively conversation. Although the number of guests was modest, including only 6 individuals, with the addition of Loki to celebrate Polaris's birthday, the camaraderie among them fostered a delightful atmosphere. They chatted, imbibed, and played games, reveling until the early hours of the morning, only settling down when the majority had succumbed to the effects of alcohol. Since Loki's constitution had been altered, he remained largely unaffected by the alcohol, while the others were quite the contrary. Pepper had sprawled on the floor, snoring, and Quicksilver had somehow found himself on the roof. No one quite knew why he had taken to sleeping there. In his drunken state, he had proclaimed a desire to train himself to surpass the speed of light, resulting in a swift move that landed him atop the roof, where he made himself comfortable. Wanda fared somewhat better. Despite her inebriation, she retained the sense to return to her room. However, Polaris and Stark were a different story altogether. It was unclear if they had mistaken Loki for a pillow, as Polaris clutched Loki's left arm while Stark seized his right leg. Both sprawled upon him in a drunken slumber. Witnessing this, Loki felt a throbbing headache. He could somewhat tolerate Polaris's behavior, given her gender. Though he felt it was somewhat inappropriate to prioritize her over his friends, it was a natural inclination. Nevertheless, Stark, a grown man, tested Loki's patience. With a decisive gesture, Loki gathered the unconscious Pepper and Stark and unceremoniously deposited them into a nearby room. Just as he contemplated whether to escort Polaris to her room as well, he sensed an unsettling presence. It was the Devourer of Worlds, who seemed to have arrived in close proximity to Earth. Ever since Loki absorbed the cosmic energy from Silver Surfer, a connection had formed between him and the Devourer. After all, the energy within Silver Surfer had been bestowed by the Devourer, and now, despite being absorbed by Loki, it facilitated a semblance of consciousness link between them. Initially, the connection was feeble due to the vast distance separating the Devourer from Earth. However, at that moment, Loki perceived a robust connection had been established, allowing them to sense each other's locations. This sudden link led Loki to conclude that the Devourer was indeed nearing Earth. As Loki prepared to activate a universal perspective to ascertain the Devourer's precise location, the Devourer forcefully initiated a connection with Loki's consciousness. Due to the presence of cosmic energy, Loki found himself unable to resist this mental intrusion. In an instant, he was drawn into the realm of consciousness. In this ethereal expanse, Loki beheld the true form of the Devourer. He was ensconced within a vast, boundless cosmos, suspended in the void. Below him lay an infinite darkness, while before him stood a colossal figure clad in armor, so immense that it seemed to encompass the very universe itself. If Loki's memory served him correctly, this giant was the Devourer of Worlds. From a purely visual standpoint, the Devourer's size and presence were indeed formidable. Standing before him, Loki felt as minuscule as a speck of dust. Even amidst the vastness of space, he was unable to fully discern the Devourer's visage or true height. All he could see were the eyes, obscured by a violet helmet, gazing down at him like 2 celestial bodies. Time lost its meaning as the Devourer finally spoke, his voice resonating with authority. I have found you. Interestingly, while Loki perceived the volume of the Devourer's voice as not particularly loud, it reverberated throughout the cosmos as if the universe itself were articulating. No matter where Loki found himself in the vastness, the words were unmistakably clear, as though enveloped in a 360-degree surround sound. Loki furrowed his brow. Fully aware of the implication behind the Devourer's words, he was being reproached for having killed Silver Surfer and appropriated his powers. From the Devourer's perspective, such ire was understandable. However, from Loki's viewpoint, both the Devourer and Silver Surfer were invaders of Earth. As the supreme sorcerer and guardian of the planet, he felt compelled to utter the classic warning. Alien interloper, I have detected your approach towards Earth. I urge you to cease your invasion at once. Typically, Loki would offer such warnings to any extraterrestrial intent on invading Earth. After all, as the supreme sorcerer, he adhered to a principle of courtesy before conflict. To strike first without a warning would seem unreasonable. Yet, curiously, every invader had rebuffed his overtures. Upon hearing his warning, they would bristle with indignation, their expressions suggesting disbelief at his audacity to issue a caution. Dormammu, Shumagorath, Silver Surfer, and now the Devourer of Worlds, all had reacted similarly. Upon hearing Loki's admonition, the Devourer did not relent. Rather, his fury intensified, particularly upon being referred to as an alien interloper. Even without witnessing the Devourer's expression, Loki could sense the palpable rage radiating from him. Alien interloper. Foolish earth creature. I am the Devourer of Worlds, the harbinger of destruction across the cosmos. I shall consume all, and your planet, Earth, shall be my feast. I will descend upon Earth with my emissaries. Energy is the sole reason for my existence, and the purpose of your planet is to serve as my sustenance. As the Devourer's voice echoed through the consciousness realm, the very fabric of the space trembled, as if he sought to intimidate Loki in the manner he had when invading other worlds. He might desire for Luo Bai to plead for Earth's salvation, much like the Silver Slide did in the past. However, Luo Bai was not swayed by such tactics. With a furrowed brow, he solemnly retorted, Planet Devourer, you ought to be aware of the consequences of your actions. The Planet Devourer remained silent, yet his astonishment was evident in his gaze. As one of the 5 primordial deities, it was true that the Planet Devourer's power was typically inferior to that of the other 4. Nevertheless, when compared to the beings inhabiting a singular planet like Earth, he was overwhelmingly formidable, essentially at a level of complete dominance. The audacity of a mere creature from this planet daring to address him with the notion of consequences was utterly absurd, even inconceivable to him. You shall pay for your actions. I will annihilate you, along with your Earth, declared the Planet Devourer. Following this proclamation, a collapse began within the realm of consciousness. The universe in which Luo Bai resided was instantaneously shattered into dust. As his conscious universe disintegrated into particles, Luo Bai's awareness returned to reality. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to find Wanda, Polaris, and Stark standing before him, their expressions filled with concern. Upon seeing him awaken, their brows finally relaxed. Polaris eagerly inquired, Master Luo Bai, you are awake? Although Luo Bai had only exchanged a few brief words with the Planet Devourer after being drawn into his created space, he understood that some time must have elapsed for Earth. Contemplating this, he could not help but ask, how many days have passed? About a day. We discovered you motionless on the sofa after waking from our stupor yesterday afternoon. Mr. Stark suggested that your consciousness might have entered another realm, advising us not to disturb you. Polaris explained hastily. A day. It was manageable. Upon grasping the situation, Luo Bai nodded and affirmed, indeed. I was pulled into the consciousness space of the Planet Devourer. Hearing this, Stark quickly asked, Planet Devourer? Is that the deity who intends to consume Earth? Luo Bai nodded. The last time he sent the envoy Silver Slide to scout, I dealt with him. This time, he has come in person. He pulled you into his consciousness space to warn you? Stark queried. Luo Bai shook his head, stating, though he did not articulate it explicitly, I believe he seeks to find a new envoy. Unfortunately, I was not very accommodating. Luo Bai had dispatched the Planet Devourer's envoy, Silver Slide, and absorbed his powers. Logically, the Planet Devourer could have directly attacked Earth. Yet, prior to his impending arrival, he had opted to threaten and intimidate Luo Bai by pulling him into his consciousness space. This behavior suggested that the Planet Devourer desired Luo Bai to replace Silver Slide as the new envoy. Hence, his initial words, I have found you. However, the two could not reach an agreement. Now, the Planet Devourer, in a fit of fury, was likely intent on direct confrontation. With this thought, Luo Bai addressed Stark and the others. It is fortuitous that you are here. Since you believe the Justice League to be rather idle, let us give them some action. As far as I know, the Planet Devourer will probably bring the remaining 3 envoys to Earth. The primary target will undoubtedly be me, while his envoys may take the opportunity to launch an assault on Earth during my confrontation with him. Therefore, I believe we might require your assistance this time. To be precise, not just yours, but also that of most superpowered individuals on Earth. It is time for Earth to unite. Chapter 162. What does it mean? Based on available information, the planet Devourer will inevitably bring his envoys to Earth. While Luo Bai possesses a certain advantage against the planet Devourer, he cannot divide his focus. Should the envoys seize the moment to wreak havoc upon Earth, he may not be able to intervene in time. Thus, rallying capable superpowered individuals from across the globe to resist is the most prudent course of action. Of course, Luo Bai proposed this idea purely for the sake of caution. However, to Polaris, Stark, and Wanda, his words seemed to convey, the enemy is too powerful. We must mobilize all our forces to resist. Instantly, the expressions of the three grew serious. Before Luo Bai could elaborate on his thoughts, Stark promptly responded, I will convene a press conference right now. As he spoke, Stark retrieved his phone and exited the villa, presumably to prepare for the press event. No sooner had Stark left than Polaris chimed in. I can reach out to some mutants. I'll go with you, Lorna. Wanda immediately agreed. Thus, Wanda and Polaris departed, leaving Luo Bai alone in the villa. This sudden solitude rendered Luo Bai, who had more to express, silent. He could only shake his head in resignation and mutter, these three are remarkably swift in their departure. As he lamented, Luo Bai opened a portal, returning to the main hall of Kamartaj. His motive for returning to the main hall was straightforward. He sought a tranquil space to absorb the energies of the dark dimension and replenish his strength. Recently, Luo Bai had been preoccupied with various matters, neglecting the dark dimension. Given some time had passed, he surmised that the dark dimension should yield some resources. With the planet Devourer's imminent arrival, Luo Bai intended to preemptively gather these energies to bolster his power. Although during the process of gathering, he sensed that Dormammu, Shumagorath, and Mephisto were not particularly pleased, the outcome was still quite satisfactory. After dedicating a day to blending the dark energy with all the powers within him, a peculiar disturbance resonated through the magical array of Kamartaj. Shortly thereafter, Wong arrived in haste. Upon entering, Wong urgently reported, Supreme Sorcerer, the Sanctum has detected anomalies. Earth is under invasion. Luo Bai, seemingly having anticipated the identity of the invaders, maintained a composed demeanor, simply nodding in acknowledgement. I am aware. They are in New York. With that, Luo Bai activated a portal. Upon arriving in New York through the portal, Luo Bai and Wong were met with chaos. The streets were filled with panicked citizens fleeing in all directions, their terrified gazes directed skyward. Following their line of sight, the true cause of the turmoil became apparent. A colossal head was piercing through the clouds, looming ominously above. This head was immense, appearing nearly the size of Earth itself. The sudden emergence of such a gigantic visage in the sky would instill fear in anyone. Not only ordinary citizens, but even Wong could not help but exclaim, what a terrifying giant. Yet, the peril was not confined to the enormous head alone. Accompanying it, three unknown entities hovered in the air. One was engulfed in blazing flames. Another shimmered with an ethereal transparency as if composed of light, and the last, while appearing slightly more human-like, wielded a massive battle axe, exuding a fierce and imposing presence. Upon encountering the four enigmatic beings, Wong furrowed his brow and could not help but inquire, Supreme Mage, who are they? Before Luo Bai could respond, a portal materialized before him. Soon after, Stark appeared alongside Polaris, Wanda, and Quicksilver. Upon sighting Luo Bai, Stark urgently questioned, Luo Bai, they are the planet Devourer and the Herald of Consumption, are they not? Luo Bai remained silent, but nodded in affirmation. With this confirmation, the expressions on the faces of the gathered individuals grew solemn. They lifted their gazes towards the celestial figures of the planet Devourer and his heralds. Perhaps due to the overwhelming nature of their previous encounters, a wave of inexplicable fear surged within Stark and his companions upon witnessing the planet Devourer. It was the instinctual dread that mortals feel in the presence of the divine. Even without the planet Devourer making a move, Stark could acutely sense that they would stand no chance against such a formidable entity. In the past, Stark found solace in Luo Bai's presence, convinced that any troubles could be resolved as long as Luo Bai was there. Yet this time, unease enveloped him. Tension and fear etched a grave expression upon his face as he gazed at the planet Devourer, prompting him to ask Luo Bai, what do you think our chances of victory are? Luo Bai smiled gently and raised his index finger to signal a 1 to Stark. Stark looked on in confusion, questioning the meaning behind this gesture. What does this signify? A mere 1 chance of victory? Luo Bai shook his head, clarifying, what I mean is, there is no way we can lose even a fraction. Tony, safeguard the Earth. With those words, Luo Bai soared towards the location of the planet Devourer. Upon reaching the planet Devourer, Luo Bai halted midair. At that moment, the planet Devourer and his 3 heralds finally took notice of him. The Herald of Consumption recognized Luo Bai, having encountered him previously in the realm of consciousness, albeit under rather unpleasant circumstances. Upon seeing Luo Bai again, the herald's expression darkened. He regarded Luo Bai with an air of condescension, as if scrutinizing an ant. It seemed he wished to utter something, but before he could, Luo Bai charged at him. As Luo Bai gathered his strength and transformed it into a radiant strike aimed at the planet Devourer, both he and his heralds were momentarily caught off guard. It was only when Luo Bai's fist made solid contact with the planet Devourer's face, nearly toppling the towering figure, that everyone regained their senses. The heralds were filled with astonishment and disbelief, marveling at the sheer might emanating from a mere human. Meanwhile, the planet Devourer was left utterly perplexed. Wait a moment. He had just been struck by a human from Earth. To say the least, that punch was quite painful. How could a mere earthling possess such immense power? The planet Devourer pondered, casting incredulous glances at Luo Bai. Although he was initially taken aback, this bewilderment swiftly morphed into fury. Enraged, his visage flushed crimson. The planet Devourer was seething. He seemed poised to articulate his grievances, but before he could utter a word, Luo Bai interjected. I warned you. Yet you still chose to invade Earth. Thus, you must pay the price for your actions. Upon finishing his statement, Luo Bai unleashed the power of the Phoenix. At that very moment, a golden radiance erupted from within Luo Bai. In mere moments, this energy coalesced into a magnificent golden phoenix. As the golden phoenix spread its wings, flames capable of incinerating the very fabric of the universe burst forth from its form, surging towards the planet Devourer and the heralds. From the instant the golden phoenix manifested, the planet Devourer sensed something amiss. He was acutely aware of what the golden phoenix represented, prompting him to react swiftly. He raised his right hand, channeling cosmic energy into it. As the phoenix unleashed its fiery wrath, the planet Devourer clenched his fist and swung it at the flames, launching a cosmic energy punch in retaliation. In an incredibly brief span, the 2 formidable forces collided, resulting in a resounding explosion. The energies rapidly radiated throughout the cosmos, causing countless celestial bodies to erupt in chaos. Only Earth remained unharmed, shielded by Luo Bai's vigilant guardianship. The planet Devourer, sensing an anomaly, found himself perplexed. After all, the energy he had wielded was immensely potent, coupled with the destructive force of the Phoenix. The collision of these 2 powers should have been catastrophic for all life in the universe. Yet, somehow, Luo Bai and Earth remained unscathed. This revelation was beyond the planet Devourer's expectations, prompting him to re-evaluate Luo Bai. After a moment, he could not help but murmur, the Phoenix Force? You're its host? Luo Bai frowned slightly and replied coolly, I suppose that is accurate. No wonder you dare to confront me, given the current circumstances. It seems you have merged quite well with the Phoenix Force, the planet Devourer remarked. Before Luo Bai could respond, he continued, I have traversed numerous planets and encountered various life forms. Without exception, they all quaked in fear upon meeting me. You are the sole exception who dares to defy me. Initially, I was curious as to why such a being would challenge me, but now it appears I understand. It's due to the Phoenix Force. However, what you possess is merely a fragment. Do you truly believe that wielding this fragment's power will enable you to vanquish me and protect Earth? The tone of the planet Devourer was imbued with arrogance, reminiscent of a deity regarding mere mortals, or perhaps more accurately, an advanced civilization looking down upon a lesser one with disdain. In the vast multiverse of Marvel, myriad civilizations, planets, and species exist. There are countless worlds more powerful than Earth, and innumerable races superior to humanity. Most, like the planet Devourer, regard Earth and its inhabitants with contempt and disdain, viewing the planet as mere sustenance and its people as insignificant insects. Yet today, Luo Bai yearned for the multiverse to recognize the true essence of Earth. With this thought, Luo Bai suddenly smiled and inquired, if I recall correctly, Planet Devourer, your true name is Galactus, is it not? The planet Devourer remained silent, casting a puzzled glance at Luo Bai, seemingly unable to comprehend why Luo Bai would pose such a question. Just as Galactus was contemplating this, Luo Bai continued, You were born on a planet named Taa within the primordial universe. Taa was once the most powerful planet in that universe, possessing the most advanced civilization of its time. Unfortunately, this planet eventually succumbed to its final stage of collapse. Following that, the universe experienced a cataclysmic event known as the First Big Bang. In the aftermath of this cosmic explosion, a new universe was born. You have become the sole survivor of the primordial cosmic explosion. After eons of transformation, the universe has evolved into its current form. Alongside the newly born concepts of death, eternity, infinity, and obliteration, you have ascended to the status of a creator deity within this new cosmos, collectively referred to as the 5 great creator deities. Setting aside the other 4 deities for the moment, let us discuss you, the planet devourer. In truth, even in a state of hunger, you are not particularly fearsome. At most, you may be regarded merely as a survivor of a higher civilization, would you not agree? The planet of your origin, both in terms of civilization and technology, far surpasses that of Earth. Thus, it is understandable that you harbor disdain for Earth and humanity. However, I cannot endorse such arrogance. For neither you nor the once mighty Tower Star are insurmountable entities. Luo Bai articulated this sentiment clearly. The essence of his words resonated with the planet devourer. You are nothing more than a being born from an advanced civilization. So what is there to boast about? Compared to the other creator deities, your weaknesses are glaring. To be candid, had the planet devourer failed to comprehend this, perhaps it would have been easier on his pride. Yet, upon grasping the meaning, he felt his defenses shatter. No, when life forms from other planets encounter him, they all bow in reverence. Why are the humans of Earth so obstinate? They not only resist, but taunt him as well. At this moment, the planet devourer was truly losing his composure. You should fear me, for you cannot protect Earth, he exclaimed with fury. In the next instant, he raised his hands, gathering cosmic energy into his palms. Potent forces surged from all directions of the universe into the hands of the planet devourer. In just a brief moment, a vortex of energy coalesced in his palms, spinning rapidly as it began to absorb everything within this cosmos, with Earth being no exception. Before long, Earth became a mere plaything in the hands of the planet devourer. It began to spin violently, and the energy of the planet was fervently consumed by him. This act was undeniably lethal for Earth. The planet trembled and transformed dramatically. The oceans roiled, volcanoes erupted, and the very crust of the Earth began to fracture. Chaos reigned across the globe, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Witnessing this scene, Stark and Polaris were left in stunned disbelief. I cannot fathom how we can confront such a terrifying adversary with our current powers. What should we do? Stark anxiously remarked, casting a worried glance at Wong. It is no wonder Stark felt such trepidation. If the enemy were on Earth, he might stand a chance to fight back. But now, the foe loomed in the cosmos, capable of annihilating Earth with a mere gesture. Stark felt utterly powerless. Not only Stark, but Wong was equally at a loss. After all, he sensed the gravity of the situation. The protective magical array of Kamar Taj had shattered. Earth seemed to have reached its limit, and given the current circumstances, it would not be long before the planet met its demise. Wong trembled as he spoke. Is there anything we can do? Wanda urgently inquired. Wong shook his head and replied, it appears we are left with no options. We can only place our trust in the Sorcerer Supreme. It was not that Wong was unwilling to devise a plan, but rather that, in light of the current predicament, their only recourse was to trust Luo Bai. And indeed, Luo Bai had a plan. Observing the planet devourer as he absorbed the energies of Earth and the cosmos, Luo Bai realized the moment had come. Is it not simply a matter of energy absorption? Who cannot accomplish that? Luo Bai remarked with a gentle smile. Seizing the opportunity while the planet devourer was engrossed in his absorption, he silently unleashed the power of the fairy. The moment the fairy's power was released, the planet devourer sensed something amiss. Wait, something feels off. Why does my energy seem to diminish as I absorb Earth's essence? It felt as though something was consuming the energy within him. This sensation was strangely familiar to him. Just as he pondered this, the planet devourer noticed something peculiar. The Earth in his grasp had turned black. No, more accurately, it was enveloped in a shroud of black energy. This dark force is the fairy's power. Chapter 164, Star Devourer. This cannot possibly weaken me. When the planet devourer recognized that the black substance surrounding the Earth was indeed the fairy's power, he realized he had made a grave mistake. He should never have come to Earth. What can one say about this planet? It appears insignificant, easily devoured in a single bite. Yet, the humans here possess an extraordinary aptitude. The fragments of Phoenix power manifesting on Earth were one thing. But what was this fairy's power? How long had it been sealed? And why had it suddenly reappeared on Earth? The planet devourer could not comprehend it, yet he had no time to ponder. After all, he could look down upon Earth, and he could also dismiss Luo Bai, the Sorcerer Supreme. But the fairy's power was another matter altogether. It commanded his respect, for he had suffered defeat at its hands before. To recount the enmity between the planet devourer and the fairy's power, one must journey back to a time long past. In his youth, the planet devourer roamed the universe, consuming energy leaving desolation in his wake, until he encountered the fairy's power and its former host. Initially, it was the fairy's power that sought him out. Or perhaps it was a tacit understanding between two cosmic gluttons that led to their fateful encounter. Given that both the fairy's power and the planet devourer thrived by consuming energy, conflict was inevitable. Logically, as one of the 5 great creator deities, the planet devourer should have held an advantage over the fairy's power. Merely hearing the title evokes awe. Yet, the planet devourer harbored a critical flaw. He could never satiate his hunger. When the planet devourer was not fully nourished, his combat prowess fell far short of that of a creator deity. Thus, in a state of hunger, he was ultimately consumed by the fairy's power. The fairy's power devoured all of the capabilities of the planet devourer, leading to his demise. As for why the star devourer had re-emerged, it was primarily because he possessed the ability to resurrect. As a creator deity, while the star devourer was weak in his normal state and could hardly compare to the other deities, he remained an essential element in maintaining cosmic balance. Therefore, even if slain, the star devourer could rise again. Although the fairy's power was capable of devouring his abilities, it could not truly kill the star devourer. As long as he was not genuinely obliterated, he could reorganize his energy and resurrect. Thus, years later, the star devourer found himself once more confronting the fairy's power. It was evident that the star devourer did not hold the fairy's power in high regard. The expression on his face conveyed disdain and suffering. The fairy's power. Why has it manifested on Earth? Are you the host of the fairy's power? The planet devourer exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps due to sheer astonishment, the expression on Tenxing's face was now somewhat contorted, resembling that of a human encountering a ghost. Observing Genxing's bewilderment, Luo Bai raised the corners of his mouth. Done. You believe that the shards of the phoenix power pose no threat to you. What about the power of the fairies? As the host of fairy power, I question whether you can withstand its threat. Tenxing opted for silence, for the nature of fairy power was indeed too comprehensive. The existence of such a force left even Tenxing himself perplexed. Why would such a bug-level power manifest within the universe? From the very first encounter with fairy power, Tenxing had felt it ought to be curtailed. What, day after day, was the life court balancing? How could one engage with such a grotesque power without it being diminished? While the universe harbors numerous formidable forces, such as the potent phoenix power, which expanded boundlessly upon becoming the White Phoenix King, this power has its limits. The White Phoenix King epitomizes the pinnacle of phoenix power. Yet, what of fairy power? It is an abyss with no discernible limit. Contemplating this, the planet devourer spoke in a panic. No, it should not exist. It must be sealed. Forever confined. The planet devourer did not conceal his true sentiments. This declaration revealed his profound disdain for fairy power. Simultaneously, he ceased the absorption of energy from Earth and the universe, clearly realizing that any energy he continued to absorb would ultimately serve as sustenance for fairy power. Thus, he relinquished his consumption of Earth. Marking the moment he resolved to abandon his devouring of the planet. He yearned to escape this place of contention swiftly, otherwise, he would face demise once more. Although Luo Bai discerned Tenxing's intentions, the release of fairy power could not merely result in a fleeting encounter. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai expressed regret. I cautioned you. Yet you chose to invade Earth. The matter now transcends your desire to leave. It is a question of whether you can escape. Jialan. As Luo Bai's words resonated, fairy power rapidly expanded, morphing from a size akin to Earth to a gargantuan presence that engulfed half the universe in mere moments. Luo Bai sensed the exhilaration emanating from fairy power, which regarded Xing with an insatiable hunger, akin to a gluttonous lamb. The first action taken by the now magnified fairy power was to envelop Tenxing, commencing the absorption of energy from him. Realizing the intentions of fairy power, Xing immediately retaliated. Luo Bai understood that if a true confrontation ensued between fairy power and Tenxing, Earth would likely be rebooted countless times. Therefore, he swiftly transported the planet devourer into his dark dimension. In this manner, Luo Bai and Tenxing vanished from the sight of the Earth's inhabitants. Witnessing the disappearance of Luo Bai and Tenxing, Stark and others were filled with anxiety. Stark urgently inquired, what just happened? Why have Luo Bai and Tenxing vanished? What was that black entity? Polaris, equally distressed, hastily asked, Your Majesty, where has Master Luo Bai gone? The king, evidently perplexed, could only conjecture. The Supreme Mage may have drawn him into a dimensional space. It is the only way to prevent him from annihilating Earth. Transporting the planet devourer into a dimensional realm? The mirror dimension magic? Stark recognized this spell. However, Luo Bai's actions clearly indicated an intention to confront the planet devourer one-on-one. Realizing this, Stark panicked. Is he truly planning to challenge the god of creation? The king nodded gravely. Given the current circumstances, it seems the Supreme Mage intends just that. Yet, Stark appeared as if he wished to voice further thoughts, but fell silent midway. Though concerned for Luo Bai, he understood his own inability to assist. Moreover, Earth was still not secure. While the planet Devourer was absent, the Danxing emissaries remained. We do not have the luxury of time to deliberate. We must also address these three individuals. Just as Stark pondered, Wanda interjected. Stark nodded in agreement, then stepped forward, addressing the three floating Danxing emissaries. Apologies. But Earth is closed for business today. I suggest you depart swiftly. One of the Danxing emissaries, was not oblivious to Stark's implications. He merely glared at Stark, rebuking. You Earthlings believe you can obstruct us and the planet Devourer. Stark furrowed his brow, responding with utmost seriousness. In comparison to you supreme beings of the cosmos, humanity is indeed feeble. However, that does not grant you the prerogative to trample upon Earth. As Stark's words concluded, yellow circular portals materialized on either side of him. Subsequently, the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, led by Strange, along with the Wakandan army, led by Black Panther, emerged from the portals. Just as these forces arrived on the battlefield, Spider-Man swung in on his web. Following closely were Thor, descending from the skies, along with the army of the dead, Hela from afar, the X-Men led by Professor X, and the Mutant Underground Alliance spearheaded by Polaris. It could be said that every being on Earth endowed with superpowers had gathered for this day. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched numerous agents, including Captain America. Despite the lingering tensions between Stark and Captain America, the gravity of Earth's survival compelled them to momentarily set aside their grievances. Observing the unity among allies for the sake of Earth stirred Stark's emotions. He wished to articulate his feelings, but before he could, two uninvited guests emerged. The arrivals appeared to be Dormammu and the demon Mephisto. This revelation left Stark, who was initially moved, utterly bewildered. Wait, can someone tell me why Dormammu is here? Stark exclaimed, casting a glance at the king. The king, taken aback, shook his head. I am just as perplexed. Why has Mephisto also arrived? Dormammu and Mephisto replied. Can you guess why we have come to Earth? I wonder if we came willingly. Chapter 165. We are not guardians of Earth. The appearance of Dormammu and Mephisto caused a wave of trepidation among the gathered crowd. They were acutely aware that Earth was facing formidable foes. Should these two-dimensional deities choose to sow chaos, Earth might not withstand the onslaught. With this in mind, the king and Strange immediately summoned the Raggadal Ring. While Stark hastily donned his magical armor, everyone fixated their gaze on Mephisto and Dormammu, with Stark demanding, Are you two here to cause trouble as well? Dormammu. Mephisto. The two dark deities fell silent. They exchanged a glance, and Mephisto reluctantly began to explain. To be honest, I am quite tempted to wreak havoc. If the opportunity arose to obliterate Earth, it would be a form of liberation for me. However, unfortunately, I am here to assist. As Mephisto's words fell, Dormammu, with a scowl, echoed, I feel the same. The revelation left Stark and the others utterly dumbfounded. Stark, who had donned his battle armor and was prepared for confrontation, promptly raised his visor. Assistance? Did I hear that correctly? You claim to be here to assist? Stark inquired incredulously. Beside him, Wong was equally bewildered, unable to restrain himself from asking, You actually intend to help Earth? Did I mishear? Aren't you the Dark Gods? Strange quickly chimed in, While I am not entirely certain of the events that have transpired, the tomes of the Kamar-Taj library have chronicled that Dormammu is the sovereign of the Dark Dimension, and it appears you seek to devour Earth. Dormammu's countenance visibly darkened. Meanwhile, Mephisto's fury erupted as he exclaimed, Do you think I wish to aid Earth? If it weren't for the damned pact I forged with that insufferable Sorcerer Supreme to protect it, I would relish its swift annihilation. The notion of a pact with Dr. Strange began to clarify matters. No wonder Strange had uttered that he couldn't afford to lose. It was because he had successfully deceived two Lords of Dimensions. With this realization, Stark's initial apprehension gave way to a smile. You must assist diligently. I shall monitor your every move. Should you dare to slack off, I will not hesitate to inform Strange, Stark jested with a grin. Strange quickly added, Indeed. Let us rally, Guardians of Earth. Dormammu and Mephisto, both utterly exasperated, found themselves at a loss for words. They were, after all, the embodiment of malevolence incarnate. What did it mean to be the Guardians of Earth? The palpable frustration of both Dormammu and Mephisto was unmistakable. Yet, at that moment, Stark and his companions had no time to dwell on their dismay, for the Heralds of Galactus had already initiated their assault. Indeed, Each herald of Galactus was endowed with a formidable boon known as cosmic power. Regardless of their strength prior to becoming heralds, once bestowed with this unparalleled enhancement, they acquired 4 potent abilities: infinite energy, eternal life, absolute defense, and the capacity to exceed the speed of light. This meant that regardless of their previous inadequacies, upon becoming heralds, they could instantaneously evolve into formidable cosmic entities capable of obliterating terrestrial beings. Furthermore, based on each herald's unique growth attributes, they could manifest varied abilities. For instance, Stardust, upon harnessing cosmic energy, transformed into a being of pure energy, appearing as a radiant blue light without a corporeal form, capable of creating dimensional gateways and black holes. Similarly, the Flame Emperor could wield cosmic power in the form of stellar fire, which burned at a temperature akin to that of the sun. As for the Tyrant, he wielded the cosmic axe, capable of cleaving a planet asunder. Despite Stark's reinforcements, without the aid of Dormammu and Mephisto, they would find it exceedingly challenging to vanquish a herald. Lacking a thorough understanding of the herald's capabilities, coupled with Strange's removal of the Planet Eater, the heroes commenced the battle with confidence. Thor, in particular, was brimming with self-assurance, declaring, 3 heralds? I can handle them all by myself. With that proclamation, he swung his Stormbreaker towards the Tyrant. As Thor made the first move, the remaining superheroes launched their assaults against the trio of heralds, initially believing that their collective strength would easily subdue them. However, as the skirmish unfolded, they soon realized the gravity of their miscalculation. As the god of thunder, Thor's prowess was formidable, ranking among the elite on Earth and within the Justice League. He leaped into the sky, channeling the might of thunder and lightning towards the Tyrant. Under normal circumstances, no ordinary being could withstand the full force of Thor's assault. Yet, to Thor's astonishment, the Tyrant appeared unfazed by his lightning attack, boldly countering with the cosmic axe. When the thunderous energy collided with the Tyrant's cosmic force, an immense energy field erupted, causing the very ground to tremble. Thor was sent hurtling away, plummeting to the earth like a shooting star. He had anticipated that such a colossal surge of energy would inflict some damage upon the Tyrant, only to discover upon rising that the Tyrant remained unscathed, while his weapon lay shattered once more. Staring at his broken weapon, Thor was at a loss. How could this happen? He muttered. Just then, Loki emerged from the shadows, lamenting, another one broken. Oh dear brother, you truly are a spendthrift. That Stormbreaker was newly forged, and yet, here we are again. Before Thor could respond, his sister Hela interjected with a smirk. Honestly, there are times I wish I didn't have to claim you as my brother. Thor's face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed that not only was he subjected to Loki's jibes, but now he had to endure the ridicule of 2. His composure was crumbling. Yet, it wasn't just Thor who was faltering. Strange and Wong, leading the mages, found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Initially, they intended to collaborate through magic to restrain one of the heralds, but the reality of the battle revealed their inadequacies. The herald's magical defenses were extraordinarily robust. Most terrifyingly, Stardust had conjured a black hole with her bare hands, which began to consume and absorb everything on Earth. Simultaneously, the Flame Emperor unleashed a torrential rain of fireballs upon the planet. Fortunately, mutants and dimensional deities had joined the fray, providing Earth with some defensive measures against the herald's onslaught. Iceman utilized his powers to combat the Flame Emperor. Polaris leveraged her magnetic abilities to restrain the heralds, while Wanda unleashed her chaos magic. A chaotic melee erupted, plunging the entire planet into turmoil as Earth's superheroes clashed fervently against the 3 heralds. The situation was dire. In stark contrast, the situation within the dimension of Doctor Strange was considerably more favorable. After all, the fairy power was reveling in delight. Chapter 166. Indestructible, truly indestructible. Within the dimension of Doctor Strange, the Planet Eater scrutinized the massive dark entity looming behind Strange, lost in contemplation. He understood that the fairy power would not easily relent. After all, since its inception, the fairy power had only one objective: to consume all the energy in the universe. To others, the Planet Eater might appear as a deity, an exalted being. Yet, in the eyes of the fairy power, he was merely a colossal energy sphere, an energy sphere devoid of physical form, merely a mass of dark energy. The Planet Devourer could clearly perceive the desire emanating from the fairy power. Indeed, before he could even make a move, the fairy power lunged towards him with fervor. To avoid facing death once more, the Planet Devourer commenced a vigorous counterattack. He transformed cosmic energy into cosmic might and unleashed it upon the fairy power. Blue cosmic energy coalesced around him, and with each strike, The planet devourer exerted all his strength. The immense force crashed into the fairy power, shattering it to pieces, along with the dimensional space created by Luo Bai. Such power erupted from the dimension Luo Bai had crafted, reverberating even beyond the universe, into the multiverse. For an ordinary cosmic being, a single blow from the planet devourer would be fatal. However, due to the fairy power having consumed fragments of the phoenix power, which itself possessed formidable resurrection abilities, even a mere fragment's power was of unparalleled caliber. Though the fairy power was shattered, this strike failed to harm its essence. Consequently, the scattered fragments swiftly reassembled, and Luo Bai once again conjured a new dimensional space to draw the planet devourer within. Once everything returned to its original state, the fairy power launched a fierce assault on the planet devourer anew. Observing the fairy power restore itself after he had painstakingly shattered it, the planet devourer was filled with rage. He clenched his fists and attacked the fairy power once more. This time, his strength once again shattered the fairy power, affecting Luo Bai in the process. The planet devourer harnessed cosmic divine power, unleashing a force capable of annihilating an entire singular universe. As he witnessed the fairy power and Luo Bai shatter once again under his might, the planet devourer furrowed his brow. Indeed, in the next moment, the fairy power and Luo Bai reappeared, and he was drawn back into the dimensional space once again. The planet devourer felt utterly exhausted, not just mentally but physically as well. Gazing at the composed and unperturbed Luo Bai standing before him, along with the immense, swirling black energy behind him, the planet devourer felt as though he had fallen into an infinite cycle. He could not kill them. It was utterly impossible. The fairy power before him was even more formidable than when he first encountered it. Undeterred, the planet devourer sought the fairy power's weakness. After all, they had fought previously, and he knew that the fairy power's vulnerability lay within its host. By dismantling the will of the fairy power's host, he believed he could conquer it. Thus, he converted cosmic energy into potent mental force, attempting to exert psychological control over Luo Bai. Yet, by sheer coincidence, the phoenix power, aside from its resurrection capabilities, was also adept in the mastery of mental energy. Furthermore, Luo Bai, being a mage, required immense mental fortitude for his craft, and during this time, he had absorbed considerable energy. Hence, the planet devourer's attempt at mental control proved utterly futile against Luo Bai. Realizing this, the planet devourer was momentarily stunned. He appeared astonished, incredulously murmuring, "How could this be ineffective?" He stared at Luo Bai, who was completely unyielding to his control. At that moment, he could not comprehend how the mental strength of a human from Earth could be so formidable. All he could think was, perfect. The integration was remarkably seamless, far too impeccable. The planet devourer mused. He genuinely marveled at how flawlessly Luo Bai had merged with the fairy power, so perfect that he could not conceive a method to counter it. Moreover, having expended considerable energy previously, the planet devourer now felt an overwhelming hunger. Although the planet devourer and the fairy power were quite similar in certain respects, both felt hunger when deprived of sustenance. The difference was that the fairy power, even when hungry, would experience no diminishment in its abilities. Conversely, the planet devourer would. The more energy he consumed, the weaker his body became. At that moment, having exhausted a significant amount of energy, the planet devourer began to feel faint. His once mighty form diminished several-fold, and his previously vibrant countenance visibly waned. Observing the lively fairy power and Luo Bai, the planet devourer felt utterly despondent. It was simply terrifying. The fairy power could consume, and the phoenix power could resurrect. The combination of these two forces, stacked with buffs, was absurdly formidable. Infuriated, the planet devourer could not help but curse. What on earth are those in the Celestial Assembly doing? Can't they keep an eye on the fairy power? If the Celestial Assembly could monitor the fairy power, he would not have had to encounter it again. Nonetheless, despite his fury, the planet devourer found himself helpless. He was growing increasingly feeble, while the fairy power was becoming ever stronger by absorbing the energy within him. He seemed to have come to terms with his impending fate. And thus, he spoke reluctantly. "You are the most perfect host for the fairy power I have ever encountered. I am hungry. I no longer possess the strength to resist. Though I am unable to kill you or the fairy power, you too cannot kill me." The planet devourer gritted his teeth, fixing an intense gaze upon Luo Bai. While others might not grasp the full weight of the planet devourer's words, Luo Bai understood all too well. "I know, as the creator god, you are not so easily extinguished. Even if I were to allow the fairy power to consume the energy from your being and kill you, you would still revive. I admit, at present, I cannot truly kill you," Luo Bai stated. Upon hearing this, The planet devourer furrowed his brow, replying, "It seems you understand me quite well." Luo Bai nodded. "Indeed. I understand very well. I even know the consequences of killing you. Therefore, I do not intend to slay you, as doing so would hold no significance for me," Luo Bai said with a smile. At this declaration, the planet devourer sensed something amiss. He seemed to have guessed Luo Bai's intentions. Sure enough, the next moment, he heard Luo Bai declare, "You are the cornerstone of the universe. Your existence is crucial for maintaining cosmic stability. Should you perish, the divine symbols would manifest, and the universe would descend into chaos, putting Earth in grave danger. Thus, your survival holds greater significance for me. After all, if you remain alive, I will have another means to absorb energy, wouldn't you agree?" Upon finishing, Luo Bai wore a benevolent smile, but the planet devourer could not muster a smile in return. Chapter 167, Planet Devourer. "I thank you." The planet devourer grasped Luo Bai's intentions. This fellow intended to exploit him to provide the fairy power with a perpetual source of energy. As a deity within the cosmos, the planet devourer was accompanied by a cadre of emissaries. Even if Luo Bai had fortuitously become the host of the fairy power, fundamentally, he was still merely a terrestrial being. If he were to truly supply the fairy power with endless energy, his reputation would be tarnished throughout the multiverse. Contemplating this, the planet devourer's expression darkened. He furrowed his brow, fixing a piercing gaze upon Luo Bai as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Earthling, have you considered the consequences of your actions?" Luo Bai seemingly anticipated his reaction, promptly responding, "Of course, I have considered it. And I am well aware that you would not agree. However, I believe we can engage in a discussion." The planet devourer remained silent, lost in his thoughts. After a brief pause, he appeared to concede, stating, "I can assure you that I will spare Earth. I shall not set foot upon it for the remainder of my life." Had this been uttered by any other being from a distant planet, they would likely have expressed profound gratitude upon hearing such words from the planet devourer. Yet, upon hearing this, Luo Bai could not suppress a frown. After all, the planet devourer was an invader to Earth. He not only sought to invade but also intended to devour the planet and annihilate countless humans and life forms. Most importantly, Luo Bai had previously warned him of this, but he chose to ignore the warning and continued his plans for invasion. The only price he offered was a mere promise of non-invasion. Not only did this statement sound absurd, but in the original narrative, the planet devourer had repeatedly vowed to cease his consumption of Earth, only to ultimately breach that promise. This demonstrated that the assurance he provided was utterly unreliable. Contemplating this, Luo Bai could not help but scoff. "Your words imply that you have bestowed some grand favor upon Earth." The planet devourer, unable to comprehend the sarcasm in Luo Bai's tone, straightforwardly replied, "My decision to forego the consumption of Earth is, in itself, a favor to the planet." With the conversation reaching this point, Luo Bai was disinclined to continue. He darkened his expression and summoned the power of the fairies in his mind. In that instant of command, the fairy power surged forth like a ravenous beast, pouncing upon the planet devourer. The dark energy enveloped the colossal form of the planet devourer at an astonishing speed. Having expended an excessive amount of energy prior, the planet devourer found himself too weakened to resist. He felt his energy depleting and anticipated his impending fate, likely to meet the same demise as before. Consumed entirely by the fairy power, only to be reborn anew. In truth, the planet devourer did not fear death. After all, he had lost count of how many times he had perished since his inception. Given that Luo Bai could never truly kill him, the planet devourer had already adeptly prepared for his resurrection following death. He even taunted Luo Bai, "Earth creature, I offered you a choice, but you failed to cherish it. Do you truly believe you can continue to absorb my energy? I am merely defeated by hunger at this moment. Once I regain my strength, do you truly think you can vanquish me? Earth, I shall return. I shall not die," he proclaimed angrily. After uttering these bold words, the planet devourer closed his eyes, awaiting rebirth. However, little did he expect that Luo Bai, the cunning strategist, would defy the unwritten rules of combat. Just as the fairy power was on the verge of draining his energy, leaving only a sliver behind, Luo Bai abruptly retracted the fairy power. The planet devourer was left in utter disbelief. Why have you stopped?" He could not help but inquire. He was so close to death, yet Luo Bai chose to halt the fairy power? The planet devourer found this incomprehensible and sought clarification. In the midst of his confusion, Luo Bai suddenly smiled and stated, "I previously mentioned that killing you holds no significance for me. Your existence carries far greater meaning." The planet devourer was taken aback. To be honest, upon hearing these words from Luo Bai, the planet devourer felt an urge to curse. He had assumed Luo Bai intended to drain him of all his energy. only to return after his resurrection for further consumption. Never did he expect Luo Bai to leave him with a breath of life. Essentially, the planet devourer's sensation of hunger bore a striking resemblance to that of the fairy power. While both were in a state of insatiability, the distinction between a 7/10 hunger and a 3/10 hunger was palpable. Initially, the planet devourer did not feel the pangs of hunger so acutely. He could sustain himself by consuming uninhabited planets. However, as time passed, the intervals between his energy needs shortened, and the quantities required grew increasingly substantial. Thus, he resorted to devouring planets with residents to sustain his life, as inhabited planets possessed greater energy. Yet should the planet devourer die and subsequently revive, his bodily functions would reset to zero, effectively prolonging his survival. Yet now, Luo Bai had chosen not to eliminate him, but instead granted him a breath of life. What did this imply? It meant that when the planet devourer next descended upon Earth, he might only possess a 3/10 hunger. After being ravaged by the fairy power, his hunger had escalated to 9/10, placing him on the brink of starvation. The most exasperating part was that, despite his overwhelming hunger, he would not succumb to death. Instead, he would endure relentless torment from his hunger. This sensation was far worse than simply dying. Experiencing a single death would at least be a release, while now, he was subjected to the utmost agony. As the intensity of his hunger grew within, the planet devourer's visage contorted in distress. He muttered incessantly, "I am so hungry. I must eat something. I am so hungry." Visibly, he appeared emaciated, having lost significant weight. Observing his plight, Luo Bai chuckled softly and replied, "Although you invaded Earth and sought its destruction, as a supreme mage, I have decided, out of humanitarianism, to leave you a path to survival. However, I do not intend to forgive you. I shall return to absorb your energy in due course." The planet devourer, if not for his limited vocabulary, might have unleashed a torrent of curses. Humanitarianism? A path to survival? Thank you. Your benevolence is truly overwhelming. At this moment, the planet devourer was seething with rage, glaring at Luo Bai with eyes that seemed to harbor a desire to devour both him and the Earth. Yet, despite his fury, the planet devourer was powerless against Luo Bai and Earth. After all, he was currently tormented by hunger and desperately needed energy. Thus, the planet devourer could only threaten in a fit of rage, "I will not spare you or Earth." In truth, Luo Bai was not afraid of the planet devourer's threats. However, if the planet devourer continued to fixate on Earth, it would likely lead to considerable trouble for the planet. Ultimately, Earth was merely a planet. Its capacity to withstand such forces was limited, and the inhabitants lacked the means to defend against the planet devourer's abilities. Contemplating this, Luo Bai deemed it necessary to placate the planet devourer. He remarked, "In fact, I believe you should seriously consider my proposal. Being a power source is quite advantageous. We are all civilized beings. There is no need to escalate our relationship to such a hostile level. I understand that you harbor some misconceptions about humanity. You perceive us as weak. In truth, humanity on Earth is not as feeble as one might presume. After all, what distinguishes Earth from other celestial beings is that humans have a penchant for bending the odds in their favor. For instance, I have consistently operated under a fortunate charm, aptly named Fortune's Favor." As Luo Bai spoke, he effortlessly conjured an object from thin air with a mere flick of his thought. In the blink of an eye, a lighter appeared in his hand. Upon catching sight of this lighter, the gaze of the planet devourer softened remarkably. Chapter 168, The Volunteer Association. Previously, the planet devourer's demeanor towards Luo Bai had been one of ire. After all, Luo Bai, as a seemingly insignificant Earth dweller, had persistently provoked him, a being of divine stature. However, upon the manifestation of the lighter through Luo Bai's telekinetic prowess, the planet devourer's temper had notably calmed. Not only was he no longer irate, but his look towards Luo Bai had also softened considerably. Noticing the change in the planet devourer's demeanor, Luo Bai, while toying with the lighter, inquired, "Now, can we engage in a proper dialogue?" After a prolonged silence, the planet devourer finally responded, "Indeed, we can." With that, a strained smile stretched across his face, a rather unappealing sight, to be honest. Nonetheless, Luo Bai remained unfazed and continued, "You arrived on Earth unannounced, accompanied by your minions, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. I believe you owe Earth an explanation. As its guardian, I intend to draw upon some of your energy to fortify our planet. Surely, this is not an unreasonable request." Had this exchange occurred earlier, the planet devourer would likely have erupted in fury. Yet now, he appeared remarkably composed. While he gazed at the lighter in Luo Bai's grasp, he chuckled and replied, "I must concede that your proposition bears merit, yet I require energy." Observing Luo Bai's slight frown, which hinted at his displeasure. The planet devourer continued. You have just uttered a divine incantation, which suggests you understand why I voraciously consume planets throughout the cosmos. Before he could finish, Luo Bai interjected, I know. For you are the key to the sealed divine sigil. Should you meet your demise, the sigil will manifest. This sigil embodies destruction, its purpose being to usher the multiverse into annihilation. The reason it has yet to appear is simply that you remain alive. Am I correct? Indeed, affirmed the planet devourer, acknowledging Luo Bai's assessment. However, Luo Bai was not convinced by the rationale provided. Thus, he turned his attention to the lighter in his hand and countered. But I recall that this object possesses the capability to obliterate the divine sigil. You have no comprehension of what you hold. Do you truly believe you can wield it? The planet devourer challenged. Luo Bai chuckled nonchalantly. Is that so? Is it truly that difficult to use? Shall I test it on you now to see if I can operate it properly? With that, he waved the lighter before the planet devourer. The mere motion caused the planet devourer's heart to skip a beat. Fearful that Luo Bai might inadvertently trigger the lighter, he hastily admonished, this is no mere toy. Do not fidget with it. As soon as he uttered those words, Luo Bai, with a hint of exasperation, retorted, Didn't you just assert that I couldn't use it? Why are you suddenly afraid? The planet devourer fell silent. Another lengthy pause ensued. Watching Luo Bai toy with the lighter, the planet devourer experienced an unprecedented sense of anxiety. He understood that Luo Bai's display of the lighter was a veiled threat. In truth, the planet devourer despised the feeling of being coerced. Yet, disliking it did little to change the reality. After all, the object in Luo Bai's possession was not merely a lighter. It was, in fact, his very life. The Marvel Universe is never short of artifacts, but few truly rank among the most formidable. The Infinity Stones could be considered one. Though they do not represent the pinnacle of power, the ultimate nullifier supersedes its might. In reality, the ultimate nullifier is seldom seen. Compared to the widely recognized Infinity Stones, the ultimate nullifier remains largely unknown to humanity within the singular universe. However, Luo Bai, well versed in the narrative, possessed an intimate understanding of it. He was acutely aware that the artifact the planet devourer feared most was the ultimate nullifier, for it had the capacity to erase him entirely. Luo Bai was not entirely sure how the ultimate nullifier was created, but he was certain that it had always been housed within the planet devourer's spacecraft. Given its resemblance to a metallic lighter, Luo Bai affectionately referred to it as a lighter. The function of the ultimate nullifier is not overly complex. It does not manipulate time, control souls, or alter reality like the Infinity Stones, yet its power remains formidable. Its sole purpose is annihilation, erasing everything within the multiverse, including its very existence, and the planet devourer is no exception. In the original narrative, the ultimate nullifier had previously obliterated the planet devourer. Thus it is no exaggeration to assert that it is his natural bane. Of course, although the ultimate nullifier is powerful, it is not without its limitations. Its efficacy is solely determined by the strength of its wielder. In simpler terms, the greater the power of the user, the more formidable the artifact becomes. Additionally, the wielder's mindset and willpower play a crucial role. If a powerless human were to acquire it, it could very well turn into a mere lighter, potentially backfiring. However, Luo Bai's possession of it changes the equation entirely. Not only does Luo Bai possess considerable strength, but his extraordinary luck would undoubtedly suffice to wield it for the purpose of annihilating the entire multiverse. Nevertheless, Luo Bai harbored little interest in such destruction. His primary aim in acquiring the ultimate nullifier was to instill fear in the planet devourer. After all, the planet devourer, who feared nothing and no one, was particularly wary of hunger and the ultimate nullifier. As anticipated, the planet devourer's demeanor significantly improved upon witnessing the ultimate nullifier. He readily acquiesced to the notion of providing energy, stating, if it simply involves supplying energy to the fairy's power, I can agree to that. However, could you refrain from toying with the ultimate nullifier? Upon receiving his consent, Luo Bai smiled with relief. It would have been splendid had you agreed sooner. But it is not too late now. Welcome to the Volunteer Association, Planet Devourer. With that, Luo Bai produced a magical contract and presented it to him. The planet devourer furrowed his brow as he accepted the contract, soon reading its contents. I, Galen, known as the planet devourer, voluntarily pledge that I shall never invade Earth again during my lifetime, and I shall provide cosmic energy to establish a friendly and equitable cooperative relationship with Luo Bai. Together, we shall strive to protect Earth and the multiverse, sealing the divine sigil. After reading, the planet devourer remained silent. He did not hastily sign the contract. Instead, he posed a question he had long wished to ask. How did you discover the ultimate nullifier? Logically, Luo Bai, as a mere human, should not possess knowledge of the location where the ultimate nullifier was kept. How could he possibly know where it was stored? Yet, Luo Bai had procured the ultimate nullifier with remarkable ease, which undeniably raised suspicions. Unless someone is assisting the planet devourer, there lingers a doubt. However, Luo Bai unexpectedly provided an answer that left him utterly astonished. Oh, that? I merely guessed a location, and lo and behold, it was precisely there, and I acquired it. Chapter 169, Anti-Divine Battle Armor, Celestial Team. Luo Bai spoke nonchalantly, despite the calmness etched upon his visage and the detached tone of his words. His statement profoundly shocked the planet devourer. He managed to obtain the ultimate eraser merely by chance? The planet devourer furrowed his brow, his expression clearly conveying disbelief. Do you think me a fool? As a human from Earth, Luo Bai had never set foot on his ship. How could he possibly guess where the ultimate eraser was concealed? Contemplating this, the planet devourer couldn't help but scoff. If you don't wish to disclose, then so be it. Witnessing his demeanor, Luo Bai merely smiled and remained silent. After all, his skepticism was entirely reasonable. Who possesses such extraordinary luck? Nevertheless, it must be said that the ultimate eraser was not particularly difficult to procure. Although it had been in the possession of the planet devourer for ages and seldom utilized, it was not unheard of for others in the Marvel Universe to acquire it. The likes of Mr. Fantastic had once obtained the ultimate eraser and even managed to slay the planet devourer utilizing it. This incident clearly indicated that the item was not preserved with great care. For someone as fortuitous as Luo Bai, acquiring it was rather effortless. Seemingly aware of his waning influence, the planet devourer, still clutching the weapon that threatened him, ultimately signed the agreement Luo Bai had presented, though it was evident from the planet devourer's countenance that his compliance was reluctant, likely an attempt to delay Luo Bai. However, for Luo Bai, a signed agreement signified partnership. With this thought, he accepted the contract, neatly stowed it away, and addressed the planet devourer. Given your apparent sincerity, I shall overlook your invasion of Earth this time. I hope for a fruitful collaboration in the future and trust that you will harbor no further designs against Earth. Upon finishing, Luo Bai waved the ultimate eraser before the planet devourer, eliciting a pallor from him. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "So, may I leave now? I am famished." Of course, Luo Bai nodded, subsequently dissolving the mirror space. The planet devourer, ravenous to the point of discomfort, wished for nothing more than to depart without further ado. Thus, the moment Luo Bai uttered his consent, the planet devourer vanished. Meanwhile, the Star Eaters engaged in combat against the superpowered beings on Earth received the call of the planet devourer and departed alongside him. At last, tranquility returned. Upon emerging from the dimensional space, Luo Bai observed that Earth had become a scene of devastation. Stark, Polaris, and Wanda appeared thoroughly exhausted. The group, having noticed Luo Bai's arrival, hurried towards him. Stark was the first to inquire with palpable concern, what transpired. It was evident from Stark's tone and expression that he was quite anxious. Not only him, but every superhero present seemed equally tense. In light of their demeanor, Luo Bai chuckled softly to reassure them. Fear not, the planet devourer has departed. He assured me he would not invade Earth again. Upon hearing this, Stark finally relaxed. Appearing fatigued and gravely injured, collapsing to the ground as he muttered, "That's a relief indeed." They were terrifying, utterly terrifying. To prevent the formidable energy unleashed by the planet devourer from annihilating Earth, Luo Bai had previously confined him within the dimensional space. Thus he was unaware of the specific events that had transpired outside. However, judging by Stark's expression and the wreckage of his armor, it was clear that the battle had been ferocious. Before Luo Bai could inquire further, nearby Peter Parker, the young Spider-Man, could no longer contain his eagerness. "Supreme Sorcerer, you may not be aware, but those individuals were truly terrifying. There were only 3 of them, yet their power was unfathomable. They could create black holes on Earth. We have done our utmost to protect it, and without the assistance of the mutants, we would have surely failed. Oh, and there's also the Fantastic Four and Ms. Marvel. If not for their help, I dread to think what might have occurred. I am so relieved you triumphed over the planet devourer. I was genuinely worried about you." As Peter rambled on, Luo Bai would have previously thought him quite talkative. Yet now, reflecting on it, he was simply a student thrust into confrontation with such formidable foes, which was entirely understandable. Observing the wounds and dried blood on young Spider-Man's face, Luo Bai interrupted, "You're injured. Are you all right?" Peter hesitated for a moment before replying softly, "I'm fine, Mr. Luo Bai, but Earth is in trouble." Peter's gaze drifted toward the distance. Understanding his concerns, Luo Bai reassured him, "Earth will be all right." With that, Luo Bai cast a reality-altering spell. as crimson energy emanated from his being, enveloping the entirety of Earth. The buildings ravaged by war began to restore, and those innocently harmed by the conflict reopened their eyes, returning everything to its pre-battle state. Upon witnessing Earth's restoration, which had previously suffered significant destruction, Stark's eyes rekindled with hope. He was not surprised by how Luo Bai accomplished this. Rather, he expressed his joy. Luo Bai, how wonderful it is to have you safeguarding Earth. Luo Bai smiled gently, responding, it is my duty. After all, I am the guardian of Earth. Stark shrugged, a hint of resignation in his voice. Luo Bai, I finally comprehend why you urged me to enhance my battle armor. I admit my abilities are lacking. It is time for me to upgrade my armor. I have a new goal. Intrigued, Luo Bai asked, what goal? Stark's gaze became resolute. I have decided to create the anti-divine battle armor. Anti-divine battle armor? Splendid. This truly aligns with Stark's character, fighting against the divine. Luo Bai immediately expressed his support. You know I back any decision you make, Stark. I eagerly anticipate your anti-divine battle armor. I shall create it. I will, Stark proclaimed, visibly affected by the battle's impact. After his declaration, he hastily departed without engaging in further conversation with Luo Bai. No sooner had Stark left than a lady approached to greet him. You are Luo Bai, the Supreme Sorcerer of Earth? Luo Bai turned to face her, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the woman. Are you Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers? Luo Bai inquired. The lady appeared somewhat taken aback, smiling as she responded, You know me? At this moment, Luo Bai finally confirmed that the lady before him was indeed Captain Marvel. I've heard tales of your unwavering guardianship over the entire universe. It is truly a surprise to encounter you here, Luo Bai remarked. Before Captain Marvel could respond, he continued, I am quite curious as to why you have manifested here. In the narrative, Captain Marvel's appearance is prompted by a message from Nick Fury. However, wasn't Nick Fury exiled by him? Why, then, has Captain Marvel arrived? Just as he pondered, Captain Marvel spoke. A powerful energy signal has emanated from Earth, one that resonates throughout almost the entire cosmos. I sensed this energy and thus hastened my arrival. I never anticipated that Earth would be confronted by such formidable adversaries. Energy. Luo Bai understood. It was likely a consequence of his earlier confrontation with the Devourer of Worlds, resulting in energy waves that traversed the cosmos. He had anticipated such a scenario. Considering that the opponent was a planet eater, a true conflict would indeed be cataclysmic. It was entirely reasonable for the universe to register these energy fluctuations. However, if the Celestial Assembly detected the presence of fairy power, Earth would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As he contemplated this, a sudden surge of potent energy waves surged forth. This wave emanated from the cosmos, its precise origin eluding even Luo Bai's senses. It resembled a sound from the depths of the universe, an unfamiliar tone, or perhaps a language altogether. Yet, thanks to the translation abilities inherent to fairy power, it could render any cosmic language into words comprehensible to Luo Bai. After translation, he grasped the essence of the energy wave's message. Monitoring the location of fairy power, the Celestial Assembly is en route. Mission objective, Earth. Dispatch team, Squad 5. Target conclusion, reconstruct Earth, eliminate fairy power. Upon grasping the meaning of the energy wave, Luo Bai furrowed his brow. As anticipated, the inevitable had arrived. Chapter 170. The Most Miserable Celestial Monarch. In truth, Luo Bai had never intended to conceal the existence of his fairy power. After all, the Celestial Assembly had long pursued it. Such a secret was destined to be uncovered sooner or later. However, a delayed discovery could still be advantageous. Not only could he further develop his abilities, but he might also acquire additional artifacts, such as the Ultimate Eraser. Luo Bai was well aware of the Ultimate Eraser's existence, but had refrained from hastily claiming it due to its unique nature, which diverged from that of other artifacts. Its wielder's combat prowess must be formidable, alongside the requisite strength of spirit and will. Now seemed the perfect moment to wield it. With the Celestial Assembly approaching, testing the Ultimate Eraser's might against them would be worthwhile. However, relying solely on the Ultimate Eraser to vanquish the entirety of the Celestial Assembly would be a daunting task. After all, the Celestial Assembly was not as feeble as one might imagine. They bore the moniker of the Cosmic Celestial Assembly for a reason. They were not merely a singular entity or a solitary being within the universe, but rather a conglomeration of countless colossal and powerful cosmic abstractions. The exact number of Celestials is unknown, as their full roster has never been revealed within the narrative. Currently, 256 are documented, with the weakest among them possessing capabilities that reach the level of a singular universe. They resemble an army, but more accurately, they are among the earliest life forms to emerge within the cosmos. Their existence defies the comprehension of human civilization. Their purpose is to maintain the balance and flow of energy throughout the universe, preventing it from succumbing to heat death. They create and uphold all cosmic entities, including facilitating the evolution of sentient life. It is precisely due to this duty that they have relentlessly undertaken demolition across the multiverse. Wherever they perceive life forms to be overly feeble, they initiate dismantling efforts. In fact, Earth has been targeted by the Celestial Assembly before. During Earth's primitive era, the Assembly first descended upon the planet and conducted genetic tests on early humans. Their actions provoked the ire of Earth's deities, leading to a counteroffensive spearheaded by the likes of Odin. Ultimately, the Celestial Assembly emerged victorious, although the outcome was ultimately favorable, with the Celestials departing. Leaving Earth intact, it left a scar on Odin's psyche. In his earlier fervor, Odin aspired to dominate the entire universe. Yet that confrontation with the Celestial Assembly tempered his ambitions. Not only Odin, but even the fairy power had suffered greatly at the hands of the Celestial Assembly. It is worth noting that fairy power, as a force capable of infinite growth, possesses a terrifying upper limit. Under optimal conditions, it could evolve into the most formidable power in the universe. Initially, buoyed by its self-awareness, fairy power grew exceedingly arrogant, controlling its previous host to indulge excessively across the cosmos. Inevitably, the Celestial Assembly took notice. Fairy power and the Celestial Assembly engaged in an arduous battle, ultimately resulting in fairy power's defeat and subsequent confinement for study, while the specifics of its eventual escape remain unclear. Upon learning that the Celestial Assembly had set its sights on Luo Bai, fairy power expressed evident concern. At this moment, it began to voice its grievances within Luo Bai's mind. Not them again. They are truly bothersome. Hearing fairy power's lamentation elicited a chuckle from Luo Bai. He promptly inquired within his mind, "Are you afraid?" Fairy power retorted, "It's not fear, it's exasperation. They are like an unending tide, with one squad falling only for another to take its place. I once faced 5 squads sent to capture me, each more formidable than the last." Fairy power's words held merit. The sheer number of Celestials was overwhelming, each imbued with tremendous strength. Some Celestials were even impervious to the effects of infinite origin stones and the ultimate eraser. Although Luo Bai was favored by fate, one cannot solely rely on luck. To fully overcome these Celestials, he would need a more assured strategy. It seemed imperative to prioritize his evolution into the White Phoenix King. In light of this realization, Luo Bai couldn't help but murmur softly, "It appears I must embark on a journey." As soon as the words left his lips, Captain Marvel's voice resonated in his ear. "What journey are you speaking of?" It was only then that Luo Bai recalled he had been engaged in conversation with Captain Marvel, which had been interrupted by the Celestial Assembly's declaration of war. Regaining his composure, he replied nonchalantly, "Nothing of consequence." "Carol, did you seek me for a specific reason?" Barely had he finished speaking when he heard Captain Marvel inquire, "I merely wished to ask about Nick Fury. Was it you who cast him into the cosmos?" Nick Fury? At that moment, Luo Bai remembered that Captain Marvel seemed to share a close bond with Nick Fury, making her inquiry quite reasonable. However, how did she know he had exiled Nick Fury? Could it be that after his banishment, Nick Fury immediately sought out Captain Marvel? As this thought crossed his mind, Loki White smiled and probed, "It seems Nick Fury turned to you after I exiled him." Captain Marvel did not deny it, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed. He approached me, stating that his situation was perilous, and thus I rescued him. I was curious as to why he found himself in the cosmos, and he claimed it was due to your exile. So, after you saved him, you arranged for him to join SWORD? Loki White inquired. Captain Marvel paused, and after a moment, she nodded. "Yes, I did arrange for him to join SWORD. I simply do not comprehend why. As the Supreme Sorcerer, you would impose difficulties upon Nick Fury, a mere mortal." "Difficulties?" Loki White furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to respond, Thor interjected. "The Supreme Sorcerer is the protector of Earth, my mentor. I do not advise you to speak to him in such a manner. Remember, he single-handedly confronted the Devourer of Worlds." As Thor spoke, he approached Loki White. No sooner had he finished than Loki chimed in. "How rude of you, woman. How can you address the Supreme Sorcerer in such a way?" The two of them harmoniously approached Loki White, with Hela trailing behind. Although she had not spoken a word, her gaze towards Captain Marvel was rife with hostility. Upon reaching Loki White's side, Hela suddenly inquired, "Would you like me to assist you in eliminating her? I find her quite displeasing." Loki White, though amused, did not engage with Captain Marvel's plea. Instead, turning to Thor and the others with genuine curiosity, "Honestly, I'm quite surprised. Hela, you are willing to coexist peacefully with Thor and Loki?" As soon as he spoke, Thor scoffed. Peaceful? Not in the slightest. Loki White, you have no idea. I can barely endure my time in Asgard. Initially, I only had to deal with Loki. But now that Loki is allied with my sister Hela, I feel my reign as king is in jeopardy. I finally understand why my father appointed you as my mentor. Do you have some time? Perhaps you could stay in Asgard for a while? I believe I need you, Loki White. Thor's eyes revealed his deep sense of helplessness. Yet, considering Loki's nature, always currying favor with the powerful, Hela was undoubtedly aligned with Loki against Thor. As such, Thor found himself isolated in Asgard, truly facing a difficult ordeal. It is not an exaggeration to say he might be the most unfortunate king in history. Just as he pondered this, Hela casually interjected, Thor, my dear brother. You must understand, had it not been for the agreement I signed with Loki White, I would never have allowed you to ascend as king. In my eyes, you have never been a worthy king. Loki, without holding back, chimed in, that is a valid point. Without your hammer, you are powerless, my dear brother. Thor fell silent, gazing at Loki White with resignation. You see, this is the life I lead in Asgard. I hope you can assist me, Loki White. While Loki White felt sympathy for Thor, he nonetheless replied, Thor, these trials are essential for you to become a worthy king. Keep pushing forward. Thor remained silent once more. Although it was evident he felt exasperated, it was reassuring to note that their earlier banter had merely been in jest. Hela did not appear to have any genuine intent to harm Thor. Thus, Thor chose to shift the conversation. All right, back to the matter at hand. Loki White, has that so-called devourer of worlds departed from Earth? Surely he will not return, correct? Upon addressing this issue, Loki White's expression turned grave. As it stands, the devourer of worlds is unlikely to return. However, a more troublesome presence approaches. The celestial host will soon descend upon Earth. The celestial host? Thor furrowed his brow, evidently puzzled. What is the celestial host? Loki White contemplated for a moment before explaining. You may perceive them as a powerful race within the universe, having set their sights on both myself and Earth. A powerful race? How powerful? Are they mightier than Asgard? When Tony first approached me, he warned that the devourer of worlds intended to annihilate Earth. His words were quite alarming. Yet in the end, did we not drive the devourer away? Thor remarked dismissively. As soon as he finished, both Loki and Hela simultaneously mocked him. My dear brother, have you forgotten that it was Loki White who drove the devourer away? Loki quickly reminded him. Thor waved his hand, responding optimistically. That is inconsequential. What matters is that we emerged victorious. Loki shook his head, responding earnestly, no? It is quite significant. I recall you being thoroughly thrashed by the devourer. Your newly forged weapon was destroyed. Thor fell silent. Upon mentioning the incident, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on his face. Though somewhat humiliating, he had to admit Loki was right. The devourer was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. When he first arrived, Thor had been quite elated, thinking he would finally have the chance to prove his might in a fierce battle, only to discover the devourer was astonishingly powerful. Merely 4 individuals nearly obliterated Earth's superheroes. Reflecting on this, Thor awkwardly conceded. All right, I admit those 4 were quite formidable. But Earth still has Loki White, so there should be no cause for concern, right? He glanced at Loki White. Had it been earlier, Loki White would have confidently assured him there was nothing to worry about. But considering the vast number of Celestials, and some members whom even Loki White himself was unfamiliar with, he refrained from offering a definitive answer. Instead, he replied candidly. The celestial host comprises numerous members. Even your father was once thoroughly defeated by them. I can only do my utmost, but I cannot guarantee victory over their kind. Thor's eyes widened in surprise. My father fought against the celestial host? He inquired incredulously. Hela and Loki, too, seemed taken aback, their gazes fixated on Loki White. Sensing their confusion, Loki White recounted the truth of the past. As far as I know, it transpired thus. Your father, Odin, the All-Father, was exceedingly arrogant in his youth. At that time, the universe was rather unstable. Your father, Odin, sought to dominate the 9 realms and conquer the cosmos. Due to his prowess in battle, and with Hela's assistance, he achieved partial success in unifying the 9 realms. Just as he intended to continue his conquests in the cosmos, the celestial host descended upon Earth. At that time, Odin was the king of the gods, the father of Earth. Given Odin's temperament, the arrival of the celestial host must have felt like an invasion to him. Consequently, Odin engaged the members of the celestial host in battle, ultimately yielding to their might, which led him to counsel Hela to abandon her aspirations of cosmic conquest. Loki White elucidated. Upon hearing this, Hela's expression turned one of astonishment. Her eyes narrowed, and her brow furrowed deeply. She seemed to ponder whether such a battle had truly existed in the past, yet after much contemplation, Hela could not recall any details regarding the Celestial Assembly. In her profound curiosity, she could not help but inquire. Why can't I remember Asgard ever confronting the Celestial Assembly? Luo Bai chuckled softly and replied, of course you don't remember. For Odin did not involve you in that battle. It is fortunate he did not, for given your abilities, survival in that conflict would have been exceedingly challenging. Challenging to survive? Upon hearing those words, the proud Hela huffed in displeasure. You underestimate me far too much. Luo Bai shook his head, asserting earnestly, it is not underestimation. It is merely the truth. However, he never spoke to me about the Celestial Assembly either, Hela continued. Just as her words fell, Luo Bai could not suppress a laugh and responded, Hela, you are well aware of your father's nature. He would hardly admit to being defeated. Your father values his pride too much. You know how arrogant he was in his youth. Had there not been some intervening circumstance, how could he possibly have relinquished his ambition to conquer the cosmos? Luo Bai elaborated, although Hela remained silent thereafter. The seriousness etched upon her face revealed her curiosity regarding the Celestial Assembly. Despite her disdain for Odin's actions, she could not deny Odin's formidable strength. In his youth, Odin was undeniably terrifyingly powerful. The fact that Odin had been soundly defeated by the Celestial Assembly, leading to a drastic change in his character, astonished Hela. Contemplating this, she could not help but ask, so he did not betray me, but rather fell victim to an assault from the supreme race of the cosmos? In a manner of speaking, yes. His imprisonment of you was, in fact, a protective measure. He wished to shield you from the Celestial Assembly, but now, with their impending arrival on Earth, humanity cannot evade their fate. As one of the 9 realms, neither Asgard can escape this destiny, Luo Bai explained. Hela chose not to further discuss Odin, and her expression offered no insight into her current sentiments towards him. She fell into a prolonged silence before slowly articulating. I eagerly anticipate their arrival. I wish to witness just how formidable these beings truly are. With that, Hela returned to Asgard with her army. It was evident that her emotions were quite complex at that moment. She likely sought solitude or intended to investigate Asgard's records concerning the Celestial Assembly. As soon as Hela departed, Thor could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, the Celestial Assembly sounds remarkably powerful. My father was defeated by them. It seems I must hasten to reinforce my weaponry, for I too wish to discover the extent of their might. Upon hearing Thor's words, Luo Bai suddenly recalled something. He turned to Thor and asked, by the way, Thor, I remember your hammer was destroyed by Hela, correct? Thor nodded, yes. After my hammer was destroyed, I sought the king of the dwarves to forge me another weapon, the Stormbreaker. Another weapon? Observing Thor's empty hands, Luo Bai inquired, where is the axe? Mentioning this, Thor appeared somewhat disheartened. He shrugged and lamented, it's gone. It was destroyed by the Devourer of Worlds. Luo Bai recalled that Thor's Stormbreaker was exceptionally powerful, forged from the core of a neutron star. Under normal circumstances, it should be quite resilient. However, considering the Devourer of Worlds wielded the power of planetary consumption, universal energy, his weaponry must also have been imbued with cosmic strength, rivaling that of the Stormbreaker. Were these two forces to collide, given Thor's current abilities, it was plausible that the Stormbreaker could indeed be obliterated. Despite the jest that Thor was the god of hammers, it seemed he could not function without his weapon. Pondering this, Luo Bai inquired, do you still have the remnants of your axe and hammer? Thor nodded affirmatively, of course. As he spoke, he produced the fragments of both the hammer and axe. The moment Thor displayed them, Luo Bai utilized his reality-altering powers to restore both Mjolnir and the Stormbreaker. Overjoyed to reclaim his weapons, Thor exclaimed, my brother. Luo Bai, I adore you. He joyously shouted, then picked up both of his weapons. In his exuberance, he even planted a kiss on each weapon. Witnessing this, Luo Bai could not help but jest. Thor, I understand you require your weapons to unleash your godly power. However, I hope you remember that you are the god of thunder, not merely the god of hammers or axes. Thus, you ought to train yourself. I know. I will. I promise you, brother, Thor replied excitedly. Although he agreed, Luo Bai could tell that Thor did not genuinely take it to heart. It was worth noting that Thor's lack of growth was partly attributed to Luo Bai. In the original narrative, Thor's first significant growth in power occurred during Hela's emergence. However, due to Luo Bai's swift intervention in dealing with Hela, Thor missed out on that crucial developmental experience. With the Celestial Assembly's impending arrival, Luo Bai was uncertain whether he could manage alone. As the king of Asgard, it was indeed time for Thor to mature. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai turned to Loki and said, Loki, there is something I wish to entrust to you. What is it? Loki immediately inquired. Luo Bai said nothing initially, but gazed at the triumphantly oblivious Thor. After a moment, he slowly continued, the earth is currently in a state of unrest. and conflict may erupt at any moment. As Thor is the king, he must oversee the safety of the 9 realms, yet his strength remains woefully inadequate. I believe he should undergo growth. This sentiment struck a chord with Loki, who promptly nodded in agreement. I share the same belief. Therefore, I need you to speak with Hela and encourage her to properly train her brother. What I mean is, as long as he can survive, let him endure the harshest trials. Luo Bai stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Loki's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he readily agreed. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. Loki declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Meanwhile, Thor remained blissfully unaware of the discussion unfolding between Loki and Luo Bai as he reveled in the joy of reclaiming his weapons. When he returned to Asgard, he soon realized that the times had changed. He had arrived in a jubilant mood, but upon his return, Hela, accompanied by her army, intercepted him. Before Thor could even inquire about the situation, his sister Hela unleashed a barrage of blows upon him, promptly confiscating his weapons. This relentless beating persisted for an entire month. Thor was utterly bewildered. He was the king. Why must he endure such torment? Chapter 172, The Academy of Dark Magic. Upon returning to Asgard, Thor's already arduous life became even more challenging. Just after Hela had dealt him a punishing blow, Loki appeared to mock him. The torment of his spirit combined with the agony of his body finally pushed Thor to his breaking point. He stormed off, fueled by a month's worth of pent-up rage. Seeking a duel with Hela, in the end, he was swatted off the Rainbow Bridge and plunged into Sakaar, commencing his trials. Meanwhile, Luo Bai remained on Earth, assisting the superheroes with their inquiries and dilemmas. After enduring battles against the Planet Devourer and the Star Eater, the superheroes of Earth came to realize their inadequacies, with the majority yearning for greater strength. At this moment, within the sanctum of Kamar Taj, Dr. Strange sat across from the Ancient One, his face aglow with reverence as he spoke. Supreme Sorcerer, I wish to learn something different. The Ancient One smiled gently and inquired, what do you wish to learn? After a moment of contemplation, Strange revealed his true desire. Since I became the guardian of the New York Sanctum, I have been engrossed in studying Kamar Taj's magic. I have perused nearly all of Kamar Taj's tomes, yet I have discovered that many spells you have wielded remain undocumented. Thus, I implore you to impart to me some new magics. His words were earnest, imbued with a fervent longing for knowledge and power. Were it another sorcerer expressing such a sentiment, the Ancient One might have suggested a more diligent study of the existing texts. However, Strange's request piqued his interest in a different manner. Reflecting on this, the Ancient One asked, what type of magic do you wish to learn? Or rather, what category of magic do you aspire to master? Strange had already contemplated his desires and responded without hesitation. I wish to learn offensive magic. Kamar Taj's magic primarily stems from the lineage of Vishani, focusing predominantly on defense. I feel I have acquired ample defensive spells. I seek the thrill of battle. I wish to study dark magic. At this declaration, Strange faltered, realizing he had misspoken. He quickly clarified, Supreme Sorcerer, I mean no offense. He struggled to explain further, but the Ancient One interjected, you need not elucidate further. I comprehend your intentions. With that, he summoned a tome with his mind and handed it to Strange. Silently perplexed, Strange accepted the book and opened it, reading aloud. Fortunate one, upon acquiring this tome, congratulations. You are about to gain unparalleled power, for this book is titled The Dark Grimoire. Strange was unaware of what the Dark Grimoire entailed, yet he sensed that it was unlike any other text he had encountered. What manner of book is this? He queried. The Dark Grimoire. A tome chronicling all forms of dark magic, the Ancient One replied. Though his tone was calm, astonishment washed over Strange's face. He had not anticipated that the Ancient One would offer him such a tome of dark magic. After a brief hesitation, he exclaimed, I am quite taken aback, Supreme Sorcerer. I did not expect you to bestow this book upon me. I thought you would chastise me. The Ancient One shook his head, smiling. Earth requires both defensive and offensive measures. I understand your desire to learn dark magic, and thus I shall not impede you. My predecessor once imparted a profound truth. Magic must be adaptable. This wisdom I now extend to you. Magic must be adaptable? Though Strange did not fully grasp the sentiment, he felt deeply moved by the Ancient One's actions. With resolute eyes, he declared, Supreme Sorcerer, I understand. I am aware of the sacrifices required to master dark magic. Yet, for the safety of Earth, I am willing to bear those burdens. The Ancient One, recognizing the gravity of his words, chuckled softly. In truth, the pursuit of dark magic does not necessitate any grave sacrifices. Strange furrowed his brow, puzzled. What do you mean? Did you not previously assert that the pursuit of dark magic could cost one their life? I heard from other sorcerers that Caecilius met such a fate. The Ancient One shrugged. a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. That was merely a performance to deceive Dormammu. These malevolent entities have entered into an accord with me. They have pledged not to ensnare sorcerers further and have resolved to protect Earth. Thus, even if you all were to pursue dark magic, it would pose no peril. Strange stood momentarily dumbfounded. Supreme Sorcerer, are you implying that even if we delve into dark magic, that dark sorcerer will not lead us astray? He inquired, bewildered. The Ancient One nodded affirmatively. Indeed, for even they are now compelled to safeguard Earth. My earlier facade was merely to maintain appearances. After all, I am the Supreme Sorcerer and cannot encourage my disciples to pursue dark magic indiscriminately. Strange contemplated this revelation, realizing that he had misjudged the gravity of studying dark magic. With newfound clarity, he remarked, I had wondered why Dormammu and his ilk arrived during the confrontation with the Star Eater. It turns out you had already subdued them. To be precise, that is the case, the Ancient One acknowledged. However, there are many malevolent entities in the cosmos, and thus far, I have only subdued Dormammu, Shumagorath, and Mephisto. The rest remain unaddressed, so you will have to rely on these three for their power. Strange, enlightened yet contemplative, unexpectedly inquired, Supreme Sorcerer. Do you intend to conquer other malevolent entities? The Ancient One raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you mean by that? My point is that if you were to subjugate all the malevolent entities in the universe, our sorcerers at Kamar Taj could harness their power. In the future, we could stand united to better protect Earth, Strange articulated. He understood that the meager power granted by the Vishanti would not suffice. If the Ancient One could conquer more dark entities, Kamar Taj sorcerers would possess greater means to contend with cosmic adversaries. The merit of Strange's suggestion resonated with the Ancient One. I find your proposal commendable, but there is no immediate rush. The power of these three is already sufficient for your needs, he responded with a smile. Strange nodded, excitement bubbling within him as he clutched the dark grimoire and departed. Once Strange had left, the Ancient One began to ponder. Perhaps the establishment of a dark magic academy at Kamar Taj was not such an unfeasible idea after all. Chapter 173, The Goddess of Death. While the Ancient One held no particular aspirations regarding the malevolent entities of the cosmos, the unfortunate tendencies of Earth were well understood. It was not uncommon for dark gods to seek to consume the planet. Seizing this opportunity to compel them into servitude, perhaps it would be prudent to establish a dark magic academy at Kamar Taj, though many cautioned against the dangers of dark magic. The events of recent times had illuminated a crucial truth. In matters of combat, white magic often paled in comparison to its dark counterpart, as white magic predominantly cultivated defensive capabilities. Once one's defenses were fortified, one could not simply stand idle, passively enduring attacks. Retaliatory measures were essential. Though the Ancient One was the Supreme Sorcerer, establishing a dark magic academy posed moral quandaries. However, should he shoulder the burden of resolving every crisis that befell Earth, he would surely be overwhelmed. Contemplating this, the Ancient One considered the prospect of founding a dark magic academy, though he had other pressing matters to attend to, namely the pursuit of the fragments of the Phoenix Force. After all, ascending to the status of the White Phoenix King was of paramount importance. Yet before he could embark on that quest, he needed to ascertain the locations of the remaining fragments. Just as he was preparing to search, Polaris sent a message. Master Sorcerer, do you have a moment? I wish to discuss something with you. The moment he laid eyes on the content of the message, Luo Bai surmised the purpose of Polaris's summons. It was likely akin to Stark and Strange, who had also been rendered insecure by their encounters with the Devourer of Worlds. As he pondered this, Luo Bai activated a portal leading to the villa. Upon his arrival, he discovered Polaris, Wanda, and Quicksilver seated on the sofa, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon noticing Luo Bai, the trio rose in unison. Master Luo Bai, you've arrived, Polaris exclaimed, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Luo Bai nodded, responding with a smile. I rushed over as soon as I received your message. What is it that you seek from me? Indeed. The next moment saw Polaris speaking with utmost seriousness. Master Luo Bai, we truly have matters to discuss. Well, we wish to improve. Before Luo Bai could interject, Wanda interposed eagerly. To put it simply, I want to grow stronger, to surpass my current abilities. Yet, I am at a loss as to how to proceed. It's not just me. They are equally uncertain. Quicksilver chimed in, echoing their sentiments. Honestly, I've always had confidence in my speed. Yet, after battling the Devourer of Worlds, I realized my abilities are woefully inadequate. I wish to become stronger, at the very least to avoid feeling so powerless in the future. Seeing the trio's resolute and earnest expressions, Luo Bai couldn't help but exhale softly. I understand. After all, Stark and Strange have sought me out as well, expressing similar concerns. I feel somewhat like a psychologist, he remarked with a hint of jest. Polaris appeared taken aback by this revelation. Mr. Stark and Dr. Strange have approached you too? She inquired. Luo Bai nodded, responding with a smile, yes. One expressed his desire to grow stronger and return to craft an anti-deity suit, while the other delved into the study of dark magic. They both feel rather inadequate. Upon hearing this, Polaris seemed somewhat embarrassed. She lowered her gaze and admitted, Master Luo Bai, I have indeed been practicing diligently. After studying the principles of magnetism, I believed I had made significant progress. However, I now realize it is far from sufficient. Polaris's query bore a hint of helplessness. Quicksilver, standing nearby, lamented, I once thought my speed was fast enough. But those devourers can all move at light speed, effortlessly anticipating my every move. I feel painfully slow in their presence. Luo Bai empathized with their plight. After all, the devourers of worlds possessed cosmic-level combat prowess, making it all too easy to contend with these still-maturing superpowered individuals. However, he mused, Wanda should not be so lacking. After all, she harbored the power of chaos within her. Contemplating this, Luo Bai turned to Wanda and inquired, do you share this sentiment? Do you feel your strength is lacking? Wanda shook her head, responding earnestly, actually, my feelings differ from theirs. I do not doubt my ability to confront the devourers. Rather, I struggle to fully harness this power. Luo Bai nodded in understanding. That is reassuring. The power of chaos, alongside the Phoenix Force and the power of fairies, is recognized as one of the three great forces of the universe. Though the upper limits of chaos power may not rival that of the White Phoenix King or the fairy power in full bloom, it should still suffice to contend with the devourers. It was normal for Wanda to grapple with controlling her power, he thought, and he sought to comfort her. There is no need to rush. Your innate power is formidable. If you practice diligently as I have taught you, you will gradually gain mastery. Wanda nodded. That is true. I feel I have improved significantly compared to the past. Yet, I sense it is still insufficient. Magic must be learned step by step. Many things cannot be rushed. Luo Bai persuaded her once more. Indeed, it seems you may be too impatient. I hope for a stable environment for you, a peaceful life. However, Earth is hardly tranquil. Luo Bai understood her concerns and, after some contemplation, replied, I know you worry for Earth's safety, but you must trust that I will strive to make it better. The Devourer has been dealt with, has he not? Surely, Earth should enjoy some peace for a while. Wanda asked, will it not be peaceful for a time? Luo Bai fell silent for a moment before responding, perhaps not. As far as I know, the Celestials are soon to arrive, and they may prove more formidable than the Devourer. Upon hearing this, Polaris and Quicksilver appeared anxious. Another powerful foe is set to invade Earth? What should we do? Polaris inquired, her tone tinged with urgency. Luo Bai smiled reassuringly. For now, your only course of action is to strive for improvement. But I feel as if I have hit a wall, Polaris confessed helplessly. Indeed, mutant abilities can be enhanced through training, yet there are limits to such enhancements. Without the proper training methods, one may stagnate. Polaris seemed to have encountered a bottleneck, realizing that her power was insufficient to unleash her abilities fully. However, after absorbing a vast amount of cosmic energy from the Devourer, Luo Bai had also harnessed the power of fairies to create a spell for absorbing cosmic energy. With this, he pondered, perhaps he could assist Polaris and Quicksilver in their growth. I can teach you the spell for absorbing cosmic energy, Luo Bai stated. But this endeavor largely depends on your individual talents. How much you can absorb relies on your innate capabilities. Mastering magic typically hinges on one's gift. Given the talents of Polaris and Quicksilver, it was likely they would struggle to absorb much cosmic energy. However, even a small amount could yield significant improvement for them, potentially enhancing Quicksilver's speed to light and expanding Polaris's magnetic abilities to a cosmic scale. Yet, the duration of their progress would depend solely on their dedication to practice. As for further development, that would be entirely up to them. Upon hearing that there was a way to evolve, Polaris and Quicksilver eagerly declared, I am willing to learn. Thus, Luo Bai began instructing the two in the art of magic. In truth, memorizing the incantations was not particularly difficult, nor was grasping the key concepts. The challenge lay in absorbing cosmic energy. Consequently, the pair quickly remembered the incantations and commenced their attempts to absorb energy. However, after an entire hour of practice, they had yet to draw forth even a spark of cosmic energy. Polaris was on the verge of tears. Luo Bai, she lifted her head, her expression one of despair. As she looked at him, she seemed about to voice her thoughts, yet hesitated. Seeing her distress, Luo Bai chuckled, do not fret, take your time. You must. Just then, a black, chaotic portal manifested before Luo Bai. The moment the portal opened, an unsettling awareness dawned upon everyone present. What is this? Polaris immediately inquired. Luo Bai did not respond, though he sensed that the portal had been opened specifically for him. With this realization, he addressed Polaris and Quicksilver. You two continue practicing the spell. I shall return shortly. With that, Luo Bai approached the portal. Polaris, intent on calling out to him, exclaimed, Luo Bai, be careful. Luo Bai waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It's nothing to worry about. I am a man blessed with a stroke of luck. If trouble were to arise, this portal would not have opened. With this thought, he stepped into the portal. As he crossed its threshold, he found himself face to face with a woman. To be precise, it is a strikingly beautiful woman reclining upon a throne of skulls, draped in a black cloak. She bears an uncanny resemblance to a deity of death as envisioned by Luo Bai. In chapter 174, one cannot help but ponder the depths of romance that such a scene conveys. Within a dim and confined stone chamber, the enchanting woman enveloped in her sable mantle sits regally upon the central skeletal chair. She gazes at Luo Bai, who stands before the portal, her face adorned with an audacious confidence. If one were to judge solely by her visage, Luo Bai would concede that the woman before him is exceptionally beautiful. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to declare her the most exquisite woman he has ever encountered. From a conventional male perspective, the presence of a stunning woman before an ordinary man typically evokes feelings of admiration, joy, or excitement. However, inexplicably, Luo Bai's initial reaction was one of trepidation. This fear was not born of cowardice, but rather an instinctive dread emanating from the depths of his being. It was as though he was innately compelled to fear the woman before him, a physiological response that left him somewhat astonished. Yet, he quickly surmised that this reaction was likely due to the woman's appellation, death. After all, in the Marvel Universe, female characters are scarce, and powerful female figures are even rarer. Those who, like Death, are intertwined with the arcane and the macabre are few and far between. Death, one of the 5 primordial deities of creation, is indeed a formidable force, far surpassing the likes of the planet Devourer under normal circumstances. She embodies the very essence of the cessation of all life within the cosmos. More precisely, she is a cosmic entity that personifies the concept of death itself. She is the source, creator, and manipulator of all souls across the multiverse. One might consider her the Grim Reaper, the Lord of Hades, or the Hell of Norse mythology. Yet she is infinitely more terrifying, for she is the architect and sovereign of all reapers in mythos. Luo Bai was genuinely taken aback that death had sought him out. Encountering the planet Devourer was not inherently troublesome. After all, as long as the Devourer remained unsated, he would not ascend to the status of a primordial deity. But death, now that was an entirely different matter. Should she choose to unleash her wrath, she could obliterate entire timelines and parallel universes at will. How had he, in his right mind, managed to provoke such a formidable entity? Though Luo Bai had formed a tentative hypothesis regarding the woman's identity, he was not yet entirely certain that she was indeed Death. Just as he was about to probe further into her identity, she preemptively spoke. Luo Bai, the Supreme Sorcerer of Earth. That is you, is it not? She inquired. Luo Bai nodded in affirmation. Before he could utter a word, she continued with her self-introduction. I am Death. Let me think. In your earthly parlance, you might refer to me as the Goddess of Death, but I would prefer you to call me the Goddess of Death. With that declaration, Luo Bai was now completely convinced that the enchanting woman before him was indeed Death. Just moments ago, he had sent away a planet Devourer, and now, here was Death herself. His encounters with these primordial deities were truly remarkable. Reflecting on this, he helplessly remarked, I understand. You are a cosmic deity of creation, much like the planet Devourer. Before he could finish his thought, Death interrupted. I am aware that the planet Devourer has just invaded Earth and suffered a most humiliating defeat. While he may appear weak for a cosmic deity, I hope you Earthlings can recognize the gravity of such beings, for he is an exception. Her tone suggested a playful mockery, revealing that she likely indulged in jest at the planet Devourer's expense frequently. Despite her seemingly affable demeanor, with a constant smile and a relaxed tone, Luo Bai understood that this was merely a facade. After all, she was Death. Extinguishing a life was hardly a challenge for her. Therefore, he did not feel particularly at ease, but rather inquired curiously, Goddess of Death, you did not summon me merely to jest about the planet Devourer, did you? At this juncture, Death returned to the matter at hand. I recall that the planet Devourer's incursion resulted in the demise of numerous beings on Earth. Let me see. It seems that approximately 1 billion lives have perished. While not an overwhelming number, I am quite curious about how these billion souls vanished so suddenly from my domain. Supreme Sorcerer, you must know the reason, do you not? As she spoke, a friendly smile graced her lips. Luo Bai then comprehended the true purpose of Death's visit. As the custodian of souls, She presided over the majority of souls that departed this realm. Witnessing the devastation wrought upon Earth, he had utilized a reality-altering spell to restore it to its former state. Thus, it seemed only natural for death to seek him out. With a hint of embarrassment, Luo Bai responded, "I had no choice. As the Supreme Sorcerer, I could hardly stand idly by while Earth suffered. All significant events in the universe are preordained. The fates of planets and the timing of lives extinguished are all meticulously arranged. Your actions to resurrect beings on such a grand scale create quite the conundrum for me. You possess a certain charm. Perhaps you might consider staying here to accompany me. I shall feign ignorance regarding this matter," she suggested with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Luo Bai felt a wave of apprehension. While the title of the 5 primordial deities might sound formidable, a closer examination revealed their rather amusing characteristics. The planet devourer was a glutton, perpetually unsatisfied, while death was characterized by her profound romantic entanglements. As a primordial deity, she was frequently embroiled in complicated relationships with Marvel-esque superheroes, including a rumored love triangle with Deadpool and Thanos. Now, with death proposing to remain in her realm, Luo Bai could not help but feel overwhelmed. If Thanos were to discover this, it would likely incite his fury. Despite Thanos' obsessive infatuation with death, Luo Bai reflected, "Goddess of death, I may not be able to remain here. If I do, Thanos is bound to become even more enraged." At the mention of Thanos, Death could not help but roll her eyes. "Oh, Thanos," she scoffed, "do not concern yourself with him. Even if he found out, it would be of little consequence." "You may not care, but I certainly do," Luo Bai retorted helplessly. Hearing this, Death's expression darkened. "Are you implying that you do not wish to remain in the realm of death to keep me company?" As she spoke, she rose from her seat. In that instant, her form transformed. The beautiful woman morphed into a walking skeleton. This was the true visage of death, a skeletal figure devoid of flesh and blood. Chapter 175. If the gentle approach fails, then force shall follow. As Luo Bai beheld the skeletal figure of death advancing towards him, a sense of peril enveloped him. It seemed that his refusal to stay in the realm of death had incited her wrath. She reverted to her original form, approaching Luo Bai with a chilling intent. Although death now appeared merely as a skeletal figure devoid of flesh and blood, her face betrayed no discernible expression. Nonetheless, Luo Bai could still sense the overwhelming aura of arrogance and disdain emanating from her. For a being like death, a creator deity, forcibly retaining a human soul and confining it eternally within the realm of the dead was hardly a daunting task. Realizing death harbored intentions to eliminate him, Luo Bai furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening immediately. He spoke not a word, focusing his gaze intently on the skeletal figure before him. He steeled himself for battle, even entertaining the notion that this confrontation might prove challenging. After all, in terms of strength, death surpassed the usual planet devourers by several magnitudes. The planet devourers possessed vulnerabilities, notably their insatiable hunger. In contrast, death was virtually devoid of weaknesses, as she embodied the very concept of mortality. To truly vanquish death would necessitate the eradication of the notion of death itself, an undertaking of monumental proportions. Thus, the idea of slaying death never crossed Luo Bai's mind. Rather, he pondered how to extricate himself from her grasp. While death was indeed a deity of concepts, Luo Bai, in his own right, could also be considered a conceptual entity. After all, his greatest asset was sheer luck. He could only wonder how fortune would favor him this time. As he contemplated, he kept a vigilant eye on death's movements, which had now brought her directly before him. Gazing upon the skeletal figure draped in a black cloak, Luo Bai's mind raced with thoughts on how to proceed. As death raised her hand, seemingly poised to strike, Luo Bai instinctively took a step back, preparing to unleash his fairy powers to ensnare her. Unexpectedly, death spoke. "The fairy power within you has already caught the attention of the celestial assembly. They are plotting your annihilation. If you remain with me, they shall never find you, and you can evade the agony of a fleshly demise. Would that not be preferable?" Each word was articulated with deliberate clarity. Her tone had shifted from its earlier harshness to one imbued with persuasion, as if she were coaxing Luo Bai to stay. This abrupt change in death's demeanor alerted Luo Bai to a peculiar shift. He had initially assumed that her transformation back into a skeleton was an expression of rage, indicating a desire to harm him. Yet, to his astonishment, it seemed she intended to assist him. Unsure and hesitant, Luo Bai could not help but inquire, "What do you mean by that? Were you not displeased by my resurrection of the living? Why do you speak as though you wish to aid me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Death replied in a nonchalant tone, "Displeased? Why would I be upset by your act of resurrecting life? Did I not tell you before? In this universe, all life and death are predetermined. Your resurrection of those beings merely signifies that they were meant to live. I have no reason to be dissatisfied. Through her explanation, a semblance of understanding dawned upon Luo Bai. So, you mean to say that those I revived were never meant to die? Even if I had not resurrected them, they would have returned, correct? He queried. Death nodded, responding with an air of indifference. You could interpret it that way. It is quite accurate. A realization struck Luo Bai. He had thought that reviving so many individuals had provoked the goddess of death, leading her to confront him. However, it appeared that his actions were entirely normal. If that were the case, then why had death summoned him? Contemplating this, he could not refrain from expressing his confusion. I fail to comprehend. If I have not offended you, then why have you brought me here today? In the next moment, Death replied with a hint of amusement in her voice. It is simply because I find you rather appealing. Luo Bai was taken aback. Good news. Death had no intention of ending his life. Bad news. It seemed she had developed an interest in him. He harbored serious doubts that her attraction stemmed from his fortuitous nature. After all, romantic fortune could indeed be a form of luck. While it was not surprising that Death, with her romantic inclinations, might take a liking to someone, it was bewildering to think that she had developed an interest in him without having met him before. Is this not excessive? He thought, unable to suppress his incredulity. As a creator deity, should you not exercise a modicum of restraint? We have only just met, and you are already professing your affection for me. Before he could finish his thought, Death interjected. Although you do not embody the essence of war like Thanos, wherever you are, death inevitably follows. Thus, I am quite fond of you. In your eyes, I perceive the entirety of the universe. Death spoke with palpable excitement. Though she provided little elaboration, Luo Bai began to grasp the implications of her words. Odin had once proclaimed himself the center of the universe. While Luo Bai recognized that this was linked to his status as a transcender endowed with a luck buff, it did not alter the fact that the central narrative of the Marvel Universe was gradually shifting toward him. Initially, the unfolding story might have revolved around figures like Stark, Captain America, and Thor. However, it had become increasingly apparent that the major events occurring on Earth were now centered around Luo Bai. Consequently, he had inadvertently become the focal point of these occurrences. As the center of events, all manner of circumstances, both favorable and unfavorable, would manifest around him, including Death herself. Death's declaration of affection was not an expression of romantic interest, but rather an appreciation for Luo Bai's status as the universe's focal point. More accurately, she coveted his soul, desiring to have him accompany her, akin to how Ancient One followed eternity. Having discerned Death's true intentions, Luo Bai firmly declined. But I have no desire to remain in the realm of the dead. He anticipated that such a statement would provoke her ire, yet to his surprise, Death responded calmly. That is of no consequence. If you do not wish to stay now, I shall return to inquire again in the future. Luo Bai was at a loss for words. He wished to articulate his thoughts, but before he could, Death continued. What is the lifespan of a human? A mere few decades? Even if you are a mage. Living a few hundred, or perhaps a few thousand years is about the extent of it. Should you find existence to be dull and wish to abandon your corporeal form, why not join me? Moreover, you have recently attracted the attention of the Celestial Assembly. Unlike me, they were born for destruction and can annihilate cosmic beings at will. They wish to obliterate Earth. Should they succeed in killing you, Earth will inevitably meet its demise. As the supreme mage on Earth, even with your fairy power, resisting the Celestial Assembly will prove exceedingly difficult. When the time comes, you may find yourself perishing alongside the planet. But fear not, I will save you. Once your corporeal form is destroyed, I shall summon your soul, leaving you with no choice but to follow me. Death eagerly mapped out the future. Hearing her words, Luo Bai comprehended the gravity of the situation. Death was resolutely determined to have his soul accompany her. If coercion failed, she would resort to persuasion. And if that proved ineffective, she would employ force. Chapter 176. This is purely a welfare bureau. Luo Bai acknowledged the undeniable allure of his own soul. After all, both his being and spirit were favored by fortune, making it entirely reasonable that his essence would possess a certain sweetness. Were it not for the undeniable popularity of his soul, how could the likes of Zijuan and Dormammu have gone to such lengths to descend upon Earth with the intent to devour it? It was hardly surprising that Death would take an interest in his soul. Observing her demeanor, an idea suddenly blossomed in Luo Bai's mind. If he could forge an alliance with Death to confront the Celestial Group, it might prove to be a splendid strategy. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai inquired, "Is it truly your desire for me to accompany you?" Death, with no hesitation, replied, "Of course, I have previously expressed my fondness for you. I am aware that your interest lies not in me, but in my soul. To put it plainly, you wish for me to become your emissary. In truth, many have coveted my soul, such as Zijuan and Dormammu, who have both sought it. Luo Bai spoke with an air of nonchalance. At his words, Death's demeanor shifted, revealing her displeasure. Zijuan, Dormammu? Do they even compare? She scoffed. It was essential to recognize that the likes of Zijuan and Dormammu, these eldritch deities, could not hold a candle to Death in terms of stature and might. Luo Bai's mention of these dark gods naturally irked her. Understanding this, Luo Bai continued. As a conceptual deity of the universe, I know you are far superior to them. However, their approach was more favorable. At the very least, they offered me some benefits. You wish for my soul to accompany you after my demise, yet surely you must provide some incentives. Incentives? Death queried, perplexed. Is not the prospect of following me a benefit in itself? Pray, consider that I am a deity of cosmic creation. Aligning with me means that not even the most ravenous planet devourers would dare to trouble you. Reflecting on this, Death added, you must understand. There are countless beings and entities throughout the universe who yearn to follow me. Your selection by me is a testament to your fortune. This assertion held truth. For Death was indeed a god of creation, standing alongside concepts such as eternity, infinity, and oblivion. Within the multiverse, many beings aspired to serve as emissaries of such deities. It is no exaggeration to assert that being chosen by a god of creation to serve as their envoy is a matter of monumental honor. In other realms, beings would likely leap at the chance to become Death's emissary. Look at Ancient One. Did she not ally herself with eternity? This was not to suggest that Ancient One lacked strength. Rather, humans possess inherent limitations. Without extraordinary circumstances, it would be impossible to triumph over a god of creation. Thus, for mortals, serving as the envoy of a god of creation is indeed a commendable fate. However, Luo Bai was less than enthusiastic, unable to restrain his critique. That may hold true for others, but I possess the power of fairies. I should be afforded some exceptional treatment. Death, intrigued, replied with a tone laced with amusement. What benefits do you seek? After some contemplation, Luo Bai proposed. How about you eliminate the celestial group for me? Death paused, disbelief crossing her features. Eliminate the celestial group? Luo Bai nodded with a smile. Indeed. They wish to create trouble for me, and I must address them. Surely, you do not lack the power to confront the celestial group, do you? Though the 5 primordial gods embodied abstract concepts of the universe, this did not imply that the celestial group was inherently weaker. The original celestial group was crafted by the first firmament, a being of greater strength than the 5 primordial gods, whose power even surpassed that of the living tribunal. The very birth of the multiverse stemmed from the first firmament. If one were to rank their powers, the first firmament would be at the omnipotent cosmic level. Initially, the first firmament established the celestial group for the better governance of the universe. However, due to certain conflicts, the group betrayed their creator and became an independent celestial organization. While the specifics of these events remain shrouded in mystery, the first firmament had not been able to annihilate the treacherous members of the celestial group entirely. Relying solely on Death, a singular god of creation, to obliterate all members of the celestial group would be an arduous task. However, if Death were willing to assist, Luo Bai's burden would lighten significantly. After all, she should be capable of effortlessly dealing with the majority of the celestial group's members. Given that Death intended to forge an alliance with him, it was not unreasonable for Luo Bai to seek her aid. Yet, observing Death's silence, it seemed she was not inclined to offer assistance. After an indeterminate period, Death finally spoke. The celestial group is not as easily dealt with as you might believe. Would it not be wiser to remain here with me? Luo Bai shook his head in rejection. As the Supreme Mage, I must protect Earth. Noting Luo Bai's resolute intent to confront the celestial group, Death could not help but caution him. I have existed since the dawn of the universe, and I have encountered many humans like you. Those who gain power often aspire to challenge the divine, yet ultimately, they all end up here with me. You possess fairy power, but even such strength requires growth. Your current abilities are insufficient to overcome the celestial group. While you may have bested the planet devourer, that was only due to its state of hunger. Were it fully sated, you would stand no chance against it. Death's warning aimed to make Luo Bai recognize the disparity between humanity and the supreme races of the universe. However, Luo Bai chose to trust in his own luck. One must at least attempt. What if I succeed? He replied with a grin. Seeing Luo Bai's stubbornness, Death resigned, sighing, very well. If you choose not to stay with me, then you may depart. However, I suspect we shall meet again soon. Death intended to allow Luo Bai to leave, likely believing that it would not be long before he met his end. Thus, she made no effort to detain him. With a wave of her hand, she opened the portal to the realm of the dead, returning to her skeletal throne as she watched Luo Bai take his leave. Yet, before Luo Bai could take a step, Death seemed to recall something and sighed, addressing him once more. Very well. Who can resist such affection? Although I cannot intervene directly in your affairs with the celestial group, I can bestow upon you some power. Bestow me power? Before Luo Bai could fully grasp the situation, he witnessed Death raise her hand to begin channeling energy into him. The moment he felt this power, the fairy essence within him rejoiced, instantly integrating this newfound strength. It was only when Death ceased her energy transfer that Luo Bai snapped back to reality, realizing something was amiss. Wait a moment, this is not right. Under ordinary circumstances, it was he who absorbed the powers of others. Never had he encountered someone like Death who actively offered him strength. Luo Bai had initially thought Death summoned him to create trouble. He was astonished to discover she had called him to deliver a boon instead. Truly, Lady Luck is remarkable. This is purely a welfare arrangement. I have granted you the benefits you sought, and I can assist you no further. Should you still prove unable to vanquish the celestial group, your soul shall remain here to accompany me, she remarked. In contemplation of this, Death's actions genuinely surprised Luo Bai. While he understood that Death's intention in granting him energy was that she wished for his soul to remain in her realm upon his demise, it was uncertain whether he would meet that fate. Thinking along these lines, Luo Bai promptly replied, no problem. However, this amount of energy is insufficient. Perhaps I should consume a little more Death? Before Death could react, Luo Bai immediately unleashed his fairy power. The instant the fairy power manifested, it took a substantial bite out of the realm of Death, directly gnawing at its very arteries. As the energy within the kingdom of Death diminished by more than half in an instant, Death's countenance darkened. Just as she was about to express her ire, Luo Bai, empowered by his fairy force, fled the scene. Death muttered under her breath. He runs quite swiftly, though irritation coursed through her. The thought that Luo Bai had only a few days left to live made her lose the desire to pursue the matter. After all, she was not a planet devourer who survived by consuming energy. A lack of energy would not lead to her starvation. Furthermore, when Luo Bai's soul eventually arrived in the realm of Death, all that energy would return with interest. There was no reason for her to be angry. With this in mind, Death raised her hand and, with a resounding clap, closed the gates of the kingdom of Death. Chapter 177, Lord of Chaos, the Eye Demon. Upon exiting the realm of Death, Luo Bai utilized a portal to return directly to the villa. At that moment, inside the villa, Wanda, Quicksilver, and Northstar were seated on the sofa, their expressions complex as if they were engaged in a serious discussion. Upon seeing Luo Bai, the three rose simultaneously. Northstar was the first to speak, her tone laced with tension and concern. Luo Bai, are you all right? Observing her worry, Luo Bai smiled reassuringly, responding, do not fret. I am fine. No sooner had he finished speaking than Quicksilver interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. What was that portal earlier? Who opened it? It was Death. Another creator deity, Luo Bai replied. At the mention of the term creator deity, astonishment washed over the faces of the trio. Another creator deity? How many creator deities are there in this universe? Wanda inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Luo Bai chuckled softly. There are a total of 5. The planet devourer, Death, infinity, annihilation, and eternity. Why did Death seek you? Does she intend to invade Earth? Wanda asked, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity. Not at all. She merely wishes for me to follow her, Luo Bai clarified. Follow her? Wanda frowned, evidently perplexed by the notion of following. You could interpret it as her harboring no malicious intent toward Earth, and even offering us assistance, Luo Bai explained. Is this creator deity truly so amicable? Northstar inquired. Curiosity piqued. Perhaps influenced by her experiences with the planet devourer, Northstar had come to view creator deities as aloof beings, difficult to approach. Hearing Luo Bai assert that Death not only had no designs on Earth, but also extended her aid intrigued her. Well, she may not be particularly agreeable, but she is certainly the most approachable of the bunch. After all, this creator deity has a penchant for romance, Luo Bai teased. Although Northstar and the others did not fully grasp the term romance, they understood the concept of love. The notion that a creator deity could engage in romantic relationships left Northstar dumbfounded. A creator deity actually in love? She exclaimed, her face reflecting disbelief. It was evident that she struggled to comprehend why a being of such stature would partake in love. Luo Bai shared her incredulity, for Death was a conceptual deity, an abstract entity manifested from the essence of mortality. In the original narrative, she not only possessed human emotions, but also developed feelings for Deadpool, an idea Luo Bai found quite absurd. Yet, considering that each of the 5 creator deities had their own unique personas, including the planet devourer, who suffered from hunger, Luo Bai was less surprised. With a chuckle, he remarked, While they may be creator deities, they are not quite the divine beings you might envision. The only one who aligns closely with the human understanding of divinity is eternity. In comparison to the others, he is somewhat more normal. All right then, Northstar mumbled, her expression suggesting she still found it difficult to comprehend why these creator deities exhibited such humanity. However, she did not dwell on the matter and shifted the topic. I'm just glad you're all right. By the way, Luo Bai, after you left, I diligently practiced the magic you taught me, and I've made some progress. At the mention of her progress, Northstar's excitement was palpable. Eager to demonstrate her hard-earned results to Luo Bai, she began to recite incantations under her breath, employing gestures to channel her newfound abilities. In a short while, she absorbed blue cosmic energy into her being. After a moment of concentration, she exclaimed with enthusiasm, Luo Bai, look, I've learned to absorb cosmic power. Luo Bai recalled that before his departure, neither Quicksilver nor Northstar could absorb cosmic energy, having spent about 34 days in the realm of death. He marveled at how quickly Northstar had mastered this skill, a testament to her magical aptitude. Seeing her joy, he smiled and said, impressive, quite remarkable indeed. Northstar beamed at the compliment. Of course, with you around, how could I not excel? She replied proudly. Just then, Quicksilver, unable to contain his frustration, grumbled. I truly do not understand why she learned so fast, while I seem to be stuck. Before Luo Bai could respond, Northstar chimed in, then practice more. How could you not master such simple magic? Quicksilver retorted. Me? It was evident he felt disgruntled. Yet he had no recourse but to express his annoyance. Lorna, you and Luo Bai are becoming increasingly alike. Your tone is even similar. Even if you like him, you wouldn't go to such lengths to mimic him, would you? Northstar was taken aback by this and immediately shot back. What nonsense. I do not have feelings for him. You claim that, yet I clearly heard you chatting with Wanda, Quicksilver teased. Upon hearing this, Northstar's expression darkened, and a surge of power erupted from within her. Quicksilver seemed taken aback by her intense reaction, and before he could respond, he was sent flying by her force. Fortunately, he landed on the sofa and sustained little injury. Seeing that Northstar showed no signs of stopping and was prepared to control the magnetic field for another strike, Quicksilver was bewildered and interjected, I was merely joking. You needn't take it so seriously. Expecting Northstar to relent after this, he was surprised to find her still intent on her course of action. Fortunately, Luo Bai intervened in time, calling out, That's enough, Northstar. Upon hearing Luo Bai's words, Northstar finally calmed down. She lowered her head, a hint of dejection in her demeanor as she addressed Luo Bai. Supreme Mage, please disregard his foolishness. I meant no offense. It seemed Northstar was hesitant to confess her feelings for Luo Bai. It was unclear whether her reticence stemmed from a lack of self-confidence or uncertainty about Luo Bai's feelings. She might have feared rejection, which could complicate their future interactions. However, Luo Bai was no fool. He was well aware of Northstar's feelings. Given that Quicksilver had already broached the subject, he knew failing to respond would only leave Northstar in an awkward position. With this in mind, Luo Bai spoke candidly. In truth, I have feelings for you too, Lorna. I have always been aware of your affections. It's just that I have not had the time to spend with you lately. The Celestial Assembly is soon to descend upon Earth, and I may need to embark on a lengthy journey. Once I handle matters concerning the Celestial Assembly, I will make time for you. Northstar? Though Northstar did not speak, her wide eyes revealed her astonishment. She appeared to be taken aback by Luo Bai's confession of affection, her expression tinged with uncertainty. Did I hear you correctly? You actually like me? Polaris exclaimed incredulously, her eyes widening in disbelief. This reaction left Luo Bai momentarily speechless. Is my affection for you truly so astonishing? You have been by my side for quite some time now. Surely, some feelings must have developed, he quipped. The first woman Luo Bai encountered upon traversing into this world was Polaris. They had been cohabiting for quite a while, although their relationship had not progressed further. It was undeniable that Polaris treated him quite well. Moreover, Polaris possessed a striking beauty, and as a normal man, it was only natural for him to be drawn to her. Well, I am indeed somewhat surprised. But my astonishment stems from the fact that I never imagined you would have feelings for me. I thought you found me inadequate, Polaris mumbled softly. Hearing this, Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but retort. You still remember that? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Polaris scratched her head, seemingly uncomfortable discussing such matters in front of others. She quickly shifted the topic, asking, By the way, Luo Bai, you mentioned you're going on a trip. Where are you headed? I plan to journey through the multiverse, Luo Bai replied candidly. I intend to gather fragments of the Phoenix Force. Once I become the White Phoenix King, dealing with the Celestial Assembly will be considerably less troublesome. Upon hearing this, Wanda appeared somewhat surprised. Is the Celestial Assembly truly that formidable? It seems you are more concerned about confronting them than you were with the planet Devourer. Luo Bai sighed, there's no choice. The Celestial Assembly is indeed more challenging to contend with. Anyone can land a few blows on the Devourer when he is hungry. But the Celestial Assembly is a different matter entirely. They are genuinely troublesome. And when do you plan to leave? Polaris inquired further. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise. I intend to depart today, Luo Bai answered. No sooner had the words left his lips than a portal materialized before him. Before he could react, Wang and Strange appeared before him. Seeing the two, Luo Bai expressed his surprise. What brings you both here? The Supreme Sorcerer, Earth is in peril. Mordo has been ensnared by an evil deity and is now aiding in the invasion of Earth, Wang stated. This reminder jolted Luo Bai's memory. Baron Mordo. He is indeed a villain. In the original narrative, Mordo ultimately succumbed to darkness, a fate precipitated by two primary factors. The first was his obstinacy and inability to adapt. Ancient One forbade the sorcerers from studying dark magic, leading Mordo to believe that any engagement with it was inherently wrong, only to discover that Ancient One practiced it herself. The second factor was his inner desires, a yearning for power and a longing for the title of Supreme Sorcerer. He had followed Ancient One for quite some time. Even before Strange Submergence, harboring aspirations of becoming the next Supreme Sorcerer, only to be thwarted by Strange's arrival. Mordo's resentment left him with no choice but to storm out of Kamartaj in anger. While Luo Bai's arrival altered some aspects of the plot, it was evident that without his interference, the character's ultimate trajectories would remain unchanged. When he had previously altered the rules in Kamartaj, he had stated that those dissatisfied could leave. Given Mordo's temperament and the original direction of his story, he would ultimately choose to depart. Luo Bai had not been surprised by Mordo's decision. He had anticipated it and knew he would eventually fall into darkness. However, being reminded of this by Wang still stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Mordo, you have indeed chosen this path, Luo Bai murmured. Strange, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired, did you foresee his descent into darkness, Supreme Sorcerer? Luo Bai nodded in response. I did. Not only I, but Ancient One likely anticipated it as well. She once remarked that Mordo lacked the ability to adapt. In truth, there is nothing wrong with studying dark magic. It is simply unfortunate that he chose to follow another. Luo Bai sighed in resignation. Wang, puzzled, interjected, so, who exactly did he follow? If I am not mistaken, he has aligned himself with the Lord of Chaos, the demon Shumagarath, Luo Bai deduced. Shumagarath? That entity is even more powerful than Dormammu. Wang exclaimed, astonishment evident in his tone. The library of Kamartaj contained records of most evil lords. While not exhaustive, it provided a general understanding of these dimensional rulers, with Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, being the most prominently featured. However, Shumagarath also had a significant entry. Shumagarath was a quintessential third-level demon, originating from the outer dimensional realms. He could be deemed an ancient god, having once descended upon Earth and ruled over humanity's ancestors, claiming dominion over hundreds of dimensions. As a master of dimensions, he was virtually invincible within his realm. However, upon leaving his dimension, his powers would significantly diminish. During his reign on Earth, he had battled against the likes of Eternity and the Living Tribunal, but ultimately fell into a slumber due to pressure from the likes of Sisneg. Thus, Earth was freed from his grasp. According to the tomes, even the Living Tribunal had suffered greatly at the hands of this demon. Sorcerers who had perused Kamartaj's archives were well aware of Shumagarath's formidable nature. Now that Mordo had allied himself with this demon, Wang felt a twinge of concern. Though he triumphed over the Devourer and his emissaries, according to the records, the typical state of the planet Devourer is one of hunger, making him relatively manageable. In comparison, this demon is indeed far more formidable. Moreover, Mordo has chosen to aid him. He knows Kamartaj too well, Wang remarked, worry etched on his face. In contrast, Strange maintained a more optimistic outlook. I actually don't believe this demon is insurmountable, especially since we have Dormammu and Mephisto, two-dimensional lords, on our side. Strange's perspective, while not without merit, struck Wang as rather peculiar coming from the mouth of the Sorcerer Supreme. Pondering this, Wang couldn't help but comment. Must we rely on Dormammu's assistance? No sooner had he spoken than Luo Bai calmly interjected. In truth, I could manage without Dormammu's arrival. He merely signed a contract with me, hence his obligation to assist. Wang, taken aback, thought to himself, the fact that Dormammu has turned to the light is quite disheartening. How had Kamartaj, a bastion of white magic, transformed into a dualistic institution embracing both light and dark? Yet, perhaps it was for the best. For every villain has their match. Reflecting on this, Wang lamented, Mordo is truly misguided. Had he chosen to ally with Dormammu, he would have faced no troubles. Now that Dormammu has been subdued by Luo Bai, it signifies that Dormammu will no longer tempt sorcerers to invade Earth. Had Mordo followed Dormammu, the Supreme Sorcerer could have turned a blind eye. Yet, Mordo is following the Eye-Demon. This dimensional demon, the Supreme Sorcerer has yet to subdue. While it is anticipated that he will soon be tamed, one might wonder why he could not have delayed his allegiance a little longer. Reflecting on Mordo, the king could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Supreme Sorcerer, should we succeed in subduing the Eye-Demon, what fate awaits Mordo? The king could not suppress his curiosity. Naturally, Luo Bai was well aware of the king's sentiments. After all, he had collaborated closely with Mordo for an extended period. The thought of Mordo now succumbing to the path of darkness and attempting to invade Earth weighed heavily on him. Although the king would undoubtedly show no mercy in defense of the Earth, there was still a sense of sorrow within him, for Mordo had chosen to betray his home. Perceiving the king's thoughts, Luo Bai smiled and remarked, his allegiance to the Eye-Demon signifies that his soul has been sold. Once the Eye-Demon is subdued, there is no need to dwell on Mordo's fate. If you deem him unworthy of mercy, then let him be dealt with accordingly. However, should you wish to grant him a chance, you may choose to ignore him. Luo Bai's reluctance to dispose of Mordo stemmed not from magnanimity, but from his firm belief that Mordo posed no real threat. Even if the king spared him, the Eye-Demon, having lost considerable power, would likely consume Mordo's soul to replenish itself. Furthermore, Mordo's arrival on Earth could be seen as somewhat beneficial, as Luo Bai was anticipating these malevolent entities to make their way to Earth. With this in mind, he had no further time to contemplate Mordo's situation and instead inquired, "Do you know when Shumagarath will arrive on Earth?" The king shook his head, though we encountered Mordo before our arrival, and he seemed intent on summoning the Eye-Demon. "We are indeed unaware of when he intends to do so." Luo Bai nodded in silence. With the Celestial Assembly also eyeing Earth, and with his quest for the fragments of the Phoenix Force, it would be most advantageous for the Eye-Demon to arrive sooner rather than later. Provoking this situation himself seemed somewhat unorthodox, thus it would be best for Mephisto to handle it. Contemplating this, Luo Bai declared, "I understand. I will ensure the Eye-Demon arrives on Earth promptly." Upon hearing this, both the king and Strange were filled with curiosity. They were uncertain how Luo Bai planned to expedite the Eye-Demon's arrival. In their moment of bewilderment, Mephisto, the lord of the infernal dimension, received a letter from Earth. Upon opening it, he soon realized that Luo Bai was once again stirring the pot. The more he read, the more his irritation grew. It was one thing for Luo Bai to create chaos himself, but why did he always have to cast him as the villain? Reluctantly accepting his role, Mephisto had no choice but to write a letter to the Eye-Demon. When the Eye-Demon received and read the letter, he was immediately enraged, for it brazenly mocked him, questioning why a being of his stature needed to plan for an invasion of Earth for so long. "Mephisto, you shall pay for this. Once I conquer Earth, I will devour your infernal dimension along with you." The Eye-Demon roared, fuming as he hastened towards Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Luo Bai received news from Mephisto. The message was succinct, merely 2 words, "Handled." Upon receiving Mephisto's response, Luo Bai smiled at the still-present king and Strange, saying, "All is settled. The Eye-Demon is likely to arrive tomorrow." Both Strange and the king exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend Luo Bai's certainty. Unable to contain his curiosity, Strange inquired, "Supreme Sorcerer, how can you be so sure the Eye-Demon will arrive tomorrow? I had Mephisto urge the Eye-Demon to hasten his arrival, and he has just confirmed that it is all arranged. Despite being a malevolent entity, he is quite reliable in his dealings," Luo Bai replied with a smile. The silence that followed from Strange and the king spoke volumes. They were both utterly astonished. Historically, when facing an invasion by a dimensional lord, considerations revolved around how to expel them from Earth. Yet since Luo Bai ascended to the rank of Supreme Sorcerer, the dynamic had shifted entirely. Rather than expelling them, it seemed he was eager for these dimensional lords to arrive. This revelation prompted Strange to voice his thoughts. "I arrived late, but I must ask, has Kamartaj always been like this?" The king shrugged, responding, "It wasn't always this way, but it certainly is now." Strange muttered, "Honestly, I increasingly feel that Kamartaj is no longer a proper academy for sorcerers." The king furrowed his brow, looking at Strange in disbelief. "Is this your first realization? You should have recognized it when Dormammu assisted us in protecting Earth." Strange conceded, "All right, back to the point. Shouldn't we be preparing? After all, the Eye-Demon is set to arrive tomorrow." He looked at Luo Bai, for traditionally, Kamartaj would enter a state of readiness in anticipation of an invasion by an extraterrestrial supreme being. Although Luo Bai could typically handle these so-called dimensional lords alone, the invasion would inevitably place humanity at risk. The role of Kamartaj sorcerers was to protect humanity and mitigate casualties. What Strange anticipated to be a typical response was met with Luo Bai's calm dismissal. That will not be necessary. Simply continue your regular training. His words left Strange momentarily speechless. Furrowing his brow, he turned to the king and questioned, King, is the demon, Shumagarath, truly formidable? It seems strange that Kamartaj sorcerers need not prepare for such a significant event. As Strange pondered this, the king could not help but interject. That is because the Supreme Sorcerer is exceedingly powerful. Why not challenge Shumagarath to a duel yourself? Strange immediately waved his hands in refusal. I believe I still have much to improve upon. The two had initially sought out Luo Bai regarding the demon. And with Luo Bai now having a solution at hand, they decided it was time to return to Kamartaj. Supreme Sorcerer, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. They spoke in unison, preparing to depart. Just as they were about to exit, Luo Bai called out to them, Wait. Turning back, they asked, Is there something else, Supreme Sorcerer? Luo Bai nodded and replied, I had intended to find you to discuss matters, but since you are already here, it saves me the trouble. While the demon Shumagarath may not be a cause for alarm, the Celestial Assembly is certainly not to be trifled with. I am uncertain as to when the Celestial Assembly will arrive, yet their presence would undoubtedly plunge the earth into peril. It is imperative that you encourage the sorcerers of Kamartaj to engage in rigorous training. Once I resolve the matter of the demon tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey through the multiverse. Considering the possibility of traversing various timelines, I anticipate being away for an extended duration, approximately 2 to 3 months. Thus, I shall entrust the management of Kamartaj to Strange for the time being. Strange possesses talents and powers that surpass those of Wong. Moreover, given Strange's lofty self-regard, he may not be inclined to heed many of Wong's directives. Therefore, appointing Strange as the temporary steward of Kamartaj is indeed a prudent choice. In essence, this entails granting Strange the responsibilities of the Sorcerer Supreme on a provisional basis. Wong, on the other hand, is rather laid back and exhibits little interest in the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Although Strange arrived later than he holds no objections regarding Wong's arrangements. Very well, Sorcerer Supreme. After accepting Wong's arrangements, the two opened a portal and returned to Kamartaj together, while Wong ascended to the study on the second floor of the villa to begin the integration of his newfound powers. Previously occupied, he had not taken the time to meticulously analyze the energy absorbed from death. Upon reflection, Wong discovered that the energy acquired from death bore certain similarities to that obtained from the Devourer of Worlds, particularly in that both contained cosmic energy. However, the distinction lies in the fact that death's power encompasses dominion over mortality and a portion of magical energy. This mastery over death is far more formidable than the power of the Soul Stone. After all, the Soul Stone embodies a type of energy, whereas the energy siphoned from death resembles more of an authority. In an instant, it could render an entire universe to ruin and absorb all souls, leading every living entity toward demise. It must be said, the power of the Creator Deity remains formidable. In pursuit of better utilization of this energy, Wong dedicated an entire night to its analysis. It was not until the following day that he sensed an anomaly on Earth, prompting him to open his eyes. The source of this anomaly was the demon. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 5:50 a.m. on Earth. Even in the early hours before dawn, the demon had anxiously descended upon the Earth. It seemed that the previous day, he had been quite vexed by Mephisto. With a smirk, Wong lifted his hand and unleashed a mirror dimension across the entire globe, pulling the demon into his realm. Soon, a colossal creature resembling an octopus manifested before Wong. Chapter 180. Instantaneous Strike? Do I not value my dignity? It is rather amusing, for the demon, Shumagarath, a being of considerable power and a lord of dimensions, ought to possess a more imposing appearance according to common imagination. Yet, he consistently prefers to manifest as a gigantic octopus, complete with a singular enormous eye at its center. Upon witnessing the demon's arrival, Wong could not help but entertain a singular thought. Should this rotund octopus be prepared in a braised or steamed manner? Dimensional space? Who are you? Just as he pondered this, the octopus suddenly spoke, pulling Wong back to reality. With a serene smile, Wong calmly replied, I am Wong, the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj and the Guardian of Earth. Sorcerer Supreme? The demon scoffed disdainfully, retorting, a devotee of the Vishanti. I did not expect this lineage to endure. Having previously clashed with the likes of the Vishanti, the demon was well aware that the Sorcerer Supreme drew upon their power. However, given that the Vishanti had not fared well against him in the past, the demon held little respect for the lineage of Kamartaj or the Vishanti themselves. How bold of you to summon me into your dimensional space. Do you not fear for your life? The eye demon spoke coldly, fixing his soul enormous eye upon Wang. It is worth noting that being scrutinized by an octopus in such a manner is rather disconcerting. Fortunately, Wang had encountered enough in his lifetime to remain unfazed. He simply shook his head and delivered a measured warning. I demon, Shumagarath, as the guardian of Earth and Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj, I must formally caution you that your current actions constitute an invasion. Should you refuse to depart, I shall deliberate whether to braze or steam you. Having repeated this warning countless times, with each outcome yielding the same result, Wang's expression bore a hint of impatience. He could already envision the eye demon's likely retort. Indeed, as anticipated, the octopus seethed with fury upon hearing Wang's warning. Foolish earthling, who endowed you with the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? The eye demon bellowed. As if to ensure Wang understood his might, he boasted, I am the ruler of countless dimensional realms. Earth has once succumbed to my dominion. When I ruled over Earth, you had yet to manifest. I am the sovereign of the cosmos, the supreme and greatest lord of chaos. How dare you address me in this fashion? Do you seek death? In a fit of rage, the eye demon swung one of his tentacles, seizing a parked bus and hurling it towards Wang. As the bus hurtled toward him, Wang made no attempt to evade. He remained perfectly still. And just as the bus was about to collide with him, he conjured a yellow portal with his mind. In the next moment, the bus passed through the portal, and when it reappeared, it collided with the eye demon's eye with a resounding crash. The eye demon seemed utterly unprepared for Wang's unexpected maneuver. Visibly enraged at the impact, "What are you doing, you foolish earth sorcerer?" the eye demon roared. In response to his fury, Wang shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "I did not anticipate you would be so easily struck. I thought you would at least attempt to dodge. Are you not the great lord of chaos? Who would have guessed you could be hit so effortlessly?" This statement was unreservedly Wang's candid truth. Initially, when he witnessed the eye demon hurling the bus at him, Wang merely intended to open a portal to shift the bus's position. He thought to himself, why not direct it toward the eye demon's eye? To be frank, this method of utilizing a portal to displace objects is quite rudimentary magic. Even a novice sorcerer could evade such an attack. For the eye demon, a being of chaos, to be struck so easily was indeed perplexing. If one were to attribute this to the favor of Lady Luck, Wang would be hard-pressed to believe it. Of course, whether or not he believed it, Wang felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Furthermore, who could have anticipated that the esteemed Lord of Chaos would resort to tossing a bus at an adversary? Wang remarked, his tone laced with disbelief. Before he could finish, the eye demon erupted into another furious tirade. "You are merely an earth sorcerer. How dare you mock me, the Lord of Chaos? You shall pay dearly for your insolence." The eye demon roared, unleashing a beam of energy toward Wang. In truth, Wang had grown accustomed to such attacks, for many dimensional lords favored the use of energy beams, transforming energy into lethal offensive capabilities and subsequently unleashing it. The greater the energy, the more formidable the resultant beam. Against weaker adversaries, a single energy beam suffices to obliterate them in an instant. Should the opponent possess slightly greater strength, the failure to vanquish them in one strike is inconsequential, as this is merely a probing maneuver. In the past, Luo Bai might have had the leisure to toy with the eye demon, but now he is preoccupied with traversing the multiverse to gather fragments of the Phoenix Force. Time to indulge in playful skirmishes with the eye demon is a luxury he can no longer afford. As the eye demon prepared to strike, Luo Bai wasted no time. "Grilled octopus tastes much better. Fairy power, go." Upon the utterance of his command, the fairy power surged forth, immediately engulfing the energy beam projected by the eye demon. In former times, the fairy power might have engaged in playful antics with the eye demon, but it seemed to recognize Luo Bai's urgency to conclude matters swiftly. Thus it exhibited no inclination for frivolity. Upon its emergence, it voraciously consumed a significant portion of the eye demon's energy. As the Lord of Chaos, the eye demon was acutely aware of the nature of the fairy power. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the eye demon attempted to flee. However, Luo Bai, displaying his benevolence, promptly opened a portal, banishing the eye demon back to its dimensional realm while bringing the fairy power along as a guest. The eye demon barely had time to react as the fairy power drained its dimensional space completely. The eye demon widened its solitary eye in shock, seemingly at a loss for words. Before it could voice its thoughts, Luo Bai impatiently tossed a contract before it, stating, "I've encountered numerous dimensional lords like you. No dilly-dallying. Sign the contract." The eye demon, initially brimming with arrogance, was rendered speechless within a mere 10 minutes. As Luo Bai presented the voluntary contract, The eye demon struggled to comprehend how its powers had dissipated so abruptly. What just transpired in those fleeting 10 minutes? I merely struck him lightly. And he retaliated with such ferocity? Is it customary for modern-day mages on Earth to be so volatile? And I, a lord of chaos, am being commanded by a mere human? Chapter 181. Is Ancient One here? Noticing the eye demon's stunned expression, Luo Bai furrowed his brow. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and sign. I have pressing matters to attend to, he muttered in annoyance. The eye demon, taken aback by Luo Bai's tone, found itself questioning the very nature of Earth and humanity. How could a lord of chaos be so audaciously directed by a human? What irked the eye demon further was the demand to sign a contract that read, I, Shumagarath, Lord of Chaos, voluntarily join the voluntary association, pledge to protect Earth, and vow never to invade it. I willingly become the disciple of Supreme Mage Luo Bai, committing to regular contributions of power, with the understanding that any breach will incur the wrath of the fairy power. Upon reading this contract, the eye demon could no longer maintain its composure. I am aware of your fairy power, and I cannot contend with you. But this contract is utterly outrageous. Is there truly such a thing as a voluntary contract? It bellowed in fury. The eye demon's outrage was palpable, and its frustration mounted as it pondered the emergence of the fairy power and its choice of a human host. The current Luo Bai's strength far surpassed its own, leading the eye demon to lament its ill-timed arrival on Earth. Had it come sooner, perhaps this human would not have become such a formidable adversary. Luo Bai, growing increasingly impatient, narrowed his eyes and inquired, So, you are unwilling to sign? Just as he prepared to unleash the fairy power, the eye demon inadvertently summoned Ancient One, who appeared before Luo Bai in her ethereal form. Ah, Luo Bai, we meet again, she greeted. Realizing it was indeed Ancient One, Luo Bai asked, Ancient One, what brings you here? Without elaboration, Ancient One's gaze fixed upon the eye demon, clearly indicating her presence was prompted by the situation at hand. Luo Bai opened his mouth to speak, but the eye demon interjected, Ancient One, you must see what this supreme mage is doing. He is about to transform Kamartaj into a den of demons. Just look at this contract he has forced upon me. The eye demon's outburst interrupted the exchange between Ancient One and Luo Bai. Intrigued by the mention of a contract, Ancient One took it and glanced over it. After reading, she appeared bewildered. Is this what you have given him? She inquired, turning to Luo Bai. Indeed, Ancient One, he affirmed. Ancient One seemed poised to speak, but hesitated, ultimately closing her mouth. After a moment's contemplation, she asked simply, Why? Ancient One, did you not instruct me to be flexible? Upon reflection, rather than opposing dark sorcerers, why not subdue them instead? Luo Bai replied with a smile. Ancient One's eyes widened in astonishment. Though she remained silent, her expression conveyed a multitude of unspoken thoughts. The eye demon, unable to contain itself any longer, erupted, Aren't you going to intervene? Ancient One, regaining her composure, responded slowly, While I do not entirely grasp his motivations, he is Kamartaj's most exceptional mage in history. I believe he must have his reasons. I choose to place my trust in him. Upon hearing this, the eye demon was left utterly speechless, its expression one of incredulity. Are you truly white magicians? Luo Bai chuckled, retorting, Shumagarath, I must say, as a lord of chaos, resorting to complaints and summoning Ancient One is rather undignified. Why not simply call upon the Vishani while you're at it? How embarrassing. The eye demon, overwhelmed, blurted out in frustration, I did not summon Ancient One. How was I to know she would appear? As the words of the eye demon faded, Ancient One spoke. I was not summoned by him. Rather, I sensed his arrival on Earth, which prompted my visit. I have battled him before and am well aware of his formidable powers, hence my haste. My intention was to offer assistance, but I did not anticipate such circumstances. Luo Bai chuckled softly, replying, I, too, did not foresee your presence, Master Ancient One. Initially, the eye demon believed that Ancient One's arrival would at least impede Luo Bai's audacious actions. To his astonishment, however, Ancient One seemed entirely unconcerned. Presently, unable to overcome him, and powerless to intervene, the eye demon, compelled by desperation, chose to sign the contract. As he signed, he muttered in complaint, What white mage? You all resemble dark sorcerers to me. Voluntary? Is there truly such a thing as voluntary consent? With a begrudging scowl, the eye demon completed the agreement. Once he finished, Luo Bai retrieved the contract and remarked, Do well. With that, he departed, leaving the eye demon in a state of disbelief. After exiting the eye demon's dimensional space, Ancient One finally had an opportunity to discuss the contract with Luo Bai. Supreme Sorcerer, may I inquire about the nature of this contract? Are you indeed intent on subjugating these dimensional sovereigns? Ancient One asked, perplexed. Luo Bai smiled and calmly replied, indeed, and I have been doing so all along. Currently, I have successfully bound Dormammu, Mephisto, and Shumagorath, along with the Eye Demon. Ancient One was taken aback. Dormammu assisted? What assistance did he provide? He aided in repelling the Planet Eater from Earth. Luo Bai responded coolly, but Ancient One struggled to maintain her composure. Dormammu assisted in driving away the Planet Eater? Are you implying that he has begun to protect Earth? Ancient One's incredulity was palpable, her expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Has the era truly shifted to the point where Dormammu now safeguards Earth? Chapter 182. Kunlun, the Power of the Dragon. The notion of Dormammu, Shumagorath, and the Eye Demon safeguarding Earth was something Ancient One had never contemplated throughout her life. The primary reason for this was the insurmountable strength of these dimensional lords. After all, these sovereigns were exceedingly powerful. Merely contending with them was the utmost she could manage, let alone subjugating them, a notion bordering on fantasy. As a human sorceress, Ancient One was acutely aware of the limitations faced by her kind. Even someone as gifted as she could not subdue Dormammu. While Luo Bai's talents might surpass hers to some extent, Ancient One held on to hope for him from the very beginning. However, the idea of subduing Dormammu seemed rather exaggerated. Ancient One could not fathom how Luo Bai accomplished such feats. Your time studying magic has not been extensive. Why do they all willingly sign this contract with you and assist Earth? Ancient One inquired. Luo Bai chuckled softly and replied, perhaps it is simply good fortune on my part. The fairy power has recognized me as its host, and since then, I have absorbed considerable energy. Fairy power? Ancient One mused, recalling having heard of it, yet she had never witnessed its true potency. If even these dimensional lords feared the fairy power, it must indeed be a force to be reckoned with. Reflecting on this, Ancient One could not help but express, I have always believed you would become the most formidable supreme sorcerer, and you have indeed proven your strength to me. You have achieved many things I never anticipated. Subjugating these dimensional lords is truly astonishing. Initially, Ancient One struggled to comprehend why the timeline had altered due to Luo Bai, but now it seemed clearer. Luo Bai was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the title of Supreme Sorcerer. As for Strange, perhaps he was simply an anomaly. However, Ancient One remained curious and asked before Luo Bai could speak, have you encountered Strange? I have, Luo Bai replied with a smile. How is he faring now? Ancient One pressed. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Bai stated, he is currently studying magic under my tutelage and is progressing quite well. His talents are exceptional. Ancient One remained silent, yet her brow furrowed slightly. Eventually, she murmured, that makes sense. Although part of the timeline has been altered, it is a result of your influence. And the original narrative remains intact. Strange should indeed remain in Kamartaj. He is a born sorcerer. Indeed, Luo Bai concurred with a nod. Just as he finished speaking, Ancient One interjected, I sensed the Eye Demon's arrival, so I followed your trail here. I intended to assist, yet your progress has taken me by surprise. Now that you can stand on your own, I can depart with peace of mind. Although Ancient One had relinquished the title of Supreme Sorcerer long ago, at that time, Luo Bai was not nearly as formidable, which left her with lingering concerns. She was acutely aware of the powerful adversaries faced by the Supreme Sorcerer, which only intensified her worries for Earth. Having witnessed the current situation, Ancient One realized that her concerns were indeed unwarranted. Had she known this would be the case, she would not have made the trip. Reflecting on this, she sighed, Luo Bai, it is time for me to take my leave. Luo Bai smiled. I hope it will not be long before we meet again, Master Ancient One. With little more to say, Ancient One merely nodded before departing. Much like their previous parting, she left from the same spot. Once Ancient One had gone, Luo Bai turned his attention to the whereabouts of the Phoenix Power fragments. In truth, possessing even a single fragment allowed one to sense the locations of the others. However, the act of sensing the Phoenix Power fragments required a significant expenditure of energy. Closing his eyes to concentrate, Luo Bai quickly pinpointed the location of one fragment, which appeared to be situated in Kunlun. Kunlun, Luo Bai frowned. He recalled that one of the previous hosts of the Phoenix Power indeed hailed from Kunlun. That host was known as Wu Fengji. According to legend, Wu Fengji's mother was one of the last pilgrims to arrive on Earth, later giving birth to Wu Fengji with a man from Earth. However, it was unclear why, shortly after Wu Fengji's birth, her mother sold her. Following that, Wu Fengji's experiences remained a mystery, but ultimately, she became a disciple of Lei Gong and acquired both the Phoenix Power and the Dragon Power. In terms of strength, Wu Fengji had gained the Phoenix Power long ago and trained for some time, so her prowess was likely formidable. This time, Luo Bai would need to exert considerable effort to absorb the phoenix power within her. Notably, this woman also possessed dragon power, which is another immensely potent force. Should Luo Bai adopt a ruthless approach, he might gain significant enhancements from this endeavor. Nevertheless, being the supreme sorcerer, he retained a sense of conscience. If Wu Fengji were amenable to a cordial discussion, perhaps they could coexist peacefully. In the worst-case scenario, it would merely result in a confrontation. With that thought, Luo Bai sighed. I hope this will be a straightforward process. Contemplating this, he activated a portal. Soon, he arrived at the legendary sacred land of Kunlun. However, he found himself only at the base of Kunlun Mountain. It is said that Kunlun is situated upon a mountain, and entering this sacred place is no simple task. To be more precise, only those fated may have the opportunity to enter. If one is not destined, they would likely not even be able to locate the entrance to Kunlun. Fortunately, Luo Bai possesses a certain degree of fortune. After wandering aimlessly through the mountains, he indeed discovered the entrance leading to Kunlun. Upon stepping inside, Luo Bai beheld a long staircase and a woman standing at its foot. Before he could utter a word, the woman spoke. I know who you are and the purpose of your visit. I have anticipated this day for a long time, which is why I am here waiting for you. If you seek the power of the phoenix, then you must engage me in combat. Should you emerge victorious, you may take what you desire. With these words, Luo Bai quickly deduced the woman's identity. As expected, she was none other than Wu Fengji. She was refreshingly straightforward, skipping any superfluous chatter and immediately challenging him to a duel. Seeing her decisiveness, Luo Bai refrained from saying much and promptly unleashed his fairy power. The moment the fairy power manifested, darkness enveloped the entirety of Kunlun. Wu Fengji appeared momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the fairy power. Is this truly the legendary fairy power? She mused. It is indeed a force to be reckoned with. As her thoughts lingered, Wu Fengji summoned the dragon power from within her. Chapter 183, An Insignificant Clash. The dragon power, also known as divine dragon power, endows its wielder with extraordinary strength and abilities, including long-range attacks, mind control, and time-space traversal. The potency of the dragon power is somewhat contingent on the user's strength. In simpler terms, the greater the user's prowess, the more formidable the dragon power becomes. As an early host of the phoenix power, Wu Fengji's strength is certainly not to be underestimated. Thus, when she unleashed her dragon power, Luo Bai could distinctly sense the overwhelming energy radiating around her. Most crucially, Wu Fengji's dragon power was not merely a simple manifestation, it was a fusion of divine dragon power and phoenix power. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Bai could not help but chuckle. You're quite impressive yourself, merging phoenix power with divine dragon power. It seems you've conjured a dragon and phoenix in harmony. Wu Fengji frowned, retorting sharply. Let us see whether your fairy power combined with phoenix power is mightier, or if my dragon-phoenix fusion reigns supreme. With that, she unleashed her dragon phoenix iron fist, a technique of her own invention. In essence, it was the energy of the divine dragon power melded with the phoenix power, projecting a colossal energy punch capable of apocalyptic destruction. Given that the phoenix power inherently harbors the energy to obliterate the universe, the strength of Wu Fengji's punch was self-evident. For an ordinary superhuman, or even a sorcerer, it would likely be insurmountable. However, for Luo Bai, this punch was relatively easy to neutralize. After all, this strike was fundamentally a manifestation of energy transformed into force, maximizing its potency. If it was merely energy, then it posed no challenge, as fairy power thrives on consuming energy. The moment Wu Fengji launched her punch, the fairy power morphed into a titanic entity resembling a black fortress, standing resolutely before Luo Bai. The fairy power withstood the brunt of the iron fist's assault, and upon contact, an explosive clash of energy erupted. To the untrained eye, this strike appeared cataclysmic, reverberating through the heavens. Yet, in reality, as the energy of the iron fist made contact with the fairy power, it absorbed the majority of the energy, rendering the residual force negligible. Consequently, the fairy power emerged unscathed from the encounter. Observing the fairy power wholly intact, Wu Fengji was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? She murmured. Disbelief etched across her features. She had believed that the power of her punch was formidable enough to inflict damage. Yet, the current situation suggested that the fairy power had seemingly sustained no harm whatsoever. While Wu Fengji pondered this perplexity, the fairy power took the initiative to strike back. The immense dark energy of the fairy power surged toward Wu Fengji in the blink of an eye. She instinctively sought to defend herself. However, before she could mount a counter, the fairy power enveloped her entirely. It then commenced a frenzied absorption of the energy from within Wu Fengji. Though she attempted to retaliate using her two internal powers, the divine dragon power and phoenix power, the relentless absorption by the fairy power overwhelmed her defenses. Ultimately, as the fairy power completely drained her of both phoenix power and divine dragon power, Wu Fengji, left with no recourse, had no choice but to concede. "I have lost," Wu Fengji admitted. Observing her lack of intent to continue the fight, Luo Bai retracted the fairy power. The moment the fairy power returned to him, he began to assimilate the new shards of phoenix power with the divine dragon power. Time passed, and once he had fully absorbed the fragments of phoenix power and divine dragon power, Luo Bai spoke slowly. "It seems that the fairy power indeed prevails." Wu Fengji remained silent, gazing up at the sky. It was unclear whom she was looking at, but her eyes were filled with a profound melancholy. After an indeterminate period, Wu Fengji finally spoke. "I have done all I could, yet I could not hold my ground." Luo Bai, puzzled, followed her gaze upward and inquired, "Who are you speaking to?" Only then did Wu Fengji turn her gaze back to Luo Bai, responding with a hint of detachment, "My master, Thunderlord." Before Luo Bai could respond, Wu Fengji continued, "Long ago, I foresaw that someone would come seeking me. I knew I could not retain the phoenix power, yet I still wished to make the attempt. It has been proven that my foresight was not mistaken. Indeed, I have failed to preserve the phoenix power. You are formidable, and the fairy power is equally impressive. You both surpass my expectations by far. I underestimated you and overestimated myself." Wu Fengji reflected, her gaze imbued with an obscure significance. It remained ambiguous whether she blamed herself for failing to protect the phoenix power or mourned the inescapable fate. Luo Bai, however, struggled to comprehend. His arrival in this world had been relatively recent. Even if Wu Fengji possessed the ability to foresee the future, how could she have anticipated his presence here? Contemplating this, Luo Bai could not help but inquire, "I am curious as to how you knew I would come?" Wu Fengji shook her head. "I do not know who would arrive. I only knew that someone would come." Upon hearing this, Luo Bai experienced an epiphany. "I see now. It appears this matter was destined." Wu Fengji's words sparked a memory in Luo Bai. In the original Marvel Universe, it was supposed to be Jean Grey who ascended to become the White Phoenix. Following this logic, the shards of phoenix power within Wu Fengji ought to have been claimed by Jean Grey. However, with his arrival taking the place of Jean Grey, Wu Fengji could not predict who would come, yet she still foresaw the occurrence itself. It was indeed fated. Once the cosmic timeline is established, no one can alter it. I am aware that I cannot prevent you from collecting the shards of the Phoenix Force. However, the Phoenix Force is not as formidable as you might believe. It is inherently selfish and difficult to control, and it is highly likely to dominate your thoughts. Just as this sentiment crossed her mind, Wu Fengji suddenly spoke up, seemingly cautioning Luo Bai about the perils of the Phoenix Force. In truth, since Wu Fengji acquired a shard of the Phoenix Force, she has remained vigilant against its influence. Had it not been for Luo Bai's arrival, she would have been reluctant to wield the Phoenix Force at all. She is acutely aware of its terrifying nature, and indeed, Luo Bai's taking of the Phoenix Force could be seen as a form of liberation for her. Yet, she remains troubled, fearing that if the Phoenix Force were to control Luo Bai, who possesses inherent fairy powers, the universe might plunge into chaos. Naturally, Luo Bai comprehended her concerns. Responding with a calm smile, "There is no need for you to worry about that. My objectives have been achieved, and I shall take my leave." With that, Luo Bai departed. Watching him fade into the distance, Wu Fengji sighed, hoping he would not become a calamity for the universe. Chapter 184, Once More, Odin. Wu Fengji exhaled deeply and, after Luo Bai's departure, closed the gateway to Kunlun. As a radiant light illuminated the surroundings, everything returned to a tranquil state, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Luo Bai had long since vanished from sight. In truth, he had not gone far. He merely utilized a teleportation portal to arrive at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Once there, Luo Bai began to meditate and analyze the powers he had just acquired. Through this contemplation, he gained a clearer understanding of the essence of the Dragon Force. Perhaps due to the overwhelming amount of power he had absorbed, the Dragon Force did not appear particularly remarkable in comparison. Nevertheless, it is noteworthy that Wu Fengji's shard of the Phoenix Force had significantly enhanced Luo Bai's strength. Although this augmentation may seem negligible given Luo Bai's current prowess, even the smallest morsel of sustenance is still nourishment. After calibrating his energy, Luo Bai commenced his search for the remaining shards of the Phoenix Force. As he anticipated, there were only 2 shards left in the main universe, both of which were currently within his possession. The remaining shards were not located within the main universe, but rather in other parallel universes. Presently, The only shard Luo Bai sensed was situated in prehistoric Earth 1,000,000 years ago. The identity of the host of this Phoenix Force shard eluded him. However, he was well aware of their moniker, the Prehistoric Phoenix, a rather unembellished nickname. This signified that Luo Bai would need to traverse time to seek the Phoenix Force 1,000,000 years in the past. Such a temporal leap was indeed vast, and he pondered what he might encounter upon arrival. Muttering to himself, Luo Bai activated the time portal, setting its coordinates to 1,000,000 years in the past. He did not specify a precise location, primarily because he was uncertain of the exact whereabouts of the Phoenix Force shard, as well as his unfamiliarity with Earth from that era. Although he could sense the shard, pinpointing its precise location through mere intuition proved to be exceedingly challenging. He could only search once he reached his destination. With that thought, Luo Bai stepped through the temporal gateway and soon arrived in prehistoric Earth. This realm appeared far more desolate than the Earth he was accustomed to. After surveying his surroundings, Luo Bai activated his omniscient perspective to seek out individuals in prehistoric Earth. Determining the location of the prehistoric Phoenix was not particularly arduous, as his intuitive sense combined with his omniscient view quickly led him to the prehistoric Phoenix's whereabouts. However, the complication arose from the presence of several familiar figures surrounding the prehistoric Phoenix. For instance, the individual who bore a striking resemblance to Thor was unmistakably his father, Odin, in his youth. Additionally, there was a sorcerer beside Odin. Although Luo Bai was not well acquainted with him, his likeness could be found in the library of Kamartaj. This sorcerer was a supreme mage, known as Agamotto. The remaining figures, while unfamiliar to Luo Bai, could be inferred from their attire to be the prehistoric Hellcat and the prehistoric Black Panther, the latter being the first king of Wakanda. Seeing these familiar faces, Luo Bai felt a wave of apprehension. The gathering of these individuals suggested they were well acquainted with one another. Would it pose a problem to extract the shard of the Phoenix Force from the prehistoric Phoenix amidst such company? After all, he had journeyed from 1,000,000 years into the future, and maintaining the integrity of the timeline was paramount. Thus, his current objective was to avoid any encounter with Odin and the others. It seemed prudent to wait until the prehistoric Phoenix was alone before attempting to procure the Phoenix Force. With that in mind, Luo Bai began monitoring the prehistoric Phoenix's movements while he waited. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. When night fell and everyone returned to their respective abodes to rest, Luo Bai seized the opportunity. Without hesitation, he activated a portal and materialized before the prehistoric Phoenix. At that moment, the prehistoric Phoenix was preparing to rest. Sensing the presence of an intruder, she immediately became alert. "Who goes there?" she bellowed, furrowing her brow. Soon, she discerned the figure of a young man emerging from the shadows. Although his attire differed slightly from hers, she could confirm he was human. Furthermore, the prehistoric Phoenix noticed the artifact adorning Luo Bai's neck. That object was the Eye of Agamotto. The prehistoric Phoenix appeared taken aback, her gaze lingering on the Eye of Agamotto for a moment before she pointed at it and inquired, "How do you possess such a thing?" Following her indication, Luo Bai realized she was referring to the Eye of Agamotto. He had no desire for an extended conversation with her, as it was ill-advised for someone from 1,000,000 years in the future to engage in dialogue with a prehistoric human. Just as he intended to take action, a voice emerged from behind him, because he is also a supreme mage and hails from the future. Luo Bai was momentarily taken aback and turned to face the newcomers, Odin and Agamotto. Initially, Luo Bai had been reluctant to interact with figures from the past due to the implications of the timeline. However, upon hearing Agamotto's words, he sensed something was amiss. "You know my identity?" Luo Bai inquired. Agamotto nodded and replied calmly, "Indeed, I have foreseen your arrival. Long ago, I predicted that you, or rather a future supreme mage, would come." Following this, Agamotto addressed his companion, Odin, "Ignite the flames. You need not worry, he is here to assist us." Assist? At Agamotto's declaration, Luo Bai found himself perplexed. "How can I assist you?" he questioned. Agamotto smiled before responding. "Assist us in combating the celestial host." Luo Bai paused, taken aback. The celestial host? Upon hearing this, memories resurfaced, reminding him that the celestial host had indeed invaded Earth during the prehistoric era. At that time, Odin harbored grand ambitions to conquer the cosmos, yet he was ultimately subdued by the celestial assembly. It appears that I have arrived at a timeline precisely coinciding with the celestial assembly's invasion of Earth. I am aware that you hail from the future, though the purpose of your arrival remains a mystery to me. However, we are in dire need of your assistance. The celestial assembly is poised to descend upon Earth imminently. Earth requires your aid. As the supreme sorcerer, it is your solemn duty to safeguard this planet. Therefore, you will undoubtedly assist us. Just as this thought crossed my mind, Agamotto spoke up. Chapter 185, Celestial Beings, Architects of Destiny. His words were irrefutable to Luo Bai. After all, as the Supreme Sorcerer, his responsibility was to protect Earth, regardless of whether it was 1,000,000 years ago or 1,000,000 years hence. Nevertheless, Luo Bai felt it imperative to clarify his own intentions for this visit. I can see that you are correct. However, I too possess my own objectives for this journey. I have come in search of the Phoenix Force, Luo Bai declared, casting a glance toward Flame. At this revelation, everyone fell silent. Are you implying that you wish to seize the Phoenix Force from me? Flame inquired, her eyes reflecting a palpable vigilance, even a hint of indignation. She seemed poised to articulate further, yet before she could speak, Agamotto interjected. Flame, wait. He is the Supreme Sorcerer. I trust he has his reasons. With that, Agamotto turned to Luo Bai and asked, May I inquire why you seek this? Luo Bai's expression darkened momentarily before he replied with composure, because of the Celestial Assembly. The Celestial Assembly? Agamotto echoed, his astonishment evident. After a brief contemplation, he probed, So, in 1,000,000 years, the Celestial Assembly returns to Earth? Indeed. Through my foresight, I have discerned that the Celestial Assembly is on the verge of descending upon Earth. This time, their numbers will be vast. Earth is in need of assistance, Luo Bai stated earnestly. No sooner had he finished speaking than Odin interjected. The Celestial Assembly is but a trifling matter. Once I defeat them, there will be no further issues. Odin's tone was laced with disdain and arrogance. Unlike the Odin of 1,000,000 years prior, this version was youthful, brash, and exuded an air of unassailable pride. Upon witnessing the younger Odin, Luo Bai suddenly understood why Thor could be so reckless. It seemed he had inherited Odin's temperament. One could say that the Odin standing before Luo Bai was merely a different iteration of Thor, wielding the very Mjolnir that Thor had once used. It stands to reason. After all, like father, like son, it was likely that Odin had yet to confront the Celestial Assembly head-on, emboldening him to speak so boldly. Reflecting on this, Luo Bai could not help but smile as he remarked, If you truly can vanquish the Celestial Assembly, they would not return to invade Earth 1,000,000 years hence. Presently, Luo Bai represented the future. Through his very presence, Agamotto comprehended that the cosmic timeline, or rather the narrative-esque conclusion, had already been predetermined. Their current capabilities were insufficient to completely eradicate the Celestial Assembly, which would ultimately lead to their return 1,000,000 years later. Luo Bai's arrival was to ensure the preservation of Earth 1,000,000 years into the future. Yet Agamotto was perplexed. In 1,000,000 years, will there be no one else to stand up for Earth? He queried. Luo Bai shook his head, replying, As it stands, only I. No sooner had he uttered these words than Odin became displeased. With a sweeping gesture, he expressed his dissatisfaction. How can that be? Where do you place me, Odin? In 1,000,000 years, I shall have conquered the entire cosmos. The Celestial Assembly is but a minor inconvenience. What could they possibly do to me? Odin's declaration was infused with a sense of arrogance, reflective of his grand designs. It was evident that he believed his conquest of the cosmos was a foregone conclusion. Thus, he felt emboldened to make such assertions. Though Luo Bai was reluctant to dampen Odin's enthusiasm, he felt compelled to state the truth. I know you, Odin Borson. 1,000,000 years hence, you shall be the king of Asgard. We have met in that time. Regrettably, you will no longer be on Earth. Asgard has been entrusted to your son, Thor. You are asking me to help guide your son and oversee all of Asgard. Upon hearing this, Odin was rendered speechless. What nonsense is this? I shall not exist in 1,000,000 years. Have you the audacity to ask the Supreme Sorcerer to manage my son? Not only was Odin bewildered, but Agamotto too was taken aback. Regardless of the rapport Luo Bai might have with Asgard and the future Odin, it seemed implausible that Odin would request his assistance in overseeing his own offspring. While he was still grappling with this revelation, Odin erupted in fury. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My son must have inherited my perfect genes. Even if I retire in 1,000,000 years, I would not require your assistance in managing Asgard. Odin's gaze conveyed a message. I am Odin, the future king of the gods. My lineage is undoubtedly formidable. A mere human from Earth could never surpass my genetic legacy. My offspring shall surely eclipse you. Why should I need your help in raising him? From Odin's expression, Luo Bai discerned his disbelief and ire. However, Luo Bai refrained from further debate, simply producing a magical contract and presenting it calmly. This is the contract you signed with me. Afterward, Luo Bai conjured the eternal spear and added, This is the weapon you gifted me. Odin, silently accepting the eternal spear from Luo Bai's hands. He examined it closely. Upon recognition, he realized it was forged by the dwarves, Asgard's premier weaponsmiths, who crafted weapons solely for the Asgardian royalty. Thus, Odin comprehended the significance of the eternal spear. After inspecting the spear, he took a glance at the contract. Given that it was a magical contract imbued with Odin's own power, its authenticity was indisputable. Truthfully, Odin's confusion only deepened upon examining the contract. Wait, is my son truly this inept? 1,000,000 years hence, I would be signing such a contract with a supreme sorcerer? The contents of this contract are tantamount to surrendering Asgard to Luo Bai. After perusing the document, Odin felt utterly dismayed. In disbelief, he bellowed, "Impossible! How can my son be so incapable? He must inherit my perfect genes. He should be just like me, a ruler." Luo Bai remained silent, merely smiling as he reclaimed the contract and the eternal spear. While Luo Bai smiled, Odin felt as though his heart had endured 1,000,000 devastating blows. Such misfortunes at home. How could it be that he, Odin, the indomitable, would father such a feeble son? In that moment, Odin felt his dignity slipping away. He resolved to alter the course of history. When his son was born, he would be more stringent, training him to become a warrior from a young age, honing his strength relentlessly. Of course, what Odin was contemplating remained unknown to Luo Bai. Odin remained silent, not uttering a word, but instead turned to Agamotto and spoke. "Just as you are currently facing a crisis, 1,000,000 years hence, Earth will confront an even greater peril. As the Supreme Sorcerer, it is my solemn duty to safeguard our planet. Therefore, I must seek the power of the Phoenix to expel the celestial group from Earth entirely." Through Agamotto's words, the assembly comprehended his intent. Among those present, including Flame, there was a unanimous desire to protect the Earth. Upon grasping the objective, Flame fell into contemplative silence. After an indeterminate passage of time, she finally spoke. "If you can assist us in resolving the present crisis, I am willing to grant you the power of the Phoenix within me once the celestial group has been vanquished, enabling you to save Earth 1,000,000 years from now." Ultimately, Flame relented and negotiated terms with Agamotto. This condition was not overly burdensome, and Agamotto readily acquiesced. With the terms established, they considered themselves allies. Agamotto then divulged the current state of affairs on Earth. According to their investigations, a malevolent affliction was spreading throughout the universe, instigated by the cosmic insect swarms, which were colloquially dubbed the locusts of the cosmos. It was said that these swarms were the last sighting before the world's end, with nothing capable of halting them, not even the Celestials. The origin of these swarms remained a mystery, yet they proliferated unabated, infecting the entirety of the cosmos. The planet occupied by the Celestial group was one such afflicted world. Due to the emergence of these swarms, chaos ensued on the Celestials' planet. Amidst the turmoil, a member of the Celestial group, infected by the cosmic swarms, descended upon Earth. Unknown to all, this member was referred to as the progenitor. The progenitor perished here, his tainted blood seeping into the molten core and oceans of Earth. His arrival wrought significant pollution upon the planet, as the swarms bred and devoured indiscriminately. It was initially assumed that Earth would succumb to the fate of other planets in the cosmos, gradually consumed by these swarms. However, to everyone's astonishment, over the vast expanse of time, Earth birthed a gene capable of resisting the swarms. During the era of primitive cave dwellers, humans emerged with evolutionary traits far surpassing their kin, superhumans. Thus, the first superhumans came into existence on Earth. Members of the Celestial group discovered this surprising development. They were astonished to find humans capable of resisting the swarms. Consequently, they resolved to abduct these individuals for research in hopes of uncovering the key to combating the swarms. They dispatched another member of the Celestial group, named Woebringer Zeglib, to Earth for reconnaissance. Agamotto, sensing the Celestial group's intentions, united the superhumans of Earth alongside Odin and others to collectively defeat Zeglib. However, their actions did not go unnoticed by the Celestial group. Enraged, the Celestials declared war on Earth, vowing to dispatch an even more formidable entity, the primordial Celestial, to assault the planet. By the time Zeglib arrived on Earth, he was already weakened by illness, allowing for his swift defeat. From him, they gleaned the Celestial group's plan. From the outset, the Celestial group intended to use Earth as a sacrificial pawn to study the gene that could combat the swarms. They sought to sacrifice Earth to save their own planet, a notion that was utterly unacceptable to them. Agamotto spoke with palpable fury. Through Agamotto's narration, Agamotto was able to discern the sequence of events. In essence, the Celestial group had been infected by the disease. In their pursuit of a cure, they endeavored to unleash the virus upon Earth. Upon discovering that Earth harbored a potential remedy for their affliction, they resolved to annihilate the entire planet to save themselves. Such actions by the Celestial group were indeed inhumane. Although Agamotto was filled with indignation towards their conduct, He recognized that anger would not resolve anything, thus he inquired, "Do you know when the primordial celestial will arrive? If my foresight is correct, he will arrive tomorrow. I have extrapolated the outcomes of this battle using my ability to foresee the future. I have calculated over 1,000 possible endings. And there exists but one scenario in which we can emerge victorious. Therefore, I require your assistance," Agamotto stated. A frown creased Agamotto's brow, as he sensed an unsettling implication. He promptly asked, "The scenario you mentioned, it wouldn't happen to involve me, would it?" Agamotto nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed. Your presence is crucial for our hope of victory." Chapter 186. Odin, we cannot possibly win. Agamotto's words caused a furrow to deepen on Luo Bai's brow. After all, his assertion seemed illogical. As a time traveler, Luo Bai had only recently arrived in the Marvel Universe. In the original narrative, even without Luo Bai's presence, Agamotto and Odin should have been capable of repelling the Celestial Group 1,000,000 years ago. He was merely an accidental arrival. Yet now he was being recorded in the annals of time as a pivotal figure in a prehistoric battle? Was Agamotto's foresight flawed? Or had everything been irrevocably altered the moment he set foot in this timeline? If the latter were true, the ramifications were staggering, extending even to 1,000,000 years prior. Contemplating this, Luo Bai couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined I would be so pivotal." No sooner had he spoken than Agamotto chuckled, "You are indeed essential. You are the most powerful supreme sorcerer in history. Otherwise, you would not have replaced Strange as the new supreme sorcerer." Strange? Replaced? Agamotto's words caused Luo Bai's brows to knit in confusion. "You are aware of Strange?" Luo Bai inquired incredulously. Agamotto nodded serenely, replying, "Of course. The ability to foresee the future is a skill possessed by any supreme sorcerer." His assertion held merit, for due to the time stone, nearly every supreme sorcerer could glimpse into the future. However, the ability to foresee an entire 1,000,000 years ahead was somewhat exaggerated. It was no wonder Agamotto was the first supreme sorcerer, prompting Luo Bai to regard him with newfound respect. "Very well, now that we have clarified our positions, let us take our rest. Tomorrow, we face a formidable battle ahead." As he contemplated this, Agamotto opened a portal. Soon, a rudimentary, dilapidated dwelling materialized behind the portal. "You shall rest here tonight. The environment of the prehistoric era is rather austere. I hope you do not mind." "Of course not," Luo Bai replied as he stepped into the decrepit abode. Upon entering, before he could take in his surroundings, Odin approached and queried, "Hey lad, are you truly from 1,000,000 years in the future?" Luo Bai nodded in affirmation, "Indeed." As soon as the words left his lips, disappointment flickered across Odin's face. "Previously, Agamotto informed me that a traveler from the future would arrive today to assist us against the Celestial Group, and I was quite eager for it. I never anticipated that it would be a mere child. Frankly, this is no trifling matter. If you choose to leave now, it is not too late. Otherwise, I genuinely fear you may perish tomorrow." Were these words spoken by anyone else, Luo Bai might have felt some irritation. However, coming from Odin, he felt no offense. After all, Thor inherited Odin's perfect genes, and spending time with Thor, Loki couldn't help but think that it wouldn't be surprising if Odin had uttered such words in his youth. Contemplating this, Loki chose to remain silent and ignored Odin, merely casting a glance at the simplicity of the surroundings. It must be said, the environment was indeed excessively rudimentary. With a sigh, Loki resigned himself to the fact that it was just for one night. With this thought in mind, he walked over and sat down on the edge of the bed. Noticing Loki's indifference, Odin snorted and muttered, "Don't expect me to save you tomorrow. You should fend for yourself." With that, he departed. Once Odin left, Loki settled on the bed to meditate. For a mage, the most effective form of practice is meditation. Through this introspective exercise, one draws energy from the multiverse and adjusts their own power. Given the overwhelming force within Loki, meditation would also assist him in harmonizing this energy. This adjustment continued throughout the night until he sensed an anomaly, at which point he opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he discovered that the surroundings were violently shaking, as if the very structure of the house were on the verge of collapse. Realizing the situation, Loki hurriedly exited the room. As he stepped out, he encountered Agamotto and Odin, among others, rushing towards him. The Celestial Group had arrived. Approaching them, Agamotto spoke with a serious tone. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 colossal iron giants emerged slowly from the sky. In terms of appearance, the members of the Celestial Group were quite similar. However, they did not resemble humans. Rather, they appeared more like robots, distinguished only by their varying colors. No one knew what lay beneath the metallic exteriors of their armors. Yet it was understood that most members of the Celestial Group were composed of energy. If they were indeed energy constructs, it was no wonder, for the power of the fairies thrived on energy. To outsiders, the celestial group might seem like terrifying behemoths, but to Loki, they represented delectable morsels. It was no surprise that Loki felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the celestial group, as the fairy power within him was eager to feast. Amidst this frenzy, Loki couldn't help but mutter, "I'm really hungry." Although his voice was barely audible, Odin heard him loud and clear. Frowning at Loki's remark, Odin expressed his discontent. "At a time like this, you're still thinking about food? Be careful. You might end up as the celestial group's dinner." Without waiting for Loki's response, he turned to Agamotto and asked, "Is the future you see truly reliable? Can this kid genuinely assist us?" Agamotto nodded affirmatively. "The future is infallible. I believe he can certainly help us." Odin shrugged nonchalantly. "To be honest, I think we don't need his help at all. I could take out all three of them myself." Odin's arrogance stemmed from his previous encounter with a member of the celestial group, the Griever. The Griever had been sent to Earth as a test by the celestial group, but when he arrived, he was already afflicted by a disease that significantly weakened his abilities. Perhaps due to the Griever's lackluster performance, Odin felt emboldened. Noticing Odin's excessive pride, Agamotto attempted to caution him, but before he could speak, Odin charged ahead. Wielding Mjolnir, he leaped before the three members of the celestial group and declared, "I, Odin Borson, warn you. If you do not leave Earth, I will personally end your lives." The sudden appearance of Odin left the three celestial members momentarily stunned. Before they could react, Odin hurled Mjolnir. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous roar. The hammer of the thunder god unleashed a cataclysmic display of lightning from the heavens, striking down upon the celestial group. One could not deny that although Odin appeared remarkably youthful, his power while wielding Mjolnir far surpassed that of the young Thor. Confident in his strength, Odin seemed to believe that this strike would either kill or severely injure the three celestial members. However, to Odin's astonishment, the force of Mjolnir had no effect on them. The central member of the celestial group merely flicked his wrist, sending Odin's hammer soaring away. Before Odin could comprehend the situation, one of the celestial members unleashed a powerful energy beam at him, causing Odin to be propelled away like a meteor. Agamotto remarked, "I knew it. He always behaves this way." Loki commented, "He really is just like Thor, identical in recklessness." In that moment, Loki finally understood why Thor could be so impulsive. His temperament was clearly inherited from his father, Odin. To Loki's surprise, the elder version of Odin appeared quite composed, yet in his youth, he was even more reckless than Thor. Agamotto had clearly grown accustomed to this, maintaining a calm demeanor as he observed Odin being launched away. As Odin was sent flying, Agamotto calmly warned the others, "Everyone, be cautious. These three possess tremendous energy." "What should we do?" Flame asked. "Their target is Earth. We must do our utmost to protect it," Agamotto replied. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Loki, the look in his eyes seemingly conveying the message, "Earth is in your hands." Understanding his implication, Loki promptly responded, "Rest assured, I can handle them. Be careful," Agamotto advised kindly. Loki remained silent, preparing to unleash the fairy power within him to bring this chaos to an end. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could make a move, the earth trembled with a sudden surge of energy. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. Following this energy surge, Loki noticed a dark mass approaching from the distant sky. As it drew closer, he discerned that it was the army of Asgard, led by none other than Odin himself. At that moment, Odin's furious voice echoed, "Kill these beasts." Agamotto, Loki, and Flame exchanged incredulous glances. It was no wonder they said Odin had a notoriously bad temper in his youth. Now Loki understood. This young man had a truly volatile disposition. Rather than accepting defeat, he called for reinforcements to gang up on his adversaries. Not only was Loki taken aback, but so were Agamotto and the others, watching as Odin, fuming with rage, led the Asgardian army into a fierce charge against the celestial group. Odin's expression radiated fury, as though proclaiming, "Dare to strike me? I will obliterate your celestial group." The onlookers couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Although Odin's entrance was undeniably grand, it was unfortunate that he couldn't maintain his composure for long. As Odin charged forward, one of the celestial members raised a massive axe, ready to strike down upon the Asgardian army. Upon that axe seemed to converge the very essence of the planet's might, a surge of energy cleaving the heavens asunder in an instant. Recognizing the overwhelming force, Agamotto swiftly conjured a massive shield in a desperate attempt to deflect this onslaught. The moment the power made contact with the shield, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. In the wake of this detonation, Asgard's soldiers were left in a state of devastation. Odin, too, was not spared. as he was swept up in the Force's wake and plummeted from the sky. Though Agamotto's shield had at least spared Earth from total obliteration, the explosion still wreaked havoc upon many of its inhabitants. Even Agamotto sustained grievous injuries. The Celestial Trio had, with a single strike, decimated Asgard's forces and nearly annihilated the Earth itself. Such astonishing destructive power finally roused Odin from his stupor. "This force is terrifying," he murmured, casting a look of disbelief towards Agamotto. Agamotto remained silent, instead channeling the power of the Time Stone to launch an attack against the Celestial Trio. Logically, the Time Stone harbored immense power, and as a seasoned sorcerer, Agamotto was capable of wielding it with formidable might. Yet, the trio seemed impervious to its influence, their energies unfazed by his efforts. The clash revealed that the Celestial Trio was unharmed, while Earth suffered grievous losses. Realizing the peril posed by the three, Agamotto turned his gaze towards Loki and silently extended a finger. Loki, momentarily taken aback, felt a strange sense of familiarity in the scene. Unable to decipher its meaning, he promptly inquired, "What does one signify?" As Agamotto unleashed his energy, he replied, "Leave not a single one alive." At last, Loki understood the implication. He and the energies of the fairy realm had no intention of sparing any survivors. Contemplating this, Loki channeled the energies of the fairy realm. A tremendous force surged outward. As the long-simmering energies erupted from within him, now grown vast enough to envelop the entire planet. Sensing this overwhelming power, the members of the Celestial Trio grew anxious. A surge of energy, not native to Earth, was detected, classified at a perilously high threat level. Data analysis was underway but yielded no results. Earth required assistance. Upon witnessing the emergence of the fairy energies, the trio hastily dispatched a danger alert to their headquarters, aware of the overwhelming might they faced. However, before they could complete their warning, the fairy energies surged toward them. The dark power enveloped the Celestial Trio. Long ago, the fairy energies had clashed with the celestial forces, and it had taken 5 teams, combined with the Phoenix Force, to barely subdue the fairy energies. Now, with merely 3 celestials present, they were woefully outmatched. Perhaps fueled by their historical enmity, the fairy energies swiftly overwhelmed them, draining their powers in an instant. Rendered powerless, the Celestial Trio was left as mere husks, devoid of any capacity for further resistance. As Loki witnessed their defeat, he retracted the fairy energies. The onlookers appeared utterly stunned. "Is it done?" Odin inquired, astonished. Turning to Loki, "What else would it be?" Loki retorted, "I assumed it would take at least a while. Had you not delayed me, I could have resolved it even more swiftly," Loki replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Odin fell into pensive silence, as did Agamotto and his companions. From the onset, Loki had never perceived the Celestial Trio as a genuine threat. In his estimation, they could be vanquished in a mere 10 seconds. Had Odin not sought to assert his dominance, Loki would have dispatched them long before. Though Odin had previously doubted Loki's capabilities, he now believed. For from the moment Loki engaged until the Celestial Trio's defeat, scarcely 10 seconds had elapsed. With the matter resolved, Loki remarked coolly, "The Celestial Trio has been dealt with. It is time for me to take my leave." At his words, Odin and the others had yet to grasp the full weight of the situation. Only after Loki vanished did they truly comprehend what had transpired. "Agamotto, I now understand why you believed he could aid us in overcoming this crisis," Odin uttered, still in disbelief. "He is far more formidable than I had imagined," Agamotto added. Odin remained silent, lost in thought as he surveyed the carnage among the Asgardian soldiers. After a prolonged moment, he murmured, "With Loki and the Celestial Trio present, can I truly unify the cosmos? Perhaps my aspirations were misguided from the very beginning." With that, Odin returned to Asgard. Shortly thereafter, he proclaimed his intention to govern Asgard with compassion and to cease the cosmic conquests. Chapter 188, Fortune Will Favor Me. Following Odin's subsequent decisions regarding Asgard, Loki paid little heed, for upon departing, he set his course toward the next fragment of the Phoenix Force. This time, however, he had no specific destination, relying solely on fate to guide him. After all, Loki believed that fortune would undoubtedly lead him to where he wished to go. Indeed, his conviction proved correct. Upon initiating his next temporal journey, he was soon interrupted by an unforeseen force, which assailed him during his travels. This mysterious power inflicted no tangible harm upon Loki, but it did forcibly halt his time travel, compelling him to land in an unfamiliar locale, one he had never encountered before. "Where am I?" Loki murmured, gazing around in confusion. After surveying his surroundings, he could ascertain only one fact: he was on Earth. Yet, he was uncertain of the specific era to which he had been transported. As he pondered this, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Have I disrupted you, time traveler? The figure was a man, exuding an aura of gentleness. His accurate identification of Loki as a time traveler suggested that he was no ordinary human. Acknowledging the man's awareness of his identity, Loki felt no need for subterfuge. He simply asked, "Did you interrupt my temporal journey?" The man appeared somewhat sheepish as he replied, "Yes. I was in pursuit of the phoenix. I caught a glimpse of it, but failed to seize it, and then an unforeseen incident occurred." Pursuing the phoenix? An unforeseen incident? Loki found himself perplexed. "Are you searching for the Phoenix Force?" he queried. The man, looking bewildered, responded, "What Phoenix Force? I am merely seeking the Phoenix. Have you heard of the Phoenix legend?" Loki shook his head. The man smiled and explained, "The Phoenix embodies the concepts of life and emotion, granting immense power to those who believe in it." As the man spoke, his eyes shimmered with admiration, leading Luo Bai to believe that he must be an ardent admirer of the Phoenix. However, the fact that the man pursued the Phoenix without any knowledge of its true power piqued Luo Bai's curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Bai could not help but inquire, "What is your name?" The man replied with a smile, "My name is Furin, and I am a wizard." Upon hearing this, Luo Bai instantly comprehended why the man had uttered those earlier words. Furin, a wizard? If Luo Bai's memory served him correctly, the Phoenix had once visited Earth long before its power had fragmented. At that time, the Phoenix existed solely as a vast, formless mass of energy, devoid of a name. Born from the primordial cosmos, it sought a host and arrived on Earth, where it encountered the wizard Furin, who held an intense reverence for the Phoenix, and was likewise noticed by Furin. Due to the wizard's adoration for the Phoenix, its essence transformed into the form he envisioned, thus becoming the Phoenix's power. Subsequently, the Phoenix chose Furin as its host. Hence, the wizard before Luo Bai was indeed the first host of the Phoenix's power. Luo Bai mused that fortune must favor him, as he had directly encountered the complete form of the Phoenix. If fate had led him to this juncture, did it not suggest that he was now capable of absorbing the entirety of the Phoenix's essence? Lost in thought, Furin suddenly asked, "What is your name?" "I am Luo Bai, also a wizard," he replied with a smile. Furin nodded and remarked, "Just as I suspected, your ability to traverse time signifies your prowess. You must be a formidable wizard." Luo Bai chuckled modestly. "I suppose I am not particularly exceptional. However, I am currently devising ways to enhance my abilities." "You possess quite the sense of humor," Furin noted with a grin. Without further ado, Luo Bai inquired, "You just mentioned you saw the Phoenix? Where is it?" Furin bore no trace of the Phoenix's essence, indicating that the Phoenix had yet to choose him as its host. Under such circumstances, it seemed plausible that the narrative could shift. After all, standing before the Phoenix's power, it would undoubtedly select Luo Bai. After all, who could resist the favor of fortune? Thus, Luo Bai resolved to seek the whereabouts of the Phoenix's power immediately. Furin, in his innocence, merely asked, "Do you also believe in the Phoenix?" Luo Bai contemplated for a moment before affirming, "Indeed, I do." Sensing a kindred spirit, Furin continued, "That's wonderful. Many deem my beliefs as mere daydreams, asserting that the Phoenix does not exist, yet I have steadfastly believed in its existence, and today I saw it fly towards that part of the sky." He gestured towards the heavens and added, "I was about to pursue the Phoenix. Why not join me, Wizard Furin?" Luo Bai laughed. Furin, taken aback, queried, "What does Wizard Furin mean?" "My name is Furin." Luo Bai chuckled. "I thought it would be a more melodious name in Chinese." Furin, not overly concerned with names, shrugged and said, "As you wish. I will lead you to the Phoenix." With that, Furin set off, and Luo Bai followed closely, pondering the irony of his quest for fragments of the Phoenix's power, only to stumble upon its complete form. Truly, this was serendipity. Yet, the immense energy of the complete Phoenix's power was daunting. He hoped the encounter would unfold smoothly, without adverse effects from absorbing the fragments. While contemplating, he trailed behind Furin in search of the Phoenix's power, but after a considerable time, neither saw any sign of it. Furin, feeling disheartened, muttered, "Can't we find it? I distinctly saw the Phoenix fly this way." As he spoke, he halted, visibly perplexed. Observing his demeanor, Luo Bai suggested, "How about I take the lead? Do you know where the Phoenix is?" Furin asked. Luo Bai shook his head, "Not exactly, but I believe I can find it." "How so?" "Because fortune favors me," he replied, flashing a bright smile. "Fortune favors you? What does that have to do with finding the Phoenix?" Furin furrowed his brow in confusion. Yet, he did not press further, simply stating, "Then give it a try. Perhaps you truly have a way to locate the Phoenix." Luo Bai remained silent, casually choosing a spot to sit. Furin, puzzled, approached and asked, "Why are you sitting here? Aren't we supposed to be searching for the Phoenix?" Luo Bai smiled. I believe the phoenix will appear here. Here? Furin blinked in surprise, surveying the surroundings. He even employed magical energy to scan the area. Soon, he confirmed that there was no trace of the phoenix nearby, not even a shadow. After his investigation, Furin replied earnestly, I am certain the phoenix is not here. Luo Bai ignored him, leisurely remaining seated in silence. Seeing Luo Bai's confidence began to make Furin doubt. Just as he was about to inquire further, the sky suddenly darkened, and a powerful energy surged through the air, causing Furin to close his mouth in astonishment. He looked up to see a colossal phoenix materializing in the sky. Furin was taken aback, his mouth agape as he excitedly exclaimed, It's the phoenix. Truly the phoenix. You are incredible. As he spoke, he gazed at the phoenix with reverence, kneeling before it in fervent adoration. The expression on his face revealed his exhilaration. In contrast, Luo Bai remained remarkably composed. Confident in his luck, he believed he could indeed find the phoenix's power. What surprised him, however, was the sheer intensity of the complete phoenix's essence. The overwhelming pressure was stronger than any energy he had previously encountered. Most terrifying was the sight of the complete phoenix unfurling its wings. Appearing as vast as the entire sky, it seemed as though Luo Bai and Furin were ensnared in a realm of the phoenix's power, rendering the surrounding onlookers oblivious to the extraordinary event. Only the two of them could see the phoenix. Gazing at the magnificent embodiment of the phoenix's power, Luo Bai could not help but murmur, no wonder it is said that the phoenix's power is formidable. The complete phoenix's essence is indeed terrifying. No sooner had he spoken than the fairy's power began to bristle with indignation. This phoenix dares to compare itself to me? Where does this appear terrifying? The fairy power scoffed within Luo Bai's consciousness. Do you truly believe in a phoenix at every turn? Although others could not hear it, Luo Bai was acutely aware of its presence. Faced with such sarcastic remarks, he felt an air of helplessness. I merely made a casual remark. Why are you so agitated? He replied within his mind. To his surprise, the fairy power retorted with indignation, You are my host. At this moment, Luo Bai realized that the fairy power was feeling envious. Why are you acting like a child? He teased. The fairy power, with a defiant tone, declared, You are my host. You can only belong to me. Shall we devour this dead phoenix? It spoke eagerly, revealing its disdain for the phoenix power. Luo Bai was taken aback that the fairy power, one of the three great forces of the universe, could be so resentful. He pondered what exactly this fairy power was fused with. As he contemplated, he responded, I understand, just follow my lead. The reason he refrained from allowing the fairy power to act immediately was that he wanted to observe the situation, with himself and Pharaoh present. He was curious about which host the phoenix power would ultimately choose. If the phoenix power selected Luo Bai as its host, it would save him the trouble of engaging in conflict. Given my luck, the phoenix power should choose me as its host, Luo Bai mused. Meanwhile, Pharaoh was completely engrossed, fervently worshipping the phoenix. At last, I see you, phoenix. I knew I wasn't dreaming. There truly exists a phoenix in this world. Please allow me to be your most devout follower. He fervently proclaimed, even though the phoenix power did not respond to him. Unfazed, Pharaoh continued his reverent adoration. At this moment, the phoenix power seemed to be observing both Pharaoh and Luo Bai, determining who would be the more suitable host. As Luo Bai understood, the phoenix power had come to Earth to select a host. Initially, it had favored Pharaoh, revealing itself before him. However, as it attempted to merge with Pharaoh's body, it realized that Pharaoh's current abilities were insufficient to bear its full strength, prompting it to retreat temporarily. The phoenix power had intended to return after Pharaoh had matured for some time. Yet, it soon discovered a more fitting host, Luo Bai. Therefore, the sudden appearance of the phoenix power was a means of assessing Luo Bai. With formidable strength and potent mental fortitude, Luo Bai was evidently more suitable as a host than Pharaoh. After its observations, the phoenix power immediately surged toward Luo Bai, aiming to enter his body. Seeing the phoenix soar toward Luo Bai, Pharaoh was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the phoenix has chosen you? He exclaimed in disbelief, his expression tinged with disappointment. In contrast, Luo Bai displayed little emotion, for he had anticipated this choice, fully prepared to welcome the phoenix power. However, he did not foresee that an unexpected complication would arise during the phoenix power's entry into his body. It seemed to sense that the fairy power was already residing within Luo Bai, causing it to abandon the merging process midway. Your body is already occupied. The phoenix conveyed to Luo Bai's consciousness, preparing to withdraw. Yet, Luo Bai would not permit it to leave. Since you've come, don't depart. Fairy power, take action. He urged with a smile. At his command, the fairy power erupted from within Luo Bai. Upon its emergence, it declared fiercely, I have awaited you for a long time. Phoenix. Although the fairy power lacked a distinct form at that moment, Luo Bai could sense its demeanor resembled that of a villain. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, the Phoenix power's instinctual reaction was to flee. However, before it could escape, the dark mass of energy that was the fairy power quickly coalesced into a massive hand, reaching out toward the Phoenix power. In a swift motion, the fairy power seized the Phoenix by the neck. Trying to run? A voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell reverberated throughout the space. The fairy power, reveling in its triumph over the captured Phoenix, created a scene that was nothing short of captivating. Even Luo Bai could not help but exclaim, "This is so down to earth. It's simply too relatable." In his recollection, such extraordinary powers engaging in battle should produce cataclysmic upheaval, with stars bursting and an array of dazzling effects. Yet, he never anticipated that the confrontation would resemble a mundane slaughter, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Of course, it was not Luo Bai who found it most difficult to endure, but Pharaoh. As an ardent admirer of the Phoenix, he could not remain composed upon witnessing its capture. "What is that thing? Why is it attacking the Phoenix?" "Luo Bai, quickly, this creature is assaulting the Phoenix." "No, you cannot do this," Pharaoh shouted in a frenzy, launching magical attacks at the fairy power. However, to the fairy power, Pharaoh's attempts were akin to mere tickling. They inflicted no harm whatsoever and failed to capture its attention. Realizing the disparity in their strengths, Pharaoh promptly sought Luo Bai's assistance. "You are also a believer of the Phoenix. Now that it is in peril, you must aid it," Pharaoh implored urgently. Luo Bai hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth about the Phoenix power. Just as he was deliberating, the fairy power exerted its strength, swiftly devouring the Phoenix power. At this sight, Luo Bai fell into complete silence. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he addressed the shocked Pharaoh, stating slowly, "It seems your Phoenix has been consumed." "No," Pharaoh erupted in despair. For reasons unknown, Luo Bai found himself recalling a line from a song. "Snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls." This thought struck him with a pang of sorrow, leaving him uncertain whether to offer consolation to Pharaoh. After some reflection, he ultimately decided against it. "Well then, I shall take my leave," Luo Bai announced, beckoning the fairy power to depart. In the instant he activated the space-time transfer, the fairy power followed him, entering Luo Bai's body. Having acquired the complete Phoenix power, Luo Bai swiftly returned to the world he originally inhabited. As for the fairy power, it too re-entered Luo Bai's being. The moment the fairy power re-entered, Luo Bai sensed an unsettling intensity. This power was overwhelming, to the point of leaving him astonished. It felt as though the combined might of several universes had converged upon him, rendering him momentarily incapable of withstanding it. In resignation, Luo Bai closed his eyes and began to meditate, striving to integrate the energy of the Phoenix power. As he settled into a cross-legged position, the energy coursed through his body. Luo Bai gradually became aware that something was amiss. Within his consciousness, a vast universe unfolded, and it appeared that the power of the Phoenix had been born from this immense cosmos. Initially, the Phoenix power existed merely as an intangible force, devoid of any sentience, nurtured within an egg, patiently awaiting its hatching. As time passed, an unforeseen event led to its emergence. Subsequently, the Phoenix power developed self-awareness, recognizing its need for a host. Thus, it began its quest across the universe in search of a worthy vessel. After a prolonged search, it encountered a human mage named Fei Luo. This mage, endowed with formidable mental strength and a robust physique, captured the Phoenix power's favor. Despite an initial failure in merging, the Phoenix power yearned to try again. Unbeknownst to it, Luo Bai intervened at this crucial moment. As this realization dawned, Luo Bai experienced a phenomenon akin to a computer glitch, causing his consciousness to pulsate erratically. Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, a powerful force within him began to stir. Clearly, this was the Phoenix power attempting to escape. Within Luo Bai, the Phoenix power unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy. Given that the complete Phoenix power could transcend even the grandest of universes, its sudden tumult left Luo Bai struggling to cope. This force began to manifest externally, causing tremors that resonated throughout the earth. A great upheaval ensued, and the previously tranquil humanity was suddenly engulfed in an unprecedented quake, as if the entire globe were convulsing simultaneously. This seismic event instilled fear and unease among people worldwide. Yet, before they could succumb to panic, the tremors abruptly ceased, not because Luo Bai had managed to subdue the full extent of the Phoenix power, but due to the emergence of the fairy power, which exerted its force, compelling the fleeing Phoenix power back into Luo Bai's being. The Phoenix power, resistant, clashed fiercely with the fairy power within Luo Bai. One sought to flee, while the other aimed to subdue and assimilate it. Thus, the two forces erupted, causing an even more violent earthquake. Luo Bai contemplated retreating into the dimensional space he had created to quell this turmoil. However, both the phoenix and fairy powers were immensely potent. Each could obliterate a planet with ease, and Luo Bai's self-created dimension would be obliterated effortlessly by their collision. As these two forces battled within him, Luo Bai felt as though his very body was on the verge of being torn apart. This sensation left him perplexed. Wasn't he supposed to be exceptionally fortunate? Why then did he feel such torment? Could it be that he was still incapable of bearing the weight of the phoenix power? Luo Bai murmured in trepidation. He could not fathom the situation, but time was of the essence, as he sensed that death was looming ever closer. In the midst of his unbearable suffering, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. The human body is inherently ill-equipped to withstand extreme forces. Only through transformation can one attain rebirth. Luo Bai recognized this voice distinctly. It belonged to Ancient One. Soon, he beheld the ethereal form of Ancient One appearing before him, seemingly there to guide him. In his agony, Luo Bai hastily inquired, "What should I do now?" In the next moment, Ancient One responded, "Embrace death to achieve life." Embrace death to achieve life? Luo Bai suddenly comprehended. The phoenix could not perish. Thus, the pain he endured was not born of death, but rather of rebirth. Chapter 191, Evolution, the White Phoenix King. With the understanding of his suffering's origin, Luo Bai acquiesced. No longer did he resist the pain with his strength. Instead, he closed his eyes and gradually relaxed his grip. As the intensity of his pain escalated and the forces within him grew stronger, Luo Bai's body began to tear apart. Crimson and ebony light erupted from his being, splitting his form into a myriad of fissures from head to toe. Strangely, Luo Bai remained fully conscious. He could distinctly sense the combat between the phoenix power and the fairy power, along with the tearing and agony that accompanied it. This torment persisted until his entire being, including his very eyes, was fragmented into countless shards. Amidst the disarray of his corporeal form, a wave of concern washed over Luo Bai. Would he ever reclaim his body? He pondered desperately. Almost immediately, Ancient One's voice echoed, "Do not fear. Attempt to piece your body back together." Upon hearing this, Luo Bai felt exasperated. Am I playing a game of jigsaw? How can I possibly do that in this state? He scoffed. Ancient One replied with patience, "View your body as a puzzle, and endeavor to restore each piece to its rightful place." As these words lingered, Luo Bai sensed a surge of power infusing his consciousness, seemingly emanating from Ancient One. Before he could deliberate further, Ancient One urged, "Focus your attention. I am using the power of eternity to assist you." Although Ancient One had never explicitly taught Luo Bai anything, it was evident that she was the only one capable of aiding him in this critical moment. Since she had devoted her soul to the Eternal Emperor, she had been following eternity, drawing strength from it to fortify her ethereal form. Now, she utilized this power to assist Luo Bai, which likely demanded considerable energy on her part. Determined not to let Ancient One's efforts be in vain, Luo Bai cast aside all distractions. He directed his consciousness outward, seeking the fragments of his body, attempting to restore them one by one. Thanks to Ancient One's assistance, the fairy power, previously evenly matched with the complete phoenix power, suddenly surged in strength. The power of eternity not only amplified Luo Bai's mental fortitude, but also enhanced the fairy power's inherent might. Consequently, it became evident that the fairy power was gaining the upper hand. With unyielding determination, it forced a merger with the phoenix power, despite the phoenix power's fierce resistance. Unleashing torrents of phoenix flames in defiance, it could not halt the fairy power's relentless assimilation. After a prolonged struggle, the phoenix power ultimately succumbed. "You have triumphed through numbers," it uttered as its final words before being entirely absorbed by the fairy power. Upon this fusion, the fairy power experienced an explosive surge in strength, which in turn facilitated a rapid restoration of Luo Bai's physical form. He could distinctly feel the fragments integrating back into his body. And before he could fully comprehend the process, he found himself restored to his original state. As the fairy power melded into his being, Luo Bai experienced an unprecedented sensation of lightness. Without a doubt, it felt as though his body had been reshaped. "It seems my physique has undergone a transformation," Luo Bai murmured, gazing at himself. He could sense that his mental prowess and physical capabilities had been maximized. Appearing quite pleased with the outcome, Ancient One remarked, "Indeed, you are the chosen one. Since the dawn of the universe, no one has ever succeeded in perfectly merging the powers of the phoenix and the fairy. You are the first." As Ancient One's words faded, her ethereal form gradually materialized before Luo Bai. Observing her emergence, Luo Bai smiled and inquired, "Master Ancient One, what brings you here?" Ancient One replied calmly. You require my presence, so I have come. It seems you have quite a bit of free time. Luo Bai responded with a grin. Ancient One nodded, saying, typically, I accompany the Eternal Emperor, and aside from training, I also monitor various situations across the multiverse. Now that you have safely passed through this perilous phase, I shall take my leave. With that, Ancient One vanished, just as she had done the last time she departed, leaving Luo Bai mid-sentence. As he watched her fade away, Luo Bai chose to remain silent, instead beginning to feel the power coursing through his body. Ever since he had integrated the complete essence of the Phoenix, his fairy power had significantly strengthened. With the full power of the Phoenix at his disposal, Luo Bai had already ascended to the status of the White Phoenix King, achieving a level of strength that was cosmic in nature. Now, with the fairy power augmenting him further, his might had become even more formidable. He speculated that even the Life Tribunal would struggle against him, let alone the Celestial Group. The only entities he needed to be wary of were his disciples, the original Transcendents, and the Oa, those aberrant beings. However, considering that he had not significantly disrupted the cosmic balance, it was unlikely that they would seek him out. As for others, Luo Bai felt no concern over their potential invasion of Earth. After all, with him guarding it, any intruder would likely meet their demise. Just then, a formless, unknown substance suddenly erupted from within him. Before Luo Bai could react, the substance coalesced into the form of a remarkably cute and beautiful two-dimensional girl. Staring at the girl before him, Luo Bai felt momentarily bewildered. He hesitated before tentatively asking, Are you the fairy power? The girl nodded and replied, Indeed, it is I. Previously, my power was insufficient to take on a physical form, but now that I have absorbed the Phoenix power, I can manifest. However, I have only utilized a fraction of my strength to materialize. Most of it remains within you, as you are my host and command the majority of my power. Were it not for you, I would not be able to achieve this physical manifestation. Then why do you appear as a girl? Luo Bai inquired, puzzled. The fairy power gazed at him with innocent, sparkling eyes and responded earnestly, It is because you have an affinity for two-dimensional characters. While I can alter my form, I can only transform into what you envision. Luo Bai, taken aback, couldn't help but retort, So you know I like two-dimensional characters? The fairy power smiled and nodded, saying, Naturally, we share a consciousness, so I can perceive your preferences to some extent. I not only know you favor two-dimensional girls, but I am also aware of your preference for larger chests. Before she could elaborate further, Luo Bai quickly interrupted, Wait, you can't say those things. Finding it somewhat challenging to accept the fairy power's sudden corporeal form, Luo Bai suggested, Perhaps you should return. This feels rather strange. Just as he spoke, the fairy power replied, I simply thought that conversing with you in this form might be more enjoyable. If you dislike it, I can revert to my previous state. As she spoke, she prepared to retreat back into Luo Bai's body. However, upon gazing at the girl who had been fashioned nearly to his imagination, Luo Bai reconsidered and said, Never mind. You may stay here and chat with me. The fairy power nodded obediently, remaining by his side. As Luo Bai contemplated what to say next, she interjected, That wretched Phoenix was truly a formidable opponent. I almost couldn't prevail. Thankfully, your resolve was strong, and the power of eternity aided us. I hadn't anticipated that this White Phoenix would possess such strength, far surpassing those weaklings from the Celestial Group. So, who shall we trouble next, my illustrious host? Looking at the chattering fairy power, Luo Bai suddenly felt a pang of regret. You certainly have a lot to say, he remarked. Almost immediately, she countered, Aren't you fond of a lively demeanor? Am I not animated enough? Luo Bai fell silent, just as he prepared to respond. The fairy power leaned in closer, smiling. My personality is shaped by your consciousness. After all, as a force, I possess no inherent character. Deep down, you enjoy my presence, don't you? Chapter 192. Enhancing Polaris, Controlling the Cosmic Magnetic Field. The good news is that the fairy power has taken on a form that aligns with Luo Bai's preferences. The downside, however, is that she has become overly vivacious. Nonetheless, it matters little. Gazing at the fairy power, now transformed into a girl, Luo Bai found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's reflection, he declared, From now on, I shall call you Fairy, as fairy power hardly seems fitting. Call me whatever you wish. It is merely a designation, the fairy responded, surveying her surroundings. In truth, she had grown quite familiar with Luo Bai's residence, having observed the environment through his consciousness while residing within him. After taking in her surroundings, she curiously asked, How strange. Where have the others gone? Why is it so deserted here? The fairy was, of course, referring to Polaris and Wanda. Luo Bai, too, found it peculiar. It was only around 2 p.m. The two sisters should not be absent from home. Perhaps they have gone out to have some fun, he suggested. Just as he finished speaking, The sound of the door opening echoed from outside. Moments later, Wanda and Polaris entered, each carrying an array of shopping bags. Upon seeing Luo Bai, both paused in surprise, their eyes gleaming with excitement, particularly Polaris. "Luo Bai, you're back," Polaris exclaimed, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. She dropped her shopping bags to the floor and dashed toward him, exclaiming, "You've been gone for a whole 6 months, and I've missed you so much." As she spoke, she embraced Luo Bai with fervor. This gesture not only left Luo Bai momentarily stunned, but also rendered both Wanda and the fairy power somewhat embarrassed. "Goodness, how awkward." The fairy couldn't help but comment. This remark snapped Polaris back to reality. Realizing that there were others present, she quickly released her embrace. Feeling a bit flustered as she scratched her head and politely addressed Luo Bai, "My esteemed master, I apologize. I didn't realize there were others here." Luo Bai shook his head and responded with a smile. "No need to worry. She is not human, so you needn't concern yourself too much." "What do you mean? Not human?" Polaris blinked in surprise, scrutinizing the fairy power before her. With her exquisite features and curvaceous form, the fairy certainly presented an enchanting sight. She possesses an appearance that captivates anyone who lays eyes upon her. Though she seems youthful, her demeanor exudes a delicate charm. To all observers, she resembles a newly minted 18-year-old maiden. However, Luo Bai asserts that the young girl before them is not human. Bewildered, Beiji Xing cannot help but interject, "Supreme Mage, I do not comprehend your meaning." Luo Bai chuckles softly and replies, "She embodies the power of the fairy, the very force I previously mentioned that resides within me. Now that her strength has augmented, she manifests in human form." "The power of the fairy?" Beiji Xing murmurs. Just then, the fairy speaks up. He speaks the truth. "I am indeed that dark mass of energy you encountered before. I recognize you, Lona Danon, and you are called Wanda, am I correct?" Beiji Xing and Wanda nod, finally grasping the revelation. "So you are the enormous force we previously encountered," Beiji Xing exclaims in realization. Before she can finish her thought, Wanda interjects excitedly, "I never imagined you could be so adorable." With that, the two girls step forward, clearly eager to foster a friendly rapport with the fairy. Yet, unexpectedly, the fairy begins to critique. "Lona, I've been meaning to tell you this. Your internal power is tremendous, yet you fail to harness it fully." Beiji Xing falls silent, visibly taken aback. In truth, she recalls the fairy's power from previous encounters when Luo Bai unleashed a dark, formless energy to protect the earth time and again. At that moment, Luo Bai referred to it as fairy power. Beiji Xing never anticipated that the ominous, black force would transform into such an enchanting young girl, let alone that this girl would critique her. The remark stings, leaving Beiji Xing feeling somewhat wronged. She casts a helpless glance at Luo Bai and murmurs, "I have been diligently training my abilities during this time. And how has that training progressed?" The fairy inquires. Beiji Xing opens her mouth to respond, but is interrupted by Luo Bai. "Must you not be a bit more amiable?" This remark is directed at the fairy. With Luo Bai's words, the fairy refrains from probing further and mutters, "I am merely showing concern for her well-being. You are aware that Earth is in peril. She must enhance her abilities to ensure her safety." Luo Bai cannot help but reply, "While that is true, she is still quite young and requires time to cultivate her skills. Then why not bestow upon her some power?" the fairy suggests. This prompts Luo Bai to reflect. Currently, the fairy's power, the phoenix's power, and the chaotic magic all reside within Luo Bai. It would indeed not be difficult to grant Beiji Xing some of that strength to bolster her abilities. With this in mind, Luo Bai states, "I can indeed assist her in enhancing her power." As soon as the words leave her lips, the fairy rests her head upon Beiji Xing's. In an instant, a surge of red-black energy begins to flow into Beiji Xing's mind. Before she can fully process what is happening, the fairy stops and declares, "That will suffice." Beiji Xing gazes at the fairy, bewildered. While she can distinctly feel an increase in her internal power, she is uncertain of the extent of her enhancement. The fairy then clarifies, "With my host's consent, I have now amplified your strength. At your current level, you should be capable of controlling the magnetic field of the entire universe. However, the duration of this ability remains uncertain, as your mental fortitude is still relatively weak. You must endeavor to enhance your mental strength." Upon hearing this, both Beiji Xing and Wanda are left in stunned silence. Control the entire universe's magnetic field. Surely, this is a jest. Beiji Xing muses, reflecting on her own arduous training that yielded only slight progress, finding it exceedingly challenging to even master the Earth's magnetic field. "Did you truly just enhance me to such an extent?" she asks incredulously. "Of course. My host is now a universal-level powerhouse. This level of enhancement is trivial." The fairy replies with a smile. "Luo Bai, despite recognizing the fairy's boastfulness, finds the proclamation somewhat unsettling. After a moment of contemplation, she asserts, "The term host sounds rather peculiar." The fairy nods in agreement and asks, "Would it be more palatable if I referred to you as my master?" "Absolutely not. Call me Luo Bai, or Supreme Mage." Chapter 193. The cosmic timeline shifts. All members of the celestial group mobilize. "Very well, esteemed Supreme Mage," the fairy sighs in acquiescence. Now that she has finally adjusted her address, Luo Bai seizes the opportunity to check on Beiji Xing. The fairy's observation holds merit. While your power has indeed been enhanced, your mental capacity still requires improvement. If you wish to continue your development, you must train your mental fortitude. Should you be uncertain how to cultivate your mental strength, consider consulting a tome of magic. It may contain valuable insights to assist you. Luo Bai speaks with patience. At this moment, Beiji Xing appears still entranced by her newfound power. With wide eyes, she absorbs the energy coursing through her body. After a prolonged silence, she responds to Luo Bai. "I understand, Supreme Mage. I never fathomed I could become so powerful, capable of controlling the magnetic field of the entire universe. This is utterly astonishing." As Beiji Xing experiments with her current strength, Luo Bai smiles at her enthusiasm. She then turns to Wanda and inquires, "How has your magic training progressed of late?" Wanda responds with a gentle smile, "It's going well. Wang mentioned that my talent is exceptional." This statement rings true, considering Wanda's prior experience with chaotic magic. If her talent were lacking, she would have been unable to grasp the profundities inherent in chaotic magic. However, recalling the time she absorbed chaotic magic from Wanda to bolster her own strength, Luo Bai feels it is now time to provide some recompense. "I previously drew chaotic magic from your being, which hindered your growth and power. I believe it is only fair that I assist you in enhancing your abilities as well," Luo Bai declares. Wanda stares in surprise, her eyes reflecting her astonishment. "Is that truly possible?" she asks. Luo Bai nods affirmatively. "If you are willing, then certainly. I simply wish to understand your current desires. You once expressed a desire for a normal life. So I am unsure if you wish to strengthen your abilities to fight for Earth." "Absolutely," Wanda replies with determination. "Both you and Beiji Xing are fighting for the Earth, and I believe I should follow in your footsteps." Although initially, Wanda had sincerely hoped for a peaceful existence, her time living alongside Beiji Xing revealed that she actually found combat to be rather exhilarating. After all, when life becomes monotonous, a bit of conflict can add a spark of excitement. While she harbors no desire for invaders to threaten Earth, she acknowledges that if she possesses the ability, she can also contribute positively, perhaps by apprehending a thief or two. As Wanda contemplates her aspirations, Luo Bai has already begun her work. She places her hand upon Wanda's forehead, and a surge of energy flows into Wanda's body. Feeling the surge of power flowing within her, Wanda could distinctly sense that her magical abilities had been amplified. It was as if, in an instant, she had grasped the very principles of the universe. It was not until Luo Bai lowered his hand that Wanda's eyes widened in astonishment. "Incredible," she marveled. "I feel as though I've suddenly had an epiphany. I have elevated your magic to the level of the multiverse. Your strength now surpasses that of the former Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One," Luo Bai replied with a smile. Wanda remained silent, merely reveling in the newfound power coursing through her. Observing this, Luo Bai turned to Polaris and inquired, "Has there been any recent news from Tony?" Polaris shook her head, stating, "We haven't seen Mr. Stark lately, and we have no idea what he is up to." Luo Bai was aware that Stark was likely monitoring the situation surrounding the Celestial Group. Given the timeline, they should have arrived on Earth by now. Why the delay? Why are they moving so slowly? Luo Bai pondered, activating the Omniversal Sight to assess the situation. In an instant, a torrent of data flooded into his mind. For an ordinary individual, such an influx of information might induce a state akin to a system crash, overwhelmed by the sheer volume. However, Luo Bai's enhanced physique allowed his brain to rapidly process and discern this information. Soon enough, he detected movements from the Celestial Group. Logically, they should have reached Earth long ago, as they had detected the emergence of the fairy power and were en route. Yet for some unknown reason, Luo Bai discovered that they had only just set off. It appeared they had sent a different contingent to Earth. Could it be that my presence in the past has altered the timeline? He mused, continuing his surveillance. Indeed, he soon overheard a conversation among the Celestials. They were discussing the situation at hand, and it quickly became clear to Luo Bai why such a significant change had occurred. In essence, the Celestial Group's appearance was not merely to subdue the fairy power. Due to Luo Bai's alterations to the storyline, they had become aware of the formidable confluence of fairy power, Phoenix Force, and chaos magic residing in one individual. Unbeknownst to them, they referred to Luo Bai as the Fairy Phoenix King. according to the regulations established by the Living Tribunal. Such a trifecta of powers should never coexist within a single host. Should this occur, it could potentially disrupt the entire universe, particularly given that these powers were now embodied in a human. In the name of preserving cosmic order and balance, the Celestials were mobilizing to sanction Luo Bai, intending to separate these three powers and restore them to their rightful places. Consequently, the Celestial group was advancing toward Earth with great intensity. Upon realizing this, Luo Bai ceased his omniversal examination. Initially, he had anticipated such a scenario would arise. However, he had not expected the Celestial members to be the first to confront him instead of the Living Tribunal. If the Living Tribunal had come seeking him, Luo Bai might have entertained a dialogue, for its supreme authority was the one above all, and confronting such a being was inconceivable. Yet, it was the Celestial minions that were now on his trail. Luo Bai would not allow them to cause trouble on Earth. If they wished to sanction him, he would test their capabilities. With this in mind, Luo Bai addressed Polaris and Wanda. I have some matters to attend to and plan to step out for a while. Are you leaving again? How long will you be gone this time? Polaris asked with concern. Luo Bai contemplated momentarily before responding. It shouldn't take long. No sooner had he spoken than the fairy excitedly inquired. Are we going to annihilate the Celestial group? Let us hurry. I can hardly wait to obliterate those pests. Chapter 194, Trouble at the Door? Due to their shared consciousness, the fairy was acutely aware of Luo Bai's intentions. The mention of annihilating the Celestial group invigorated her. With our current strength, those Celestial novices are no match for us. I believe you need not even make the trip yourself. A mere snap of your fingers would suffice to erase them, the fairy suggested. Before Luo Bai could respond, she added, Supreme Sorcerer, if you wish to avoid the exertion of that snap, I could assist you? The fairy inquired with a grin, her eager anticipation evident in her eyes. Luo Bai recognized the implication behind her words. With the fusion of the three great powers of the universe, he was nearly capable of altering all realities within the omniverse. With a mere snap of his fingers, he could render the Celestial group non-existent. However, such an act would undoubtedly contravene cosmic regulations. The collective disappearance of the Celestials would cause considerable upheaval across the universe. If the Living Tribunal and his superior, the one above all, were to come seeking retribution, how could he contend with that? The omniversal deity, omniscient and omnipotent, was no trifling matter. Luo Bai concluded that it was prudent to adopt a more cautious approach. Eliminating the Celestial members posed no issue. The real concern lay in avoiding detection by the omniversal gods. Therefore, a more astute strategy was warranted. What do you have in mind? The fairy inquired, seemingly sensing Luo Bai's thoughts. Moments later, a smile spread across her face as she exclaimed, Excellent idea. Let us proceed with that. Their cryptic exchange left Polaris and Wanda bewildered. After a prolonged hesitation, Polaris finally asked, Luo Bai, is there anything we can assist with? Although they were yet unaware of the fairy and Luo Bai's precise intentions, they still wished to offer their support. Wanda quickly chimed in. While I'm not entirely clear on your plans, it seems you are aiming to confront the Celestial group. You have bestowed upon us such formidable abilities. If possible, I would like to contribute in any way. Focus on safeguarding our home. The Celestial group may attempt to ambush Earth, Luo Bai advised. In truth, the Celestial group's objectives for visiting Earth were twofold, primarily to deal with Luo Bai, and secondarily to evolve Earth itself. Thus, it was conceivable that they might indeed attempt a home invasion. With Wanda and Polaris defending Earth, Luo Bai felt considerably reassured. With this in mind, he continued. After I depart, make sure to reach out to Tony, Thor, and Wong. Inform them that enemies are approaching, and this time, the number may be substantial. It is imperative that you protect yourselves and safeguard the Earth. Upon hearing this, Polaris and Wanda's expressions turned serious, and they nodded earnestly. We will. However, they inquired anxiously. Is the Celestial group truly that formidable? Initially, they had assumed that the threat Luo Bai described would be particularly daunting. Yet, in the next moment, Luo Bai reassured them. Not particularly. Even if they were to arrive unchallenged, the two of you should be able to handle it. Polaris, Wanda, can the two of us resolve this matter? Then why should we seek out Tony and the others? Wanda inquired, bewildered. Luo Bai chuckled softly, replying, I merely wish to instill a sense of involvement and a touch of urgency in them. Alas, Thor still has much to learn. I wonder how that fellow has been faring lately. Polaris, suddenly enlightened, smiled and responded, During the 6 months of your absence, I've encountered Thor a few times. I've heard he has been struggling under the weight of his sister Hela's criticism and is nearly at his wit's end in Asgard. Several times, he has come to Earth to lament to Mr. Stark. TSK, how unfortunate for that big oaf, the fairy couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Bai shrugged. Responding with a hint of resignation, All I can do is wish him good luck." With that, Luo Bai departed, accompanied by the fairy. In the blink of an eye, they arrived aboard the cosmic vessel of the Celestial Assembly. At that moment, the members of the Celestial Assembly were convening a clandestine meeting. Their target this time was Earth and the Fairy Phoenix King. Many years ago, the Fairy Phoenix King had made an appearance, showcasing astonishing power. Although we detected him, we were unable to track him before he vanished. This time, we must capture the Fairy Phoenix King. The risk of the three great powers converging within a single individual is far too great, especially when that individual is human. Should his will be swayed by these powers, the repercussions for the entire universe would be irrevocable. According to the regulations of the Life Tribunal, we must separate the three great powers and return them to their rightful places. One member of the Celestial Assembly, the analyst, reported the findings of his recent analysis to all present. While his analysis was indeed accurate, it seemed that everyone was already well aware of the situation. The troubling question remained: how should we deal with the Fairy Phoenix King? Inquired the Eradicator. Before they could respond, the Eradicator continued, undoubtedly, the human wielding the three great powers has become an omnipotent cosmic entity. Can we truly confront him with our current strength? No sooner had he finished speaking than the analyst interjected, whether it be the power of the fairy, chaos magic, or the force of the phoenix. Each possesses a fatal weakness. These powers can dominate the consciousness of their host. If we can sow discord between the host and the powers, we may seize the opportunity to separate them when the host's will is weakened. You lot spend your days scheming to drive a wedge between me and my host. Your tactics are remarkably despicable. As a youthful voice echoed in their ears, all members of the Celestial Assembly turned their gazes toward a suddenly appeared young girl. Clad in armor, the members' expressions were obscured, but it was evident that they were taken aback by the girl's unexpected arrival. In an instant, the atmosphere aboard the vessel grew tense and solemn. All members of the Celestial Assembly rose, evidently poised for action. However, before they could make a move, another figure appeared. "I hear you are searching for me, seeking to drive a wedge between me and the fairy. I believe you ought to devise better methods. Your current approach leaves much to be desired." As another voice chimed in, a young boy materialized before the members of the Celestial Assembly. Upon hearing the boy's words, the members suddenly realized that the two individuals before them were none other than the fairy's power and the Fairy Phoenix King they had been discussing. They had come to confront them. Chapter 195. Eradicating the Celestial Assembly. Alert! Alert! Unidentified life forms invading the vessel. It is a human, or rather, the Fairy Phoenix King. No need for alarms. We have already identified him. The moment Luo Bai appeared, a considerable commotion erupted within the ship. The Celestial Assembly's vessel was vast, comprising approximately 5 to 6 zones. Any intruder entering the ship would trigger the alarms. Typically, enemies would enter through the main door, but Luo Bai was no ordinary foe. He materialized in the main chamber, the very heart of the Celestial Assembly. Before him stood 4 towering, unknown beings, core members of the Assembly: the Eradicator, the Analyst, the Calculator, and the Hunter. Their astonishment at Luo Bai's presence was palpable. They likely never anticipated his arrival. What surprised them even more was that Luo Bai seemed aware of their plans. "Why have you appeared aboard our vessel, human?" Designation: Fairy Phoenix King. The Eradicator was the first to regain composure and inquire. Given that the Celestial Assembly was composed of colossal beings encased in armor, Luo Bai was unable to discern their emotions through tone or expression. However, if they possessed facial expressions, they would likely be quite remarkable at that moment. "I sensed someone plotting my demise, so I came to see who wished to extinguish my existence," Luo Bai replied calmly, a smile playing on his lips. Ignoring the 4 members' scrutinizing gazes, he took a seat in an adjacent empty chair. Each seat in the ship was designed to accommodate the large frames of its members, rendering Luo Bai's diminutive human form dwarfed by the immense chair, as if he were seated atop a mountain, nearly engulfed by its size. "Your chairs are terribly impractical. Have you never considered the possibility of guests? You could at least provide some smaller seats," Luo Bai remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, he sensed an air of silence enveloping the Celestial Assembly. Throughout the multiverse, the existence of the Celestial Assembly was well known. To monitor and maintain cosmic order, to elevate the entire multiverse. The arrival of the Celestial Assembly signified that a universe was in disarray or that a planet required improvement. For most beings in the cosmos, the presence of the Celestial Assembly was far from a favorable occurrence. The mere sight of them would send many creatures scurrying away, let alone seeking them out willingly. Yet here stood Luo Bai, audaciously confronting them, even invading their vessel, and audaciously demanding they craft a chair tailored for him. This audacity irked several members of the Celestial Assembly. Annihilate Earth. The plan to eliminate the Fairy Phoenix King is in motion. The target has appeared. Prepare for extermination. Just as Luo Bai finished speaking, one of the Celestial Assembly members, the Annihilator, announced. His voice, robotic and devoid of emotion, reverberated through the ship. In the next moment, the Annihilator's entire armored form glowed with a blinding red light, signifying readiness to execute his command. The members of the Celestial Assembly appeared acutely aware that this universe was on the brink of upheaval. Consequently, the remaining members began deliberating before Luo Bai. Should this universe be destroyed, we may need to report to the judge for a reboot. This universe does not fall within the reboot parameters. Should it be obliterated, the judge may take issue with it. With the enemy having invaded, no alternatives remained. Through the discourse of the Celestial Assembly, Luo Bai gleaned a crucial detail. It appeared there was a judge among their ranks. The members of the Celestial Assembly act solely at the behest of the judge. It is no exaggeration to say that this judge wields the power over the very existence of various planets, and even the life and death of beings throughout the cosmos. Naturally, should the members of the Celestial Assembly inadvertently obliterate any beings or planets not specified in their orders, they too would face the peril of judgment from the judge. At first glance, this appears to be quite fair. However, Luo Bai finds himself perplexed by the authority of this judge to pass judgment upon celestial bodies and their inhabitants. Frowning at the thought, Luo Bai could not help but remark, "Are you willing to sacrifice an entire universe merely to eliminate me? Your Celestial Assembly truly acts with reckless abandon. You pose a significant threat, even at the utmost cost. We must eradicate you," the calculator interjected. Luo Bai chuckled and queried, "Is it simply because I am powerful that you perceive me as such a threat? The powers of the fairy and the phoenix are capable of annihilating the multiverse. Should these two forces converge within a single individual, the entire multiverse would be in imminent danger. We must control these powers to maintain cosmic equilibrium." The calculator replied once more. This reasoning eluded Luo Bai. The multiverse has always operated under the principle that the strongest prevail. The only reason you hold sway within the multiverse is that most beings cannot contend with you. Yet, even united, you could not overcome me. To think you could destroy me is mere folly, Luo Bai declared. No sooner had he spoken than the Annihilator chimed in. The Celestial Assembly will spare no effort to obliterate you. Arisam has already rendered judgment upon you. You cannot escape. Escape? Luo Bai laughed again. I have willingly placed myself before you. How could you discern any desire for flight on my part? Though your Celestial Assembly's meddling is irksome, this matter was originally of no concern to me. However, now that you have encroached upon my domain, I must hold you accountable. After all, it seems you are quite mistaken about who should govern this universe. Furthermore, to annihilate a target by restarting an entire planet and dragging innocent lives into the fray serves only to demonstrate your own ineptitude. Given your utter uselessness and disdain for cosmic beings, for Earth, and for humanity, allow me to impart upon you the sensation of being perpetually reset. As he spoke, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. With that gaze, a resplendent crimson and white radiance enveloped him. The brilliance manifested, and thoughts surged forth. Luo Bai could not fathom why, for countless eons, members of the Celestial Assembly have assumed the role of judges, annihilating one planet after another, repeatedly threatening the safety of Earth and its inhabitants. They treat Earth as a mere experiment, and all beings in the universe as test subjects, should they find anything unsatisfactory. Destruction is their only recourse. Since they deem humanity weak and believe Earth requires evolution, Luo Bai intends to show them how humanity can evolve them. I shall wield all my power and unleash the ability to alter reality. The Celestial Assembly shall be utterly erased from existence. The Celestial Assembly will be obliterated. Chapter 196. Luck and Absolute Invincibility. As one of the oldest and most powerful cosmic deities within the Marvel Universe, it is, under normal circumstances, nearly impossible to eradicate the Celestial Assembly. After all, since their inception, they have traversed various galaxies conducting experiments. They propagate life, assess and judge civilizations, and even create new gods. They govern the existence of cosmic beings and can effortlessly determine the fate of a civilization. Most beings familiar with the Celestial Assembly consider them deities, embodiments of cosmic law. Such a powerful race is believed to be indelible and invulnerable. Even the members of the Celestial Assembly share this belief. Thus, when one member, the calculator, heard Luo Bai's proclamation, he responded, "You possess the entirety of the Phoenix Force and chaos magic. By manipulating the rules of reality, you could indeed modify reality. However, you have only just begun to master this power. Based on your current strength, you are insufficient to eradicate the entire Celestial Assembly. The calculator, responsible for calculations and coordination within the Celestial Assembly, analyzes data to derive the most accurate conclusions. You might liken it to a computer. As long as there is data, it can calculate outcomes with precision. In the calculator's estimation, Luo Bai's ambition to annihilate the entire Celestial Assembly is unattainable. Perhaps due to this conviction, the calculator spoke in an unyieldingly cold tone, akin to a soulless machine articulating the most infuriating results. It believed every outcome lay within its calculations, even presuming that, despite his ascension to the Phoenix Fairy King, Luo Bai could not triumph over the Celestial Assembly. Yet reality would prove them mistaken. Do you genuinely think you can calculate everything? Luo Bai inquired with a smile. I do not err. The probability of the Celestial Assembly defeating you stands at 80. Based on our previous experiences combating the Fairy and Phoenix powers, we have devised the most likely strategy to conquer you. Conversely, your chances of erasing the Celestial Assembly stand at merely 1, the calculator retorted. His words astonished Luo Bai. According to the calculator's conclusions, his odds of defeating the Celestial Assembly were a mere 20. This seemed utterly illogical. No wonder the Celestial Assembly dared to approach him so brazenly. They had never truly considered the possibility of failure. It must be said that the members of the Celestial Assembly possess a certain confidence, perhaps bolstered by their past encounters with the Phoenix Force and their efforts to seal the Fairy power. Yet, they had reason to be confident. After all, the Fairy power and the Phoenix power, no matter how formidable, remain but a singular force. As long as they can disrupt the relationship between the host and the power, weakening both, the Celestial Assembly is virtually assured victory. Regrettably for them, Luo Bai is not like previous hosts. It seems you are well prepared. However, I am curious, calculator. With your remarkable ability to compute, have you not accounted for the element of luck? Luo Bai inquired nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. Luck? The calculator appeared momentarily flummoxed by Luo Bai's inquiry. What does luck signify? My calculations do not encompass this variable. Luo Bai understood this predicament. After all, who would factor luck into the decisive elements of a confrontation? However, should luck reach a certain threshold, it cannot be disregarded. The Celestial Assembly is challenging to eliminate, but that does not render it impossible. In the Marvel Universe, strength encapsulates all. With sufficient power, restarting the universe and eradicating a race becomes a trivial task. In the past, when faced with the Celestial Assembly's coercion, Luo Bai might have felt trepidation. Yet now, the times have changed. Having gathered all fragments of the Phoenix power and ascended as the new White Phoenix King, Luo Bai's strength has reached a cosmic level of omnipotence. Moreover, he was endowed with an auspicious buff. This signifies that as long as there is a mere 0.01 probability, the force of luck would be activated, enabling Luo Bai to succeed. Contemplating this, Luo Bai's gaze sharpened as he declared, "It appears your calculations are rather flawed. You ought to factor in luck. For my fortunes have always been extraordinarily fortuitous. 100% luck, do you comprehend?" With that, Luo Bai raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Accompanied by a soft yet distinct sound, an invisible force began to permeate the universe. This force, akin to the sound of his fingers snapping, seemed to elicit no ripples in the vast cosmos. Yet, in truth, the entire universe had already undergone a monumental transformation due to this snap. The Celestial Assembly appeared to sense the shift. Realizing their impending obliteration, the previously composed Celestial Assembly began to falter. No, you cannot proceed with this. Such actions disrupt the equilibrium of the entire universe. The Tribunal of Life will not let you escape unscathed. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Cease at once. The once calm calculator unleashed a roar tinged with human anger. This unexpected display of emotion surprised Luo Bai. I had assumed you members of the Celestial Assembly were akin to automatons, devoid of feelings. It seems you, too, can experience rage, Luo Bai taunted. The members of the Celestial Assembly seemed poised to retort, their colossal forms stepping forward in unison, attempting to thwart Luo Bai's annihilation of them. Even the Eradicator raised his weapon, seemingly intent on obliterating Luo Bai before his own demise. However, before they could act, the activation of the force of rules enveloped them in an intangible pressure. This pressure rendered them breathless, their bodies slipping out of control, as if being systematically erased. No, it's impossible. A thunderous roar erupted, and then tranquility resumed. The members of the Celestial Assembly barely had time to respond to Luo Bai's remarks before they vanished entirely, observing the emptiness surrounding him. With only himself aboard the spacecraft, Luo Bai clapped his hands in satisfaction. Before he could utter a word, the fairy power spoke up. You actually obliterated the Celestial Assembly? While such an act is indeed impressive, are you not concerned about the Tribunal of Life coming after you? The fairy power, harboring a grudge against the Celestial Assembly, felt a sense of glee at their erasure, but also worried about attracting the Tribunal's attention. After all, the annihilation of the Celestial Assembly was undoubtedly a significant event in the cosmos. Concerned, yes, but what can be done? They initiated trouble with me despite being unable to contend with my strength, Luo Bai replied. Chapter 197. Are you serious? Luo Bai was not inherently inclined toward slaughter. The extermination of an entire race was something he would typically avoid. However, the Celestial Assembly had become exceedingly bothersome. They had persistently sought to harm Earth and himself. If he did not eliminate them, they would likely continue to be a nuisance in the future. It proved true that the adage uprooting the source held merit. Although reluctant, he found no alternative. For countless millennia, the Celestial Assembly had harbored intentions of annihilating Earth. Upon discovering his possession of fairy power and phoenix power, they aimed to extinguish him as well. Leaving such a latent threat unresolved would spell trouble down the line. Hence, he had to ensure the complete eradication of the Celestial Assembly. Luo Bai analyzed the situation with a cool demeanor. Although the fairy power understood his rationale, it expressed concern. After all, the Celestial Assembly represented a formidable race within the omnipotent universe, their existence symbolizing certain rules inherent to it. The destruction of such a race would likely bring about considerable complications. The fairy power voiced its apprehension. In the past, when it sought to confront the Celestial Assembly, it had been the most vocal advocate for their destruction. Now that they had indeed been obliterated, it found itself worried. This amused Luo Bai, prompting him to tease. Weren't you the one who despised the Celestial Assembly the most? Now that they've been erased, why the sudden concern? That's simply due to the formidable nature of the Tribunal of Life. The fairy power side, its tone somewhat haughty. Luo Bai acknowledged this point. After all, the Tribunal of Life was indeed a powerful entity within the Marvel realm. Within this universe, the universally acknowledged Supreme Being is known as above all others. Often abbreviated as OAA, recognized as the omniscient and omnipotent entity of the Omniverse. It is well known that there exist 5 primordial deities within the Marvel Universe. The power of these 5 deities alone is sufficient to obliterate countless parallel universes. Yet, when faced with the omniscient and omnipotent OA, these 5 primordial beings are scarcely noteworthy. This comparison underscores the formidable nature of OA. OA has created the entire Marvel Universe, giving rise to innumerable parallel realms. As the supreme deity of this vast universe, he lacks the capacity, or perhaps the inclination, to govern it alone. Thus, the Tribunal of Life was conceived. OA empowered the Tribunal to oversee and maintain the balance of all realities. In simpler terms, should anyone disrupt the balance of the Omniverse, the Tribunal of Life would intervene to enact judgment. Notably, the Tribunal does not intervene merely due to the disruption of a single planet or parallel universe's balance. Typically, their involvement signifies that the equilibrium of an entire Omniverse has been compromised, indicating that a significant event is imminent. The complete annihilation of the Celestial Assembly would undoubtedly rouse the Tribunal of Life. Luo Bai anticipated that soon, the Tribunal would come seeking judgment against him. Given his current strength, he was uncertain about the ease of dealing with the Tribunal. In truth, his concerns lay not with the Tribunal itself, but rather with the formidable entity behind it, the OAA. The prospect of confronting such an omniscient and omnipotent being left him at a loss for solutions. Nevertheless, the deed had been done, and worrying now served no purpose. He could only take each step as it came. I understand your concerns. Rather than fret over future uncertainties, let us cherish the present. At least for now, we are free from trouble, are we not? Luo Bai proclaimed cheerfully. Upon hearing this, the fairy power instantly brightened. I was merely worried for you. Since you are unconcerned, I too shall dismiss my worries. However, the act of erasing the Celestial Assembly was quite exhilarating. I eagerly await their swift disappearance, the fairy power exclaimed joyfully. The fairy power had long held a grudge, having been sealed by the Celestial Assembly for a century. A resentment that had undoubtedly festered. Its current elation was therefore quite understandable. With the matter resolved, Luo Bai felt no further need to linger aboard the spacecraft. With a thought, he swiftly returned to Earth. At that moment, he found himself in New York, at the pinnacle of Stark Industries Tower. Tony Stark was diligently monitoring the cosmos from the confines of his office. Beside him stood Pepper Potts, her expression tinged with concern as she observed his anxious demeanor. Tony, you've been fixated on that screen for several days now. Is there something significant about to unfold? She inquired. Attempting to alleviate her worries, Tony shook his head, replying, "It's nothing of great importance. I'm merely being cautious and conducting some checks." "Tony, you're not particularly skilled at deception," Pepper remarked with a hint of resignation. At her words, Tony offered a wry smile, choosing not to contest her observation. Pepper seemed poised to inquire further when, abruptly, a figure materialized in the previously serene atmosphere. The silhouette was familiar. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the newcomer as Loki. "You've arrived, Loki. Oh, how I've missed you," Pepper exclaimed, her warmth evident as she opened her arms for an embrace. Loki reciprocated the gesture with a smile before asking, "Is there a matter at hand? You seem quite eager for my presence." Pepper nodded earnestly, stating, "I've sensed that Tony has been rather out of sorts lately, and I believe you are the only one who could offer him guidance." Following her gaze, she glanced at Tony. Understanding her implication, Loki chuckled softly before addressing Tony. "It appears you remain troubled by the situation concerning the Asgardians." Tony nodded, a hint of resignation in his tone as he responded, "I know you can resolve it, but I can't help but worry. I acknowledge the formidable strength of each member of the Asgardians. While you may handle these troubles, we cannot guarantee the safety of every human on Earth. You know how fragile humanity can be. I dread the thought of anyone sacrificing themselves." Loki comprehended Tony's concerns, yet reassured him, "Do not fret. The issues you speak of will no longer arise, for the Asgardians have been eradicated." Tony seemed perplexed, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What do you mean, the Asgardians have been eradicated?" "It means that I have completely obliterated them," Loki replied. "Obliterated?" Tony echoed incredulously. "Yes, they have vanished entirely from the universe, as though they never existed." "Are you serious?" Tony responded, astonished and unable to believe Loki's claim. Though he had not witnessed the Asgardians' might firsthand, his experience battling Thanos had ingrained in him the understanding that entities from the depths of the cosmos should not be underestimated. The notion of entirely vanquishing such beings was beyond his comprehension. "So, you mean to say they will never again appear on Earth?" Tony inquired. Loki shook his head, correcting him, "No, they will not appear anywhere in the universe. It's as if they have simply ceased to exist." "How did you accomplish that?" Tony asked, bewildered. Loki smiled and replied, somewhat evasively, with a mere thought, "It's a complex explanation, but in terms you can grasp, I altered reality." "Altered reality? The power of cosmic rules?" Tony began to understand, yet his keen intellect led him to ponder the potential ramifications of such alterations. "Well, if you possess such power, altering reality could indeed allow for the effortless removal of anything. But will this not have consequences? For instance, changes to the timeline could disrupt the entire universe. If the Asgardians held significant influence, would their removal not jeopardize the balance of the cosmos?" While Tony was undeniably concerned about the Asgardians posing a threat to Earth, he was equally apprehensive about the potential imbalance that could arise from their absence. "I worry that if the balance of the universe is disrupted, Earth would undoubtedly find itself in peril," he expressed anxiously. Loki understood Tony's concerns and pondered before stating, "The Asgardian race has existed on Earth for eons. Although I harbor no fondness for them, their presence has, to some extent, contributed to the equilibrium among various universes. Their removal will indeed disrupt that balance. There will be some impact, but it need not be a cause for excessive alarm. After all, the stability of the cosmos is not solely reliant on the Asgardians. There are the 5 primordial deities, the Court of Life, and numerous other powerful entities throughout the universe, all bearing the responsibility of maintaining cosmic harmony." With this knowledge, Loki felt reassured that the balance of the universe would not be irrevocably compromised. "Rest assured, there are others who will ensure the equilibrium between universes. The world will not collapse, and Earth will not suffer significantly," he comforted Tony. Just then, Tony abruptly inquired, "What about you? If the Asgardians wielded considerable influence in the universe and you have obliterated them, will you encounter trouble?" His expression turned serious as he posed the question. Loki saw no reason to conceal the truth, responding candidly, "Yes, I certainly will. I anticipate that trouble will soon find me." Alarmed, Tony quickly asked, "Is there anything I can do to assist? How can I help?" Loki shook his head regretfully, replying, "Clearly, you cannot assist. Those who will come seeking me are beyond your capacity to confront." Tony fell silent, the weight of understanding evident on his face. He recognized the truth in Loki's words and felt a pang of guilt. "You've sacrificed so much for Earth, yet we are powerless to aid you. We can only leave you to bear this burden alone. It makes me feel utterly helpless," Tony sighed. Loki sensed Tony's frustration but understood it was an unavoidable situation. According to the original narrative, by the time Tony learned of the Court of Life, he had already developed counter-deity armor. His abilities had been continually advancing. However, Loki's arrival had accelerated the timeline, leaving Tony's powers lagging behind. Nonetheless, Loki believed he could manage the situation for the time being. Don't dwell on it too much, Tony. Loki reassured with a nonchalant tone. With the Asgardians eliminated, the crisis on Earth has been resolved. You should feel relieved. Pepper, who had been silent until then, quickly chimed in. Yes, Tony, you should feel relieved. Earth has such formidable protectors. We must trust Loki. If he says there is no cause for concern, then there is certainly no cause for concern. Seemingly convinced by her words, Tony nodded, conceding, indeed, I should trust Loki. The progress Earth has made is largely due to him. Without him, I shudder to think of what might have transpired. Just then, a notification tone interrupted their conversation. Mr. Stark, are you in your office? Two ladies seek your audience, one named Polaris and the other named Wanda. Shall I permit them entry? The message came from the secretary's office. Loki was taken aback by the arrival of Wanda and Polaris. Did you summon them? Why are they here? He asked Tony. Tony nodded, finally breaking into a smile as he replied, I called them. I thought you might be missing them, so I invited them over. With that, a look of satisfaction crossed his face, as if to say, see, I truly understand you. Luo Bai raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat awkward as he remarked, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Tony chuckled and continued jesting. You have reached the age where marriage is a consideration. I believe it's time for you to ponder this matter. Polaris and Wanda are both quite splendid. It seems they harbor a fondness for you. You can't possibly have overlooked that. Luo Bai smiled, but remained silent. Tony also smiled, then directed his attention to the secretary's office, saying, they are esteemed guests. Please invite them both in. The secretary promptly acknowledged, understood. Before long, Wanda and Polaris appeared in the office. Upon spotting Luo Bai, Polaris expressed her excitement. How are you? Luo Bai? Are you all right? Have the Asgardians been dealt with? Thank heavens, you cannot imagine how worried I was about you. Worried about me? I believe you should be concerned for them instead, Luo Bai replied with a smile. Polaris nodded in agreement, responding, I, too, feel I was worried about the wrong people. Surely, there's no one you cannot handle. Is Earth now devoid of danger? Do you no longer need to leave? Polaris inquired eagerly. Luo Bai contemplated for a moment before stating, for the time being, there is indeed no danger. If trouble does not arise too swiftly, I should be able to enjoy a good rest at home for a while. Hearing this, Polaris was instantly thrilled. You can actually rest at home for a while. That is wonderful. Both Wanda and I hope you can stay. Polaris exclaimed, glancing at Wanda. Although Wanda had remained silent, she was attentively following the conversation. Noticing Polaris looking at her, she promptly replied, what my sister says is true. We both wish for you to take a good rest at home. Sister? Luo Bai was taken aback, surprised by the term. You call Polaris your sister? He asked. If memory serves correctly, he recalled that Polaris and Wanda, along with Quicksilver, were indeed siblings, their father being Magneto. Had they discovered this truth already? Younger than me, and we share a familial bond, so I call her sister, Wanda suddenly answered, bringing Luo Bai to the realization that they might not have recognized the full extent of their connection. However, prompted by the topic, Luo Bai couldn't help but cautiously remark, Wanda, I feel you and Polaris resemble sisters quite closely. If we were true sisters, that would indeed be lovely. Wanda replied with a smile. Luo Bai moved his lips, seemingly wishing to say something, but after a moment's consideration, he held back. According to the narrative, Wanda and Quicksilver were indeed the offspring of Magneto. However, due to his character, Magneto had abandoned them at a young age, leaving them to be adopted by a regular family. Subsequently, Wanda experienced the devastation of losing her family and developed significant emotional scars, revealing to her now that her biological father was Magneto, who had forsaken her, and her brother would likely shatter her already fragile emotional state. For now, Wanda was being well cared for and seemed quite content. It would be best to keep this information from her to avoid causing her distress. Luo Bai, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll go buy ingredients and cook for you. You have no idea how much I've improved in cooking over the past few months while you were away. I guarantee you will be satisfied with my dishes. Polaris suddenly exclaimed, her excitement breaking into Luo Bai's thoughts. Now that the Asgardians had been dealt with and Earth was free from crisis, it seemed the perfect time for Luo Bai to return and enjoy some well-deserved rest. Thinking along these lines, Luo Bai immediately declared, I want to eat hot pot. Even though he no longer needed to eat much, the longing for hot pot had become quite intense after so long without it. However, upon mentioning hot pot, Polaris appeared somewhat reluctant. Ah, you want hot pot? Polaris hesitated, her tone tinged with uncertainty. This change in her demeanor prompted Luo Bai to inquire, what's wrong? Is my desire for hot pot causing you difficulty? Before Polaris could respond, Pepper Potts suddenly laughed from the side. Luo Bai looked at her, bewildered. Pepper, with a tone of exasperation, said, Luo Bai, You really are something. Polaris has just told you she learned to cook many dishes, investing considerable effort. And yet you wish to eat hot pot, which requires no cooking at all. Now it dawned on Luo Bai. Polaris wanted to impress him with her culinary skills, but his request for hot pot had dampened her spirits. Realizing this, he quickly remarked, "Who said eating hot pot doesn't require cooking? In fact, I'd love to have mapo tofu and stir-fried beef as well. However, those dishes are quite challenging to prepare. Are you truly capable of making them, Polaris?" Before he could finish, Polaris eagerly replied, "Of course. Just wait. I'll go make them for you right now." With that, Polaris dashed off toward the supermarket, leaving no opportunity for Luo Bai to respond. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but muse. Youth is truly wonderful. The heart of a young girl is so easily swayed. As soon as he uttered these words, Pepper frowned. "Young girl? Tony, you should know that when I first started following you, I was a young girl too. Now, however, I've been transformed into a woman. So, Tony, are you beginning to find me lacking in youth?" "Oh, Tony, we just got married. This is making me very upset," Pepper complained, her dissatisfaction evident. Realizing he had misspoken, Tony quickly clarified, No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to Luo Bai. Aren't you supposed to be taking a break? Hurry along. Take Wanda with you. You truly deserve some time to rest. I'll come to see you in a few days." Recognizing that a contest of wits between the genders was approaching, Tony hastily ushered Luo Bai and Wanda away. Luo Bai, recognizing the situation, said to Wanda, "It's been so long since I've been home. I've almost forgotten what it looks like. Come, Wanda. Let us go home." With that, he wrapped an arm around Wanda and transported them both back to the villa. After such a long time away, returning home made Luo Bai feel a deep sense of nostalgia. "The feeling of being home is truly wonderful," he said, smiling gently at Wanda. Oddly enough, Wanda remained silent, merely gazing at Luo Bai with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Not understanding the meaning behind Wanda's gaze, Luo Bai asked, "Wanda, what is the matter? Why are you staring at me like that?" It seemed to jolt Wanda back to reality as she shook her head and replied, "It's nothing. I was just surprised when you said we were going home." Luo Bai saw nothing unusual in this and casually responded, "What is wrong with that? This is our home." After all, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Wanda softly say, "Is it our home? I thought you always regarded it as solely yours." Her voice was barely above a whisper, almost as if she were musing to herself. Through Wanda's words, Luo Bai began to comprehend her sentiments. Although Wanda had resided there for quite some time, Luo Bai had not been able to spend much time with her. Furthermore, they had previously agreed that it was merely a temporary arrangement to provide shelter for Wanda, so it was entirely reasonable that she felt a lack of belonging. With this thought in mind, Luo Bai promptly remarked, "Wanda, you have been living here for quite a while now, haven't you?" Wanda nodded in affirmation. Luo Bai continued, "I understand that at first, you might have felt like you were merely a guest. However, having spent such an extended period here and having shared time with Polaris, you should grasp my intention. My intention is that this place will always be a home for you and Polaris, and I, too, shall always be your family, just as Polaris will be. Therefore, residing here, you need never feel any discomfort. We are a family, and your brother as well." Wanda was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Luo Bai's declaration. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, given their time together, Wanda had indeed come to regard Luo Bai as family. After an indeterminate period, Wanda smiled gently and said, "I understand. So, from now on, remember to come home early. Polaris and I miss you dearly." As she spoke, her gaze fixed on Luo Bai with utmost sincerity. Luo Bai recognized that Wanda's heart was undoubtedly filled with deep emotion at that moment. After all, she and her brother had endured tumultuous times, exploited by Hydra and ravaged by war. Now, she finally had a place to call her own, surrounded by beloved family. But what of Luo Bai? Had he not also traversed this world in solitude? Until now, he had found friends and family of his own. Tony, Wanda, Polaris. These were the cherished companions with whom he could share his life. Upon reflecting on this, he found solace. At the very least, he had not come to this world in vain. The end of the text. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to support us. Until we meet again in the next story.